This young man was an invincible god of war during the apocalypse, but Tron Lech was tired of living in a world with only zombies and monsters. He decided to close his eyes and let go to end this single life. However, as life would have it, Tron Lech returned to 1 month before the apocalypse. The whole server was reset. This time, Tron Lech was going to turn this world upside down, wanting to build a base and become a boss so he would not be lonely again. While he was standing there dazed, he received a call from his uncle, asking him to come to the corporation immediately. He smiled sinisterly, thinking that what must come will come. But this time he would not be as naive as in his past life. As soon as he arrived, his uncle scolded him about the stock, which was worth over 3 billion. Yet Tron Lexi had already sold it for just 1 billion. He even feigned concern for Tron Lex. However, the young man seemed uninterested. The man was a really good actor, if not for hearing the truth from his son Tron Fee's mouth in his past life when the apocalypse descended, that he had orchestrated his parents' car accident and had been gradually taking over the corporation's shares left to him. He would have been foolish. Tron Lech felt like he must have been colorblind in his past life to have seen him as a good person. This time, Tron Lech was determined to play this game to the end. Uncle, no one is threatening me. I have a feeling pork prices are about to skyrocket. 50 billion per kilogram is not a dream. That way, the 1 billion I used for pork can be exchanged for 50 billion. I am even planning to be a bit bolder. 100 billion per kilogram would not be a problem either. The uncle was furious inside but did not dare say it out loud. He thought this nephew's dream was no different from a moron's. However, he did not dare show his attitude, still smiling and trying to persuade him. Little Lex, how about you sell it to me for 15 billion? What do you think? Tron Lech directly refused, saying he had already sold it to someone else and had even signed the contract. It would be impossible to get it back from that powerful young master. Suddenly, a phone rang, and Tron Lechi decided to step outside to handle his business. The uncle's anger was now visible. This damn brat dared to drop such a big bomb on him without a word. He needed to be taught a lesson. As soon as he picked up the phone, the person on the other end reported, Tron, we have found a Chinese pastoral dog with black fur and a missing leg. And Cheese has sent you a picture. Please confirm if it is your lost dog. Tron Lech was suddenly stunned. Right after the apocalypse, some bored people with nothing to do had ranked the ability users of each element. The top of the space element was, of course, Tron Lex. The top of the fire element was Lung Dynsis, known as the Red Rose. The top of the lightning element, known as the Thunder King, was a dog. Any creature that had not turned into a zombie could awaken an ability, but this one was a dog in an apocalypse with no food. How fresh and delicious dog meat would be. Countless people had hunted it, but all of them failed, except for Tron Lech. He was the only one who managed to kill and eat it. He was very familiar with it. Just thinking about it made him drool. The identifying mark of this dog was that a piece of its left ear was bitten off. Tron Lech had looked at its face and thought happily. Fapi Vung. Oh Fuppy V, in this life, let us not be each other's food anymore. How about we become companions? I promise to treat you well and share any delicious food with you. Right after that, Tron Lech decided to go rescue the dog, hoping it would accept him as its owner. Before leaving, Tron Lech did not forget to say a word to his uncle. But it was really to look again at the face of a man who would surely die in the apocalypse. An hour later, Tron Lech arrived at the dog's location. In its current pitiful state, it showed none of the power it would wield in the apocalypse. Tron Lech gently knelt down and said he would get it out. He called out loudly, demanding to see the owner. As soon as he met him, he aggressively pointed at the dog and asked, "You dog thieves dare to steal from me? How dare you ask me what is wrong? If I had not found out in time, my Z-het would have probably become roasted dog meat." The owner thought to himself, this dog is clearly a stray. How could it have an owner? Is this guy trying to cause trouble? However, the customer is always right. So he politely replied that all his goods were purchased from legitimate channels, and that sometimes dogs look alike, so there seemed to be a misunderstanding here. Just as expected, Tron Lech took out his phone and threatened to call the police to investigate these legitimate channels he mentioned. In reality, the young man knew that most businesses had their shady sides, so no one would be foolish enough to agree to an inspection. As expected, the owner got worked up and was even about to get physical with Tron Lech. But he had picked the wrong person. With a body trained for over a decade in the apocalypse, a small fry like him was nothing at all. After Tron Lech bent his arm back, he became scared and repeatedly bowed. Then, he released the dog that was supposedly Tron Lech's and did not take a single penny from him. The plan succeeded more easily than expected. Tron Lech had been willing to spend his entire fortune on it, but not spending any money was still the best feeling. Tron Lech acted as if they had known each other for a long time and called out naturally, "Tai Ux, let us go home." Through the dog's expression, the young man felt that it might be sentient. It could listen and understand human language. The dog was actually smart enough to realize the man standing before it had saved it, which is why it decided to follow him. This action made Tron Lech extremely interested. It really was sentient. He had managed to tame the Thunder King. Picking up a dog in an expensive supercar was certainly not something an ordinary person would do. Tron Lech continuously petted the dog and named it Phap Vung. During this time, Trun Lek wanted to build a good relationship with Phaphat Viong. On the way, Trun Lek stopped in front of a soldier's post, and this person was Tda Tra from his past life. Before he mastered his space ability, he relied entirely on Te Tra, who used his own body to cover for Trun Lek's. In the end, he was even beaten to death to protect him so he could escape the encirclement. For this heavenly sacrifice, Trun Lek considered Tza Tra a good brother. In this life, he would definitely let him live well. Trun Lek immediately offered to take Klai Trot out after his shift tonight, but Ziatron flatly refused, saying, "No. Brother Tron, my mom told me that men can't learn bad habits. My mom also said, if someone is kind for no reason, they are either a villain or have ulterior motives." Well, it was understandable, because in the current timeline, Ili Tra and Tron Les were not very close yet. Anyway, Elytra would be on duty here until the apocalypse arrived, and at that time, history would repeat itself, and they would surely become good brothers once again. Upon arriving home, Fafupi Ving's eyes went wide and its mouth fell open when it saw even the bathroom was enormous. Fapi Vung, from now on, this is your house. Come on, I will take you for a bath. Reborn, Trunlef did not want to be like his knave past self, so knave that he was the last human left in the world. After all, the young man knew roughly about a few people with powerful abilities and outstanding talent in the future. Otherwise, they would not have been able to rise up. Trun Lex wanted to play big, establish a base, and gather them under his wing, treating them like younger brothers. Just like Fapi Ving, this would also compensate for the space ability's weakness in direct combat. But to build a base, the supplies needed to be even more abundant. From food, salt, fruits, vegetables, and seeds to generators, medicine, and daily necessities, everything was essential. Especially water. Tron Lexi thought that, after all, the water sources in the apocalypse would all be contaminated. No method could purify the supervirus in the water to drink safe, clean water. One could only wait for rain. After thinking for a while, his head started to ache. Trun Lek felt that he also needed to prepare some electric batons. Fuppy Viggy did not understand what was happening and had a fearful look on its face, probably thinking the electric baton was for hitting it. In reality, the young man wanted to use the electric baton to deal with zombies. Zombies were also afraid of electricity, although it would become useless not long after the apocalypse. At the very beginning, the electric baton was an incomparably powerful weapon. At that time, combined with some alloy armor, he would be absolutely invincible. Trunless was already busy preparing. He wanted to choose carefully and manage his time to finalize his orders. The dog ate as if it had been starving for a long time. Trun Lef comforted it, saying, "We have plenty of food. I promise you will eat and drink your fill from now on." Seeing Tron Lucky puff out some smoke, it imitated him. It seemed Fup Vedung was gradually seeing Tron Lucky as its master. While they were eating, someone knocked on the door. This woman was If, the cooking teacher Tronon Les had hired. He had been so busy that he had completely forgotten he had a class this afternoon. Well, he had no choice but to enthusiastically invite the teacher in. And Yigat thought to herself as soon as she saw him, just to learn cooking, and he is willing to pay the sky-high price of 50,000 yuan a month. At first, she was worried if her employer had some mental issues, but now seeing how normal Tron Luck looked, she was relieved. With his status, how many girls would not be seduced by him? Why would he need to waste his efforts on me? Regardless of her wild thoughts, Trunlech was very serious about this cooking class. You see, I have already prepared all the basic utensils and ingredients in the kitchen. In reality, to prepare for the apocalypse, Trunleth could not just have supplies without knowing how to cook, so he spent a sum of money to hire her as a cooking teacher. The first dish to start with was sweet and sour pork ribs. The salary would be paid in 1 month, and this seemed to be part of Tron Leka's plan, because by then, it would be the apocalypse, and he probably would not have to spend a single penny. Trunlef continuously followed the teacher's instructions, chop the ribs into small pieces, place the pan under cold water, and pour the oil. Trunles was so clumsy that he poured the entire can of oil, making the teacher think his family did not have to worry about the cost of oil. He could not even distinguish between sugar and salt. After several failed cooking attempts, this time showed some improvement compared to the previous ones, but it still seemed inedible. The young man looked helpless. Even Fop Ving rejected it. Moonlika's comforting words were useless now. As soon as Fop Ving tasted a piece, it became furious, thinking its master was trying to poison it. According to me, at least the kitchen was saved today. After this process, Trunlef realized he could not cook and could only find a personal chef. Moonigi had caught Trunlecky's eye. He thought her skills were not bad. It was a pity they did not know each other in his past life, so he did not know what kind of person she would become after the apocalypse. Anyway, being prepared was better than not. Amijanage, oh me, I guess it is up to your fate. I hope for a positive outcome for you. While staring outside, Trunlek suddenly spotted the two sisters, Emma Lin and M. Lip. They were not simple. The older sister, M. Line, awakened to flame ability, becoming the top flame ability user, known as the exquisite flame red rose, and the younger sister, Emma Lep, was even more amazing. She was a light element ability user. Although she was quite weak in combat, she was a very strong support. It was said that in the later stages, she could even use a resurrection spell. Trunlek felt this was an excellent choice. Only children have to choose. An adult like him wants them all. The young man immediately called someone on the phone and gave them a task. I will give you 3 days. Help me investigate a pair of sisters. The most important thing is what they like to eat. As the old saying goes, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Whatever they like to eat, Trun Let's would stockpile it. He was not worried that they would not listen to him obediently later for the sake of food. Today is May 28th, which means there are 5 days until the apocalypse. Trun Lech had managed to investigate the two sisters' preferences. Moon likes Sichuan food and grape juice. As for Mu Li, she likes fish, especially pork knuckles, and watermelon juice. This reminded Trun Less of how delicious pork knuckles were, and that he should stockpile some more. On May 29th, 4 days before the apocalypse, Trun Lech bought himself a super cool and awesome set of armor. Although it was very heavy, its advantage was that it was very safe. Trun Lech was also very thoughtful and bought an extra set to send to Tudzi Char. 3 days before the apocalypse, Trun Lech went to buy electric batons. With this type, shocking a few zombies to death would not be a problem. 2 days before the apocalypse, Trun Lech spent a lot of money to buy a card. In a flash, it was June 1st, 1 day before the apocalypse. Although he knew it was coming, Trun Lech could not help but feel anxious. He could not even close his eyes and sleep peacefully. I have been reborn once. That Dan apocalypse is not actually coming tomorrow. Is it? If it does not, all the stuff I have stockpiled will be a huge loss. Or maybe, it should not come. I will sacrifice myself to protect all of humanity. Even though it is a loss, I am a rich man anyway. Living a comfortable life in a prosperous era would be nice, would not it? Why do I have to go through an apocalypse that makes people lose their humanity? At Ada, on June 2nd, about 1 hour and 20 minutes before the apocalypse, Trun Lech called his uncle and said he had something to discuss. According to my observations, Uncle, the price of cryptocurrency will skyrocket soon, maybe 8 to 10 times. But as you know, all my money has been spent on pork. I want to mortgage all this stockpiled pork to you and borrow about 500 million. At that time, your 500 million could turn into 5 billion, and I will definitely pay you back with interest. Or how about this? You wait at home for me, and I will come to your house now to discuss it in person. Also, Uncle, I miss Cousin Phi. Ask Cousin Phi to be there too. The uncle sounded very enthusiastic and told Trun Lech to come right away. As the young man stood up and gathered his things, he thought to himself, I have said it before, the apocalypse is also the day of your death. While driving, Trun Lech carefully instructed Phop Tavung to wait for him in the car and not to run around. On the way, he saw Zia Tracha still standing at his post nonchalantly, seeming to have no idea what was about to happen. Although in his previous life, Zia Tracha survived just fine without Trun Lech's warning, it was still a matter of life and death, so Trun Lech wanted to give him a little reminder. Zia Tracha, I have to tell you something. This morning when I woke up, I had a really bad feeling, like something big is about to happen. After 9 of the clock today. You must be careful, you absolutely must. Although Zia Tracha had no idea what was going on, he obediently agreed. Finally, both the uncle, Trun Kinnan, and his son, Phi, were sitting and waiting, discussing Trun Lech. That kid Trun Lech wants to invest in cryptocurrency. He really is not afraid of losing it all. Let me tell you, son, this online stuff is booming, but it has no real value. The son was still insistent. But Dad, this is a money-making business. There is no reason not to do it. Trun Kinnan was a bit suspicious. That kid Trun Lech knows I am against him. Why would he let me make money? Could there be some kind of conspiracy here? His son, Trunken Phi, replied. I understand. The mentality of crypto investing is just like gambling. He is desperate for cash, and very few people know about it. I think he came to us because who else could come up with 500 million in such a short time? Just as he finished speaking, Trun Lech walked through the door. The cousin came out to greet him with an overly friendly attitude. Trun Lech, your cousin here is a coward. How about you let me invest with you? If you make a profit from crypto, do not forget about this cousin of yours. Okay. Although Trun Lech was about to vomit, he had to hold it in for one last act of pleasantry. Of course not. If I make $1 billion, I will definitely gift you a supercar. Cousin Phi, hearing this, hugged him and said, ha ha ha, I will remember that. No take back. Okay, I have prepared a meal for you. Let us go inside, eat, and talk. It was now 9:15. As soon as Trun Lech sat down at the table, he began to eat like he was starving, eating recklessly without any consideration for others. While they were eating, a noise came from the maid's room. Trun Kinnan told his son to go check on the situation. The apocalypse is finally here. Trun Lech followed, offering to help in case she needed to be taken to the hospital. Trun Lech was certain. It seems you two really have to die today. As soon as the door opened, they saw an incredibly hideous face surrounded by blood. Tufi immediately slammed the door shut. Seeing this, Trun Lech intended to open the door again. Cousin, did not we come to check on the situation? How can we see if the door is closed? He zapped Tufi in the neck with the electric baton, causing him to pass out. Cousin, do not worry. I won't let you die so easily from an electric shock. Trun Lech felt that being eaten alive would be much more interesting. Just then, his uncle ran over and screamed. Trun Lech, what are you doing? I will kill you. At this point, Trunlek was ready to take them all on. The moment his uncle got close, he was bound to get a taste of the electric baton. Seeing him trying to cover himself in fear, Trunlek laughed mockingly. Haha, what is wrong? Do you have an electricity-proof body? What are you covering? No matter how much you cover, the result is still getting zapped by the electric baton. Trunkinen fell and hit his head on the ground. His son, Tu-Fi, who was still alive, continuously reached out his hand. Calling for help, Trunlef crossed his arms and replied flatly. Shut up. Don't shout. I do not have a son like you. Your father is lying on the ground over there. Seeing his father like that, Tu-Fi angrily tried to get up, but that monster bit straight into his back. Trunlek found this a bit interesting and felt that such a spectacular scene could not be enjoyed alone, so he once again used the electric baton to wake his uncle. Trunkinen, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his son being torn to shreds. He could only beg and cry. Trunlex. Trunfi is your cousin. Please save him. I beg you. I admit I secretly swindled your shares, but Trunfi knew nothing about it. He is innocent. Trunlex took the opportunity to ask what other sins he had committed. The uncle was a bit startled. Why is he asking that? Could it be that he already knows about that incident? Once again, Trunlex whispered in his ear. Uncle, think carefully about your answer. Your son can't hold on much longer. He was about to die, yet he was still stubborn and would not admit his mistakes. Trunkinen even threatened to call the police. Seeing that Trunleit was unmoved, he continued to scream and curse. You ungrateful beast. How dare you kill your own uncle and cousin? You are worse than a pig or a dog. At this point, such disgraceful words should be reserved for him. Trunlefa rolled his eyes and slapped Trunkinen straight across the face. My father saw that you were useless and kindly brought you to work at the corporation. And what did you do? You plotted against him. How do you have the face to say these words? By this point, his son was no longer in one piece. Tu-Fi was about to be completely devoured. Trunkinen could only reach out helplessly towards his son. A Fi. My son. I am his brother, his biological brother. I helped him establish the company and contributed so much. And what was the result? He gave me 10% of the company's shares. Was that charity? He deserved to die. And you, with today's technology, you won't be able to escape. With his insolent mouth, the more he talked, the more Trunlek's hand slipped. Based on the current stock value, 10% is already 1.5 billion. What kind of salaried employee gets a 1.5 billion share? A person with a cruel heart like him deserves to pay the price. Just then, the zombie finished devouring Tu-Fi and lunged forward, biting straight into Trunkinen's neck. Trunlek sighed, feeling that his father had truly brought a wolf into their home back then. And this was all a surviving son could do. Looking at the zombie in front of him, after letting it eat his uncle alive, Trunlef gave it a jolt from the electric baton. Indeed, after turning into a zombie, besides wanting to eat human flesh, they were not interested in anything else. Luckily, even though they do not know fear, they do feel pain, so the electric baton is still effective against them, and killing them is not hard. You just need to pierce the spot between their eyebrows. It is a bit brutal, but very effective. Moreover, this spot between the eyebrows hides a treasure. A crystal, indeed. This apocalypse was strange, to the point that even the crystals were so low grade. After the apocalypse broke out, whether it was an ability user or a zombie, a crystal like this would form between their eyebrows. The energy contained within the crystal not only helps speed up the recovery process of the awakened, but also helps them level up. In short, this is a great treasure that must be collected as much as possible. The size and color of the crystal depend on the target's strength, changing according to how strong they are. The crystal of a fire element ability user or zombie will be red, a wind element one will be green, and a space element one will be purple. Initially, Trunlex had obtained a lightning element crystal from Fiepvaging's head. It was a dark purple crystal the size of an egg. As expected, from the very moment the apocalypse began, Trunlek encountered a newly formed zombie right at the gate. Trunlek felt a surge of interest as the zombie charged at him. After dealing with it, he proceeded to take its crystal. Bafiepieg was still sitting obediently in the car but looked out and witnessed everything, feeling that its master was truly ruthless. After approaching, Trunlek said to it, Fapi Vung, I think it is probably time for us to awaken. It is not safe outside. You and I will go home and wait first. After we awaken, we will go out again. Upon returning home, the Fipieg was horrified to see several corpses lying around. Trunlefa told it to calm down, saying, You will get used to it. The young man sat comfortably in his chair. Just as he was about to take the first bite of an apple, he saw Fopving's body undergoing a transformation. It seemed this was its awakening. After Fopving awakened, the first one to experience its power was none other than Trunlux. After a continuous period like this, it seemed everything was done. The strength of an innate ability depends mainly on two aspects. The earlier the awakening time, the stronger it is, and the faster the ability's growth rate, the stronger it is. Bafupiving was definitely a genius of the lightning element. Its intelligence had also doubled compared to before. Trunluk felt envious but not jealous, because even though he was human, he was not even as good as a dog, While he was daydreaming, Trunlecken's body also began to undergo a transformation, as if awakening in the same way as Fa Pyong. The pain made the young man clutch his head tightly. The pain was so intense it felt like his skin was crawling. Trunlek felt that his own pain was no less severe. After finishing his awakening, Trunles decided to test it out, but the first attempt was a bit too powerful. This spatial attack orb consumed a quarter of Trunlef's ability power. But ironically, it could not even kill the lowest level zombie in a few seconds. He should probably absorb crystals and try to increase his physical strength first. In the apocalypse, the ranks of ability users were divided from 1 to 10, and above level 10. There was also the Fang level. Previously, Fiki Biegan and Lindim Messer were both Fang level. In his past life, Trunlucas himself was also Fang level. But after absorbing Fa Vang's crystal, he rose from the Fang level to another level. What that level was, Trunlex did not know yet, and even its effects were extremely vague. The young man felt that without food, drink, entertainment, or anyone by his side, life was incredibly bland. It would be better to just die. At his current progress, Trunlefa could reach level 2 ability user after absorbing about 20 more crystals. Meanwhile, Fupiyang still could not control itself and was discharging electricity randomly all over the place. He told it to try condensing its body's power in its throat, hold it for a moment, and then spit it out in the direction it wanted. The master spoke, so it obeyed without question, and it succeeded. Trunlech petted and praised it endlessly. Now they would go to the cold storage warehouse and continue to stockpile supplies. Trunlef pointed towards the supermarket. The world was now full of zombies, so no one cared about food anymore. Fapi Vung. Look, see that big supermarket? There must be a lot of stuff inside. A thief never leaves empty-handed. We have to take advantage of the situation. After all, it is full of good stuff inside. We can't just leave it for the zombies wandering outside. After saying that, Trunlech and Fapi Vig decided to head in. The first thing to do was to put on the armor. Trunlech felt that if they could attack, they should. He reminded Fupi Ving to be careful and not to be rigid, but to attack flexibly. At this point, Bafupiying understood everything he said and coordinated perfectly. Trunlux went out to deal with all the zombies blocking the way to the supermarket. One zombie that was missed did not understand what was happening, and Phoebe was also very confused. Trunlux instructed Vop Ving to separate them. He would let Fupfi Ving handle things on its own, while Trunluxi would go into the supermarket, finish quickly, and come back, as expected from a supermarket in front of a villa area. It had everything, and everything was high-end. Now, he could just take whatever he wanted. The young man opened his spatial storage and then threw all the necessary items in. All by himself, Trunlef was zapping zombies with his electric baton while continuously gathering fruits and snacks. The young man felt truly satisfied. Shopping for free with a large spatial storage was the best feeling ever. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Fop Ving running for its life, being chased by a zombie. As it ran, it thought, why can my master deal with zombies so easily? But I can't. Just then, Trunleffy came out and comforted it. With the electric baton in one hand, he dealt with the zombie chasing Phi Ving. Don't worry, kid. You tried your best. Just give it a little more time, and you will be the most amazing dog in the world. Hearing that, it was filled with energy again. Now, both of us will go to the cold storage. As they were driving, a car behind them honked continuously and shouted, hey, car in front. Wait up. Do you know what is going on? I can't call the police. Trunlefev replied nonchalantly. It is very clear. The apocalypse has arrived. Hearing that, the man got a little scared and then suggested to Trunlex, let us the two of us go together. It will be easier to look out for each other. Trunlefty flatly replied, no need, which made the man furious. After saying that, the young man continued to move. Actually, Trunlek was planning to recruit some underlings, but they had to at least trust him. Well then, do not blame me for being cold-blooded. After all, my supplies, though plentiful, are not infinite. I have to be careful. He looked around and remembered there was a shortcut to the cold storage around here. However, it was now blocked by many zombies. It seemed the only way through was to deal with them. He reminded FPV to just take care of and protect itself. A horde of zombies charged at them simultaneously. The electric baton was a godsend at this moment. A few zombies that tried to sneak attack were also sent flying. They even tried to sneak a bite, but Tronluckig's armor was made of alloy. Low level, puny zombies could not possibly break through it. In the apocalypse, no one's brushing your teeth for you. Be careful. You will ruin your teeth, then you will only be able to lick, not bite. After saying that, he realized they did not have a future anyway. Suddenly, while he was full of confidence, the damn electric baton ran out of battery. Trunluck also panicked, his face darkening. He thought he was done for. But unexpectedly, the young man had prepared meticulously beforehand. When this one ran out of power, he had another spare. After beating the crap out of the zombies, he collected a lot of items. At this point, the Fupiying still did not understand where its master was taking it. As he had clearly said they were going to the cold storage, Trun Lexi introduced it to the heavy-duty truck he had bought earlier. This heavy-duty truck is an even more powerful weapon than the alloy armor and electric baton. Trun Leka brought it here specifically to use it today. Get in the truck. I will take you to broaden your horizons. With this ridiculously strong truck, the young man just rammed through everything blocking his path, including the warehouse gate. Trunlef found this destruction quite fun. In front of him were many zombies. Dealing with hundreds of these zombies with an electric baton would be slow and a waste of battery, so just ramming them seemed much faster. Thingy Bee became more and more shocked by its master's brutality. 3 people standing on a high place had observed Tronleka's actions and felt that this person was strong as hell. They thought that this large truck was much more powerful than the other trucks in their cold storage warehouse. The only girl in the group was desperate for Tronlefse to take her with him. However, after observing, the man next to her said, "We are not friends or foes. Why would he risk helping you? Is he your father? I think the driver of this truck is a rather ruthless person. Otherwise, what just happened would not have happened. I guess this person knows our cold storage has supplies and came here to move them. After he gets them, he will just leave without caring about anyone else. Relying on others is not as good as relying on ourselves. We should just rob him. Having the heavy-duty truck in our own hands is the most reliable option." The moment Tronlek stepped out, they saw he was wearing a suit of armor. Now they discussed, "As long as we get Tronlech's equipment, we will be safe. What do you two think? We will rob him. Because this guy wants to steal supplies from the cold storage. We absolutely can't tolerate that." The girl decided to go out and talk to Tronlex, while the young man was still busy picking up crystals. "Thank you for eliminating the zombies here and saving us." As soon as he heard these words, Trenton Leffy guessed that they wanted him to take them with him. Just as he asked her how many survivors were here, he saw 2 men looming behind him, grabbing his shoulders tightly so he could not move. "Oh, crap. A moment ago they were thanking me, and now they have turned on me so quickly." Even making the first move, Tronleki felt that life was truly a joke. Harsh circumstances really make humanity become twisted and deformed. Kindness is the least valuable and most harmful thing in the apocalypse. They started asking where the dog in the truck came from, as it did not look infected. Tronlest was smiling because he was certain that this time he did not have to worry about his space ability being exposed. Then, he immediately summoned an electric baton from his space and gave the 2 guys a jolt to the chest each. After all, dead men tell no tales. After witnessing this scene, the girl was terrified and begged Tronletzen not to kill her. But the young man did not let her get a word in. "What is wrong? Have you no shame?" She immediately ran away, continuously screaming for help. Tronlef thought this girl ran pretty fast, so now he had to rely on Fop Vamp. Obeying its master, it immediately rushed out and bit the girl's back, causing her to fall flat. Tronlek immediately gave her a jolt with the electric baton. "I have said it before. When you have to fight, it is always better to strike first." Now that the obstacles were gone, Tronles could confidently go on a big shopping spree. The young man gathered everything in the warehouse. From spices, seafood, chicken, duck, crispy trotters, and pork offal to instant vegetables. After everything was done, he had collected over 60,000 tons of supplies. This was truly an insane amount. Today, the young man decided to go home and rest first. Then he would go to the food warehouse to start another big shopping spree. Tronlek was very curious about how Lei Chur was doing over there. As he was driving, a person continuously waved his hand, asking him to stop the car. "Sir, please give me a ride for a bit." Tronlek glanced over and saw a bulge under the man's clothes. Most likely, his intentions were not good. Trunled's survival rule was to not ignore any potential threat, no matter how small or negligible he thought it was. That is why the young man continued to drive past without any sign of stopping. The other person kept waving his hand non-stop. "Hey, stop the car." "Sir, I told you to stop." At this point, stopping the car was impossible. If he dared to block the road, Tronlek would likely run him over for real. Seeing Tronlesi just speed past like that, he angrily shouted, "Damn it. Are you trying to run me over? You just wait. Let us see if I do not teach you a lesson when I get the chance." Unfortunately for him, Tronles heard his mumblings. Well then, he brought this death upon himself. Normally, holding a grudge would just mean badmouthing someone behind their back or making small gestures, but now it is the apocalypse. After awakening their abilities, everyone has a chance. A fatal blow could kill someone. Tronles was a bit too lazy to do it himself, so he turned to provoke Fu Vipyeding, trying to enrage it. Fapi Vung. Did you hear what he said? He said he wants to eat dog meat. The problem was, although Fop Vaging did not fully understand what people were saying, it did not really believe that man had said the words dog meat, but it had to obey whatever its master said. The Fuppy Vingi opened the car door and leaped out. "Whether you want to eat dog meat or not, if my master wants you dead, then you must die." Then, it shot sparks of electricity straight at the man, shocking him relentlessly. From inside, Trunleka directed, "For the last hit, do not use your lightning power, Fapi Vung. In battle, any hesitation will get you killed. Only by adapting to the apocalyptic environment can you survive safely." Figiging obeyed and lunged forward, biting straight into the man's neck. It was doing exactly what its master wanted. After finishing, the two continued on their way. The road in the villa area is too narrow. This truck probably won't fit. Trunlefen told Tavupyi to get out of the car and distract the zombies first. He would park the truck and follow right after. Quick as a flash, Fuving jumped out and noisily herded the zombies. In a little while, when Fibidine gets away, the zombies will still come back. Then, they will be free security guards for Tranlak's car, so he won't have to worry about anyone stealing or damaging it. Fortunately, Tranlak's rebirth did not cause any major incidents. Daitru did not turn into a zombie. so he should still be safe. He remembered that in his previous life when the apocalypse broke out, he had hidden in the villa complex. It seems he climbed a wall and hid in one of the villas. But that means Tran Lak could not remember which villa Dai Tru hid in, only that it was one in the outer area. It seems the only way is to use the old-fashioned method. The young man walked while shouting loudly to Dai Tru, "Can you hear my voice? Where are you?" Phap Vong also felt helpless because such a loud noise would attract zombies to its master. Tran Lak stubbornly continued to shout, "Dai Tru, if you can hear me, answer me." Luckily, Dai Tru heard Tran Lak's voice and recognized it was Brother Tran. However, the woman next to Dai Tru stopped him. "Dai Tru, do not go over there. That guy is crazy. He is not even afraid of attracting zombies. If he wants to get himself killed, that is fine. But please do not drag us down with him." Dai Tru thought it made sense. It was strange. With Brother Tran's intelligence, how could he not know this was dangerous? Why would he use this method to find him? Tran Lak continued to shout loudly, "Can you hear me? Dai Tru, don't be afraid." Dai Tru still decided to open the door and see what was happening. However, before he could even get out, he saw a horde of zombies running chaotically towards Tran Lak. The young man took the opportunity to give them a taste of his electric baton. Dai Tru witnessed this and praised him repeatedly. The girl next to him was also terrified. The power of that electric baton was immense. If we had that for self-defense, we would not have to be afraid of zombies anymore. No wonder he is so bold. Dai Tru confidently revealed himself and called out, "Brother Tran, I am here." As expected, Tran Lak was very happy that Dai Tru was okay. However, seeing Tran Tin standing next to him suddenly ruined the young man's mood. Great. How could I have forgotten about that green tea bitch? She is very scheming. In the previous life, when there was not enough clean water to drink, she was afraid tap water was dangerous, so she used Dai Tru as a guinea pig to test it. After Dai Tru and I teamed up, she tried all sorts of ways to show affection to both of us. Even when dividing food, she would always hide some beforehand and then act pitifully hungry to trick Dai Tru out of a portion of his, manipulating him completely. Tran Lak felt that if she dared to be so shameless in this life, she should not blame him for using her to make Dai Tru understand how dangerous people can be. Tran Lak casually told Dai Tru to come back to his house with him, as it would be easier to coordinate that way. Tran Tin also took the opportunity to cozy up to him. "Hello, big brother Tran. I heard Dai Tru mention your name earlier. I am Tran Tin. We have the same surname. Who knows, maybe 500 years ago we were from the same family." She was already showing her flattering side. Then she claimed the situation was urgent and they all had to leave quickly. No one invited her, but she brazenly followed along as if she belonged. Tran Ten thought to herself that she had to increase this Tran Lak guy's favorability towards her. With these two protecting her, she would have a good chance of surviving until the national rescue team arrived. Just as he predicted, Tran Lak already understood Tran Tin. She was always calculating every benefit for herself. As soon as she entered Tran Lak's house, she thought, "Oh my god, this villa's location, environment, everything is clearly superior to the one I was in before. If I can wait for the national rescue and also get Tran Lak, would not that be killing two birds with one stone?" Seeing that Dai Tru seemed hungry, Tran Lak said he would get some food for them both. Tran Tin saw this and immediately started thanking Tran Lak repeatedly. No one is stupid enough to make the same mistake twice. Tran Lak swore that in this life, he would not let this green tea bitch take advantage of him. As he was about to open his spatial storage, Tran Lak glanced at Phap Vong. On the spot, the young man thought of a dirty trick to get back at Tran Tin. In the last life, you made me and Dai Tru suffer so much. Adding a little special ingredient for you now should be fine. Right?" The young man immediately went and forcefully rubbed a piece of bread on Phap Vong's butt. Then, he calmly arranged the bread on a plate and offered it to them. "This is all I have left in the house. Please make do." Being kind-hearted, Dai Tru was very worried about Tran Lak and told him to keep it for himself. Knowing this, Tran Lak had prepared 2 pieces of bread for Dai Tru, while Tran Tin only got 1. "You are a girl with a small stomach, so 1 piece should be fine. Right?" She was very easy to fool, enthusiastically replying yes, yes, while inwardly cursing him. How the hell am I supposed to get full with just 1 piece? But whatever, as long as Dai Tru eats his fill, he will have the strength to find food for me. Tran Ten took 1 bite and felt the bread tasted strange, as if it had gone bad. Meanwhile, Phap Vong, watching from a distance as a girl ate the bread that had been rubbed on its butt, felt nauseous. She is actually eating bread that was wiped on my ass. Damn, that is disgusting. Witnessing this scene, Tran Lak felt extremely excited. Although messing with this wench is fun, for the sake of the future, I should quickly expose her true colors and get rid of her. The situation now is that there are zombies everywhere and food is scarce. So Tran Lak suggested they should figure out a way to get to the supermarket at the gate to get some supplies. With his usual personality, Dai Tru stood up and volunteered. "Brother Tran, let us go. I will cover you. Don't worry, with this electric baton, as long as I am not dead, the zombies definitely won't touch a single hair on your head." This method was not good enough anyway. A fully charged electric baton could only kill 4 zombies. This was a golden opportunity for Tran Lak. The young man wanted to use this chance to teach Tran Tin a lesson she would never forget. "I have checked it out. There are more than just a few zombies at the supermarket in the residential area. I have a much better way. Little sister, with a small frame like yours, you must be a fast runner. Right, so you will distract the zombies. Meanwhile, Dai-Tru and I will go into the supermarket for supplies, then we will meet back at the villa. After hearing this, Trantine's face turned pale and she broke out in a cold sweat. In truth, she did not dare do something like that. She turned and put on a tearful act. Brother Tran, I have been weak and sickly since I was a child. I can't run fast at all. Asking me to do that is like telling me to die. Tranlac seemed unconcerned and asked directly. Then what the hell can you do? Fine. I will distract the zombies. And you and Dai-Tru will get the supplies. That should be okay. Right, still with a weak voice, Tran replied. Brother Tran, it is not that I do not want to. It is just that I have only eaten that one piece of bread you gave me all day. I am afraid I won't have enough strength and will end up being a burden to you too. Tranlac insisted she could not do nothing. He was not going to risk his and Dai-Tru's lives while she sat back and did nothing. Trantin froze, not knowing how to respond. What is wrong with this Tranlac guy? Why does he keep insisting I work with him? Isn't taking care of women the right thing to do? Why does not he know how to cherish a delicate flower at all? Realizing the situation was difficult and begging Tranlac would not work, she turned to beg to Dai-Tru, not letting Trantin play her silly games. Tranlac immediately interjected. I have not had a sip of water since this morning. My throat is about to go up in smoke. It is my fault for not preparing some bottled water, and I do not know if the tap water is contaminated or not. Taking this chance, the young man wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine. How about this? Trantin, you go test it for me. After you test it, I won't make you go. Trantin's mind was in turmoil, both annoyed and calculating. Is he treating me like a guinea pig? Damn it. I have not had a single drop of water because I am afraid it is contaminated. She was so selfish that she still had a bottle of water in her backpack, but because Dai-Tru was always by her side, she did not dare drink it. She was afraid Dai-Tru would ask for a sip, so she decided it was better to endure thirst than to share, which left her with a parched throat. With the same pitiful expression, Tran Ting continued, I can wash clothes and take care of daily chores for you too. Brother Tran, please do not make things difficult for me. Okay. Then she turned to look at Phap Vong. Oh. Right, we can have a test if the tap water is drinkable. Phap Vong, who had been minding its own business, was horrified. I may not be human, but I am still a real dog. You want me to test it? You bitch, I am going to bite you. It lunged at Tran Tin. She reflexively used her backpack to block, and Phap Vong bit and tore the backpack to shreds. The backpack ripped, and a bunch of items fell out. Tranlac saw this, he bent down to pick them up and even praised her. You have a lot of good stuff. Huh. The young man thought to himself. No wonder she was clutching that backpack so tightly. Turns out she was hiding food and water inside. She was probably waiting for us to go out so she could enjoy it all by herself. A vile person like you is really an eyesore. Then he picked up a can of water and casually started drinking it. He also took some food and gave it to Dai-Tru. Looks like I am hungry too. In that case, I will help myself. Dai-Tru, you have not eaten your fill yet. Have you? Here. Take this, let us eat up and then go get supplies. Dai-Tru's face darkened with displeasure. This morning, I risked my lifetime and again to save her, and yet how could she lie to me about not having any food when she clearly did? This means she never intended to share with me from the start. Fine, I won't bother with her anymore. Seeing this, Trantin recklessly lunged forward, shouting, you can't eat that. That is my stuff. Put it down. Put it down now. Give it back to me immediately. Tranlac tripped her with his leg, causing her to almost fall flat on her face. Trantin looked up and started complaining. Two men bullying a girl like me. You call yourselves men. Tranlac ignored her and continued sipping his water. Why do not you go ask the zombies if they care whether you are male or female? But this alone is not enough for Dai-Tru to deeply understand human nature. I have to be even crueler to Trantin. Seeing her crying her eyes out, Tranlac bent down, smiled, and continued his mission to expose her true face. What are you crying about? We need to eat our fill to have the strength to find supplies. Right, you do not have to go this time. We will eat your food, and when we get back, we will repay you double. Trantin heard this and thought it was reasonable. She figured she could not afford to fall out with Tranlac and to Dai-Tru right now anyway. The girl crossed her arms and feigned humility. No, it is my fault. It is just that I almost starved to death as a child, so I reacted that way. I'm sorry. Brother Tran, brother to Dai-Tru, I did not mean it just now. Hearing this, Tranlac thought she was really good at making up stories. Well, waiting for her to finish her bullshit would take all day. Tranlac turned to Dai-Tru. Let us go check out the supermarket at the gate in a bit. Wait for me to prepare a little. You two just relax. After saying that, Tranlac went over to Phap Vong and instructed it. Phap Vong dear, go outside and attract some zombies, about a dozen of them, and lead them back here for me. Hearing this, it thought its master was delirious. It understood leading zombies, but leading them home, what the hell? Tranlac did not explain, just told it. Don't worry about it. You will understand when you get back. Go quickly. For Tranlac, the real show was just about to begin. The young man brought out a bowl. The strong smell of garlic was so overwhelming that Tran Tin had to pinch her nose. Today True asked Tranlac why he was making so much garlic water. Tranlac replied with a smile. You two would not know. Earlier, when I was outside, I saw someone copying what they do in movies, wearing a big string of garlic. With my own eyes, I saw the zombies back away in fear, not daring to take a single step forward. It seems like everything is falling into place. It is just a pity that reality and movies are complete opposites. Garlic has a pungent smell that, when smeared on a person, attracts zombies even more. Tranlac continued to bait the hook. But unfortunately, there is not much garlic in the house. Only enough for 2 people. When we get to the supermarket later, we will have to see if we can get some more garlic. Then, a loud noise came from the door. Tranlac listened for a moment then asked, Shia, did you two hear that? It sounds like a horde of zombies is approaching. Tran Tin's face turned pale, and she did not understand what was happening. Tranlac was very curious about how she would react when faced with these zombies. Would Tran Tin choose to face them together, or would she snatch the life-saving garlic water? The noise grew louder and louder, and Tran Tin became more and more frightened. No, this is not good. That sound. It sounds like the iron gate is being broken down. To add fuel to the fire, Tranlac acted very convincingly. He even poured a bowl of garlic water on himself and then urgently told Dai Tru, quick, use the remaining bowl of garlic water. Today Tru turned to look at Tran Tin, hesitating for a moment. Although I dislike her now, she still does not deserve to die. The number of zombies this time is clearly not small. If I use up all this garlic water now, would not she die? Before she could even accept Dai Tru's kindness, Tran Tin's greed exploded. Only 1 bowl of garlic water left meant that only 1 more person could possibly survive. Without a moment's hesitation, Tran Tin snatched the bowl of garlic water and poured it all over herself. This action made Dai Tru despise her even more. I was going to give you this bowl of garlic water anyway. At that moment, Tranlac exposed her true nature. See that clearly. To Dai Tru, after the apocalypse, do not be kind to just anyone, because some people no longer deserve to be called human. Tran Tin was horrified when she realized she had been tricked. Tranlac, you dare to trick me? Tranlac retorted bluntly. Trick you? Didn't you jump into it yourself? Did I hold a knife to your throat and force you to pour garlic water on yourself? Let me tell you the truth. Zombies are extremely sensitive to the smell of garlic. You are dead for sure. Tran Tin was completely devastated and panicked more than ever. No, that can't be true. Tell me it is not true. I just want to live. What is wrong with that? Tranlac answered frankly. There is nothing wrong with that, but it is wrong to take advantage of and bully a kind and honest person, especially when that person is my brother. To borrow your words, if we all get to live, then what is wrong with sacrificing you? Tranlac decided to take off the armor that had garlic water on it and threw it into his spatial storage. Tran Tin was about to die, and dead men tell no tales. As for Dai Tru, Tranlac would tell him the truth that he had awakened a spatial ability. Tran Tin still could not believe she had been completely fooled. One trick after another. Armor. So you were prepared from the start? No wonder you dared to pour garlic water on yourself. Tranlac turned to Dai Tru and told him to find a room and hide, because right now, Dai Tru would only get in the way. At this point, Tran Tin could only kneel, beg, and try to use her charms. Brother Tran, please spare me this once. I will do anything you want from now on, Tranlac said bluntly. I want you to die. Once you are dead, I will spare you. Just then, the zombies broke into the villa. Tran Tin angrily cursed Tranlac. But it seemed this would be the last time she would ever curse anyone in this world. You, with the surname Tran. What did I ever do to you that you have been targeting me since we met? As soon as she finished speaking, the smell of garlic on Tran Tin attracted the zombies, who lunged forward and tore her apart. Finally, she was bitten to death. After everything was over, Tranlac realized he seemed to have miscalculated. His home of over 10 years was now ruined. At this moment, Dai Tru came out, still hesitant and confused. But Tranlac cut him off. Stop, Dai Tru. Now is not the time for you to share your feelings. This house is so filthy there is nowhere to step. Quick, help me clear these bodies outside. Half an hour later, it was dark, and they had finished cleaning up and throwing all the bodies out. Tranlac's whole body was exhausted. If only I had a maid. Then there would be someone to help me clean up the bloodstains. As soon as he said that, the young man thought of Manga. She was a very logical choice, beautiful and a fast worker. He just did not know if she was still alive. After a moment's thought, the young man decided to dismiss the idle thought, whether Manga was alive or not. For now, he would let the apocalypse take its toll. That way, it will be easier to recruit her when I make my move. But the urgent matter at hand is cleaning up all this blood. I definitely do not want to do it. But if I let Dai Tru do it, I can't just sit by and watch either. Then there is only one way. Tranlac's final choice was Phap Vong. Tough luck. Just accept it. He bent down and gave Phap Vong the most intimate smile ever. Phap Vong dear. Watch closely. You get water like this, and you have to wash the rag like this to get it clean. This is all natural wood flooring, so you have to wring it out completely. In short, the task of cleaning the house is all yours. You can only eat after you are finished. Phap Vong's face was one of pure helplessness. The fate of a dog, bullied for doing nothing. It could only resent its life and think, my master is even more of a dog than I am. Meanwhile, Tadai True was worried they did not have enough supplies and suggested going to the supermarket to get some things. At this point, Tranlac revealed that the supermarket at the gate only had junk. There is no need to rush, because I have something much better. Then the young man invited Tadai True upstairs for a meal. Witnessing such a lavish spread of food left Tadai True speechless. Did all this food just appear out of thin air? Brother Tran, what are you doing? Seeing Tadai True so confused, Tranlac had to explain. Dai True, have you felt any changes in your body? Tadai True started thinking and realized that after having a headache for a while, his physical strength had increased quite a bit. Tranlac revealed. Actually, I experienced that kind of change even before the apocalypse happened. If Tadai True's change is a strength type, then Tranlac's is a space type. Tranlac explained further, I suddenly discovered I could control some spatial power, and I also had a feeling that some disaster was about to happen. So I stockpiled some things. Tadai True seemed to hesitate, but he appeared to understand somewhat. Tranlac felt this explanation would not sound too absurd, unlike his rebirth, and it would also be easier for Tadai True to accept. After pouring a beer, Tranlac handed it to Tadai True and said, I also have a hunch that we will become good brothers. Come on, do not overthink it. Heaven is wide, the earth is vast, but eating is still number one. Tadai True was still hesitant and felt it was a bit wasteful. There is too much food here, so Tadai True wanted to clear some of it away. Leaving 2 or 3 dishes would be enough. Tranlac felt that if there was any leftover food, Phap Vong would take care of it, since it had not eaten anything yet. Hearing this while cleaning, Phap Vong was a little moved. Forget leftovers. When I was astray on the streets, even having rice water to drink was a luxury. Thank you very much, master. However, after looking at itself, Phap Vong cried its heart out. After all, is cleaning the house really a job for a dog? After they finished eating, Tranlac gave Tadai True some crystals and told him to absorb the energy from them, as it could rapidly increase the user's power. After hearing that these crystals were dug out from the brains of zombies, Tadai True shuddered. Now, both of them would go to their rooms to absorb the crystals. Tranlac did not forget to remind Tadai True to stop immediately if he could not take it anymore. Also, do not call me Brother Tran anymore. Just call me brother is fine. Back in his room, while absorbing the crystals, Tranlac thought, this is too strange. Based on my past life's experience, absorbing 8 crystals at once should be enough, but now have already absorbed 20. Sure enough, on the 20th crystal, he felt a headache and seemed to have leveled up. What is going on? In my past life, it took me 14 days to level up. Now, it is only the first day of the apocalypse, and I have already reached level 2. Tranlac was now a level 2 spatial ability user. Moreover, he felt he could still absorb more crystals. The young man was extremely curious about the limit of this absorption and decided to test it to the end. As of now, Tranlac had absorbed 42 crystals. Not only had he absorbed 42 crystals, but he could also condense a void sword, although he could only maintain it for 5 seconds. In his previous life, he did not have the ability to understand the void sword until level 7. At his current rate, in his previous life, he would have needed to be level 9 to control the void sword for use. But perhaps in this life, he could barely use it by level 4. Maybe he could even unlock it sooner. Just thinking about it made the young man feel amazing. As soon as he opened his eyes, Tadai True was already praising the method Tranlac told him about, saying it was really effective. I feel like my strength has increased a lot after absorbing about 7 crystals. Phap Vong took the opportunity to flex its own achievement, barking loudly for 9 hours and showing a very happy expression. Turns out it had eaten 9 crystals. Although that was impressive, Tranlac was glad it was not 99. Otherwise he did not know when it would stop barking. Tadai True looked at Phap Vong for a moment, unable to believe a dog ate more than him. Tranlac then revealed, don't look down on it. Phap Vong's natural talent is quite high. Try on this suit of armor. After breakfast, come with me to the granary. As soon as the two of them went outside, they saw a bunch of zombies loitering around the pickup truck. Tranlac had long since started seeing them as free security guards. Tadai True was about to deal with these zombies, but Tranlac stopped him and said, don't do it. This is all free labor. Just let Phap Vong herd them away. So Phap Vong just charged into the fray. Tadai True praised it endlessly. What a brave little puppy, not afraid of danger or hardship. Tadai True even felt that this dog, Phap Vong, was more useful than him. Seeing Dai True was too worried, Tranlac waved his hand and said, don't compare yourself to a dog. There is nothing it can do that you can't. Everyone has their own strengths. Tadai True was surprised. Is there anything in this world a dog can do that Tranlac can't? He was shocked by the answer. That is right, it dares to eat poop. Do you? While busy dealing with the zombies, it heard these unpleasant words. Phap Vong immediately turned back to protest. Woof woof, that is slander. I do not eat it. Finally, they arrived at the granary. Tranlac found it very strange. The granary had quite a few employees. Surely someone must still be alive. Even though they had made such a loud noise, they did not hear anyone crying for help. Dai True thought that the granary must have a cellar, and it seemed everyone had hidden down there, which is why they did not hear the truck. As soon as they went down, Tranlac saw the path to the basement, and they decided to go in and check. After just a few steps, they came across a skeleton in a running posture. However, there was not a single shred of flesh left on it. Normal zombies are messy eaters and would never eat a person so cleanly. There must be some kind of small mutated creature in the granary. I do not know if it is ants or rats. However, both of these species live in colonies, so there must be a large number of them. Tranlack felt that he could not take the risk. It is fine if we do not get anything. Our lives are the most important thing. Suddenly, a squeaking sound echoed, and they saw a swarm of rats running towards them. Tranlack urgently shouted for everyone to run. Damn. It wants to fight the rats. Tranlack reminded it to be careful. Many rats were chasing them because they craved human flesh. Human flesh is the most delicious. Charge! A rat lunged and bit Tranlack squarely in the back, causing him to fall. Damn it. In a situation like this, you can't hesitate to act. Today True was also being attacked by rats all over his body. They began to fight back to back, giving the rats a taste of the electric bacon. Luckily, the electric bacon was strong enough to kill them, but that one rat was clearly a mutant. In fact, whether it is survivors, zombies, or mutated creatures, their strength increases gradually, but there will always be individual mutations. They can burn through their life potential to make their strength skyrocket. Although their growth is immense, their lifespan is shortened. But encountering one of these is like stepping in dog poop, unbelievably bad luck. Seeing Today True fall, the rat felt this was its chance and immediately lunged. Today True quickly pointed the electric bacon at it. He thought it would kill it, but it had no effect and seemed useless. The rat continued to lunge and bite at Today True's neck. It seemed one more bite would pierce the armor. Seeing Today True in danger, Tranlack wanted to help, because this rat king's strength was at least level 3, maybe even level 4. There was no ordinary way to kill it in a short amount of time. And there were too many rats surrounding them. If Tranlack had not broken through to level 2 last night, he would have surely died today. The Rat King looked at Tranlack and thought the electric bacon would never be a threat to it. It silently warned Tranlack that after it finished off Today True, it would turn and bite Tranlack to death. As for Tranlack, his only hope now was the void sword that could only be condensed for a few seconds. The young man charged forward, activated his power, and struck it. At this range, there was no escape. After taking this sword strike, not even its ancestors could save it. After finishing it off, Tranlack picked up the crystal. This crystal was very large, plus its incisor tooth. Tranlack felt he was not strong enough, so he told Today True to come and see if he could pull it out. After trying their best, the two managed to collect the giant rat king's tooth. They continued down into the cellar. Today True was now extremely curious about how large Tranlack's spatial ability was. Tranlack took the opportunity to flex. It is not that big. Just about the size of this granary. Today True, you absolutely must not let it slip that I have stockpiled so many supplies. Remember, do not tell anyone. Today True also promised that he would not reveal this secret even if he was beaten to death. Suddenly, the entire cellar went dark. It seemed the power had gone out. They needed to hurry and get home soon. It was already dark when they finally got home. Tranlack turned to Today True and said, "Today True, that Rat King today was too dangerous, in my opinion. For now, it is safer for us to stay home and level up. Based on my current crystal absorption rate, it will take at least 3 days to reach level 3. If you get bored at home, you can use this to play games or watch movies." After saying that, Tranlack handed Today True an iPad. 3 days later, they had used almost all the bowls and chopsticks in the house. Tranlack turned to Phap Vong and sighed. "I wish you knew how to wash dishes." Phap Vong looked at its master, speechless with resentment, and could only curse inwardly. "If you are going to be my master, at least act like a decent human being." For the past 3 days, just eating his fill and lazing around had made Tranlack feel exhausted. While drinking a bottle of water, Tranlack asked, "Phap Vong, I remember you leveled up to level 2 yesterday. Right?" After realizing its master had noticed this achievement, its eyes lit up. The young man continued with his praise. "The proverb says a good dog does not need to be trained to become talented. Go outside and find some zombies to practice on and see if you can come up with any new lightning-type moves." As soon as the praise was over, Phap Vong obediently started to go outside. As it was about to step out the door, Tranlack called it back, making it even more hopeful. "Does this mean I do not have to go? Or is he worried about my safety and wants to give me some instructions?" In reality, it had dreamed too big. Its master called it back to ask it to take out the trash. At this point, he really was not letting a dog be a dog anymore, as it went out with 2 bags of trash. Tranlack sighed in disappointment. "You really know how to make people worry. I wonder when you will learn to clean up and take out the trash on your own. You are a grown-up dog now. After all, if I do not tell you to do it, you do not have the initiative to do it yourself." Huh. Even Today True had to feel that Phap Vong was pitiful and had been reincarnated in the wrong place. Suddenly, Tranlack thought of Mangak again. "Now I really feel the need for Mangak to take care of my daily life. I remember she lives in the staff dormitory of a 5-star hotel nearby. That is it. When I reach level 3, I will immediately go check on her, while resting and recuperating in bed." Tranlack had a breakthrough. In his previous life, it took him half a month to break through, but now it only took 3 days. Tranlack was now officially a level 3 ability user. "Phap Vong, You should be glad you are following me in this life, because now I do not have to ambush you like in the old days. The duration of his void sword also increased from 5 seconds to 20 seconds, so he could finally carry it around. When morning comes, I will set out to find Manga, and I can also replenish a large number of crystals. This is great. On the second day, today True and Tranlac decided to go out to find Manga, and they arrived at the staff dormitory. Just as he finished zapping a few zombies, someone opened the door. He was a hotel attendant, Luvanbat. He kept begging for help. Big brothers, please save us. Save me. Tranlac also felt lucky. He had been dealing with this hotel for half an hour and finally met a living person. The young man turned and asked, "Do you know Manioke?" After hearing this question, the attendant nodded repeatedly and said he knew her. She is in that room over there, but she is not here right now. On the morning of the disaster, there was a business conference, so she was called away to prepare food. After saying that, Tranlac lifted him up and made him lead the way. Elsewhere, Mangak was being bullied severely. Lamini, a rising star, was constantly yelling, "I told you to move over there. Didn't you hear me? Do you believe that after we are rescued, I will file a complaint and get you fired?" The hotel manager sitting next to her was also terrified. Magok, Lama is a VIP guest of our hotel. Be a good girl and move over. Manigok felt it was too crowded and did not want to move anymore. There is really no more room. I am a living person too. I need space. As soon as she finished speaking, Lamon grabbed Magok by the hair. "You dare to talk back to me? Do you know who I am?" Lai Lam, a big shot in the business world, felt that the remaining vegetables were not enough for so many people. He said that if Magok did not listen, they would throw her out. Everyone inside agreed to get rid of Magok, including the hotel manager. "You see, there really is not enough space here. For the greater good, we can only ask you to make a small sacrifice. Why do not you try running somewhere else?" Mangok disagreed because the outside was now full of zombies. With zombies everywhere, she would not know where to run. Without letting Mangok have another say, they dragged her outside. Lamai crossed her arms smugly. "This is the fate of those who dare to oppose me." As soon as she was outside, she saw zombies all around. Mangok told herself not to cry. "Hold it in. I can't cry and give those people the satisfaction. I'm so angry. If someone could deal with all of them, I would be willing to pay any price." But anyway, she felt like she would not get the chance to do that. A horde of zombies began to lunge and attack. At this moment, Mangok could only cry in frustration. How ridiculous. I saved a group of people, only to be killed by them. At her most desperate moment, Tranlac appeared to save her. "Magok, it is me." "Tranlac, you used to teach me." As soon as he saw Mangok, Tranlac was overjoyed. "At least the chef is not dead. Looks like I am in for some good food." Tranlac thought to himself, "I went through so much danger to get here. I wonder if you are moved. Now, be my chef with all your heart." Mangok looked up and thanked Tranlac repeatedly. However, this was not the time for talking. First, he wanted to clean up all these zombies, and then they could reminisce about old times. Tuti Tratan and Trunlucky worked together to destroy the zombies with electric batons. Laminai's group inside looked through the window. Overjoyed, "We are saved. After holding out for 5 days, we are finally saved." After eliminating the zombies, the whole group came out and repeatedly thanked the two heroes who had saved them. "Hello. You too. I'm Mummy Yi. It is a pleasure to meet you." As she greeted them, she thought to herself that it would be great if these two were her fans. However, Trund Lex was quick to sense that something bad had happened to Mia Ningix. He turned to her and asked, "What is wrong? Whatever it is, let me handle it for you." Amija Nage, still aggrieved, said, "Tron Lex, what happened was, why did I even bother saving them?" After listening, Trunluck sighed and said, "This just goes to show, it is hard to be a good person." The hotel manager came out and made an offer. "Hey, brother, could I trouble you to take me home? After this crisis is over, you can come work at my company for a monthly salary of 200,000. Trunalefta turned and gave a chillingly cold reply. "So you think you are all that just because you have money? I hate people like you who repay kindness with wickedness." Tukli Trottle also scowled and immediately slapped the guy so hard he fell flat on his face, spitting out saliva. The hotel employee standing there witnessed it and was scared out of his wits. These two guys have some serious guts. The people here were all big shots. Were not they afraid of retaliation? However, in such a dire situation, they did not act high and mighty but immediately swallowed their pride and began to plead. "Hey, you have already helped your friend anyway. And we were indeed wrong, but as long as you can get us to a safe place, we will do anything you say." In these apocalyptic times, Trunlush allowed himself to follow only one principle. As long as you are my enemy, if I have a chance to let you die, I will absolutely not pass it up. Trunlucka turned around with a bright smile and said, "Although you people have wrongs one of my own, rest assured, I won't bother killing you. I will just tie you up, whether you live or not. Well, let us leave that up to fate." At this point, the manager started acting tough, bringing up the law to threaten them. Hearing his grating words, Tutuyai Trot had to retort, "So, did you think about this issue when you pushed her outside?" Lummy Wimey knelt on the ground, continuously begging to be saved. "Please save me. I will agree to anything. Seeing this whiny attitude only made Tron Lex scowl. Oh, so this lady wants to seduce someone when she is at a disadvantage. Scram, I hate filth. After saying that, the young man tied her up tightly with a rope. But Lamina, true to form, still tried to act like a beautiful damsel. I have not been able to shower for a few days, so being a little dirty is unavoidable. You could give me a bath. You know, all this talking was giving him a headache. Tron Lefik stuffed a cloth into Lamwina's mouth to shut her up, then left, leaving them to fend for themselves. Only the hotel employee was left, who quickly ran after them, asking to go with Tron Lex. The young man turned and asked the employee, "What do you think you have that is worth me taking you in?" After saying that, Trunlef gave the employee a shoddy baton and set a challenge. Go out and kill 10 zombies. And he would be accepted. At this point, who would dare to do that? But if he did not do it, Trunlef definitely would not accept him. Well, Trunlex could not take him on the team. But he still had the kindness to give him a few things. I will give you 3 minutes to pick some items. Then I will protect you on your way back to the dorm as a thank you. Trunlef also turned and bluntly made an offer to Melvin D. My place is short on logistics staff. There is no one to cook. I just happened to think of you. If you are asking me to wash dishes and scrub pots, I would rather go kill zombies. I guarantee your safety. And you won't be mistreated when it comes to food and drink, not to brag. But meeting me is the luckiest thing that will ever happen to you in your entire life. So what do you think? Will you agree to come with me with such good treatment? Who would not agree? Moonlinky nodded her head repeatedly. Welcome to the team. Wait for me to take this guy back. Then we will go home and have a proper celebratory meal. And of course, you will be cooking. As soon as they got home, Trunluch asked Mudunyek about the space and power. What I just told you about is my and Zaitra's special ability. What about you? During these 5 days, have you felt anything or awakened any special abilities? Minyigav thought back and realized that on the 3rd day, she did have a bit of a headache. But she was not sure if she had any powers because she always felt hungry and did not pay much attention. Trunluchev smiled and replied, an ability awakening on the 3rd day can't be said to be the best, but it is definitely not bad. Now, listen to my instructions and try to slowly feel the energy in your body. Moonigihi then closed her eyes, and a flame appeared in her hand. Trunluck looked extremely surprised, with a hint of joy. Fire. If an ability user's fire is used for cooking, the food will be delicious. This makes her a super class chef. I have found a treasure. Half an hour later, Nolnigi had prepared an incredibly lavish table of food that smelled absolutely delicious. It really is different when a chef cooks. Both Tva and Trenlev had a fulfilling meal, as if they had never eaten anything better. This tofu is both soft and fresh. Finding Nigati was the right move. After they finished eating, Moonlingi cleaned up the pile of dishes. Trunlucka felt he had chosen the right person. He told Miangi to just leave the stuff there. No need to clean it up right away. Let us go see the room now, the young man said to her. For the time being, they would stay at home to level up their special abilities. Trunlef talked about specific methods for leveling up later. A few days later, Trunlef finally reached level 3. At this rate, he estimated it would take another 10 days to reach level 4. The young man felt that he should go out to gather more crystals and had to find the 2 sisters, Mali and Ami, to complete his team. 10 days later, Trunlex was curious if they had experienced the hardships of the apocalypse yet. Although now was not the best time to recruit them, he should still go check things out to prevent someone else from getting to them first. After all, it was a healing ability. If he did not get someone with such a skill in his hands, he was afraid he would be struck by lightning for wasting the opportunity. Trunless decided to go out with Tichi Tri to collect crystals first, but not before giving Myek instructions. While we are not here, you are not to open the door for anyone, no matter who it is or what excuse they use. Even if someone is dying in front of you, you must not open it. Keep the windows tightly shut. Do not stick your head out the window, and definitely do not go outside. If something happens to you, you are on your own. After saying that, they left. By now, it was getting dark. After a session of feeding the zombies with the electric baton, they had collected about 500 crystals. Trunlux stretched, feeling that this was good enough. He remembered that the sisters lived in the residential complex just ahead, so he decided to go and check it out. According to his memory, they lived in Building 3, Apartment 201. Trunlech bent down and ordered Fiap Viung, go up to Apartment 201 on the upper floor and sniff to see if anyone is home. Fuppy Ving Ving felt that this was the first time it got to do a job that a dog should be doing. However, after sniffing for a while, it started growling very angrily and barking incessantly. Could it be? It turned out it had discovered a white cat. Because it was bitten by Favup Vang, it was now crying its eyes out. Trun Lek thought this cat was cute and wanted to keep it as a pet. He went over and told Fu Vang, don't hurt it. Suddenly, after getting closer to the cat, Trun Lessa heard a voice that sounded human. Boo-hoo. Get this stupid dog off of me. Trunluff realized this cat had telepathic abilities, an unexpected find. I have to get it. He put his hands on his hips and scolded Faplopjog for being rude, then gently picked up the cat. It seemed that just by looking into each other's eyes, the cat and Trunon Lesh could understand each other's thoughts. I did not provoke it. I did not challenge it. That dog just bit me for no reason. I am so pitiful. Seeing this, Trunluffy thought in reply. Yes, yes. You are very pitiful indeed. The cat continued to use its telepathy to ask, Do you have dried fish? I can sense that you do. Trunlek was extremely surprised. How did it know? Based on what? But he did not mind feeding it. After all, once it eats my food, it will be my cat. While he was petting the cat, a girl from upstairs shouted, "Let go of my Mimipina." It turned out to be Mevi Lep, and this cat, Mvifiam, was hers. However, in his past life, Trunlek had never seen this cat, nor had he ever heard the two sisters mention it. Malep came down, looking angry. "You, give Midi Fatim back to me." Trunlek felt that this trip was already more than worth it. Malep came down and snatched the cat, then looked at it with great affection and apologized. It seems that the two sisters, Mili and Ami, are not together right now. After all, if Mi Ling were here, she certainly would not let her sister risk coming down alone. After snatching the cat, Muvalep turned to leave, but the cat kept struggling. "Let me go. He has dried fish on him. I want to eat dried fish. He is dried fish. He is not a bad person." The cat kept struggling and ran down, then ran back to Trunlex, looking at him with sparkling eyes. "Mumafim has not had dried fish in over a week. Give me one." Trunlex wanted to take this opportunity to win over the younger sister. He bent down and told the cat, "The shopping mall out there definitely has dried fish. Let me take you there. Do you guys want to team up to find supplies?" Before Malep could even answer, the cat answered for her, "Yes. I can sense that this person has no ill intentions. He can be trusted." Muvalep was still a bit hesitant, so Mumfiem got annoyed and clung tightly to Trunlex. "Then you do not have to go. I will go with him. You can just stay home as usual and wait for me to bring food back for you." Muvalep heard all of the cat's thoughts and agreed. "No, I will go with you all. Wait for me a moment. I am going upstairs to get some things." When Mivilep came back down, she was wearing a different outfit. She curiously asked about the people who would be accompanying her. Trunless introduced them right away. "This is my brother, Tui Trui, in game term. He is equivalent to a warrior. Also, this dog is my partner. His name is Fifi V. He is a thunder-type mage. You can call him Thunder Favip Ving." Malep was extremely surprised. A dog that can discharge electricity. It seems Mevfiem is not the only one with special abilities. Trunlek also introduced himself. "I have abilities equivalent to a space-type mage." Then turned to ask Milep. She answered shyly, "You probably already know. Memfiem has the ability to communicate with others. My name is Mevi Leap. The special ability I suddenly acquired is equivalent to a priest." While they were still chatting, a group of zombies ran towards them. Momavlep said that she could help boost everyone's strength a little. After receiving Imlipid's energy, Trunlef felt his strength rise to a new level. She might only be level 1, but she could already increase Trunlef's power by about a third. Trunlefi told everyone to step back so he could charge forward. However, Maluba volunteered. "No, it is not necessary. I have never fought a zombie before. This zombie is perfect for me to practice on. Sooner or later, I will have to do this anyway." Weak on the outside, but strong on the inside. No wonder she could survive until the end of the world. It is just that the power of a rolling pin is limited. So Trunluxi told Yaitron to give Mivlep the baton in his hand. Malepa closed her eyes, telling herself not to be afraid, encouraging herself that she could do it, then swung the baton straight at the zombies. Tronlex, who was watching, had to be surprised because this girl was so brave. After killing the zombies, she could not stop vomiting. Trunluck brought her some water to drink. On another note, that damn cat Emifem could not stand its craving for dried fish anymore. It was getting furious. So slow. When are we going to find the dried fish? On the second floor of the shopping mall. They felt they had gathered quite a lot from this floor. Trunlek told Lep to go get bags and take as much as she could carry. The young man turned to look at the cat. He felt that the ability this cat had awakened was probably not just a simple mental power system. After all, this special telepathic ability was not something an ordinary mental power system could control. Trunlefik thought that such a rare cat must be kept firmly in his grasp. He decided to lure it with dried fish again. "Come back with me later, and I will make dried fish for you." The gluttonous Mevi Femme immediately wanted to go back with him upon hearing about food. Behind BBB, a zombie was approaching. Phoebe immediately got agitated. "Woof, woof, woof. Danger." Turning his head, he saw a massive zombie standing behind her. Muggle Lep unfortunately tripped and fell. The zombie kept roaring. "Hungry. So hungry. Let me eat you." The girl scrambled to run away but ran right into Tron-less, who was standing in front of her. Trunluck sighed as he encountered another mutated type. The appearance of the zombie looked like the devourers commonly seen in his past life. In his memory, their strength was very powerful. They had good defense, and they knew how to use projectiles and self-destruct. Looking at its physique, it was probably level 3. Trunluffy told Mulipe, "Don't be afraid, I am here." The young man began to gather his strength. Seeing a good opportunity, he immediately attacked, slashing straight through its body. Unexpectedly, it was taken out with just one strike. However, its corpse was very gruesome, so he did not want Mulep to see it. As the girl nestled against Tronlef's chest, she thought, "He can kill this terrifying monster with a single sword strike. He is so cool." This scene was just like something out of a romance novel. After huddling close, the maiden was even taken by the hand by the man to escape the dangerous area. After opening her eyes, Mulep found that she was safe. She was still in awe of Tronleka's coolness. Their eyes met, and then Malepi turned away out of shyness. Trunles was very puzzled by this reaction. In any case, he did not expect the appearance of this devourer to have such an effect. The hero saving the damsel in distress. Although Klitschy was still very effective, taking advantage of this opportunity, the young man immediately made his proposal. Mvlip, let us form a team from now on so we can support each other. Having fallen into the trap of love, how could she refuse? Upon receiving her agreement, Trun and Lex continued to persuade the girl to come home with them. We have collected a good amount of crystals. Come to my place for a bit to get acquainted, and we can have a meal while we are at it. However, Mama Lep was still a bit hesitant because she had to wait for her sister to come back. If my sister comes back and does not see me, she will be very worried. How about I go after my sister returns? Mum Feem was drooling and seemed unable to bear the craving for dried fish any longer. It continuously pleaded with its owner. Hoo, why are you refusing? Can't you just write a note to leave behind? Mumbaling will see it and won't worry anymore. Besides, I have a feeling Emmeline won't be back today. Also, he said he will make us dried fish. That is fish. No matter what, you have to go today. I want to eat fish. I want to eat fish. This damn cat. Really? Because of it, Mlep had to reluctantly agree. As soon as they arrived at Tronlek's house, both Mlep and the kitten were astonished. At a time like this, how could any place have so much delicious food? After eating, Mel still insisted on going back, afraid her sister would arrive and not find her. However, Trunlex did not really agree. It was very dangerous outside, and it would not be good to let Mevlep go back alone. The young man then came up with an idea. Actually, it does not matter where I stay. How about Tikudzi Atrov? Amijanage, and I move to your place. Trunleken's main goal was to wait for that Lindim. He added, I think there is definitely no one living next to your house. If we move over there, it will be easier to take care of each other. Mlep agreed immediately without any hesitation. This is not taking care of each other. It is clearly you, brother Tronlech, taking care of me. In that moment, they made their decision. Immediately, Trunlech told everyone to pack their things and prepare to move. When they arrived at Mlep's house, she invited them in. How about everyone stay at my house? My house has 4 bedrooms and 1 living room. Just enough for us to live together if you do not mind. Trunlex was secretly thrilled because this was a great opportunity for him. After agreeing, they went into Mlep's house together. Trunlex was so thoughtful that he even prepared fruit for dessert after the meal. Mlep's affection for him grew even more. The world outside is so dangerous now, but brother Tronlef not only protects me, he feeds me, he brought light to me in the dark. Powerless nights. And he gave me my favorite watermelon to eat. The girl could not control her feelings and rushed to hug Trunlex tightly. Brother, I feel that the luckiest things in my life are meeting you and my sister. Trunlef was speechless at this point. Her emotional response was so strong that he was at a loss. Unfortunately, I only just met Mivlep today. If I act too hastily, it will ruin everything. The young man thought calmly. He said, from now on, we are all friends. Helping each other is what we should do. You do not need to be so formal with me. Trunlek was actually just trying his best. If a beautiful girl kept hugging him like this, his wicked side would be exposed. Besides, I still have watermelon in my hand. Are you sure you do not want to eat the watermelon first before hugging me? Mlep suddenly realized her earlier action, and her face turned bright red. Then she led everyone to see the rooms. She introduced the room that her classmates sometimes stayed in to Mie Nigit. For her sister's art room, she said it had a bed and was usable. This room would be for Tzai Trar. She also showed favoritism, choosing her sister's room to introduce to Tronlex. However, the young man's biggest concern was if he stayed in Maveline's room, where would Meline stay when she returned? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to just screw it. Well, I will just stay here for now and figure it out later. Trunlex suddenly remembered he had forgotten something. He then took out the crystal stones and gave them to Mevlep. After teaching her, he told Mevlep to go back to her room and give it a try, and he also went back to his room to rest. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the cat rolling around on the bed with a look of pure enjoyment. Damn it. Why are you here? This cat was not only gluttonous but also lecherous. It jumped up and hugged Trunlek's arm tightly. Tonight I will sleep with you. Tomorrow I will sleep with Mevlep. Trunlevas was at a complete loss for words. Whoa. You even know how to be fair. What a wicked cat. Well, might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Then today, I will slowly make use of you. Now, cultivate with me. Elsewhere, Meline was facing a horde of zombies. Her 2 classmates, one named Trentrung Trun and the other Vujing Tenor V, were cowards who continuously hid behind her, which was getting on Amibi Lin's nerves. Can you 2 teammates stop hiding behind me all the time? Unable to contain her anger, Mimbeline threw a punch, unleashing a flame. At this point, her flame ability was too depleted. Even though she had advanced to level 2, she could not continue to deal with so many zombies. While fighting, she suddenly thought of and worried about her sister. It is so difficult for even me to survive. What is my delicate little sister going to do? Has she starved to death at home? Or was she eaten by zombies while looking for supplies? Seeing her standing there in a daze, her 2 cowardly friends thought Mevline had eliminated the zombies and asked, which way do we go next? Mummy Lin, distracted, pointed forward. This way, we are almost there. Her heart was still in turmoil. Mv Lipe, I left a piece of chocolate for you, so you must survive, you must hold on until I get back. Emmeline had no idea that her sister at home was living like a queen, eating well every day. Today, Trun Luffy even planned for them to have a barbecue. Mumigihi confidently declared, although it can't compare to a first-class chef, it is definitely no worse than what you would eat outside. Alright, I will start preparing now. Just tell me what kind of meat you want to eat. However, grilling produces a lot of smoke, so we can't do it indoors. Trun Lucca suggested they all go up to the rooftop to grill. Suddenly, Malin's voice echoed. Mv Lipe. Mv Lipe, are you there? Upon hearing this voice, Malup joyfully recognized her sister's voice. The second person to be excited was Trun Les, because he had finally waited for a mind to return. The two sisters were truly very close. However, as soon as they looked out, they saw two strange guys coming out of nowhere. The two guys stood there looking at each other, thinking, the older sister, Mummy Lin, is the school beauty. I did not expect the younger sister, Mv Lipe, to be just as pretty. It was worth accompanying her all the way from school. They were planning to team up to win over the Mi Line and Mi Lep sisters. While they were happily looking at each other, their eyes met Tron Lix. They wondered, who is this guy? Why is he with Migi Lep? We have never heard that Mevlin had a brother. Before her sister could ask, Umba Lep introduced him. Sister, this is brother Tron Lex. While you were away, it was thanks to brother Tron Lex taking care of me that I have been safe until now. The older sister looked at her younger sister for a while and felt relieved. After all, Min Lep looked to be in good spirits. It seemed she had indeed been taken care of better than ever. The two classmates felt that Mi Line had been cold and difficult to approach on the road. While her sister was so pretty, they decided to make a move and shifted their target to My Lep. Tron made the first move. Little sister Minnie, you must be hungry. Right, I have bread here. Take it and eat. Avidi V, afraid of being beaten to it, jumped in and said, Little sister Minnie, do not be polite with us. I have sausages here too. These two cowards were now competing with each other. While Mum Lep did not seem to care much, the girl bluntly refused. Thank you, but I am really not hungry. You two can keep it for yourselves. Trun Lex could see at a glance that these two guys' intentions were all too obvious. Molly felt that talking downstairs was not safe at all. She told everyone to go upstairs, thinking to herself, back then, my brain must have short-circuited to have brought these two troublemakers along. I can't let them drag me and my sister down. It is perfect. After we finish this meal, everyone can go their separate ways. The two, Trong Trunjan and V Tenavi, were still drooling, fantasizing that they were about to live with the school beauty. They even fantasized about living with both sisters. As soon as she entered the house, Malene asked, is there food in the house? Trun Lex smirked to himself. Of course there is food, but unless you agree to join me, you won't get any. The young man asked Miyagichi if there was any rice left in the house to cook some. After all, she was Movie Lip's sister. It would not be good to be stingy, so just cooking some rice to eat would be fine. Minigik turned around with a questioning look on her face. Because were not they supposed to have a barbecue? Then she saw the group of people and immediately understood the situation. Trun Luck also reminded her not to wash the rice because it would waste water. The two guys entered the house, looking around and snooping. They were even rude enough to try to wander into the kitchen. After seeing Mnu to pouring water to cook rice, Tenavi rushed over and chugged it down. Trong Trunjan also said he was very thirsty and told her to give him some water. Menigam thought these two guys were too rude and had to scowl. Can't you pour it into a bowl to drink? If you drink like that, what are other people supposed to do with the rest of the water? The two guys started to grumble. Do you know how hard it was for us on the way here? It is just a little bit of your water. What is the big deal? Have some sympathy. It won't happen again. Trun Lek felt that these two people really could not be kept. They started whispering, as expected of the school beauty's house. Not only is it spacious, but it is also very stylishly arranged. But unfortunately, having an extra man here spoils the fun. Tron suddenly pointed at Fa Pyung, who was lying down and relaxing. They could not believe that a dog could still be living so brazenly without being infected. Both of them started thinking about a fulfilling dog meat meal and looked extremely greedy, as if they were about to make a move on Fa Vop Fying. Facing Fop V, Trong Tronjan pointed and said, in this era, it is hard for people to survive, so why are you still raising a dog? Beside him, Teen V agreed. What are we going to do when the rice runs out? Daring to have designs on Fop Vang, it immediately jumped down and growled, just short of pouncing on and biting these two. He added, this dog is too fierce. I am afraid it will harm Mevlin and A. Libe. It is better to just kill it. You guys just need to sit and wait. Hearing this, Trun Lex could not take it anymore and stood up, scolding them. In my place, there is no leftover food for the two dogs standing in front of me. Then he told them to get the hell out. Tron arrogantly raised his chin and asked, kid, have you ever fought a zombie alone? He added, you are just a coward who only knows how to hide at home. Truly, a silent tiger is mistaken for a Hello Kitty. That is not all. He even turned to Mi Lin and complained that they had faced so much danger coming here with her, it is hard for people to survive. Yet there is someone here raising a dog. The despicable Teen V added, we have endured hunger and hardship on the road. Can't we have a 7-course dog meat meal to improve our diet? At this point, Mumbaling could not stand it anymore and spoke up. On the way here, what evil intentions did you have, and how much effort did you put in? Don't you know it yourselves? Her delicate face became tense. This ends here. From now on, we will go our separate ways. I invite you two to leave immediately. The two scoundrels' faces turned pale as they called her heartless. They continued to run their mouths, claiming they protected her on the road and helped her find her sister. What a joke. They hid behind Aline the entire way, and now they are just spouting nonsense. The scoundrels said she was beautiful but vicious. At this point, Mumbaling accepted it, telling them to leave after they finished scolding her. With nothing else they could do, they left resentfully, not forgetting to turn back and curse that Muline's group would regret it. As soon as they left, Trunlef patted Ivtha Ving's head and said, "Let them get a little further away. It is a hassle to clean up if it is too close." Understanding its master's intention, the Fupiu knew what it had to do. Seeing the little dog run out the door, Mumbali wondered, could it be running after them to offer itself up? The two scumbags were walking down the road, cursing the Mev sisters and even plotting to harm them. Fapi Vung, standing behind them, could not take it anymore. It thought, I will take care of these bad people cleanly, then barked at them a few times. Unaware of what was coming, the two scoundrels were delighted to see Fafop Vig, even thinking they would get to have a better meal tonight. Without letting them say anything more, Phoebe unleashed its magic, shooting a bolt of electricity at them, catching them completely off guard. After neatly dealing with the two, Phoebe turned and walked away. With just that little bit of skill, you want to eat dog meat? Truly trash. On this side, Umbaling had not eaten a proper meal in a long time and ate several bowls of rice in a row. Amon Lep stood beside her, telling her to eat slowly as there was still plenty left. After eating her fill, Malene turned to Tron Lech and said, although I ate a bit much, you can rest assured, it is not hard to get food around here. Just as she said that, he called for people to bring up the food. Afraid that she had eaten all of everyone's food, Malene turned red and apologized if there was not enough. I will go find more. Trun Lech said it was not necessary and turned to tell Mang Yi to prepare the food. No more barbecue. He sat there and listed off dishes: tofu with cabbage, boiled potatoes with pork, chicken, shrimp, crab, beef, and did not forget to order tomato and egg soup, leaving Mangaline sitting there completely astonished. Mulingi said that many dishes were not a problem, but it would take a while to prepare, about an hour. Trun Lech stood up and said, no problem, take your time. Then, he turned and called Mevi Lep, come with me, I need to talk to you in private. Lep obediently followed. Malin watched them suspiciously, a man and a woman, being all secretive and going into a room together. What on earth were they planning to do? In Lep's room, Trunles placed both hands on the wall, cornering the small girl against it, making her blush with embarrassment. He said, from now on, if you follow me, you won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. He brought his face close to hers and added, when you are with me, do not you feel very safe, not scared at all. In this situation, Lep felt like she was burning up because they were standing so close. Trunlech's gaze was roguish. He asked her if Mubaline would listen to him like she did. After a moment's thought, probably not. For someone strong-willed who did not know Trunlex, she definitely would not obey. Trunlefi then asked, between me and your sister, who would lead everyone to survive better? Of course, it is you, brother Trunlech, she answered softly. His gaze was direct. Therefore, you must make your sister listen to me. The expressions on their faces were quite funny at this moment. One was innocent, while the other had a roguish expression but was afraid of being too wicked. Trunlech was serious. He had to make her submit to him, to see him as the captain. Otherwise, if a conflict arose at a critical moment, it would be bad. He looked very experienced. Lep was obedient. I understand. I will definitely make my sister listen to you. Trunlech added, before your sister submits to me, I will not share any supplies with her, so, later, she can only watch us eat. He comforted her further. The moment she obeys, she can eat. We are doing this for her own good. Malep was completely psychologically manipulated. In the kitchen, a table full of lavish food was laid out, ready to be cooked. Malin saw it and was shocked. Why are you making so much food? How are we supposed to live in the coming days? Mumingi replied. Trunlefi told me to cook. How much I cook is up to me. She ignored Milin. Knowing she could not influence Migesh, Mulin turned to find Tronlesi to talk. Mumalin questioned Tronlex. You told her to make so many dishes. If we eat it all today, what will we eat tomorrow? Tronlef replied. Today, you two sisters are reunited. Malupi is very happy, so of course, we have to celebrate a little. Malin thought this was too wasteful, but Tronlech insisted it was his stuff, and she should not meddle. Looking at the table full of food, she thought to herself, I ate too much just now. I am still full and can't eat anymore. The fragrant smell of food without being able to eat was really frustrating. An hour later, the food was served on the table. Mummy Line wondered why there were only 4 drinks for 5 people. Was it not enough? If so, she would not drink soda, just the soup. Everything was ready, and Miye called everyone to eat. Sitting at the dining table, Trunlech looked at Mevelin. What are you doing sitting here? Maling was angry. What difference does it make where I sit? Mv Lipe, sitting next to her, did not dare to make a sound. because she had already agreed with Tron Lassie that this was for her sister's own good. Trunluck's face remained stern. We are eating. It is not quite appropriate for you to sit here. If you want to sit and watch us eat, then you can stay. Milling was startled and said loudly, "What do you mean? Is there no share for me here?" Hearing that she could not eat, Milling was a bit shocked and angry. He clearly said they were throwing a party to celebrate the reunion of two sisters. Yet he would not let one of them eat. Trunluck laughed loudly. "It is true I said we are having a party, but I never said I was letting you eat with us. Only then can you eat the delicious food that I risked my life to bring back." Trunluck turned to ask Hangalep, "Are you one of my people?" The young girl nodded. "Yes, I am Brother Trunluck's person." Next were Zietron and Eji. It was obvious. One had gone through life and death with him. The other was saved by him. With him, they did not have to worry about food or clothing and lived like kings, so why would not they be his people? Even the dog and cat had to cry out to claim him as their master. So in this house, only Mevlin was an outsider. This was really putting on the pressure. Trunluck smiled smugly and dangerously. "These are all people who have shared hardships with me. What they receive is what they deserve." Turning to Mevlin, he asked, "Who are you? What right do you have to eat with us? Unless you also show that you will listen to me and charge into battle together. Only then can you." Before Trunluck could finish, Lin became extremely furious. "You want to humiliate me like this over a single meal?" Slamming both hands on the table, she stood up and shouted, "Don't push people too far." Then she turned and walked away. "Mummy Lin, do not need your handout." She thought to herself, "What is a single meal worth? There must be a conspiracy." Ignoring Mevling as she walked away, Trunluck continuously served food to everyone, even speaking loudly to provoke Mevlin further. Serving people was one thing, but he even gave fish to Mevfan, making Mevlin even angrier. She was furious but could do nothing about it but go to her room. As she walked away, she still looked back and said loudly, "I am going back to my room." Being treated like this, how could she stay in this house any longer? As she opened the door to her room, she saw something that made her jump in shock, her face turning purple with rage. It turned out she saw the male lead's underwear. She immediately screamed, "Trunluck, you have got some nerve, letting a man stay in my room." Muvalep peeked from outside, innocently saying, "I forgot to tell you, sister, while you were away for a few days, Brother Trunluck stayed in your room temporarily. But do not worry, he is very gentle and chivalrous. He did not rummage through your things, swallowing her anger. Out of consideration for him taking care of her sister, she would let him stay in this room." Malepi added, "Brother Trunluck said we can take a bath, as long as we do not let the unboiled water get into our mouths. If you feel uncomfortable, you can go take a bath." Mimbali nodded and said, "Mv Lipe, go on and continue eating." Taking off her clothes in the bathroom, she felt all alone in this house. In the steamy bathroom, Maline's incredibly alluring figure was revealed. She truly was the university's beauty. It was such a feast for the eyes. She thought to herself, did my little sister really sell out her own sister for food? Even while showering, she could not stop thinking about what happened earlier. How could a small refrigerator hold so much food? Let Tronlassie keep showing off. We will see who has the last laugh. After her shower, she put on an incredibly sexy and alluring white bikini. Outside, she heard Tronla's loud voice say that today, after dinner, they would have grapes for dessert. Hearing about grapes, Maline was a little shaken. After getting dressed, she thought to herself, why, out of all the fruits we could eat, does it have to be grapes? My favorite. Putting on a sexy, loose pink dress, she debated with herself, I do not want to eat them. After so many days, the grapes must be frozen solid and not fresh. I do not care for them. Outside, everyone was happily eating grapes. Malin peeked out and called Mevlup over. She told Mevleep, come to my room with me. Trunluck saw Malin and thought, as expected of the school belle, not only beautiful and capable, but her figure is also so seductive. It is truly exciting. Trunluffy taunted. Mvleep. Hurry back. These grapes are very sweet. I will save some for you, which made Mevan even more furious. Over here, Trunlussa held up a bunch of grapes and said, eating grapes but not peeling them, not eating grapes but peeling them, deliberately trying to provoke Mavi. He must be doing this on purpose. As soon as they entered the room, Mali immediately grabbed Mylup's hands and pinned her on the bed. You are something else. Mvleep, colluding with an outsider to provoke your own sister. The pose of the two was extremely suggestive. Maline then raised a finger. She started tickling Mevlep's armpit. What is the deal? Why did not you speak up for me just now? Mevlep laughed loudly. That tickles? Stop, I will talk. We have actually become a team. She added, to avoid disagreements at critical moments. Everyone has tacitly agreed that Brother Tron Lushy is the leader. Brother Tron left. He was afraid you would not listen, so he intentionally did that to you. He discussed it with me beforehand, and I thought it made sense. Mubaling was skeptical. Have you been brainwashed? As expected, the young are easily swayed. Malin sat up. If he has enough ability, of course I will listen. But for him to use such a despicable trick, does he think a single meal can make me submit? Although Malep felt for her sister, there was nothing she could do. What do you want to do? Continuing to be this stubborn is not the way. Mumbaling was resolute. If he wants me to listen to him, he has to prove it with his strength. She put her hands on her hips. I will fight him to see who has the last laugh. Taking off the sexy dress, She changed into a very tough-looking outfit and walked out the door. Malipi asked, "Where are you going?" "I do not dare eat a certain someone's food, so of course I have to go out and find my own." A little worried for her sister, Mlep looked back and forth between Tron Lushif and Mylene. She said, "It is so late. What if you run into danger?" She turned to Tron Lucky for help. "Brother Tron, my sister wants to go out. Please talk her out of it," Trunlef replied. Sorry. Mv Lipe, I have no reason to stop your sister. However, if you are worried, let her take a Mevi fine with her. It can predict any danger. The cat pouted. It is not good to be with Tronlex. Why are all women so emotional? To add an extra layer of safety, Tronlech also had to Vepling follow her. Phoebe was not happy either. It was so hot, and now it had to go out and suffer. Mum Lep also wanted to go along to help her sister if anything happened. Trunlech agreed, reminding her to be safe and to bring the electric baton. The group one person, one cat, one dog went out together to follow Mylene. Trunlech sat there laughing, thinking he should not have used such a method. But in his previous life, Mylene had discovered him while he was getting food and kicked him in the butt. A grudge he held to this day. He really holds a grudge, kicked in the butt in his past life. He is determined to subdue her in this one. However, Trunlech also thought he could not continue like this. He had to seize the opportunity to make Mylene submit. About 10 minutes later, Mylene returned with a cup of instant noodles in her hand. I get to have beef noodles tonight. Although it is not as good as your food, I am satisfied. Trunlech chuckled to himself. Someone who did not know better would think her noodles actually had beef in them. Right. Then he turned to Memugake and said, I want to eat beef noodles too. Let us cook some. Hearing this, Mylene glared at Trunlex. He thought tonight she would see what real beef noodles were. He smiled and looked at her. Mummy Lin, do not be so hostile towards me. He then added, let us have a talk. She agreed. She also wanted to see what he had to say. The two sat at the table. Suddenly, Trunlech apologized to Mevlin. At noon, I really was a bit too much. Hearing Trunlech apologize, Mylene was a little suspicious. You have not come up with some new trick, have you? What do you mean by this? He replied, my apology is sincere. I was wrong before, but until you acknowledge me as the supply captain, I can't share the supplies with you. He added, the position of captain requires both strength and strategy. I will prove to you that I am better than you in every aspect. First, strength. In 3 days, we will have a match. If I lose, I will listen to you in everything I do from now on. Umbeline was delighted. She seemed very confident but still asked with some doubt, are you serious about this? Trunlech laughed loudly. Of course what I say is true. What is there to be afraid of at this point? Mumbeline asked further, why 3 days later? Why not today? Why do not we have a match right now? It turned out Trontovlev was afraid he still could not control the power of his ability and might accidentally injure her. In 2 more days, he would break through to level 4, and his control over his ability would be more stable. He added, besides, right now, forget about fighting me. You can't even beat Fupi Ving. Mylene got angry, with a touch of cuteness. Damn it, I can't even win against a dog. Trunlef teased further. Alright, you are stronger than Fu Vanning. Okay. Being compared to dog made her feel extremely humiliated and furious. Suddenly, Fu Vanning barked loudly at the door, startling both Trunlunk and Mylene. There was a knock on the door from outside. Mummy Lin. Mv Lipe, are you home? The voice from outside continued to call out. Mummy Lin, I saw that you came back. Please. Can you give me some food? I have not eaten in 2 days. Please give me some food. Mylene walked towards the door, saying as she went, haven't eaten in 2 days. Does that mean you ate 2 days ago? Trunlech wondered how she could answer so calmly. Reaching the door, Mylene said, we do not have any food either. Go away. Mylene turned back to Mlepi behind her and advised. Remember, no matter how much we have, one day she will eat it all. When she finishes it, she will come back to us again. Trunlech stood there watching Mline advise her sister. Just surviving is already very difficult for us. This is survival of the fittest. This made him exclaim in admiration. Mummy Lin, your understanding is very profound. Being praised, Mylene appeared very confident. Cut the crap. In 2 days, I want to see where you get the confidence to defeat me. Trunlest was not to be outdone. It will be my pleasure to accommodate you. The cat rubbed against Trunlech's leg. I feel like that woman just now had malicious intent. Trunless immediately picked it up. Okay. I know. No matter what the reason for the malice was. If you dare to come here, do not even think about leaving. The one who knocked was a fat, middle-aged woman. As she walked down the stairs, she muttered, I can't believe that Mylene is so vicious. It is infuriating. Below, 5 able-bodied young men were waiting. One of them asked, are you sure Mylene is home? The woman replied, she is. I just spoke with her. The group chimed in, saying they saw Malep at home too, walking through the residential complex with 2 men. The men discussed their desire to capture the Mef sisters, their thoughts extremely perverted, wanting to be playboys even in death. With that, the group grabbed their weapons and told each other to head towards Mylene's house. The woman added, in a bit, you all better rough them up fiercely for me. Upstairs, Azitru looked through the window and saw the group talking. Azitru looked at Trunlech and said, brother, some people are coming with weapons. They are not good people. Trunlef patted Mevfen's head and said, go down and take care of them. Don't let them die inside the building, otherwise we will have to clean up. Ie held the electric baton and said, okay. Brother. Malep also took the opportunity to give Vi Trot a little strength boost. Elitru opened the door and said, I will be right back. Just then, Foping also rushed forward, barking woof, woof, as if to say, me too. It also wanted to go deal with the bad guys. Trunlak stood above, looking down to observe the situation. On this side, Malign stole a glance at his profile and suddenly blushed, looking a bit longer. She thought, the more I look at this guy, the more handsome he is. She also wanted to see if one man and one dog were really that formidable. The two of them stood next to each other by the window, looking down below, listening to Fuppy Yabing's loud barking. The two of them actually looked quite good together. A voice echoed up, brothers. Look, we are having dog meat tonight. As he spoke, the 5 young men from before surrounded Zichar, with Fuppy Vong barking non-stop beside him. As soon as they spotted Zichar, one of them was immediately hit with a baton and sent flying backward. Seeing their brother get hit, the remaining men were a bit panicked, but one of them reassured them. Don't panic. Let us all rush him and overwhelm him with our numbers. Zichar stood still and let them hit him as they pleased, but it had no effect at all. Only now did they realize he was no ordinary person. He was an ability user. What is more, to their shock, Fuppy Vitinglo launched a lightning attack him from behind, startling them. How is this dog an ability user too? Before they could even get their bearings, Zichar hit them with his baton again, sending them sprawling to the ground. Up above, Trunlak praised Fuppy Zong. Although he had never taught Fuppy Vong to draw attention, it had learned to do so on its own. What a smart dog. All 6 people had been taken down. Trunlek said to me, yep. Go extract the crystals from the middle of those 6 people's foreheads for me. The girl was a bit startled. Malep's face now showed clear panic and fear. She pointed to herself. Trunlek affirmed, yes. Although you are a support, you still need to experience these things yourself to avoid being affected by unpleasant sights during critical battles. Beside them, Mung also agreed in support. This is something you have to do sooner or later. Just do it now so you can get used to it. Mevlep briefly thought, could this be revenge for not defending my sister during lunch? Handing Mevlep a small knife, Trunlek said, I will go down with you, with Trunlussi accompanying her. Mevlep felt a bit less scared. She started to gradually regain her confidence. The two went downstairs. Trunluffy told Tra, let Mevlep do this, holding the knife in her hand. Mevlep thought, sigh. At lunch, brother Trunluxi and I ganged up on my sister. Now, my sister and him are ganging up on me. Mevlep grimaced and looked at Fata Vung for help. How about you help me? The Fuppy Ving Ving turned its head away as if it heard nothing. This was not something a dog should be doing. The small knife was slowly inserted into the corpse's forehead. The image was a bit gruesome and has been blurred. Mevlep extracted the crystal with one hand while vomiting profusely with her mouth. She still was not used to this. After collecting all the crystals, she handed them to Trunlux. He encouraged her, go ahead and puke. You will get used to it after you do. Your brother Zhr was the same way before. When we get back, I will have Sister Nekshi cook you some beef noodles to make up for what you have thrown up. Everyone returned home together. A bowl of beef noodles filled with meat was placed before her. Mama Lean looked at it in shock. Are you guys eating beef noodles or just beef? Who eats beef noodles with this much beef? Handing the bowl of beef noodles to Mavlap, Trun Lechet encouraged the girl. This biggest bowl is for you. Malep's face still showed a hint of sadness and fear. She thanked Tron Leech, but it was clear she could not swallow anything right now. Her mind was filled with nothing but bloody images. Over here, Malin could not swallow this anger either. The next morning, the 4 of them, including Tron Leaf, were sitting at the table eating scallion pancakes. This dish was delicious, and Meen wanted some too, but she was in a standoff with Trenlex, so she could not, although she was very hungry. She could not sit at the same table and eat lunch with Tron Lux group. At noon, the delicious aroma of food wafted over again. Malin sat there, nibbling on dry rations. She thought to herself, let us see what you guys eat next. Do I not know how big my own refrigerator is? In the evening, she looked at the table full of dishes and wondered, why are there still so many dishes? My fridge is so small, they should have emptied it after 2 meals. Mumlin flew like the wind towards the refrigerator to open it and check. In front of her was a refrigerator packed full of food. Vegetables, meat, and fruits were all plentiful, which made her extremely puzzled. She immediately ran to Tron Lessie to question him. Why is the refrigerator full again? When did you go out? Even if you did, you probably could not find such fresh food. Just then, Malep came out to explain to Mevline. Sister, brother Tronluxy is actually a space ability user. He can store food for several years. This made her jaw drop in shock. At that moment, Malin got angry. Why did not you say so sooner? Malepi put on a cute face. Sorry, sister. I forgot. She turned to Tron Lesh. Anyway, according to the rules, we will have a match in 2 days. If you lose, you will have to obediently listen to me. Trunlef replied. Don't worry, I will try my best to meet your request. Besides, we might even be able to fight tomorrow. Mum Lin was confident she would be the winner, and Trunlechi would have to kneel down, call her sister, and offer all the food to her. It seemed Trunkenleke was about to break through to level 4, at which point he would be able to use spatial walk. At that time, not only would his protective abilities increase, but his strength would also change. Inside the room, Trunlek was absorbing crystals. He was preparing to start absorbing the crystal of the rat leader. He began to absorb it. All the spiritual energy of the rat leader's crystal quickly entered his body, and his brain lit up brightly. Suddenly, with a crack, a splitting headache, as painful as a hammer blow, appeared, with small lightning sparks around him. Mivifine, lying there, was also alarmed, not knowing if he was okay. Trunlek pressed both hands to the ground as small lightning sparks appeared all over his body. It seemed he had finally leveled up. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally reached level 4. Mivifane looked at the crystal, drooling and meowing. The rat's crystal was truly a treasure. There was still more than half of its energy unconsumed. He had to put it away. With that, he told the cat to wait obediently inside. He was going to test his new ability. Fuppy Viding was lying guard at the door when it suddenly saw Trunlek appear out of thin air, which gave it a fright. Trunlek turned back to reassure it. Don't be scared, it is me. The Fuppy Viding thought to itself, I was already guarding the door, and you still scared the soul out of me. I almost had a heart attack. Trunlek sat on the sofa. Mulan heard the noise and came out, saying, Trunlex, are you intentionally making the dog bark in the middle of the night to disturb my sleep? That really scared the dog half to death. Trunlek chuckled lightly. You think too highly of yourself. Eat first. After we eat, we will have a little match. Umbaling was startled. Isn't the match supposed to be tomorrow? Mugaling was still a bit skeptical and said, before we fight, let us confirm one more time. As long as I win, you will listen to me, right? Trunlek nodded. Of course, it seems you are very confident. How about we add another condition? He held up 3 fingers and said, the fighting distance will be within 20 meters, in 3 seconds. I will make you admit defeat. If I can't do it, then you win. Hearing this, Umbalin was a little angry. I admit you are very strong, but 3 seconds, aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? Trunlek smiled lightly. I am not underestimating you. I am just very confident. Lin smiled smugly. Once the match starts, I will just back away. I really do not believe he can touch me. She asked further, what is the condition of the match? Trunleffy gave a sly, perverted smile and said, it is very simple. You just need to bend over and let me kick you in the butt once. Umbaling was startled. So if you lose, I get to kick you in the butt. You can kick me to death. You can kick me as many times as you want. Or if you have any other requests, I will grant them too. He thought to himself, since I am not going to lose anyway. With that, everyone went up to the rooftop of the building. Trunleffy and Mubalin stood 20 meters apart. He said, if there are no other objections, let us begin. Beside them were 3 spectators who were also the referees. Mv Lipe, Amijanage, and Z Travet. Mil immediately backed away, thinking, I do not believe I can't drag this out for just 3 seconds. Suddenly, Malin's eyes widened. Where did Trunlef go? She clearly had not taken her eyes off him, so how did he disappear? Mumlin hurriedly looked around but still could not see him, unexpectedly appearing from behind. Trunlef grabbed her shoulders with both hands, giving her a huge shock. It all happened in the blink of an eye. She quickly grabbed his arm, intending to throw him forward, but Trunleshi just stood there, smiling very gently, while Mumlin stood frozen and motionless. He breathed lightly on her shoulder. Mummy Lin, you lose. Her face turned red as she let go of Trunlef's hand. That is right, if Trunlechi had used a sharp dagger just now instead of his hands, she would have been done for. Malin's face fell. I lose, she thought to herself. What should I do? Do I have to bend over for him to kick me now? Trunlefer turned towards Evelyn and said, for now, let us go down and eat first. You come along too. Facing Malin, he smiled and said, I was wrong about what happened 2 days ago, but from now on, we are on the same team. We are all comrades. We should get along. Down at the dining table, Amigi brought out a tray full of delicious buns and turned to Mimi Lin. Don't be shy. If it is not enough, there is still more. I will cook you a bowl of spicy soup. Her stomach was already very hungry. The food smelled delicious, and everyone was so welcoming. If Mevlin were to refuse now, it would be quite impolite. She began to enjoy the food, thinking to herself, I do not want to refuse such delicious food. Trunluk sat beside her, smiling faintly. It was no exception. Today, Mubaling had become one of his people. Trunlefsi cleared his throat. If everyone has eaten their fill, then let us all go to the living room. We can discuss our next plan a little. Everyone gathered in the living room. Trunlucky began to speak. Since the apocalypse began, the strength of the zombies has started to grow. Now, the only way to deal with them is to unite. He continued, it will become increasingly difficult to obtain supplies. For one person to get food from the zombies is a near-death experience. Therefore, the trend will be for people to gather into teams or form settlements to survive. Although Tronlucky's team was very strong, if they encountered a team of over 100 people, even if they won, there would be casualties, which was something he could not accept. If they joined another team, with his personality, he could not submit to others. Moreover, with Mulin and Lip being so beautiful, what if others wanted to take them? Hearing this, Mulin reacted fiercely. Whoever dares to have such intentions towards me and my sister, I will beat him to death. Because of this, the 5 of them could not join another's team. nor could they let others bully them. Trunles decided, we will form our own team. The more people in the team, the better. Of course, we can't just accept anyone. Hearing this, Muvalep responded in agreement. Brother Trunles is right. Let us form our own team. Ichar beside her also agreed. We will all listen to Brother Trunlex. Professor Trunlechi began his analysis. The central area has too many zombies, so ordinary people will choose to flee to the suburbs. Before long, many people will establish gathering points and form settlements outside the city. Munlin now spoke up. I really had not thought that far ahead. She also nodded in agreement. Trunlek nodded. Hearing this, she must have truly been convinced by him. He wondered when he could carry out the condition they had bet on earlier. Just thinking about it was enough to make him happy inside. Finally, he could get revenge for his past life. His expression was extremely smug. However, to preserve Mi Lin's dignity, fearing it would embarrass her in front of everyone, he temporarily set aside the matter of expanding the team. He stood up and said, Mummy Lin, follow me into the room. I have something private to discuss. Mubba Ling was puzzled, not understanding what could be so important that it could not be said here. It was clearly a private, secret matter. As if understanding the issue, she immediately thought of the butt kick. She thought to herself, is he really going to kick me? She stood up to follow Trunlex. Well, you play, you pay. I already agreed. What is so scary about one kick in the butt? Inside the room, she placed both hands on the wall and stuck her butt out. All right, if you want to kick, then kick. Seeing her standing straight, Trunlek had an attitude. He requested her to bend her butt up, his tone very teasing. Malene was a bit embarrassed. This is too humiliating. Is it really necessary to say it like that? Malene protested, a little confused as to why he added the condition of kicking her. She proposed, how about you change to a different punishment, as long as it is not too outrageous. He was resolute. Don't ask why. You play, you pay. Are you going to do it or not? This reality truly infuriated Mi Lin. As a strong-willed girl, Mumbalene resigned herself. All right, Mummy Lin, I said I would do it, and I will. With that, she placed both hands on the wall, her butt arched back in an extremely seductive and provocative pose that invited a spanking. At this moment, Trunlech naturally froze. He never thought he could do this to the future flame goddess, a war goddess. This spectacular scene was truly unbearable. Malin saw Trunlech take off his shoe and thought to herself, without shoes? It should be a little lighter. Trunlech would not go so far as to kick me really hard. Would he? If you use too much force, I will cry for you to see. Malene turned back and said, what is the delay? I am counting to 10. If you do not kick by then, do not blame me for not keeping my promise. You will have given up on your own. With that, she began to count. Over here, Trunlech thought one kick could wash away the humiliation, but this grudge had to be settled sooner or later. Looking at Emmy Lin bending over in front of him, Trunlech thought, did I really bring her in here just to kick her once? Feeling a bit of pity for the fair maiden, Trunlech thought this one kick might feel good, but it also felt like it would make him single for life. Imbeline counted down from 10. 2. Time's almost up. Trunlech hurriedly raised his hand. Just as she reached 1, accompanied by a cry of a slapping sound came from behind her. It turned out Tronki had made his move. Malene was both embarrassed and angry. I told you to kick me once. Why did you use your hand? Trunlech smiled slyly. I forgot. How about I give you another kick to make up for it? Malene turned around and growled. I will strangle you. Mul lunged at him, making Trunlech beg for his life. If he dared to tell anyone outside, she would probably really strangle him. He hurriedly went out, not forgetting to turn back and curry favor with Mevline. At noon, I will have Sister Mnech cook a few of your favorite dishes to celebrate you officially joining the team. Imbeline suddenly blushed. Wait, he never asked me what I like to eat. Could it be that Mi Lep told him before? At noon, looking at a table full of food, Malene thought that without Trunlech, she might never have been able to eat these dishes again in her life. As she thought, she kept picking up food and eating with great relish, gradually developing a good impression. Malene took the initiative to toast Trunlech, saying, thank you for taking good care of my sister. Outwardly, he said, it is what I should do. Don't be so polite. Just eat. But in reality, he was thinking, to get the good stuff, you have to win over the whole family. While everyone was eating, Trunlech suggested, this area is a densely populated residential complex, which will attract survivors looking for supplies. The terrain is also not suitable for us to live in long term, so after we finish eating, everyone should pack up their things. Tomorrow, we will go back to my old villa with me. On the way, we can also look for suitable members to recruit into the team. It was indeed not a bad idea. The more people there were, the more at ease he would be. It was also a good opportunity to give Me Line and my Lep's group some practice. Sitting in the cold truck, he suddenly heard cries for help from outside. Brother Fing. Brother Fing. Please, just leave us. You run. Outside, a group of people was surrounded by zombies. 3 people stood behind while 1 person stood in front to block them, turning back to say, cut the crap, if we are going to die, we die together. It turned out they had encountered an attack from poison-spitting zombies. If he had left his 3 teammates as bait for the zombies, he could have escaped, but he did not do that. The man named Feng called out to Tron Lech for help. Big brother, if you can save us, please save us, for this great kindness. Fine V will definitely repay you. On the truck, Tron Lech thought, this person is decent. He can be recruited. He smiled and nodded. All right. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fufupiying flew down from the truck, preparing to unleash its move to save them. Fuppy Viging received the command and used its lightning to strike the man. He felt as if his eyes were playing tricks on him before the power of this dog. Falling V and T Lam were overjoyed to be saved. Finid and V bowed his head to thank Tron Lech for saving the four of them. Tron Lech asked them what had happened and if they had awakened their abilities yet. Fine V introduced himself, the oldest of the four. This was the third day he had awakened. His ability was increased strength and enhanced physical constitution. And this is Ding Hein, ice ability user. Awakened on the fifth day. This person is Li, with an electric ability. Awakened on the fifth day. He even joked happily. I can't even compare to the dog you are raising. The last person is T-Lan, who can control sand and stone. Awakened on the seventh day. The four of us work at the same company and have been comrades for many years. We came out to find some supplies today and unexpectedly ran into poison-spitting zombies. We almost lost our lives. Trunlef also introduced himself and then extended an offer to invite them to form a team. Of course, he would be the leader. Fang V was extremely respectful and thanked him. He was the one who saved their lives, so refusing would be truly ungrateful. Trunlese had the four of them sit in the back of the truck. The four of them stopped to see if there was anything they needed to grab, but since there was nothing important, there was no need to go get it. There would be more on the streets and in the shopping malls. In the truck, Trunlak spotted an empty apartment and told the four of them to stay there temporarily. He would come back for them later. Muline felt that these four people were indeed not bad. Not only did they have the courage to kill zombies, but they also did not abandon their teammates in a life or death moment. Trunlek was also quite satisfied with them. But people's hearts are hard to predict, so he reminded everyone to be a little careful. He assigned Mi Lin and Mevi Lep to choose a room on the third floor. Elichur and Sister Neki would stay on the second floor. Then everyone would clean up a bit, while Zia Charter would go next door with him to meet them. As soon as they reached the door, they heard them talking about Phi Pi Vang, saying that even the four of them combined would not be enough to beat it. Trunluk walked over, cleared his throat, and asked if they knew how to cook. He smiled and handed them a bag of food to use for now. He had just saved their lives and was now giving them more food, so the man was a bit hesitant. Failing V refused, telling him to keep it, and that they would go find their own later. Trunlus kindly told them not to be so polite. Now that they were with him, giving them some food was nothing. Eat and rest for a bit. In the afternoon, they would organize the supplies at the villa for him to manage centrally. He had also calculated that they would only get to eat meat after they became important members. D. Trotter give them a walkie-talkie for easy communication. Trunlefa stated his intention to settle here long-term, so in the afternoon, he would take the members to inspect the villa area. Since they were injured, they should rest first. If anything happened, they could contact him via the walkie-talkie. Returning, Malene walked with him and grumbled, "Why are not you going with Zi Trar? I am not comfortable leaving Mevlup in another group." Hearing a noise, he pulled her into a bush and told her to keep quiet and observe. A bus stopped, and a person with fluffy white hair appeared. It was Mzi Thie. Seeing her, he just remembered that he had forgotten about a henchman like her. Mulene Kao was the CEO and head designer of a clothing design company. She was quite famous, which meant she had an extremely twisted mentality. He recalled his past life. After the apocalypse, she and his subordinate established a reception point for female survivors. It was originally a good thing, but she never allowed her staff to have romantic relationships, and if caught, they would be severely punished. Who does not have feelings and desires? Moreover, she herself was the one who tried to win over Melvin. Later, she even died for Mivlin. Only after Moline replaced her as the leader did she gradually relax the rules for male survivors to join. Perhaps Nitheenka brought her subordinates here to collect supplies. It seemed that under his influence, Mumbalin and Thainka were destined to meet earlier. He looked over at Miu Lin. Winning her over like this was also good. When Mine saw his ambiguous expression, he pretended it was nothing. It seemed he also recognized another person. Thi Vian, the woman standing behind Ms. Thinka. She was a very strong ice ability user, which meant she died too early in the previous life. Just like in the previous life, Muli Thinka went to strike up a conversation with Muvline first. Muline was not very fond of her, so her reply was a bit curt. She introduced that her team was entirely formed by women and invited Milene to join them. Umbalene apologized and declined the invitation because she already had her own team. Muli Thinka curiously asked if Tron Les was her boyfriend. He immediately bristled at her completely irrelevant question. He turned and left to catch up with everyone, seizing the time to deal with the surroundings. Muthianka glared after him, thinking he was a greedy, lecherous man who monopolized beautiful women. She would definitely make Amin see his true face. She had her team temporarily stay here and begin to split up to search. Muthinka started thinking of a way to make Mivaline see Tronleka's true face so she would then join her. When dinner came, Muzivinka came to talk to Tranlex. She wanted to cooperate with him on something. He was also curious and asked her to elaborate. 3 kilometers to the east, there is a shopping mall with a lot of supplies. If we can get the supplies there, the food will be enough to eat for a year, and the daily necessities will be enough for over 10 years. But there were also many zombies there, so she was not sure of the success rate and wanted to cooperate with him. After the matter was successful, it would be a 30/70 split in her favor. After all, her side had more people, so naturally, they would put in more effort. He remembered that the shopping mall was where he and Lep had encountered the mutated zombie, and the supplies inside had already been completely taken by him. Knowing this beforehand, Trunless immediately refused, saying he was very timid. There were at least a few hundred zombies inside. I do not dare to go, Miss Ivanka showed her disgust, thinking, if you are a coward, then so be it. Why bother trying to hide it? How could Milene choose a useless person like you for her team? Trunlek waved goodbye to her. In truth, she wanted to set a trap at the shopping mall, making him reveal his wickedness in a moment of danger, and take the opportunity to eliminate him. But the bait did not bite. Out of options, she thought of asking someone for help. Trunlek watched her go, knowing that she wanted to set a trap to eliminate him so she could be with Mimi Line. In his past life, he had not realized Muthivinka was so vicious. Originally, he did not want to make a move against her, but since she had bad intentions first, he would find someone to eliminate her. Seeing Fop Vig, he immediately knew what he needed to do. Who would be on guard against a dog? The next morning, Muthivinka went to find Kakung Fong and politely called him Brother Fong. He did not dare accept the title of brother, telling her to just call him by his real name. Kind Fong, outwardly polite. Inwardly she was cursing this stinking delivery boy. If it were not for Mevlin, she would never have sought him out. However, the wind ability he had awakened was truly formidable. She came here today to ask for his help with a few things, wanting him to use the wind to lead zombies to Trunleka's place. She wanted to teach that scumbag a lesson. This King Fong was obedient and immediately agreed to help Director Muzi. He also hated scumbags, but more importantly, there had to be benefits for him after the job was done. Muzthinka knew very well what he wanted. After it was successful, she would let him join her team. He smiled and agreed to the deal. Actually, he also wanted to be a scumbag, but his strength did not allow it. He also hoped to be by Vidlin's side in Maviak's team. He remembered Zietrod worked as a guard for that villa. He could not find him last time. This time, he had to find Zietron. According to the plan, King Fong led the horde of zombies straight towards Trunleka's villa, with a wicked heart but a mouth full of apologies. He said, "Sorry, scumbag brother." Suddenly, Trunlex and Li Yichar appeared in front of him. Kong Fong was extremely surprised to see Ziyichar with Trunlex. Fu Li Bizang saw a bad person and fiercely lunged forward, but luckily Trunlex stopped it. The situation was very awkward for him now. On one side was a friend, on the other was a legion. He could not harm his friends just to join a legion of women. Friendship 1. Kong Fong led the horde of zombies away from there. Trunlefa recognized Kong Fong. In their past life, they could be considered friends. He helped them lure zombies, buying time to get supplies. It was just a pity that his method was a double-edged sword. After only a few days, he was torn apart by zombies. His past life was truly tragic. After returning, he greeted Zietrug and also apologized for the horde of zombies. Just now that scared him. Evelitra also happily greeted him, knowing he would not lead zombies to harm him. Trunlex, however, knew better and asked, "Was it Mevrivinka who told you to lead the zombies over here?" Kegiing Feng was surprised that he knew this and suspected he was that scumbag. Trunli asked, "Does anyone else know about you leading the zombies over here?" Kijing Feng honestly told him that she wanted to punish a scumbag and would appear at a critical moment. He was speechless at the man's foolishness. A piercing scream echoed through the air. This scream belonged to a level 5 zombie that had mutated. From a distance, a bus came speeding over. Muzinka continued to accelerate the bus towards the horde of zombies, with the belief that she could rescue Maive Line and win her heart. The bus slammed straight into the horde of zombies. The remaining ones managed to dodge in time. The zombie also began to use its skills, spat fire towards the two girls. The fire started to burn fiercely, and more dangerously, there was a gas canister on the bus. Muzdinka stopped the bus and told everyone to run. She reassured the girls not to panic. She wanted to use the fire to burn them to death and told everyone to charge forward. The zombie also picked up a sword and advanced to fight, charging straight for Muzdinka. She was also confused as to why it kept rushing towards her. She grabbed the shoulder of the woman next to her and quickly pulled that woman in front of her to block the zombie's attack. Trunlef watched from the outside, thinking, "You reap what you sow." He wanted to take the opportunity to collect the mutant's crystal. It would have a lot of energy. In a desperate situation, Mulidinka used her own team members as a shield. Everyone who saw it was horrified. Gon was the image of the person who once led everyone to escape the apocalypse. The moment she saw Trunlex, she had a wicked idea, to use a coward like him to block the zombie. She walked over and added a few more hurtful words, asking if it was really a good idea to use her sisters as a shield at such a critical moment. Trunlek slapped her straight across the face. Only now was she surprised by his strength. From behind, a zombie also came over and gave her a beating. Muzdinka lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Muzdinka's right-hand woman, Thievian, stepped forward to fight the zombie to the death so her sisters could escape. Trunles was very impressed by Thavane's brave and self-reliant demeanor. He could not just stand by and watch, so he materialized a sword in his hand, preparing to enter the fray. Thievian's courage was admirable. He could not let her die. The zombie attacked Trunles with fire, but his figure vanished in an instant. He suddenly appeared behind the zombie and sent it on its way. Everyone who witnessed this could not believe it was resolved so easily. He was truly too strong. Seeing the vein frozen in place, he reminded her to throw the canister quickly, before it exploded and it was all over, the moment she threw it into the air. It detonated. At that moment, she collapsed to the ground. Sobbing, the battle was finally over. Trunlucket had also obtained the crystal from the zombie. He turned to Thavian and told her not to cry anymore. He extended his hand to her with a friendly smile and helped her up. He comforted her, telling her to let her sister rest in peace. After all, the dead needed to be buried. He asked her what her plans were for the future. This question made her think quite a bit. After all, the living must go on living. That afternoon, she came looking for Trunlex. It was just as he had expected. His use of 50 tons of rice as bait had paid off. All he needed was for everyone to join his team. And he guaranteed they would not have to worry about food for a short while. Thun also hesitated, saying she needed to discuss it with her sisters and would let him know later. Just a moment later, he smiled arrogantly. All the girls were standing in front of his house. The team, now with 20 remaining members, joined his group and would have to abide by the rules he set. First, you must absolutely obey orders at all times. If you join and then do not follow commands, I will not be lenient. Of course, there won't be any malicious orders. Second, do not tell me you are afraid or scared. In my group, there is no distinction between men and women. Everyone is the same in battle. Third, if you want to find a partner, try to find one within our group. It is not forbidden to look outside, but that person must move in and join us. This is mainly to prevent the talented people I have worked so hard to train from being taken away, and more importantly, to guard against people with ill intentions investigating our internal secrets. Everyone agreed. No problem. Trunlex sincerely thanked them for their trust. For the time being, Thevine would lead everyone. Then he invited them into the house, promising a surprise for lunch. The sight of delicious shredded potatoes with soy sauce made many of the girls swoon. The guys also felt that their days of being single were numbered. Seeing this, Kong Feng wanted to join the team too. Trunles began to organize the abilities of each person on the team. At this point, he noticed someone with a light-based ability. This was also the person Kong Feng had his eye on. It seemed that among these girls, the Thavian's talent was the best, with king-level potential. Tomorrow, he would lead the team out, leaving Fing Via and Talan at home. He also reminded them, if there are only a few people, give them a warning. If they do not listen, fight them. If there is a large group, pretend you did not see them and wait for the team to come back and handle it. They modified a truck and a bus and set out. Trunlef chose the next location to gather supplies. There are about 300-400 of them here, a suitable number for the team to engage. He announced over the radio for everyone to get into formation. Kong Feng would control the number of zombies. If more than 30 zombies appeared at once, he was to lure a portion of them away. The hunt began. King Feng got to work. Zietha called for the physical type ability users to follow him. The girls charged into battle against the horde of zombies with their magic and abilities. The zombies actually managed to dodge all those attacks. Though some girls did hit their targets, some were even chased back by the zombies. Before they could finish off one group, another rushed forward. Trunlek was also getting a headache from this team. Poor communication. Poor coordination. If not for a commander like him, these girls would have been wiped out. They needed a lot more training. They finally cleared out the horde of zombies. Everyone was completely exhausted from their first battle. As soon as they heard they could go pick out suitable clothes, the girls' eyes lit up. While everyone was choosing clothes, Trunles was sneakily doing something. Unexpectedly, Malin caught him holding a pair of black stockings. Malin's mind jumped to the conclusion that he had a strange fetish for wearing these things. Could not be for his sister Mevi Lex. This color did not suit her. Another girl discovered that there was a large supermarket in this clothing market with a lot of supplies. The girl was overjoyed when she found water. Just as she was about to drink, the vein stopped her. She asked for Trunleke's opinion on distributing the water to everyone. He smiled with satisfaction and agreed to give each person 2 bottles. Malifif felt that having him around was wonderful. Since following him, she had never been hungry or thirsty, and she received care and attention at all times. There was something she had kept in her heart for a long time. She resolved that tonight, no matter what, she would lay her cards on the table with him. That evening, while Trunlefsi was sitting in his room, Malifi came to find him. Having Mevleiki knock on his door late at night made Trunlek start having wicked thoughts. She shared her feelings about that afternoon with him. After seeing the situation of Sister Thavan and the others, she deeply realized how lucky she was to have him. Millis became even more hesitant, wanting to confess the secret she held in her heart. She clasped her hands together, looked at him with eyes full of affection, and expressed her desire to be his girlfriend. Trunlechi had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He immediately agreed. This happiness seemed to come too suddenly. Ami Lust was still not ready. Trunlek looked at her mesmerized and expressed his feelings. With the current situation, no one knew how long they could live. There is today, but maybe not tomorrow. He wanted to speed things up. His sweet words persuaded her, and he began to make his move on her. Maluf wrapped her arms around his neck. Just as they were about to get down to business, Trunlek saw something. They both held each other and looked in one direction. It turned out the little cat. Mivifine, was still in the room, so he mercilessly threw her out. The little cat's face was still dazed, not knowing what was happening. She was angry and silently vowed revenge on him. Lin came out and happened to see Ma Fan scratching at the door. Memphine tattled, saying Tron Like was bullying Lycée in the room. She even exaggerated, saying Molest was very uncomfortable, and he must have thrown her out because he was afraid she would help Mangulex. Just as she was about to go in to see what was happening, Fafupying barked loudly, blocking her way. Before she even reached the door to knock, she heard the sounds of their intimacy. She hesitated. After all, Mamulith was willing. If she barged in, she did not know what she would do. Well, she could only resign herself to seeing her sister being tricked by a wolf. Since this was bound to happen sooner or later, she decided to turn away. After a passionate night, Trunless was in a much better mood. He even asked Sister Ingek to boil 2 eggs and take out 10 kilograms of pork to treat the team members. Sister Ingeka wondered why she did not see Maveve anywhere. Just then, Ami Lane arrived and blurted out that she might have been harmed by someone. Indeed, the older sister sees through everything. Sister Ni went to boil the eggs, wondering how he would handle Mevi Line. Mifin was angry about yesterday, so she refused to eat. She glared at him, warning that when she is angry, the consequences are very serious. So serious that not even 1 dried fish could appease her. 10 was not enough either. Finally, they settled on 20. And she would forgive him. Trun Lek said he could hold her for 3 days, but at night, she had to sleep alone. After all, he was a family man now and could not hold her to sleep anymore. She also should not dream of sleeping with Milax. Lunchtime arrived, and everyone gathered around to eat together. Because it was such a special and joyous day, he raised his glass and invited everyone to eat. Everyone raised their glasses to thank their wonderful leader. Outside, a car drove by, and they smelled the braised pork coming from inside the house. Ola smelled the irresistible aroma and wanted to have a meal. But his brother reminded him they still had the urgent matter of solving their drinking water problem. While everyone was eating, the 2 siblings came over to bother them for a moment. He wanted to trade food for clean water. Trun Lef happily agreed. He told the Vian to get 2 bottles of mineral water to trade with them, instant noodles and sausages in exchange for water. The 2 of them thanked her. When Lamin told his sister to go, she was a bit curious. Everyone here was a member of a 2-star team, and she wanted to join Tron Lesh's team. He asked the 2 of them one more time. Trun Lek set a requirement to prove they were qualified to join. Kill 10 zombies. They could use weapons for assistance, but they could not rely on external help like a car. They had to retrieve the crystals from inside their heads. After hearing this, the 2 turned around to carry out the task. Trunluck also hoped they would not disappoint him. Lohotai realized that the existence of crystals was not a secret. Lomun said that there are many smart people. And besides, for Tronluxy's team to have so much meat to eat, they were definitely not simple. Although Tronluxy told them to kill 10 zombies, he decided to kill 20 to prove himself a little. Just 1 hour later, the 2 had completed the mission, returned, and successfully joined the team. Lomin introduced himself and his sister. He had the ability of a warrior, while his sister Lotlai was a dancer. Trunles was quite curious about what a dancer was, so she demonstrated a little for him to see. Seeing this, he was overjoyed. This was a dark type system. Later, when she leveled up, whether it was for researching curses, summoning, necromancy, or attacks, it would be a great help to his entire team. He called Sister Engixi to cook another portion of braised pork for the 2 of them. Today was a joyous occasion, so everyone got a share. That night, Trunluck was restless, pacing back and forth in his room. He wondered if Migi had finished absorbing today's crystal portion. He told Manfine to go sleep with Mi Line tonight so he could attend to some private business. She remained silent and refused to go, so he left angrily. Minfine was confused as to why he did not need her at night anymore. He went to Mevaleka's room. As soon as he arrived, he suggested some fun for the night. She sulked, pulled the blanket over herself, and said no. She was still sore. Trun Lex hugged her and said there would be many more opportunities later, so he would try to hold back. He said that, but in the next sentence, he asked her to try using her healing art on herself, which made Mu Li blush furiously and become speechless. The next morning, their goal today was to go to the southern part of Yulin district to collect supplies. That place has many residents and zombies, so they had to be extremely careful. Trunluff reassured everyone not to worry too much. They would just use the cars to deal with the pursuing zombies, then get out and move off the main road. Elemental type users would protect the front, and Kijang Feng would try to control the number of zombies. Getting to work, Kong Feng lured the zombies to follow him. The Ven commanded everyone to prepare, aim, and attack. Those in the cars followed the order, aiming straight at the zombies and opening fire. It was really not bad. Their magic was much stronger than on the first day. For small cars, everyone worked together to move them, tossing them onto the opposite road. In the car, Trunluff held Mai Fan and observed the team. While scratching Emmy Fen's back, he heard her scold. "Don't be rough, it still hurts." She said the exact same thing Evlas had said last night, which made his jaw drop. He asked her where she learned that from. She said he only told her not to look, not that she could not eavesdrop. So yesterday, she jumped onto the railing of Mevlafa's room to listen in and almost fell. He threatened her, saying she knew too much and to be careful, or he would kill the cat to silence it. 30 minutes later, in Yulin district, Trun Lek told everyone to grab a weapon and prepare to get out of the car to kill zombies. Momo Lek saw many shops and thought they would have a lot of good things. He had everyone split into 4 teams to check the shops, forbidding them from acting alone. Any supplies found were to be moved directly to the truck. Everyone enthusiastically collected rice, noodles, oil, and meat. Someone also discovered a nearby supermarket that had not been looted. Lin thought a supermarket of this size might have what she needed. The Vane saw her rummaging around sneakily in a corner. She walked over and asked Lin, "What are you doing so mysteriously?" It turned out she was taking ultra-thin condoms. Seeing this, the Vane blushed beet red. She thought Lin wanted to use them with Tron Laf, assuming they were in an intimate relationship. Ling explained that it was just a misunderstanding, but the Vian had already changed the subject and gone to do something else. Actually, she only took them because she was worried about Mevalak on Trunleg's side. He felt someone watching him. When he turned his head to look, sure enough, there were many survivors. An old auntie saw that he was a kind-hearted person and asked for a watermelon. This was followed by flattering words from the people on the upper floor asking for food, which left him stunned, silently cursing these thick-skinned people. When he said his leg hurt and he could not carry it upstairs, he was scolded for not respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Then they made a fuss, calling for everyone to come see Tron left taking their supplies. They were cautious and did not come down because they were afraid of zombies. Seeing his team deal with the zombies, they ran down to stop him from taking their supplies. They held all sorts of weapons in their hands as they walked towards Tron Lex. They even wanted to call Tron Kwang's group, but it seemed that group had already turned on them. An auntie stepped forward and said, "You are robbers." The more she scolded, the more worked up she got, saying they were young but did not learn any manners, that their elders at home did not teach them. Tron Lek asked these thick-skinned old people back, "Is this place your house or something?" The bald old man said it was his younger brother's supermarket. Now that his brother is dead, it belongs to him. He told him to leave the truck and go back where he came from. That uncle told the old man to drive the car into their residential complex. Trun Lek approached and told them to get lost. The bald old man then challenged Trun Lef to hit him, saying if he dared to, he would just lie on the ground and not get up. Trun Lech had never seen such a request in his entire life. He slapped the old man across the face, fulfilling his wish. The old man fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone gathered around to see Oldal not moving, but being used to his act of playing the victim, they just clicked their tongues in praise. Trun Lex just looked at the thoughtless crowd. If he did not make an example of someone, this group would not disperse. The auntie then realized Oldal was really not okay. She threatened that she knew magic, while the other old man struck a martial arts pose, saying he knew magic and had studied Teichi's 5 consecutive thunder whips. Just one blast that cracked the ground sent the two of them running for their lives. At this moment, Trun Kwang appeared with his brothers. Trun Lek found him somewhat familiar because in a previous life, when he was still weak, he had clashed with him. Trun Kwang laughed and said that Oldlo was always scolding them. Out of neighborly respect, they did not hold it against him, but they never expected him to die at his hands. This time, Trun Kwang had come to make friends and ask for his help. The two shook hands and got acquainted. Trun Lef also happily asked what he needed help with. When Trun Kwang's group had nearly 1,000 households, their supplies were abundant, and there were still many more supplies yet to be collected. But 2 days ago, a zombie dog that looked like a husky suddenly appeared. It knew how to use lightning, ran very fast, and even had some intelligence. When their group was small, it attacked. When there were many people, it would hide, making it difficult to deal with. One of their teammates was killed by it. They had found where it was staying, but they did not have enough people. Seeing that Trun Lek's group was not small, he asked for his help to kill it. Trun Lucky asked about the reward. Trun Kwang said the reward was 150 kilograms of rice and 5 barrels of water. Mungfin walked over and rubbed against his leg. She knew this group had no ill intentions. Trun Lek picked her up and followed her lead. He told everyone else to continue moving the supplies, while he went inside to investigate with Fupaveg and Medien. Trun Kwang was worried seeing him go alone, but Tron Luffy replied that he had a dog behind him. Trun Kwang was puzzled that Tron Les was raising 2 pets during the apocalypse, and on top of that, bringing along a group of girls. Malus offered to go with him. Tron Lef affectionately gave Mavi Fine to her and told her to be good and wait here for his return. Trun Kwang felt a pang of envy watching their public display of affection. The two of them started moving. The zombie was usually in this flower garden. He asked Tron Laishi how to deal with the zombie. He looked at Fop Ving and smiled. The method was very simple. Use a dog to control it. Trunton Kwang thought it was too dangerous to let a pet go like that, but he did not know its abilities were better than many people's. Looking at Fuffy V, he silently praised its intelligence. Soon, the group entered a house. Standing in front of the house, a strong, pungent smell of blood wafted out. When the door opened, the Fuppy Ving barked non-stop. With a leap, he rushed towards the zombie dog. He was both agile and graceful, dodging all of the zombie dog's attacks. His speed was surprisingly fast. When it was Fop Viging's turn to attack, he used the Thunder Tail sweep. Unexpectedly, the Fuppy that could suddenly comprehend a new skill. The zombie dog was quickly defeated. The battle was over. Trun Luffy smiled, announced that their cooperation was over, and asked for the supplies as they had agreed. Everything was resolved to the man's astonishment. Realizing Tron Lek's formidable strength, he wanted to cooperate with him. He confidently shared that each of them had killed at least 10 zombies. They were daring and reliable. And moreover, they had plenty of supplies, enough to eat for half a year without any problem. Trun Lef confidently told him that he alone could easily kill all of them. Trun Kwang also expressed that this was why he chose to cooperate with him. The strong do not team up with the strong. Only the weak rely on the strong. Trun Lef temporarily accepted his joining, but everything had to be under his command. Just then, one of Trun Kwang's disciples ran over to report that Chen Yi had been injured by a zombie. They were also shooting fireballs, causing many people to flee. Seeing this, Trun Lef also told Nles to follow him. Trun Kwang anxiously asked Trun Lef to find a way to treat him. Just a glance between them was enough to understand each other's intentions. Min Luffy used her healing art to save him. The miraculous magic saved his life. Trun Lefik still told Trun Kwang to consider joining the team. Then he and Mi Liki left. Trun Kwang asked his brothers for their opinion on cooperating with Trun Lex. After considering the benefits, the whole team agreed to join, so the decision was unanimous. He brought his whole team to join. Trun Lek warmly welcomed all the new members. Now that they had joined the group, he told everyone to move to his place that night. Scene change. In a certain villa, a group of people went crazy, beating someone because they were not allowed to stay in the villa. Unfortunately, there were not many supplies, so they continued searching in other villas. Tilan and Fing V, standing to one side, observed them preparing to enter Tron Lekka's house. Tilan wanted to pretend she did not see them and leave, but Fijinagi refused to stand by and watch their things get stolen, so the two of them decided to go say something. If they did not listen, they would attack and then run to stall for time until Tron Lef returned. Tilan suddenly saw a convoy returning. It was Tron Lef's convoy entering the residential area from the gate. From a distance, he saw many cars and figured that some survivors had entered the villa area. Not only that, but they had come to his gate. The other group was surprised to see so many women. Among the crowd, Trun Leffa recognized the green tea girl, Trumfantian, who had come seeking refuge with Lu Thech. The hooligan, seeing the truck full of supplies, immediately demanded half. Without waiting for Tron Lex, Big Brother Lu Thech gave him a slap. He straightened out his drunk underling. What he was interested in right now were the two beautiful women in front of him, pretending to be a decent person. He told his brothers to leave. In Trun Lekka's memory, this man was a poison-type ability user. No matter what, he could not let him release his poison gas. Otherwise, it would be like a skunk spray, both stinky and toxic, causing nausea for days. Mem Fame beside him warned that this group was full of malicious intent. His underling asked him why he let them go so easily and got a knock on the head for it. In truth, he was planning to launch a sneak attack on Tron Lex before the underling could even praise him. An explosion right at his head made him scream in panic. Tron Lech would not let them off so easily. He used magic to deal with all of them. He was not going to do something stupid like waiting for them to attack before counterattacking. Since he knew they were a threat to him, they should not expect to be able to leave. He remembered from his previous life that a portion of the zombies would evolve to level 1. Before they evolved, he absolutely had to move Tron Kwang's supplies back. At this moment, a knock came from the door on the 3rd floor. There were only him, V. Lice, and me. Thinking Malexi had proactively come to find him, he excitedly went to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw Malin instead. Lin shoved something into his hand that everyone knew what it was. When he opened it, he was shocked to see a bag full of condoms. She blushed and said she was only doing this for Mao Lak. She was worried about Meadlis, who was still young and had another 2 years before she was of age, if he intended to become a father. Then she was just meddling. After saying that, she quickly hung her head and ran away. Trunlef looked at the bag of items and smiled. Accepting her kindness, he happily skipped to Mive Lek's room. The number of magic-using zombies was increasing. He thought this was a true evolution, a very dangerous and scary thing. Tron Lex, as a leader, would not lead everyone to their deaths. He began to share the patterns of the zombies with everyone. Level 1 zombies that knew magic were indeed like them, having various abilities and a certain level of intelligence. The best way to deal with them is with a 4-person formation, 2 warriors and 2 mages. Although they have evolved, they are not as good as you all. If you encounter a large number, you can run. Now, I will teach you all a small skill to avoid magic. He asked Mudavline and Thavan to attack him with magic so he could demonstrate. Fire-type Mvaline and Vevin prepared to attack. Trunludge dodged the attacks calmly and effortlessly. Everyone watched with their jaws dropped, and Meline could not stop praising him. At first glance, it seemed impossible to dodge the magic, but he could predict the trajectory of their magic through Mlin's and Thavan's hand gestures, allowing him to dodge. Just pay attention and predict the magic's trajectory to dodge in advance, and dealing with level 1 zombies will be very easy. Meline felt unconvinced and wanted to try again. She attacked him, but Trunla still dodged as usual, unexpectedly. A moment later, she landed a hit on his face. As expected of the flame goddess of war, her combat talent is indeed very strong. Level 1 zombies absolutely do not have that kind of predictive intelligence. If you encounter a variant that can predict, just run. They are absolutely not something you can fight against. He told everyone to find their own opponents to practice the skill. After lunch, they would set out. Today counts as half a day, 3 level 1 crystals per person. Any team that fails to complete the task will be punished as a whole. After returning, they won't get to eat as punishment. After the zombies leveled up, the survivors began to turn on each other. Looking outside, a man and a woman were being bullied. Trun Luck asked her if she knew them, and she replied that it was her best friend. If it were just an acquaintance, it would be one thing, but since she said it was her best friend, he could not just stand by and watch her die. Difficult tasks are best left to Fat Ving. He understood his duty and went out to resolve the situation. The group saw the fat dog and wanted to catch it for dinner. Malin and Zia attacked them from behind, beating them to a pulp. Buffupy V laughed arrogantly, asking if they still wanted to eat dog meat. Maluf walked over and told Trung Tin Tin not to be afraid. She introduced Trun Levid to Tang, saying he had just saved them. She tearfully thanked Tron Lex and introduced her father, Trini Ying Thin. She and her father no longer had a home to return to, so they begged to join their group. As long as they followed the rules he set out, the two of them could also join the team. Trenjang Tin Ting asked him La Visi to put in a good word with Tron Lex so the two of them could have a heart-to-heart talk tonight. Min refused, because Mi Fine was already a third wheel, and now she would be another one. He handed Trem Ting Tin over to Tha Vane to handle. Back at their place, she ate heartily and deliciously. She wondered why she did not see Mav Leffy eating with them. Tha Vane explained that Tranila was the boss and she was just an employee, so eating together would be awkward. But Trenjang Ting Tin thought she was secretly eating something better, blaming her best friend for not bringing her along. At the same time, in Trun Lexi's villa, he told Ndalisi that they needed to observe her friend for a while longer, and that their own relationship must not be revealed. Moreover, everyone in the group has their own value. They needed to see what she could do first. As long as she was honest, even if she had no strength, he would arrange a logistics position for her. More news arrived. More than 10 cars with about 50 to 60 people had suddenly appeared at the gate of the villa complex. They were probably survivors who had fled here. He informed everyone to gather at the community gate immediately. Thi Vane immediately informed her sisters to get into formation and gather at the community gate. The nosy Trong Ting Tine asked if they were about to fight. The Vane took the opportunity to ask what abilities she had. Hearing that she had a strength-type ability, she placed her in front of herself, not wanting to take on such a dangerous responsibility. She immediately tried to switch to Lultude, but she was a support and had been placed at the back by Tron Lex. When the Vane pulled her, she started crying and wailing that she and Muvlest were best friends, and she could not do this to her, while she was screaming and resisting. Moonlusk appeared and told her not to be afraid, that she needed to experience it a little. Muv reassured her and said she would be by her side, promising to help her gain confidence and quickly heal her if she got injured. During this, Trom Tin Tin noticed the cream stain on Mlecky's mouth. She began to suspect the relationship between Mylux and Tronlux. Thinking she had sacrificed her body to be with him, Trom Tin Tin became even more jealous of Mevlux when she refused to speak up for or help her. Trun Kwang stopped the group from entering the villa, telling them to go elsewhere, but they became more aggressive and were determined to force their way in. Just then, Trunlef arrived. The man saw that he was weak. He politely spoke about his team's lack of supplies. The people in his group had not eaten for a day, and he hoped he could provide some supplies, but Tronlech could not provide them. He could only trade. One crystal from between a zombie's eyebrows could be exchanged for a bottle of water or a kilogram of rice. The man was surprised that he had revealed the secret of the crystals. Seeing the approaching team, which consisted entirely of women, he started to get an attitude. He put his hands on his hips, annoyed, and repeated the trade conditions to his teammates. This group was starving and could not deal with zombies. Knowing he surely had a lot of supplies, they earnestly begged him to share. Otherwise they could not do anything. He was furious with this group of people who wanted to get something for nothing. Travden Tin spouted some nonsense, saying that peace is the most precious thing, and they should give them food so they would leave. Miliki immediately scolded her not to talk nonsense. It was not out of goodwill. It was because she was afraid that if a brawl broke out, the first to suffer would be the one at the front of the line. Like her, they took advantage of the situation and asked for 500 kilograms of rice plus some other food, promising to pay it back when they got supplies later. Trun Luck walked towards her and slapped her across the face. A person with no authority dared to speak up. Her father helped her up and also said a few words to him. He even revealed that the supplies were piled up in several villas, and it would be better to bring them out to avoid casualties for everyone. He scolded him for being ambitious and using his subordinates' lives as a joke for a few supplies. Malef ran over worriedly to check on the situation, but she scolded her for being a hypocrite. Indeed, some people should not be saved. Trun Luck saved her, gave her food and drink, and now she was causing dissent among the troops. Trun Luffy returned to the negotiation. The man had heard that his supplies filled several villas, so demanding a small share was not too much to ask. Trunlucka did not bother with his words anymore and asked the man with glasses if he also wanted supplies or what. He and his teammates were just looking for a place to settle down and would absolutely not force him. If the villas were full, they would leave. The thick-skinned beggar asked Tron Lassie if he was finally going to give him anything or not. He smiled and created an orb for the man, giving it to him straight in the face. Trunless was not holding back anymore. If they wanted to find a quick death, he would grant their wish. The father-daughter pair, Train Tintin, were dumbfounded. Now they understood why Tronles had not yielded at all. He won far too easily. Everyone else began to fight. Trun Lechi had his people take the crystals from the heads of the dead and hide the bodies behind the mountain. Tin was terrified now. She knelt down, crying and begging him to spare her, out of respect for her being MV Luck's friend. He did not hold it against her, but he could not let her stay at his place anymore. He told her to leave before he changed his mind. Amelie had no choice but to say goodbye to her old best friend. She felt wronged. Malus could cling to a powerful leader, she said, and her time would come when they would have to beg her. Fupivding was just standing there when Tron LDT kicked him in the butt. He signaled to him not to leave any hidden threats, telling the assassin to strike one more time. He secretly followed the father-daughter pair. Tron Kwang called to inform him that the two young men had returned to find him. He did not say what it was about, seeing that the person was honest. He came to inform Trunlex. Trunlex asked Mubalin to take Mivles back to her room. He went over to meet him. The man introduced himself as Lunthan and wanted to ask to join his team. In addition, Lunithan had something more important to tell him. He took out a sparkling blue crystal. Trunlex examined it. It was a level 6 crystal. Lund then said he got it from the body of a dead monster. That monster was over 10 meters tall. He considered it a meeting gift for him. To show his sincerity, he asked Tron and Kwang to state the rules for joining the team. The team's rules were simple. Just 2 things. First, absolutely obey the Big Brother's commands. If you desert during a battle, you know the consequences. Trunlex looked happily at the crystal in his hand. With it, he could advance to level 5 in about 3 days, half a month faster than originally planned. He had Tron Kwang continue to lead people into the school. If people came, he was to ask if their team had a light type or other support abilities. If they agreed, they could join directly, or be tied up and brought here. Just a short while later, Fafupi Viging returned home. He confidently boasted that he was a professional who worked quickly and cleanly. Trunlex held a meeting. Those who were on watch last night and all team members who had reached level 2 would continue to go kill zombies. Lund then and his team members would also go to experience it. Since they had just arrived yesterday, there was no crystal quota for them today. They were to follow the others to learn how to fight. The Vainan replied clearly. Molly began to lead them to a place with zombies. Trun Kwang shared with Lun Thun that the girls had been with Tron Novasi for a long time. All of them had reached level 2. The team leader, The Vien, who was highly regarded, had already reached level 3. Trun Kwang was a bit shocked by the strength of the girls here. Zombies appeared in huge numbers, like a tidal wave. With so many zombies, there would naturally be many crystals. The Vanian divided them into teams of 4 to look for supplies. Once found, they were to immediately move them to the truck, pay attention to safety, and maintain communication. The Vian had King Feng guard the door and report any situations. An hour later, Kong Feng heard a noise and turned around. In the distance, many cars were heading this way. The Ven thoughtfully reminded her brothers and sisters to act carefully. The Vian had everyone gather to assess the situation first. There was no rush to get supplies. While everyone was loading supplies onto the truck, they heard someone call for Dim Law to get out of the car. Someone had come to their location, a large group, and it was unclear if they were friend or foe. They received the order to gather but were afraid the supplies would be taken by others. Just as they were about to leave, the cars arrived. A hooligan got out and started harassing the beautiful, clean girls. He greeted the 2 girls with a lecherous voice. He tried to touch her but was immediately slapped. The 2 lechers started flirting again, telling the 2 girls they should not be playing cat and mouse in these apocalyptic times. She kicked him straight in the groin, making him spit blood from his mouth. His balls were also completely crushed. The other guy ordered his men to kill the 2 men and capture the 2 girls to deal with them slowly. Soon, they used their numbers to bully the weak, surrounding them with weapons in hand. The girl kept telling them to get lost, so the hooligan Haiti attacked Dimemelv. The wooden stick slammed hard into her head. Dimullah fell to the ground and was viciously cursed at by him. At this moment, someone called Heftiti's name. It turned out to be Vin Blow, who was passing by in a car. He said it was nothing major, just a rotten woman who wanted to hit him, so he was just teaching her a lesson. Indeed, this Ati was ruthless, but his strength was not bad. He did not blame him too harshly, just reminded him not to go too far, and that there would be no exceptions next time. As the 2 thugs were laughing gleefully, a voice called out, "Stop!" As he turned to ask who it was, the guy next to him was shot straight in the face. Vin Blow also got out of the car to see what was happening. It turned out the Vane had used her bow to shoot him to save her people. Vin Blow retaliated with his Earth Shield technique. When the 2 skills collided, they both dissipated. Having understood some of the opponent's strength, both sides became cautious, unable to act recklessly. She told them to return the truck to her, but Vien Blow told Hexi to release the person. But unfortunately, Divumlu had been beaten to death. The Ven cried in agony, blaming herself for not leading the team well and letting this happen. That rotten Hexiti saw this and just laughed. The Ven suppressed her anger and returned, waiting for Tron left to arrive. Then they would not get away with it. He even shouted for her to get lost but to leave the truck for him. The Vien gritted her teeth in anger at them and returned. The lecherous Hexiti asked Vienbo why he did not keep the pretty girls. Having had enough of this guy, he slapped him across the face and scolded him, telling him it was best not to cause trouble. As this woman was not easy to deal with, he still was not scared, saying their side had many people. So how could she dare to be so reckless? He guessed that they were stationed nearby and that he would find a chance to investigate. Otherwise, they would surely face retaliation. Back at Tron Lekkett's villa, Thevine returned and told him everything that happened, taking the blame for her poor management. Tron Lekkett's just sighed. Thevine had actually done the right thing. Acting recklessly at that time would have been irrational. Everyone fought alongside him. If they died at the hands of zombies, he would have nothing to say, but he would not accept them being bullied by others. He became enraged. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Trun Luca led everyone on the team to get revenge. No one could bully his people and survive. From above, FCT saw a group of people approaching. This revenge came a bit too quickly. Trun Luca's entire team had arrived at Invincible and Havoc CT's location. Invincible's side also called their men to prepare for battle. The two teams faced off, and the atmosphere grew tense. Worry was evident on Invincible's face. The woman he fought earlier was a level 3 ability user. Trun Luca asked for the leader of the other side. Since they dared to bully his people, he could not find any reason to spare them. An air of confidence radiated from him, considering absolute safety. Vin Bro could not risk it. He humbly admitted his mistake and offered to return the truck, plus a ton of rice. Trun Lef gave a chilling reply. For one of his people who died, they offer a ton of rice. In that case, he would give them tons of rice to buy all of their lives. Vin Bo clearly saw his arrogance, but there was surely a reason for it. If he did not give Tron Lek an explanation, he feared Tron Lechu would actually do it. Right now, manpower was capital. He could not take risks, nor could he afford any mistakes. This was caused by HFTT, so he could not let everyone suffer the consequences. He offered Hex ET to Tron Lesh's team for them to vent their anger. FCT started to resist and struggle, claiming that the Vune's people attacked first. For Tron Lex, using one person as a scapegoat would not resolve the matter. Tron Lek always avenges his grudges. FCT's face turned pale with fear, begging desperately for mercy. He even dragged two of his underlings, Kuokian and Mao Net, into it. Tron Lek looked at them sternly. For the sake of everyone, Vienbo had to sacrifice those two. Trunlefs called for his people to come forward and beat them to death, reminding them not to use their hands, which would get dirty, but to use their feet. Trunled's people gradually moved forward, relentlessly beating them in waves. Their faces were now swollen like pig heads. However, many people still had not vented their anger. Vigonlin used her magic to heal them. Then, they switched to another method of punishment. The entire city was filled with the painful screams of the three scumbags. Vian Blow's entire group turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat at the brutality of Tron Lesh's team. The three guys lay on the floor, covered in blood. Vian Blow then begged him to stop, saying the ones who started the trouble were dealt with. Besides, his side had also killed one of their men before, so it was even. However, Trunlesh would not accept it that easily. All of Vian Blow's group would not have a good end. Vian Blow started talking about reason. Trun Lex had no interest in reasoning with him. Vian said he had never seen anyone as crazy as him. If he really wanted to fight to the death, he was not afraid. He was confident that he had fought many more zombies, and his side had more people. Therefore, he was confident he could not lose and advised him to run before he made his move. This guy with glasses was pretty confident. Trun Lef thought for a moment, assessing the situation, then told his people to step back a little. A true leader not only fights but also has enough strength to lead others. He did not want anyone to get hurt, so he would just fight alone. Vian was surprised by Tron Lecky's action. He did not understand. Could it be that he was not afraid of death? The bespectacled Vian thought Tron Leffy was just trying to be a hero. So he is just a competitive brat who wants to crush my prestige. If Vian sent his men to swarm him now, it would be a loss of face. So he chose to solo this kid, which was also a good opportunity to strike fear into others. He thought. Tron Lecca opened his palm, and a large sword with a blue glow appeared. He quickly rushed in front of Vian. Only then did Vian realize things were not good and retreated, raising his hands to summon sand to stop Tron Lex. But could these small sand dunes possibly stop him? Tron Lex scoffed. He intended to use this pathetic sand to deal with him. The sword slashed down, and a blue beam of light shot towards the guy. And that was it. The arrogant young man fell. His underlings frantically called his name. But how could he answer? Brother Vian had become a withered flower, defeating the opponent in a single blow. What kind of ability was this? Everyone was stunned. Tron Lex just calmly turned and winked at the beautiful lady. He thought to himself that it was nice to have a wife who cared. The recent victory did not make Tron Leffy complacent. He felt it was completely normal, like swatting a mosquito, so there was nothing to be proud of. Then he turned, determined to deal with the ones who bullied his people. They begged for mercy and fear, but it was too late. They could not run, and they could not stay. In the end, they all fell under his sword. On the side, his two underlings were dumbfounded with astonishment. They never expected their boss to be this strong. The remaining guy felt lucky that he had followed the right person. It was fortunate he had not opposed him from the start, or he might be lying there cold right now. Seeing him like this, Malep's heart grew more uneasy. The distance between him and her had grown a little wider. She told everyone to keep moving forward and not to slow down because of this. The group obeyed. Right now, everyone was overjoyed. An underling ran up, full of admiration, praising his big brother. He felt that following this person was the best decision of his life. Being praised like that made him feel a bit proud, but he quickly became sad again. He said pensively that he was very sorry about Dimalo's death, but in this world, every second and every minute held hidden dangers. That is why he let everyone go out, not for the purpose of collecting crystals, but because he wanted them to train themselves so they could save themselves in critical situations. Tron Lex took the lives of those who harmed his teammate, but it seemed he was still not done with his anger. Then he told the remaining group that whoever bullied Tron Lek's allies would pay a heavy price. In a hidden corner, two sly-looking guys were sneakily eyeing a black dog with a craving look. Sensing danger, the little dog, who was sleeping, opened its eyes. It looked so chubby and cute. But that only made the two guys drool more. It seemed they had been starving for days. The red-haired one, T-Thief-88, was about to run out and catch the dog when his companion pulled his arm to stop him. The redhead wondered why he was being stopped. The other guy patiently explained that he was afraid the dog would run, and chasing it would waste too much energy. So he proposed a solution. It would be better to find bait to lure it over. He planned to take a dump for the puppy to eat, so it would die, and then they could feast on it. T-Free thought this was a good idea, and both of them revealed a cunning smile. Fuppy Viging looked at these two fools who did not know life from death, delivering themselves to his doorstep. Not only that, but they wanted to use such a filthy method to harm him. This time, these two idiots were done for. Fuppy Vung, with a charmingly evil expression, stood on two legs, its tail raised in anger. Golden streams of light appeared around it. The guy was surprised by the strange behavior of this black dog. The other one was also surprised and confused. He did not know why a dog could emit electric sparks like that. His face turned as pale as a frog with fear. Then he told the redhead to run quickly, afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would lose their lives. But how could they come and go so easily? Fuppy Ving shot out electricity to catch the two madmen. The electric current was so strong it made both of them dizzy. Seeing it so angry, Trunlach asked if these were two intruders. It turned away in annoyance. Actually, these two wanted to feed it feces. To be precise, he told everyone to go back and rest. Fuffy silently thought that maybe he should recruit more people now. That way, it would be easier to deal with enemies in a large-scale conflict. In case they encountered a group of several hundred people, with his current numbers, they definitely could not win. Besides, with so few people now, he did not know how many more they would lose in a few months and how many would be left. It was better to be prepared. Anyway, he still had a lot of supplies. The criteria were just that people had to listen to his command and know how to fight zombies. In the zombie era, knowing how to fight them was good enough. What more could he ask for? With that, he went to write a recruitment notice. By noon, when the sun was high, a recruitment notice had been written. The requirements and benefits were clearly stated. A group of people passing by read his recruitment board and felt confused. Help with absorbing powerful crystals. Was the secret of crystals something he would publicize like that? They did not know who posted this recruitment notice to be advertising this, but the benefits of joining him were too tempting. In an era overrun by zombies, being able to eat meat occasionally and have crystals to use was amazing. The group saw this and asked the driver, whom they called Brother CU. But only he and one other person met the level 2 standard to join. The other three did not, but the notice said they could bring relatives. So the group of 5 decided to get out of the car and ask. Trunlach's underling said that relatives here meant blood relations. But if a level 1 person could absorb 3 crystals at once, they would be considered qualified to follow Trunlach. He introduced himself as Liu Ke and briefly described his level and abilities. The underling felt this was a person with a rare special ability and was intrigued, so he would go ask the boss for his opinion. But if they joined, they would have to go kill zombies and collect crystals every day. Would they agree to that? Liu Ke happily accepted this requirement. He led this group to meet Trunlach to see if he would agree to let them join. The underling quickly introduced the names and levels of the group of 5 to Trunlach. Trunlach had heard of this Liu Ke before, a level 2 with some reputation. He looked over at the little cat to ask for its opinion. Mumyan said they had no ill intentions, so there was no problem. Then he told Tron Quang to arrange a place for them. He happily accepted the order. It seemed Tron and Quang really liked this group. He stretched comfortably and took a breath. He did not expect to be so lucky to recruit a light system user so easily, and even have a few level 2 members deliver themselves to his door. But he still hoped they could integrate well here. He picked up his blue crystal to observe it. If nothing went wrong, he would reach level 5 tonight. And after reaching this level, level 1 zombies would basically be no threat to him, unless he actively sought them out for large-scale extermination, which would be a bit tiring. Trunlach began to sit cross-legged and absorb the crystal. Success. The crystal, drained of its energy by him, shattered into small pieces. He joyfully exclaimed. He had really leveled up within just 1 month. This was a wonderful thing for him. Although it would be a bit difficult to level up his strength in the near future. But this was satisfying enough. He would leave the future to fate. Reaching level 5 made his spirits much lighter, so he wanted to go out with Mi Lep to celebrate a little. Trunlach gently stroked the black cat's head to comfort it. He was taking its Mi Lep away, leaving it all alone in the room, so it was natural for it to be upset. He gathered everyone and announced that today would be a group activity, and he would also participate. The target was the Goan Feisty market. It was a bit dangerous there, so he reminded everyone to be careful. After all, if anyone unfortunately died, he would not be happy. Truvan Quang, Fuppy Vung, and his subordinates would stay at home, while the others started getting into the cars. Being able to stay home, He happily accepted the order. A convoy of more than 10 cars started heading to the designated location. They set off with great enthusiasm. He began to divide the locations and noted down places with many zombies for everyone to be wary of. Zombies usually gathered in groups of about a dozen to make it easier to act. Trun Lex was assessing the situation and looking for a new strategy because it was very difficult for a 4-person squad to act together now. He instructed them that in this situation, they had to lure and pull them. A direct confrontation would be too exhausting, and the difference in forces was too great. Kong Feng was assigned the task of attracting the zombies. He smiled smugly and punched his fists together. Mv Lip, worried, immediately gave him a buff. Then Kong Feng ran towards the zombies, shouting to lure them to him. A group of 5 gory, hideous, and starving zombies rushed towards him, shooting blue light at Kalang Feng, but he easily dodged, and at this distance, they could not do anything to him because they were low-level zombies. Trunken Leshig explained the movement patterns of these crazed creatures in detail for everyone to pay closer attention. Kunli's noise had attracted a swarm of zombies. They were as numerous as ants from a disturbed nest, but he was already prepared. A group of 2 stood from a distance and launched a palm strike, burning a group of zombies at once. But this move could only be used for a slightly larger group. If there were too many, this method would not work. Next, the level 2 members with better abilities were sent to lure the zombies. They answered him in unison. An hour later, they reported that they had dealt with 100 zombies on the outskirts of the vegetable market. Trun Luffy praised them with satisfaction. As for the remaining zombies below, he would personally go and lure them. In his past life, he heard there was a level 4-5 Earth system zombie here, and now he wanted to find it. He looked around searchingly but did not know exactly where it was hiding. The large market was quiet. A zombie wearing a conical hat, with a shin skin, had bloodshot eyes. Trunleff casually walked past these zombies as if he were visiting a museum, without a trace of fear. But that was understandable. Having lived through 2 lives, he would probably seen so much it had become boring. He felt something approaching from behind him. It was it, the Earth System zombie. It slammed its hands on the ground. Sand shot towards him aggressively, like a giant scorpion about to pounce on its prey. He did not expect to encounter it so quickly. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He launched a circular projectile that pierced through the zombie's sand vortex. In an instant, he emerged in front of it. Rest in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down, and the zombie's head was severed from its body. And of course, its crystal now belonged to him. He happily ran off, dangling its head. It felt like holding a terrifying corn cob. He ran towards his teammates with the Earth System zombie's head, not looking tired at all. Taking its life was as easy as catching a cricket. He happily shouted, "What are you still standing there for?" He ordered everyone to use their speed advantage to escape this zombie horde. At the same time, they were to get ready, aim, and throw at the zombies. He added a reminder to run after throwing and not to stop. Dozens of blue lights were thrown into the zombie horde. Everyone was tired, but they did it. Over 200 zombies were eliminated, and so quickly at that, everyone was overjoyed, and their training morale was soaring higher. As long as they diligently trained and improved themselves, it would not matter even if there were more zombies. But Tron Letz was still very worried. He did not become complacent because of this victory. After all, to defeat them, they had to keep up with the evolution of these walking corpses. And basically, the survivors here could not keep up with their evolution speed. He urged everyone to load these supplies onto the cars. They cheered and answered in unison. Then returned together. He went for a look around the cold storage to see if the meat had gone bad. Since the power had been out for too long, he was thinking of moving the meat from his dimensional space here, then pretending to discover new supplies and distributing them to the other members. Satisfied with his plan, he smiled. 2 hours later, in the frozen food section, his car was blocked by a stranger. He said to wait for something, but before he could finish, he stuck his head out and told the guy not to block his way. With one look, he knew this was not someone to mess with. From behind, someone suddenly rode up on a motorcycle. He knew this young man. He was Heo Nin, nicknamed the Invincible Iron Palm. He approached this guy named Long to ask for the chicken he had just caught to save his mother. She was about to pass away but wanted to eat a bowl of chicken soup before she went. If Long could give him that chicken, he would sell his life to him, but Long flatly refused him. His underlings behind him also began to mock Ho Nun, even wanting to chase him away. He secretly smiled, forming a plan to recruit Heo Nen to his side. Anyway, to trade a chicken for a good person like this if he passed up such a good deal, then of course, he would not be polite. "Hey, I have chicken and a cook. If I fulfill your request, will you sell your life to me?" Ahonin was startled by this person's words, but he said he needed a bowl of chicken soup first. Trun Luck agreed. After all, the one thing he did not lack was food. The rich are always so generous with their money. He told Zia Trog and Mai Lep to switch cars with him and Heo Nian. He would go check on his mother's condition and also bring her to his place for convenient care. Heo Nevin agreed with his idea. Trun Luck waited downstairs for Ho Nine to carry his mother down. He was quite surprised, not expecting her to be so weak. Ho Nine said his mother had terminal cancer. He looked at her with a pained heart, his face showing sadness, and told Ho Nien to endure his grief. He really wanted to help cure her, but Muvalep's level was not high enough yet. Then, the Trun Lex said he would arrange for someone to cook chicken soup for his mother. When they arrived at his place, he immediately instructed Tha Ven to arrange a place for Heko Nian's mother and told his new brother to wait there as well. his people would immediately go cook the chicken soup. Ahonian thanked him and took his mother away. He also told Sister Ngate to cook this bowl of chicken soup really well, and if any ingredients were missing, just let him know. After all, this might be her last bowl of soup. Such a handsome and kind-hearted guy. Sister Ngate asked if her cooking was that bad before that he had to give such detailed instructions this time. Trun Lufik explained embarrassedly that it would take at least 3 hours to stew the chicken soup, and he was afraid the 2 newcomers would get hungry while waiting, so he had ordered 4 savory dishes and 4 vegetarian dishes to be made as well. It seems he really wanted to win Haehonian's loyalty this time. In a world where food was scarce, generously providing 8-9 lavish dishes at once was not something everyone could do. Very quickly, a tray of food was served. Onian's mother was moved to tears, saying this was too wasteful of him. He kindly told her not to be so formal and to eat while it was still hot. As he spoke, he handed a full bowl of rice to the auntie. Suddenly, she took his hand and said she could tell he was a good person, entrusting her son Honin to his care. He spoke while crying. No one understands a child better than their parent. For him to bring out such precious food so Hahonan could show filial piety to his mother proved that he highly valued her son. She told her son to be a person who does not disappoint others. Ahonika could not hold back his tears either. He held his mother's hand and said he understood and she did not need to worry. Seeing that the mother and son still had much to say, Min wished them an enjoyable meal and left. Satisfied, in the evening, he stood on a high place alone, looking up at the starry sky. He seemed to have something on his mind. Big brother. Thank you. My mother, she is gone. Heonin came sadly to thank him and deliver the bad news, but he felt that it was for the best. At least his mother no longer had to suffer the pain of cancer. Trun Lekka patted his shoulder to comfort him. Honeven's eyes were firm as he said, "Please watch my performance from now on." Ako Nen had already decided that he was his big brother and would follow him for life, but in fact, even without him saying it, Min was sure that based on his ability and talent, Ahonin would get back on his feet soon. Under the starry sky, 2 ambitious young men stood together, looking up towards the future. What worried Min now was that the team was growing larger. He had to quickly manage the team, establish rules for rewards and punishments, and build a ranking system to motivate everyone. He had also finished compiling the ranking system and had thought through everyone's positions. Tutuye Trud and Milep would be responsible for the support system. Level 3 members could be appointed as elite members. All others would be regular members. And finally, the new recruits. But he only needed 2 months to train this new group to proficiency. From now on, positions would be based on accumulated points, not on level. That way, it would be fair to everyone. Everyone would have a chance to prove themselves and improve at his place. He gathered everyone together and then announced the system rules he had devised. Elite members could split off to form and lead their own small teams, similar to the old system of prefectural and district officials. Currently, there were 3 promising candidates suitable for team leader. Thi Vien, Fang V, and Trun Kwam. The 3 of them would temporarily manage the male and female teams. The ranking policy would be established starting today. As long as anyone was willing to work desperately, they would not have to worry about food and shelter. Trun Lutzi motivated everyone to lift their spirits. It seemed this method was very effective. Everyone became much more enthusiastic and active. The slogan was "Kill Zombies. Earn money." Down the street, a convoy of cars was moving. Trun Yihai stopped to ask why there had not been any zombies around lately, wondering what had happened. Truly was the era of zombies. There were so many that not seeing them felt empty. A passerby told Trun Yihai they were all eliminated by Trun Lekid's people, whose group was stationed in the villa over there. Everyone there is very strong. They even have meat to eat every day. Life is not bad. Not only that, but recently, all the supplies had been taken by his people. Trun Yihai was surprised. They have meat to eat. In this chaotic era, just having a full stomach was a luxury, let alone eating meat. He turned to a person named Kinjio and said he wanted to meet his group to ask to join, as they needed a place to go anyway. Kinjio happily agreed. He thought it was a great idea. Maybe they would even be invited to eat some meat. It had been many days since either of them had a single piece. With that, they both set off straight for the villa. Someone in the car asked with concern. A brother Hai, the major shareholder of the Tron Corporation, was not that rich young master. Tron Lex, the one who borrowed $300 million from us, and the collateral was this very villa. But now they were coming to his house to ask to join, so he was worried if it would be okay. But Troningia Hai said that in these chaotic times, money had no meaning anymore. Besides, that Trunlef guy might have already gone to meet his ancestors long ago. It must be just a coincidence. A convoy of cars arrived in front of Trunleka's house. The guard at the gate saw so many people and feared they were bad guys coming to cause trouble. He quickly used his walkie-talkie to contact brother Tron Kwang for reinforcements at the main gate of the villa. Trunle quickly replied and went to check the situation himself. He stood on a high place, looking down at the newcomers. The moment Tradiani Hai saw him, he recognized him as the one who came to borrow 300 million. He was extremely surprised. Trunlef was also surprised. Was his luck this bad? It is the apocalypse, and he meets his creditor here. What the hell is this? He approached. The debtor and creditor meeting was a bit awkward, but times have changed. Money's useless now, so what good is it? Truninga Hai knew at a glance that he was the one in charge here, and Tron Lexi did not deny it. This Troning High was a true opportunist. He said he owed 300 million, which was past due, so with interest, the total was 330 million, but given the special circumstances, he no longer needed the penalty fee and interest. Coming to someone's place and still wanting to collect a debt. But who did he think he was? Did he think he would pay just because he asked? Truly knave, Tron Lexi might be handsome, but he was also thick-skinned. He smiled brightly and said perhaps he did not know, but he had never owed anyone money. He had already transferred the money to his card long ago. But what to do now? With zombies everywhere, communication signals and everything else were cut off. He had no way to prove he had transferred the money, and Trudging a High's side had no way to check either. Right, the person behind him shouted angrily. This swindler, how dare he lie about such a large sum of money? Trudging High's face was now as black as the bottom of a pot, because what he said was basically correct. The disadvantage was now on his side. Trun Leffer replied cheerfully. Then just go to the bank, get a statement as proof that I did not transfer the money, and bring it here. This handsome, thick-skinned guy thought to himself, I am an upright person, and an upright person never goes back on their word. But anyway, they did lend him money. To repay the favor, he would give them a ton of rice, and from now on, they would owe each other nothing. A ton of rice for 300 million, he was getting a great deal. The cunning Trud High said he just needed to change the rice to meat. He was a smart man who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Demanding money now was useless anyway, so it was better to convert it to meat. Then he calculated that 15 tons of meat would be considered payment for the 300 million. The cunning Kindio also chimed in, saying if Trun Lek did not have enough meat, he could just give him the girl next to him to settle the debt. Trun Lek was furious, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Don't even say I do not have it. Even if I did, I would not give it to you people. Seeing his disdainful attitude and the group following him, they showed no fear that Tranang Haizai's group would make trouble if he did not pay. But it made sense. His group had dealt with so many zombies. Their strength was real. He could not act recklessly. After thinking, Trun Hasi gave a bitter smile and said he did not need it anymore. The money had indeed reached his account. He just misremembered. Ken Dio shouted, "Are you stupid?" He clapped, praising Hai's intelligence, then told him to stand aside and not get in the way, since Kindio just demanded his person. He should teach this brat a lesson. Hearing that, he knew Kindio had stepped on a hot iron plate, but this was also a chance to see Tron Leka's strength. As soon as he said that, he moved away. Kunzio angrily cursed him for being a coward. They clearly had more people, so what was there to fear? But Trajian Hai's group had already turned their backs. Ignoring him, he angrily gritted his teeth, about to order his men to charge. When Tronlek spoke up with a threat, he gave them 10 seconds to stand aside with Trang Hai's group. If they did not want to be beaten along with him, they would better be smart. With just that small threat, all of them immediately moved to the side. He angrily cursed them for having no guts. After speaking, Kunzio channeled his energy. 2 streams of blue light appeared. With one look, Trunlef knew he was a dark system user who could summon those with special talents. It was a pity he could not recruit someone like that under him. Just as he finished that thought, Kenyo summoned a horde of skulls in black robes. They held long scythes and stood around him, awaiting orders. They looked just like the Grim Reaper in movies. This was the Skull Army he was most proud of. Anyone targeted by them would go to hell, their souls captured forever, never to be reincarnated. Listening to that description gives me goosebumps. Evil people always play with evil things, but it seems this time, Unnie, you have picked the wrong person. The one standing before you is the King of Space, a professional summoning and healing system user. Trun Lukak asked who he was trying to scare. Why not just call himself King Yama? Did he think he would be afraid? Trun Lex turned and offered the chance to earn credit to his people. Killing one skull was 5 points. Capturing Kindio live was 100 points. The Fuppy Vinging and Memnut also ran forward as if they wanted to earn credit. After all, cats and dogs need to eat meat too. Right, it turned out Fuppy Ving wanted the position of elder, and Meaty Fine was just following the dog's lead. Trun Lef gave a cunning smile. This damn dog, whatever it wants, he will grant it. Now it even wants to earn credit points. Fine then, he will play along. The Fipi barked happily a few times and then charged forward enthusiastically. Black Dog is the natural enemy of ghosts and demons. After all, the Fuppy Ving charged forward, enthusiastically thinking that after this mission, the elder position would be a little closer. The thought excited him. He opened his mouth and spat out a burst of fire, sending Kin Dio's men flying. This dog was pretty ambitious. Mama Lean took the opportunity to signal everyone to prepare and wait for them to get tired before attacking. Fidi Ving jumped left and right, dazzling Kin Dio. It ran wild everywhere, making Kin Dio's men scatter in chaos. Trun Luck originally wanted everyone to get some practice, but he did not expect it to crash the party. He laughed helplessly. Finally, it charged straight at Kin Zio. He begged for mercy and terror. But unexpectedly, it just lifted its hind leg and peed on his leg. It wanted to mark this guy. He was its target now. The 100 points from capturing Kinio alive would belong to it, and no one else should hope to get them. After that, it turned away. Satisfied, to accumulate more points, Trunlek saw every action of this mischievous dog. He covered his face in embarrassment, silently cursing the shameless Fop Ving. At least do not make me lose face like this. Seeing his underlings fall one by one before his eyes, Kendio fell to the ground in terror, crying and begging him not to harm him. He ran and hugged Trunlek's leg. wailing that if the big brother spared his life, he would agree to do anything. So pathetic. You should not have started trouble in the first place. Did you think taking Brother Lekka's people was easy? Tron Yihai stood to one side, silently feeling that he had made the right decision not to mess with this kid. But he also did not know how he would be dealt with next. Trun Lek said he would not harm him, because this handsome, thick-skinned guy had seen that the power this man possessed could be useful to him, making him a perfect tool. At this moment, Trun Lek was cunningly and silently calculating how to use this guy to the fullest. After all, he was not a good person, so sparing his life was already merciful enough. Relieved to be out of danger, he kowtowed to Tronon Lekshi as if he were a living Buddha. He was also very direct, saying he highly valued his summoning ability. Then his face darkened, and he warned in a low voice that if this guy dared to play tricks or intended to escape, he would personally cut off all 5 of his limbs. After that, he ordered Tron Quan to lock Kunzio up, but to treat him with the same provisions as a normal newcomer. Tron Quan quickly went to make arrangements. Seeing his abilities, Trun Yihai became sycophantic. He ran over, apologizing profusely, and offered Tron Lexi a gun, but he was already level 5. A gun was now just a toy to him. However, using it to play with this guy for a bit would be fine. With this evil thought, Trun Lef gave a cunning smile. Then Tron Lexi closed his eyes, pointed the gun at his own chest, and pulled the trigger. Everyone present screamed in alarm, but very quickly, a circular blue light emanated from his chest like a hole, and the bullet was slowly pushed out. He looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. Old man, he has already reached level 5. Level 5. I wonder if this uncle will faint from shock when he realizes it. He thought to himself, Tren Lessie is too strong. Seeing his expression, he was very satisfied and said thanks for the gun. He took Azai's hand and helped him up. The man was stiff, praising his strength for truly shattering his understanding. Trunlef acted magnanimously, saying no fight, no friendship, and that he and him would have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Trun Lex quickly turned and asked Hai's group if anyone had the elemental types he needed. If so, his place was always ready to accept new people. But for better or worse, he was the leader. He was afraid that talking too much would ruin his image. His inner voice was screaming, "Can someone come and help me say a few more words so these people understand?" The guy with glasses quickly stepped up on behalf of the big brother, shouting out the attractive benefits they would get for joining, then loudly called for everyone to sign up. Trun Lek was pleased with this smart underling of his. Hearing about eating meat and many other attractive benefits, many people scrambled to join under him. Trun Lek asked for Hai's opinion on whether it was convenient for him to openly poach his men like this, but at this point, how could he dare to object? So that is why he demonstrated his bulletproof body earlier to make it easier to recruit new people. He thought about it and gave a bitter smile. People were still excitedly talking about their abilities and levels, competing to be accepted. He set a condition: each person had to kill 10 zombies and get 10 crystals to be accepted. After all, there was no free lunch here for the useless. As soon as he finished speaking, the new group split up to find zombies. It seemed this offer really interested everyone. They were all energetic and enthusiastic. Trine Yihai did not go with Tron Lef, but before leaving, the old man said he lived at Kim Long Garden. "If you need anything from me, just come find me there, but if one day I am in trouble, I hope Tron Lef can also treat me as a brother and help." Tron Lek he accepted. After all, having more allies was better than having more enemies. At night, Trun Lek and Movlep were cuddling and talking. She felt curious why the new group performed so well today, but he did not let them wipe out all the zombies. She had calculated that if one person handled about 20 zombies, they could clear them all out in no time. Even without everyone coordinating, one person could take down nearly 100. They should deal with them quickly before they evolve. Trun Lek fell silent, then explained that this was only her way of thinking. Even now, there are still people who do not dare to get near zombies, let alone gathering everyone together. If they encountered a slightly more evolved one, they would all be sent to meet their ancestors. She finally understood. Muvales wished him a good night and then hugged him, falling asleep first. Trun Lek was still lost in thought. What he told me Lychee was only part of the reason. Humans needed zombies to evolve, so they could not possibly wipe them all out. Only by fighting them could humans obtain high-level crystals and evolve quickly. Otherwise, when those powerful creatures descend, humans would not be able to survive. Early in the morning, Trun Lek warned everyone to be careful when going out, as the zombies were getting stronger. According to his calculations, today was the day they would evolve to level 2. He watched the line of cars leave, not forgetting to shout after them, once again reminding everyone to be careful. This natural selection process would inevitably lead to casualties. Those without abilities would not be able to survive in this world later on. While he was thinking, Mifam suddenly had a bad feeling. It sensed that Mi Lin would get injured, but it would not be life-threatening. Mummy Lin, Mv Lip, Vea Tre, and Fupidin usually acted together. If it were just a normal situation, she would absolutely not be in danger. But still, she would be injured, though not fatally. Trun Alef lifted Mefim and looked at it, wondering if he should go with them to protect them. He intended to go along but then thought again. If he handled everything, how could they become stronger? If they could not train and endure some hardships on their own, they would end up like canaries protected in a cage. Even if she eventually reached the king level, she would no longer be the Line Dim Sarsh from his past life. But then again, this cat was amazing. Human-level ability users could only detect a little bit of danger at the most critical moment, yet it could foresee danger so far in advance. Trunlef affectionately petted Mifusm. It was about time he gathered some higher-level crystals to tame this cat. Being petted, Mempheme cheered up. Meanwhile, Milin's group was fighting zombies, but they seemed to be having some difficulty. Mumbaling was frustrated, not understanding why a few hits used to be enough to take them down. What on earth did these zombies eat today to become so tough? She observed them carefully. The crystals on these ones were definitely much better than the old ones. With that said, she launched a massive fire blast, incinerating a zombie that was approaching her. Vidina Diatri commented that the level 2 zombies were not much stronger than level 1. Mullah also found it quite easy to take them down. Muvalep was happy, thinking it seemed they could collect more crystals today. From a distance, a zombie watched all 4 of them. It realized they were not the normal humans it usually ate. It was also alone, so it seemed it had to be more careful. Oh my god! A zombie that thinks, this is getting a bit tense. It knew it could not act alone, so it went to call for backup. The purple zombie used its language to call its comrades to come and feast on flesh together. Meanwhile, Milline's group was still unaware. The Fuppy gang saw a few zombies in the distance and happily ran over by itself to collect crystals. Mummy Lin, Zi Trur, and Mi Lep were still dealing with a small horde. Malep told her sister and Zli tried her to be careful. Seeming a bit panicked, she transferred more power to the 2 of them. Mulin reassured her sister to calm her fears, saying they would slowly beat them to a pulp. Mulin aggressively launched a fireball, blowing up a group of nearby zombies. Just like that, she and A-Charge slowly charged forward. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose. A muscular hand was controlling the wind. Mulin quickly realized this wind was making the zombies move faster. For a moment, they did not understand the situation and had to flee. But the more they ran, the more tired they got, and the faster the zombies became. Mumbalin said they could not run anymore. They had to fight. The other 2 agreed in unison and charged forward together. Finally, in the chaos, Muvlep let her guard down. The thinking zombie from earlier, which had been waiting for an opportunity from behind, saw its chance and lunged to grab Mylep. Seeing this, Malene ran to shield her sister. Her arm was clawed open by the zombie, and blood flowed endlessly. The wound was quite deep, but she still struggled to her feet. Angrily, she shot fire at the zombie, but it nimbly dodged, which truly surprised Megalyn. This zombie even knew how to dodge. What kind of situation was this? They split up to act. Mubalep was in charge of harassing the zombie, but it still managed to dodge her attacks. Frustrated, told Nlep to give him a status buff. Then he charged forward forcefully to subdue it. The 2 coordinated perfectly. Fuppy Ving turned its head and saw the commotion on their side and got worried. As it ran over, it saw the 3 of them fighting a zombie. It thought smugly, I was just gone for a moment and they are already in such a mess. Afraid that Tron Lef would cook it into a dog hotpot, it rushed forward, intending to bite the head of the thinking zombie. The zombie turned to look at Phi Pizong, quickly jumped left then right to misdirect it. Vidi and Thr took advantage of its distraction and hit it on the head with a club, and just like that, it was caught. Muv also lunged forward at the same time as Fop Vung, but it still managed to leap away, dodge the blow, and flee. Foppy Vung, afraid its prey would escape and it would lose accumulation points, stubbornly gave chase. This dog was as persistent as a leech. It kicked the zombie in the back, knocking it down. Avini Yai Trey tried to pin it down, and then the whole group 3 people and a dog beat it relentlessly. After defeating it, they were all exhausted. That is enough for today. We should head back, Malene said warily. Fidigi patiently dug and finally found its crystal. The little dog quickly bit it out. With a full bag of crystals, it proudly brought its spoils before Tronless, asking Mframa to ask him how many accumulation points these crystals could be exchanged for. He checked and was delighted to find a level 4 crystal. He valued this one crystal at 100 accumulation points for Fop Viding. Its eyes lit up, and it stuck out its tongue, trying to look cute for its master. Trunlef quickly fed the level 4 crystal to Mevifum, hoping it could also level up quickly. The Fuppy Ying soaked, thinking, the crystal I worked so hard to get ended up belonging to that damn cat. But to the dog, the crystal did not mean much anyway. It did not really need it. The goal it was aiming for was the position of elder. Trunlef chuckled inwardly, having grasped the dog's weakness. Then, he fell into deep thought about Meline's situation. She had been in danger, but it was not life-threatening. Previously, when Muvalexi was in danger, it was also Memifum who notified him so he could arrive in time to be the hero saving the damsel in distress. This cat had correctly predicted future danger twice now, but this time, Yeacher was also lightly injured. So why had not he heard anything from Mevi Fime about it? Was the injury too minor for it to sense? Or could it only sense the danger of injury to those close to it? Trunlufsi thought to himself that this ability of the cat needed to be carefully nurtured and upgraded. In the morning, while everyone was sitting and talking, Phi being suddenly rushed over, barking loudly, wanting everyone to look at it. Membalep wondered if she was hallucinating. Today, Phi Piging was twice as big as usual. Emil lazily glanced at it. It had indeed gotten bigger. Vinyajanch asked if it was because Sister Emphit's cooking was so delicious that the dog grew so fast in such a short time. It angrily explained to Mem, and the little cat translated that it was because it had advanced to level 4 that its body had grown so big. Everyone was happy about that. This dog was truly capable. Only Mian felt annoyed, thinking her progress was slower than a dog's. It then asked, since this was its first time reaching level 4, how many accumulation points could Tron Lef give it? This dog is so greedy. No. It is more like a point fiend. He asked in surprise what it wanted accumulation points for. It said it dreamed of becoming the dog elder. Then the vice leader. At that time, everyone would have to call it vice leader. That sounds so majestic. That is why it was risking its life to collect so many crystals for points. A glory-seeking dog. As it spoke, its eyes shone, and it stood up straight. Extremely proud, Tron Lef was speechless. But then he got angry and kicked it hard. Was this dog trying to say he was a dog? It ignored him and whined, hurry up and give me the accumulation points. The annoying FAPV stood there barking up a storm, giving Tron Lef a headache. Suddenly, someone reported that Tron High had sent people over 3 cars with about a dozen people, saying they wanted to ask for help. He was so polite back then. How did he run into trouble the moment I turned my back? What a troublesome guy, Tron Lef lazily replied but still let his men in. Tong Long, Tridu High's subordinate, politely handed Tron Lef a long red wooden box. The pattern was simple, but one look told you it was high quality. Tridu High sent a message that inside were 100 medicinal herbs. He was certain that Tron Lef's place had no shortage of food and drink, so he specially brought these. He also carefully instructed that whether Tron Lef agreed to help or not, these herbs were a gift for him. This Tridu High is truly a careful thinker. Doing this, given Tron Lef's personality, he would definitely go and help him. As expected, Tron Lef asked Tang Long what had happened on their end. Tang Long resentfully explained that an ability user named Jiang V had suddenly appeared, and was competing with them for supplies and recruiting new people. Tribu High did not want any trouble, but this guy was too arrogant. He said one mountain cannot have 2 tigers and wanted True High to become his subordinate. If not, he would wipe them all out. According to him, Jiang V was very powerful, having single-handedly dealt with 10 of his men, most of whom were level 2 ability users. Tridu High could not handle him and had to ask for Tron Lef's help. He fell silent, thinking, if one person could defeat a dozen people at once, including many level 2s, and the gap between level 2 and level 3 was not that large, then this guy must be at least level 4. Could he have superior talent? But that is unlikely. He was probably like Lund then, lucky enough to get a high-level crystal and also have some talent, making it easy to reach level 4. Tron Lef thought if he could take this guy down, he would get a level 7 or at least a level 4 crystal. He asked Tung Lung what type this person was. He said he thought it was the physical type, because his attacks were very brutal and lacked any finesse in combat. After getting a brief overview of the opponent, he decided to go with this group. Tung Long was overjoyed for Brother Tron and scurried after him. Tron Lef told Ting Lung to wait a moment. He would go back to his room to pack a few things and then go with him. This matter should not be delayed. Just the thought of getting another high-level crystal made his fighting spirit surge. Seeing him so enthusiastic, Ting Lung happily agreed to do as he said. Back in his room, he picked up Memphiam and asked if this trip would be dangerous. The kitten's eyes glowed as if it knew he was going to ask it something. Memphiam said probably not, because it could not sense anything right now. What did probably not mean? Then what was the point of asking it? He forced it to give him a definitive answer on whether he would face any danger. At least if he knew, it would be easier to handle. Mevifum tried its best to check, but in the end, it confirmed there was nothing and wished him a safe journey. Tron Lef thought about its words safe journey and how unsettling they sounded. Suddenly, he got angry and decided to take Mai Fime with him, ordering Fop Ving to watch the house. If they were going on a journey, they would go together. This person's mood was too erratic. The clouds were drifting lazily in the sky, and the sun was radiant. He held Mupafiem in the back seat and casually complimented the car, saying it was not bad. Timung Lef happily said if Brother Tron liked it, he would gift it to him when they returned, or if he wanted, he could just drive it back himself. He added that if he liked anything over there, he should just say so. Trahai would not hold back anything from him. Whoa. Are rich people always this generous? An entire car given away just like that? Tron Alexi thought to himself that Trahai and Ting Lef really knew how to treat people. At a tall building, no. A skyscraper dozens of stories high is more accurate. Trahai respectfully thanked Brother Tron Hyen for agreeing to come and help him. He bowed low and told Tron Lessie that he owed him for this favor and would definitely repay it when he had the chance. After the pleasantries, he got straight to the point. He said that Jiang V was very powerful, and magical attacks seemed to have no effect on him. After saying that, he quickly told Tron Lexi to wait a moment while he went to gather his men to find Jiang Vi. He agreed. Meanwhile, a fat guy with a belly so big his navel was showing through his shirt was happily drinking with 2 beautiful girls. He silently thanked the zombie stories he had read. Thanks to them, he knew that the crystals were in their heads, although his clothes were a bit shabby. When did he ever get to have a beauty in each arm in the pre-apocalyptic world? And they were so obedient too. Wait. Before, could it be that this guy also transmigrated? A subordinate burst in and reported that Tri High had brought people over. His good mood ruined. He said annoyedly, I have not even gone looking for him, and he has already come here to die. He must be tired of living. He gritted his teeth and called his subordinates to go deal with this Tri High who did not know his place. approaching from a distance. His subordinates were as numerous as ants. It seemed he had recruited quite a few people in a short time. One look and Tron Leka knew the fat guy was Jiang V. But surprisingly, he could not tell what level he was at. As soon as he got close, he pointed a finger in Trido Hai's face and shouted loudly. He saw that this guy Hai was also a person of some renown, and he was capable, so he wanted to recruit him under his wing and had given him some face. But unexpectedly, Trido Hai not only refused but also brought people to invade his territory and cause trouble. This was clearly asking for a death wish. Tron Leka had been observing the whole time, but it did not matter. As long as the guy was below level 7, no one could survive a single slash from him. Trido Hai spoke up, challenging him. Didn't you say you were powerful? Jiang V. I brought someone here to see if you can handle them. If the person he brought lost, he was willing to become the fat guy's subordinate. It could be said that Trido Hai had great faith in Tron Lek's abilities. Jiang V boosted that there was nothing he would not dare. Bring on as many as you have got. Trido Hai offered a reward to his men if they could capture Jiang V. Tron Lef gently set Mev Fidiam aside and told it to wait for him for a moment. Mivi Fame meowed in agreement. Then he stood up, calmly looking towards Jiang V. It was time for him to make his move. Meanwhile, Trido Hai's subordinates were relentlessly striking Jiang V with their weapons. But it was like they were just scratching an itch for him. This was also a good chance for him to show off his power to everyone. Tron Left put his left hand behind his back, and a circular blue light appeared. He smiled cruelly, thinking this guy was too naive. How could he show off everywhere just because he had a few abilities? This would surely be the fat guy's last day. With that, he rushed forward, launching that light. From the force of his hand, it split into 2 pieces and flew toward Jiang V. The moment the attack was launched, Jiang V was sliced in 2. He stared in disbelief. Before anyone could even see what Tron Lessie did, Jiang V had collapsed to the ground. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Everyone there was terrified by his frightening power. The mighty Jiang V was defeated in a single blow. The cut was as clean as slicing sugarcane, a swift move that left no openings. He stood there coldly with both hands in his pockets, watching the bisected body on the ground, red blood staining a large patch of the yard. Tron Lexa hurriedly looked for his crystal but could not find it. Could he have hidden it in his bedroom? But a high-level crystal was so valuable, he would surely keep it on his person. Seeing him rummaging for a while without success, Tong Long gently knelt down beside him and said he was very good at finding things. Offering to help him look, Trunlef stepped aside to make room. With a straight face, he reached into the crotch of Kwang Vai's pants and rummaged around. Trunled's face went pale as he stared in disgust at his actions, wondering to himself if Tungalong was not grossed out. What if that area of his had also absorbed the crystal and mutated? After a moment, Tungalong found it. He held up the rhombus-shaped blue crystal to observe it. It was truly large compared to normal ones. Trunlef reached out his hand for it. Tungalong carefully placed the stone in Tronlek's hand. It was a level 6 crystal, but only 40% of it was a spiritual system stone. He would let Memubphanum absorb it. This little cat was too lucky. Standing to the side, Truningahai thought to himself that Tronlesha had made a huge profit this time. Then, he quickly told the remaining people from Kwangga's side not to panic. For now, they should focus on killing zombies together. His words implicitly confirmed that he had no intention of wiping them out. This was just a grudge between him and Kwang V. The fat guy brought this upon himself, in front of everyone. Treni Havzia guaranteed that if Kwang V's people followed him now, no one would be mistreated. If they agreed, they should step over to his side. Having obtained the crystal, Trunlef had no interest in staying longer. He made the excuse that his house could not be left unattended, and took his leave. Tron Hai thanked him once again. He also said that since he had helped this time, if he needed anything in the future, he should just come to him. Truningay also asked if he needed a few men to escort him back. Trunlef refused, but he really liked this yellow Bentley and wanted to take it home. If they were offering it, why refuse? It is not like they were short one car. Truningahai happily handed over the keys and even said that if he found any other nice cars in the future, he would send them over to him. As the car drove away, Trunihai carefully instructed Tung Long to pass down the word that from now on, his people should be polite when they meet Tronlex. It could save their lives at a crucial moment. Knowing powerful people is really beneficial, is not it, bro? It is a good thing we did not give Brother Tron a hard time about that 300 million debt. Tung Long was shrewd enough to know that this was, of course, the right thing to do. On the way back, seeing Memphium engrossed in a V-show, Trun Luffy curiously asked if it was that interesting. He would seen both it and Fapiang watching it avidly every day. It said it was indeed a little interesting. It turned out it was watching a fortune-telling show. It even sighed to itself that the person on TV was more amazing than it was. Seeing it so sad, Trunlef smiled and comforted it, saying the Taoist priest on TV was faking his predictions. The things the little cat foresaw were real, so it should not compare itself like that. Comforted, Memphium happily closed its eyes and started mimicking the finger counting, saying it would read Mi Lin's fortune. Watching its actions, he could not help but praise how cute this little thing was, but had it really learned finger-counting divination from TV? It opened its eyes wide and said it observed that Mereline had a big bad omen. Trun Lex was startled and asked if it was telling the truth. He frantically drove faster towards home. He asked again in alarm, "Is it a majorly bad omen?" Mivi Fetim said it was certain. It was not joking. Trun Lef quickly stepped on the gas. Speeding back, This was really going to be the death of him. How could his old heart withstand such grave news every now and then? The new branded car sped down the road. Upon arriving home, both he and Memfen stared in shock with wide eyes. A whole group of people had swollen faces, bruised purple and red all over. Trun Quang Fong Fiyu said that earlier. While they were training by the artificial lake, they encountered a swarm of over 2,000 bees. Everyone had to struggle to deal with them. And this was the result. Trun Lek said he would check the villa area again to prevent this from happening again. He worriedly asked Malup if she was okay, if she was hurt anywhere. Malup gently said she was fine and not injured. Not seeing Evelyn, he asked Muvleep, "Where is your sister? Is she okay?" Malup shyly stammered that it was nothing serious. She leaned in and whispered to Tron Lefis that her sister had been stung by a bee. The stung area had swollen up very large, so she had gone back to her room. Tron Luk wondered what that place was that required such shy whispering. Malup blushed and pointed to her chest, saying it was that place. Means had swollen up very large. He was stunned and asked Mev Fan, "Was the greatly bad omen you mentioned this?" It turned out the bad hung in the omen was a pun for chest hung. Mivil nonchalantly replied yes. It had clearly said a big chest omen. Who told him to panic and make a fuss for no reason? Mevifine made Tron Lek his head spin. 5:30 p.m. On a deserted road, a teenager sat holding a young man in his arms. He cried out, "Don't go," the person weakly said to his younger brother. "After you must join that villa complex. It is very safe, and you won't have to worry about being harmed by those around you." Looking at his brother, he sobbed and said, "If we go together. You are the only family I have left." His brother weakly said, "I am not going to make it. After I am gone, take my crystal so you will be qualified to join Tron Lek's team." As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped breathing. The teenager hugged his brother and sobbed. He now had enough 3-star crystals to go to that place, but his brother was no longer by his side. Crying, he dug out his brother's crystal, resentfully wondering why they did not kill zombies together. It was already hard enough for a group to fight, let alone just the two of them. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his grief. If it were not for the requirement that everyone needed a 3-star crystal to join his team, his brother would not have had to die. He blamed all his misfortune on Tronlef. The desire for revenge surged, consuming his thoughts. He wanted all of Tronlek his people to die along with his brother. 9 in the morning, the teenager brought the crystals to Tronles, asking to follow him. Amifine quickly warned Tronles that this person intended to harm him. He was surprised. He clearly had no grudge with this kid. So why would he want to send him to his grave? The teenager asked impatiently if he could join now. Tronlek stood up and said of course, then asked him to take a walk with him. He told Mifan to go back to the room first. The kid's face darkened menacingly, but he still followed. A punch sent the teenager flying, spitting blood as he fell to the ground. Trunluka bluntly grabbed his collar and threatened him, asking why he wanted to harm him, or if someone had sent him here to assassinate him. The young boy was shocked that he knew his intentions so quickly, especially since he had not done anything yet. He resentfully said, "We have no grudge against each other. Why would I want to harm you? I sincerely want to follow you." But Tronlek's patience had a limit, and he was not about to play cat and mouse with this kid. He punched the other side of his face, making him spit out another mouthful of blood. Unable to bear it any longer, he finally revealed his true purpose. He angrily unleashed a blow, with blue light on one side and orange fire on the other. Trunlek was surprised. This was a dual ability user. He angrily said that because of Tronle's harsh selection criteria, his brother had to die. While he sat here leisurely petting and playing with a cat, he truly deserved to die. Trunlek was taken aback. How did this suddenly become his fault? Did he cause the apocalypse? Was the hardship this kid endured his fault? Did he force him to join his side? And now he was being blamed and hated for it. The kid yelled wildly, telling Tronlesi to shut up, then lunged at him, demanding he pay for his brother's life. What an unreasonable brat, constantly talking about taking lives. But he did not even consider who he was trying to harm. Trunleviv was annoyed. It was rare to meet someone with a dual element ability, but it was a pity that if he wanted to harm him, he could not be kept alive. Trunlek smiled and waved his hand lightly. Streams of light blue light flew out and wrapped around the kid's body. He only had time to let out a small cry. Trunlek stepped outside, looking at the backs of his two subordinates. He thought about how Met Fan had just leveled up to 4 this morning and had just warned him. This person would face a fatal disaster. In Trunlek's memory, this person was Minthan, a wind ability user. He said he was going to the other side to relieve himself, so he would go alone. Trunlek said he wanted to go with him, his purpose being to verify Mifan's warning and see if he could prevent it. He decided to save this guy for once. Suddenly, a black cat appeared from a tree. It abruptly lunged at Minthan. This was a cat that had mutated into a zombie. Was this the cause of this guy's death? Tronlexi thought in a panic. Meanwhile, being attacked unexpectedly from above, Minthan had no time to defend himself. Trunluffy managed to rush over in time and knock the zombie cat away. At home, Only Fine suddenly coughed up a lot of blood. Pafipi was so scared it froze for a moment. Then, Memnidi fainted and fell to the ground. Only then did it snap out of it and run over crying to help Mung Fan up. It did not know what was wrong, but no matter how frantically it called out, Mivi Fen lay there motionless. not responding. 2 streaks of bright red blood stained its white fur, the contrast making it even more frightening for anyone nearby. It used its mouth to gently carry Mev to its bed, then quickly ran off to find its master for help. On the way back, Trunlufty thought about how Mev Fen's predictions were very accurate, and that it was possible to find ways to change them. This little cat's ability was truly great. The Fuppy Viking cried out for its master while running towards him. Although he could not understand dog language and did not have Mev Fen to translate, just seeing its panicked state gave Trunlucky a feeling that something had happened at home. He immediately ran after it back home, worrying about what could have happened to make 5-op Vening lose its composure like that. As soon as he entered, he saw Mafan lying motionless on its cushion. He picked it up and checked it over. It was still alive. Everything seemed normal, but he did not understand why this happened. None of the guards at the gate were injured, which meant this was not caused by someone's actions. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still very cautious and turned to ask Fop Vang who did this. Its face was as black as the bottom of a pot. How was it supposed to know? The Fuppy Gang stood there dumbfounded because it truly had no idea. He immediately sent for Mevlep to see what was wrong with Mifane. As soon as she arrived and saw Mefan lying motionless in his arms, Melepa quickly asked what was wrong. Trunlef hurriedly told her to treat it first. He held it for Melep to treat, but his mind was racing. Was it because he saved Minthan that Mevfan suffered a backlash? But he had listened to its warnings and saved Muline and Lep before, and everything was fine. What on earth was wrong now? After being treated by Mevi Lep, Mifan gradually opened its eyes. Seeing how worried he was, it meowed to comfort him, saying it was okay. Mifane explained that this happened because the prophecy was altered, which caused it to vomit blood and faint. Trunlek said he was sorry, that he really should not have tested this. It explained that it felt there was an orbit, and on that orbit, Mummy Lin, and Mimi Lep revolved around it. Others were outside this orbit, so if the 3 of them strayed from the orbit, it could adjust the future to keep them from danger. But for others not in the orbit, if it intervened to alter a foretold danger, it would be the one to face the consequences. Bufuppy Ying desperately wanted to enter that orbit, but it was too far from Mev Fine. If this dog were in danger and a warning was given, Min Fan probably would not have the strength left to see anyone again. He understood now, the dangerous premonitions could be altered, but only when the intimacy level with Mi Fan was maxed out could it be done without endangering it. Currently, only the 3 of them had reached that intimacy limit. Min Fi meowed, confirming his thoughts. In short, with this ability of they needed to be more careful in the future. He turned to pat Fei Pingya's head, saying it must cherish Mefen from now on and treat it well. It wondered why he was saying that. It grumbled with a dark face, thinking it was not a suck-up, so why should it have to flatter that cat? Seeing its dissatisfaction, Trunless whispered a few sentences that made its eyes widen. There were that many benefits. It could ensure it would not be in danger. This startled it. Then, Trunlex brought a mech before Fup and said that from now on, Fuppy Vijing would be its mount. This dog was truly self-serving. Before, it was fierce and defiant. But now, after hearing about the benefits from Meji Fan, it eagerly stepped forward, saying it would protect this cat well. A month later, Trunless was talking with everyone, just as they had seen over the past few days. In a short period of time, a portion of the level 2 zombies had begun to evolve. People were buzzing. Someone had encountered a level 3 zombie yesterday, which was truly scary. Another said they had not even reached level 3 yet. They really hoped the zombies would not keep evolving. Everyone was scared and panicked. Trunlef calmly reassured everyone. The newly leveled up zombies only had a few upgrades and a bit more intelligence. Their evolution was different from humans. Of course, he would also give everyone more time to practice and adapt. For the first 3 days, as long as they got 1 level 3 crystal per day or exceeded the crystal quota, they would get 2 points. After 2 days, the target would increase slightly, and they would get 3 points. He was focused on setting out rewards to encourage everyone to train harder. Suddenly, a subordinate ran in to report that Triwa Hai had sent someone over, saying he had news to discuss with him. Trun Luck looked bored. Why was this guy here again? Every time he came, there was trouble. He dismissed everyone to split into groups and practice on their own. While he went to see what the troublesome Hai's man had to say, seeing him approach, Tumalung greeted him politely and said that this time, Brother Hai had sent him with some news. Trunlef nonchalantly told him to speak. Tingalung slowly explained the details. Someone at the toll station next to National Highway 3, Number 9, was organizing a trade fair. They said they wanted to gather everyone to discuss how to get through these times. So, Triduhai wanted to ask if Tronless's side would go. His current goal was to find talented people to recruit, then establish a powerful base to survive this nightmarish apocalypse. This fair was the perfect place for more interaction with the outside world. It was very suitable for him to recruit new talent. How could he not go to such a good opportunity? In the blink of an eye, the day arrived. The sky was still clear blue. Down on the street, blue-haired man stood waving to welcome guests. He fawningly solicited customers, with 3 long-legged, sexily dressed girls standing behind him. The price for one session was 5 kilograms of white rice or 1 level 2 crystal, guaranteed to be no scam. But what kind of game had such an exorbitant price? It turned out to be for the girls. Trunlev's face darkened in annoyance. The apocalypse was here, and this guy was still using women to make money like this. After all, he was an upright person. This kind of shady business disgusted him. Trunles immediately turned to leave. The man was about to run after him to pull him back but was stopped by Try to High. The fair even had a stall selling alcohol. People were bustling about, assigning tasks. Some were decorating, some were greeting guests. The scene was like before the apocalypse. Trun and Lexi told everyone to buy what they liked and play what they wanted. But if they saw anything good, they should remember to tell him. As for Tron Kwang, Fang V, Kat Nian, and Z Trevin, the four of them would go with him. Everyone responded in unison and split up. They saw a large crowd gathered over there and figured there must be something good, so they went over to take a look. Trun Lud's group loudly asked for people to make way, but they were actually pushing people aside to squeeze through. Two people were about to fight. One of them was Long. The man Ho Nien had begged for a chicken but was refused. The fact that the chicken was still around surprised Tron Luck a little. It turned out his chicken had pecked the hair of the other guy's brother and was about to be dealt with. Long wanted compensation, but the other party only agreed to give 5 tons of rice. No more. If he did not agree, they could settle it with a one-on-one fight. Long relented, softly begging if they could renegotiate. Trun Luck walked up and said if the other guy did not agree, he could sell it to him. Trun Lus offered 20 level 2 crystals for the chicken. Zinchiyu was surprised and turned his head to see who made such an offer. It was just a chicken that was valuing it too highly. Zinchiyu refused to back down, stubbornly saying that since this chicken had injured his brother, it had to be sold to him. Then he angrily tried to lunge at Tronlex but was suddenly punched by Ho Nine, which sent him flying to the ground. The cheek where he was hit swelled up like a bee sting. Even after being hit like that, he was still running his mouth. Whose kid was this? So reckless. He announced his name, saying he was Chu. He bragged that he had only ever bullied others. Never been treated like this. If they dared to touch him again, he would take care of all of Tron Lech's people. Paying no mind to the madman's words, Ahonin cracked his knuckles and said, "Big brother Tron, let me handle this." Tron Lef happily agreed. He knew his men's capabilities well. Ahoniven alone charged forward to fight 3 guys. Trun Lek thought Jiang Long must be regretting his guts out. Ahoniven gave those guys a thorough beating. Each and every one of them was left sprawled on the ground. The remaining ones quickly realized he was a physical type and widened the distance. But Aho Nian charged forward very quickly. One of them shouted for his teammates to quickly move and attack him. But before the words were out, a fist was already in his mouth. One by one, they were easily taken down by him. Seeing this, some started crying and begging for mercy before running away. How could someone be so strong? If they ran in time, they might be lucky enough to keep their lives. Jiang Long was surprised by his performance today. Although he knew Ho Nin was the invincible Iron Fist, he did not expect him to still have the upper hand when fighting so many ability users alone. Such a mighty warrior could have sold his life for him back then for just 1 chicken. Yet he had refused. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. He sighed to himself. Trun Lahaf happily walked over and grabbed the chicken, saying their fight was their business. Over here. He and Long would continue their transaction with this thing. Long was startled. He had not even agreed yet, and his chicken was already taken. Jiang Long looked on with a sad and regretful expression at his chicken. This chicken was really fierce, even pecking his hand. But who was he? Clearly, a person who always gets his revenge. Trun Letha cheerfully held its 2 wings up and plucked its feathers one by one. The chicken, in both pain and panic, squawked loudly. Then, his face darkened into a sinister smile as he told it that if it did not behave, he would pluck out all of its feathers. The chicken seemed to understand human words and obediently lay still, not daring to make a fuss anymore. He put it into a large bag and carried it around the fair to look around. He overheard an interesting game being announced, and participants had to bring at least 2 people to sign up. Propaganda trucks with loudspeakers drove around the fair. The event organizer was finally ready to show his face. Tranlak had Hao Nien and Dai Tru follow him, while the others were free to roam. It was noon, and the sun shone down on the entire fairgrounds. But despite that, there were still many people attending. Truonghai had arrived early and saved a spot for Tranlak. Seeing him approach, he happily waved him over. Just as he sat down, he saw the organizer approaching from a distance. It was Deep Ka-Fai, the heir of the Diep Corporation, a very cunning young man with quite a few connections. Truonghai gave Tranlak a brief introduction to this guy. Tranlak thought to himself, this Kofi was not important, but the person walking beside him was Long Vu, a weapon-type ability user. He could transform himself into all sorts of weapons. In his past life, besides Milin and Milak, he was also king level. He slyly thought that if he could recruit him, should he have him turn into a sword or a magic staff in the future. But he did not know how to win the man over. Deep Coffee went on stage to give a speech and offered enticing words to recruit new members. Tranlak was surprised that his side had 3 level 4 individuals. His side only had 4 level 4 people, a dog, and a cat. This Kofi was truly formidable, which meant he must have many high-level crystals. He said he had 2 pieces of good news to share. First, as long as one reached level 4, the problem of water pollution would be solved. Even for a level 3 psychic type, water is the source of human life, so with water, we can live. But Tranlak already knew that polluted water would lower a person's potential. Whoever drank it would be unlucky. As for the second matter, he took out a red crystal from his chest. Tranlak knew at a glance that it was a level 6 crystal, but still lower than his. He said that many people here who used level 3 crystals would find them very different from level 1 or 2, but the one in his hand was much higher. Specifically, its level was currently indistinguishable. His people had leveled up so quickly thanks to sharing this crystal. Hearing this, Trung-hai was both surprised and alarmed. He turned to look at Tran-Lak, thinking he must have used many high-level crystals to become so skilled. He continued, saying he had researched the absorption rate of crystals and the growth speed of humans. Tran-Lak did not understand why he was revealing all this good information and what he was ultimately trying to do. He said he wanted everyone to know this because he did not want to see them slaughtering each other anymore. He wanted to gather everyone to unite them into a single group, and he would not force anyone. This group would be masters of their own destiny and would elect a council of elders. Anyone skilled here could run for election, and all policy decisions would be decided by a vote of the council of elders. Tran-Lak understood that he was doing this to recruit more people. Everyone thought he was a good and honest person. A large number of people supported Deep and wanted to follow him, thinking they would be well protected if they did. A sassy woman with her hands on her hips said that Deep claimed it was all voluntary, but if anyone did not join, then later on the road while fighting for supplies, they should not blame his people for being impolite. This was clearly a threat, yet he dared to say it was not coercion. What a whitewash. Trung-hai looked scornfully at the shrewish woman before him. She was clearly sent to speak for that Deep fellow while he continued to play the part of a noble, selfless man. Suddenly, the crowd started buzzing, passing around a piece of information. It was Deep Kofi's recruitment letter, with touching content promising to ensure everyone's safety under the principle that all people are equal. The problem was that he had secretly given these recruitment flyers to the trusted subordinates of various teams. It swayed them, and even without their leaders' consent, quite a few people secretly signed up. This trick, however, did not escape Tran-Lak's eyes. He continued to smile smugly, telling everyone to think carefully before registering, that they were all brothers. Tran-Lak looked at him with disgust. He was truly a man full of schemes. However, it was true that in his past life, he had never heard of this Deep Kofi. He guessed that he would end up playing himself to death, which was fine. After he kicked the bucket, he would go find Long Vu, show some sincerity, and recruit him to his side. What a great idea. A man told Trung-hai that this Deep Kofi was too arrogant, relying on his strength to look down on everyone. If Trung-hai agreed, he would call on more people to teach this brat who did not know his place a lesson. Many people just now also disliked this Kofi, which was understandable. How could they like someone who wanted to poach all their people? Trung-hai turned to ask for Tran-Lak's opinion on whether he should participate. He simply said, "I do not get involved in children's fights." Trung-hai immediately smiled. Understanding his meaning, in a secluded spot, Tran Quang brought 3 new people over to introduce to Tran-Lak. He leaned in and whispered to Tran-Lak to be careful, as the requirement to only select level 3 survivors had attracted a lot of attention. Tran-Lak smiled cheerfully and said he understood. He wondered if these 3 were sent to infiltrate his group. He would definitely have to ask Mi-Fan when he got back. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Tran-Lak told everyone to return to the villa. This time, Tran-Lak drove his own car. He had only brought a few people with him on this trip, so there were about 5 cars including his own. Suddenly, a girl appeared, hiding behind a large tree trunk. Tran-Lak was surprised when he saw her. This was Mung-Em, a nature-type ability user who possessed the seed regeneration skill. He immediately gave the order to stop the car. He had to have a treasure like Mung-Em. He would personally go over. Recruiting her to his side would be very useful in the future. Seeing so many people, Mung-Em panicked and backed away. She silently pleaded in her heart for Tyugu to hurry back and get her. When Tran-Lak saw her running away, he called out that he meant no harm. But she was scared and crying, silently calling for Ti-Ying. If he did not save her soon, they would never see each other again. The more she thought, the faster she ran. Mung-Em realized she could not run fast enough to escape their sight. She had to use her final move. Mung-Em closed her eyes and transformed into a white rabbit. She desperately ran as fast as she could on all fours. Mung-Em thought that rabbits run very fast, so if she just ran forward with all her might, they would not be able to catch her. But Tran-Lak was still faster. He reached out from the time-space vortex. He finally caught her by the hand and lifted her up. She panicked and struggled, thinking to herself, is Tran-Lak part rabbit? How can he run so fast? Tran-Lak said he truly meant no harm and asked her to turn back into a person. Mung-Em was annoyed and resisted fiercely. Tran-Lak hugged the rabbit and said it was too dangerous for her to be alone in this remote place, so she should come back with him. If she did not say anything, he would take it as a yes. He promised to give her delicious food. Tran-Lak gently stroked her head. The white rabbit was upset and cried silently. When did I agree to go back with him? When they got home, Mi-Lak saw him holding a chicken and a rabbit and asked in surprise where he got them. Tran-Lak casually said he picked them up on the road. He suddenly let go. The white rabbit, with tears streaming down her face, was startled. As soon as she hit the ground, the rabbit quickly transformed back into a person. Mung-Em reluctantly knelt on the ground. Mi-Lak was startled. This was the magic she had heard about. Annoyed, Mung-Em immediately shouted after turning back into human form. She was clearly living in the wild, and he had captured her, yet he dared to say he had picked her up. Tran-Lak felt guilty and quickly changed the subject, telling the van to give Mung-Em some delicious food. She sassily crossed her arms and said that even if she starved to death, she would not eat his food. Tran-Lak remained patiently smiling, telling her that girls should not talk so aggressively. A while later, he passed by and saw Mung-Em eating with great relish. He teased her, "Didn't you just say you would not eat my food?" She said matter-of-factly, "I am not hungry enough to die yet, and since I am not dead, of course I can eat." As she spoke, She pouted, her mouth full of food. Tranlak silently marveled at how thick-skinned this girl was. He quickly sat down next to Mongam and told her to keep eating. Then he explained that he had indeed brought her here because he saw her using her ability on plants and guessed she was a nature-type ability user. His base was most in need of a nature type, which was why he brought her here. As long as she could grow vegetables, eating meat every day would not be a problem. She pouted and said that since she had already been captured, she had no choice but to agree. But she could also use this opportunity to investigate. If he was really a good person, she would bring Tiyu here as well. Mungam calculated in her head. Considering the negotiation settled, he gave Mungam a large bag of seeds. All vegetables. For her. Then he turned to leave. Before leaving, Tranlak did not forget to wave and say, happy to cooperate. Mungam watched him go. Feeling confused, just as he left, he ran into Dai Tru. Tranlak told him that Mi Fan had just reported that 3 of the new recruits were spies. Dai Tru, who worked efficiently, said that he and Hao Nian had already beaten them up and made them confess everything. Dai Tru continued his report, saying 2 were sent by Diep Ka Phai, and 1 by Dalam. Tranlak ordered them to be disposed of, but not to cause too much of a commotion. He wanted to monitor the situation secretly. Truong Hai sent Tong Lang over again. He said respectfully, Brother Tran, sorry to bother you again. Talam sent an invitation for Brother Hai to come to his place to discuss dealing with Diep Ka Phai. Tranlak wondered, is he that eager to deal with Diep Ka Phai? The knave Tong Lang scratched his head and said that Talam had approached Brother Hai several times. Not only that, but he also wanted to invite Tranlak along, so Truong Hai wanted to ask for Tranlak's opinion. He found it interesting and agreed to go. After all, he was curious about what method Talam's group had to deal with Diep Ka Phai. Perhaps Tranlak could also reasonably obtain Long Vu during a moment of danger. He secretly calculated, in a room, about 10 people, including Tranlak, were discussing how to deal with Diep Ka Phai. One of them stood up to speak. He said, that brat is too much of a bully, and he wants to swallow us whole. Everyone who came here today are brothers. I won't beat around the bush, he declared loudly. Leave Diep Ka Phai to me. I have a way to deal with him. After he is dead, I will take 30% of the supplies. The rest of you can divide it among yourselves. After speaking, he asked, so, who wants to deal with Diep Ka Phai? Raise your hand to vote. Tranlak was the first to vote, but he refused, citing that his side had too few people. Talam was displeased and said he should watch his words. Don't you know the tradition that when 2 sides fight, they kill the onlookers first? Truong Hai was surprised and frightened. He thought, is Talam tired of living? I warned him several times, yet he still dares to provoke Tranlak now. What he said had indeed soured his mood. Tranlak crossed his arms, his annoyance clearly showing on his face. He thought, you want to kill me just because I won't participate. You are too much. Talam continued to mock him with a smug face, asking if he wanted the 2 sides to fight so he could be the fisherman who reaps the benefits. The man sitting next to Talam, puffing on a cigarette, casually chimed in, saying that perhaps Tranlak wanted to sneak into the base and steal all the supplies while they were fighting. Sensing that things were about to get ugly, Truong Hai stood up and firmly stated that Tranlak was not that kind of person. He simply did not want to participate, but Talam remained stubborn, saying he only believed in actions, not words. If it were not for Truong Hai's sake, Tranlak would not even have the right to sit here. He should be kneeling while he talks. Truong Hai had a headache but was helpless. If he was going to be this arrogant, he would have to bear the consequences himself. Tranlak still smiled cheerfully and said he would like to see what skills Talam had that could make him kneel to speak. Is this your little trick? He said. Challenging him, Talam said he could see that he had some skills, but he was probably just level 4 like Diep Ka Phai, and he could not fight 100 men alone. Why do not you hand over the high-level crystals on you to me? Then, lead the vanguard to deal with Phai, and I will consider sparing your life. Who knows what this Dalam had eaten to speak with such bravado? Tranlak was amused and realized why he had planted spies and persuaded Truong Hai to bring him along. It turned out it was all just to deal with him. Talam had his men surround Tranlak. He shouted, forcing him to hand over the high-level crystals and not to move, or the outcome would be very ugly. Throughout this, he had maintained a calm demeanor as he looked at him. He said he really did not want to fight Talam, because he knew that without Talam, Ka Phai might not be defeated, and the outcome of his previous life would be disrupted. But unfortunately, he kept forcing his hand. As Tranlak finished speaking, he was already standing behind Talam, his speed so fast that he had not even had time to react. Talam could not help but be surprised. He did not understand how he could have gotten to his side without making a single sound. Talam still acted tough, yelling, Tranlak, you dare. Before he could finish his sentence, his hand was already at his face. He smiled and told him to talk less. The slap that landed made Talam spit out a mouthful of blood. Tranlak continued to grab his collar and ask what method he planned to use to destroy Diep Ka Phai. But Talam's head was spinning from the hit, and he was in no state to speak. Talam said, if you have got the guts, then take my life, but do not expect to be able to leave this place. His men rushed forward, cursing and threatening, as annoying as a swarm of flies buzzing in his ear. He was truly angry now. In that case, he would not pretend anymore. Tranlak raised his hand and said, "The thing I hate most is being threatened." His men continued to clamor and curse meaningless words. Another slap landed, creating a loud echo. Talam's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped. It went on like that, one slap after another. They could only scream and watch their boss get slapped, not daring to rush forward. Tranlak's face darkened as he asked him, "Are you going to talk or not?" His voice carried the chill of hell, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Talam had been beaten until his teeth were broken. Tears streamed down his face, and blood flowed endlessly from his nose and mouth. But he stubbornly said, "I have been out on my own since I was 13. There is nothing I have not been through. Haven't you eaten? If you are so tough, then just kill me. We will die together." Tranlak was annoyed. It seemed this guy was tough and had some guts. With that thought, he squeezed his neck tightly. Even though he was a valuable person, it was a pity he did not know his place and messed with him. Tranlak applied a little pressure, and the sound of bones breaking echoed from Talam's neck. His men finally could not hold back any longer and rushed forward together to save their boss. He let go of Talam, whose body fell limply like a piece of paper. How troublesome. Do I have to personally take care of Coffee now? Tranlak thought, feeling displeased. What followed was a scene that shocked everyone present. The whispers started, wondering if Tranlak was even human. How could one person chase down and kill several hundred people like that? Was he only level 4? Everything was witnessed and heard by Truong Hai. He sighed in resignation, holding his forehead and saying, "I knew this would happen. This is the price for provoking Tranlak." Many of Talam's men were no longer breathing. Though a few managed to escape, Tranlak was like an Azura from hell, come to claim lives. But he was not happy inside. It was not satisfying enough for him alone. There were too many people, and he could not catch up to them all. Truly an unusual way of thinking. After finishing, he stood with an innocent and friendly expression, leaning on his weapon, smiling and talking to the others. "Don't be afraid, big brothers. I do not kill onlookers, as long as I am not provoked. I have never started trouble," he continued. "Besides, I am not like Hype Phi, with intentions of taking your subordinates. The simple reason is, I can't afford to feed them." After witnessing such a horrifying scene, who among these people would dare to speak up an object? Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not be crazy enough to confront him. They all listened respectfully. Meanwhile, the surviving underlings who were lucky enough to escape gathered together. They tried to find a way to kill Tranlak for revenge, but their current abilities were insufficient. So, the group decided to seek out Dep Kafai, since he was also level 4. Not only that, but he also had 3 other level 4 individuals with him. They believed they could subdue him. Early in the morning at Kafei's base, someone came shouting for Long Vu. Long Vu came out to ask about the situation. The man with the rooster comb hairstyle was holding a corpse, saying his wife had gone missing 3 days ago while he was out looking for zombies. As a result of a tip, he was able to dig up his wife's body, and the culprit was Vu Lin Kiat. Long Vu asked if he was sure. He cried and said, "If it was not true, how could I have found my wife's body here?" And then he cried even louder. Long Vu angrily said he would go find Lin Kiat and get a clear answer. From a distance, he heard someone laughing and talking. Specifically, he said he was not done playing with her before she stopped breathing, so he had to find someone else. Long Vu approached in shock. Lin Kiat was there. He loudly asked him what was going on. He stammered, not understanding what Long Vu was talking about. He lost his temper and rushed forward, but Ka Diep Phi quickly stopped him and asked for the whole story. Long Vu angrily recounted the evil deed he had heard about and pointed directly at the culprit, Vu Lin Kiat. Diep Phi said he already knew about this, but Lin Kiat's value was still higher than those people's. In the future, he could just let him kill zombies to atone for his crime. Long Vu shouted in anger, "My value is higher than this animal's. I want his life right now." Seeing the situation was not good, Vu Lin Kiat immediately begged Diep Phi to save him, since he was also taking the blame for him. Long Vu was stunned and asked if this was true, but the despicable Lin Kiat said, "Brother Phi is busy during the day, so what if he plays with a few women at night? A good mood helps him make wise decisions to ensure the safety of many people." Long Vu angrily rebuked him for not leading everyone to fight zombies for supplies, instead just letting them eat and wait for their slow demise. Now he was even leading them in toying with women. He must have been blind to follow him before. He resolutely said that he and Kayap Phi were not on the same path and bid farewell, then left. Seeing this, Lin Kiat told Ko Deep Phi to get rid of Long Vu to avoid future trouble. But how could they do it in broad daylight? Besides, there were many people in the base who had good relationships with him. They could not ask them to attack Long Vu. Coffee thought of an extremely despicable plan. He told Lin Kiat to spread the word that Long Vu bullied men and women, but his merits and demerits cancelled each other out, so his life was spared. Long Vu and his men were to be kicked out of the base. Lin Kiat's eyes lit up, and he happily accepted the order and left. That evening, Long Vu and his followers were kicked out. He thought to himself that he had been too naive. Wanting everyone to go kill zombies was indeed not an easy matter. But now, he did not know where to go, especially with so many people following him. The young man's face was filled with sadness as he thought. Very quickly, the remnants of Talam's group arrived at Kao Diep Phi's gate, asking to join forces to kill Tranlak. On Tranlak's side, Ho Nian waved his hand happily and said to him, "Boss, I have evolved to level 4. Tranlak happily patted his shoulder, encouraging him, and listed a series of effects of this level up, which made him stare blankly, not understanding anything. To put it simply, aside from the important points, Tranlak advised him to train his fists. Ho Nian said that he used to practice martial arts, so using his fists felt the most natural, but since his boss had suggested it, he would definitely give it a try. As he spoke, he happily raised his fist for Tranlak to see. Suddenly, someone reported that Truong Hai had come to his place seeking refuge, and that Deep Kafai had brought his men over. Hearing this, he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and told Truong Hai to come in. Tranlak asked how Phi knew about his base. Truong Hai reminded him that yesterday he had killed many of Talam's men, and a few who escaped had surrendered to Kafai. Tranlak cursed. It was true that not weeding out the problem completely would lead to trouble. Truong Hai told him he should prepare a little. Kafai's men were coming with great momentum, and it would not be easy to deal with them. Tranlak immediately ordered everyone to get into defensive positions. Outside, Kodeep Phi's men were approaching in more than a dozen cars. He even pretended to be noble, saying he gathered everyone for their own good, but Tranlak's group insisted on being the fly in the ointment. So now, he would eliminate these elements. Seeing the sturdy wall, he silently marveled that Tranlak did have some skills. Coffee got out of the car and arrogantly said that no matter how strong the wall was, it would collapse from the inside. He announced to the other side that this time, more than 2,000 people had come, including level 3 and level 4 individuals. He advised Tranlak's people to surrender obediently. Coffee guaranteed on his honor that as long as they surrendered, they would all be brothers. The first 10 to surrender would be rewarded with 2 bottles of wine and 10 bags of sausages. But he could not believe that with such a great reward, no one from inside would come out. Tranlak sat inside, eating an apple, and found it amusing. His people were just ordinary folks, but who among them did not get to eat meat every day? However, he wondered why the announcement only mentioned 2 level 4 people. Where was Long Vu? Why did not he come? Feeling that persuasion was useless and that no one needed his reward, he angrily sent Truong Hao to charge forward, but not without telling him he would be credited with the first merit. Hao hesitated, looking scared and seemingly not daring to go. A shrewish white-haired woman put her hands on her hips and asked, "You do not dare to charge?" "Huh." Truong Ho answered honestly that even if he agreed, his subordinates would not, who did not know that being the vanguard was a suicide mission. They would not follow such an order. "Don't overestimate me." Coffee cursed him for being a coward and hesitated, looking around for a vanguard. But what was more surprising was that all his men avoided his gaze. Over 2,000 people, but he could not find a single one to be the vanguard. They did not train day after day, just ate and waited for things to happen. So where would they get combat experience? Of course they did not dare. Buddy. Tranlak had long been sitting on the city wall, munching on an apple and watching the fun. He was also eager to fight, but was this a troop of monkeys sent to make him laugh? Were they going to fight or not? Tranlak was gradually losing his patience. He finally finished the apple, but the people below still had not finished their discussion. Tranlak, bored, threw the apple core down. The whole group looked down to see what it was. Someone shouted that it was a hidden weapon, but they quickly saw it was a fruit core. They could not believe their eyes. In this era, were there still fresh fruit cores like that? Kao Dipfi was displeased and said, "A bunch of useless fools." Then he turned and said to Hana, "Why did not you go? A bunch of men letting a woman be the vanguard. I wonder if they felt any shame." He shamelessly held her hand tightly and said he would have his men guard the surroundings closely and would not let her get hurt. "You are the person I trust the most, so you will help me, right?" Coffee's sweet talk and seduction finally moved her. Hana, energized by her lover's words, enthusiastically charged forward. Kao Dipfi also excitedly commanded the teams to follow his orders. From the top of the city wall, flaming rocks began to be thrown down in a torrent. Everyone was actively trying to prevent them from climbing up. Below, they were also working hard, holding up shields to defend. Honey kicked the wooden gate with her foot. She wondered what this thing was for. Suddenly, Milen and Thuvan jumped up and launched a surprise attack. Seeing the critical situation, Hana grabbed a subordinate to use as a shield in front of her. As soon as the spark hit him, he exploded, sending more than 10 men flying. Hana was no exception. She quickly spat out a mouthful of blood, silently assessing that these must be 2 level 4 individuals. Otherwise their strength could not be this great. Fapfong also charged up enthusiastically. Tranlak saw it and silently lamented. If it was already fighting, how would the others get a chance to practice coordination? But it did not care about anyone around it. What it needed was a lot of accumulation points. As soon as it entered the battle, Fapfong targeted Ip-Fi. It thought with a sly grin that if it could take out the leader, it would gain a lot of accumulation points and a level 4 crystal. What a great deal. Kao Dipfi was surprised. It was the first time he had seen a flying dog. And not only that, it was heading straight for him. It ferociously pounced on Fi so fast that no one saw what it did. The surroundings exploded again. The crowd on the other side screamed in terror and were also sent flying. He felt that this power was even more formidable than his own ability. The small fry were dealt with quickly. Now for the main character. It stood on 2 legs and unleashed a crackling divine lightning palm. It was not over yet. It also punched Fi until he vomited, followed by a series of lightning strikes from it, and a tail attack. Next was a lightning ball, finished off with a thunder kick. Kao Deep Fi was beaten by a dog to the point where he could not fight back. He was quickly defeated and lay on the ground. Fapfong happily stuck out its tongue, thinking that most of the accumulation points from this trip would belong to Elderme. Their boss had stopped breathing. The underlings cried and begged to surrender. Among them, one person claimed to be a pastor who could also heal injuries. Tran Lak immediately ordered him to be brought over. Hao Nian effortlessly picked him up and carried him over as if lifting a puppy. He was brought before Tran Lak, crying and begging Boss Tran not to kill him. He introduced himself as Lu Van, a light type and a pastor. Tran Lak smiled and agreed to spare his life, but he had to answer truthfully why Long Vu did not come today. Was he guarding the house? After being asked by Tran Lak, Lu Van answered honestly. Long Vu was kicked out of the base by Diep Ko Phi for bullying men and women. Tran Lak was surprised. From what he knew, Long Vu was not that kind of person. Lu Van answered with some confusion. It is true that Diep Ko Phi framed him. Everyone in the base knew, but no one dared to stand up. Tran Lak was somewhat angry. He had truly brought this upon himself. Tran Lak turned to old Triyu and said, "Help me deal with the old crowd and clean up this place. Then guard the gate. I will treat you to a meal later." Triyu happily agreed. Then he pointed and shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Drive our cars to Diep Ko Phi's base to get supplies." Seeing that Tran Lak was about to leave, Phap Vong ran over, wagging its tail and demanding its accumulation points. He gave it a red crystal and told it to guard the house. When he returned, he would calculate its accumulation points properly. Phap Vong happily obeyed, watching Tran Lak's retreating figure. A few of Triyu Hai's subordinates suggested joining Tran Lak's team. Following Tran Lak clearly would not be a loss. The others disagreed. At Triyu Hai's place, at least they were high-ranking members. If they went to Tran Lak's side, they would become subordinates and might even be treated as newcomers, which would be a great disadvantage. Triyu Hai replied, "Let me consider it. If we can obtain high-level crystals, we will have a chance to rise again." At Diep Ko Phi's base, everyone was moving supplies to the cars. Tran Lak said, "You all move the stuff, and I will go look around. If anything happens, contact me." As he was about to leave, Tran Lak paused for a moment. Something seemed to have caught his attention. His eyes lit up. Oh! It turned out to be a yellow dog. Quite good-looking. He went over to pet it and check it out. The little dog immediately wagged its tail happily. What a good dog. Tran Lak discovered that this dog was a female and immediately thought of Phap Vong. Taking out a leash, he thought to himself, "I have found a wife for Phap Vong. I will deduct 1,000 of Phap Vong's accumulation points for this when I get back." Returning to his base, Tran Lak did not forget to thank old Triyu, inviting him over for a barbecue in the afternoon. Old Triyu laughed heartily, agreed, and then led his men away. As soon as Phap Vong saw Tran Lak, it raised its eyebrows, wondering why he was back so late. "Hurry up and calculate my accumulation points." Tran Lak brought out the dog from before and coaxed Phap Vong. "Look what I brought back for you." Phap Vong was startled. "Huh, what is this?" The little dog was in a strange place and was a little scared. Phap Vong's eyes welled up with tears, ready to overflow at any moment. Seeing this, Tran Lak was a bit puzzled. Could just one dog make Phap Vong this emotional? It must be because it has been single for so long and has gotten soft. Phap Vong barked loudly, and as it barked, 2 streams of tears flowed endlessly. It thought to itself, "I already have me fan, and now there is another dog from outside." Phap Vong felt extremely wronged. It tried its best and was always obedient. Yet now Tran Lak had brought another one back to compete for affection with it, making it extremely sad. Tran Lak still did not know what was happening and had to explain. "What is this? I found you a wife. Do not you like her? What is your type? Tell me, and I will find one for you." At this point, Phap Vong stopped crying, so Tran Lak was finding a wife for it. And here it thought. Phap Vong glanced at the little dog. It seemed a bit timid, completely unworthy of its might. Seeing this, Tran Lak immediately realized that Phap Vong did not like this yellow-furred dog. Seeing that Phap Vong did not seem to like it, Tran Lak decided to give it to the girls in the morning to keep as a pet. As for the accumulation points, he called Mi Fin over to translate. The 3 of them gathered and sat down to calculate. There was killing Ka Diep Phi and many others. It turned out Phap Vong had earned quite a few accumulation points. After some calculation, Tran Lak happily announced that Phap Vong had earned a total of 1,500 points. That was a lot. Through Mi Fan's translation, Tran Lak learned that Phap Vong wanted to use all its accumulation points to exchange for the position of elder. Tran Lak nodded in agreement. He did not know why it was so obsessed with this position. It added, "Announce this to everyone quickly so they all know and call me the respected dog elder." It was late and everyone was resting, so Tran Lak told it to wait until tomorrow. Phap Vong smugly said, "You must wake up early and announce it to everyone." The next morning, the fragrant smell of grilled meat filled the air. When Truong Hai's group arrived and saw the meat, they were extremely excited. They did not know how long it had been since they had eaten meat. For them, this was truly a luxury. Truong Hai had helped Tran Lak a lot, so what was one meal? Later, he would even give him another 100 kilograms of beef to take with him. One might think he was kind, but it turned out he was just afraid the beef would expire, so he was looking for a way to get rid of it. Before eating and drinking, Tran Lak stood on a platform and announced something important to everyone. Recently, a member had performed outstandingly, earning 1,500 accumulation points and satisfying the requirements to become an elder. He smiled cheerfully and told everyone that he would now announce the position of elder. The crowd below buzzed with excitement. 1,500 accumulation points. Who knew how long that would take to earn? This person was truly powerful. They discussed among themselves, wondering if someone had obtained a very high-level crystal and offered it to the leader to rise to the top in one step. Not keeping everyone waiting, Tran Lak immediately called out the member for everyone to admire. Today, Phap Vong was even wearing a purple ceremonial robe. designed in an elder style, looking very prim and proper. On stage, it held a staff in one hand and took off its hat with the other to greet the crowd. Below, everyone was extremely surprised, not expecting the first elder to be Phap Vong. A dog was considered a member and could even become an elder, but many people also agreed that if it was Phap Vong, it was understandable because its strength was immense. Even teaming up, they could not defeat it. Not to mention, when Tranlak was not here, the base was guarded by Phap Vong. Tranlak told everyone, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and call him Dog Elder. From now on, Phap Vong is the elder." Phap Vong stood there with an extremely smug look on its face. Below, everyone shouted in unison, "Greetings, Dog Elder." Trong Hei, standing beside them, thought, "Why does this feel like they are playing house?" Tranlak announced that the Dog Elder said the water and wine today were on its tab, so everyone should drink to their heart's content. Phap Vong stood on the stage and barked loudly. Below, the crowd shouted in unison, "Thank you, Dog Elder." It sounded like Phap Vong was being set up by Tranlak. Meanwhile, Long Vu had just heard the news that Tranlak had dealt with Cao Depfi and Hanana. Furthermore, his team had many level 4 ability users, and even higher levels. A team member also reported that they were recruiting more people at the base up ahead. Seeing this, Long Vu immediately told everyone to go over there and check out the situation. Outside, many people were standing in front of the registration table. The fragrant smell of grilled meat wafted out from inside the base. The treatment was indeed great. Many people thought that if they joined, they could also eat meat. Tranlak clapped his hands on the sign and said, "You want to eat meat without any contribution? You have to be an official member first. The rules are all written on the sign." Tranlak told Long Vu, "Our base only accepts people from level 3 and above." Back with his team, Long Vu was a bit troubled. The joining requirements were a bit strict because not all of their members had reached level 3. Someone suggested that those who were level 3 and above should register first, and they would become official members sooner. Long Vu agreed to let the brothers who had reached level 3 join first, while he would stay behind to support the lower level brothers. A younger member with glasses added that their team was considered elite anyway, so they might have the qualifications to negotiate terms. Their team was quite united. They only had 4 level 2 members, but many level 3 elites. Moreover, Long Vu was level 4. Perhaps Tranlak's side would be considerate. If they could not be flexible, this team would have to consider whether to join or not. Long Vu returned to Tranlak's base, introduced himself as a level 4 ability user, and asked for the message to be relayed to the person in charge of the base. Inside the base, Tranlak was calculating the bill for Phap Vong. Today, a total of 1568 bottles of water and wine were consumed, which meant Phap Vong's accumulation was now negative 1568, which greatly startled it. He just smirked smugly and said, "Work hard, little puppy." It was clear that he had set it up quite painfully. Phap Vong was stunned. How could people eat and drink so much? The price of showing off its strength was turning itself into a debtor. As Tranlak was leaving, a message came from the gate. A team wanted to join, led by level 4 named Long Vu, but their team had 4 level 2 members, so they wanted to negotiate the terms of joining. Upon hearing Long V's name, he rushed over. It seemed good news was finding him. As a king-level talent had suddenly appeared at his door, Trunlef came out to greet Long Vi, telling him that he understood the situation and could meet his conditions. But he wanted to know why he wanted to join him. Long V answered honestly that it was because Tronlek's management style was very similar to his own thinking. He also wanted to eliminate all the zombies to make the world beautiful again soon. Tronleki pondered. So that was the reason. But unfortunately, zombies were not something you could eliminate just by wishing it. Trunlech asked Long what his ability was. It turned out Long Via could control metal. His offensive power was average, but he could transform his body into metal, giving him very strong physical defense. Trunlef thought to himself that this fool's talent was not just about turning his body into metal. After thinking, he said, "Very strong. How about you let me test it?" Long V's face was very confident. He spread his arms and told Trunlex, "Come on." Trunlek formed a fist and told Long V to be careful. Then he smiled and gently threw a punch. As Trunlek's hand touched Long Vi, streams of blue light followed his fist. He just wanted to use this to give Long V a little reminder. Long V was knocked back. Wondering, how can this be? Long Via thought that even a level 3 ability user's attack would not make him feel anything. Yet this one palm strike. Meanwhile, Trunlefe had only used 50% of his strength. Trunkenleke added that he had met a metal-type ability user who could smelt and reassemble metal into different forms, making it sturdier and sharper. Long V wanted to try it too, but what Tronleti wanted was not to change the shape of metal, but for Long V to turn it into gold, which startled him a bit. Trunelef took out a gold ring and told Long Vigu to familiarize himself with the structure of the gold element and give it a try. Long V was still doubtful. Long V extended his hand and began to channel his ability. The gold ring floated between their hands, and from the outside, it was unclear what was happening inside it. Long V was amazed. He had succeeded. He could not believe he had done it. Trunluck affirmed that Long V's own potential was truly immense. Currently, the time it took to turn things into metal was short because his level was still low. The higher his level, the more solid the metal would become. Trunlucken analyzed further. You can change the structure of metal to forge extraordinary weapons. which is even better than going to the battlefield. Long V gradually understood the point. Tron Lex, as happy as if he would won the lottery, welcomed Long Va to the team. Knowing Long Va had not eaten, he invited his team to join the feast. Before long, night fell. Outside the base, the area became quiet, with the flickering lights of the patrol team. A girl named Tiu looked towards the base. It turned out she was here to find Mingvayim. She began to channel her own ability, activating invisibility as a pink light enveloped her body. Her body became invisible to everyone, allowing her to easily slip past the patrol team outside. Inside the base, Mumlingyim was happily eating a chicken leg. It had been a long time since she had eaten so well. In her hands was a large bowl of fried chicken legs, and she chewed greedily. Seeing Mimziam sitting there, Tiu Yingyi burst into tears. She had been worried Mun Yem was suffering and starving, searching desperately for days, only to find her here eating fried chicken. Outside, Bafupi Viting realized someone had infiltrated and immediately went to inform Tron Les. Hearing this, Tron Lex AP Vig, one man and one dog, hurried over. He wondered where the person on duty was to have let someone sneak in like this. Mumlingyam was a good prospect and could not be lost. He burst through the door and, seeing a stranger, demanded, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Munzingyam explained that the girl behind her was her friend who had an invisibility ability and had snuck in. Tron Les was still a bit suspicious. He thought to himself that an invisibility ability was truly rare, and he had to recruit her for the team. He said that he saw Mundrama was in danger alone outside, so he kindly brought her back to the base. He began his talent recruitment pitch, using Mungandam as an example. Furthermore, his place had many sisters who could keep Tuenji company, and she would not have to worry about food. Tuenji asked what she would have to do if she stayed. Tron Lek assigned her to use her invisibility to go out and hunt for mutant types. Yin then asked if mutant types were the kind of zombies with powerful abilities, completely different from normal zombies. Could it be that she had encountered them before? It turned out that on her way here, she had encountered a dead zombie, but there was still ice around it and its body was covered in a cold aura. Not knowing the situation, she did not dare to approach it recklessly. Tron Lexi deduced that if a living person had killed the mutant, they would have taken the crystal. It seemed this was a conflict between zombies. Perhaps a higher-level mutant was active nearby. Tron Lexi asked for the location so he could check it out in the morning. Tun pointed towards the front of a bakery about 1,000 meters away in the direction she indicated. The next morning, Tron Yihai ran over in a panic to call for Tron Lex, seeming as if something major was happening. Tron Lek asked what on earth had happened to make Tron Yihai so terrified. He trembled as he lit a cigarette, saying he felt they should leave this place quickly. Trunting High worriedly recounted that a zombie that was 100 meters away had appeared right next to his subordinate in an instant, and then gently blew the person away. It was truly formidable. While smoking, Tron Yihai said it was extremely powerful and impossible to deal with. Its speed was too fast, and the wind it used was terrifying. Tron Lek suspected. Could that be the high-level mutant zombie that attacked TUV? Timung Long added that had killed several of their people. They were lucky to have run fast enough to escape. Based on its direction of movement, it would probably reach Tron Leffy's base soon. While standing with Tron Yihai's group, Only Fine suddenly walked over and told Tron Lessie he was almost done for. He was extremely alarmed and asked Muv Fan what was going on. He was the mighty Void Monarch. How could anything happen to him? Apologizing to Tron Yihai's group, he quickly picked up Mike Fan and moved away swiftly. Moving to another side, he begged Memphane to sense it carefully one more time. It said it sensed that he had been on the brink of death. Although the danger was extreme, there was also a great benefit. This meant the high-level zombie could rush out and attack him at any moment. Based on Tron Yihai's descriptions, Trenlef guessed this mutant zombie might be a level 7 wind-type variant, but he did not remember such a zombie from his past life. A level 7 crystal was not a huge benefit to him now, so he did not know what the great benefit Muv Fan mentioned could be. Not forgetting to worry about his team, he asked about the safety of Mevi Line and Milex. Fortunately, they were fine. Meanwhile, Tron Yihai had smoked several cigarettes in the short time he stood there. Seeing Tron Lef, he asked if they needed to move immediately. He replied calmly, "No need." Tron Leffy told everyone to rest there without fear. He would go deal with the zombie. Tron Yihai's men sat there with their mouths agape, not expecting Tron Lek to be so brave. Ili Trada and the two Meg sisters had just returned from outside. Today's harvest was quite large, but they seemed a bit tired. As the two were entering the gate, a mutant zombie appeared, standing in the bushes and looking at them. "We used up too much energy today." Malefic suggested they should go back and eat something first. They still had not noticed the danger behind them. In a flash, the zombie leaped in front of the gate. The two guards were startled and shouted, "Who is there?" This mutant zombie seemed very powerful. At this moment, it looked nearly unstoppable. It charged towards the base. The panicked members sounded the alarm for everyone and contacted Tron Lex. Zi Trur, Mummy Lin, and Me Lus heard the commotion and quickly turned back. In just an instant, it had taken down several gate guards. It was extremely formidable. Trun Luffy rushed to the gate, not forgetting to tell M. Fan to hide. Using Void Step, Trun Luck appeared behind the zombie and launched an attack. He used a full power Void attack on its back, intending a one-hit kill, but he was extremely surprised. The attack did not even scratch it. Trun Luck have wondered if it was level 8 or level 9. The zombie stood there unharmed. The people behind were all astonished. Not understanding what was happening, Trun Let's continued to attack. With Miv Lexi and the others here, he could not just abandon them and flee, but right now, he did not know how to deal with the monster in front of him. It suddenly turned around and counter-attacked Tron Lef. Hit by the surprise attack, he was knocked back, alarming the entire group. Everyone worriedly called his name. Trun Lek fell to the ground from the blow. It suddenly ignored the fallen Trun Lek and turned its eyes towards the base. It looked menacingly at the two sisters, Emmeline and Emi. Could it be that zombies also like beautiful girls? Trun Lek sat and thought. If he could not beat it, his only option was to use Void Walk to lead them away. But he still had not mastered this move, but the situation was urgent, so he could only risk it and see what happened. With that, he moved towards Li Hr, Mummy Lin, and Mi Liki's group, telling everyone to hold on tight as he prepared to cast the skill. Trun Lek's face contorted as he cast the skill, which clearly consumed a lot of his energy. In a flash, he teleported outside the base, but Mi Lin, V Lice, and the others were still there. It seemed the move had failed. Over there, the zombie was attacking Lex, terrifying her, seeing Milosev under attack. He panicked, thinking, am I going to be lonely and alone again? Just like in my past life. Not wanting that to happen, he teleported back, standing in front to shield Miles, hoping the mutant's lifespan would suddenly end and it would self-destruct. But this hope was very slim. The zombie raised its sharp claws, full of killing intent, and lunged at Tron Lakes. Suddenly, the bright blue crystal on his forehead lit up, attacking the zombie and knocking it on its back. To everyone's surprise, watching the zombie slowly fall face first, even Tron Lush could not believe his eyes. Tron Lucken's head suddenly throbbed with pain, making him cry out. Then it was Tron Le's turn to fall face first. Everyone around was worried, not understanding what had just happened. Miluk was so worried she started to cry. She quickly used her healing ability on Tron Lex, calling his name as she did, urging him to wake up soon. Mummeline ordered the gates to be sealed. Before Tron Leffy woke up, no one was to go outside. They were to stand guard inside the base. Then she told Zatra to carry Tron Lex back. Seeing Tron Leshy in trouble, Fubining barked loudly as if blaming everyone. Only then did Amifan reveal what it had prophesied. Tron Les would face trouble but would not die, and would even gain a great benefit. So everyone should not worry. Milovas was still blaming herself. Tron Lexi was in this state because he was protecting them. Mem Fane beside her had already said it was fine, not to mention there was a benefit. But no one believed it. 2 days later, Tron Luffy finally woke up, slowly opening his eyes. Mamali and Fei Vig at his side were overjoyed. He had been unconscious for a long time, making everyone extremely worried. Tron Les himself found it a bit strange. He never thought he would be knocked unconscious. Recalling the event, he had used a new skill that made the mutant zombie collapse. He raised his hand to his head, which was still a bit sore. He did not know what that ability was. Could it be time acceleration? He closed his eyes to verify, and the blue crystal on his head lit up again. Could it be that he had awakened a third ability? The crystal shone even brighter, surrounded by faint, light blue streams of light. Trun Letz was startled. Damn it. Is it the time element? Amov heard Trunchun Lech and asked what was wrong, but he told her it was nothing. Looking at his hands, he recalled meeting only one time ability user in his past life. Among zombies and survivors, there surely was not just one. He remembered in his past life when he was stealing vegetables. A loud shout came from behind him. Tron Lex, you can't escape. He turned back and laughed loudly. Don't forget, I am the Void King. His shabby appearance truly ruined his handsome image. Suddenly, Trunlef froze, wondering why he could not move. The blonde girl said to Milin, how's this time freeze of mine? Malign rushed forward and kicked Tronlek's butt. So much for the Void King. More like the Void Lecher. This sent him tumbling forward. The girl with the time ability was Kaijin S. Tight. She knew a time freeze move, but it could only affect one target at a time. In his past life, after Kentiace Tight died, he had snatched her body from a void monster but had not absorbed the crystal yet. He rubbed his head and stopped thinking about it. This time, the attack on the zombie had shattered his crystal, and it would take several months to recover. Trun Lak sat up and asked Mlesi if she had retrieved the mutant's crystal yet. She took a pink crystal from her pocket and handed it to Tron Luk, saying, it is right here. Holding the crystal, he saw it was only level 8. He was somewhat disappointed. To think it had cost him so much effort. Trunlef gave the crystal to Fa Ving, telling it to absorb it and return it to him when it reached level 5. Fi Ving turned its head away, afraid its accumulation points would be taken. Trun and Lexi had to explain that he would not take its points. And moreover, the first to reach level 5 could get a reward of 500 accumulation points. Hearing this, it quickly snatched the crystal. 500 accumulation points was no small amount. It immediately went to absorb it. Mulaz was worried about Trunless being unconscious for 2 days. He must be hungry. She would ask Sister Enfi to cook some delicious dishes for him, but he stopped her, telling Fop Ving to pass a message to Miline. He added instructions to inform everyone that he was awake, and to have a great celebratory meal. The little dog wagged its tail and obediently listened. Trun Lex turned to Malikanch and gently thanked her for staying by his side and taking care of him these past few days. Trun Lex hugged him Lex, thinking how good it was to have someone by his side who cared and worried about him, much better than the lonely life of his previous incarnation. Somewhere else, a young man was riding a large elephant with many people around him. He said, I gave you a chance, But you did not take it. Now you can't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he ordered the elephant to attack the group in front of him. The crowd shouted, "What is so great about you? You are just relying on an elephant. You are not even as strong as a dog. If you are so tough, go find it." He was puzzled. That is impossible. My elephant is invincible. How could anyone be stronger, let alone a dog? Provoked like this, he became furious. He would absolutely not allow any trash to be compared to his elephant. He called his brothers to head to the base ahead to find that dog. Before long, the group with the giant elephant arrived at the gate of Tron Lekka's base. Behind them, 2 wolves, one black and one white, were observing them. The 2 wolves looked very fierce. It was unclear what abilities they had, but it seemed they were communicating with each other. Inside the base, Tron Lek and the 2 Mes sisters came out. Several girls were surrounding a small, golden-furred dog, saying it was behaving so well it might become an official member and receive great benefits. Suddenly, everyone was startled to see an enormous elephant, and the person riding it looked very fierce. Tron Lex thought to himself, "An elephant? Could it be the elephant rider?" And then, Umbaleen stood in front of the large elephant and asked, "What is your business here?" He replied, "I heard you beauties have a very powerful dog here." Looking at the golden-furred dog in front of him, he thought it was the one. The golden-furred dog dared to step forward and growl, showing some guts. The 2 sisters looked at each other, bewildered. This guy must have mistaken the dog. Fapi Vung, beside them, was also angry at being looked down upon. Facing the golden-furred dog, he shouted, "Do you dare to fight my elephant?" Of course, the golden-furred dog was scared, simply because it had no great power. He laughed smugly. "Is that all you have got?" Muvaline activated her move, creating a large flame in her hand. "Looking for someone to fight your elephant? Then I will take you on." Seeing this, Fuppy Viging was afraid Meadline would snatch the accumulation points and jumped out of Tron Lekka's arms. Tron Lex quickly grabbed it. He wanted to let Mumin train, so if it did not listen, he would revoke its elder status. Fiidi obediently listened. Mulin's ability was indeed powerful. Her body, blazing with formidable fire, faced the challenge head-on and then pointed his finger and ordered the elephant to charge towards Mi Lin. Shouting, "You brought this upon yourself," the large elephant raised its trunk and slammed it down towards Mi Lin. She threw a punch, sending a wave of fire towards it, both defending and attacking simultaneously. Tron Lek observed from the side and suddenly realized this was one of Mi Lin's skills. It was the initial form of Red Lotus Burst. With one hand, she launched an arc-shaped flame that struck the elephant directly, and then jumped off the elephant's back in a panic, not understanding what was happening, only that his elephant was burning fiercely. He called for his men to charge towards Mi Lin's group and kill them. On the side, Tron Lek's side, it was clearly supposed to be a one-on-one duel, but now he was calling his gang. This guy was really going back on his word. After fighting for a while, Maline's energy was somewhat depleted, and she collapsed to the ground exhausted. Seeing this, the other group continued to charge and attack her. Tron Lek saw that it was time to join the battle. He ordered Zi Traj's group to charge forward and provide support, and Thun's group was beaten to a pulp. He never expected his opponents to be so strong. By the time he realized it and was planning to escape, it was too late. Tron Lev ordered a preventing into action. The little dog barked a few times. It raced forward, not forgetting the benefit of the accumulation points it would get after capturing and Thun. A true point hunter indeed. As he ran, he kept looking back at Fu Veixiang. He was utterly baffled, wondering where this little dog came from and why it was chasing him. While running, the 2 wolves from before suddenly jumped out in front of Anthen, blocking his path and making him uneasy. They lunged at Anthen one after another. Seeing this, the Fuppy Ving was a bit confused, not knowing where these wolves came from. Afraid of losing its accumulation points, it leaped up and struck Anthen on the head. If it had not resolved this, it would have lost 100 accumulation points. He was knocked to the ground. The 2 wolves were also a bit startled by this, not knowing the power of the small black dog before them. Fuppy Viging looked at the white wolf and developed feelings for it, its eyes sparkling and its mouth drooling. Seeing the white wolf's harmonious features, it seemed it had fallen in love. Seeing this, the 2 wolves turned tail and ran. The Fuppy Ying seized the opportunity to chase after them. Don't even think about escaping. It leaped up and tackled the white wolf, knocking it over. The 2 of them faced each other, growling. In contrast to the white wolf's anger, Fiki Beeg smiled warmly, barking a few times as if to make friends. On the side, the gray wolf, seeing its companion attacked, became angry and wanted to fight back. Perhaps this was a fight for the beautiful lady between a domestic dog and a wolf. Tron Lekka's group had also caught up. Everyone was discussing the 2 wolves. The white wolf was quite rare. The gray wolf turned towards the crowd, showing its intention to protect its companion. Seeing Phoebe Ving's expression, Tron Lekka understood. It had truly fallen in love this time, but Fiop Vinga's expression looked more like fawning than conquering. Next to the white wolf's look of endurance, Tron Lekka walked over, picked up the 2 wolves by the scruff of their necks, and shouted for everyone to head back and sort things out later, leaving a dejected Fa Vung to follow behind. Back at the base, Trunlef gave Fopi Veg a kick. Its fawning behavior earlier had truly embarrassed him as its master. That was no way to win over the white wolf. With 2 lifetimes of romantic experience, he taught it that wolves respect strength. To win the beauty's heart, it had to fight until she submitted, or else force the issue. Seeing Fop Vega's somewhat understanding expression, he kicked its butt again and told it to hurry up and get to work, and to stop looking so pathetic. Trun Lex then thought about the current situation. In a month, the zombies would evolve to level 4, and their strength and intelligence would also improve. They would no longer wander aimlessly but would start to gather with a purpose. His villa area was quite isolated, but in the long run, it was still within the city, and could be subject to a large-scale zombie attack in the future. Taking out a map, he began to calculate. He could not wait until the last minute. He had to find a new base. Looking at the map, he discovered a very suitable village more than 3,000 meters outside the city. He decided to choose this place. The next day, he would take people there to clear out the zombies and send others to start building the new base. The next morning, a long convoy of vehicles arrived at the village. Trunlef warned everyone to watch out for zombies and mutated maggots. Though not life-threatening, they were very unpleasant. He himself went to scout the surroundings. He noted that the water source was decent. He just did not know if there were fish in it. It turned out there were fish in the water, but they were very hard to eat, with all kinds of sour, acrid, bitter, and spicy flavors. Suddenly, a shout came from outside that there was a rather powerful zombie. A very large mutant zombie was attacking everyone. There were already casualties, and the remaining people were telling each other to split up and run. It turned out it called itself Ironhead, holding 2 dead bodies in its hands. It said this was enough for Ironhead to eat. Trunluck appeared. Seeing him, the zombie was a bit startled. It looked like it was only a level 5 zombie. The zombie put on a menacing look, stood blocking his path, and shouted, "I am Ironhead. My head is very hard. If you do not want to die, get out of my way." Without letting it say another word, Trunluffy delivered a powerful kick to its stomach, causing it to cry out in pain. "I said my head was hard, not my stomach." Hearing this, Trunless kicked it again right in the groin. He kicked it repeatedly, saying, "Is your head still made of iron?" At this rate, the zombie's privates were likely to be crushed. It clutched its groin. It is unknown if zombies feel pain there, but its body trembled slightly. It turned its dazed eyes to Trunless and said, "Don't you know where my head is? My head is here." Hearing this, Trunluck leaped up and delivered a roundhouse kick to the zombie's face. "Then have it your way." It truly did not know the meaning of life and death. The zombie collapsed, the lower part of its head completely shattered. Only now did it realize the person before it was terrifyingly strong, far too powerful. Not giving it a chance to get up, he sped towards it. Then he delivered a continuous barrage of slaps, leaving it unable to resist. Only then did it beg for mercy. At this point, Ironhead was no longer Ironhead, but Blockhead. Trunluck sternly told it to hold its head and kneel, or else it would die. Realizing this zombie was a physical type, he thought of bringing it back as a training partner for Heyo 9. Zi Trur and Malin leading it behind a vehicle. Trunluck ordered it to stay put and not to run away. The zombie obediently listened. Trying to escape now would mean instant death. Somewhere on a seashore, a large mutant crab appeared, surrounded by streams of blue energy. It was leading a rather large army of crabs, and it seemed they were planning to attack the mainland. Inside a building, people were discussing the mutated sea creatures outside. They could control the waves, causing immense damage to the assets and people of this base. Many suggested moving into the city. The leader clenched his fist tightly and said, "We can no longer stay in Dine High City." That was Feng Trinthan, the leader of Base No. 5. He called for everyone to prepare supplies and vehicles. They would depart for the divine capital the next morning. His underlings agreed in unison. A month later, Trunluck sat above while Lun Than held a kneeling Li Heo below. It turned out they had originally agreed to cooperate to gather supplies, but Li Yeho's group tried to monopolize them and were discovered. Lukiho tried to explain that a group of people had appeared out of nowhere and forced them to cooperate with him. The leader of that group was named Feng Trinthan. This name sounded very familiar. In his past life, he was also a king-level overlord of a region, with many good prospects under him, eventually breaking through to level 10. Lukiho admitted his fault and handed over the supplies gathered yesterday to Tron Lefed's side, including 2 tons of rice and 1 ton of oil. An announcement came from outside. Feng Trinthan's group was standing outside the villa, wanting to meet Tron Lucky to talk. It was the same group Likiaho had just mentioned. Trunluck nodded, agreeing to meet him. Trinthan entered, first offering praise to Tronlex, then humbly apologizing for robbing his supplies the day before. He proposed splitting the total of 600 tons of supplies, half for each. He was also confident, saying that this amount of supplies might be difficult for others. But for their 2 groups, it was simple. If Trunluffy thought it was too little, he was willing to give it all to him. Trunluck smiled and thought to himself that, just like in his past life, this person was a magnanimous hero, so he happily agreed to 300 tons each. Seizing the opportunity, Trunluck asked bluntly, "Chine Feng, you did not go to all this trouble to come here just to deliver supplies, did you?" He ordered Lunathan to take Lukiao's group outside, then went inside to talk with Chen Feng. Sitting face to face, Chan Feng confidently introduced himself as the overlord of Vian Then, a man who could cover the sky with one hand. There, no base leader dared to refuse him. He added that there were significant disturbances at sea, with sea beasts also mutating. Coastal cities were no longer suitable for living, so he feared villains would soon cause trouble in the divine capital. Chan Feng boldly proposed that since both his and Tron Lex teams were strong, they should form an alliance. That way, if any problems arose in the future, they could stand firm in the divine capital. Trun Lef thought for a moment, so he came here for an alliance, but a leader like Chun Feng would be difficult to subdue. Seeing this, Chun then continued, saying Tron Lekka's base was very large and could be shared with him for joint management and protection. Furthermore, he had a subordinate who knew how to grow strawberries, and they could split the harvest later. Although it was tempting, being constantly called little brother by him was a bit annoying for Trunkon Lex. It seemed things would be difficult for Chin Than. Trun Lek was suspicious. What if Chin Than had ill intentions? Besides, if they were to form an alliance, it would only be if he was one of his people and followed his orders. Otherwise, they should just forget it. Chun then declared that in an alliance, the stronger one should lead. Trun Lef did not mind the confrontation and asked, "Do you think you are stronger than me?" It turned out that Qian Feng had broken through to level 5 half a month ago. He was very confident he could gradually wear down Tron Lek's forces, sending dozens of people to their deaths each day. Trun Les was somewhat angered. He was clearly being threatened. While Phi Piving had reached level 5 the month before last, and Zi Char's group were all level 5 as well, Chan Than did not give up and proposed a duel. 3 people from each side. Best 2 out of 3. The winning side would be the leader. Trun Lef readily accepted the proposal. Both stood up. Trun Lek said bluntly, "No day is better than today. Let us gather outside the city this afternoon and settle it." Chen then also happily accepted. Chan Than turned to leave. Trun Lek thought that the man before him was a king-level talent after all, and he was a bit reluctant to kill him. Meanwhile, Chun then also wanted to be the leader, but someone as charismatic as Tron Lek would be difficult for him to manage. Both shared the same thought of eliminating the other. Trun Lefik thought that a disobedient king-level talent was useless to keep, while Chen then planned to accidentally kill Tron Lex during the duel. That afternoon, both teams gathered at a circular arena. Chun then demanded they make an oath not to play dirty, and whoever broke the oath would be struck dead by lightning. Trun Lef happily agreed. On Trun Leg's side, the first to enter the ring was Yi Tram. Looking very confident, it was unclear who his opponent would be. A quick glance revealed that Zi Char was a physical type. Chen then sent Tin V into the ring. He was a level 4 earth type, which seemed quite suitable for dealing with Gi Char. The two opponents stepped onto the stage together. An intense battle was about to unfold. Right at the start, Tun V unleashed a move, causing Earth to completely surround Zi Char, making him a bit flustered. Zi Char thought that if he were a bit thinner, he could slip through directly, but after following Tron Leksha and eating well, he had gained 5 kilograms, so he had to forcefully break through. Not giving Kai Tro time to act, Tun V continued to attack with his Earth technique. Tron Lex, observing from the outside, realized that this Tun V's ability was not bad. He might have the potential to break through to level 10 in the future. A stream of earth rose from below, covering Zhitro's entire arm and gradually spreading to attack his whole body. Zhi clenched his fist, and the earth and rock shattered. It did not affect him at all. It was like throwing dirt at a rock. Was the power gap really that big? Behind them, Chun Than was startled. Although Tin V's attack was a bit weak, it should not have been unable to even scratch Chai Tra's skin like that. Zhitrod walked up to Tin V. The moment he raised his fist, Tun V bowed his head and surrendered. The power gap between the two was just too great. Chai then had not expected to lose so quickly. He waved his hand, and his subordinates drove a small vehicle onto the field. From the vehicle emerged an enormous mutant zombie. Its level was certainly not low, and its strength was not weak at all. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. Seeing this, Trun Lucca did not expect Chun Than to have such a trick up his sleeve. The zombie said that if he wanted it to fight, he had to give it more food. Chun then nodded in agreement. Trun Lucca turned to Thavan and Zai Trar. A zombie versus a zombie is fine. He then ordered someone to bring out Ironhead to fight. Ironhead entered the field, its hand still chained, complaining that it was about to starve to death. It turned out Tronton Lechi had been starving it for the past month. Trunles kicked Ironhead in its weak spot again, making it scream in helpless agony. It had been obedient for the past month, but its recent tone displeased Trunlef. That kick was a warning, pointing at Chen Than zombie. Trunleth ordered Ironhead to go destroy it. Ironhead turned to look at its opponent and let out a fierce roar, its presence awe-inspiring. This was its chance to prove its worth. Seeing this, Chun Than was somewhat annoyed. He did not expect that while he controlled a zombie, Trunles controlled one just as formidable. He was unsure of Ironhead's strength and felt a bit worried. Ironhead charged towards its opponent with momentum, while Cheen Than zombie seemed overwhelmed. It smelled of defeat before the fight even began. As soon as it was released, Ironhead broke the iron chain on its neck and charged forward, shouting, "I am Ironhead." Suddenly, with a boom, Ironhead's body burst into flames. It roared in fury, seemingly having lost control. It did not attack the other zombie but instead charged towards a female spectator outside the ring. Only then did Tron Lef realize that something was wrong. He rushed towards Ironhead. He absolutely could not let it eat a person, especially not a girl who could grow plants. Tron Lef grabbed the iron chain and pulled Ironhead back, demanding it to let go. Pulled back unexpectedly, Ironhead resisted. The young girl, terrified, fell to the ground in fear. Ironhead continued to roar, "I want to eat people. I want to eat people." Trun Lef tried to reason. "I already said tomorrow," but Ironhead did not believe him. It thought he was tricking it. It could not wait until tomorrow. If he did not feed it, it would eat him. feeling that he could no longer control Iron Head, which had started to disobey. Trun Unlef thought it would be better to kill it outright to avoid future trouble. Before he could act, something suddenly changed within Iron Head's body. It began to tremble. It seemed to be evolving. With a roar, it shattered the iron ring on its neck, breaking free from Tron Lesh's control. It had indeed mutated. It was now level 5. If it mutated, it would jump 3 levels, possibly even more. Iron Head clutched its head, groaning in pain. Trun Lech thought that if it was level 7, he could take it down with a little effort. If it was level 8, it would be a bit more difficult, but he was confident he could still handle it himself. Moreover, Mevafine had not given a warning, which meant there was no danger. Plus, getting a level 7 crystal would be great. Trun Lech shouted. What are you all standing there for? Can't you see Iron Head is mutating? Are you not afraid of death? Everyone back off. With that, he charged towards Iron Head with his void sword, intending to cut off its leg first. He only heard a scraping sound. Trun Lech was startled. As expected of a physical type, it was completely unfazed. Iron Head's body became bigger than before. Iron Head was stronger now. Iron Head was now as hard as iron. It looked down at Trun Lech. I am going to smash your balls. With that, it lifted its giant foot to stomp on Trun Lech. He quickly dodged to the side with a light step. That was a close call. It seemed Iron Head had evolved to level 8. It certainly had some power. Trun Lech just stood there, holding his void sword and laughing loudly. In that case, do not blame me for directly attacking your weak points. With that, he thrusted his sword towards Iron Head, shouting, Look here. This move was likely aimed at Iron Head's weak spot, but surprisingly, nothing happened. There was only a clanging sound, which startled Trun Lech for a moment. Iron Head was confident that its entire body was now as hard as iron, and it was no longer afraid of Trun Lech. Its face now looked truly hideous. Trun Lech was a bit worried. It seemed that after evolving, these weak points had been compensated for, becoming very sturdy positions. Iron Head continued to attack Trun Lech. It stomped while shouting, Iron Head wants to crush you. Trun Lech still easily moved to dodge its attacks. As he launched his moves, Trun Lech thought that the time it took to kill the level 8 wind-type zombie before was not as difficult as dealing with this physical-type Iron Head. Trun Lech also wanted to use this opportunity to practice a bit. Iron Head slammed its fists onto the ground, attacking continuously. Trun Lech executed a series of dodges, his void sword still in hand. He kicked off the ground, flying into the air, and then launched a continuous barrage of attacks at its head. Blue vortexes appeared in Trun Lech's mind. Perhaps he was casting a spatial skill to attack Iron Head. Iron Head roared in pain. Something was trying to tear its head and body apart. A thought flashed through Trun Lech's mind. This feeling was all too familiar. Could this be the space severance skill he had always dreamed of? Blue spatial cracks appeared on Iron Head's body. It growled and knelt to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Trun Lech raised his void sword, preparing to finish off the trembling zombie kneeling before him. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Trun Lech, let me help you. A red tornado shot straight towards Iron Head, leaving Trun Lech wondering what was happening. It was Chin Than. He was thinking that he absolutely could not let Trun Lech survive, or he would suffer. Attacking the zombie was a feint. Casting a skill to surround Trun Lech was his true intention. He planned to use this incident to eliminate Trun Lech. Trun Lech remained calm and unharmed, glancing coolly at Chin Than. He was startled and a little scared. Even though he had used his ultimate move, he still could not injure Trun Lech. Trun Lech turned to Chin Than and said, Next time you deal with me, remember to increase the voltage speed a bit. The zombie was still lying there. Chin Than was not paying attention and said his hand slipped, apologizing with a wry smile. Trun Lech continued to attack the zombie's waist, making it scream in pain, admit its mistake, and apologize to Trun Lech. Perhaps this was its new weak point. Finally, he delivered a decisive blow, cutting its body in half. The last words it uttered were, I died such a miserable death. Trun Lech sighed in relief. It was finally over. The two halves of the zombie's body fell with a thud in front of him. Chin Than was worried. From the size of this body, he could tell this was a level 8 or 9 zombie, yet Trun Lech killed it so easily. Trun Lech walked over to take the crystal from inside the zombie's head. Realizing how powerful Trun Lech was, Chin Than began to regret sneak attacking him. Now, he was completely convinced and wanted to accept Trun Lech as his leader. Trun Lech turned back and said, That sneak attack just now was not very fair. Was it? Chin Than quickly explained. You have to believe me. My hand really slipped. Trun Lech swung his hand and slapped Chin Than, making him spit blood. Are you too smart, or am I too stupid? Ask your own men if they believe those words. He slapped him again on the left cheek. You keep calling me little bro, but who is the real little bro here? Chin Than's face was swollen from the slaps. He admitted he was the little bro, not daring to talk back at all. Trun Lech turned his gaze towards Chin Than's men and spoke. According to the agreement, the loser must join the opponent's team. What do you all think? Miss, what about you? The girl quickly agreed to abide by the pact. Trun Lech added, Find the talented people in the group. After all, they knew this better than he did. The girl honestly pointed out the talented individuals for Trun Lech to recruit. Chin Than stood beside them, furious but unable to do anything. He stood there accusing her of being a traitor, but figured if he had no subordinates, he could always recruit more later. He could rebuild his strength in another city. Chin Than turned to beg Trun Lech, saying that if he spared his life, he would personally persuade his subordinates to join Trun Lech's team. Trun Lech agreed, saying he and his people would not lay a hand on him. Chi and Than turned to his subordinates and announced they were all dismissed. Everyone was to join Tronlesh's team. He was no longer worthy of being their leader. With that, he immediately fled, thinking as he ran, Tronlech already said so. He would not go back on his word as soon as he said it. Right, Tronlech glanced at Fovepfea. Phoebe saw this and understood. Everything falls to me, time to let the killer dog handle it. After all, Figigi is a dog, not a person, and Tronlechi never said he would not allow a dog to take action. Chun then ran for his life into the forest and stopped for a moment to rest, glad that Tronlef did not send anyone after him. If there were no people, there was a dog. Chun then turned around to see Fapiga already standing behind him. He could not believe this dog could catch up to him. As soon as he finished his thought, the Fipig lunged, its body surrounded by currents of electricity, its eyes filled with killing intent. It rushed in front of Chen Than, looking like it wanted to give him a big hug, which terrified Chen Than. At this moment, he realized that he was not even a match for Tronleka's dog. After dealing with Chen Than, Fafupi Vining was very pleased. He must have earned 1,000 accumulation points this time. Back at the base, Tronlex had a headache. Chen Than's subordinates were of decent quality, but there were too many of them. If he took them all in, the base's total population would be 3,000 people. Tronlek assigned Lunathan to explain the base's rules and benefits to them. The test he gave them was to obtain 15 level 3 crystals within 3 days to prove themselves. Just as Lun then left, Fafupi Ving returned, running towards Tronlesi to claim his accumulation points. Look at its joyful expression. It had already buried the target. This crystal must be worth a bunch of accumulation points and a service fee. Tronles held the crystal and said, Alright. This crystal is worth 300 accumulation points, plus a 200-point service fee. In total, the Fipi gets 500 accumulation points this time. Trunlek stood up and told Favaping to follow him to the new base to check on the construction progress. At the new base, a swarm of small beetles suddenly appeared, led by one that was quite large. A Honin immediately unleashed an attack. You stink to death, die, sending the bug flying several meters away. Just as he was about to kill it, Trunleka's voice called out, absolutely do not kill it. It turned out this was not just a bug, but a mutated dung beetle. This type of insect is a good thing. It can improve the environment, so it must be kept alive. The dung beetle cried while speaking in a language Tronleshi could not understand. Hearing this, the girl covered her mouth and laughed. She helped him translate. The dung beetle said it only came to eat dung, but they attacked it instead. Trunlek asked her to relay a message back to it. It was just an accident. From now on, it can come and eat dung whenever it wants. The dung beetle jumped for joy. It could eat 100 kilograms of dung a day. One of the subordinates told Tran Yahai that some people among them wanted to join Tronleka's base. Tran Yahai sighed and said he would also lead his people to submit to Tronlef, hoping he would agree to take them in. After hearing this, the man went to gather the brothers to prepare to head to Tronleka's base. A while later, Tran Yahai's group arrived at the base's gate. They were quite surprised by the sturdiness of the defenses here. This way, Tronleka would not have to fear attacks from low-level zombie hordes. Truning Yahai also recognized the difference between himself and the other party. His decision to join would surely not be wrong. The large gate opened, and Trunlefsi personally came out to welcome them. Truning Yahai told him that he came this time to have a meal with him. Trunlefa readily agreed. Trunlefa remembered clearly that before the apocalypse, Truning Yahai was a broker, very skilled at finding people and gathering information. Truntalekam put his arm around Trigai Hai's shoulder and frankly mentioned that he was in need of an intelligence team leader. In another location not far from the base, a group of people was looking towards it. Lum Thin did not expect Shendu to have developed beyond his imagination. The person next to him said that Tronlefa's base only recruits members level 4 and above. He also made it clear that Tronlek's overall strength was not simple. No matter what, he wanted to join. He told the person beside him to go sort out the supplies. He would personally go meet the person in charge here. While Tronlefi and Triyenyi Hai were talking, someone came in to report that a person from the coastal city had arrived with gifts and wanted to see him. Seeing that he was busy, Truning Hai asked to leave. He wanted to take his subordinates to arrange their living quarters. After that, Trun Kwang led the other person in. Lum then stood before Tronlex. Extremely timid, no longer having the kindergarten tough guy attitude he had when talking to his subordinates. Lum Thin politely bowed to Tronlex, saying he had admired him for a long time and had specially come to pay his respects. Trun Kwang handed the list of his gifts to Tronlex. Tronleka did not expect this person to be Lum Thim. In his previous life, he and his subordinates had cornered him in Tkuvi Trum. That group had surrounded the two of them in a dead end, plotting to rob them of their supplies. Trunles knew that staying alive was more important than those supplies. He tried to stop the agitated Tzichar, intending to hand over the supplies to them. But this evil Lum Thin did not want to spare the two of them. Afterwards, to protect him, Tukli tried to hold them back so he could escape, and lost his life because of it. In this life, although he had not made a move yet, he wanted to take his life, to let him die one more time. Trunalex wanted to wait until Lum Thin had gathered all his men from the previous life before making a move. None of the people who had harmed him and his brothers would be able to escape. Trunlex spoke perfunctorily with him. He timidly said that when he returned, he would bring the rest of the braised fish and shrimp for him, hoping he would accept him. Trunlested did not think much of it and agreed decisively. He said he still had one more thing he wanted to give him. Lum Thin ordered his men to bring a sea turtle shell to give to Tron Lex. On one occasion, thousands of large turtles had washed ashore and were caught by them. Lum Thin told him that this turtle shell was very sturdy and could block the attack of a level 4 ability user. Tron Lex drove up to that zombie and asked if it wanted to negotiate a cooperation with him. That zombie demanded that he lure humans for it to eat, and did not forget to tell him not to bring too many people, as it was afraid it could not fight them. Tron Lex asked what benefit he would get from cooperating with it. The zombie threatened that if he demanded benefits, it would eat him. Tron Lex angrily punched its jaw out of place. He grabbed it by the collar and gave it a few more loving slaps. The zombie was beaten until it was dizzy. It did not expect him to be so fierce. It knelt down, crying and begging him not to hit it anymore. Tron Lex told it that in 2 days, if it lured a powerful zombie over, he would feed it. If it did not show up, he would send it to meet its ancestors. To save its life, it immediately agreed. At a beach in Nanking, a flock of turtles watched Tron Lex with extreme vigilance. Tron Lex speed through the middle of the turtle flock. He was too careless. His little Jim almost ended up in the turtles' stomachs. Tron Lex grabbed the turtle closest to him and, with just a few basic sword strokes, quickly dealt with this flock of fierce turtles. As he was collecting turtle meat, he heard a strange sound coming from the sea. Tron Lex took out the Sword of the Void and looked towards the source of the sound. Unexpectedly, the Sea Turtle King had been lured here. Its massive body stood extremely close to him. Facing the Sea Turtle King, Tron Lex was not afraid at all. He went over to observe and saw that it was laying eggs. The bloodline of the Sea Turtle King's offspring would surely be excellent. The idea of stealing the Sea Turtle King's eggs to tame the offspring from a young age popped into his head. His distance was quite close, and soon, he was discovered by it. Tron Lex entered attack preparation mode. Although it was very dangerous, he still wanted to try to kill it to get the eggs. The Sea Turtle King extended its long, massive head to attack him. Tron Lex dodged its attack. He moved closer to its neck, seized the opportunity, and struck down with his sword. Unfortunately, its defense was too great. This one sword strike could not take its life. The Sea Turtle King angrily attacked him. Its attack speed grew faster and faster, and for the moment, Tron Lex could not finish it off. Realizing the disparity in strength was too great, Tron Lex decided to lure it away from its nest, then returned to steal the eggs when it was not looking. When the Sea Turtle King discovered its eggs were missing, he had already run a good distance away. Before leaving, he did not forget to bid it farewell. Although it was furious, it could not catch up to or find him. Tron Lex smugly held the eggs while looking at the enraged Sea Turtle King below. Whatever he liked, he had to have. 2 days later, a new day began. The sun was shining, and birds were chirping. Today was the agreed-upon delivery time between Tron Lex and the zombie. He told B.A. Kinem that he was going out for a bit. Billy Kem was wondering why it could not make predictions for Tron Lex, but it could still use this ability for Mav Luck in Ulin. Tron Lex arrived at the meeting point with the zombie on time, and it also arrived just in time. But unexpectedly, this was a trap. It had brought a higher-level zombie to deal with him. Tron Lex quickly used Space Cut to escape. To his surprise, the other zombie was also a Space-type mutant. Its speed was at least level 9, and it soon caught up to Tron Lex. With Tron Lex's current abilities, he could deal with a level 8 zombie, but a level 9 zombie was still a bit too much. Before he left, BE had predicted that he would not be in danger and would quickly have a power explosion, which reassured Tron Lex somewhat. The other zombie noticed that he was also a space type, which was exactly what it wanted. His space trap was quickly discovered by it. The other zombie suddenly attacked him from behind. Fortunately, Tron Lex reacted in time. He used the Sword of the Void to attack it, but level 9 was too strong. His sword basically could not cut through it. The other zombie was enraged. It roared as it pounced towards him. It wanted to eat Tron Lex's flesh immediately. Its claws grazed his arm, making it bleed. Tron Lex decided to use time acceleration to attack the zombie from behind. He still had great faith in B.A. Kem's prediction that he would not be in danger. The sword struck powerfully towards the zombie. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly used time acceleration. Fortunately, his method was effective, successfully reducing the zombie's lifespan. The zombie under his sword trembled nonstop as its lifespan was rapidly drained away. Tron Lex hoped he would succeed in taking it down. Suddenly, the zombie turned around to face him, its eyes filled with hatred, wanting to take his life immediately. Just as the zombie attacked Tron Lex, its lifespan ran out. It collapsed at Tron Lex's feet. It was a bit dangerous, but he had successfully taken down the zombie. The treacherous zombie that had set the trap for him, upon seeing the one it brought defeated, immediately wanted to tuck tail and run. But how could its speed compare to Tron Lex's? In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of it. Tron Lex smiled and spoke to it friendly. Its whole body trembled as it begged for its life. In any case, this zombie was quite weak, and Tron Lex did not want to kill it. He gave it a piece of sea turtle meat, wanting to use it to kill other powerful zombies. Tron Lex happily returned with the crystal. He could use this crystal to advance to level 7. As soon as Tron Lex got back, 2 people brought intelligence reports, one related to zombies, and the other was a list of recent ability users. Trunles picked up the list of ability users. The name Manhwa caught his attention. This person might be a level 5 ability user, possessing the powers of Earth Explosion and Earth Binding, with excellent combat abilities, according to his memories from his previous life. This man could become a king-level powerhouse in the future. He wanted to recruit this person as his subordinate. Trunles told the two to gather information on Manhwa. Not only that, but he also wanted to personally go and recruit him. At this moment, Trunles received a call. Someone was being hunted and was begging them for asylum. Trun Kwang on the other end said he was willing to offer a level 7 natural-type crystal, and asked how they should handle it. Protect him, or rob him and then kick him out. Trunles thought about it. Although this guy had likely caused some unsolvable trouble to come to them, he could also take this opportunity to establish a sanctuary. As long as the person could offer something good enough, he would step in to protect them. Trunles enthusiastically told Trun Kwang to pass on the message. He would personally protect this Sen if anyone wanted to cause him trouble. At Old Trumpen's base, his subordinate reported that Sen had taken the crystal and submitted to Trunles. Most importantly, their base was about to be attacked. Hearing this, Old Trun slammed the table in anger. The subordinate advised him to calm down. After all, they could not fight Trunles. Old Trun said that although he could borrow someone else's strength. Old Trun quickly went to the door of a large room. He stood outside and called for someone named Iron Leg. Inside was actually a zombie over 2 meters tall, whose level was definitely not low. The zombie leaned back and asked, "If I do not help you, does that mean you won't feed me?" Before he could even try to flatter it, the zombie's underlings ran in to report that someone had stormed into their base. Before the guy could finish speaking, he was cut in half by a sword. Instantly killed. Seeing this, the zombie stood up. Old Trumpen worriedly turned his head to look at the intruder. Behind Mekine lay a pile of zombie corpses. He stood confidently before the other zombie. "Do you want to kill yourself, or should I do it?" He did not wait for an answer and decided to finish it himself. Old Trent fearfully hid behind Iron Leg. The zombie rushed towards him, shouting that this was its territory. It launched a full power kick at him. Without a second word, in the blink of an eye, Messnen sent Iron Leg to meet its ancestors. Old Trum could not even see his shadow. Before he could even react, Methinen finished him off from behind. A green-haired girl walked up to him. Methinen said the zombie's strength was not bad. She put on a flattering act, praising his strength as the best in the world, and also praised him for being a rare pure space type, a level 6 ability user who could finish off a zombie with a single slash. Then, she handed him a piece of paper she had just found inside Old Trumpen's base. It was a propaganda flyer for Tronlefa's sanctuary. After reading it, he let out a contemptuous laugh. He gave an order for his people to go to Tronlefa's base and stir up trouble. Trunlek stood in front of the glass incubator as the baby turtles quickly broke out of their shells. A newly hatched baby turtle broke the glass incubator and crawled towards Trunlek. Just as he picked it up, before he could even cherish it, he received a surprise gift from this cute little turtle. A terrible stench shot straight up his nose. The newborn baby turtle already had strength equivalent to level 2. Afterwards, the other eggs also hatched one by one. Trunlek thought, if he used time acceleration, they would mature and have the strength of the sea turtle king before he could even display his superior skills. Someone reported over the radio that a 10-person squad of theirs had been wiped out. Their leader was a level 4 ability user. 2 people were still alive. One returned to report, and the other was taken hostage. The person on the other end was Trun Kwang. He said the leader was Mekshi 9, who said that if they wanted to save the hostage, they should come to the peak of Ngaivain Mountain tonight to find him. Trunless could send at most 3 people. Trunlucky had never left loose ends before. He suspected someone had instigated this, letting a fish like a Mef9 slip through the net. Trun Kwang said Mef9 had a sword similar to the Sword of the Void. With one slash, he cut the team leader in 2 without leaving a single drop of blood. To his surprise, the opponent also knew of the Sword of the Void. Night came. On the peak of Ingven Mountain, the green-haired girl leaned against Mef9 and asked if Trunlucky would dare to come save the person tonight, with a beer can in one hand and his other arm around her waist. He mockingly said that Tronlesh was so slow because he was probably bringing thousands of people to surround them. Just as he was feeling smug and raised the beer can to drink, Trunlucka's voice appeared right beside him. When he got close, he had not sensed any movement at all. The brother who was being held hostage immediately called out loudly upon seeing him. Trunlek stood on high and said he would not abandon him. Mephic9 still did not know he was facing the god of death. He still acted confident that he would win smoothly. Just like all the other times, Trunlux asked if there was a grudge between them before or if someone else had sent him. But he replied that it was just because he felt like it. Seeing Mehmetsin's current attitude reminded him of himself and his past life. Just as impatient and reckless, Mephic9 took out his void sword and got into a fighting stance. Trunlex stood there calmly. His guess was correct. Nin's sword was also a void sword. Trunlex praised his ability. He then took out his own void sword. It was a pity that someone as talented as him had to run into a tough nemesis like Tronlef. After seeing Tronled's void sword, the other two were quite frightened. Metsi9's expression became much uglier. Trunlux sneered. Their perspective was too narrow. The green-haired girl summoned an enormous knight on horseback. She was a dark mage. Trunlux was somewhat interested in her ability and decided to spare her life. Trunlux coolly swung his sword, and the phantom she had summoned immediately vanished. She fell to the ground in fear. This was completely beyond her imagination. Mephisine ordered his subordinates to surround Trunlux. He probably wanted to overwhelm him with numbers. Trunlux was not scared at all. He swung his sword a few times, quick and clean, towards the group. Before they could even react, they had become ghosts under his sword. Even though Messinin was very close, he could not see Trunlux's figure clearly at all. The fear in his heart grew even more. Trunlux swung a few more basic sword strokes, cutting the men in half. He wanted to avenge the brothers who followed him. The green-haired girl saw Trunlux getting closer and quickly summoned a dark barrier to hold him back. This Muffinine turned out to be scum, actually abandoning his own woman when faced with danger. He thought that with the girl holding him back, he could escape, but how could Trunlux let him go so easily? In the blink of an eye, Trunlux appeared right beside them. The cowardly Mexinine immediately begged him to spare his life. At this point, he still wanted to use his amateurish basic techniques as a bargaining chip as he got closer, but what he got in return was a crisp slap from Trunlux. A man who had lived 2 lives still needed him to teach him. Trunlux acted quickly, breaking his 4 limbs and taking him back for public display. Doing this was a more fitting punishment for what he had done than death. Trunlux pushed the green-haired girl into a corner. She did not beg for herself, but for Trunlux to spare Mefc9. Trunlux lifted her chin and said as long as she was obedient, if the plan was completed 2 months early, he would let her see him. With tears welling in her eyes, she immediately agreed. Trunlux instructed his subordinates to watch her and make sure she did not commit suicide. Trunlux thought to himself. He brought her back for the sole purpose of having her help him summon a level 7 zombie so he could get its crystal. As he walked out, he saw Tribe High already waiting. He asked if he was waiting for him for any reason. Tribe High walked closer and said the base had just taken in thousands of people from Shendu. Among them a pair of siblings. The older brother, Trunti Then, was a Wen-type ability user, and the younger sister, Tri-Deil, was a psychic-type ability user. He said Tri-De-Wo had the ability to affect minds, causing zombies' minds to fall into chaos. Trunlux showed a pleased expression and asked Tri-High to help him keep an eye on the siblings. Trunlux thought that if Tri-De-Wa had telepathic abilities, it would be very useful. After a moment, Tri-De-High told him another piece of good news. There was news about Seamen Gain Jiang. He was currently being isolated and suppressed in his team, and his wife was pregnant, so the persuasion process went very smoothly. Seamen Ian Jiang said he could submit, but he requested that they provide 30 boxes of milk powder and a regular supply of vegetables. Trunlux agreed immediately without a second thought. The two of them walked out of the basement together. Trunlux told Tri-De-High to call Tavai Trau and Anonan to bring 3 more cars. He would personally transport the supplies over. A while later, Trunlux brought the supplies Seamen Jiang had requested. He opened the car trunk for him to inspect the supplies. Seamen Ian Jiang was a bit surprised that Trunlux had agreed to his request. The supplies in the car were essential and plentiful, but he had one more request. Seamen Gain Jiang said he hoped Trunlux would allow his pregnant wife to rest at the base and do logistics work. Trunlux closed the trunk. He could agree to this request, but he would have to work for his wife's share as well, using his merits to exchange for supplies. Under the sea turtle king swam towards the pearl clam, loudly calling for help, with tears in its eyes. The sea turtle king said its children had been stolen and asked the pearl clam to help it find them. The sea turtle king was very surprised when the clam shell opened. Inside was actually a young woman. She was the pearl clam after transforming into human form, with a beautiful figure no less than the women on land. Although she could transform, she still could not switch between human and clam form at will. She had also given herself a name to be more like a human, calling herself Sea, the daughter of the sea. The sea turtle king congratulated her on her breakthrough. It could sense the location of its children and asked her to help it find them. But Hyson needed the sea turtle king's clansmen to watch over her clamshell. Her strength would also be greatly reduced when she went on land. The sea turtle king immediately agreed. It was extremely worried about its young children. Trunlux's group was heading back to the base. While sitting in the car, Trunlux heard a voice in his head. It was Tridentia using her telepathic ability on him. She was relaying a message from Mummy-Line, telling him to return quickly. Otherwise something would happen to Mivline and Mivavliap. Even so, he still wanted to quickly return to the base first, leaving Tadzia Trod with the rest of the people. Trunlux flew in like a gust of wind, anxiously calling for Mevi Lep. He was dissatisfied seeing B. Chem's calm attitude when he had rushed back risking his life, while it remained so composed. B. Chem leisurely said that since he was back, there was no more danger. Tridadiello telepathically told him that an 8-meter-long monster was invading the base. Only then did Tron Leffy remember that the Sea Turtle King was looking for him because he had stolen its eggs. The last time they fought, Trunluck was only level 6 and had to rely on dual crystals to barely match it. But now, Trunlach had advanced to level 7. With the dual crystals, he had the combat power of a level 9. Plus, this was his home turf. This thought gave him the confidence that he would win. Just as Trun Leffy arrived, the Sea Turtle King charged forward. He defiantly cursed it, calling it a beast. Without seeing the girl standing on its back, Icy stood leaning against the Sea Turtle King and let out a loud laugh. Only then did Tron Lef remember that he had fought her in his previous life. In the near future, I too would become a king-level powerhouse. Seeing Haitasu's power displayed before him told him that the opponent was at least level 10, while he was currently only of pseudo-level 9. Luckily, he had killed her in his previous life, so he knew her weakness. Haisi floated in mid-air, casting a dark barrier. She was surrounded by dark shadows. With a polygonal opening above, Trun Leka stood below, arrogantly saying that Haisi could not stop him with just this small barrier. As Trun Leki dodged, he thought, Become's prophecy is definitely not wrong. I will overcome this hurdle. A dark purple beam of light shot from Haisi's eyes as she unleashed her ultimate move, the Light of Annihilation. Attacking him, Trun Lef quickly dodged to escape right under Haisi's nose. He used his void ability and suddenly appeared behind her, wanting to kill her with one strike. But his plan failed. Haisi had detected him and dodged his attack. A dark halo emanated from Haisi's body. His sneak attack had failed, and it would be even harder to take her life now. Suddenly, as he landed, the Sea Turtle King was already waiting with its mouth open. Luckily, before it could swallow him whole, he managed to use his Space Sever skill to escape. On the other side, Aitsu was also waiting for him to come out. She quickly flew towards him, reaching out with a giant hand to attack. Trunluff used Void Walk again to escape. In the air, he could not launch an attack against Haitsu. Moreover, he could only maintain this skill 100 times, and normal attacks would hardly pose a threat to her. The crystal on Haitsu's forehead turned from blue to purple. She smirked and said, I do not believe you can use this ability indefinitely. Trunluck decided to use his time stop ability, but luck was not on his side. There was no reaction at all. Haisi did not have the leisure to wait for him to think of another plan. She flew while relentlessly attacking Trunlex, who could only tuck tail and run. The Sea Turtle King knew it could not do anything to Trunlex, so it decided to switch its target to the others. Mummy Lin, standing below, told the people beside her to quickly spread out, to get as far away from the Sea Turtle King as possible. She looked up at the huge monster before her, not understanding why he had provoked the Sea Turtle King and Hai. The Sea Turtle King seemed to sense something. Below, the Fuppy Viking ran out from the house with a baby turtle in its mouth, with the other baby turtles following behind. A turtle from behind angrily told it to release its sibling. The Sea Turtle King's eyes welled with tears. It knew these were its children. Fuppy Ving threatened that if the Sea Turtle King did not stop, it would harm these baby turtles. Trun Lex and Hai-ish, who were fighting, also noticed Fupivia's actions on the other side. Another of Hai-Si's attacks came. Trunlef skillfully used Void Walk to escape. He teleported in front of the Sea Turtle King. Trunlef also understood Fivaga's intention. He grabbed a baby turtle tightly and held it up as a threat. The baby turtle subconsciously still recognized Tron Lechi as its mother. It bravely said it would stand up and protect him. The Sea Turtle King did not understand why its child recognized Trontlef as its mother. Aish advised it to abandon this batch of children. After all, it could always lay another batch. Her killing intent flared as she raised her hand, wanting to use a move to take Tron Lefa's life and eliminate a future threat. She said that although Tron Les could escape, others did not have that ability. The Fuppy Ying would be her first victim. The Fuppy Ving angrily said it had never messed with her, so why did she want to kill it? Powerful electric current emanated from Fappa Vugad's body. Tron Leffy clenched his fists and yelled at Haiites, If you have got the guts, attack me. Why attack a dog? Phi Ying refused to be outdone, using its lightning ability to create multiple clones of itself, but the difference in strength was too great. It basically could not fool Hai Xia. She accurately attacked its real body. With Fa Viging's current strength, there was no way to face this future demon queen. Trun Lef racked his brain. If he did not think of a solution now, the Fuppy Ving would die. He hoped Fop V would successfully power up, but Haitu was already right next to Fop Vig. The dog's life was in danger. In that critical moment, Trun Leffy managed to get between Hai and Fop Ving. He yelled, Get the hell up to the sky for me. Unexpectedly, a miracle happened this time. A huge spatial vortex appeared in front of Tronlex. He unexpectedly succeeded in using this spatial exile ability. The baby turtle in his hand chirped a few times. A Fuppy Ving's life was saved, but it did not understand how its master could do that. This ability took a heavy toll on his crystal. His body suffered internal injuries. Even Tronlex himself did not think he could successfully use spatial exile. Trunlef raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, although he had forced Hai Chi to leave the base. He knew she would return. The urgent task now was to find Hai-Ice's shell. This was also her weakness. Trunlex turned to ask the Sea Turtle King for the location of Hai-Ice's clam shell. The Sea Turtle King was surprised that he knew this secret. Trunleka brought the baby turtle closer to it. He did not answer its question but got straight to the point, telling it that Hai-Si had wanted to harm its children, so it should not continue to protect her. The Sea Turtle King recalled the situation and confirmed that he was not wrong. It made a demand. If it told him the location of Hai-Hai's shell, he had to return its children. Trunleka spoke persuasively, convincing it to stay here because Hai Xiao now knew it had revealed her secret. There was a high probability that Hai Si would hunt it and its children down. Besides, they did not want to leave him either. He pointed to the nearby river, saying it could stay there. he would protect it and its children. The Sea Turtle King thought what he said made sense and agreed to stay at Tron Leff's base. Then, the Sea Turtle King turned towards its own shell. It bit off a piece of its shell and gave it to him. With this, its clansmen would not give him trouble. Tron Lex was a bit surprised. He did not expect to receive such a great benefit. The Super Water Arrow Turtle clan was easily in his pocket. Tron Leffe handed the small turtle to Malep with instructions. He needed to make a trip to his lair. Everyone should find a place to hide for the time being. Malep cast her abilities to restore his stamina and give him a speed blessing. Malep took the baby turtle from Tronlef's hands and told him to be careful. Tronlef reassured her that nothing dangerous would happen to him. A while later, with the help of the Sea Turtle King's clansmen, Tronlef quickly obtained Haise's shell. Destroying Haise's shell would only shorten her lifespan, not kill her instantly. With his current abilities, a direct fight was impossible. Tronlef patted Hai's shell a few times and said to the person in front, "Aitzi must have been waiting for a long time." Uisa's expression was extremely grim. She moved closer and closer to Tronlef. No matter how she thought about it, she could not figure out how Tronlef knew her name was Haik. Tronlef said he not only knew her name but also her weaknesses. The fact that he knew information about her meant there was only one possibility. The Sea Turtle King had betrayed her. She got straight to the point and asked Tronlef what he wanted. Tronlef calmly said that there was actually no grudge between them, so they did not necessarily have to fight to the death. He knew her lifespan was running out and asked if she wanted to get it back. Aiki did not understand what Tronlef meant and asked again. He said he had time abilities and would surely be able to reverse time in the near future. Aiki did not quite believe him. Tronlef continued, saying that in about a year, when he reached her level, he would be able to use it. Haiti thought for a moment and agreed. If he could not do it then, she would take his life. On the surface, Tronlef happily guaranteed it, but based on his calculations, his power level would not be low in a year. Even if Lai Si got angry and wanted to kill him then, it would not be as easy as it was now. To prove their friendship, Tranlax said he would return the shell to Haiko. In exchange, Haiko had to give him the pearl on her forehead as a token. This was a treasure with water-resistant properties. Haiko took the pearl from her forehead and gave it to him, saying she would come back for it in a year. His plan was not only a complete success, but he also managed to convince Haiko. Using the baby turtles, he also kept the Sea Turtle King by his side. A spatial vortex appeared in the middle of the zombies. The spatial vortex disappeared, revealing several smoking figures standing below. A man stood not far from the zombie. Jun explained that he came to deliver a message to it, saying his leader agreed to supply it with meat so it could eat to its heart's content. The zombie turned its terrifying face towards him and told him to relay back that it wanted fresh meat, and if there was not enough, it would come to deal with them. Another sunny day at Tranlax's base. In Tranlax's room, Kungdai came to report the news he had just received. A light element zombie of unknown level had recently appeared. It is currently being harbored by Thoongvian's base, which is located in a small village north of the city. Tranlax told Kungdai to head back first, since he had a time acceleration skill. These mutants were no match for him. Tranlax asked Becom if his mission would go smoothly. Becom said it sensed that Milap had a fortuitous encounter ahead, and as for him, nothing would happen. Knowing he was in no danger, Tranlax was very excited. It seemed Milap's fortuitous encounter was that light element crystal. In Thongvian's room, he was leisurely lounging on a chair, drinking wine and relaxing. He just needed to kill the mutant he was raising and get its crystal to break through to level 6 or 7. Just as he was enjoying himself, one of his underlings ran in, urgently telling him someone had broken into the base and was heading for the mutant's room. The guy said the person scaled the wall directly and was moving very fast. The brothers had already surrounded the intruder, urging him to go see. Thuongvian, unable to contain his impatience, pushed the guy aside and went to see for himself. Tranlax used Void Walk and soon appeared in front of the mutant's room. Inside, the mutant was tearing the flesh off a living person, who was screaming in pain and begging for their life. Tranlax kicked the door open and coolly walked in. The zombie, still unaware of its impending doom, thought he was the next meal prepared for it. It even wanted to cut off his hand to see how it tasted. While eating, the zombie told him to cut off his own hand for it to eat. Tranlax calmly walked closer to it. "You bastard. Is that how you talk to your father?" The zombie was enraged and unleashed its ability to attack Tranlax. Tranlax skillfully drew his void blade. This zombie's level was no match for him at all. The zombie condensed spheres of time and attacked Tranlax, but its attack speed was too slow. How could it compare to Tranlax's void walk? Just as the zombie's attack was about to hit him, he vanished. To its astonishment, using the same stylish sneak attack, Tranlax appeared behind it in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful slash to the back of its neck. The zombie let out a wretched scream. He could not kill it with one strike. It seemed its level was at least 8. The zombie's anger reached its peak. Now, it only wanted to eat Tranlax. It screamed as it launched another all-out attack. Tranlax's calm and disdainful demeanor at this moment is exactly what I like. This is the look of an immortal protagonist. He had now lost his patience and decided to use another move to end the battle. Tranlax activated time acceleration. The zombie immediately stopped moving. Feeling the pain from within its ugly body, its legs gave out, and it knelt down on the ground because it could not see Tranlak's attack. Even as it died, it thought it had been poisoned by the meat it ate earlier. Tranlak walked over to collect the zombie's crystal. He was quite lucky that this crystal was level 10. Just as he was about to put the crystal away, Thong Vien arrived. He demanded that Tranlak put down his crystal. Tranlak looked doubtfully at the group in front of him. Thong Vien had heard of Tranlak and his base. Tranlak wanted him to give the crystal as a meeting gift, but he had raised this zombie for a long time. There was no way he would give it to him. Moreover, Tranlak was alone now. He demanded that Tranlak either return the crystal or leave his life behind. Tranlak sighed and said, "It seems we can't be friends." Thong Vien ordered his underlings to charge forward and take his life, promising them a handsome reward. Tranlak now possessed spatial cut, so he basically did not need any support. The effect of this move was similar to the Void Blade. Tranlak waved his hand, and a wave of sword energy appeared in front of him, attacking Thong Vien. Taking Thong Vien's life was all too easy for him. In an instant, the wave of sword energy sliced through Thong Vien's neck. His head immediately fell to the ground, to the astonishment and fear of his underlings. Truong Xin put on a fawning smile, stepped forward, and said that Thong Vien deserved to die for daring to oppose him. His words still held some sway in the base. He then ordered the underlings to clear a path for Tranlak. The underlings, terrified of Tranlak's power, quickly moved to the sides. He walked ahead to lead the way for him. Tranlak noticed that this Truong Xuan was an intelligent man who knew how to adapt. Tranlak placed a hand on Truong Qian's shoulder and decided to hand over Thong Vien's base for him to manage. Hearing this, Truong Xin was openly delighted. He now had a firm grasp on this base. Before Tranlak left, he told the others that he would manage the base from now on, and that following Tranlak would be their good fortune. After returning to the base, Tranlak immediately gave the level 10 crystal to Milap. She did not dare accept such a crystal and advised him to keep it for himself. Tranlak patted her head, saying he was about to break through to level 8. And this crystal could not help him break through to level 9, so it was best for Milap to use it. When she became stronger, she could also help him. With the two of them so close, Milap's face flushed red. Tranlak then said that with her current strength, she was no match for him, so she could just consider it as helping him level up quickly. Milap blushed and playfully hit him. Tranlak was not angry at all. In fact, he laughed happily. A week passed, and Tranlak had advanced to level 8. Chapter 114. Tranlak sat on his bed, carefully assessing his current abilities. With the enhancement of his space-time ability, his powers had increased by about 2.4 times, and his physical constitution had also reached level 10. Tranlak gathered everyone and stood on a high platform to announce that their base had successfully improved a batch of seeds, enough to increase production by 50%. To celebrate, he decided to hold an exchange conference in 5 days at the Southern Capital Stadium. He would provide free guidance on cultivation to other bases, helping everyone to interact and trade. Once it was successfully promoted, Tranlak could earn a lot of money from selling seeds. The thought of sitting on a pile of money made Tranlak both happy and expectant. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire hall erupted. Everyone was very happy that they would have fresh vegetables to eat in the future. Tranlak clapped his hands to quiet everyone down. Besides this, he had another matter to announce. He clasped his hands behind his back and declared that from now on, for anyone who offered sufficient benefits, he would step in to help them solve any problem. 5 days later, at the Southern Capital Stadium, Tran Quang, acting as the host, invited Audung Lo to the stage to explain the cultivation method. Audung Lo stood shyly on the stage. She explained that only nature element ability users at level 4 or higher could cultivate. After planting, they needed to frequently use their abilities to neutralize the pollution in the soil. Tranlak stood in a room, looking down at the stadium through a glass window. He thought that after this conference, nature element ability users would be highly sought after. Suddenly, among the crowd below, he saw a rather prominent figure from his past life. This person was Vong Liat. In his past life, he was one of Milap's fanatical pursuers. He even created dangerous situations to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress at crucial moments. His plan failed, causing Milap to lose her life. That was also when Milin awakened the resurrection technique. She used it to bring Milap back to life. Tranlak was wondering whether he should use him as a stepping stone for Milin's awakening. On the stage, Aduong Lo introduced their seeds, which could double the yield, and even the selling price would increase by 20%. They could provide the seeds directly and collect payment when the potatoes grew. Afterward, Tran Quang moved on to the next topic, Tranlak's peace plan. He told everyone below that their base could handle all sorts of tasks, big or small. For them, as long as they offered items of sufficient value, they would help handle it. As soon as Tran Quang finished speaking, someone below offered a level 7 crystal to ask Tranlak to help him kill someone. All eyes turned to him. Tran Quang asked who he wanted dead. Holding the level 7 crystal, he said his name was Deng Tien Hong and he wanted Tranlak's help to kill Fong Long, a man-eating demon, because that guy ate his brothers. The whole hall broke into discussion again. No one thought someone would do that. They had not reached the point of eating people to survive yet. The person next to Fong Long asked him what this was about. He immediately said that he was careless last time and let Deng Tien Hong escape, and that he would kill him after they got out. Before he could act, Dang Tin Hong had already walked over and pointed him out by name. Feng Long angrily told Dang Tin Hong to wait for him to come and take his life. Tran Quang was momentarily unsure of what to do and turned to look at Tran Lak. Tran Quang stood on stage, pointed at Feng Long, and accepted Dang Tin Hong's request. Chapter 115. Feng Long's boss immediately stepped forward to stop them, asking if Dang Tin Hong had any evidence to prove his words. Dang Tin Hong said confidently that he saw it with his own eyes, so it could not be fake. The other person immediately refuted him, saying his word alone could not be trusted. A few people nearby knew Vong Liat and supported him, saying Vong Liat was not wrong. At this moment, Tran Lak decided to show himself, suddenly appearing on the stage. Tran Lak assured Dang Tin Hong that if he gave him the level 7 crystal, he would help him solve the problem. Then he turned to the others and said that he did not care whether Feng Long ate people or not, or whether Dang Tin Hong had proof. Since he had accepted the job, the target was confirmed to die. After hearing this, Vong Liat and his underlings were terrified, feeling that Tran Lak was being a bit unreasonable. Vong Liat stood up and said Tran Lak was being irrational. They had no enmity or grudges, but Tran Lak did not care at all. Right now, he only wanted this Feng Long's life, and asked him if he would hand him over. Vong Liat thought carefully. He could not defeat Tran Lak right now. It was not worth confronting Tran Lak at this moment just for Feng Long. His face darkened, and he pondered for a long time. If Tran Lak was this tyrannical, others would surely criticize him, so he decided to hand over Feng Long to protect himself. Later, when he reached level 7, he would join forces with others to take Tran Lak's life. Vong Liat gave his answer. Feng Long never expected Vong Liat to hand him over. After receiving the answer, Tran Lak immediately ordered Hao Niu to take Feng Long's life. By this time, he had already run quite a distance. Hao Niu's speed was incredibly fast, and he soon appeared in front of Feng Long. Before the guy could finish speaking, he had already thrown a punch. Hao Niu's level far surpassed his. A single simple punch sent him flying several meters. Vong Liat did not expect Hao Niu to have such great power. After all, Feng Long was considered an expert in his base, yet he was taken down in just one blow. Hao Niu continuously attacked him, breaking both his arms and legs, leaving him crawling in front of Dang Tin Hong. Tran Lak told Dang Tin Hong that Feng Long was now crippled, and he could deal with him as he pleased. Afterward, Tran Lak told the others that his base was very powerful. As long as they offered something of sufficient value, he could help them do anything, to deter those who might not know their own limits. He told them that his own strength had reached level 8. The hall erupted once more. No one expected Tran Lak to be so powerful. No wonder he was so confident. Suddenly, someone raised their hand, wanting to see Tran Lak demonstrate his power. Tran Lak generously agreed to the person's request, to let them clearly see his current power. He asked Dang Tin Hong what kind of grudge he had against Vong Liat. Dang Tin Hong gritted his teeth and said he wished he could kill Vong Liat. But he also knew a level 7 crystal was not enough. Tran Lak put his hands in his pockets and said matter-of-factly that since Dang Tin Hong was his first customer, he would give him a buy one, get one free deal. He then gestured towards Vong Liat, saying he would give Vong Liat to Dang Tin Hong as a gift. Vong Liat's face turned pale, never thinking Tran Lak would actually move against him. Vong Liat, knowing full well he could not fight Tran Lak, immediately turned to flee, but Feng Long had failed to escape earlier, and he had even less of a chance. A flash of a blade streaked across his neck, and his head immediately separated from it. He died right there in the middle of the hall. Vong Liat's head was now in Tran Lak's hand. The form of Void Exile had been modified. After using Spatial Cut to kill a target, he could perfectly retrieve objects from a distance. The crowd stumbled back, their eyes wide with fear. Tran Lak lifted his head, smiled, and asked everyone if they had seen clearly. The crowd's faces turned ashen, and they fearfully backed away several meters from Tran Lak. Tran Quang, standing beside him, said they did not need to be tense, that Tran Lak's actions were just punishing the wicked. But Tran Lak denied his words. He threw Vong Liat's head to the ground and declared loudly that he never leaves loose ends. No one who has ever offended him has lived to tell the tale. Tran Lak's profound gaze swept over the crowd before him, advising them not to offend him unless they had 9 lives. After seeing his power clearly, the crowd hurriedly said that they and their base members would never provoke Tran Lak, even if they had 9 lives. They would not have the guts. Tran Lak then put on a sunny, youthful expression, smiled warmly, and said in a friendly tone that he was very gentle. If no one bothered him, he would not do anything either. He told them to remember to find him if they had any trouble, and that they could now go register to get seeds to plant. After walking a short distance, Tran Lak turned back and said with a warm smile that he trusted their credibility and that they would not default on their payment. The crowd, who had not even had a chance to relax, heard his words and all shouted in unison, guaranteeing they would pay him on time. If any base failed to comply, they would step in to handle it for him. Behind the stadium, Today True said he had just received news about a zombie named Bang Lam, who had established a base called the Bang Lam Society. Tran Lak had some impression of this zombie named Bang Lam. Although it was not the first zombie to reach king level, its strength was formidable. The Bang Lam Society was a powerful organization established by high-level intelligent zombies. Today True said these zombies were waiting for Tran Lak to leave before attacking the base. Tranlac told Tru to go and instruct all members not to go out and to prepare for battle. When Tranlac went outside, quite a few people still had not left. They stopped him, wanting to join his base. Tranlac was a bit surprised. He did not think his recent display would be so effective. Tranlac calmly told them that he welcomed more people to join the base. Tonight, a horde of zombies would attack his base, with numbers possibly reaching 10,000. He would not intervene. Anyone who survived could directly become a regular member. After he said that, some people automatically left. Tranlac continued, saying it was not too late for them to leave now. He would not force them or hold it against them. But if they fled after the battle started, they should not blame him for being ruthless. A moment later, confirming that no one else intended to leave, Tranlac said the irresolute had been weeded out. He would accept those who chose to stay. Most importantly, he would not abandon his own people. Night fell, and Bang Lam led the zombie horde near Tranlac's base. Trang told it that about 6,000 zombies had been gathered. Bang Lam turned its head and told him they did not need to act. Just directing from behind was enough. Trang broke into a cold sweat as he listened. Bang Lam told Trang to direct the zombies from the front and to return after reaching the destination. Trang was terrified that Tranlac would kill him. Being a spy was too difficult. Tranlac stood with his arms crossed, looking at the zombie horde preparing to launch an all-out attack on his base. They had finally arrived. Tonight will definitely be lively. Chapter 117. Facing tens of thousands of zombies, Tranlac ordered an all-out attack. Countless huge fireballs launched from within the base, accurately targeting the zombie horde outside the city gates. The destructive power of the fireballs was immense, quickly annihilating a large number of zombies, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The wind element ability users above had a clear view of the battle, and they were shocked by the intelligence of these zombies. After the first wave, the subsequent fireball attacks were no longer as damaging, as the surviving zombies were using the corpses of the fallen ones as shields. In the dark night, a fire phoenix suddenly appeared in the sky. It roared with furious flames and swooped down towards the zombie horde. Milap told Tranlac, who was standing beside her, that she could only cast wide area fire magic twice at the moment. The elemental members had also consumed a lot of energy. We should proceed to the next step. The Dharma King beside them also agreed with her suggestion. Tranlac immediately gave the order for the physical type members to open the city gates and fight. Led by Tru, relying on his physical strength, Tru crushed more than 10 zombies with a single sweep. He crouched down and delivered an all-out punch. The ground around him immediately exploded, and another group of zombies perished. Bang Lam observed the battle from a distance, noticing that there were two very powerful individuals in Tranlac's main force. The zombie beside it said he did not need to worry, as Tranlac's city wall was about to be brought down by them. Bang Lam glanced at Trang standing behind, suspecting him of leaking information. Trang Quang urgently told Tranlac that Trang had sent a message saying he was about to be exposed. After Bang Lam eliminated him, a new wave of zombies would be organized. Tranlac pondered for a long time. He hoped Trang would become the leader of this zombie base, so he could not let him die. In that case, would not it be better to just eliminate Bang Lam first? With that, Tranlac disappeared. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave instructions for Mi-Line and Mi-Lap to take command of the battle in his place. On the other side, Trang was beaten to the ground by Bang Lam. He asked why he betrayed him. Trang, on his knees, pleaded his innocence, saying he did not betray him. Suddenly, Tranlac appeared out of the void like a god. He tightly gripped the void blade and asked if Bang Lam was the leader of this zombie base. Bang Lam reacted very quickly, immediately turning to attack Tranlac. But how could its attack speed be faster than Tranlac's? Tranlac spun in midair and lightly swung his sword towards Bang Lam. In the blink of an eye, Bang Lam's head was severed from its neck. Tranlac posed as if to kill the nearby zombies, while simultaneously signaling Trang to attack him, because his real purpose in coming here was to make Trang the legitimate leader of this zombie base. Trang quickly understood. He shot up and let out a resounding roar. Facing the powerful enemy that was Tranlac, he showed no fear. He charged forward to avenge Bang Lam, who had just kicked the bucket. Trang threw an all-out punch at Tranlac. He did not dodge the blow, directly showcasing his superb acting skills. He spun once in the air before falling to the ground. Tranlac raised a hand to his injured face and said fearfully, "Just you wait." Before the astonished eyes of the zombies, he quickly made his escape. With acting skills like these, it would be a waste not to be an actor in peaceful times. After Tranlac left, Trang knelt before Bang Lam's corpse and wailed tragically. These foolish zombies actually believed it. Another zombie stepped forward and said it wanted to be the new leader, and would change the Bang Lam Society's name to the Hak Loi Society. Before it could finish speaking, Trang had already thrown a punch at it. Trang pinned the guy to the ground by his neck, saying he would fulfill Bang Lam's dying wish. He repeatedly punched Hak Loi in the face. The guy knew he was no match for Trang and begged for his life, saying he would accept Trang as his boss. But Trang had no intention of sparing him, wanting to kill him to make an example for the other zombies. After Hak Loi was finished off, Trang stood up straight to address the zombie horde. Before he could even finish speaking, the other zombies had already agreed to make him their leader. As he turned to leave, he said, "We are all brothers. From now on, we are an alliance. We will share whatever meat we have." He told the zombies to wait for him to change clothes and he would be right back. Not far from there, Tranlac was already waiting. Dai Trang walked over, waving at him. Tranlac said he would do his best to cultivate him and help him increase his strength. He told him to lead the zombies to disperse and to continue operating the zombie base later, recruiting highly intelligent and talented zombies as subordinates. Then, Tranlac threw him the crystal, saying he could contact him anytime if he had difficulties. As long as he worked hard, he would not be short of benefits in the future. Dai Trang looked at the crystal in his hand, chuckled, and said he understood. Tranlac returned to the base. He did not expect those zombies to be so easily fooled by his acting skills. They came quickly and dispersed just as quickly. He had harvested many crystals from this battle. Just then, Chung-Tu suddenly sent a telepathic message to Tranlac, saying Heiko had found a level 10 creature and told him to come help quickly, to complete his upgrade and fulfill his promise. Tranlac happily told Chung-Tu to relay the message back that he would go immediately. In just a moment, Tranlac arrived at the seashore. He called out Big Sis while waving at Heiko. Heiko generously tossed him several crystals. This time, he had really hit the jackpot. Calling her Big Sis was definitely not a loss. Tranlac called her Big Sis even more enthusiastically and asked Heiko where the level 10 creature was. Heiko said it was an ice element fish under the sea, telling him to wait a bit and join forces with her to kill it. 10 minutes later, while fighting the fish, Heiko asked Tranlac if his skill was ready. The fish whipped its tail at Heiko. Losing her patience, she urged him to quickly kill it. Tranlac looked at the fish flying in the air and used spatial cut to attack it. Unexpectedly, the fish actually managed to dodge the attack. It opened its mouth wide and attacked Tranlac. The speed was too fast for Tranlac to dodge in time. Tranlac was hit carelessly. Except for his head, his entire body was frozen. The fish launched another attack at him, intending to take his life immediately. Facing imminent danger, he quickly used Void Exile, moving the fish to another location. Heiko came over to help him break the ice on his body, asking if he knew the fish's specific location. Tranlac said it was about 30 miles to the east and, from what he could tell, it was probably exhausted too. Heiko stood to one side, watching him retrieve the fish's crystal. He thought that with just 4 or 5 more crystals, he could advance to level 9. As he took the crystal from the fish's body, Heiko said he could try eating the meat of this hairtail fish, but Tranlac found the meat of mutant creatures very hard to eat. Heiko said sincerely that many years ago, while she was resting at the bottom of the sea, a piece of meat fell into her body. She felt extreme pain, as if her whole body was about to explode. The meat began to digest automatically inside her. She wanted to vomit it out but could not. She thought she would die if it continued. Fortunately, the Sea Turtle King happened to pass by at that moment. Seeing her state, it immediately ate the remaining part of the meat. After being saved, she began to grow stronger continuously, and the Sea Turtle King's power also improved greatly because of this. She told Tranlac that although the meat caused pain, it had miraculous effects. Ever since she ate that mysterious meat, ferocious fish have always targeted her. She could sense that this hairtail fish had also eaten that mysterious meat before. Tranlac was still skeptical. He felt that Heiko and the Sea Turtle King eating that mysterious meat and leveling up was quite similar to eating a high-level crystal. Heiko said she could feel that the mysterious meat still existed in the hairtail's body, with a lot of undigested energy. She felt they should not waste the hairtail's meat. Tranlac picked up the hairtail to examine it. If it could make him stronger, a slightly unpleasant taste was bearable. He hoped Manga could make it more palatable. If he could not finish it, he could also share it with the other members. A beautiful sunny day at sea. A beautiful mermaid was sunbathing. Yungongsong smiled at the newly arrived seal. The seal cried as it said its brother had been murdered. Yungongsong asked if it was killed by the bloodthirsty great white shark. The seal shook its head and said no. The one who killed its brother was a mermaid. Yungongsong followed the seal into the sea. She did not know who the mermaid it mentioned was. Scales began to appear on her legs. The seal begged her to avenge its brother. The mermaid Yungongsong swam ahead, telling it to take her to the culprit. Heiko was surprised to see 2 strangers suddenly appear before her. Chapter 120. Heiko sized up Yungongsong for a long time. She could not tell if she was human or fish, but her strength seemed decent. She could be a gift for Tranlac. Heiko directly attacked Yungongsong, but Heiko's attack was easily blocked by her. Heiko realized her strength was much greater than the hairtails, unable to win. Heiko decided to flee to save her life. Yungongsong acted incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, Heiko was frozen by her. The seal, with tears in its eyes, told Yungongsong to kill Heiko immediately, but she wanted to ensnare Tranlac as well. Meanwhile, Tranlac threw the hairtail in front of Manhwa, asking her to make it a bit more palatable. Manga rolled up her sleeves and decided to braise it. Tranlac helped her process the hairtail meat, then handed the rest over to her. A while later, the braised hairtail was ready. Manhwa told him to taste it. Manga pouted as she watched Tranlac spit all the food out. Mutant creatures were indeed very hard to eat. Tranlac looked at the bowl of braised hairtail on the table. He did not want to eat this hard-to-swallow thing at all. Just then, the Dharma King happened to pass by the kitchen. Attracted by the aroma inside, the Dharma King dashed over. Through the glass door, it saw Tranlac secretly eating scraps without sharing. Inside, Manhwa and Tranlac saw the Dharma King standing there, sniffing deeply at the aroma coming from the hairtail meat. Tranlac quickly put the hairtail meat into its bowl and pushed it over for it to eat. After eating its fill, the Dharma King lay lazily on the ground. If the hairtail meat really worked, he would eat it no matter how bad it tasted. Suddenly, Chung Tui sent him a telepathic message, telling him something had happened to Haiko. Someone had severed the connection between her and Haiko. That person also had her relay a message. If he did not go to He Island, 3,000 leagues east of the coast, within 3 days, Haiko would die. Tranlak thought. The person who could sever the connection with Chung Tui was likely a mental type, and their strength was not low. Without a word, Tranlak dashed off. Someone who could capture Haiko had to be at least level 10. A level 10 mental type. Tranlak was anxious to leave. He hurriedly asked Becom if he would be in any danger, but it only said he would not be in danger for the next 3 hours. But the distance was so great that by the time he reached the meeting point, more than 3 hours would have passed. Moreover, Becom's ability had a cooldown, and if he brought it along, he would also have to protect it. Tranlak gritted his teeth. He wanted to see who could take the life of the Void Monarch. Tranlak faced Ngong Song, the one who had imprisoned his sister. Tesketsk. Her way of dressing really saved the country some scales. Looking at Tranlak, Ngong Song thought, isn't he Haiko's younger brother? But why can't I see through his true form? Thinking this, she asked, are you the sea god? Tranlak replied with his hands on his hips. No, I am the sea king. This answer left Ngong Song dumbfounded. She did not know what a sea king was. Tranlak questioned why she captured his sister and what she had done wrong. He received an answer from Ngong Song. Because Haiko had killed the leopard seal's brother for no reason. If I let her go, who knows how many more innocent lives will be lost at her hands. I will not allow such a dangerous wanton killer to exist in the ocean. Although still bound, Haiko urged Tranlak to run away quickly. She appreciated his sentiment, but he was definitely no match for Gong Song. Tranlak scratched his head helplessly and told Haiko not to worry. If she was going to talk about wanton slaughter, then he would talk to her. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. It is the law of survival. What is wrong with Haiko hunting for a little food? With that, he pointed directly at the fat seal and cursed. Don't you eat fish? Then what do you call the fish you eat? If you are a hypocrite, just say so. Don't try to justify yourself. But the fat leopard seal remained determined and angry. I do not care. I must avenge my brother. Ngong Song also arrogantly agreed with Tranlak. She was now the big fish, and Tranlak's sister was a very small fish. Therefore, Tranlak's sister had to accept her fate of being killed and eaten by her. Tranlak realized that reasoning was useless. Ngong Song was determined to act, so he unleashed his spatial cut. Haiko tried to stop him because Tranlak was no match for Ngong Song. However, Tranlak's target was never Ngong Song, but that chubby leopard seal. He launched his attack at the seal. This made Ngong Song so angry her eyes rolled back. She thought he had a death wish. Facing Ngong Song, he used Void Walk. In an instant, he was beside Haiko, moving so fast that Ngong Song could not even see it. He then used Spatial Cut again. Tranlak grabbed Haiko's hand, telling her to hold on tight as he would get her out of there. Then, he turned to Ngong Song and sneered. Haha. Are you sure you want to chase me while you are naked? Ngong Song was shocked to realize Tranlak had blown off her clothes at some point. She used her hands to cover her exposed body, while Tranlak just laughed mockingly. Then he took Haiko's hand, not forgetting to stick his tongue out at Ngong Song one more time before leaving. Haiko looked at him gratefully for their narrow escape. It was truly because he decided to kill the leopard seal that they were able to get away. The sense of smell of the leopard seal species is very keen. If he had not killed it, Ngong Song would have found them even if they ran. The sea was no longer safe for Haiko. He took her with him to seek refuge and asked her to bring her shell as well. Haiko knew the situation was unfavorable and agreed with Tranlak's decision, but swore that one day she would return to kill Gong Song. Meanwhile, Tranlak thought to himself, I never expected marine creatures to develop so powerfully. I am not truly invincible. When facing stronger creatures, the danger is still immense. His face then darkened as he thought about his own abilities. Unfortunately, my time ability has always stagnated. I can't seem to grasp it. Perhaps I should go find Kuong So Tayat, the person from my past life who had this ability. Back home, in his bedroom, he discussed with Lap about going to Hat City, a border city over 3,000 leagues away, which made Lap wonder why. It turned out there was a time element ability user there who could stop time, a true talent. He wanted to go and confirm it. If it was true, he wanted to bring that person back to the base. Lap wondered about such a miraculous ability, then asked Tranlak how long he planned to be gone. Tranlak estimated 2 or 3 days at the fastest. But if it took longer, in truth, he himself was not sure. He smiled at Lap. He thought to himself, the travel time is not the issue. The issue is whether Kuong So Tayat will want to come with me. Of course, if she resolutely refuses, then I won't hesitate to use coercive measures. The next day, Tranlak, with a backpack and a walking stick, finally arrived at Hat City. Looking around, he thought to himself, I only know that in my past life, Kuong So Tayat migrated from here to our city. I still need to ask around for her specific location. After searching for a while, he saw a group of people in the distance. He approached and asked a man with a goatee. Excuse me, brothers. He asked the man about Kungex's tight, and the man turned to look at him. Another one who wants to live off a woman. Huh. Then, the man, with smoke billowing from his mouth, told Trunlexi that she was his boss's daughter. Out of respect for the cigarette he gave him, he offered a piece of advice. Our boss is a level 6 powerhouse. Don't get any funny ideas. Besides, our base does not accept trash. Trunlef confidently pointed at himself. I am not trash, I am a level 5 physical type. Then he thought to himself, I have a level 10 physique. Who would dare doubt that I am a physical type? Suddenly, the man with the goatee swung his fist towards him, wanting to test his skills. Afterward, the man rubbed his hands. So it is true. My apologies. Let me take you to the base. Trunlefik thanked him and followed. Upon arriving at King Guest Tide and her father's base, he saw it was truly massive, with people all around shouting greetings to their leader. Kindian Thian and Kijas Tite were walking into their base. Trunlets watched them from afar and thought, in my past life, I never met King Thing Then and this dog. Looks like they died. However, to be able to reach level 6 at this time means a future worthy of reaching the king level. In this situation, trying to lure Kjas Tide is useless. It is better to take King Thegyan Then along too. Of course, I will have to use some tricks. At night, Trunlek infiltrated Gexikas Tite and her father's base. He used his ability to take all the food from the warehouse, wanting to use this tactic to force them to submit to him. That night, Trunles mischievously took Kashas Tite's dog and hid it. The next day, Kijam Thien and Kenjaisis Tite were truly shocked when all the food disappeared overnight. Kalingiska Tite was also in tears because her dog, Rice Ball, had also vanished, while Kindling Then collapsed to the ground. He knew very well that with all the food gone, the base's future was doomed. After all the food at their base disappeared, on the first day, some of the base members had already started to leave. By the second day, even more people had left. They departed one by one to find a new place to take shelter. On the third day, Kijang's Tite reported to her father that 1/3 of the base members had left. If this continues, I am afraid. Suddenly, a loud voice called from a distance, Boss. Bad news. Ian Thina looked at the subordinate who had just run in and asked, What is it? Did more people leave the base? The subordinate replied, No, that is not it. It is the neighboring Mthai nation, which is poor in resources. Their people are about to come to our Hat City to cause trouble again. Kalingi's Tide exclaimed in frustration. They came here to plunder resources so many times before. Weren't they already defeated when the major bases of Hat City joined forces? Why have not they given up on their evil intentions and still dare to come here? The subordinate explained. I heard that their leader Kim Hehovai's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He has broken through to level 7, but even facing a level 7 powerhouse, Kun Thien did not back down. Every inch of territory is an inch of blood. He absolutely could not yield. With that, he ordered his subordinate, contact all the bases in Hat City. We are not afraid of their numbers. The subordinate immediately obeyed and ran off to carry out the order. Overhearing their conversation from the side, Trun Lex thought to himself, facing a level 7, even if Kinexis Tite can stop time, I am afraid she won't be able to kill Kim Hovai in that short period. Could it be that King Thing Then died because of this in his past life? Should I save him, or wait until after he is dead? Then, he slapped his own face. Oh! What the hell am I thinking? Even though I Tron Lex, am a scoundrel, I can't be like this when facing such a major issue. I clearly have the ability, so why should I let my own people bleed? He looked at Kaiken Guest Tite and her father sitting in the room and thought, I will face this battle for you. Kindi and Thian was in a meeting with the major bases at his own base. He proposed a plan. After Kinmon shows himself, I will have little Tite stop him. At that moment, all Dark-type users will unleash their negative status effects, and everyone will attack Kim Heko Vi together. Everyone around agreed with Kaing Then's idea. Thinking that a level 7 was not enough to cause despair, a single level 7 wanting to destroy a city was ridiculous. However, they were completely underestimating their enemy. A subordinate ran in and reported, Kim Ovi's within a 5-mile radius. Hearing this, the Gian Thien had everyone go out to face the battle. Suddenly, from within the crowd, a subordinate rushed forward. He laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha, for the glory of the Imthe kingdom. Death riot. Then he exploded with a bang. A stream of poison spewed from his body, causing everyone to scream. Keen Thien also collapsed from the poison, thinking to himself, I can't believe he was with me for half a year. Yet he was a traitor. A level 5 poison type self-destructed. Although it is not fatal, it is preventing us from properly using our abilities. Hearing the commotion outside, Kinjini's Tite ran in. She asked her father, What happened? Why was there an explosion? Kindi In Thien, kneeling on the ground, said he had fallen for a traitor's scheme. The people around were in the same condition as Kaigong Din Then. They did not know what to do, as they could not even use half of their strength. Kijin Thien believed that if they could not organize a direct counterattack, even more people would die. They could only risk it all. Suddenly, Trunluck walked in, despite the voices trying to stop him. They thought a meeting was in progress, so Trunlusse could not enter, but he boldly declared, Don't worry, I alone am enough. The injured group, including Kang Then Then, looked at him and said, Young man, do you know how many people are out there? At least 10,000. The group helped each other up. Kindi In Thien, his expression grim, spoke up, Get a grip. You are dreaming if you think you can fight 10,000 alone. Don't let the pressure give you delusions. Do I need to snap you out of it? Enthusiasm is good, but do not just try to show off. In a bit, you will deal with Kim Hevo Vi. But Tron Left just smiled and said, you all just close the main gate and watch. Hey, after I kill them, you will come with me. How about it? He said, pointing at Kajing S tight. Ki Yin Thien stood in front of her. Young man, now is not the time to show off. Let us go together. When we close the city gate later, you can help us buy some time so we can recover a bit. Trun Lek looked at them and thought, in my past life, I was just messing around in Thengachu and never got involved. Now that I have the chance, I might as well put in some effort. Outside, the sky was clear but the atmosphere was anything but peaceful. Outside the base, Kim Ov, holding a baseball bat, approached with his subordinates. Kindi In Thien, I have endured until now. Do you know how long I have waited for this day? Did you think hiding in the city would save you? He and his subordinates shouted loudly, just wait to die. Meanwhile, above the city wall, Trun Lefty flew up to face Kim Hova's 10,000 men, causing the subordinates on the wall to drop their jaws in shock. Kim Hova's face darkened as he looked at Tron Lef. How can this person fly? Ijin Thien wondered. Isn't he a level 5 physical type? Klingis to Tight looked on with admiration. It is so amazing. How can he do that? While everyone was still wondering what was going on, Trun Lef flew towards Kim Ho Vi. You are the one who is going to die. Kim Ho Vi ordered all his subordinates to attack Trun Lek. Trun Lek said arrogantly, being the first to experience my large-scale damaging ability is your honor. He thought to himself, as the only one who possesses wide-range damage and spatial suppression, anyone below level 7 is guaranteed to die. With that thought, he unleashed his space pulse technique, causing everything to explode loudly. Kim Ho Vi's surrounding subordinates were either injured or killed, but he himself was safe behind an earth shield. He laughed to himself. I thought he was so tough. Didn't I just block him with my defensive shield? Seeing this, Tron Lex, from above, said, did you really think I could only attack once? With that, he gathered energy in his hand, terrifying Kim Ho Vi below. He launched his attack towards Kim Ho Vi. Space Pulse, 15-hit combo, on the city wall. Kinjini's Hex Tight and Ekshit then watched. This? How is this possible? Didn't he say he was a physical type? What level of ability user must he be to do this? Kdien Thin stared, dumbfounded, as Trunlek defeated Kim Ho Vi. No wonder he was so confident saying he alone was enough. Is he a god descended to the mortal world? Down below, Kim Ho Vi unleashed his gravity technique. This move surprised Tron Lex. This is gravity technique. Meanwhile, Kim Ho Vor quickly ordered his subordinates. I have slowed him down, let us run. Trun Les indeed praised. Kim Ho Vi's gravity technique is effective. However, he then used his void walk technique, surprising Kim Ho Vi's group. My explosive speed is about 200 meters per second, but you only reduced it by 5 meters. With that, he continued to attack Kim Ho Vi. He managed to reach level 7, so he must have a high-grade crystal on him. Kim Ho Vi sensed trouble and quickly used an earth-type escape technique. But it was too late. Trun Lef raised his hand and smiled. Don't waste your energy. I will be taking your crystal. With that, he slammed his hand on Kim Ho Vi's head, causing his eyes to bleed and him to spit up blood. Kim Ho Vi completely collapsed to the ground from a single blow by Tron Lex. On the city wall, Ijin Thien wondered. A single slap killed Kim Ho Vi. Who on earth is he? A subordinate reported. Kajing. He came for the young miss. I am 90% sure he likes her. Kajing Thin thought. Liking little Tide is good. That is good. He looked at Tron Lucky walking over and thought, he is a talented individual with real power. Unbelievably strong, and he is patriotic. In all other aspects, he is perfect. If he could really end up with little Tite, then I could die in this apocalypse with no regrets. After the battle, Trunless once again suggested to Keji X Tite, so, will you come with me? Which left Exus Tite unsure how to respond. The Gian Thin put his arm around Tron Lefty's shoulder and asked him to speak privately, inviting him into a room and pouring him tea. With your strength, you came to my base for little Tite. Right, how about this? You stay at our base as the vice leader, or even the leader. I will help set you two up. What do you say? He invited Tron Left to stay in Hat City. However, Tron Lex wanted to take Kai S Tite with him, making King Thing to think, I want you as my son-in-law, but you want to make me a lonely old man. Nevertheless, he still agreed. Alright, that is fine too. As my son-in-law, you won't need a dowry. I can give you my entire fortune. But if my daughter is to marry out, you must offer some betrothal gifts. Money is meaningless these days. Just give me 200 pigs. Trun Luck looked at him and said, that is impossible. There are no live pigs at a time like this. It is hard to even find one. This made Kathing Thin pleased. It is good that he finds it difficult. I must quickly crush this idea of his and keep him here. With that thought, he said to Tron Lex, either give up your idea, or stay at my base. Tron Lex knew very well that he was being difficult. Besides, why do I have to negotiate with him? Then he said directly to Kang Thin, Kindi In Thien, what time do you think it is now? This made Kating Thin misunderstand, thinking he was asking for the time. He looked at his watch and replied, it is 4 p.m. now. After that, Trun Lex stood up, His meaning was that in the current era where order has collapsed, King Thien Thien was not qualified to negotiate terms with him. He also threatened King Thien Thun. I kill without batting an eye. I kill him thy people, and I kill my own people too. This surprised King Thien Thien. Why was he an obedient son-in-law just a moment ago, and now he is suddenly turned hostile? If Trun Lepshi wanted to forcibly take Kaigas tight, King Thien Thien had no way to stop him. He made this clear to Kindri Thien Thien and also let him know that he had no hope. His daughter would be crying while following Tron Lex. King Thien Thien was still stunned because Tron Lek's change in attitude was just too fast. Seeing that Tron left would not compromise, King Thien Thien asked, "Tell me, where do you want to take her?" Trun Lesse then told him that he wanted to take Kingshu tight to Themigao, where he also had a base. I want to create the strongest base, gathering many elites to best survive in this apocalypse. This is also my purpose for taking Kajing S tight. Trun Leluk also suggested that if King Thien Thon wanted to come along, he could join his base or live on his own. I have no ill intentions, but I must take King S tight with me. How this develops depends on Kajing Thien Thao's attitude. Then he walked past King Thien Thien, preparing to leave the room. Trun Luffy turned his head back and added, "According to my astronomical observations, in a while, City A might be submerged. If you do not leave now, you will have to leave then anyway." He gave Kajing Thien Thien one day to think about it, and then left the room. Stepping out of the room, he happened to meet Ajun Yes tight in the hallway. "I was just looking for you," Trunlik said. He looked at Kajing Assist tight and asked her to try using her skill to immobilize him. Kinjing tight confirmed that her ability was indeed not an immobilization spell, but was related to time. He told her to give it a try. Killingista tight then used her ability, causing time to stop. At this moment, Trunlek felt a line of energy in his body. His body was indeed completely unable to move, but the ability within him was still flowing. He wondered what was happening. In my past life, when time was stopped, everything except my thoughts ceased to function. But now, my ability can still work. Could it be because I have awakened the time ability? Only time can resist time. After that, Trun Let's waved his hand to get moving and asked Kingseast tight to try one more time. Klingista tight thought to herself, I can only hold him for 3 seconds. He is really strong. She also mentioned that she could only use this ability one more time. Using it too many times is not good. After she used her ability, the time ability in Tron Lek activated. Through Kijingxeast tight's ability, Trun Lef realized the problem. In my past life, Time Stop could even counter a Void Monarch like me. But now, nothing can counter me anymore. Then he told her, thanks for your hard work. I am going back to my room to rest first, leaving Kangse's tight stunned. At night, the sky was pitch black. A girl holding a red talisman with golden characters engraved on it finally managed to imitate the emblem of a Quang Thon elder. That girl was none other than Dutch TDN. She told herself, with this, I finally have a chance for revenge. Because the storm is coming, the enemy's base has also moved near Thanadagoy. Then she left the forest, thinking, heaven is truly on my side. This is my only chance. A week later, at Kijun Thien Thien's base, everyone was preparing to leave. Trun Lek thought smugly, as long as it is someone I, Tron Lex, want, nothing is impossible. Not only did I bring the father and daughter back, but I also brought their elites. This time, I have really profited. Returning to his base in Thenavia, his subordinates were surprised. The boss is back. All the subordinates gathered around Tron Les. Quick, go tell everyone our leader is back. Brother Tron, in the dozen or so days you were gone, our base has become a laughingstock. That is right, a girl imitated the elder's emblem, impersonated our elder, borrowed a knife to kill, and has already destroyed a base. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Trun Lek was surprised. What? Then he thought to himself, I remember I officially changed the base's name to the Eng Quang Then just before I left. Did our reputation spread that quickly? Then he thought of the red emblem with the golden logo. Furthermore, all the elder emblems in the base were made by Long Via himself, and he even added an anti-counterfeit mark. How could that woman have made one? Maluffy ran out to greet Tronlesh. Brother Tronlesh, you are finally back. Outside, Klingista tight thought to herself, no wonder on the way here, I heard Tronlex say he already had a wife. It turns out he was not just saying it to be polite. The flower already has an owner, and she is very beautiful. Immaluk apologized to Tronlex, saying she and her sister had not looked after the base well, allowing others to take advantage. She looked at Tronlechi with a remorseful expression. Tronlekif just smiled and said, it is nothing. I just did not expect our Thun Eng Quang Thun to be so awesome already, destroying a base without even lifting a finger. Just by talking, even an impersonator can do it. Malin pointed towards the base and said, however, we have already caught that woman. Her name is Dish T Den. Hearing this, Trun Lek wanted to go see her. Trun Lek entered the place where Dutch Tatara was being held, a fox in tiger's clothing, borrowing a knife to kill. Quite impressive, so that was you, huh? But I am very curious how you managed to forge an identical elder's emblem. Dutch T. Dean, still sitting with her arms around her knees, said, I only observed its appearance, But your Thanang Quam Then's reputation is so great that others did not even dare to inspect the emblem when they saw it. So I was able to take advantage of that. Trun Lek was not surprised. He scratched his chin and said, so that is how it is? Why did you impersonate our elder to destroy that base? Dutch Tadini thought. The leader of the opposing base liked me and wanted to force me to go with him. He even killed my brother over it. I want revenge. At any cost, I must have my revenge. Hearing this, Trun Leffy turned and walked out, leaving a sentence behind. So that is it. I can understand your feelings. But no matter the reason, impersonating our elder and forging orders means death. Take her down. She will be publicly executed at the conference in 1 week. Trun Lex thought to himself, I have to make a public example of her, or others will follow suit later and I will lose credibility in Than Engi Quang Then. As he left the detention area with Mai Lup and Mua Lane, a subordinate suddenly ran up. Boss, there is someone outside with a corpse. It is very strange. All the physical type powerhouses in our base have tried, but no matter who it was, they could not cause any damage to this corpse. This subordinate's detailed report made Tron Lekef think, an indestructible corpse. Trun Les continued to speculate. Only by reaching the king level would a corpse not decompose and remain intact. Does this mean I am finally about to meet the first king level mutant? At this thought, he suddenly shot up into the sky. To the amazement of Mebelin and Egalup, he flew to the area outside the base. Where is that corpse? Quickly, take me to see it, a young man with a mole near the corner of his eye said. Greetings, Leader Tron. My humble name is Tridokin. The corpse is here. Trun Lekt poked the corpse but could not pierce it. Then he jumped up and smiled. Damn, this is really a king-level corpse, a level 10 ability user. Normally, absorbing a king-level crystal would allow one to directly ascend to the king level. Although my advancement is difficult because I have dual abilities, absorbing this could still lead to a qualitative leap. Then Trunton Lucky Fee turned to the young man who had brought the corpse. What is your purpose for coming here? The young man clasped his hands. Although I do not know why this corpse is so strange, it is likely extraordinary. I wish to offer it to Leader Tron. With Leader Tron's protection, my brothers and I can live in peace. It turned out they had come to seek refuge with Tron Lex. They had given Tron Lek a very precious gift, so Tron Lefik immediately agreed. Then Tron Luxi ordered his subordinates to pass down his command. I will protect Trikin immediately. Anyone who dares to touch him will be an enemy of the In Quang Then. Have 20 tons of rice and 1 ton of potatoes escorted to his base. It would be embarrassing if the person I protect becomes a beggar. Trun Letha brought the corpse inside to examine it, using all sorts of things to poke it. After examination, the corpse was not a space type. However, after absorbing this, Trun Les could possibly reach level 9, which made him very satisfied. A few days later, many bases in the towns near Thenao were flooded due to bad weather and heavy rain. A large number of people had to migrate thousands of miles. A young man named Si Trafung Fung arrogantly said, We traveled a long and difficult road to get to Thanagawan and are in need of a place to rest. But building a base is a bit too much work. So will you leave on your own? Or should we make you? As soon as he finished speaking, shouts erupted around him. Our boss is level 7. Those with good potential can join us. Don't be ungrateful. That is right. We are merciful and can give you 10 minutes to choose. If you do not surrender, we won't spare a single one. These shouts affected the people in Thang Quang Than's base. On the Thing Yu Quang Then side, Trun Luk's subordinates were not to be outdone. So what if he is level 7? That is right. Our leader Trun of the Enyu Quang Then might even be level 9. Hearing this, Slink Fong Fong thought to himself, the Enyu Quang Then, one of Tron Luk's subordinates thought, the difference in numbers is a bit too large. They have a level 7 powerhouse. We can't defend head-on. We should yield for now and then find an opportunity to ally with others or have Leader Tron step in. Then he spoke up. Stop shouting. We will yield this base. But he thought to himself, in any case, we can't let a bunch of outsiders bully us people of Thendi. In the pouring rain, he and his other subordinates left. Sinkafung Fong, inside the base, was very pleased. Then he gave the order. Kill them. Don't leave a single one alive to avoid future trouble. The fleeing base members were terrified when they saw this. Why did you go back on your word? Facing a level 7 powerhouse, they could only suffer the attack. Slun Fong Fong laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha. It is just because you are all too knave. Siki Fong Fong's subordinates killed Tron Lesh's men one by one. They said arrogantly, haven't you heard that all's fair in war, rest in peace? They looked at the people fallen on the ground. The survivors of Then De are nothing more than this, extremely weak. This annoyed the young man lying on the ground, who replied, Screw you. Go to the Quang Then and see if you dare say that in front of him. Siki Feng Feng's group remained arrogant. Let us see you try. Then kicked the young man in front of him. Siki Herd Feng Feng sent his subordinates to gather information about the Quang Then. At the same time, the rain fell earlier and heavier each day, and more people flocked to Thamziu. A girl in a hat thought, I can't believe that I, Lombi, after being away for 2 years, have returned to this heartbreaking Thamziu. 2 years ago, I was depressed at work and under a lot of mental pressure. I was often irritable and angry, even having violent and terrifying thoughts. She recalled her past when her mind was hazy, and she even attacked a poor stray dog. Then she thought about that dog. I'm sorry. Little dog, if I ever see you again, I will make it up to you. Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke up. Vi. You asked me to find out about the strongest power in Thunichu right now, and I have found it. It is called the Quang Then. I heard that not only are they powerful, but they also have someone who can improve seeds to increase production by 50%. This stunned V. The seeds I improve can only reach a 30% increase at most. Someone is even better than me. It would be great if I could join them. Long Evie's sister continued to report. I heard the Quang Then is holding a conference tomorrow. Maybe we can take some people there to check it out. Long Evie agreed with this idea. At a stadium where the Quang Then was holding its conference, a crowd gathered to watch. Someone, bring Dech T Dean over here. Tron Lex, looking down from above, thought. The continuous downpours and storms have forced survivors from many cities to migrate thousands of miles. They have all gathered near Thenizye. I heard that because of this, many bases have been attacked by outsiders. Dech T Dino was brought out and forced to kneel before the Quang Then conference. This woman impersonated an elder of the Quang Then. She did something truly shocking. As for the specifics, I won't say much more. If you do not know, find out for yourself. Trun Lucky pointed at Dutch to die. In short, impersonating a member of the Quang Then means death. Regardless of the reason, then he thought to himself, choosing to hold this conference also serves as a warning to these outsiders. After a sentence. Time sever. A stream of energy shot out and pierced each Tuda's neck. By the leader's order. Execute. Outside, many people saw this scene and started gossiping. It is that move again. How did she die so suddenly? Such a beautiful woman. Killed just like that. Oh, what a pity. Leader Tron is as domineering as ever. He is not to be trifled with. Outside, Siki Feng Feng observed the scene and thought, am I seeing things? I think I just saw a fleeting black crack. Suddenly, an announcement was made. That is right. Another announcement. We have now changed the recruitment conditions for members. From now on, we will only recruit level 6 ability users. This caused a stir among the crowd, as some people had not even reached level 5. Outside, Long Vi thought to herself, only accepting level 6. Huh. Then she walked towards Tron Lex. Leaving those around her wondering what she was about to do, she turned back to look at them and said, there are no permanent seats in this world. I will take the first step. One day, we will meet again. She could not let these companions become her burden. Golden Phoenix. I will go first. Long Vi walked up to the person who had just made the announcement. Hello everyone, I am a level 6 type ability user. I also know how to modify seeds and can increase production by 30%. I very much want to join the Quang Then. Can you accept me? Trun Levid's subordinate immediately said. Of course. We can, and Tron Luffy thought to himself, not a bad seed. Then he brought Vivi back to the base. Welcome to the team. Next, Tron Les took her for a walk around. By chance, the Fuppy Viging heard. Isn't that the voice from back then? The dog. Fuppy Vung, who was in Tron Lekka's base, heard Long Vi's voice. Okay. Thank you. Leader Tron. This voice was extremely familiar, reminding Fup Vadev of unpleasant memories from the past. Many years ago, on a cold winter day, Foppy found a pile of cardboard boxes. He crawled inside a cardboard box to rest when he heard a voice. Oh, I forgot to close the garage. Luckily, there is nothing valuable. Suddenly, she saw a dog. The girl wondered, why is this dog here? Then she pulled out a knife. Perfect timing. I am in a bad mood. At that moment, the Fuppy Ving could only whimper. Woof. Woof. The girl used the knife to cut Fip Vang, causing him pain. He thought, sob. Wait, I'm sorry. I was just too cold. I should not have come in here. The girl pushed Philip Veking's head down and repeatedly stabbed him with the knife. Don't stab me anymore, I beg you. After stabbing Flopug all over, she grabbed his neck, still holding the knife. Then she raised the knife. Good boy. I want to cut your paw. That swing of the knife cut into Fop Vang's paw. The Fupig ran out of the pile of cardboard boxes in pain. Now, looking back, he clearly remembered Long Vi's sinister smile. That voice, it really is her, a subordinate spoke up. Elder Shu, what is wrong? Elder Shu, but Fupig was growling menacingly at Long Vi. Trunluk saw Foppy Vega's strange behavior and wondered. Foppy Vung, what is wrong? Long Vi hid behind Trunlux and wondered. Oh my, where did this black dog come from? It is so scary. But Fuddy Vendine kept looking at her angrily and barking. If I had not been lucky enough to be helped by a kind old woman while escaping, I definitely would not have survived that cold winter. Seeing Fop Vieng like this, Trunluck wondered. What does this mean? The Fuppy Ving wants to kill her. Why? From above, Mem Phim informed him, because she cut Fu Venga's paw and also stabbed him several times. Down below, Fuppy Ving kept barking as Mifim relayed his words. Fuppy is asking you, does your promise to kill his enemy for him still stand? Hearing this, Trunluck turned and asked, Longbi, I am asking you, have you ever cut a dog's paw? This frightened Lung Vi, who thought, why is he suddenly asking this? Could this dog be? Then she decided to lie. I have not. How could I do such a thing? But seeing her expression, Trun Lek thought, her reaction is all the proof I need. Not surprised, he immediately said, it is fine if you do not admit it. I do not need proof. Elder Su identifying you is enough. Then he asked Phi Pi Ving, Do you want to do it yourself, or should I? Phi continued to bark at Longvi. Longvi knew she had no other choice but to admit it was her. But at that time, because of work, my mental state was really unstable. Then she begged, I really did not mean to. I beg you to forgive me. On the other side, Memfing continued to relay, forgiving you is God's business. What Fuppy Vinning wants to do is send you to meet God. Meanwhile, Longve continued to beg leader Tron, I am a human, it is a dog, you will side with me and forgive me. Right, you already accepted me into your group. If you do this to me and word gets out, who would dare join your base? Trunless ignored her words and turned to ask Fop Ving, do you need my help? Foppy Vung, looking at Longvi, unleashed his power. Seeing this, Longvi begged, don't come over here, I am begging you. Spare me. Then Fup Ving swiped his claws, piercing Longvi's thigh and striking her leg, causing her to fall. Longvi clutched her head in pain. Screaming incessantly, Trunlev looked towards Longvi and Fupavag. Her condition is not right. It looks like she has awakened a second ability due to extreme emotional changes. Fuppy Ving thought, awakened a second ability. That is pretty good. I was afraid one slap would kill her. Now I do not have to worry anymore. Longvi continued to clutch her head, begging Fop Vidu to stop. Suddenly, she screamed, you damn animal. I told you to stop. A dark shadow appeared. I want to kill all of you. Feeping still faced Longvi head on. Tron Lex. Outside. Wondered, what is going on? Then Tron Luffy waved his hand, creating a space. Fine, but do not fight inside the base. It is not good to destroy the plants. The Feeping barked twice, signaling that he understood. He opened a space and sent both Longvi and Fopyabung into it. He stood there thinking, I will leave this to Fop Vang then. I really did not expect Longvi to be stimulated enough to awaken a second ability. I can see she is a dark type. Meanwhile, Pafipig was continuously using his moves to attack Longvi outside. Witnessing this battle, Phoebe is already level 8, but even his attacks are ineffective against her. Phoebe continuously unleashed attacks on Longvi, a monster with an astonishing level of defense. Longvi, in her monster form, spoke, Little dog, are you just scratching me? Hearing this, Phoebe continuously launched attacks at Longvi. Meanwhile, Tron Lex, observing the battle intently from the outside, thought, I am definitely not seeing things. Phoebe's attack speed is decreasing, and his power seems to be diminishing too. He looked at Fupveig attacking Longvi. This should not be happening if Fabveen drags it out. Could it be that Longvi's monster transformation also has a curse effect? Longvi, however, just laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, what is wrong? Little dog, you can't take this much. Come on, I am right here, come and hit me. On Fuppy's Minky's side, he also realized his body was getting more and more tired. Then, he suddenly jumped up and launched an attack towards Longvi. Longvi launched an attack that sent Fahapfong crashing into a wall. Lying in the rubble, the Fipying wanted to endure an attack again. He was no longer the dog he once was, he was the lightning Foppy Veng. He absolutely had to kill her. Fu Ving charged straight at Longvi. On Longvi's side, it seemed she was absorbing Fop Vang's power. The Fuppy Ving did not realize it. But Tron Lex, outside, clearly saw the situation was not good. It seems this monster is also absorbing a portion of Fop Yuningi's speed and strength. It is getting more and more formidable. Longvi spoke, Puppy, the despair and pain you experience will happen all over again. And no one can help you. She stood arrogantly before Foppy Zhang. Is that all you have got? I gave you a chance, but you did not take it. Then she kicked Phoebe Ving. Useless thing. What makes a dog like you think you can fight me? Elder Shu, more like a damn dog. A Fuppy Ving was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. On the side, Trun Lek was surprised to see Fada Ving injured, but Fuppy Venting struggled to get up. Purple lightning sparks appeared around him, making Tron Leffy think, what is this? In my past life, I never saw Fopung with purple lightning. The purple lightning gathered and shot towards Long Vi. Surprising her, the lightning enveloped Long Vi, causing her body to explode. At this moment, Trunlef felt that this power was terrifyingly immense. He ran over to check on Fop Ving to see if he was okay. The Fupig was lying flat on the ground and let out a bark. I did not ask for your help, so you can't take my accumulated points. Not surprised, Trunlef petted Ate of Ving and asked, Foppy Vung, what was that purple lightning on you just now? I have never seen you use it before. The Fuppy did not know how to explain it to Tron Lex, so he decided to show him directly. He blew a breath out of his mouth. Tron Lex thought. Just one puff created a strong gust of wind. Could it be he has awakened a second ability too? Then Tron Lussi told Fei Zhang to blow a little harder to see if he could create a tornado. The Fuppy Ying took a deep breath and blew out a powerful gust of wind. This made Tron Lessie happy. Good, you have finally awakened your skill. It seems this Long Vi was truly a great contributor. Then he thought to himself. However, natural type transformations are usually various animals, not something monstrous like this. Could it be an ability fusion? The natural type fused with a dark ability, creating a black monster. He picked up Lung Vi's crystal and thought, if this ability fusion theory is true, would not awakening abilities earlier be more beneficial for fusion? Then what about me and Fu Viening? Then he looked at Phi Pi Veng again. Damn it. He felt like he had to work harder, or he would soon be less capable than a dog. After the fight with Long Vi, Trun Lex and Fo Vepshing had a speed race to see who could get back to the base first. If Fupi Huo won, he would get 100 contribution points, but if he lost, he would lose 100. Trun Lex thought to himself, no way, I refuse to lose. Trun looked at Vesung with a friendly smile. Of course, we won't use Void Walk. The Fupi Ving thought to himself, without Void Walk, I won't lose to you. Trun Leka shouted. Start, and he and Fup V began their race. The Fupi Ying dashed forward and was already nearing the base's gate, making Tron Leffy think, how is he so fast? I can't keep up. Trun Lek thought angrily. Damn it, I can't lose to a dog. Then he used Void Exile, surprising Fape V by using Void Exile. Trun Leff reached the base's gate. He grinned smugly at Phobe Vanning, who knew it had lost. It barked at Tron Lexi to stop using the Void Exile trick on it. Trun Leff patted of Vecchi's head and laughed. I said we could not use Void Walk, but I never said we could not use Void Exile. Fupi Ving's eyes welled up with tears of anger. He could not believe he had been tricked out of 100 contribution points. He was just too naive. In the inner courtyard, Mifan walked around a flower. Look. Tron Lex, a beautiful flower bloomed here. It was not here yesterday. Trun Lex sat down and warned. Eat him. This flower is poisonous. Although it blooms with a lovely fragrance, it will make you feel nauseous. It is better to get rid of it. Suddenly, Milin's voice came from nowhere. She asked for the poisonous flower to study and observe it. Mutated plants had many benefits. Perhaps it could solve the hairtail fish's palatability problem. Hearing this, Trun Lek immediately agreed. He also told the members of the base to keep an eye out and bring back any strange plants they found for Migulin. At night, Trun Lex was cultivating in his bedroom when he let out a couple of shouts. He sat on the bed, sweating and gritting his teeth. This feeling, he was about to level up. Afterwards, he let out a sigh of relief. He had advanced to a level 9 ability user. He lay exhausted on the bed, wiping his sweat. Finally, I am not at the same level as a dog anymore. Now that I have reached level 9, with this surge in ability energy, can I also try to fuse my dual abilities to see if I can use ability fusion? Lying on the bed, he thought, Longvi could fuse the dark and natural systems to become a dark monster. Phoebe can use wind lightning flash. So what would my time plus space become? Suddenly, he sat up and called out. Be him. Are you outside the door? Come in for a moment. Memphine walked in. Do you want me to sleep with you? Trun Lux smirked. The troublesome relative of Mev Fan is here again. This is a good time to be with our B Chem. He caressed Memphine. Be him. What do you think I will become after the fusion? Make a prediction. Memphine stopped him. Absolutely do not try it, making him wonder if the consumption of the time-space ability was that terrifying, and if trying it would kill him. Then he hugged Memphine. Alright, I won't try it for now, but inwardly thought, but how long will I have to wait? Until before level 10 or king level. Trun Leff received a report about a stunning beauty by the seashore. Wearing seaweed, who could turn people into ice statues. He guessed it might be Ningunge Seng, and then used Void Walk to teleport to the coast. As soon as he arrived at the coast, Trun Lek saw Ngyek Seng sitting by the shore from a distance. Seeing Trun Lek, Ngyek Seng thought to herself, it is him. I still have not figured out this guy's strange ability. What if he is shameless and wants to strip my clothes? With that thought, she immediately fled, surprising Tron Lech. I do not want to be humiliated again. I have to run. Tron Lex, on the other hand, thought, why did she run away after seeing me? Then he chased after Nungia Singh, who was running for her life. He then used Void Walk to grab Ngong Sang's hand. What are you running for? Don't be afraid. I am not a good person. Wait, no, I am a good person. You do not need to be scared. Ngi Jiang Singh saw that Tren Les had caught up to her and screamed. You pervert? Let me go. This surprised him. Woo, do not make false accusations. I think there might be a misunderstanding between us. How about we find a place to talk? Then she became agitated. Don't force me. Trun Left tried to explain calmly. Don't be so agitated. Give us a chance to talk. I think it was not easy for you to find a set of clothes. If you do not agree, I can only... Then he looked towards Nindungya Sung with a suggestive gaze. She cursed him. Despicable. Shameless. Pervert. So what if you see me one more time? Then she reverted to her true form, revealing her fish tail. Afterwards, she launched an ice arrow towards Tron Lex. Anyway, I have already transformed back. At most, he will only see half of me. She threatened Tron Lex. If you know what is good for you, leave now. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Suddenly, a jellyfish emerged from the sea below. It communicated with Indig Sung in the language of sea creatures. I have finally found you. Ningyi Jing Sing, His Highness the Sea God invites you to come with me. When Tron Lex saw the jellyfish, he only thought, that jellyfish is huge. It looks like it is level 10. I happen to be short 1 or 2 level 10 crystals. Isn't this perfect? The jellyfish in the water continued its threat. Whether you go or not is not up to you. We have already captured the little dolphin. Trun Lucca watched the exchange between the two. not knowing what this little jellyfish was boasting about, but Ning Sing's expression did not look good. Ning Sing was furious, thinking to herself, the sea god is controlling the little dolphin. Inviting me over is definitely a trap. If I go alone, it is likely it will be more bad than good. Wait, does not this guy know some miraculous tricks? F was also saved by him using those tricks. Then she pointed at the standing Trun Lex. Can you do me a favor? Hearing this, Trun Lex's jaw dropped. What did she say? She wants to ask for my help? Hearing this, he smiled kindly and said, I told you, I am a good person. I find joy in helping others. I would climb mountains and go through seas of fire to help you. But in his heart, he thought, Sister Heisi, here's a chance to build a good relationship with a powerhouse. Ning Sing said to Trun Lex, the little dolphin was captured by the sea god. Who is that great white shark? The sea god has many subordinates. I want you to come with me and help me rescue the little dolphin. Hearing this, Trun Lex thought that this matter was not simple. Ning Sing was king level, and the sea god could make her afraid. He must also be king level. It is already hard for me to deal with a king level foe, and the sea god even has subordinates. Who can withstand being ganged up on? The jellyfish beside them grew impatient. Are you coming or not? If you do not, I will go back and kill the little dolphin. Ning Sing had no other choice but to agree. Beside her, Trun Lex also agreed to go along and help. I will go and check the situation first. If Ning Sing can hold off the sea god, then I will grab the little dolphin on the way out. If it looks like she can't hold on, then I am sorry, but I can't risk my life to help you. Trun Lex and Ningjung descended into the sea. But he had other thoughts in his mind. At the sea god's palace, an underwater palace, a sea lion was reporting to the sea god Big Ho. Lord Sea, I saw that you and Ningungia Sing have a conflict. So I captured her companion, the little dolphin. But the sea god questioned him. I am the sea god. How could I do such a thing? This is an insult to my divine status. It is not convincing at all and is a loss of face. Suddenly, an octopus emerged to report. This is bad. The little dolphin we just caught has committed suicide. Hearing this news, the sea lion panicked. Not knowing what to do, it turned to ask the sea god for his opinion. The sea god was wondering whether to save it or not. Then, he let out a disdainful smile. He decided to eat the little dolphin directly. It would be less troublesome. As for the little dolphin, it was determined to commit suicide. It thought to itself, Sister Nindy Ying, goodbye. Don't come to save me. On the way, Ning Sing seemed to realize something. Tears fell from her eyes. Seeing this, Trun Lex asked what was wrong. She told him that the little dolphin had sent her a psychic message, a final farewell from a distance. It had decided to die. That was her only friend, and it did not want her to come and save it, so it decided to commit suicide. At this moment, Inglingson could no longer remain calm. She was determined to avenge the little dolphin. She had to kill that sea god. He told her to calm down. If she went over there recklessly, it would only lead to her death. Then, he thought, perhaps the reason he never met Ngang Song in his past life was because she acted impulsively and was killed by the sea god. Ingingzing ignored Trun Lexi's advice. Right now, she only wanted to go kill the sea god. Seeing this, Trun Luffy used Void Exile to stop Ning Sing. Ning Sing could only cover her face and sob for her little friend who had passed away. Trun Lex, by her side, advised her to cry it all out. When she was done crying, they would team up to kill the sea god. The jellyfish nearby realized the situation was not good and tried to sneak away, but it was spotted by Trun Lex. He summoned a sword and gave the small jellyfish a sinister smile. Little jellyfish, how can you be so clueless? Since you are here, you should be sensible and leave your life behind. Then he swung his sword at the jellyfish. It turned out to be just a level 8, and he had thought it was level 10. All that excitement for nothing. Afterwards, he turned back to advising Gang Sang. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. He did not want her to die fighting the sea god. Although he did not have a way to kill the sea god now. Within 1 year, if they joined forces, he guaranteed her that they could kill the sea god. Trunken Lex planned to find 2 or 3 more king level crystals, so he could advance to the king level. At that point, would not he be able to kill that sea god? And Gi Sing turned to look at him and said, "You can't even defeat me. On what basis do you say that?" Trun Lex was confident. "Soon, you won't be my opponent. But if I help you pin down the sea god, how will you repay me? I can't let an honest person do all the work and get nothing in return." And Gi Sing promised that as long as Trun Lex could kill the sea god, he could have whatever he wanted. After successfully stopping Yu Zhejing, he returned to the shore with her. Trun Lex thought to himself, "Haha, has not the mermaid fallen into my trap? I have saved a legendary mermaid. This is truly a boundless merit." When Trun Luffy returned to the base, Fufupi Yang suddenly rushed out and asked how many contribution points a level 7 crystal was worth. This surprised Trun Lex. The dog can speak human language now. Then Trun Luffy told it to say it again for him. Fufupi Ving then said, "How many contribution points for level 7? Level 8. Level 9, and level 10 crystals." This made Trun Lucky overjoyed. "Everyone, come out and see. Fufupi Ving can talk." Fapi Vung, however, thought, "Is it that big of a deal? Don't you sometimes not speak human language either?" As he was about to enter the inner courtyard of the base, Trun Lessa happened to run into Zi Hai. "The Hai, you have lost a lot of weight." The man named Zi Hai, holding a file, replied, "It is good enough to have food to eat. Who is not thin in this era? I am here to deliver a document to you." Inside the file was a record of all the information about the nearby bases that had come to station themselves in the capital city. Tron left took the file and studied it. Liente, female, 25 years old, from Siddiq, has over 630 subordinates. According to the investigation, she has a natural type ability. Over 3 months ago, she advanced to level 6 in Siddiq. Her transformation is powerful, allowing her to temporarily possess level 7 capabilities. She is kind and treats her subordinates well but lacks decisiveness. She has mastered various transformations, including the Firebird and Thunder Wolf. When he saw the name Luvthin Trika on the list, Trunalef remembered that she was the only Natural System King level user in the future. Looking at the information in his hand, Trunlex thought to himself, Luvthin Treki is a good prospect. Perhaps I should personally show my sincerity. Maybe I can recruit her directly. After all, Luvthin Tree is not a fool, nor is she an ambitious woman. He continued reading the document and decided that if he personally went to recruit her, there was a high chance of success. Besides Luvthin Trish, there was Sika Tretunyufong, male, 27 years old, a Wen-type ability user. He was domineering and left no loose ends. His base has over 2,000 members. This was also someone Tronlex paid attention to. This guy also becomes a king level in the future. I did not expect him to come to the capital city as well, but he is so thorny. Recruiting him won't be easy. Then he handed the documents back to Zai Hai and said, "The information is quite good. Thanks for your hard work." Trunles decided to go out for a trip to investigate. At Luvthin Tree's base, Sneaky Ibingfong came to find her. He cupped his hands and offered, "I have heard of your reputation for a long time. I came today to discuss a collaboration with you." His meaning was that in the current era, it was wise for the strong to unite. He wanted to merge their bases into one to help each other. Luvthin Tree told him she would consider it. Sneaky Ibingfong thought to himself, "She did not even ask about my situation or my base's situation and just said she would think about it. I think she is just politely refusing me." Then he asked, "Is it because of Tronlex?" Luvthin Tree thought. He even guessed that. Then she stated her opinion directly. She was thinking about how she could get Tronlexshift to accept everyone in her base. A hint of anger flashed across Sitaching Feng's face. "Isn't this woman too shameless? I sincerely invited her with kind words, but she refused me to beg to join someone else's base." Suddenly, a subordinate shouted, "Report, this is bad. Leader Lowe's, the zombies are here." This surprised both within Trex and Sikon Trug Fong. Siki Harting Fong was pleased. This is a good time to save her base. Maybe I can make her change her mind and see me in a different light. Then he said, "I will help you." Outside the base, the zombies had gathered into an army. The leading zombie shouted, "Brothers, charge with me." A purple zombie shouted, "Defeat this base. We will all eat meat together." Siki Fong, using his wind ability, stood before the zombie leader. "You beast, do not even dream of getting past me." Then he ordered his subordinates, "Hold it back, I am preparing my ability." The zombie leader arrogantly spoke, "So you are the kid who wants to be a hero. Fine. I will let you be a hero." Then he raised his hand and punched all those who were blocking him. "Come here and die." Siki Harting Fong used a move, Wind Blade Vortex, attacking the purple zombie. However, this move did nothing to the zombie, only making it more contemptuous. "Is that all you have got?" A Firebird flew out, attacking the zombie as well. Siki Fong said, "This mutated type is at least level 8, its body is too strong." Liente, in her Firebird form, thought to herself, "This is probably a physical type zombie. It probably can't fly." The zombie, hit by Luvthin Tricky's attack, felt very hot and cursed, "You damn bird." Then it jumped up, making Luvthin Tricky feel that something was wrong. It grabbed Luvthin Triteka's wing with its hand and threw her against a wall. Luvthin Tricky reverted to her human form and coughed a few times. She thought to herself, "I did not expect this mutant to be able to jump so high. I can't beat it. I am done for, and so is my base." Suddenly, a zombie subordinate came to report. "Big brother, people from Shuguang City are here. We can't mess with them. Let us run." Hearing this, the purple zombie ordered its subordinates to retreat. Luvthin Trekkie thought to herself, "Could it be that these zombies are also afraid of Shuguang City?" The zombies quickly fled. On the road, a car sped towards them. Trunluck arrived and thought to himself, "Perfect timing," looking at Ulthian Trikek and Sachin Trungfong on the ground. "How pathetic. It seems Mei Truang's vanguard attack was very successful this time." "Liente, do not be afraid. Your leader is here to save you." Luvthin Treg looked at Tronlushi as if he were her savior. "This Tronlufsi is so amazing. The zombie that Sita Tengfong and I could not defeat together ran away in fear just from hearing the name of Shuguang City. So cool." She spoke up, "Big brother Tron, I want to follow you. Please accept me." Seek hearing Fong, looking at Tronlech, thought to himself, the gap is too big. Seeing Luvthin Treg's sincerity, Tronluck agreed to her request. Inwardly, he thought, "So smooth. Eli Trong really pulled off a big one this time." Levine Trenki thanked Tron Lev. In truth, she had wanted to rely on him for a long time. However, she knew that Shuguang City only accepted level 6 members. Her members were not qualified. Without her cooperation, they would surely be bullied. Trunlech appraised Luthian Trek's kindness. He proposed that he had another external organization. Luthian Trek could have her people join it. Everyone would have to rely on themselves, but it would ensure they would not be bullied. Hearing this, Levine Trek thanked Tron less profusely. Then Tron Lexi turned look at Sashin Trung Fong. You are little C. Right, I have heard about you. It seems some of the spies were sent by you. Hearing this, Si Qiting Feng's heart skipped a beat. Trun Lefik then patted Si Trashing Feng's shoulder and continued. I do not care how you made your base so strong, but there are some things you can't do. Once you do them, there is no going back. Next time, think carefully before you do anything. Si Qiting Feng, hearing the threat in Tron Lefa's words, could only nod in agreement. After warning Si Tri Tang Feng, Trun Lek led Luthin track away with him. Si Qiting Feng, however, had other thoughts. Tron Lex, last month does not count as a win. One day, I will surpass you. However, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The sky suddenly turned pitch black, making Tron Lecky wonder what was happening. The people at the Shuguang City base also wondered what was happening with the strange sky. Up above, Hai Ti appeared, clutching her head with both hands, which surprised Tron Lex. Looking at Hai Si's appearance, it seemed she was about to advance to the king level. He immediately said, Sister Hai Si, enduring this is not good. If you can't adapt to the surging energy in your body, you can focus it and throw it out forcefully. Hearing this, Hai Si raised her hands to gather her power, but Tron Lexi added, remember to throw it outside the base. Absolutely do not throw it inside the base. Hearing this, Hai Si could not hold it in any longer and threw it at a random spot outside the base, making everyone think. So powerful. Trun Luxit approached her. Congratulations on advancing to the king level. Ahanki also hugged Trun Luxi's neck and thanked him. Afterwards, she invited Trunlet to go find Unjing Sang and bring her over. Hearing Injing sing his name, his heart skipped a beat. Sister Haisi, this matter can't be rushed. He thought to himself, I just established a good relationship with the mermaid. Now she is full of killing intent. Won't going there ruin everything? Then he said to Hai Chi, who was carrying him, how about you rest first? After your king level realm stabilizes, we will go. But Hazai said it was fine. She looked at him in her arms confidently. You just lie still. I will carry you. Trun Lex thought to himself, this is bad. I have to resolve the conflict between these two quickly. Hai Chi just like that, carried Trun Lek and flew away at lightning speed. By the time they arrived, his head was spinning and his limbs were unsteady. While steadying himself, he proposed a deal with her regarding Nenjing Sang. He was sure she would become one of them, but she needed to fight her once. Just do not go too far. Hai nodded, sealing the deal. Over here, the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sun seemed to accentuate every beautiful curve of a Nung Sing. While she was enjoying the scenery, provocative voice rang in her ear, making her turn to see who was so bold. It was the daughter of the sea. I see. Hovering in the sky, it seemed her strength had improved a lot. Facing the impending battle between two king-level beings, Trunlef wisely stayed away to observe from a distance, not forgetting to break off two large leaves for some flimsy cover. When bulls fight, the flies get crushed. Hai Si initiated the fight. She wanted to seize the initiative to overwhelm her opponent, so she opened her eyes. Fierce purple-black beams of light shot towards Nang Sang, but Nin Jingsen quickly crystallized ice to easily shatter the divine eyes. Seeing her formation being broken so quickly, Ahaiki angrily gritted her teeth and hissed, so you dare to play for real with me? If you want it, you got it. Then she gathered her internal energy, concentrating her power into a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight down at Nung Sang with a loud roar. The sea surged from all directions, and the earth trembled like an earthquake. When the beam of light was almost upon her head, Inging Seng raised her hand to block it. She was astonished by this formidable power after so long. She knew she should not underestimate her opponent anymore, and the fierce battle truly began, lasting for several hours, one in the sky, one in the sea, with flashes of blue and purple light intertwining. Trun Lex cowered in a corner, not daring to make a sound or have an opinion. After a few hours, the wind picked up, kicking up dust and sand around the two female figures. Ahaifi and Ininga Singh were now both on the ground. Both were panting from exhaustion but did not stop glaring and growling at each other. Asa refused to admit defeat. Although she had no strength left to use her skills, she still had the strength to hit someone. So she gave Mingang Sang a resounding slap with her left hand after Ningang King blocked a slap from her right. She was so angry she wanted to kill that rotten seafood that had dared to touch her precious face, which now bore the imprint of 5 fingers. So the two of them charged at each other again, engaging in a physical altercation and sparking even more interaction. Seeing the situation taking a stranger turn and that both were getting exhausted, the young man Tron Lexi finally dared to intervene. He grabbed Ninjing Singha's arm from behind to restrain her, making her furious and confused, and asked them both to stop fighting. But Haichir took advantage of this moment to land another crisp slap on her. Inji Jingxing was enraged again and screamed at Tron Lef to let her go so she could hit Hai Zaita back. Instead of wondering where Tron Lef came from, Hai Si frowned in annoyance. She raised her hand, intending to give the little green mermaid a few more warnings for daring to yell at her beloved little brother. But then she heard Tron Lekka's plea through brainwaves, telling her not to go too far, as he had just helped her a little. I paused for a few seconds to think. My little brother likes her. That is why he wants to help her like this. As a good older sister, it is my duty to help my brother. Right? Otherwise, I would have chopped her up into sashimi by now, not been so gentle. After connecting the dots, Ahaita understood and colluded with Tron Lex. pretending to his back a few times as if scolding him for daring to protect her enemy. He also acted along, crying out as if in great pain, but inwardly thanking the gods for helping him. Ning Yingseng thought Chen was getting hit by Hainai to protect her. She was both moved and pained, pulling his hand to ask about him with concern. She could not help but badmouth his oppressive older sister, but Trunlefsi frowned and did not allow her to speak like that. Then, he rubbed his hands and pulled 2 huge lollipops out of thin air, giving them to Minkumzeng and Haihu to soothe their anger. At the same time, he explained that the fight just now could be considered an initial greeting, albeit a bit over the top. From now on, they would officially be important companions in dealing with the sea god. But Nini Hyunjin was still upset. She accused Igasiv of abusing a teammate and even tried to persuade Tronlef to become her little brother instead, as she had developed a good impression of him after his chivalrous act. Trunlesh could only smile and try to make peace, saying he would only accept Haisi as his one and only older sister. At this time, the waves crashed onto the shore in succession, bringing with them white foam that wrapped around the legs of all three. The cool water helped clear his head. He came up with the idea for Nyang Song to become his little sister, instead of them fighting over one position. She took the lollipop from his hand, thought for a moment, and reluctantly agreed. After seeing that both of them had cooled down, Trunlech began to discuss their strategy again. Specifically, in about a month, when he had barely obtained king-level strength, he would be tasked with holding back the sea god's minions. The two of them would join forces to deal with the sea god. The certainty of success would be higher then. In Gingseng also accepted Tronlef's invitation to return to the base together so everyone could get familiar with each other's abilities, allowing for the most seamless and smooth coordination when the time came. Time flew by, and soon it was the night of the half-month mark. As the crescent moon hung in the star-filled sky over the quiet city, Tronlef officially reached level 10, and his spirit had reached the king level. Even the ultimate moves of other king-level experts could not easily defeat him. Tronlef rolled his wrist and sat up. He wondered if the multi-dimensional slash from his previous life could still be used. While lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tickle on his ankle. It was the white furball. Mivifine. It looked up at him, its emerald green eyes seeming to glow in the night, reminding Tron less of its superpower. He immediately asked it to predict for him whether it would be okay for him to use his time-space ability with his current power. Memfei meowed once in agreement, its eyes still fixed on Tronlex, then concentrated its power to see for him. A moment later, it stood up on its hind legs like a human. Its front paws were crossed, signaling that it was not okay. Its eyes were now squeezed shut because if he acted recklessly, the consequences, while not fatal, could risk turning him into a plant person, which would be extremely disadvantageous. Trunluca frowned, silently assessing that this little cat was just as strange as its owner, but also puzzled by the cost of this ability. But with a new skill, he had to try it right away while it was fresh. So he decided to leave Mev Fan in the room to rest while he went outside to test its effectiveness. Under the moonlight, Trunluffy's shadow flickered in and out of existence. Each time it reappeared, the distance was over 2,000 meters. If he used this enhanced void walk to escape, no one would likely be able to catch him. He tried swinging his hand again. Sharp blue streams of light followed, forming a spatial vortex that cut through space with a dry sound. This was the Dimensional Blade, an offensive ability he learned after reaching the king level in his previous life. With terrifying power, it could not only easily take the lives of other king level beings but also severely injure those above the king level. With that said, Trunlux strode towards a rather large mountain, gathered all his strength, and pushed it in that direction. His eyes hardened, locking onto the target as he inwardly sighed with regret because although this ability was powerful, he was not yet at a high enough level to use its complete version. The mountaintop was completely enveloped by the massive, destructive cluster of blue light from his hand. It could not help but let out a thunderous boom, directly splitting the entire mountain in half like a stale old cake. As the mountain fell, Trunlef also collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily, he felt as if the ability energy in his body had been instantly drained, and his crystal had shattered. While trying to regulate his breathing, he lay facing the sky, bathing in the moonlight. He considered not using this skill much anymore unless it was a last resort, and that he needed to save his strength for tomorrow to take Njigasun to find the metal-type great white shark, the sea god. To settle the score, he figured he just needed to bring a few more people along, and it would be fine. The next morning, Trun Lux and a group of people gathered at the seashore to discuss the sea god's palace again. Escorting them today was an upgraded, spiky, and colossal version of Master Rashi. After everyone agreed, they set off under Nindrung Sunga's guidance. After about 10 minutes in the vast, dark ocean, Ingadzia Seagake suddenly stopped and announced that there was an underwater palace ahead and that the sea god was on the beach right there. So the whole group landed there. The sea god, with his violet-colored body, was lying under an eave enjoying the fresh air when he was disturbed by the noise outside. It was the young man Tronlex, showing off to the small fries of the sea nearby, telling them not to block their way if they did not want to become a 7-course sashimi meal. It was unclear whether his threat actually affected them, or if they just found him boring and did not bother to react. However, in Haiti's eyes, it was pure admiration. She kept praising how cool her little brother was. Just then, Ngijing Singa's voice cut in. pulling the group out of the current rosy atmosphere. Buffyco was arrogantly wearing a magnificent suit of armor. This type of armor was once worn by a monster, and its style was identical to what Tron Luffy remembered from his past life. He stared at him in astonishment, his eyes trembling with countless questions. Could it be that the monster killed him to steal it, because the artifact's abilities were famously miraculous, or were he and that monster one and the same? Buffyco stood up, saw Ninjing sawing and the group behind her, and could not help but mock them with a few arrogant words. He leisurely walked closer, his clothes fluttering behind him in the sea breeze, making him look even more powerful. Tron Leca did not move, but his attitude was strangely calm. His eyes were fixed on his every move. He lowered his voice and told everyone about the function of the armor, which could automatically release energy for protection if attacked, and until the energy source was completely depleted, its owner could not get even a single scratch. IC quickly proposed a plan to shatter the armor. The problem would be mostly solved then. But unfortunately, she only received a helpless shake of the head from Tron Lex. If such a treasure could be so easily torn apart, would not it be worthless? Even he himself wanted to take it for his own use. So the group continued to be stuck in their thoughts, unaware that Bixiho had already gotten very close. To him, the group in front of him was not even worth a flick of his finger. He alone was enough to take on the three strongest among them. Facing such an enemy, it was still Big Sister Haitsu who attacked first, hoping to overwhelm him with a powerful, mesmerizing purple light. But strangely, all of her ability was absorbed by the stone embedded in Bakiho's armor in an instant. He was now floating high above, looking down at her, laughing. To him, her attack was just a cat's scratch. How could she think of hurting him with that level of skill? On this side, Ningying Sing also followed up, crystallizing her ability into sharp, blue ice spikes that shot towards him, but it was useless as his body nimbly dodged them, or even if he was hit. His thick, hard armor could not be penetrated. The sea god laughed even more triumphantly. He arrogantly challenged them to use more powerful attacks, which surprised Indungjizun because his magic power had strengthened so quickly. The surrounding space fell silent. No one else dared to challenge him. He unceremoniously dived towards them. His hand formed a large fist, ready to create a new glorious victory in his life's history. But just as the fist was a few centimeters from Tronlek's face, it stopped in mid-air. The sea god was utterly confused. He tried to regain control of his body to move, but it was futile. His whole body felt like it was clamped tightly between rocks. It turned out that before he attacked, the young leader of the other side had already calculated one step ahead. He knew that Void Exile could not be used indefinitely and could not solve the root of the problem, only treat it from the outside. He excitedly turned to tell Kikas tight to quickly use her time stop spell on that rotten seafood over there. However, the time stop spell could only be used on a king level being for 3 seconds, so Tron Lax had already teleported behind the sea god, seizing every moment. The sea god was now even more confused, not understanding what his purpose was, and just let him strip him naked in that short time. And when he had the armor he wanted in his hands, Tron Lekov smiled brightly, chanted the spell Void Walk, and teleported the whole group far away, leaving behind the naked merman whose spell had been broken. He had regained his senses and was screaming for his clothes back. The group finally succeeded in humiliating Buff Ho and even stole a trophy from him. So after reaching the sea, Trunless decided to put on the armor. He petted the sea turtle and told it to take the others to a safe place to wait first. I see. And Ninjing Sing had another mission to carry out and would come later. Then, the three of them split from the group. Mivifine, worried, suddenly reached out from the turtle's back, twirling her hand to create a sparkling green light that shone on the three warriors. It was called adding a marker, a small girl's way of wishing them safety. She could not help but wave at them until they were out of sight. Tron Lex, I see, and Ning Sing also regained their spirits, adjusted their clothes, and turned to prepare for another fierce battle as planned. When they suddenly encountered the persistent Baek Ho again, he stepped up to shield Hai Chi and Nanjing Sang, telling them to step back as this could be a good opportunity for him to test the effectiveness of this armor. The two beauties were slightly surprised and somewhat wary of the formidable opponent before them, but they ultimately agreed to his suggestion out of trust. It seemed this battle would be interesting. Bulihiho had been successfully provoked into a rage by him. His face turned ashen as he lunged forward with a thunderous punch, wishing he could beat the blatant robber to death. When his face was only a few centimeters from the fist, Trunleth realized something was wrong. Why had the sea god gotten within half a meter of him? Yet the armor's energy had not enveloped him for protection, so, without letting him wonder any further, his entire face took the full force of that punch without being able to block or dodge. Trunluck's eyes widened in horror. His head was turned 180 degrees as he spat out a mouthful of fresh red blood, his body flying far away with the momentum of the blow and crashing straight onto the shore. He now lay stretched out on the sand, his face utterly bewildered, not even bothering to wipe the blood streaming from his nose, his thoughts a tangled mess. Unable to understand why this armor did not work as he thought it would, Ahaifi and Ininga Sung were still stunned, not understanding what had happened. But when they saw Tron Lex take a hit that almost knocked his soul out of his body, they realized the problem. The two of them angrily unleashed their abilities, attacking Betcho with terrifying speed, but he just sneered contemptuously. Thinking those few measly skills were only enough to scratch an itch, not wanting to waste any more time, Baekhyun gathered his power into a dazzling golden vortex around himself, deflecting Nguyen Sing and Haizai's attacks with his incredibly strong defense. Then, he swung his arm and shot straight up, his whole body rising higher and higher with a terrifying waterspout. Revealing his true form as a giant shark, Trunlek suddenly had a bad feeling and yelled for Haichu to get away. Just as the beast opened its ghastly maw full of sharp fangs and lunged through the water. Fortunately, Ng Jingsen quickly froze the water beneath him to hold him in place. Aitha breathed a sigh of relief and quickly dodged, not wanting to be eaten, then turned to see Tron less waving at her, signaling that he wanted to cooperate her to use their dark devouring ultimate move. Icy nodded in agreement. Although panicked by the previous scene, she still tried to muster all her power, merging it with Tron Lucky's energy to create a giant blue-purple membrane that enveloped the shark, causing the seawater to churn violently. Butch Ho, trapped in the opponent's formation, felt as if 1,000 knives were cutting into his flesh. He roared and growled in pain, gnashing his sharp teeth with uncontrollable drool like a mad dog. On her side, Itzy was also drenched in sweat, her face gradually turning red from exhaustion, and her hands trembled because this skill consumed too much energy. The beast inside the formation did not stay still but struggled, using its own abilities to fight back from within, trying to tear apart the membrane imprisoning it. He furiously gave the two a look of deep hatred. They would pay a heavy price for daring to injure him like this. Bach Hebho and Tronalesi knew well that the fierce battle had drained the two girls' strength, leaving them powerless to resist the shark's next attack. His eyes widened in horror as he watched the beast lunge at a Hivai and Ningragan once again with a bite from the sea. To avenge its honor, Butch Hio's jaws filled with sharp teeth were getting dangerously close when a figure suddenly rushed in swiftly. The figure grabbed Havai Shizununji Sanga's arms in that near-death moment, pulling them both away. The beast's momentum carried it forward from the bite, its heavy body sending seawater splashing everywhere. But its mouth tasted nothing. He looked around in confusion, searching for them. They had just been there, but now they had vanished. The only answer to his question was the vast, endless ocean and the clear blue sky. Hundreds of miles away, at the bottom of the sea, Ahitsi was swimming away while carrying Tronlef princess style, with Ing Sing gracefully following behind. Tronlef remarked that he never expected the enemy's defense to be so good. Luckily, he was quick enough to teleport the whole group away. Even a beast like that would have trouble stopping him. Ahiki pondered, thinking that the enemy was not this powerful before. It seemed the longer time passed, the greater the variables became. But was it really a long time? Or did it feel like it had all happened recently? Trun Lek nodded in agreement. He confirmed their goal was to kill him, and they would have to think harder about other plans. And so, the three of them swam all the way to a secluded shore. As soon as they emerged, they saw familiar faces waiting to greet them right at the water's edge. Everyone gathered around talking. Trunless updated them on the recent battle, then looked down at the armor still on his body. He lamented how it worked for Bech Ho but not for him. Hearing this, Mv Lipe, who was standing closest, silently observed it. The armor's outer layer emitted a mystical purple light. Its form was thick, sturdy, and imposing, with an equally sparkling red gem set in the center of the chest as its focal point. What is this gem for? Mv Lup immediately focused her attention on it and pointed, but it showed no signs of containing power. Perhaps there was a specific way to activate the armor. Trun Lukik thought that made sense, so he tried pouring his ability into it. The gem suddenly glowed brighter and greedily absorbed the energy he provided. So it really did react, feeling his ability being absorbed and circulating around the armor. Trunless was eager to test out this awesome product now that he would figured out how to use it, asking High C for a hand to try attacking him. Everyone held their breath and watched. A High C launched an attack at him with moderate force. As a result, when she was just a few meters from Trunless, she was stopped by a shield that the armor generated in mid-air. There was no way to get any closer. Even when she tried to increase her power, everyone owed in amazement at its miraculousness. So, Trunlech had successfully activated the armor's power. He happily discussed the armor's workings with everyone. In the middle of the lively conversation, he suddenly heard a voice in his head. It was Chuti's long-distance telepathic ability. It seemed she was too far away, so the signal was quite poor. The connection was choppy and intermittent, but he could still barely understand. After receiving Tronlech's response, the young girl frantically informed him that Zaitrong was in trouble because another zombie wanted to usurp his little brother's leadership position. She had wanted to ask for his help sooner, but could not get in touch. Currently, that zombie's position was below the Great Iron Tower. Upon receiving the news, Trun Luffy fell into deep thought. He made a quick calculation and realized the Great Iron Tower was not far from his current location. Using Void Walk, he could get there in the blink of an eye. So he chanted his ability, and in a moment, he appeared near the base of the tower, moving with the utmost urgency to save Vi Trong's wretched life. From his high vantage point, he looked down at the open ground in the abandoned city. The scenery was peaceful, but the minions below were gathered. Shouting noisily, Trun Lefek squinted his eyes. It was not hard to identify which one was the challenging zombie. He stood proudly at the head of the zombies on one side, while the zombie king led the group on the other side. Li Trong's opponent this time was an ice-type zombie. He arrogantly criticized Ga Trong's strength, saying he could not handle the position of emperor. He demanded that the Ga Trong yield the position to him, and from now on, everyone must obey his words. Li Trong just stood there with a grim face, confused and unsure what to do. Not yielding was not an option, but he could not bring himself to yield. Then, Chitia's voice suddenly appeared through brainwaves like a life raft, telling him that his big brother had arrived to save the day. All he had to do was act along with the plan. She told Zhe Trong to warn them that if he counted to 3, he would personally make mincemeat of them all, as if injected with newfound strength. Li Trong took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. He boldly threatened the other zombies, saying if they wanted to die that badly, he would grant their wish. A zombie king like Zhe Trong only needed to count to 3 to deal with them. Hearing those words, it is unclear if the enemy was scared, but the minions behind Zhe Trong were the first to become restless and bewildered. They whispered amongst themselves, thinking that big brother Vi Trong was being too reckless today. Just bluffing. How could he solve everything in 3 seconds? Even 3 minutes would be hard to believe, but since he would already committed, he had to see it through. There was no way his big brother would harm him, so Zhe Trong held up his fingers and began the countdown. The mutated zombie looked at Zhe Trong and sneered. To him, those words were nothing more than a joke from some bottom-tier coward. So he crossed his arms and leisurely waited to see if he would really die after a count of 3. Li Trong forced a confident smile as his fingers went down one by one, silently praying and entrusting everything to his big brother. And when the final count was called, the zombie king let out a mighty roar. Up above, Trun Lucken's face hardened as he focused and locked onto the target, simultaneously swinging his arm to execute the space-cutting technique. Suddenly, a powerful ray of light flashed past the head of this rather strong mutated zombie. But before the blade, his body was like tofu. A single slash went through his neck. He collapsed on the spot, his head flying off his neck, showing just how vast the power difference between the two sides was. The guy's head rolled away from his body. The wound was a clean cut, with not a single drop of blood. In front of him was a mutant. He was Gi Trung, whom Tronles had just taken in. It seems the person he just eliminated was not a good person and deserved it. After dealing with this guy, praises for Ray Trong rang out all around him. This made him secretly happy, as he rarely got to show off in front of his underlings. The scene changes to another place. In a quiet space, Zhe Trong was meeting Tronlesi to hand over the spoils he had just collected. However, Trunles intended to give the crystal back to Zai Trong to use. He walked up and spoke to Zhe Trong with patronizing words, like a senior guiding his junior. This action left Ye Trong speechless, wondering how good he could be. While talking, Trunlef continuously searched Yi Trong's body to see if he was hiding anything else. After rummaging around for a while and finding nothing, Trunlefik switched to asking about recent intelligence. Zhe Trong reported that a new, quite powerful base had recently emerged. That base was also a kind of organization like Tronlex. As long as the price was right, they would do anything a client requested. Trunlex seemed quite surprised by this organization. He asked more about their strength, how they could operate so freely. Zhe Trong only had information that the organization could take down a level 7, and the leader's strength was unconfirmed. Ili used his secret ass-kissing technique, praising that no matter how strong the other side was, they could not be stronger than Tronlex. Hearing this, Tronleti immediately wanted their address. He wanted to go and deal with the guys who dared to steal his business. Below a large building with the 2 words the Unmon written on it, Trunlex and Ye Trong, having disguised themselves, arrived at the place Ye Trong had just reported. Looking at the large building before him, he thought this place was quite impressive. He wanted to go inside and see who was strong enough to dare compete with him. Just as they entered the gate, Trunles was stopped by the guards. Disguised as someone seeking help, he offered an incredibly attractive payment, a level 10 crystal. Seeing that this was a big business transaction, Trunlex and his companion were directly led to a reception room to wait. Li Trong thought to himself that for such a valuable item, the people here not robbing them directly showed they had some integrity. Suddenly, a voice greeted them from a distance, slowly approaching Tronlex. The person in front introduced himself as the leader of Thien Mun, named Tron Thien Memme. The person beside him was Kling Dai, a member of Thien Men. Based on his past life memories, Trunlefa had no impression of this leader, but he remembered that Kejing Dai would likely become a king-level expert in the future. As soon as they sat down, Tron Thien Mun asked to see the level 10 crystal Tronlek had brought, holding the shiny crystal that was emitting streams of pure energy. Tron Thien Mun assessed it and thought to himself that this crystal was very suitable for him, and could greatly increase his strength. After feasting his eyes on the treasure, he turned to ask Tron Lech what wish he needed fulfilled. No matter how difficult, he could handle it. To the old man's surprise, Tron Lech pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. He handed it to Thien Men, saying he heard they could solve anything here. So what he presented was a math problem. Holding the paper, Tron Thien Men could not believe his eyes. He asked Trunton Lechet again if he really needed their help just to solve a math problem, for the price of a level 10 crystal. Trunlef also made an excuse, saying this was something that gave him a headache. So when Thiven Min solved it, he would hand over the crystal. Holding the paper, Kong Dai immediately recognized it as one of the world's 7 unsolved math problems. A sharp glint emanated from Thin Mun's eyes. He knew immediately that these two were here to cause trouble. But instead of returning it, Tron Thin Amen and Tolkien Lessie to leave the crystal and go. This was no different from robbery. He began to show his true colors. It seemed everything was within Tron Lesch's calculations. He remained seated calmly, taunting the Thien Men group. Tron Thivan Mun just chuckled, although he knew many people disliked his business. Causing trouble for him was not easy. He whistled a signal. Suddenly, his 500 tall, dark, and imposing brothers, who had been hiding in the corner, aggressively moved in to surround Tron Lex and his companion, preventing them from leaving. He boasted that he had reached level 8, but in reality, he was only level 6. He was bluffing to intimidate his opponent. At this point, Tron Lex also revealed that he was a level 10, and his purpose for coming here was to stop Thin Mun from doing business, so that only he could continue. The henchmen, who were aggressive just moments ago, immediately broke into a sweat after hearing Tron Lex speak. They could not believe someone had reached level 10 so quickly. Tron Thien and MM thought Tron Lex was also bluffing like him. He laughed contemptuously, not taking Tron Lex seriously. At this moment, Vai Trung, sitting beside him, muttered to himself that this guy was about to kick the bucket. Still unaware of the danger hanging over his head, Tron Thien and MM continued to point and threaten Tron Love. Suddenly, while he was speaking, his arm spontaneously fell off his body without a single drop of blood. He screamed in pain. Before he could even react to what was happening, his other arm also fell off, again with a clean cut and no blood. Trunlef casually blew on his fingertip and asked Thina Munnen to try saying some more arrogant words. Only then did the guy realize it was Tron Les's doing. His head was covered in sweat, but even now, despite losing both arms, he still could not believe it was caused by such a young-looking man. Without giving him time to recover, 2 more slashes came out, and both his legs were also cut off. Tron Themen collapsed in agony. At this point, Tron Lucas slowly approached the limbless Tron Thay Mun, who now only had a terrified face. Did he believe Tron Luff was level 10 yet? Looking at the young man before him who had effortlessly disabled Tron Thanen Mun, Kong Dai had not even seen him use any formal techniques. This was definitely a genuine level 10 expert. By now, rage had probably consumed his mind, as Tron Thayen Mun still ordered his underlings to charge and attack Tron Lex. Immediately, the whole group rushed forward from all sides, cutting off Tron Lex's escape routes. He was not scared at all. On the contrary, he casually waved his hand, and streams of energy struck the charging men, sending them flying backward, tumbling left and right. Seeing this power, Tron Then Amemen could not deny it anymore. This was definitely the strength of a level 10. But he still could not believe someone in the world had already reached level 10. Tron Lex proposed that today, only one of the two of them could leave alive. Clearly, in this choice, Kinjing Dai held all the power. The limbless Tron and Thin Men could only lie there and accept his fate. This Kong Dai was also an opportunist. He knew if he did not deal with Tron Thayen Mun today, he would not have a way to live, so he quickly kicked Tron Theven Mun in the face, causing him great pain and splattering blood on the ground. He cursed while continuing to stomp on Tron Theven Mummen to gain Tron Lekka's trust. Knowing this was the only way he could easily escape. Looking at the situation before him, watching them fight amongst themselves, Tron Les just smiled, satisfied with King Dai's performance. Seeing how ruthless Tron Les was, leaving no room for retreat, King Dai told himself that he must never offend this person in the future. After dealing with Tron Thin and Men, Kai immediately ran over, bowed his head, and pledged his allegiance to Tron Les. Seeing him like this, Tron Luck also thought to himself that this guy was a real opportunist. If given a chance in the future, he would definitely betray him. It was better to be on guard. However, Tron Luff did not need loyalty from King Dai. He just needed this guy to work hard and saw him as a subordinate to run errands. Taking Tron Thien Mun's crystal, Tron Luff realized it was an extremely rare level 6 dual ability crystal, comparable to a level 7, and that guy dared to lie to him. His death was truly not unjust. Tron Luff gave Gagan Dai a card, introducing his base, the Quang Then, and told him to go meet the person in charge named CMM Nguyen Jiang. Tron Leffa tasked him with recruiting people from now on, with the requirement that they must be level 6 or higher. Kin Dai took the order and nodded eagerly. Before leaving, Tron Lutzi did not forget to make Kong Dai carry Tron Thane Mun's head and parade it around the block. Si Trong was curious where Tron Lex would go after finishing things here. He remembered the bases being built around here. For now, he wanted to go to CM Nguyen Jiang's place to check things out. Easily Tron could head back to the base first. On a sunny morning, on a street bustling with people, stood a towering building. Tron Lush had just arrived here. He came to check on CM Nguyen Jiang's current situation. While pouring tea, he reported that a new base had recently appeared in Chengdu. One that was no less impressive than their the Quang Then. Tron Lex was a little interested and wanted to hear what was so powerful about this base. Nini and Jiang had heard rumors that the other side had a level 9 expert who had already demonstrated his power, so there could be no mistake. His name was Dippy V. Hearing this name, Tron Lessie immediately recalled memories from his past life. He had heard of this name before because he was very famous for reaching the human level and awakening dual abilities of wind and fire. More specifically, he was a very lucky person. He had obtained a king-level crystal 3 times, and countless other crystals. Tron Lessie drooled at the thought of his luck. He suddenly had an idea. Wait for that guy to pick up a crystal, then he would come and snatch it. Dippy V had no idea that from now on, any luck he had also belonged to Tron Lex. This luck was no different from the bad luck of his life. After thinking it over, Tron Luck instructed CM and Nguyen Jiang to continue with the plan and recruit people as usual. As for DPV getting in the way, he would go and warn him personally. He even planned to plant a spy next to Deep Vi to conveniently snatch his crystals. He suddenly remembered that Deep Vi used to have a very loyal follower named Ven Keen Kwai. This guy was a fence sitter, perfect for being a spy. He used his void walk skill to go find the guy. This would be his next target. When Tron Lussi appeared in the air above a train station, it seemed the person he was looking for was here. Here. Two people, Depi V and Ven Keen Kwai. We're talking. Depi V was calling Keen Kwai to come eat, but Keen Kwai used changing clothes as an excuse to slip away, avoiding Dip Via's watch. Watching from above and seeing this scene, Tron Les decided to make a move on Keen Kwai first to get a loyal spy. After the two separated. Suddenly, while walking on the road, Kin Dai found his body unable to move. He panicked, not knowing what was happening. Suddenly his body was lifted high off the ground. He was terrified, his face turning pale without a drop of blood. His shoulder was grabbed by Tron Lex, seeing a human body able to fly naturally in mid-air. Keen Kwai thought he had encountered a ghost. Before he could stabilize his body, he was grabbed by Tron Lechet and pulled back down to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the two were back on the ground. Keen Kwai was terrified, seeing the person before him who could fly freely. He thought this could only be a god from the legends. Without a second thought, he knelt down, thinking he was lucky to have met an immortal today, and this person had even sought him out. Seeing him like this, Tron Lech could not help but be surprised. In a luxurious restaurant, looking at the delicious delicacies filling the table, Keen Kwai could not help but drool. Looking at the person next to him friendly inviting him, Keen Kwai thought, is this really an immortal? He hurriedly picked up his chopsticks to try a bite. The delicious, sweet flavor filled his mouth. The meat melted the moment it touched his mouth, making him exclaim in delight. He had never eaten anything so delicious. He looked forward to more. After a while, Keen Kwai was tired from being full and lay down on the sofa. He was just annoyed that his stomach was too small to eat all this food. Suddenly, a group of people approached the two of them. Keen Kwai stood up and volunteered to handle them, but Tron Lussi did not need him. With just a light wave of his hand, a beam of light shot out, sending the entire group flying 100 meters away, collapsing and unable to get up. Seeing that the opponent could send 100 people flying with a single wave of his hand, what could this be if not an immortal? Keen Kwai was stunned, 100% convinced that the person before him was a real, genuine immortal. He hurriedly knelt down to surrender, vowing to accept any task Tron Lech gave him. Seeing him kneeling on the ground in submission, Tron Lech had achieved his goal. He instructed Keen Kwai to stay by Deep Vi's side and to inform him whenever Deep Vi got something good. After hearing this, Keen Kwai was stunned. Wasn't this asking him to be a spy? Tron Lech revealed that he was not an immortal, just someone who had reached the king level and could send 100 guys like Deep Vi flying. He invited Keen Kwai to join him, to make him trust and obey his orders. He held out a precious crystal in front of Keen Kwai. Seeing the crystal before him, Keen Kwai's eyes lit up. He hurriedly took it. Falling for Tron Lech's coaxing words, he nodded repeatedly, promising to do a good job with the assigned task. After finishing his business, Tron Lech used his power to teleport. In the blink of an eye, Keen Kwai was back at his home, holding the crystal Tron Lessie had just given him. He was ecstatic. A moment later, a loud voice called out for Dip Via. Looking up at the sky, Keen Kwai immediately recognized the person as the immortal he had just met. Tron Lech stood in the sky before many witnesses. He looked like a god descending to earth, leading to a lot of discussion. In front of Tron Lech was Dip Vi. He did not recognize the person before him. Tron Lech revealed his identity, saying he had come to meet Deep Via out of admiration. He slowly landed, standing in front of Dip Via. He hoped they could mind their own business and not interfere with each other. Deepy seemed calm as he accepted this warning. He even intended to invite Tron Lech for a few drinks to get to know the stranger better. Tron Lech refused flatly. He suddenly lifted his foot and stomped on the ground, causing the 10-meter radius around them to be filled with dust and the earth to shake. Seeing the power of the person before him, Depi Bivia was also shocked by his strength. He was definitely many times stronger than him. In the distance, Kenki saw Tron Lech's imposing manner. His eyes lit up, further believing this person was the immortal from the legends. After successfully intimidating and establishing his dominance, Tron Lech turned to leave. He promised to have someone compensate for the damage he had just caused. Devit Vigide looked at the person in front of him, drenched in sweat. He had always thought he was the strongest. But who would have thought the person in front of him was 100 times stronger? After Tron Lech left, DPV ordered his men below to never clash or fight with the people of the Quang Thun. In the sky, while on the move, Tron Lech planned to visit M-Line to see how she was doing. At a large base, this was the base managed by M-Lin. Entering the room, M-Line saw Tron Lech still sleeping on the chair. M-Line slowly approached, carrying tea towards Tron Lech. Hearing M-Line offer to massage his shoulders, Tron Lech sat up and immediately agreed to her offer. Sitting still and enjoying the rare feeling of relaxation, M-Lin was about to report on the current situation of the base while massaging his shoulders, but was immediately stopped by Tron Lech. He turned and whispered that he had left her here to hone and improve her abilities, so he completely trusted her decisions. M-Lin sighed, wondering where she and her sister would be now if they had not met Tron Lech. Tron and Lexi immediately thought she would be the lord of a city, perhaps living even better than now. When Tron Lech looked at the plate of fruit prepared on the table, He remembered his past life, when even such ordinary fruit was rarely eaten. He wondered where Lin got this type of fruit. Lin thought for a moment, then answered frankly that she got it from the mountain near the base. If Trunluxi liked it, she could get more. Trunlush had a much more direct method. He planned to go up the mountain and dig up 2 trees to bring back. Scene change. On a nearby mountain, Trunlux had found the type of fruit that made him so nostalgic. Suddenly, he looked to the side. Trunlux saw a type of plant that interested him, the illusion fruit. Looking at the ripe berries on the tree, Trunlux was delighted because this fruit had many good effects for cultivators. While engrossed in admiring the berries, a beam of light shot towards Trunlux. He was startled and quickly dodged to the side. It turned out this was a sentient plant. Trunlux gently used his void walk technique. He unexpectedly uprooted the entire plant, the rumbling sound echoing throughout the forest. Underneath the roots was the home of a colony of hundreds of rats. Seeing that their home had been stolen by the young man, they became aggressive. They charged one after another to attack Trunlux. But to him, this mob could be sent flying with just a wave of his hand. Seeing that the enemy was too strong, the rats turned and fled in a hurry. Trunlux could not help but rejoice over his spoils of war while he was happily carrying the plant back. Behind a nearby rock was a giant rat. It seemed this was the leader of the pack. He silently memorized this enemy with eyes full of hatred. Another day passed. Trunlux had just bought his spy rat yesterday, but today there was already news that Dip Vi had received a high-grade crystal. Trunlux had to admit Dip Vi's luck was incredible. He stood on top of a building at Dip Vi's base. Looking at the backs of him and Keat Kwai, Dip Vi was completely unaware of Trunlux's existence. He was carefree, taking Keat Kwai to eat dried meat because something good had happened today. Trunlux observed from above, thinking for a moment, for someone like Dip Vi, a treasure as valuable as a crystal would surely be carried on his person. He used his void shadow to touch the bulging part of Dip Vi's pocket and cut a small hole. After finding the crystal, he sucked it into the void shadow without anyone noticing. Although he was very excited when he heard about the high-grade crystal, it was actually a level 10 crystal, but that was fine. It was a light element 1, so it would be beneficial for Mevi light. At this moment, Dippy vaguely felt his pants were no longer as heavy and bulky as before. He looked at his pocket and realized it had a hole in it, and the crystal was gone. Dippy V was frantic, telling Keat Kwai to quickly go back with him along the path they just took because his crystal had vanished into thin air. On the surface, Keat Kwai obediently agreed, but in his heart, he was secretly impressed with Trunlux. He truly was an immortal, because even his thievery was done so cleanly that no one knew. On a certain mountain, a girl was practicing Trunlux's space-cutting technique. She used this technique to slice off the head of the man standing opposite her. He only managed to let out a terrified scream. This girl was Ingyun Lin, Trunlux's disciple, who was being cornered by a group of people. One man was already dead, but the other 2 remained unfazed, even rushing forward to praise how formidable her space ability was. Despite the praise, they said it was not very effective against level 7 ability users, so they advised her to surrender. They liked her, and that should be an honor for Engan Lin. After saying that, he told the others to leave so he could fight her one-on-one. He launched a storm of ice blades towards Ingen Lin. As if she had been waiting for this move, Lin focused her energy and summoned a void shift. The void shift opened, redirecting a Lili's storm of ice blades back at him and Ninfeng. The 2 did not know what happened to the technique and why it was attacking them. Lili was confused. He was sure Ingen Lin had played a trick. He struggled to dodge the attack while thinking of a way to counter. On her side, Ingen Lin was completely exhausted. She sat down on the ground, biting her lip in regret. If only she had reached level 7. Things might have been better. But Lili was determined not to let Ingen Lin go. If she did not want to join their organization, they would not let her live in peace. Just then, a subordinate shout was heard. He yelled that something impossible was happening. A giant zombie was attacking, taking down their brothers one by one. Watching the zombie rampage, Li was also surprised by its strength. He guessed it was a high-level mutated zombie, but did not know where it came from. After the zombie finished off all of Luo's brothers, it started to approach Engan Lin and the 2 of them. It wondered why they were not running. Weren't they afraid of death? The group it just devoured was enough for its meal, so it would temporarily spare all Ing's group. Killing them later would be fresher. Hearing she was spared, Ingeling immediately got up to run, her speed surprisingly fast. But no matter how fast Ingen Lin was, she was not as fast as the zombie's technique. The others could leave, but it wanted to eat her because her flesh looked quite tender. Ingen Lin argued that she was all bones and no meat, so she would not be tasty, but the zombie was very persistent. It wanted to have a taste to see. While the 2 were arguing, Lulu's group ran away quickly. Ingeling had no way to escape. She could only drain her ability, using this power to protect her life. Ingen Lin closed her eyes and tried her best to concentrate to unleash her ability. The zombie wanted to attack Nengun Lin, but surprisingly, it could not touch her. While the zombie was still bewildered, Ingen Lin had already run through its body. She could only use this ability for 10 seconds. She had to use those 10 seconds to escape. The zombie, seeing its delicious prey running away, immediately gave chase, calling Ingen Lin tender meat and telling her not to run. Ingen Lin was annoyed. She did not know what level this mutated zombie was, but it was chasing her so relentlessly that it was impossible to shake it off. After a long race with the zombie, Ing Lin collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. The zombie saw that its delicious meal had stopped. It cackled and approached as if it already had Ningo Lin in its grasp. She closed her eyes and accepted her fate, comforting herself that dying at the hands of a zombie was better than dying to those two, Aluli and his companion. Right at this moment, the Fuppy Vink arrived and struck the insolent zombie's hand for daring to rampage in its territory. Phoebe was in a new evolutionary state. It was happy to have finally found a mutated being to gain more accumulation points. Much to Engen Lin's surprise, Fuppy moved extremely fast. It did not need to use its lightning magic, just a light leap behind the zombie. Aiming to attack the nape of its neck, the Fuppy Ying delivered a fatal blow to the zombie's nape, but it seemed one blow was not enough. It continued to jump up, striking 2, then 3 more times in succession. The zombie could not fight back and could only lie there taking the hits. After sending the zombie to heaven, Phoebe dug out its crystal. But unexpectedly, this zombie, which looked so big and strong, was only level 8. After finishing, the Fuppy Yang suddenly remembered Nen Lin. Seeing her unconscious from exhaustion, it recalled a memory from the past. That was when it was a stray dog and was severely injured. It was taken in by Enden Lin and her grandmother for a while. But after some time, because she had to move to another province for school, and her parents would not let her keep a dog, the two had to part ways. Before Ingen Lin left, she gave it a chicken leg as a farewell gift, hoping it would meet a kinder person, a better master. Back in the present, the Fuppy Ying wanted to take Yin Line back to the base to recover, partly because she was the granddaughter of the old woman who had saved it. After returning to the base, Fuppy told this story to Tron Lex, wanting Ingen Lin to join and to share its accumulation points with her. Tron Lex did not object. He had to marvel at how miraculous the story was. Ing Lin's grandmother had once saved Fuppa Vig. Now, the Fuppy Ving had saved her, but as Tron Lucky looked at Ingen Line for a long time, he felt she looked familiar. At this moment, Ingen Lin shyly peeked out from behind Fupfugag and introduced herself to Tron Luck as a level 6 space element ability user. Her name was Ingen Lin. After hearing her name, Trunless was startled as he recalled his past life. Before he became famous, the #1 space element genius was Engin Line. But at that time, England was not like she was now. Not only were both sides of her face hollow, but she also looked a bit like a monster. Moreover, her personality back then was cold and ruthless. Like a great demon lord, Trunless was still lost in his thoughts, wondering why Engin Lin's face had become like that. She saw him staring and mentally gave him the nickname Weirdo, not wanting to overthink it and get a headache. Trun Lex suddenly had an idea. Since space element geniuses have different space-related abilities, there were many skills he did not know in his past life. Having Enyin Lin, who was also a space element user, right in front of him was a good opportunity. Trun Left squinted at Enyin Lin, flexing that he was a level 10 space element user and felt that Nen and Lin had decent talent. He asked if she wanted to accept him as her master, but in his heart, he was thinking that whatever new things Engin Line had, he would learn them. Trun Left grabbed Ningen Lin's hand and pulled her into his void walk space. Ingen Ling had not even reacted to Tron Lekka's offer to be her master when she was pulled into a rather specific space, flying in the sky. Then he used Void Walk to lead her to a random apartment in the headquarters, and the travel time was less than a minute. He thought about his past life. This Void Walk of his was a unique and exclusive skill. Ingen Lin had once coveted it immensely, and she surely would now as well. And just as predicted, Ingen Lin knelt on the ground and acknowledged Tron Olag as her master. Now that Ingen Lin was his disciple, the mission was a success. He helped her up and called her a good disciple. The master and disciple had not had a chance to say much when Mevlin's cat informed Tron Leffy that something bad had happened. Mebeling was in danger. Tron Lex was so shocked he snapped his head around, looking at the cat. He picked up the cat and asked it what was going on. The cat honestly said it was not sure, but its intuition told it that Mevline would be in danger after today. Hearing this, Trunless did not ask any more questions and trusted it. He decided he had to quickly check on Meline's situation tomorrow. Outside Meline's base, a large man was reassuring the others that Meline was alone. Mugolin was surrounded by a group of unidentified people. She unleashed her flames, wanting to push them back. Being someone with high self-esteem, she looked down on these weak, low-energy individuals who wanted to surround and kill her. Meline charged straight at them. She rushed at full speed towards a leader, intending to burn him to a crisp with her flames. Before they could even react, the whole group was burned by the flames. Screaming their heads off, Meline felt lucky that this group was not strong. They had wanted to capture her for no reason. After dealing with the group, she turned and left, paying them no more mind. Unaware that Trunless was watching from above, he saw that Mi Lin had handled the unknown group very cleanly. It did not seem dangerous at all, but B. Kem's predictions had never been wrong before. He scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Feeling uneasy, Trunless decided to follow Mevline to check on the situation. Because he was so focused on her, he did not realize that behind the bush where he had been standing, someone was secretly tailing both of them. That man was one of Maxoi's underlings. As soon as he got the news, he ran back to report. Mua was completely at ease, sitting in the sun and squeezing a skull as if it were a precious treasure. The underling reported that not far from Maxoi's area, fierce battle had taken place, and the one being surrounded was a red-haired girl. After hearing his underling's story, Maxo had to admit that Mevlin was very formidable. The underling, wanting to curry favor with Mexoa, had asked the person who escaped to draw a portrait of a Mi Ling and present it to him. Hearing this, Mexoai's interest was piqued, and he picked it up to look. When Mexoai saw the person in the drawing, he was extremely surprised, blushing and shouting, "Why is it her?" And Mexoai drooled as he looked, because this was Mi Lin, the goddess of his dreams. The lackey saw that Mexoai knew the person in the drawing and asked a question. Hearing this, Mukla's mood soared, and he became slightly annoyed. Muklai slapped the lackey's left cheek, warning him not to disrespect his goddess. The lackey did not know he had struck a nerve with this madman, but he could only rub his head, squint his eyes, and flatteringly agree, she is indeed a goddess. But after hearing the lackey call Mivline a goddess, Mexo got even angrier. He slapped the lackey's right cheek because he was unworthy to call Mivline a goddess. Mexo ordered his spirit general to tear the man to pieces. As soon as the spirit general heard the order, it ended the lackey's life in one move. Meanwhile, Memso kept staring at the picture of Mivline, his goddess. He had had a crush on Mivline for 5 years. Since high school, he could finally meet her again. He felt that his past self was not even worthy of being Mivline's subordinate. But now, perhaps he was. He raised the drawing and kissed it repeatedly. Mexo would make him lean his puppet, one that would never betray him. Just like his spirit general, he thought hopefully about the future, even targeting Mivilep. If Milep had not turned into a zombie yet, she would become his puppet along with her sister. Just imagining it was too exciting. He called upon his beloved army of undead to move out. 1 arm. 2 arms. 3 arms rose from the ground, shaking the entire area. His puppets rose up one by one, so numerous they resembled a zombie army. Methexoi, at the front, was still thinking about a wonderful future. People around the base knew Mexoi as the god of death. They did not understand why he had not come out for 3 months, but was now heading to this area, specifically Mi Lin's base. One of her subordinates reported to Mylene that someone terrifying had arrived outside. He had an army of over 100 undead. Mylene was surprised to hear this, but she did not forget to reassure her subordinate. "Don't panic. I will go take a look." When Mylene saw Mexoi, he eagerly asked if the school bell still remembered him, then introduced himself as a Mexoi. Of course, Mylene did not know him, because if she had met him before, she would never have forgotten such a fierce and ugly face. Mexoi did not care. This time, he was determined to make Mylene remember him forever. He ordered his spirit general to charge forward and restrain her. Mylene was not afraid either. She told everyone to prepare their abilities, then launched a wall of fire towards the undead. Though surrounded by fire with no way out, Mexoa was confident. His spirit general was a level 8 general class. It had taken him 3 months to create. A little skill like this would have no effect. Mylene heard this puppet was actually level 8 and decided to deal with the spirit general first. Mylene ordered everyone to fall back and be careful. She transformed into a phoenix, flew up, and charged straight at the spirit general. Her flame spread, engulfing the spirit general, trapping it in a red inferno so hot that it had to scream out loud. After finishing her move, Mylene wondered if that was enough to defeat the spirit general, but she did not have to wait long. Mengsoe answered her question by resurrecting its body. The puppet revived but did not pursue Mylene. She looked at its huge figure and realized she could not attack this puppet normally anymore. She figured that fighting the monster head-on was probably useless, so she decided to attack the necromancer, Mukoi himself. To end this battle, she flew towards Amikoi at an incredible speed. Seeing her charge at him, Mxoi did not budge at all. He spread his arms wide, waiting to receive Mylin's attack. If she wanted to kill him, he would grant her wish. Mylene could not believe she could finish him off so easily. She kept staring at the pile of fire, not taking her eyes off it. After seeing that he was no longer rising, she let out a sigh of relief. While Tron Lechi watched everything silently from the top of a building, he knew a necromancer capable of creating a level 8 undead would not die so easily. At this moment, Tron Lef realized that Mevline was still not vigilant enough about this world. She was still naive and a bit green. Seeing Lin's joy, Mek Soai's voice rang out. That was just a substitute puppet of his, so it seemed he had interrupted Mevline's happiness. Mamali looked towards the source of the sound and saw 3 versions of Methake Soai. The one in the middle told the other 2 that it seemed she had used up her fire skills and now had no strength left. Meg Soai called the spirit general back to kill Meveline. The general obediently ran back and attacked her. Trunlek saw the spirit general easily strike down Mylene. Only then did he remember Miam's words. Mylene's danger was probably because of these guys. Seeing Eveline fall to the ground with no strength to fight back, Meg Soai was about to stomp on her face to humiliate her when Tronluffy used Void Walk to appear in front of her, protecting her behind him and knocking away Mek Soai's rotten foot. He could not believe Mek Soai was such a despicable person, daring to step on a Mu Lin. Trun Lefik slapped him so hard he tumbled to the ground. Mukline's 2 remaining puppets both asked who Tronala was. Trun Leka did not care. He just hurriedly helped Mevline up. He asked about her condition, then sighed. He originally wanted to train Mevline a bit, but it seemed he could not be so heartless. Embarrassed and enraged, Mek Soai ordered his undead army to charge forward and kill both Tronlek and Mevline. Trunlek felt they were an arrogant bunch. He told Mevline to rest and that he would help her deal with Mevek Sawai. But surprisingly, Mevline looked straight at Tronlex, lightly touched his hand, and sincerely said she wanted to do it herself, but Tron Lexi frowned, not really wanting her to. He was quite concerned that Line's energy was nearly depleted. Lin closed her eyes and calmly told Tron Lexi that she had saved one last skill. She had not dared to use this technique because she was afraid she would die, so she lacked the courage. But compared to that, Lin did not want to hide under Tron Leca's protection forever. She felt very secure with Tron left by her side to protect her, so she would unleash an all-out attack. Seeing Lin's determination, Tron Lec had no choice but to trust her. Lin seemed to transform into a different person. She summoned a red phoenix from her palm. Then a mass of fire began to swirl around her, forming a circle. The fire phoenix attacked straight towards Line. To Tron Lec's surprise, he did not understand why the bird was attacking her. It was then that he understood what Line had said. Using this move could actually kill her. Tron Lec wanted to intervene and stop the bird from attacking her, but he stopped his hand, convincing himself to trust Line. But looking at Line's form surrounded by red flames, he felt it was very familiar, like one of her ultimate skills from his past life. After Line completely transformed, he realized this was her famous Red Lotus transformation skill. Tron Lec looked at Lin with pride. Her beautiful eyes were golden, and her hair and clothes had transformed into a magnificent flame. This was a true spirit flame empress. She once again launched a flame attack towards Mexoi. He was not afraid and even found the move boring. But surprisingly, this time he could not knock the flame away anymore and could only turn tail and run with his puppet. But the flame did not spare them. It formed a circle of fire, ignoring the fear of Mexoi and his spirit general. Tron Lec watched how Line handled these two. He sighed in relief but also with pride. He was sure that this time, Mexoi would die. The flame attacked Mexoi and the spirit general, creating a huge explosion. The two were caught off guard and could only let out a scream of pain. Line continued to attack the remaining undead amidst Tron Lec's joyful praise. After finishing everything, Line fell freely from the sky. Her clothes were torn from the fire. A flustered Tron Lec quickly ran to catch her. He thought this was probably because Line had exhausted too much energy, causing her to fall unconscious. As if sensing something he should not, he turned pale and did not dare to look directly at Line. He used Void Walk to bring Line back to the base, thinking that she was indeed a woman who liked to spend money, but not on clothes. After bringing Line back to the base, Tron Lec waited for her to wake up, then told her to rest, saying he would head back to his own base first. When Lep heard that Lin was in danger, she was worried sick, so when she saw Tron Lec return, she immediately ran over to ask about her sister's condition. Tron Lec patted Lep's head to reassure her. Lin had even advanced to level 8. She had mastered the Red Lotus transformation, so reaching level 9 would be very normal. Hardly anyone would be Mila's match anymore. Hearing that Ling was fine, she sighed in relief before informing Tron Lec about a few things at the base. First, many zombies had evolved to level 6. Second, 2 base members were killed yesterday afternoon. Tron Lec was shocked to his core after hearing this. He felt like he had been away for 3 days and 3 nights and returned like a caveman. With all these shocking events happening, Tron Luffy wondered who did it, a level 7 or another base. Seeing how anxious he was, Luffy told him the truth. As far as she knew, it was a group of idle people. Deju had captured a few for questioning, but their reason for acting was very unsettling. Molulnik slowly analyzed that the group no longer wanted to live because they had to eat rats and smelly insects all day. For people tired of living like that, they could do anything. After listening, Tron Lec did not think it was too serious. He lay his head on Lec's lap and told her to pass down the orders. A squad going out must have at least 10 people. As for the group that did not want to live, give them some hope. 1 level 6 crystal could be exchanged for 5 kilograms of rice and 1 kilogram of salt. Molulnik acknowledged his orders. Looking at Tron Lec's face, she brought up Lin's situation. Lin knew that the enemies who had harmed her were near Vai's base. Tron Lec was a bit surprised by this coincidence. He sat up, feeling that his previous warnings to Vai had not scared him. He might as well take this opportunity of Lin being bullied to go kill someone and establish his authority. Somewhere else, there were delicacies. Chicken. And seafood. A man called Brother Ol Ying was treating everyone to a lavish meal. It turned out to be El Ning's birthday, so this was to be expected. Besides, DAV was also attending today, so Ling wanted to host a truly grand feast. There was no shortage of flatterers at the table. A man in a vest with slicked back hair speculated that Deep Mai's attendance was to win over Ninefong and the Lale Ying. I hope that when Alo Yi becomes successful in the future, he won't forget us brothers here. The man in the blue shirt next to him chimed in. He asked about the rumor that a girl had sent a level 6 from Ninefong's base to heaven, asking if it was true. Ninefong and Alo laughed scornfully. Ninefong confirmed it happened, but said the girl was already dead. Not even her body remained. Liloli added more information about her. She was a space type with a rather special ability called Spatial Cut. Against those below level 7, she could quickly send them to the afterlife. But this move was useless against level 7s. Although Ninefong was not too scared, he had to admit the skill was miraculous because it could kill people from a distance, as if the opponent would die with just a look, and after they died, there was no blood. The man sitting next to Ninefong was stunned after hearing this. Realizing he had been tricked by Tron Lec, he came from Themtho and had heard of someone named Tron Lef. who was very strong and had reached level 8, and could decapitate a level 6 with just a glance. He continued rambling about Tron Lecce as if he were a fraud, because he had only ever heard of Tron Lecce intimidating people, which made him famous in Thenida. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, slamming the table in dissatisfaction. He could not believe he had been fooled by Tron Lecce. When this skill could only send those below level 7 to meet King Yama, he loudly declared his intention to return to Thenik to expose Tron Lecce. Just then, a loud noise from outside startled everyone at the feast. A guard from outside announced that they were under attack. Nunfong and Alolo went outside to check the situation, wondering what idiot would dare to attack their base, only to see Tron Lecce leading in and Len, his face dark as he stood there. Seeing Nunfong's group, Tron Lecce frowned and shouted that he was looking for the person who bullied his disciple. Nunfong's group was not surprised that Tron Lecce came for revenge, but they were surprised that Engyan Line was not dead and was still standing there snitching to Tron Lecce. Hearing this, Tron Lecce turned his head in dissatisfaction. He did not want to bully the weak either. Before he could finish, the voice of a rather unfamiliar man interrupted him, saying Tron Lecce was like Cao Cao, appearing as soon as he is mentioned. He continued to mock Tron Lecce for going through the trouble of tricking them, scorning his eye-killing trick, specifically his spatial cut. It could only send those below level 7 to paradise. It had no effect on those above level 7. Tron Lecce found this guy very interesting, as it had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him with such an attitude. Tron Lecce guessed he was probably only a level 7. Tron Lecce looked at him coldly. He was really eager to show him whether his skill was effective against people above level 7 or not. Before the man could react to the situation, he was attacked by an invisible force. A gash appeared on his head, another on his arm, severing it completely. The man could only feel pain spreading through his body, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. The only thing he was conscious of was that he had been tricked. He looked at Nunfeng's group, questioning why they had deceived him. Alolian's group watched him get cut up and retreated in terror, still denying it because they were not affected when Enganon Lin used this move. The remaining men at the banquet table saw Tron Lecce act without mercy, completely severing the head of the man who had just scorned him, and began whispering among themselves. Only now did they find the name Tron Lecce familiar. He was probably the leader of Shiguang City. They were amazed to see him use a skill without even touching a level 7's body. Initially, Tron Lecce did not want to kill anyone else, only the one who bullied Engyan Lin, but because his attitude was so exceptional, he could not let him live. The atmosphere was extremely tense when a man walked over, breaking the tension. The newcomer was DPV. Nunfong and Alelo Yang acted as if they would found their mother hen, both obediently hiding behind him. DPV wanted to protect both of them, so he made an excuse, saying they did not know Engyan Lin was his disciple. DPV had tried to de-escalate, hoping Tron Lecce would give him face and spare Nunfong and Alel Ningi's lives. Letting the matter go, Trunken Lecce did not answer immediately whether he would spare them or not. He just looked at DV and sneered, asking if he wanted to protect those two. DPV did not say whether he would protect them or not, but took out a level 7 space-type crystal. He threw it towards Tron Lecce as a gift of apology. Tron Lecce caught the crystal. He knew this DPV guy wanted to win people's hearts, but if he gave him face, how could he establish his authority? Not letting Tron Lecce refuse, DPV looked at him and guaranteed that if his men offended him again, he would personally finish them off. Tron Lecce did not care. He gave the crystal to Men Lin to hold. He had no intention of sparing these two, as no one who had ever offended him had lived. Offending his disciple was even worse. Forget DPV's men, even if it were DPV himself. Tron Lecce would not spare him. Hearing that, Nunfong and Lolol Ing knew they could not escape, so they secretly tried to run away. Tron Lecce pretended not to see. He would still give DPV a face for compensating his disciple with a crystal. Tron Lecce's face suddenly darkened. He unleashed a void slash, deciding to kill only the leader. He cut off Nunfeng's head, and as for Lel Ying, he only cut off his hand. The two were attacked by the blades and could not escape, only able to scream hopelessly. After avenging his disciple, he turned and waved at Dip V. It is best not to mess with my Shiguang City. If you can fight a level 10 like me, then go ahead and do shady things, because I always eliminate threats completely, leaving no loose ends. DPV was bitter but could do nothing to Tron Lecce. He could not win a fight and did not dare to curse him out loud. He could only grit his teeth and curse him silently, wondering how long he could show off. After all, when he lost the level 10 crystal, he had encountered another level 10. It was during a hunt when he unexpectedly met a king-class mutant. The moment he saw this zombie, DPV knelt down completely, addressing it as my lord and hoping it would take him as a slave to help it find food. The zombie did not understand what was happening. A human suddenly wanted to be its slave, a free meal ticket. Why not? But humans were still the most insidious. It did not know that DPVI was plotting to take its crystal so he could quickly advance to the king level, as Tron Lecce and Enyan Lin were on their way back to the base. Keat Kwai, hiding behind a tree, called out to them. Tron Lecce was quite surprised that he was sitting here waiting. Kit Kwai happily ran out, not noticing the leaves all over his head, and eagerly informed him that Deep Vi had discovered a zombie. That zombie could not only summon meteors but also giant earth elementals. Tron Lecce raised an eyebrow. very interested in this zombie because the description sounded like a king-class mutant. This was the first time Dip Via had not disappointed him. The zombie was currently near DV's base, because it was classified information. DPV only trusted him and a subordinate named Niang. They would bring raw meat to the mutant every day. Trun Leffen told Keat Kwai to send him a telepathic message tomorrow before delivering the food, and he would come. The next morning, near DPV's base, the zombie was practicing its skills and eating the food Deep Via had brought. Not far away, 3 heads were peeking out from a bush, watching the zombie eat its meal, hoping it would quickly finish its food and die, because he did not want to wait anymore. Just then, the zombie suddenly heard a strange noise. It charged up an attack, launched it in one direction, and roared for the eavesdropper to come out. Unexpectedly, it was Tron Lech. He easily blocked its attack and jumped out of the encirclement. The ones who were surprised were not the zombie, but Dippy V's group. They did not understand why he was here, but Tron Lech's specialty was playing dumb. He saw Dippy V's group and even turned to greet him. Brother Dippy. Ignoring the zombie who was full of question marks, Tron Lech started talking nonsense, claiming that Deep V was being threatened by this zombie. Tron Lech decided on his own that he would help Deep V's group deal with these zombies. Although Deep V did not believe Tron Lech was that kind, he hoped he would not explain, because DPVI wanted to see the invincible Tron Lech get taken down by the zombie. DPV watched Tron Lech use Void Walk to get behind the zombie and sneered, silently thinking that even the heavens were on his side. If DipVF could not kill Tron Lech, someone else would do it for him. Tron Lech summoned the Void Sword and used Void Walk to get behind the zombie. His eyes flashed blue, wanting to end the zombie with one slash, but it was no pushover. As if sensing Tron Lech behind it, it roared and stomped its foot hard on the ground, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere, blocking Tron Lech's slash. He saw how it blocked him and quickly located his position. Tron Lech retreated, knowing the zombie was not easy to deal with. It attacked towards Tron Lech, summoning giant earth golems. The golems rose from the ground and attacked Tron Lech. He just slowly smiled and flew into the air, dodging the attacks of the earth golems. While dodging, he scorned the earth golems for being too slow and clumsy, saying they would never be able to catch him at this rate. They wanted to catch him from behind, but Tron Lech dodged easily, as if he had an extra eye on the back of his head, able to predict and see what they were about to do. The 3 people hiding in the bush each had a different reaction. Ina Heng was a scholar, so he turned pale with fear seeing the power of Tron Lech and the zombie. As for Deep V, he was only now realizing the gap between himself and a level 10. The way Tron Lech dodged the attacks made his face drain of all color, and as for Keat Kwai, it goes without saying, the Immortal is number 1. The Immortal is the best. He was absolutely certain the Immortal would send this mutant to meet its ancestors. The zombie, seeing Tron Lee easily defeat the earth statues it had summoned, got so angry it called Tron Lech a flea-bitten dog. It waited for an opening while Tron Lech was focused on fighting the statues, then gathered all its energy to attack him. Certain that he would die from this move, Tron Lech was actually hit. He turned pale, cried out, and fell from the sky. DPVS stared at Tron Lech flying flattened at the zombie's feet, still unable to believe that the ever-victorious Tron Lech was dead. But before he could celebrate, Tron Lech got up, stuck his tongue out at the zombie, and started posing. Tron Lech stood up, dusted himself off, and looked at the zombie. He had given it a chance to attack, but it failed to seize the opportunity to take him down. As soon as Tron Lech finished speaking, the zombie suddenly clutched its head and knelt down, denying everything that had just happened, denying its failure. It writhed and growled, ignoring its surroundings and rolling on the ground, muttering, "Impossible." Tron Lech knew he had guessed the right way to defeat this zombie. He did not need to waste any effort, just wait for it to slowly ascend to the heavens. DPV's group, seeing Tron Lech defeat the zombie so easily, started eyeing the crystal, wanting to steal it. DPV was just thinking about staking his claim when his brother, Keat Kwai, loudly warned Tron Lech not to take the crystal, because they were the ones who discovered this zombie first. DPV was incredibly moved, mentally awarding Keat Kwai the Good Brother badge. Tron Lech was not in a hurry or trying to snatch it. He gave Deep V the chance to extract the crystal first, but only for 10 seconds. In his mind, he gave the Best Actor award to Keat Kwai, his mole. Of course, Deep Vi would not be polite. He walked up to the zombie's corpse and summoned his weapon. He shouted, gathering all his strength and stabbing straight at the zombie's skull. But surprisingly, its skull was completely unharmed, let alone extracting the crystal. Tron Lech smiled lightly. He had given him a chance, but DPV was the one who did not know how to seize it. DPV was sweating, his face pale from using too much energy. He did not understand what he did wrong that he could not open it. Tron Lech chuckled from behind. A king's head was not something a level 9 could easily open. If he had 3 minutes, he might be able to, but in 10 seconds, it was just a pipe dream. Tron Lech summoned his sword to take the crystal. Although he did not want to, DPV did not stop him, because he knew Tron Lech had given him a chance. But he did not know this chance was practically useless. Tron Lech obtained the king-level crystal. It was the size of a goose egg, with a beautiful, glossy yellow color. He did not forget to turn back and console Deep V, saying this was just fate, and fate belongs to the strong. Although DPV discovered it first, there is no rule that the first to discover gets to keep it. After his heart-to-heart talk, Trun Leffy turned and left, leaving Deep V so shocked he turned pale. He just sat there stunned. Not moving, Keat Kwai and Nina Heng helped their boss up. Keat Kwai added fuel to the fire, saying Tron Lech was despicable, as they were clearly the ones who found it. Aya Hung, on the other hand, sided with Trun Lech. He observed that Tron Lex did not seem to have any malicious intent towards them and advised Deep V Dead not to treat him as an enemy. After thinking carefully, Debbie PV suddenly glanced at Niang. He did not believe Tron and Les could have known about this place. He suspected Nue had informed Tron Lexi because he had left the area for a while when Dip Vega discovered the mutant. Yuhong felt terribly wronged. He awkwardly explained to Deep Vi that he had a stomach ache from eating some strange meat back then, and he was not a spy for Tron Lex. Keat Kwai trusted that Nia Heng was not that kind of person and could not be the traitor, because the traitor was obviously Keat Kwai himself, but DPV was very certain of his thoughts. He thought Keat Kwai was naive to believe in Nuna Aung. People's hearts were hard to read. Although he did not want to believe it, the truth was right in front of him. Inga Eshing still called out Brother V. He was truly loyal to Dip Vi because Deep Vi had once saved his life. Dipipia did not give Nana Heng a chance to explain. He was convinced that Tron Lexi had given Nai Hung some benefit, because right after Tron Lexi took the crystal, Inga Heng immediately spoke well of him. Yuang was truly exhausted. He felt more wrong than Du Yi. Since he was being suspected, he did not want to explain anymore. Inga Hung just said he wanted to return this life to Deep Vi. Since Deep Vi had saved him, the hot-blooded demon rushed forward, striking straight at Naya Heng's head. Inga Hung lay still and accepted the blow, vowing to no longer owe Dip Vi anything. With Yina Heng dead, being a spy would be more difficult. There was no one left to take the fall. Keat Kwai decided he had to be more careful. Dippy V muttered to Keat Kwai that he had eliminated a spy. He had sent Nina Ung's body flying to vent his anger. Keat Kwai had no choice but to agree with Deep V. Suddenly, Trun Lexi appeared next to Mayang's body. He watched Dip Viguez retreating back and felt it was a pity for him, because Inga Hung's talent was not bad. In the future, he would have reached the king level. Moreover, in the previous life, he was extremely loyal to Dip V, never abandoning him even before death. He pitied Deep V, but he pitied Nina Eng 10 times more for his loyalty. And it was because of his appearance that Naya Hung was mistaken for a spy and killed. He decided to bury Nina Eng as compensation. As he was preparing to bury Nina Heng, he saw his arm move slightly. Only then did he realize that Nina Heng was not actually dead. Meanwhile, Depi V slapped his forehead, remembering he had not extracted Naya Hung's crystal yet. After all, Inga Effing had a level 7 crystal that would be very useful to Kit Kwai. However, when the two returned, they saw from a distance that Tron Lessa had already carried Nina Hung's body away. Seeing this, Dipipi became even more certain of his suspicion. Nina Hung was definitely a spy. Because if someone was dead, you would just need to extract the crystal. Why would he need to take his body away? At the Jinuanjing branch base of Shuguang City, Trun Lex brought Nina Hung's body back and called loudly for the light system users to come and help. Trun Lex brought Aang into a room. The people of the light system did not know why the boss was here. Trun Lex was in such a hurry that he did not want to explain much. He just ordered everyone to save Ma Hung's life. 20 minutes later, Inga Heng woke up. He looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, surprised that he was not dead. Chapter 155. Inga effing saw Trun Lex beside the bed and asked if he had saved him. Of course, Inga Henging would not believe Tron Lex would be so kind to an opponent. Trun Lex did not care about Aya Anga's suspicion. Everything he did was for the continuation of humanity. He did not need Yu Eng to believe him. He just gave Yu Heng two choices. One was to join Tron Lex base. He would allow Aang to observe his actions before making a final decision on whether to join for real. Trun Lekek turned around and told him the second option. Pretend he never saved Nia Heng, and he should kill himself, and of course, he would give Yu Heng time to think. After talking with Ina Heng, Trun Lef returned to his room to absorb the king-level zombie crystal he had taken from Deep V. His body, which had been starved for a long time, now felt rejuvenated as it absorbed the energy. Trun Lef had to quickly reach the king level. Otherwise, the longer it took, the more king-level beings would appear in the sea. When they gathered, even if he had Hai to become the sea god, she would not be able to suppress them. Moreover, only after reaching the king level could Tron Lef complete his Trinity plan, which would allow humanity to continue to survive. And for the sake of humanity, he could only sacrifice Dip V. After pondering philosophy and human morality for a while, Trun Lek spat at himself. Clearly, he was not that noble. Just then, there was a rather timid knock on the door. It was Nina Heng. Here to give his decision, Inga effing said he had thought it over, considering he had already died once. This time he really wanted to live. Trun Lek assigned Nia Heng to start as a regular member, although it was just a regular position. Trun Lechi believed that with Anna Heng's talent, he would succeed quickly. Trun Lef took a walk around his base. He suddenly remembered that it had been a long time since he went to the sea after the last battle. It seemed they were running low on fish at home. He might as well go catch some seafood and scout the situation at the sea god's palace at the same time. Trun Letha flew up and looked down at the sea god's palace. He found it strange that only Bech Ho's underlings were there. So where was Bech Ho? Sleeping or out? Thinking was too much of a headache. Trun Lekin decided he would act whether Bech Ho was there or not. While choosing a target, a black, spirit-type killer whale swam past him. How convenient. Trun Luff used his dimensional blade to attack the killer whale. He had to get its crystal. The killer whale was swimming happily when it was suddenly cut in two. Trun Luff had caused such a big commotion, but Bechiho still had not appeared. It seemed he really was not home. The other sea creatures saw the killer whale get killed and looked at Trun Lex, unable to believe he had reached level 10. It was too terrifying. Trun Leff pretended to put on a dark face to threaten the sea creatures. As long as they followed Bechiho, he would kill them all, unless they changed their minds and followed him. After completing his mission of scaring the sea creatures, Trun Lex hoped this little gift would please Bechiho. Big brother whale. Where is little brother whale? One asked frantically. But the other sea creatures just said to wait for the sea god to return. A while later, Bechiho returned to the sea god's palace, seeing a crowd of sea creatures gathered at the entrance. He was sure something had happened and had a bad feeling about it. Just then, an octopus started accusing Trun Lex of killing its brother. Bechiho heard that name that always gave him a headache. His mouth twitched uncontrollably as he screamed. Trun Lex was truly despicable. He had let him get away last time, and now he would not stop. Bechiho slowly swore that if he ever caught him, he would personally send him to hell. Trun Lex looked up at the sky, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. The Dharma King ran over and showed him 3 eggs. It turned out this guy had stolen the golden eagle's eggs. Why would it come here for no reason? This Trun Lex was always causing trouble. Seeing its eggs, the golden eagle went crazy and shrieked loudly, then charged forward quickly. Seeing it charge, Icy used her power to stop it. Purple beams of light shot out from her, successfully binding the golden eagle. The Dharma King winked at Trun Lex, telling him to follow his lead. He raised his index finger to show he understood. Suddenly, Trun Lex smacked the Dharma King's butt and loudly scolded this naughty creature for stealing someone's children, learning bad things at such a young age. The dog also cooperated by yelping loudly. Seeing the Dharma King struggling and running like that, the golden eagle thought this dog must be very strong. It could not beat it or chase it away, yet now it was screaming and running away from that guy. Moreover, from its perspective, it seemed this person was teaching the dog who stole its eggs a lesson. Suddenly, Trun Lex brought the stolen eggs in front of it, surprising the bird. "My ignorant little brother stole your eggs. I am returning them to you now. Please take them and go," he said. The golden eagle was happy and about to leave when Trun Lex winked at High Seer, telling her to take the opportunity to add some fuel to the fire. High Sea immediately understood. She stepped forward, crossed her arms arrogantly, and said, "This is not a place you can just come and go as you please, especially after you barged in and caused a ruckus. In my opinion, Trun Lex should lock it up for 10 years. If it does not accept, then just destroy all of its eggs." Trun Lex chuckled to himself. This sister of his was born to play the villain. She did not even need to pretend to be evil. Just acting on her true nature was enough to win an award. He then turned to apologize to the golden eagle, saying he really wanted to let it go, but his sister was truly too fierce, and there was nothing he could do. He said he was forced into this, so it should give him a fair chance. Trun Lex's sincere expression made the golden eagle believe him, and it had no choice but to agree. Trun Lex invited it inside to rest while he went to build a nest for its eggs. After all, it needed to incubate its young. Fat Vong said no one useless was kept here. Since it was staying, it had to work. Coincidentally, Trun Lex needed a mount, so it could do the job. The golden eagle squawked in agitation. Seeing its reaction, Trun Lex guessed it had something to say. Mi Fum said this species was very proud. It saw that he was truly kind, but it did not want to be a mount for a weakling. Being a mount for someone without any great ability was worse than death. This bird was quite something. Trun Lex froze and pointed at himself. It was calling him weak, but it was true that Trun Lex had not made a move throughout the whole process. It might have misunderstood. In that case, he just needed to show off a bit of his power. With that thought, he proposed a match with the golden eagle. It could take its eggs, and he would just stand there. As long as it could get out of Trun Lex's territory, he would lose. The golden eagle quickly grabbed the 2 eggs with its talons and took flight, soaring at an incredible speed. Down below, Trun Lex watched with gleaming eyes, thinking he was about to get a mount that could tear through the wind. But how could it possibly escape his 5-finger mountain? Trun Lex raised his hand to the sky, and streams of blue light shot out, pulling the golden eagle back to its original spot. The golden eagle flapped its wings to fly higher, but suddenly realized some invisible force was preventing it from flying any further. It tried its best to fly out of the villa, but kept getting pulled back. It did not understand what was happening. Trun Lex cheerfully said that if it could not get out, it meant it lost, but seeing its decent talent, he asked if it wanted to stay and follow him. Of course, he would not treat it poorly, and he would also take care of the golden eagle's 2 children. The golden eagle was completely convinced. It spread its wings and lowered its head, indicating it accepted him as its master. Trun Lex immediately jumped on its back and told it to fly at full speed. And so, man and bird soared into the sky. With that settled and the golden eagle accepting its role as Trun Lex's mount, Fat Vong quickly ran out to continue his mission. Fat Vong emerged from the bushes and saw a beautiful girl, but it seemed she was a zombie because her eyes were blood red. The girl had a slender figure, wore a white dress, and had long white hair as well. Only her eyes were as red as rubies. The appearance of such a beautiful living corpse in this desolate place excited a few young men. They pointed at the beautiful living corpse. laughing and chatting. Living corpse? But I am back out. Hearing them call her by such a strange name, the girl was puzzled. Suddenly, those men had ill intentions. They looked at Bakaw with lustful eyes and approached, wanting to taste the difference between a zombie and a human. What a bunch of perverts, even wanting to do that with a living corpse. Bakaw became furious. If that was the case, she would send them to heaven right now. A single move, 5 men fell to the ground without a chance to say a word. Seeing how formidable this living corpse was, Phap Vong got scared and ran away first. It figured saving its own life was more important. Tran Lak was showing the golden eagle where its family would live when he suddenly got a message from Phap Vong, saying there was a flying living corpse and inviting him to come take a look. Hearing this, Tran Lak happily replied, telling Phap Vong to keep a close watch on that zombie while he headed over immediately. Something that could fly had to be at least level 10, maybe even king level. Meanwhile, Phap Vong was still tailing Bakaw, which made her feel uneasy. Bakaw looked around and finally spotted her pursuer. She launched an attack towards Phap Vong. I have been discovered. It was so shocked its jaw dropped. Fortunately, Tran Lak arrived just in time. He saw that Phap Vong was right. This was indeed a different kind of zombie. Seeing reinforcements on the other side, Bakaw was flustered and asked what they wanted. Phap Vong got straight to the point and said he wanted her crystal. Tran Lak was surprised because Bacha could be considered a rare spiritual power mutant. Bacha asked why. With no grudge between them, these people wanted to harm her and take her crystal. Tran Lak had already put his hands behind his back, preparing to act. After all, she was a king-level mutant with a short lifespan. It was better to send her off early. Suddenly, Bakaw looked at Phap Vong and realized this dog had something good on it. Phap Vong had already been hypnotized. What are you doing? She glared at Tran Lak. He was surprised because he had been casting his spell for so long, yet she was completely unaffected. Could it be this girl was not a mutant? But if so, even a king-level zombie should not be able to resist. He had never encountered this type of living corpse in his past life, so he did not know how to deal with it now. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Tran Lak pulled Phap Vong and ran, planning to think of a strategy later. Bachal turned around and they were gone. She was annoyed, her eyes red. A half-baked fight like this was not satisfying at all. Bachal angrily transformed into a white bird and flew away, still screaming that she wanted to take more lives to vent her anger. In a building, Deep Vu was pouring water while carefully observing the purple flower in front of him. When he found it, no grass grew around it, and many mutated creatures had not survived. Thus, he deduced this flower must be highly toxic, but he did not know if it could be life-threatening to a level 10. As he thought, he carefully used a brush to collect the pollen for testing. He put all the pollen he collected into a cup of water. Suddenly, his subordinate came in and said, "Brother Vu, the level 7 physical enhancer you asked for has been found and brought here." The man was quite muscular. He greeted Leader Deep. Seeing him, Deep Vu immediately handed him the cup of water and told him to drink it to quench his thirst. He definitely wanted to use this person to test the poisonous pollen, but the man just thanked Deep Vu for his kindness and flatly refused to drink the water. Looking displeased, he lunged forward, pried open the other man's mouth, and forced him to drink. He poured the entire cup of water into the man's mouth. Caught by surprise like that, the level 7 man could not defend himself in time and fell. He struggled, not understanding what was happening and why he was suddenly being forced to drink water, so he opened his mouth to say something, but that just made it easier for more water to flood in. As soon as he drank it, he screamed as blood gushed from his eyes and mouth. His face turned purple, and he struggled to breathe. Deep Vu remarked that the poison was extremely potent. It spread the moment it was consumed. Seeing this, his subordinate became terrified and asked if he would be okay. Since this man was a level 7, he gritted his teeth and cruelly told his subordinate that in this world, it is dog eat dog. If you do not want to be eaten, you have to be ruthless. A small amount of water with pollen could kill a level 7 so easily. If Tran Lak drank it, he would be severely injured, if not killed. At that point, Deepu could easily send Tran Lak to his grave. But King Kwai asked how they could get Tran Lak to drink this water. They could not just hold him down and force him. On the ground, the level 7 man had stopped breathing, blood pooling around him. Deep Vu carefully sealed the purple flower for storage. At the question, he revealed a sinister expression and said he planned to feign wanting to be Tran Lak's subordinate and invite him over for dinner. At that time, the flower's powder would be mixed into his food, undetectable by gods or ghosts. It was a brilliant plan. That afternoon, in Tran Lak's room at the villa, he sat on the sofa with Mi Fan. Haiko and Nguang Song were in front of them, likely discussing back off. Tran Lak said that he and Phap Vong had not reached king level yet, so if they met her again, he would need their help. Both agreed. Haiko said, "Don't worry, little brother, I am here." Mi Fan spoke up with a warning. It sensed that Tran Lak would be in danger tonight. He wondered, tonight, could that zombie have found me and is actively coming here? Coincidentally, at that moment, Tran Quang called to report that someone from Cam Jiang had sent a message. A man named Diep Vu wanted to join his ranks and invited Tran Lak over for a visit tonight. He replied that he understood and would be there tonight. It seemed the danger Mi Fan mentioned might come from Diep Vu. He began to raise his guard. Soon, it was night. The day had passed so quickly. Tran Lak sat comfortably on a long sofa. Standing before him were Deep Vu and his trusted subordinate. He did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point, asking if it was true that he wanted to join his ranks. He faked a smile and said he had seen the reality of the situation and hoped Brother Tran could overlook their minor conflict from before. Keen Kwai looked at him anxiously. Afraid of being exposed, Tranlak laughed loudly, pretending he was not one to hold grudges. But then he said, if you want to be my subordinate, then kowtow to your big brother a few times. Deepvu was stunned by this bizarre condition, gritting his teeth and cursing internally. How could someone like him kneel to an enemy like that? Tranlak pushed him step by step, forcing him to reveal his true colors. He challenged him. What is wrong? You do not want to. Deepvu's face darkened as he clenched his jaw. Suddenly, Keen Kwai said that since he was also considered Tranlak's subordinate, he would kneel first. As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. Deepvu did not expect him to act like this, seeing his subordinate suffer the humiliation of kneeling on the ground. Deepvu silently told him, Brother Keen Kwai, you have been wronged. Then, he also humbled himself, knelt down, and called out Big Brother twice before kowtowing directly. I will definitely make Tranlak pay for this humiliation 1,000 times over. He vowed to himself. Tranlak sat with his legs crossed and nonchalantly said he had seen their sincerity, so he would allow them to stand up. Deepvu said that was a given and ordered Keen Kwai to go bring the food to serve Tranlak. Outside, the sky was full of stars. Inside, a platter of food was quickly brought out. Tranlak smiled comfortably and said that to be able to prepare such a feast, Deepvu was truly very thoughtful. Deepvu acted respectfully, sitting down opposite him and saying, as long as you like it. Big Brother. He marveled internally at how amazing the pollen was. Putting it in the sausage actually made the dish more fragrant and delicious. Impatient to witness Tranlak being poisoned, Deepvu did not realize he had become overly cheerful, revealing his attitude and making Tranlak suspicious. Seeing his expectant look as he waited for him to eat, Tranlak was certain something had been put in the food. He sighed. Then he looked at Keen Kwai and told him to speak. Suddenly being called out, he was startled. Suddenly, he shouted, reporting to the true leader, this sausage is poisoned. Deepvu wants to harm you. Deepvu's face turned pale. Thinking his career as a spy was over, Keen Kwai continued. The poison on it comes from a strange purple flower. The toxicity can kill a level 7 person. Deepvu was still in shock. He could not believe the person he had always valued was now betraying him. Tranlak stood up. He thought that in his past life, Deepvu was a dual ability user. But in this life, it had not manifested yet, perhaps because there was not enough stimulation. He had to add more fuel to the fire. After all, he would not live much longer anyway. He thought that a level 9 crystal was no match for a level 9 dual ability user's crystal. If he was going to die, he had to be worth something. Tranlak gave a charming smile and asked Deepvu, did you know about that? He continued, saying that when he obtained the level 10 light crystal, it was Keen Kwai who tipped him off to steal it. When he found the king level zombie, it was also Keen Kwai who came to report it. The spy was always Keen Kwai, yet he had harmed Kao Mia Hang, the person who remained loyal to him even in death. Deepvu seemed to understand everything. He did not want to believe what he was hearing. Stammering, so it was him, he shouted at Keen Kwai, calling him a beast. I treated you like a brother in vain, Keen Kwai said. I'm sorry. Brother Vu, a wise man submits to the circumstances. Just as Tranlak had predicted, Keen Kwai was his biggest trigger, finally succeeding in forcing Deepvu evolve into a dual ability user. His eyes turned red with anger. Deepvu furiously said, you are all despicable. I want to kill all of you. Then, his body burst into flames. Tranlak watched with delight. Deepvu's second ability, the fire system, had finally awakened. Deepvu was no fool. He quickly realized he had dual abilities. Heaven truly had eyes. He could feel the surge of energy in his body. He had now broken through to at least level 10. Let us see how Tranlak deals with me now, he thought, happy and extremely smug. Keen Kwai saw this and started crying in fear. He hugged Tranlak's leg, begging him for salvation. He knew full well he was a traitor, so now Deepvu would deal with him first. Tranlak pushed Keen Kwai aside and cheerfully told Deepvu, sorry, but I am also a dual ability user, half a level higher. Tranlak paused, then rushed in front of him. He gripped his neck tightly and continued, I am definitely stronger than you. A stream of Tranlak's blue light enveloped them both. He asked, you dare to attack me? Do you have a death wish? Seeing the two high-level experts fighting, Keen Kwai ran away in fear. After all, his mission was complete. If he stayed here, he might get caught in the crossfire. Tranlak still wanted to swallow up Deepvu's base, so he could not let him destroy this place. He calculated silently. Then, the two of them flew into the air. Tranlak still held onto his clothes tightly as if afraid he would escape. Come on, he said. Let us find another place to fight. The two flew through the air, with a horde of wandering zombies below them. Tranlak wanted to use Deepvu to lure out a high-level zombie. After all, before he departed from this world, he should do something useful. At this moment, Deepvu finally realized that Tranlak had been targeting him for a long time. He gritted his teeth in anger. Tranlak's expression had changed by this point. Like a demon from hell, he told him, that is right, one mountain cannot have two tigers, and only one of us can live. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Tranlak slapped his head hard, causing blood to flow from his nose and mouth. Deepvu did not understand why. Even as a dual ability user, he still could not beat Tranlak. He was truly very strong. He thought if he did not run, he might not even be able to keep his life. This was the moment. His chance to escape had come. Deepvu launched an attack to escape Tranlak's control. He staggered dizzily in the air. He quickly turned to flee. Tranlak shouted for him to give up because even if he ran, He could not escape. He raised his hand and used void imprisonment to capture him. Deep Vu was now unable to move. Tranlac calmly flew up from behind, raised his sword, and smiled. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. Was he really going to die here? The sword swung down, and Deep Vu covered his head to brace for the impact, but it seemed Tranlac had accidentally missed. Suddenly, a holy light appeared over a very wide area. Tranlac deduced this was a king-level light system mutant. He joyfully turned to look at Deep Vu, who still did not understand anything and was standing there, gritting his teeth in anger, waiting to be executed. He thought to himself, as expected of you. Deep Vu, yeah, you are amazing. The white-haired guy said they were being too noisy at night, then got into a stance, preparing to attack. A beam of golden light shot out. Tranlac quickly dodged to the side, and it headed straight for Deep Vu, who was standing there taking it. He could not run. He could only hopelessly raise his hands to his face to block the attack, letting out a piercing scream, but he was completely unharmed. Deep Vu's face turned pale with surprise. Tranlac was also surprised. This beam of light was not an attack but a buff that enhanced various strengths. Deep Vu held out his hands and looked. A bright aura of energy was surging around him. Tranlac thought to himself, is this the power of a lucky person? Deep Vu cheered with joy. He said he knew he would not end so easily. As he spoke, he gathered his power, preparing to fight Tranlac. After speaking, he unleashed a rather powerful attack. A large wave of fire was launched towards Tranlac, who just stood there, unimpressed by his luck, showing no reaction yet. Although he was extremely surprised by Deep Vu's luck and the light system user's ability to buff strength, everything was still within Tranlac's control. Seeing Tranlac having to hover in the air to dodge his attack, Deep Vu smugly thought Tranlac was afraid. Seeing Deep Vu flying closer to fight him, Tranlac did not allow it. He stopped Deep Vu with an invisible force, telling him not to be in a hurry. He would deal with the king-level user, and then it would be his turn. Tranlac used time acceleration, creating a long distance from Deep Vu, and rushed to attack the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie could not defend in time. It only saw Deep Vu's attack slashing randomly around its body. It could only scream helplessly in pain. Deep Vu stood to the side, watching Tranlac easily send the zombie to the afterlife and even extract its crystal. He did not know what kind of abilities Tranlac possessed to make this mutant explode so easily. Tranlac saw the king-level crystal he had always yearned for. He gleefully and quickly stored it in his space. After dealing with the king-level mutant, Tranlac turned back to look at Deep Vu. He dealt with the buff on Deep Vu by using time acceleration to exhaust his long-term buff. Deep Vu was bewildered, not knowing what happened because his long-term buff was not supposed to be up yet. Why did it disappear so quickly? Seeing that Deep Vu had lost his power, Tranlac enlightened him. Do you finally know who is the unlucky one between us? While Deep Vu was still stunned by the disappearance of his power, Tranlac stepped forward and gave him a slap that made Deep Vu spit out a mouthful of syrup. After taking a hit, Deep Vu collapsed to the ground. Tranlac did not forgive him for that. He summoned his sword and approached Deep Vu. Deep Vu knew today was his last day. Lying weakly on the ground, he looked at Deep Vu and said he had lost. After speaking, more syrup flowed from his mouth. Tranlac felt a little pity for him. He said that since he was in a good mood today, he would let him leave his last words, as long as the request was not too unreasonable. He could help him fulfill it. Even now, Deep Vu still was not afraid. His last words were that Tranlac would become a great demon king, drenched in the syrup of others, isolated, and betrayed, as if touching upon the pain of his past life, the things Tranlac had once done. Like a curse, he swung his sword towards Deep Vu. Ending his life, Tranlac took the crystal from Deep Vu's forehead. It was a level 9 windfire crystal, very suitable for Lin. He would take it to her. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, as if expressing the killer whale's resentment. It was determined to find Tranlac and get revenge. Bacha looked at the whale that had just created the lightning bolt, seemingly deep in thought. Before, he was the only king level. Now, unexpectedly, there was also a whale. He secretly calculated that if it were not for Tranlac, he would choose to devour the whale to consolidate his own position. But now it had a grudge against Tranlac, and if it found Tranlac, it would be a helper. He proposed to the killer whale, "Be my left protector, and let us deal with Tranlac together." The killer whale naturally agreed and wanted to go right away. But Bacha was not in a hurry because 2 days ago, he had discovered the whereabouts of Haiko and Ngong Song. As if given important information, the whale immediately turned to scout the way, and then they would act. Of course, Bacha would obediently wait for the news brought by the killer whale. Tranlac was planning to return to the base for a nap when Rice Cat had something to report to him. While licking its fur, it said that its feeling was that the day after tomorrow, a group of enemies from the sea would arrive. And they were not ordinary. As soon as Tranlac heard from the sea, he guessed it was Bacha's group. For the first time, Tranlac felt quite annoyed, because he just needed 1 week. He could absorb the dual crystal and reach king level. By then, if Bacha came, he could still deal with him. But if he came the day after tomorrow, the problem was that 2 days was not enough time to absorb it, let alone reach king level. The cat suggested that Tranlac should just avoid them for now. It would be very difficult for them to find him. Tranlac did not think so. If it were just him alone, he could come and go as he pleased. But now, Tranlac had a large family and business. If he ran away, the members would not be able to cope. For now, the only option was to face Bacha head-on. Rice Cat told him not to overthink it. It might be dangerous, but it felt that nothing major would happen to Tranlac, since Tranlac wanted to fuse his abilities. It felt this was the opportune moment. Tranlac felt as if Rice Cat had solved all his difficult problems. He happily hugged it. That is right, he could still use his ability fusion to deal with Batch Hao. After talking with Rice Cat, Tranlac went into the room to see Milap. Seeing her reading a book with glasses on, he was worried she was nearsighted and asked about it. Actually, it was not that. Milap just felt that reading with glasses on gave a better feeling. Tranlac agreed and praised her. He also felt that Milap looked quite good in glasses and told her he had obtained a light system crystal. Tranlac wrapped his arm around Milap and took out the light system crystal. Milap did not want to accept it because it was too precious for her. Tranlac did not care. He advised her to take it and reach level 10 soon. Then she could help him more. Below, in the Sea God's palace, Batch Ho summoned his subjects to go find Tranlac for revenge. He spoke of Tranlac's crimes in front of the other sea creatures. Tranlac was the enemy, the one who had massacred their brothers. He was currently on land, and they should go ashore with him. But the sea creatures seemed unwilling. Some were afraid of not having legs. Others moved very slowly on land and could not exert their strength, so they wanted to stay and guard the palace. Hearing everyone's refusal, the killer whale roared, "Stop making excuses." It and the sea god would transport them there. If they still refused to go, it would beat them to death. At that moment, a seagull flew by and transformed into a white-haired girl. She also wanted to go with Batch Ho's group. Batch Ho clearly did not know who the seagull was. He wondered why a random creature would fly to his palace and say it wanted to go. Utterly ridiculous. Before she could even introduce herself, the white bird spoke up. She was brought by it. Her name was Bako, and she was its friend. After being introduced by her friend, she began to speak more about herself. She had met Tranlac, and he had caught her attention. However, in terms of strength, Batch Ho was the sea god, but he was weak, and Tranlac ran away when he saw her, so she advised Batch Ho to mobilize more manpower to deal with him. Batch Ho did not feel happy in his heart that the seagull dared to mock him. After the operation was over, Batch Ho decided he would eat her, but on the surface, he agreed to bring the seagull along. 2 days later, sharks and the killer whale carried octopuses and starfish on their backs to surround and attack the city. When the two of them came ashore, they saw Tran Hao standing in front of them, along with Haiko and Gong Song, as if they had been waiting for them. Tranlac even mocked Batch Ho. "Aka the white shark, are not you the self-proclaimed sea god? Yet you are not punctual at all. You made me wait so long." Batch Ho saw Tranlac standing before him. He was surprised, thinking, could it be that Tranlac knew I was coming here to find him, or was there a traitor in his organization? After a moment's thought, Batch Ho did not care. He called Tranlac a little brat and demanded his armor back, but Tranlac was not afraid. He got it through his own ability. If Batch Ho wanted it back, he had to prove his own ability. Defeat him, then we will talk. As he spoke the challenge, he thought to himself, since Batch Ho has arrived, perhaps this was the opportunity that little Rice Cat had predicted for him. Tranlac smiled. This was the chance for him to try fusing his time and space abilities. But to his surprise, Tranlac saw his future self with long hair and a scruffy beard. He widened his eyes as if he could not believe himself. Mouth hung open. He said that even being dumbfounded could not describe his surprise at this moment. As if suddenly realizing something, he smiled brightly and reached his hand towards the future Tranlac. So this was the effect of the space ability. Using his power from the future, the power of the future Tranlac was above king level. It was emperor level. A dazzling light shone, connecting him in the present and Tranlac in the future. Tranlac accepted the emperor level power. Now possessing this energy, he was not afraid of 3 king level opponents like Batch Ho. He vowed to make Batch Ho and his group tremble in their boots. Batch Ho saw Tranlac grinning. He charged towards Tranlac and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Last time, his punch made Tranlac's nose bleed. This time, he would give Tranlac a black eye. Seeing Batch Ho attack him, Tranlac now had only one thought in his mind. I hope Batch Ho takes it slow. Summoning spacetime was almost instantaneous, but the process of bringing the power was a bit slow. Of course, Batch Ho would not care. He just kept attacking, shouting loudly that this time, if Tranlac dared to run, he would go into Tranlac's city, capture him, and, no matter how loudly he shouted, Tranlac could not hear him. Tranlac thought he was done for, but Batch Ho could not hit him. Tranlac was confused, and Batch Ho was just as confused. He did not know what kind of ability this was, why his attacks could not touch Tranlac. Seeing Tranlac being attacked by Batch Ho, Heiko and Nugong Song wanted to protect Tranlac while he was absorbing energy, but Tranlac shouted for everyone to retreat and give him 2 minutes. As if they did not hear what Tranlac said, Heiko and Gong Song still advanced, focusing their attacks and quickly striking at Batch Ho. At this moment, a red-eyed seagull flew in front of Tranlac. When he saw it, he began to feel that this seagull's attack was a bit familiar, possibly the one from last time. The seagull revealed its true form, and Tranlac finally realized it was indeed the one he and Fat Vong had met before. He realized she was not a zombie. On Heiko and Gong Song's side, the killer whale launched a large bolt of lightning towards where they were standing, which was very dangerous. Ngong Song wanted Heiko to calm down and move aside, but this lightning bolt was very fast. Heiko knew she could not dodge in time this time. Heiko pushed Ngong Song hard, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. She then moved forward, stood in front of Ngong Song, and gathered energy to counter the killer whale's attack. At this moment, an eye appeared in the sky, right behind the killer whale and Heiko. This was Haiko's skill. She shouted towards them. Do you have a death wish? Ngong Song also stood up and created a ground formation. Sharp ice spears emerged from within, heading straight for Bach Hao. Wanting to take their lives, Bach Hao easily dodged. After all, he was king level and would not be easily injured by these things. But it would be a bit troublesome. He looked at the seagull behind him and said, "Prove your ability. If you can kill Ngong Song and Haiko, I will reward you handsomely." The seagull gently summoned a pair of red eyes. As if it could see into the inner hearts of Haiko and Ngong Song, the seagull mumbled, "Come here. Let me activate the killing intent in your heart." Suddenly, a sharp pain made Haiko's head feel like it was about to explode. She could only hold her head and scream. The seagull continued to mumble, "Quickly lose your reason completely and fall into a killing frenzy." Haiko's eye color suddenly changed from white to bright red. She frowned, as if becoming a different person, wanting to destroy everything. After saying that, Haiko suddenly retracted all her skills and vanished into thin air. To everyone's astonishment, the killer whale saw Haiko retreat and wondered why the seagull did not kill her but let her leave so easily. Bach Hao also did not understand what was happening. He asked the seagull if she was buffing Haiko. Although he had many questions, Bach Hao did not want to waste any more time here with Tran Lak's group. He called the killer whale to go with him into Tran Lak's city to kill people en masse. Tran Lak was still waiting to absorb the energy. He could only watch as Bach Hao entered the base. He was anxious, wondering how much longer this summoned space-time power could possibly take. Upon entering Tran Lak's base, the killer whale and Bach Hao arrived at a place quite different from the rest. As if it were a gathering place for core members, the killer whale unleashed dark lightning. It decided this would be the starting point of the massacre. It angrily roared, calling for the people inside to come out and taste its anger, to pay with their lives for its younger brother. At this moment, Daitru rushed out to block. He shouted that as long as he was here, the killer whale should not even dream of achieving its goal. The killer whale seemed to have lost all reason. It shot a high-voltage current straight at Daitru, scornfully saying, "You think you can stop me alone?" Before Daitru could make a move, Milap rushed forward and used her protective force to block the killer whale's dark lightning. However, Milap's protection could not withstand this powerful attack and shattered. But it was not without effect. The killer whale's attack was also diverted. It was so surprised its jaw dropped. Bach Hao, standing beside it, suddenly seemed to see something he had been looking for a long time. He frowned and stared intently at Milap, or more precisely, at the bright red thing between them. Annoyed, he said the divine armor topaz that Tran Lak had stolen from him was nowhere to be seen. It turned out Tran Lak had given it to her. He then came to the conclusion that the relationship between Milap and Tran Lak was not simple. Bach Hao wanted to kill Milap because her death would surely cause Tran Lak pain. But it was not easy to touch Milap. Ngong Song attacked Bach Hao from behind, warning him that to touch Milap, he would have to get past her first. While Bach Hao was caught off guard, Ngong Song launched a large ice stream, freezing him into an ice statue. Seeing that Bach Hao was frozen, the killer whale wanted to lend him a hand. It launched a lightning bolt even larger than before towards Milap, wanting to kill her to avenge its younger brother. This bolt of lightning was both faster and stronger than before, heading straight for Milap. She could only stand there in shock, like a lost soul. Phap Vong had to run out and shout, warning Milap to get out of the way, so it could assist her. But Phap Vong had just blocked the blow and had not had a chance to counter when Hyo used her mesmerizing eyes on him. Murmuring for the dog to come to her, an insignia appeared on Phap Vong's forehead. It froze, its eyes glowing red as it flew towards her. Milap looked at the changed Phap Vong, both startled and worried. At this point, Ngong Song's skill could no longer hold Bach Hao. He broke free from her ice, which meant she would suffer a backlash and spit out some syrup. Ngong Song lay exhausted on the ground. She had not expected 3 king levels to appear at the same time. If she wanted to hold them off until Tran Lak returned, she could only use that skill. She gathered all her remaining energy, closed her eyes with effort, and activated the skill Sorrowful Frost, which was probably her final move. She managed to freeze the killer whale, Hya, and Bach Hao before she passed. She silently said goodbye to her friends in Tukwang City, and the most special person she wanted to thank and apologize to was Tran Lak. At this time, on the seashore, the present Tran Lak and the future Tran Lak finally merged their energies, successfully transferring the Emperor-level power. As soon as the merger was successful, he immediately used spatial travel to enter the headquarters, gleefully warning the seafood that the Emperor had arrived, and they were just waiting to be killed. Before Tran Lak could kill a single sea creature, he saw Milap holding Ngong Song and crying uncontrollably, repeatedly calling Ngong Song's name. But Ngong Song just lay there, as if she were already dead. Tran Lak was now horrified and asked what had happened. Milap sobbed out that Ngong Song had sacrificed herself to protect her. After telling Tran Lak the whole story, Milap hugged Ngong Song again, crying and blaming herself for being useless. After hearing this, Tran Lak did not know what to say, only clenching his fists and silently thanking Ngong Song for protecting Milap. Then, he turned his head to look at the 3 ice blocks of Bach Hao's group that Ngong Song had left behind before she died, vowing to use their heads to commemorate her. While Tran Lak was frowning and thinking about how to deal with them, a bright blue light from behind attracted his attention. It was Milap using blue light to save Ngong Song, not the usual gold. She used her energy while murmuring as if hypnotized, repeating over and over, "I do not want her to die." Milap kept expending energy like this, but with no result. She could only helplessly beg Ngong Song to come back to life. Tranlac looked at this energy. It felt a bit familiar. He guessed this might be a true resurrection. He was afraid that using it so hastily, Milap might have to pay a heavy price. But he suddenly remembered that Ngong Song had also sacrificed herself to save Milap, so Milap could not just stand by and watch. But no matter how much energy Milap spent, or how much time passed, it all failed. Ngong Song showed no signs of waking up. At this time, Bacho broke out of Ngong Song's ice block. He was furious. To be able to trap him for so long was truly impressive. However, using such restraining tactics was useless against him. He declared that everyone in Tukwang City must die today. Bacho was happily and triumphantly laughing, when a familiar hand suddenly came at him, aiming right for his right cheek and striking it. That hand belonged to Tranlac. He used Void Shift to approach Bach Hao and give him a slap, making him spit out all the syrup in his mouth. Flying far away, Tranlac corrected his previous statement. Today would be Bach Hao's reincarnation day, not anyone else's in Tukwang City. Bach Hao was sent flying far away by Tranlac's slap, spinning several times, unable to stop. He could only spin helplessly while spitting blood. When he finally stopped, Bach Hao looked up at Tranlac, not believing what he had just felt. He could not believe how Tranlac had such great power. He kept denying these possibilities. Bach Hao channeled energy into his punch, wanting to return it to Tranlac, but he did not care, still standing still waiting for his fist. Bach Hao thought Tranlac would be knocked out by his lightning punch. But even though he had used all his strength, Tranlac still blocked it very easily. The killer whale saw that Bach Hao was at a disadvantage. It gathered energy and shot it towards Tranlac, wanting to help Bach Hao take him down. It concentrates lightning energy in its mouth into a large orb, performing the world-destroying thunderstorm technique, and fires it at Tronlex. But Becky Ho knows Tronlex can use instant teleportation to easily dodge, so the killer whale's attack can't easily hit him. Tronlex seems to read Beckfluff's mind, guessing he is thinking Tronlexi will use instant teleportation to flee. Botho's eyes widen in surprise at being read so accurately, but contrary to his guess, Tronlex just gently lifts him up to face the killer whale's world-destroying thunderstorm. This time, Tronlex won't run. Instead, he will use Beffio to block the attack. Seeing the attack heading towards him, he wants to dodge but cannot escape Tronlex's grip. Of course, Haiyu can't be left out. Tronlex breaks the ice on her and uses Void Imprisonment to pull Haiyu towards him. Tronlex lifts both Lijo and Beffaho up to meet the killer whale's attack, as if sacrificing them both to avenge Yingisung. Liu finds herself being controlled. She does not understand why she is here and about to take the full force of the lightning orb. She struggles with all her might but still can't escape. Finally, the lightning orb hits Bsho's group, causing an unprecedentedly large explosion. Only piercing screams remain, with no one in sight. It was thought that Haiju was dead, but she managed to use her mental power to escape the explosion. Though she could not escape Tronleka's grasp, Tronlutz contemptuously steps on her head. For someone with mental powers, she is so weak, which is a huge disappointment. Hayu looks up at Tronlex, not understanding why her mental powers work on others but not on him. Tronlefi does not answer her, but instead crushes her head under his foot until it is a pulp, the blood splattering onto his face. Bulikyo is terrified seeing how Tronlefa took down Hayu, because Asiyu was also king level, yet Tronlefi killed her so easily. The killer whale sees Tronleka's power and is also startled by how strong he is. It is fundamentally no match for him. The killer whale turns to leave. For a vengeful sea creature, 10 years is not too late for revenge. However, Tronlefa turns his gaze towards the killer whale, not about to let it go so easily. He uses Void Walk. He appears in front of the killer whale, wanting to send it to meet its younger brother. The killer whale sees Tron and Lessie appear beside it in the blink of an eye, and a cold sweat breaks out without it even realizing. Now, it can neither run nor fight back. The killer whale decides to risk it all against him, starting to gather lightning in its mouth to strike at Tronlex. Tronlex is not in a hurry. He just calmly summons the dimensional sword, ready to fight at any moment. Suddenly, he turns to look at Bekefho and sees him sneakily trying to run away. He squints his eyes and smiles at him, comforting Bexo not to be hasty. His turn will come. While the killer whale is still gathering energy in its mouth, Tronico quickly uses the dimensional sword to slice it into many pieces, giving it no chance to fight back. Basiko sees Tronton kill Haziyu and the killer whale so easily. He is terrified but still can't believe how powerful Tronlex suddenly became. Tronlefa turns back to Chekama of Lava Jing, seeing her still trying to use the green light to save Ming Sang. But now, the green light is mixed with a bit of yellow, enveloping Jing Singa's body. The resurrection technique seems to have leveled up. Surprisingly, after a while, Ningyiguzumi is able to breathe, although she still has not opened her eyes. Malefi hears Injing Gesing's breathing and shouts with joy. She knows she succeeded. She did it. She looks at Injing Sing full of hope, certain that she will wake up. Tronleka orders the survivors to help Mubak and Injingjing into a room first, while he returns to the coast to check on Heise's situation, conveniently taking the bastard Buchiho with him. Tronlef uses Void Shift to teleport to the coast. He sees Isi lying there motionless, not knowing what happened to her. He runs over while shouting her name. As soon as he sees Heise, He immediately checks her energy to assess her condition and feels relieved that she only passed out from excessive energy consumption. Next, he turns his gaze, staring intently at the sea surface to do what he should do. He looks at the level 10 sea creatures frozen in a large block of ice. He wants to make full use of their energy to form a strategy. Previously, Trunlef had hastily made Highsea the sea god precisely because he wanted to subdue them, but seeing Highsea's comatose state, Trunlef decides to become the sea god himself. Trunlef throws Butch Heko to the ground and repeats his words. Anyone who follows Butch Ho, he will kill on sight. But it seems everyone treated his words as if they were just wind passing by, so they deserve to be killed. Butch Ho disagrees. He lies on the ground, blood pouring out nonstop, and looks up at Tron Lex. He clearly sees that Tron Legacy is intentionally slaughtering the sea creatures. Suddenly, Trunleffy grabs his head, as if turning into a different person. Trunleffy stares at him and says Butch Heo has usurped his godhood. He is the true sea god. Or rather, the sea king. Butch Heo is just an impostor who dared to provoke him. Today, Trunless will sacrifice Butch Heo to the heavens. Trunluff uses void imprisonment to throw Butch Heo straight into the sky like a chicken. Not forgetting to tell the sea creatures below to look closely at what the power of a true god is, the frozen sea creatures begin to panic and fear Tron-Lekka's power. They start comparing. Butch Heo is king level, but in front of Tron Lex, he has no power to resist at all. Not only that, they now shout for each other to look at the sky. A golden beam of light splits the sky in two, illuminating the entire area. Butch Heo is not convinced. He yells at Tron Lef not to show off. Tron Lex just waves his hand, looking at him with contempt without saying anything. Butch Heo seems to fly into a rage. He strikes directly at Tron Lex, asserting that he is the sea god. But before he can finish forming his technique, a blue afterimage strikes him directly. This technique is so powerful that he has to revert to his original shark form with the hope of resisting it. However, not only can he not block the attack, but his shark body is sliced in two, killing him before he can even gasp. The blue afterimage does not stop after cutting through Butch Heo. It also slashes the ground, creating a massive chasm, and the surrounding pressure causes red sparks to fly out. After witnessing the battle, the sea creatures begin to submit to Tron Less, acknowledging that this is truly the power of a god. They apologize profusely, begging for forgiveness for not recognizing their sea king and being deceived by that shark to help him. Tron Left just speaks slowly to the trembling sea creatures below. Now that he will be the sea king, are they willing to follow him or not? The first one willing to follow Tron Lessie is a sea lion. It steps forward to greet the sea king and swears absolute loyalty to him. Seeing it is the first to step up, Tron Lessie decides to grant it power, both as a reward and to shock the sea creatures behind it a little more, making them easier to subdue. He decides to use time acceleration to turn this ordinary sea lion into a king-level being. The sea lion only sees a mass of blue lightning gradually surrounding it. Then, waves of pain pierce its body, invading its brain. Its head hurts so much it feels like it will explode. It can't think of anything else and can only scream in agony. A moment later, the sea lion has transformed into a girl with a super hot body. She looks up at Tron Lex. She can feel power similar to the black killer whale and knows she has reached a level equivalent to a king. Overjoyed and wanting to flatter Tron Lex, the sea lion bows down and kisses the tip of his shoe, calling Tron Lucky Lord Sea King, repeatedly saying he is her god and she truly submits to him. Ignoring the sea lion's flattery, Tron Luffy turns his gaze to the remaining sea creatures. Tron Luffy guarantees that if they follow him, within a year, they can obtain this kind of power, but in his heart, he scoffs. After all, these are a bunch of level 10s. Even if he did not use time acceleration, in a year, these sea creatures would basically reach king level anyway. The moment he finishes speaking, the entire group kneels in unison on the sea surface, shouting the 4 words, "We greet the sea king." At this moment, the loud cry of the Kim Liu attracts Tron Left's attention. He looks in the direction it is flying, which seems to be towards the base. The Kim Liu would not cry out like that for no reason. He decides he must quickly finish things here, then return to the base to see what is happening. Chapter 168. At the base, specifically in the Kim Li's hay nest, 2 Kim Liu eggs have hatched. 2 baby Kim Liu have emerged from the eggs and are crying loudly for their mother. As soon as Tron Lef returns to the base, he follows the direction of the Kim Ziyu. Seeing the 2 baby Kim Liu emerge like 2 chickens, he can't help but smile, as this is a happy event for the base. Tron Lek looks at these 2 little ones, then negotiates with the Kim Ziyu. He has a way to make them grow up quickly. If the mother Kim Liu wants, he will do it right now. Seeing the mother Kim Liu agree, he uses Void Walk and tells it to follow him, conveniently carrying the 2 small Kim Ziyu, like 2 little golden chickens, along with them. After all, making the little Kim Liu grow up in an instant is a top-tier skill that must be shown off in front of everyone. Tron Lexi brings the 2 Kim Ziyu to where the sea creatures were earlier. He introduces the Kim Viyu as his mount that has contributed greatly, so he is preparing to reward it. He tells the sea creatures to watch closely as he will make its children grow up quickly. Of course, growing up so quickly is absurd. The sea creatures still can't understand Tron Lecky's meaning, but even though they do not understand, they do not dare to object or question. Just staring at him, Tron Lethis places the 2 baby Kim Yu in front of him. He uses time acceleration to transfer power to them. The 2 baby Kim Liu just sit there dumbfounded, watching Tron Lake perform his magic, showing no resistance at all. Surprisingly, in just a short time, The two baby Kim Liu transform into two giant Kim Liu with glossy golden feathers. The sea creatures are too surprised by this supernatural event. They can't believe their eyes and keep looking at the two Kim Liu. If they are not dreaming, then this ability of Tron Lessie is too powerful. Feeling that the performance is over, Tron Lef gently orders the mother Kim Liu to lead her children back. At this moment, the seahorse starts to get flustered and asks Tron La. It also has children now. Could he help its children grow bigger? Tron Lessie does not agree right away, as he is still waiting to see its performance. He thinks to himself that he must build an underwater palace here and specialize in raising these children to become future king levels. After winning over the sea creatures, Tron Lek sends them away, telling them to wait for him at the coast in a month, and to bring their children if they have any, if he has their children in his hands. Even if they have thoughts of disobedience in the future, they will have to think twice. After handling everything, Tron Luffy uses Void Walk to return to the base in a very happy mood. His good mood does not last long as a sharp pain suddenly strikes his heart, preventing him from using Void Walk. His vision blurs, and he can't see clearly ahead. Finally, Trunluck decides to land in the forest, then vomits a mouthful of blood. His body staggers, and his face turns pale from the loss of stamina. Trunluck can feel that the Emperor-level power he borrowed has disappeared. His crystal seems to be on the verge of shattering. Right now, he can only hug his chest and helplessly regulate his breathing. Trunluck stumbles towards the base. It seems that only when he reaches king level can he easily use the ability fusion without paying a price. A few days later, on a day that was neither sunny nor rainy, Trunluck and Movi finally have some leisure time. The two of them are like the Condor heroes, sitting on the great Kim Ziyu, enjoying the breeze. Mility is observing the surroundings. She suddenly looks down and sees a black patch of something, but she does not know what it is. Trunluck also looks down. He sees a swarm of black animals with rather long tails and large red eyes, like a mutated species. He is sure they are rats. Judging by the number, there must be 40,000, 50,000 of them. They are strong and numerous enough to attack a city. Manga Lussie is shocked to the point of turning pale when she hears the number. She does not understand why they have gathered together. Trunluck of course does not know. But since they are still 700, 800 miles away from the Kwang city, he is not concerned. Hearing this, Minlufa feels as if she has taken a sedative and is no longer worried. After flying a bit further, Milunki and Trunluff discover a swarm of flying ants, also gathered into a massive army, and he has a bad feeling about this, because with the rats, he could have considered it a surprise. But for both types of creatures to be acting on such a large scale makes him unable to guess what might have happened. Trunluck and Malif decide to return to the base first. With such an unpredictable phenomena, they must quickly inform the members to be on high alert. That night, Trunquang reports to Tronlus that a large number of mole rats and giant ants have been detected 50 miles away, and they might reach the Kwang city in over an hour. Trunluck did not expect them to actually charge towards the Kwang city, although he does not know the reason. It does not matter. He will treat this as a challenge for the members of the base. Trunluck orders Tronquang to gather all members and prepare for battle. An hour later, after gathering all the members in the city, Trunluck announces that he will not intervene this time. Everyone will have to rely on themselves. Trunluck points towards the swarm of rats and ants. He does not care what methods they use. As long as they stop them, they have to stop them anyway. Everyone chants the slogan that they will definitely succeed, not letting a single rat or ant enter the city. Feeling it is not enough, Trunluck continues. If they fall, the food stored in the base and the crops being grown will be gone. From then on, everyone will have to catch rats to eat. Everyone shouts loudly, "Protect the food, protect the base," and they all rush forward to fight them. The swarm of rats and ants charges straight ahead as if wanting to fight to the death with the Kwang city. Everyone steels their nerves, ready to fight. The battle scene is extremely chaotic. All that can be seen is fire. Ice attacks are launched towards the mutated rats. They are sent flying everywhere, their corpses scattered on the ground. In the sky, the winged ants are having a hard time with the windstorm. The wind pulls them into a vortex. Their wings and legs are torn off, scattered everywhere. For the rats that have climbed onto the cliffs, continuous lightning bolts are shot at them, preventing them from climbing up, or even surviving. At this moment, the lead rat seems to have discovered something. It turns back and calls for its rat pups to follow it. It turns out there is a cave underground. The rats swarm down into it. The groans of Trunleva's army echo across the sky. They can't even handle the ones on the ground and in the sky. And now there are ones underground. They start to feel overwhelmed. That is the Veen. She summons a blizzard to attack the flying ants, pulling them into a vortex, unable to struggle or escape the storm's range. However, when she wants to attack deeper and eradicate them, a protective layer surrounds the flying ants. Her blizzard technique is fundamentally unable to penetrate it. The Veen quickly orders the level 7 members to prepare their strongest skills, and the others will join forces to attack the flying ants' energy shield and try to defeat them. But the flying ants are not useless either. They can launch mental attacks. Each flying ant is attacking Trunluck's soldiers. The Vane discovered this when she saw a person fall down after being mentally attacked by an ant. She warns the others to be careful because they can launch mental attacks and to focus on supporting her. She concentrates her technique and summons a bow called the Frost Arrow, shooting an ice arrow towards the queen flying ant in the sky. The queen ant sees the ice arrow flying towards it. It does not have time to use its mental power to stop it before the arrow is right upon it. It can only stand there dumbfounded and motionless. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief seeing the queen flying and sealed in a block of ice. At this time, the Duvan quickly gives the order for everyone to leave the city. The urgent mission is to kill that queen ant. But not long after leaving the city, the ground suddenly shakes violently. The mutated rats from earlier swarm up from underground, surrounding Tronlech's soldiers. The people who left the city can only scream for help as the swarm of rats emerges from the ground. They are surrounded, bitten, and gnawed by the rats, covered in injuries, and can only beg for support from within. At this moment, Ingonling appears. She tells everyone to get out of the way, then concentrates her energy to summon a spatial storm, sucking all the rats into her space. Trunlef just stands and watches the battle scene. Seeing Ine Lin's quick and clean technique, he can't help but praise himself. She is truly worthy of being his disciple. The lead rat is furious. It can't believe that with so many comrades, it still can't conquer the Kwang city. It secretly resents humans for not only stealing the illusionary fruit, but also slaughtering its kin. The lead rat rushes forward, baring its large teeth, wanting to give the Kwang city a plague, to perish together with this city. Trunlech frowns as he observes this rat. He feels that it is not simple. It might be the leader of the rat swarm, as if their minds are connected. Trunlech's disciple, Ingyun Lane, also feels that this rat is not simple. She orders everyone to quickly kill it. Two subordinates rush forward, wanting to smash the rat to bits. But suddenly, the rat becomes deformed, veins pop out all over its body, and a full stench emanates from it. Its eyes become even redder. It keeps muttering as if hypnotized. I will kill them all. I will kill them all. At this moment, the people standing around the rat realize it is a plague. Everyone vomits. Unable to breathe, the closer one stands, the stronger the toxin spreads. Trunlef watches, unable to stand it. Just a swarm of rats could reduce the Kwang city's combat effectiveness by half. Trunlef decides he can only give the order for everyone to temporarily retreat first. But just as he is about to give the order, he sees his eye's familiar eye appear. Observing this chaotic scene, Ike emerges from that giant eye, spreading her arms, taking a deep, happy breath. She wonders what this energy is that makes her feel a little stronger. Hearing this, Trunlesi is shocked speechless. Trunlech sees Havite happily tilt her head up to the sky and begin to inhale the black smoke, which is considered toxins and plague, into her body. He wonders if this black substance can make Haicha stronger. Could it be that black substance is also a type of energy? After Hai finishes inhaling all the black substance, her face looks as blissful as if she just got high. Trunlesi does not know what to say, but he knows the Kwang city has overcome the most difficult period, and victory is just a matter of time. And that night, at Zia Trung's zombie base, someone whispers to Va Trong, giving him a high-grade crystal she found for him to absorb. Then, when Zia Trong becomes stronger, they will have a chance to go to the Kwang city to regain their honor. Zia Trong is bewildered, thinking he had a hard time finding a wife, but all day she thinks about attacking Tronlex. Yi Trang has to calm Kefsi down first, advising her 1,000 times not to act alone. If she wants to do anything, she must tell him first, but in his heart, he thinks it is so troublesome. He does not know how to dispel her thoughts of seeking revenge on Tronlex. At this moment, the Li Trong and subordinate, Min Thieu, rushes in, stammering that he wants to report, to expose something. He discovered that Li Tre Trung's newly recruited underling, Lai Aisha, is hiding a high-grade crystal. Before Yi Trung can say anything, Qin Si sarcastically implies to Zia Trong that they have fed, given drink to, and protected these subordinates. Yet he dares to hide things. Li Trung's group moves to Lei Haka's location. Without waiting for Lei Hava to react, Li Trong grabs his neck tightly in his astonishment. Li Trong gets straight to the point and asks Lei Ha if he hid the crystal. If so, hand it over quickly, because little Min Thu saw it. Lei Ha is surprised. Could Mun Tho's eyes be that sharp? Lei Haka sees that he can no longer hide, so he decides to show his hand to Zia Trong. He draws a circle of fire to easily escape Kai Rong's grip. Then, without waiting for Wei Trong and Kun Sixi to react, he shoots off like a rocket, leaving only an echo from afar. He had originally thought he could safely be Zia Trong's underling for a while, but it seems that is not possible, so he finally leaves. Ken Sik adds from behind that she did not expect Lei Haka to be so formidable. If he is not killed, he will be a future threat. Zi Trong listens to his wife, feels she is right, and then he must kill Li Hefa quickly. He will contact Tronlefe for help. Tronlef listens to the story Trong sends via sound wave. When he hears the name Liachha, he is a bit startled because in his past life, the first zombie to reach king level was also named Liachga. Tronlef remembers that 2 years ago, after the apocalypse, when Lihe became a king level, he raised humans and provided meat to the bases periodically. During that time, the survivors who were not above level 9 basically had no ability to resist the king level zombie Liachha. They could only be threatened and entered a dark period. However, this was a matter of the previous life. In this life, with Tronlesi here, he will not let Leha have the chance to wreak havoc and harm humanity. Tronlefty tells the other end of the transmission that he has the information. After he finishes his seclusion, he will help Dia Trong deal with Lehasha. Specifically, once Tronleken's crystal recovers, he will tear him to shreds. At this moment, someone informs Tronlesi that a level 8 member named Fang Fetheven wishes to see him. Tronleka finds the name a bit of a coincidence. He remembers that in his past life, this person also rose to king level but died at the hands of Lehakha while protecting humans. Tronlek suddenly feels a surge of interest. He jumps down and tells the soldier who just informed him to bring Fethen to the conference room to meet him. Treat him with a good attitude. The soldier shouts, "Yes, sir." Fethen gets to meet Tronlesh as he wished. Tronlek looks at him, wondering what Fethen wants to see him about. Fethen bows his head slightly, addressing Tronluffy as leader Tron, and tells him about the current situation. Tronletlux might soon become the enemy of everyone. Tronlesi does not care and asks back, "So what?" Fethen knows Tronlesi is strong, but if the survivors really do besiege the Kwang city, how will Tronluffy handle it? Tronlek suddenly stands up, silently looks straight at Fethen and asks him, "Then what do you think I should do?" Fethen is truly the same kind person as in the past life. He still feels that the remaining survivors are all pitiful people who cannot be killed. Seeing Tronluffy unmoved, he adds, "If he really kills the remaining survivors, won't Tronluffy's conscience bother him?" Tronless does not care. He only knows that if he spares them, it is not certain they won't cause trouble for him. Tronluffy does not want to drag this on. He looks straight at Fethen and asks pointedly, "So, you came here today to teach me how to act?" Fethen is also direct. If their paths are different and they can't get along, then if the day truly comes when Tronlex wants to kill the remaining survivors, he will stand on the opposing side. Tronlef gets angry and tells Fethen to get out before he changes his mind. In his heart, he curses him 100,000 times for being such a self-righteous saint. He will spare Fethen this one time out of respect for him dying in battle in the past life. Tronlech watches Fethen's back as he leaves and thinks carefully, in the face of absolute power, all struggles of the weak are futile. Once he controls the ocean, he will have those sea creatures lead his members to other continents to continue expanding their territory and growing stronger. In a remote mountainous area, in the extremely quiet air, Laika is absorbing the high-grade crystal he stole from Li Trong. As if about to level up, Laika suddenly clutches his head. A high-voltage current strikes his head directly, making him jolt and scream in pain. After enduring the pain, he regulates his breathing and smiles sinisterly. He finally succeeded. He has finally waited for this day. The day he completely broke through and ascended to the highest level. King level. He looks at his hands as if feeling the king level power he had always dreamed of. Not wanting to waste the effort he put into cultivating for so long, he now wants to make the whole world know about Li Acha, to make everyone submit at his feet. While feeling happy, he suddenly stops in his tracks, because Ekala wants to eliminate the biggest threat before him, which is Tronlei's the Kwang City. However, as of now, he still does not know the true strength of the Kwang City and its internal experts. He won't act rashly until he has that information. Ukulele flies out of the cave. He decides that before causing trouble for the Kwang City, he will first test what level his power is at. Looking from above, he decides to cause trouble in another urban area with a decent number of people to test his strength. At the same time below, the Fupyiging is patrolling around the base that Hao Lei is targeting, because Phip Vieng feels this base has a lot of people and might attract high-level zombies. Before he could patrol much, the Fupying sees houses exploding one by one in front of him. He is so surprised that he curses. Could his premonition have been right? Is something really happening? Above, LA is comfortably launching fire energy down at every house he sees. He wants these humans to have a chance to test his power a bit. Place after place is covered in Hagal blazing red flames. The people have to flee in panic because a zombie has arrived. The people can only hope that Fian Fethen can save them. Some people blame Fian Fethen for just standing there and doing nothing. He once promised to always protect the people, but now he is not killing this zombie. Fian Fethen's face turns pale with fear as he looks at the ever-growing flames. He silently curses in his heart. Why is this trouble happening at such a sensitive time? Because no one is stopping him. Akale continues to leisurely launch his fire energy down at each house, so that everyone can remember him as Heka Li. Fi then sees the powerful explosion of flames in front of him and quickly covers his face to avoid injury. He knows this is a mutated zombie. Fi then's face turns pale as he looks at the large crater left by the zombie. His pupils contract, and he trembles, thinking, where did this monster come from? Why is it so strong? Hirole continues to happily fire his shots. Feeling it is not exciting enough, he continues to summon a massive fire that vaguely resembles a giant, blazing red bird. He wants to show everyone another ultimate move. Seeing Heavili's technique, people run for their lives in chaos. Some are even trampled upon. Fi then shouts in all four directions, trying to calm everyone down. Don't panic. Absolutely do not push and do not trample on others. The situation is too chaotic for him to manage anymore. Hirole just watches happily as the crowd runs in disarray. He wants them to be in pain and despair because today is the day they will die, and no one can save them. Phoebe Ving sees this and is startled. He feels Heavily is too arrogant. So today he will protect humanity and teach Hale a lesson. The Phoebe flies over, gathers energy in his hand, attacks Heavily and shouts that he is the vice leader of the Kwang City. If Ali intends to exterminate the human race, he must ask for his opinion first. When Ekale hears he is the vice leader of the Kwang City, his ears twitch. He looks towards the one attacking his protective shield. Li is filled with excitement. His eyes widen as he stares at Phep Vang. He feels that Pho Pi Vang arrived at the perfect time. Just when he wanted to probe the strength of the Kwang City, Li retreats, distancing himself from Phop Vizan, and launches a flame meteor at Phop Ang with astonishing speed. Pho Pi Yang scoffs at the speed of Akale's flame meteor. He feels that with just this speed, trying to hit him is just a dream. Fig easily dodges all of Halley's fire bursts, seeing his technique easily dodged by Phop Vang. Hakali is a bit annoyed. He looks at FEV, wanting to deliver a finishing blow. Let us see if Phopving can still dodge this. Hayrily smugly summons a dragon-shaped flame, roaring towards Phi Ving. This fire dragon seems to have a spirit, attacking Phi V, surrounding his body. The Phi Ying sees how the dragon attacks and knows he is in trouble. Only now does Phi feel truly lucky to have dual abilities. He begins to gather energy, using the key swallows the world technique to dodge Halley's fire dragon. But the more wind Fubro blows, the wider the flames spread. Although Phop Ving dodges the attack, the flames still relentlessly surround him. Hakale, surrounded by red flames, arrogantly watches Phop Ving being trapped. He laughs, saying Phi De Ving's techniques are useless and he cannot escape Akale's flames. Hearing this, Phi De has a moment of distraction, and that moment of distraction gives Hakale's flames a chance to strike him straight in the stomach, causing Phop Ving to cry out in pain. Before the first hit has even sunk in, the second one follows. The flames form a tornado and continue to attack Phop Ving directly. Only now does he belatedly realize that he has carelessly underestimated his enemy. Seeing the red flames getting closer and closer, Phu knows that if he gets hit by this flame again, he will definitely meet Tron Lessie in the next life. Facing too many of Harrowly's fire bullets surrounding him, Phu Ving seriously thinks he must retreat with all his might, or he will really become roasted dog meat. The Phu Ying concentrates lightning energy in his hand, forming a thunder punch. He knocks away each incoming fire bullet and successfully dodges the technique. Hellai of course sees how Pho Pi Vang counters his fire bullets. He can't believe Fei Bing actually escaped, but the truth is right before his eyes. He has to admit that Phi Vang is not simple. But Pho Pi Ving has figured out how to deal with him. With this Hekali, he will prolong the battle until he exhausts his energy, because maintaining these fire dragons must consume a lot of energy. Just as Phop Vadring predicted, after a long period of consuming energy without being able to catch him, Ellie has to stop, panting heavily, cursing him for being a stinky dog that only knows how to run. Hearing this, Kafi Being turns back and continues to taunt him. But if Ellie can't even catch up to a stinky dog like him, then what does that make Echolai? After a while, Ellie also realizes that Phep Vang wants to exhaust his stamina, so he stops attacking Epi Vanning. Looking at his back, Hakali thinks he has no way to take down Phop Vang, but since Phop Vang wants to protect humans, he has a way to make Phop Vang not dare to run away. He does not believe everyone in the Kwang City is as formidable as Phop Vang, so he decides to capture people. Let us see if Phoping will still turn a blind eye and run away alone. Akali jumps down from the sky and stands in front of Phi Thun. He grabs Phi Thun by the neck, pulling him closer, and asks Phi Thun about the Kwang City base. If he leads him there, he will spare Phi Thun's life. Phi Thun grits his teeth in pain, but he still answers that he does not know. Because in Phi Thun's mind, if Akali finds the location of the Kwang City, many more innocent people will have to die. Seeing that Phi Thun refuses to talk, he holds his neck tightly, lifts him into the air, and then engulfs Phi Thun in flames, making him scream in pain from being burned. Despite being threatened, despite being burned, Phi Thun still clenches his teeth and says nothing. He keeps repeating that he does not know, even as the flames burn him. Because Phi Thun does not want to do such a conscienceless thing, seeing that he can't get any information from Phi Thun. After burning him enough, Hakali throws him to the ground like a rag dog. Phi Thun feels exhausted. He thinks to himself that perhaps death would be a release for him. The Phupig is leisurely running when he notices Ha Li is no longer chasing him, so he has to turn back and continue to taunt him, laughing at why he is not chasing him anymore. But nothing special happens. Hurley collapses as if out of energy, looking up at Phopi Ving. He does not know what Ekale is plotting, so he keeps a safe distance and continues to taunt him to come and chase him. Hurley goes crazy. He lets out a scream, calling Phop Ving a stinky dog and that Phupfug forced his hand. At this moment, red fire pillars erupt from the ground like geysers, attacking Phuppy V. The Phipying struggles to dodge each wave of the fire formation. He does not know why the speed of this Hagali's technique has suddenly increased so dramatically while Phuppy V is still concentrating, thinking and trying to find a way to catch this madman. Below, Akale has already caught up to Phop Viga's speed, grabbing his leg and wanting to burn Phigop Faring with the fire formation. In the air, one lightning user and one fire user are grappling with each other. The fire user wants to kill Phopfug with one blow. As for Phop Vig, seeing the technique he wants to attack with, he is startled and scared because if this move really hits, even if it does not kill him, it will paralyze him. For the sake of his life, Phuppy Ving gathers all his remaining lightning energy to block this attack from Hale. A purple lightning aura is seen surrounding Phop Vang. The electric shock is so painful that Hale has to let go of Phop Ving's leg. He is scared and wants to land gently and leave because he suddenly feels this is a bad omen. But there is no escape. The Fupigan uses his Heavenly Thunder technique to attack, and Hekale can only use his Flame Shield to defend himself. When both are at their limit, a very large and thick bolt of lightning strikes down on a fire element protective circle. After a while, due to the impact, a large explosion occurs where the two fought. The ground is cratered, and black smoke fills the sky. Afupi V is panting heavily. He stares at Echoli. He knows his ability has been greatly consumed, so Hale must also be nearing his limit. Ele was also catching his breath. He did not want to believe that a dog from the City of Light could be his equal. The Dharma King leaped down from above, striking directly at Hevoli. Today, it had to bring the king-level crystal back for Tronlex. Hekale would not give up either. He used the last of his strength to look up at the Dharma King, telling it to come and see who would die first. The two, one lightning and one fire, attacked each other again. The scene was quite chaotic and intense, but the dialogue was childishly hilarious. The lightning one said, "Taste the dog's attack," while the fire one cursed, "Die, you damn dog." They were fighting, but it was hilarious. As the Dharma King attacked, it saw how he blocked the blow. The Dharma King was pleased because it knew he would use both hands to block its attack, and he had fallen into the trap because Hale only had two hands, while the Dharma King also had a tail. At that moment, a tail crackling with lightning attacked Hale with extreme speed and danger before Hekale could react to what was attacking him. He was hit by the Dharma King's ultimate lightning tail whip, which knocked him out and sent him falling from the sky, crashing hard onto the ground. Hurle was completely exhausted, lying still without moving. He was sweating profusely as he looked at the Dharma King, only able to scream that the Dharma King had cheated. The Dharma King did not care because it was a dog, and a dog's tail is its third arm, making it difficult for Hekale to defend against. The Dharma King did not plan to let Hale off so easily. It swooped down from above, moving towards him as fast as a lightning bolt. After getting close to Hale, the Dharma King struck again, letting him taste another of its fatal tail whips. The power of this lightning strike split the ground in two. Seeing that Hale was not completely dead, it jumped high, spun 360 degrees, and its tail flashed with a brilliant purple-pink lightning. It gave Hale one more free hit to send him part of the way to hell. After the final 3 blows, the Dharma King seemed to have exhausted all its stamina. It saw that it had finally sent this madman to his death, regulated its breathing while feeling happy inside. After the Dharma King had dealt with the body, it had to wait for Tronlexi to arrive. Because Tronlexi's crystal was broken, he had no way to use Void Walk to quickly get to the Dharma King. For the first time since gaining his powers, he had to run on foot, which was truly tiring. Fortunately, BERMM had predicted that nothing would happen to the Dharma King. Otherwise he would have worried himself to death on the way. The moment the Dharma King saw Tronlex, its dog eyes sparkled. Although it was a bit accusatory of Tronlex for being late, it still jumped up to take credit, saying it had handled everything. Then, the Dharma King reported the situation. Although Phethan had a kind heart, he was also a real man. Even until his death, he did not reveal the location of the City of Light. Tronlex looked silently towards Phythan's corpse, lamenting that in his past life, Phethan was also killed by Lihat, and it was the same in this life. Perhaps fate truly cannot be changed. Tronlex asked himself this question and then denied it himself. He could not think like that, because this life had already changed so much compared to the previous one. In the past life, Laika rampaged for half a year before dying. Now, he was killed just after appearing. And the one who killed him was the Dharma King, who in the past life was severely injured and held a grudge against humanity. At this time, at Ztrung's base, he and his wife were eating, enjoying their private time, when a subordinate ran in and said they had caught someone for him to enjoy. The captured man, with slicked back hair, stammered and begged Ztrung to spare his life, not to kill him because he was the leader of a base. He whispered in negotiation. If Ztrung let him go, he could provide Ztrung with any food it wanted. If Ztrung ate him, it would only be full for one meal, but letting him go could keep it full forever. Hearing that he was the leader of a base, Li Trung paused for a few seconds. It spit out the bone it was chewing and stared intently at the slicked back hair guy. Ztrung could let him go, but he had to gather information about the humans at his headquarters for it. Without a moment's hesitation, the slicked back hair guy immediately knelt on the ground and agreed to Ztrung's terms. Seeing this, it did not make things difficult, gently telling him to go and that if he had any trouble, he could tell Ztrung, who would help him solve it. The slicked back hair guy walked out in a daze. He thought back and was still scared. He never expected a simple trip outside would turn into his nightmare. However, fear was fear. But the Zombie King had said that if he had trouble, he could seek its help. At that moment, an idea suddenly flashed in the slick back hair guy's mind, and he could not stop the corner of his mouth from turning up. He and other bases were constantly being harassed and oppressed by the City of Light. Should he take this opportunity to ask the Zombie King to destroy the City of Light? Because zombies and humans are fundamentally on opposite sides. One mountain cannot have two tigers. The Zombie King would surely dislike the City of Light as well. He could borrow the Zombie King's power to eliminate the City of Light, while he just sat back and reaped the benefits. However, to ensure the plan went smoothly, he had to find some people to help. Suddenly, he remembered that Vinim Kekwai was not too bad, because after DV was killed by Tronlex, Kekwai had led his surviving subordinates to establish a new base. Kekwai surely hated Tronlex to the bone, and he would definitely agree to the idea of forming an alliance against the City of Light with both hands and feet. A few days later, the slick-back hair guy rushed to a place where someone was waiting. That person had blue hair and a white silk scarf wrapped around his neck. It was Vinikikwai. He called him Hechkodujing and asked what was so important that he sought him out in the middle of the night. Kodigan frowned and probed Kaya Kwai about his thoughts on the City of Light. Ket Kwai looked at him like he was an idiot. It was a well-known fact that he and the City of Light were irreconcilable enemies. If he could not avenge Big Brother Dip V, he swore he was not human. Hearing this, Cao Deng let out a sigh of relief. Just as he predicted, Cao Di began to talk about his plan to overthrow the City of Light, saying he had met a very powerful zombie king today. Before Cao Diding could finish his plan, Ket Kwai looked at him with a smile, guessing his next move was to use this powerful zombie. But in his heart, Ket Kwai chuckled because he knew the spy was about to achieve great merit again. Darkness enveloped the City of Light's base. Ket Kwai was using sound transmission to tell Tron Lek about Cao Diging's plan. He asked Tron Lech what the next step should be. Tron Lech gazed at the scenery outside the City of Light. He said in a deep voice to Ket Kwai not to rush, to let Go Ding find more people. Let us see who wants to oppose the City of Light, then catch them all in one net. At this point, he smiled and praised him. Tron Lech truly admired Ket Kwai. He felt that Ket Kwai had found his purpose in life. Ket Kwai played along, saying it was because Tron Lech had appeared and guided him. Tron Lech got into bed. He felt that the decision to keep Ket Kwai outside in disguise was the right one. It was a good way to gauge society's attitude towards him in the City of Light. Tron Lech took his own crystal out of his forehead, happily thinking that if they knew the zombie Lai Trong was his underling, their expressions would surely be priceless. Mova Lup opened Be Kem's door to check on its crystal absorption. If it was hungry, it should come out and eat something because Sister Engaki had made its favorite grilled fish. Malup heard no reply, so she looked into the room and her eyes widened, her mouth agape as if she was witnessing a miracle. That is right, it was truly a miracle. Be Kem had evolved into a beautiful young girl with short blue hair, blue eyes, and a cute, hot body, a perfect 10. Be Kem happily ran and hugged Ivlap, confirming that she was BEM, had just reached level 10, and could now take human form. Malup was just as happy because B.A. Kunrem's human form looked just like her original self, a beautiful little princess. Amulov hurriedly pulled B.A. Kamem along to tell everyone so they could celebrate together. Although she had taken human form, Malup noticed that B. Kem's tail had not completely disappeared. She voiced her question, and the little girl looked at her tail, also not knowing why. Where everyone was gathered, Ningding and Zwanga wondered why B. Hem could take human form, questioning if she had already reached the king level so quickly. Bali Kemem did not know either and hesitantly told Maikangxang that she was only level 10. The Dharma King could not believe it either, as one had to reach the king level to take human form. B.E. Kinem smiled and guessed this might be why she still had her ears and tail. Just then, Tron Lek rushed over, seeing B.A. Kem in human form. He was also surprised and gasped in disbelief. Seeing Tron Lek, B.E. Kem happily ran over and told him to teach her how to play games after he finished eating. A dazed Tron Leki stared at B.I. Kemem without blinking and could only nod repeatedly in agreement. In his heart, he felt like he was raising a very adorable daughter. Late at night, everyone returned to their rooms, and Tron Lek also went back to his. As he approached his bed to rest, he saw a large lump under his blanket. Tron Lek had already had a guess as to who was under the blanket, and he decided to lift it, and of course, it was the cat, Kim, waiting for Tron Lechi in the blanket. Seeing that Tron and Lechi had caught it, it looked at him happily and said it had arrived. Seeing that it was just as he had guessed, Tron Lech could only sigh inwardly. B.E. Drem told him that she had been waiting for him for a long time, so he should hurry up and get in bed to teach her how to play games. Tron Lex looked at B. Cam's developed figure and lamented that she no longer seemed suitable to stay with him. Seeing that Tron Lechi was not getting into bed, B. Cam leaned forward and looked at him with wide eyes. Tron Lex suddenly sat down. Meeting B. Kim's gaze, he explained that B.A. Kim was now a grown-up, no longer a little cat, so she had to go to sleep by herself. B.E. Kim was fundamentally an adorable and innocent little cat. Hearing that Tron Lex would not let her sleep with him, her ears drooped sadly as she agreed with Tron Lex. Seeing her expression, his heart wanted to jump out of his chest because of B. Kem's cuteness. B. Kem still retained the habits of a beautiful cat. She crawled off Tron Lex's bed. Although he found B. Kem adorable, he still had to maintain his rationality because they could not sleep together anymore. B. Kem went to the corner of the wall where she usually slept, obediently looking at Tron Lesh and wishing him a good night. Tron Lex saw this, but his reason did not allow him to be weak. Tron Lex also looked at B. Kem and wished her a good night. After changing into his pajamas, Tron Lef got into bed again. He looked towards B. Kem and sighed. He felt it was a bit surreal that B. Kem had suddenly turned into a human like this. He was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Tron Leka took a deep breath to calm himself and continued his cultivation. A month later, while Tron Lesh was cultivating his crystal, a sudden pain struck his head. Cold sweat poured down continuously, causing him to only be able to frown in pain as he endured it. And finally, with persistence comes success. Tron Lex was overjoyed to discover that he had advanced to the king level. This time, it was not only a year and 2 months faster than last time, but he also had dual abilities. However, Despite being happy about reaching the king level, he still wanted to quickly reach the emperor level, meaning that advancing one more step to the emperor level was not easy at all. Trahan left stretched and suddenly remembered that today was the day to meet the sea creatures. He decided to send Kim Ziyu and bring Yellow to the coast for a trip. The next morning, Tuo and Trontonlechi used Kim Ziyu to fly to the coast. Tuo whispered and negotiated with Tronlex if she put in the effort to help him connect spiritually with the sea creatures. Could he reward her with a few more delicious dishes? Tronlex broke into a cold sweat as he looked at the bottomless stomach that was Tiol. He remembered that he had already given her a lot of extra food for lunch. Tuo winked and stuck out her tongue playfully at Tronlex. She argued that she was at a growing age, so one extra meal was not quite enough. Hearing T-Lo say that, Tronloves was at a loss for words. He could only hesitate and reply with two unconvincing words. Is that so? As they flew over a mountain. Below them was a young man frowning and panting as if he was facing some difficulty. Riding Kim Ziyu above, Tronlex saw the man below and also got annoyed. He shouted, "It is this guy again." Tuo saw her leader get angry like this for the first time. She sat beside him, both startled and surprised. She looked down at the man below, wondering if this person had a grudge against Tronlex. Tronlex was fuming as he recalled how this Takan guy had fought with him over a sausage in his past life, leading to a huge battle. Specifically, it was 4.5 years into the apocalypse. No one knew how precious a sausage was, and most importantly, Tronlex had not even fought for it yet, but Akan had directly shoved the entire sausage, wrapper and all, into his stomach. The moment Tronlex saw Akan, he remembered the grudge from his past life. He could not hold back and ordered Kim Ziyu to fly down and land. As Kim Ziyu descended, Takan also saw it. He was surprised. If the mount was a Kim Ziyu, then it must be leader Tronconless of the City of Light. Tronlex jumped off Kim Ziyu. Without even greeting Takan, he asked for his name. Although surprised that Tronlex knew his name, Takan still did not care. Tronlex looked at Takan and said that he had heard of Takan's reputation. He was a top-tier Earth-type ability user with considerable strength. Tronlex forgot to tell Takan that he would give him a sausage if Takan would follow him from now on. Then, Tronlex did not forget to flex his own name. He was sure Takan had heard of his reputation. Takan looked at Tronlex like he was an idiot, thinking to himself that this guy was trying to bribe him with a sausage. Takan was a capable person. Seeing Tronlex try to bribe him with a sausage, he sneered and held out 2 sausages in front of Tronlex, smugly telling him it was just 1 sausage, while Takan had 2. How about Tronlex follow him instead? Tronlex's blue eyes stared intently at Takan. He suddenly realized that it was not 4.5 years into the apocalypse yet, and supplies could still be found occasionally. Sausages were not that rare. Tronlex did not want to beat around the bush anymore. He asked Takan where he wanted to go. Takan replied amiably that he wanted to lead his team to the sea to catch some seafood. At this point, hitting Tronlex's objective, he bluntly told Takan 3 words. No catching allowed. At this, no matter how good-tempered Takan was, he had to get angry, just because Tronlex said no catching. They could not catch anything. Did the sea belong to Tronlex's family? At this, he smirked. Other places, he would not say, but the sea was indeed his home. In his heart, Tronlex added another sentence. Who said he was the Sea King? Everyone in Takan's team's face darkened at Tronlex's unreasonableness. Takan's mouth twitched slightly. He now understood. It was clear that Tronlex had come here to intentionally cause trouble. Takan frowned at Tronlex and retorted. Just because you say it is your home, it is your home. Takan could also say the Great Sea was his home. Tronlex did not explain. He just raised his hand and told Takan to follow him if he did not believe it. Tronlex would prove it to him. Takan was not afraid. If Tronlex wanted him to go, he also wanted to see how Tronlex would prove it. Tronlex glanced at the angry Takan behind him. He thought maybe he should take Takan as a subordinate. After all, treating an enemy as an underling to order around was the most satisfying revenge. At that moment, a group of people ran from the sea towards the shore. They saw Tronlex and Takan's groups and told them not to go there, but to run quickly because there was a monster behind them. Tronlex and Takan were momentarily startled to see the crowd fleeing in a hurry. Among the group, a man fell in front of Tronlex, muttering over and over, "Monster. There is a monster. It has chased us all the way here. That monster is terrifying." Tronlex looked at him, completely confused. Where is the monster? At that moment, a woman in Takan's group also sensed a powerful force. There is a really strong monster up ahead. It is frighteningly strong. She suggested to Takan that they retreat quickly. Hearing this, Takan frowned with worry. To protect everyone's safety, he also agreed. Suddenly, a hand gripped Takan's hand tightly, preventing him from retreating. It gripped so tightly that Takan could feel the pain. Just as Takan's team was about to turn and leave, they saw Tronlex gripping Takan's hand and saying in an arrogant tone, "With me here. What are you all afraid of?" At that moment, the monster everyone feared charged forward. Its eyes were completely white. It had the form of a girl with black hair, and it laughed loudly as it chased after each person. Tronlex recognized this monster because it was Mitra's Cu, the seal he had enchanted. He saw Takan's confusion but still did not let go of his hand. Takan advised Tronlex to stop bluffing and run, because this was definitely a monster. At that moment, Nifiu flew high into the air and released a massive electric current that enveloped the surroundings. It wanted to kill everyone. Tronlex below, watched it rampage and then roared its name. "Nisi, who gave you permission to act so presumptuously with me?" Standing beside him, Takun was shocked. The word shocked could not even begin to describe how he felt at that moment. Takun looked at him as if he were an alien, unable to believe that Tronlesi's just called that powerful monster Nuthrcu. But Nuffiu seemed to have lost all reason. It just kept laughing and shooting lightning everywhere, muttering kill, 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 wanting to kill everything. Tronlex, below, was indescribably embarrassed. If he had pants right now, he would want to wear them on his head. Takun's team behind him watched Tron and left putting on a show and broke into a cold sweat, but inwardly they were cursing Tronlesi to just keep acting. Tronlek did not need mind reading to know what they were thinking, which made him even angrier at Nefasiu. Tronleth cursed Nufiu inwardly. What a useless thing. It had clearly killed so many people that it had completely lost its mind, treating his words like the passing wind in clouds. Since he had lost all face, it had to roll over here. Tronlef used his energy to pull Lefifiu towards him, startling Takan who was standing next to him, not understanding why the monster suddenly rushed towards him. At that moment, when Nefasiu was brought before Tronlex, its sanity truly returned. It saw that opposite it was Nu Safu's great king and was startled as if waking from a drunken stupor. It quickly bowed down and knelt at Tronlek's feet, calling him Sea King, to the surprise of Takan's group. But Tronlexi did not let it off just because of its submission. He lifted his foot and kicked it, sending Nethafsu flying into the dark distance. It was caught off guard, so it could only take the full force of Tronlex's kick and let out a useless cry. After that, Novasiu continued to kneel at Tronlek's feet, showing its loyalty, not knowing what mistake it had made. Tronles just calmly told Nesafiu that it had lost its mind. A moment ago, he had called Nuthercu, but it dared to ignore him. The seal's face turned pale when it heard Tronlek's accusation. It could not believe that it had clashed with Tronlexie while it was out of its mind. To Nefasiu, this was the crime of blaspheming a god, and it was a capital offense. Novasiu remained kneeling at Tronlek's feet, slapping itself with its own hands, while its mouth ceaselessly apologized to Tronlef, begging him to forgive it for a moment of temporary insanity. Nefasiu went from slapping itself to cowing repeatedly, hoping Tronlech would forgive it. Tikan, watching from behind, was astonished and could not believe it. Tikan could not believe his eyes. A monster as powerful as an SIU was acting as meek as a dog in front of Tronlef to curry favor. Just how powerful was Tronlech's ability? Tikan bit his nails instinctively, his eyes constantly darting towards Tronles as he broke into a cold sweat. He did not understand what Nefasiu meant by calling Tronlech Sea King. It seemed he thought that Tronlefa had used the behavior of a bad man to conquer this monster, making it willingly become Tronles's slave. Tronlefi did not rush to punish Aosiu. He just calmly ordered Nefsiu to gather at the shore first, and he would pass judgment on it later. Nulu was terrified and fled, not forgetting to let out a yes to Tronlex. After Nethitsu left, Tronlex continued to lead Akan's group towards the beach. He thought to himself that he had previously wanted to give Mlin Nupersiu's crystal but could not find a suitable size, now that it had lost control and killed many people. This was truly a godsend excuse. The sea creatures had already gathered on the beach, just waiting for Tronleki to arrive. When they saw Tronleki's figure in the distance, they shouted in unison, "The Sea King is here," and called for everyone to come and pay their respects to Lord Sea King. Tronlek saw how grandly they had arranged things, which made him feel quite pleased as it was very respectable. Meanwhile, to come beside him was so surprised he was speechless. The sea creatures began to kneel and pay their respects to Tronlex. In their hearts, they always felt that Tronles was a terrifying person. But Tronlesi pursed his lips, not very satisfied with the number of only 85, far fewer than he had imagined. But thinking again, there was still plenty of time, so he would slowly subdue them one by one. Tronlechi began to speak his golden words, marking his territory, asking the sea creatures, "Whose sea is this?" The sea creatures looked at each other. The dolphin was worried, not understanding why Tronlexi would ask such a question, because of course, the sea belonged to the Sea King. Tronlex. Another fish chimed in at this moment. "That is right, the sea belongs to the Sea King." Tronlex. Only then did Tronlef raise an eyebrow and look towards Takan, wanting to confirm that he had heard clearly that he was the Sea King. The sea was his, and the sea creatures were also his. Tronleki's. Tikun's face was now pale with fear. He could not believe this was something an ordinary person could do. Suddenly, a frog monster came before Tronlef. It spat a pearl out of its mouth, wanting to present a gift it had specially prepared for Tronlek. T pointed at the pearl the frog spat out and explained that it was a top-grade luminous pearl. When one person gives a gift, many more will want to give one. One by one, the sea creatures came forward to offer tribute to Tronlex, such as a 5-colored coral reef, a strange mineral ore, 20 precious stones. Tuai collected the items with a wide grin. Tronlek on the side also thought to himself that it was not bad. They were very filial. After receiving everyone's gifts, Tronlek turned to look at Nefasiu, wondering what it had prepared for him. Nefiu nervously patted itself all over. It had clearly prepared a precious stone, but now it was gone. Could it be that it fell out when Tronlesis kicked it earlier? Nulifiu shrank back, cold sweat running down its body. It looked at Tronlekev with pitiful eyes. It said its gift might be lost and asked for a chance to look for it, but Tronlechi would not let it go so easily. He said there was no need. Then, in front of all the sea creatures, he listed Nefsiu's crimes. Just now, Nuthiu had disrespected his authority, offended him, and almost attacked him. Now, it was the only one who did not give a gift, so how should it be dealt with? The other sea creatures were quite indignant on behalf of their king. They questioned Nuthiu. How could you do that? You cannot blaspheme the divine might of Lord Sea King, so just beat it to death. Hearing the other sea creatures being so cruel to it, Nuthiu could only kneel and beg Tronlesi to spare it just this once. Tronlex was unwilling. He said in a deep voice to it, "This is the authority of the Sea King. It cannot be trifled with. You can go in peace." The sea creatures below grabbed Nuthiu's body, wanting to tear it into 100 pieces. Nuthiu could only scream helplessly. Suddenly, a voice judged Tronlex. So this is what a Sea King is like. He looked towards the source of the sound. Tronlex did not know who was so bold. Nuthiu had just died, and someone dared to judge his style, but he was quite surprised by the sight before him, because it was a mermaid. However, upon closer inspection, he was a bit disappointed with this mermaid's appearance. His standard for the beauty of a mermaid was at least on the level of Mingyung Sang, but it seemed not every female was that beautiful. Seeing this mermaid dare to disrespect the authority of the Sea King, the group of sea creatures, without waiting for Tronlef's order, wanted to rush forward and capture her, and Tronlech watched the group of sea creatures charge forward to attack the mermaid for him. He just stood there calmly, wondering if he should lock her up and exploit her, since a mermaid's tears were treasures. After all, he did not want to make Ingesen cry. The pink-haired mermaid's face darkened. To think these foolish sea creatures could catch her was truly a pipe dream. Suddenly, she flew out of the water, revealing long, fair legs, wearing shoes that matched her purple fishtail. Trunluck's eyes widened. Seeing this image was like being struck by lightning. Trunluck saw that the shoes she was wearing were somewhat familiar. They were shoes adorned with red gems, matching his set of armor. Trunluck felt lucky that in this situation, he could still find the shoes he had always dreamed of. The pink-haired mermaid easily dodged the pursuit of the sea creatures, not forgetting to taunt Tronlex, the Sea King god, that if he had the skills, he should come and catch her himself. Tronlex smiled faintly, thinking she was truly naive. To someone who wielded the Void Exile like him, no matter how fast she was, it was meaningless. Trunluffy easily opened the Void Exile towards the pink-haired mermaid, pulling her towards him to her astonishment. When the pink-haired mermaid's feet touched the ground, facing Tronleck's gaze, she still could not understand what had happened. She only saw Tronlefa's familiar right hand raised high, heading towards her face. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain on her left cheek. The force was so strong that it sent the mermaid tumbling to the ground, still not understanding what had happened. Seeing her get hit, the sea creatures were extremely pleased. They whispered among themselves, thinking this mermaid was surely done for, to not know her own place and dare to challenge the Sea King. If she was going to be so tactless, then just let the Sea King eat her. Trunluffy ordered the other sea creatures to take off the mermaid's shoes and bring them to him. She refused, struggling with all her might, not wanting to give them to Tronlex. She spat out a weak flame, burning the sea creatures holding her. Hoping to escape, the sea creature cried out in pain. Seeing this, Trunluca frowned. Displeased, he wanted to teach this mermaid a lesson. He used his ability again, pulling the mermaid towards him. The moment she knelt on the sand, Trunlef gave her another slap on the right cheek for daring to resist. If she still wanted to resist, he would kill her. After taking 2 slaps that hurt to high heaven, both her cheeks were swollen evenly, like 2 mushy balls. The mermaid resentfully but obediently took off the shoes she loved and gave them to Tronlex. Tronlex held out his foot, wanting her to put them on for him herself. Outwardly, Trunluck appeared calm, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Thinking he had obtained a great treasure, he was delighted to discover that, as expected, these shoes, like the armor, could adjust their size. Trunlex wanted to test the effectiveness of these shoes himself right away. In less than a second, he was no longer on the beach, but had vanished without a trace. The sea monsters were even more in awe of Tronlex. They felt this speed was too fast. Only their king could do it. Trunleff returned to the beach, staring at the mermaid, asking for her name and where she got these shoes. Because of her swollen face, she mumbled that her name was Fong Quite. As for the shoes, she hesitated and thought. Trunlex was not simple and had some miraculous tricks. If she could conquer Tronlex, she would surely become the Sea King's wife. The mermaid said she got them from the bottom of the sea. If Trunlex wanted to go down, she could go with him. Trunlex suddenly got goosebumps. He saw her looking at him with wide, sparkling eyes, her attitude changing faster than flipping a book. He did not know what scheme she was plotting now. Trunlexi probed the mermaid, asking if she had seen any other parts besides the shoes. She was sure she had not, because if she had, she would have picked them up. Suddenly, another seal raised its hand, calling out to Tronlesi that if he wanted to find the other parts, let it try once because its nose was very sensitive. Just by smelling the shoes, it could find the location based on the scent. Tronlesi trusted it enough to give it a try. The seal ran to Tronleca's shoes. It smelled 3 types of scents in the shoes, and it seemed to have smelled the 3rd scent somewhere before. The mermaid disagreed. She was sure she had picked up these shoes, and only she and Tronlectesi had ever worn them. There could not be a 3rd scent. The seal suddenly shouted that it remembered. Half a year ago, The children in its family were kicking a round object on the sea. They even wanted to give that round object to it. But it did not want it because it was muddy. Hearing about the round thing, Trun Lux immediately guessed it was the helmet. He looked at the seal with eyes full of confidence and asked where that thing was now. The seal still looked at Trun Lech innocently with its big, sparkling round eyes, saying it did not want that thing. Hearing that, Trun Lufsi even had the thought of strangling the seal in front of him. It always forgot at the most crucial moments. Hearing a clue about the helmet he needed, Trun Lufik immediately asked, "Where did the seal see it? Do you still remember?" The seal immediately nodded its head repeatedly and replied, "I remember this. It was on a very distant continent." Hearing this, Trun Lufti thought that finding this helmet would take some time. First, he would send Dio and the mermaid Fongengite back. As for Khan's group, he would just leave them to the sea beasts for now. With that, he turned back and instructed the sea beasts, "You all stay here and wait for me. You are not allowed to leave without my permission." Then he looked at Kim Ziyu and said, "Fly back yourself." Kim Ziyu obeyed with a chirp. In the blink of an eye, Trun Lech had brought Fongengite back to his place, making her extremely curious as to how she got here. What method did he use? Could he really be a god? Inginsing was overjoyed to see one of her own kind, exclaiming, "This is one of my kind." Originally, she was the only mermaid here, so having a companion was indeed a bit joyful. Inginsing immediately greeted her fellow kind and introduced herself. Seeing Nin and seeing, Fongengite immediately thought, "Why is there a mermaid more beautiful than me?" Before leaving, Trun Lech instructed Nenjinasong to keep an eye on her. If she dared to run, tell Sister Height to teach her a lesson. Inginsing happily nodded in agreement. Trun Lech went to find Ami Fine. Seeing the little girl lying on the sofa, he called out, "Help me out a bit. Will I be successful this time?" Moonligan sat up sleepily, rubbing her eyes, and asked, "Why are you only asking if you will be successful this time, and not if anything will happen to you?" Instantly, a flash of light appeared in Mevi Fan's mind. She had sensed something. Turning to look at Trun Lex, Mivine said, "You are about to reach a turning point of fate." Trun Lex was immediately puzzled. A turning point of fate? What does that mean? You must be wondering where your destiny will ultimately lead, right? Mivifine, with an innocent face, continued to answer, "It means that what you want to do will have a huge impact on you. It could even affect many other people too." Mumligi's answer made Trun Lekhasa ponder a bit, wondering if it was a good or bad influence. However, Memfane did not know if this was good or bad, her tail wagging, while Trun Lek stood there smiling happily. Mivifine, newly transformed, still sat beside him looking adorable. Trun Lek sat there lost in thought. So, the matter of finding the helmet and other parts will have a huge impact. Thinking carefully, this set of armor is indeed an unusually powerful cheat. He wondered if the cause of the apocalypse was related to this armor. It is possible that after assembling this armor, he could find out the reason for the apocalypse. At this point, he turned to Memfan and asked, "So, could anything happen to me?" The little cat replied, "No, you won't face any danger for a month as a habit." Trunla smiled brightly and patted Amifan's head. "I know," he thought to himself. "For now, if there is no danger, there is no need to think so much. Just go find it directly." In another blink of an eye, Trunlesk appeared before the sea beasts. He turned to the seal and asked, "Where is the continent you just mentioned, and how far is it?" The seal obediently and honestly replied, "To the west. If I swim at full speed without stopping, it would probably take 3 days." Based on that speed, Trunleff calculated that the place must be North America. With that, Trunlex grabbed the seal, lifted it up, and dragged it away. "You are coming with me for a trip." And he began to accelerate. It only took half a day for the two of them, one person and one seal, to appear on a beach in North America. The seal was terrified. It only took half a day to get here. Truly worthy of being Lord Sea King. The seal pointed into the distance. "That place has a group of people standing. Lord Sea King. It is near there." Trunlet also looked in that direction. The seal pointed towards the crowd. "I forgot the exact location where I found that round hat. In front of Tronleach." The crowd did not know what was happening, and were shouting at each other. Trunlef pointed and ordered the seal, "Find it quickly. You have to find it for me even if you have to dig up every inch of this land." The seal raised its hands with a happy face. "As you command, Lord Sea King." Having received the order, the seal faced the sea and said, "Where are you all? Stop hiding and come out and help me search." Immediately, a large number of seals rushed ashore from the sea. Seeing this, Trunlek was also momentarily startled. Trunles continued to give instructions. "The helmet might be buried in the sand due to the high tide. Don't just search on the surface. Dig it up for me." The seal raised its hand in acknowledgement. Watching the seals digging, Trunlucka found the scene somewhat familiar. It turned out this scene was exactly like the one where those monsters descended and also dug up every inch of land as if they were searching for something. He was startled. Could it be that they, like him, were also looking for the armor? It is very likely. Trunalexi began to compare his own thoughts with those of the monsters. Before, he was worried that there would be survivors to prevent them from interfering with his search. He had cleared the scene. Could it be that the monsters were also afraid that humans would get something, so they chose to eliminate them? He remembered that when he buried himself, those monsters kept searching tirelessly. Moreover, he did not even know where those monsters came from. While lost in thought, the seal shouted, "Found it! Found it!" Trunluca hurried over. This smell is exactly the same as the one in the shoes of that mermaid. Holding the helmet in his hand, Trunluca took it to the sea to wash it clean. Holding the helmet in his hand, he wondered why there was a hole in it. It seemed to have signs of being broken by an attack. Could it be that the previous owner of this armor set was killed by some creature that smashed his helmet? If so, where is his body now? A series of questions appeared in Trunluca's mind. Yet there were no answers. He remembered that in his past life, the creatures of the ocean had all swallowed some kind of mysterious meat, which caused them to transform. Could the meat they ate have been the owner of this armor? He further deduced that this person might have been shattered into countless pieces that fell into the sea, and their leftover flesh allowed the sea beasts to reach king level. And Bekexo might have even broken through to emperor level. Looking at the helmet before him, he suddenly remembered that the center of the chest plate also had a similar red gem. Suddenly, the gem lit up, emitting an incredibly dazzling blue light. Countless strange languages appeared in Trunluca's mind. He was startled. This was the language of that monster he had heard in his past life. The helmet continued to emit sounds in that strange language, making him feel like he wanted to open Pandora's box. At the same time, inside the Shuguang base, Mem Fane dropped the fish in her hand. Mv Lipe, beside her, asked what was wrong. It turned out Megi Fen sensed that a catastrophe would descend in the not-so-distant future. Pink streams of light appeared around Mai Fan as she began to calculate. She did not know how long it would be until the catastrophe occurred and reminded everyone not to disturb her. Let her try to calculate. Trunluca could not believe this black gem also had a communication function. He wondered if monsters could use this to locate them. If that were the case, it would be truly dangerous. Wouldn't that mean he had personally opened Pandora's magical box? He recalled that in his past life, the monsters only began to descend 5 years after the apocalypse. He speculated, perhaps at that time, someone had found the helmet and the gem, leading those monsters to them. This made him a little worried. And indeed, quite a lot of danger was approaching. Jumping ashore. He thought, it is fine. I will face whatever comes. No need to be shy. After all, in his past life, the monsters came in waves from weak to strong. He would just solve it one step at a time. Right now, there are not many crystals, nor are there many regular resources. If one comes, he will kill one. If a pair comes, he will kill the pair, and he will gain more resources for cultivation. 10 minutes later on the beach, a communication came through. Leader, come back quickly. Mevi Fan is looking for you. Trunluca thought to himself, could Mind Fine have made a new discovery? Stumping his foot once before leaving, Trunluca instructed the group of seals and sea beasts, you all continue to wait for me here. They all roared in agreement, obediently following Trunluca's command. Quickly returning to the base, he found Mefan and asked, did you discover something? Mivifan replied that she sensed a catastrophe might descend in about a year. As expected, the monsters would appear ahead of schedule. But in a year, humans and sea beasts would have a large number of king-level beings. If they came then, it would not be too much of a concern. Mevifine looked at Trunluca's expression with some confusion. Why did his expression look as if he had known this for a long time? He patted Memphin's head and said, what is so rare about knowing this? You are a great demon king, and I am a great demon king of time and space. Moreover, he now possessed the dual abilities of time and space. Trunluca sat there smiling. Let the monsters come. This time, he would definitely not run away. He would give them a proper welcome. Mivifine, having just transformed into a human, had not yet shed her old habits. She turned to Trunluca and said, great demon king, it is good that you have a plan. But the mermaid you just brought back is not being honest at all. Do you want to go take a look? Trunluca patted the little cat's head and prepared to go over to her. Ngigidinging offered food to Fomengite and said, hurry and try this, it is delicious. I asked Sister Ini to make an extra portion, but Fomengite had a very ugly expression, slapped his hand away, and said, I am not eating. Go away. You are an eyesore. Seeing this, Icy immediately slapped her and said, who gave you the nerve to slap the bowl away? If you do not want to eat, then do not eat anything at all. Seeing Trunluca, Icy calmed down and said, younger brother, you are here. He had just witnessed a very brutal scene. Seeing the food spilled on the ground, he said, this is the tomato beef brisket that Nengang Dog likes the most. This is truly a waste. Truly ungrateful. Fomengite immediately went over to Trunluca to curry favor. She begged Trunluca to let her stay by his side, but Trunluca did not bring her back to be a decoration. Thinking of this, he immediately raised his hand and punched her right in the face. I gave you face, but you did not appreciate it. In that case, I won't be polite anymore. Fomengite was knocked backward by the blow. Horrified, Lord Sea King, how could you? Over here. Trunluca just wanted her to cry more to get more pearls. Before she could finish her sentence, Trunluca swung his left hand and slapped her across the face with a loud smack. Fomengite's head was spinning as she wailed, wondering why Trunluca was hitting her. She looked pitiful, but oh well, he watched her cry but saw no pearls. Trunluca was extremely puzzled. Is she not crying sorrowfully enough? Why are there no pearls? While thinking, Trunluca continuously slapped Fomengite's face, making her cry a river. I see. Seeing this, immediately said, younger brother, is your hand tired, or should I take over? He immediately asked how I see. Before I came back, did she consume a large amount of her special ability? Pearl tears were formed from the condensation of special abilities. Could it be that her ability was insufficient, so she could not cry out pearls? Trun Lex thought to himself, but Haisa replied that she had not. Trun Lex stomped on Fong Guide under his foot and said, I thought all mermaids had this magical ability, but it turns out only Enye Sing is special. Trun Lex thought, if that is the case, what value does this Fong Guide have anymore? On the ground, she was gathering a red aura around her and shouted, I will fight you to the death. Before Tronlexi even needed to act, Haisi used her ability, saying as she cast her spell, you have that kind of power. Oz looked at Fong Guide and cast a spell, activating the curse of pain and suffering. Immediately, the red streams of aura began to enter Fong Guide's body. Hit by the attack, Fong Guide lay on the ground, writhing, her head feeling like it was being split by an axe. Trun Luffy turned to Hayem and said, ask her how she reached king level. See what she knows. Haiki pushed Trun Lek outside. You go rest. Leave this to me. Trun Lek nodded. In his mind, he felt that Hazaisu's strength had increased a lot. It was truly terrifying. His top priority was to develop everyone's strength to fight the monsters that would come in the future. Right now, there are not enough zombies for the members to kill anymore. When the time comes, they will go to another continent to find more crystals. Trun and Leffa returned to the beach where the sea beasts were. Seeing Tron Lek, they all greeted him in unison. Greetings, Sea King. Trun Lek thought that in this life, he must make good use of this Sea King title to cross the continent. Standing before the sea beasts, Trun Lex praised them, especially the large seal that had performed a great service, so he would reward it. Within a week, it would reach king level. Hearing this, the large seal was overjoyed and profusely thanked Tron Lek. Hearing this, the group of sea beasts were all extremely envious of the seal and all wanted to work hard for Tron Lessie to perform meritorious deeds and be rewarded. Capitalizing on the effect, Trun Lek laid out a condition for the sea beasts. They might need help in a few days to transport a group of people to another continent. The smaller ones should not participate. Hearing this, the sea beasts became agitated. Transport humans. We do not want to. 2 years ago, humans were still hunting our kind. We wish we could kill them. Trun Lex could understand their feelings to some extent, but this was a bit short-sighted. The sea beast strongly supported the previous opinion. They only agreed to be Tron Lex's mount. Other humans had treated them very poorly in the past, so they did not want to transport them. Hearing that, Trun Lessie immediately offered a reward. He would select the 3 best performers each month and grant them divine power. Hearing this, the entire group agreed to transport people day and night. Many, despite their small size, said they could pull the boat with their brethren. Trun Lefik smiled and said that after the preparations were complete, he would contact the sea beasts to gather at the beach at that time. Indeed, under the allure of benefits, nothing is impossible. In the blink of an eye, Trun Letik appeared before Mevi Lin. Mubba Lin was startled for a moment. Why are you suddenly back here? Trun Lek smiled and said he brought a great treasure for her. Lin tilted her head up. What nonsense are you talking about? Trun Lek just smiled and took out a red crystal, saying, don't get the wrong idea. I am giving you something that is not very useful to me but is very suitable for you. Lin took the red crystal, thanked Trun Lek, and said, you came at just the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Trun Lek wondered if it was something serious. It turned out that recently, some spies have been running back and forth like cockroaches. Trun Letz was startled. Spies. Hearing Mevleen speak, he remembered that 2 years after the apocalypse, Yuzi and Brown Bear had allied to invade the Dragon Country. They not only stole crystals but also plundered natural light elements and women. In addition, there was a prophet within Yuzi who proposed a very perfect plan. The plan was to provide high-level crystals to a small elite group so that the elites could quickly level up and protect others. In other words, they were building a powerful god by stacking crystals. In the apocalypse, a national war is about to break out. Tron Li told Nlin to rest assured. They are just a bunch of clowns. There is no need to be afraid. Malin agreed. That is right. If friends come, we treat them with wine. If wolves come, we greet them with clubs. Trunna Li told Nlin his new plan. He intended to prepare for all the bases to evacuate to another continent. Mubba Ling was puzzled. If we all move like that, what about the Yuzi and Brown Bear who have recently appeared? Tron Lex, with a confident expression, said, rest assured, I will resolve all of this before implementing the plan. Malign smiled and said she would follow his lead completely. She thought to herself, deciding on a national war while talking and laughing. My leader is truly domineering. Trunluch asked Mubalin if there was a special ability user named Mekasi Hung nearby. Maling replied, yes. There is. She is a wind-type user at the western base. 30 kilometers from here. It turned out Mefsi Hung was the top-tier wind-type user in his previous life. It would be great if he could recruit her. With that, he bid farewell to Mi Lin and teleported away. At Mephi Hing's base, a group of people below were discussing joining forces to deal with Shuguang City. Among them was Vin and Keat Kwai. Trunluch wondered why he was here. Hearing someone ask about dealing with Shuguang City, Mephi turned and said, you must be tired of living, are not you? Do you even have the ability? It turned out they united over 10 bosses and even had a zombie king. Mephi Hing firmly disagreed. If they were to succeed, the zombie king's power would expand. At that point, it would become a threat to the living. The others still tried to persuade her to think on the bright side. Vin Kitkwai rambled on and on. After the Zombie King and Shugwang City fight, both sides will suffer heavy losses. We will sit back and reap the benefits. Dealing with both of these threats, she thought to herself that this guy had a point. If the Zombie King won at that time, it would probably be a devastating victory. She temporarily agreed but wanted to meet the Zombie King first to see its strength. Trun Leps observed from above. Things were actually moving in the opposite direction. Mephasihing had always been hesitant, but was persuaded by Ven Kit Kwai. Truly Tron Le's good subordinate. A message was sent to Tron Lex. Ven Kit Kwai sent a list, including himself. There were 13 people who wanted to deal with him. Tron Lex thought to himself, I wonder if this little subordinate is trying to show off in front of me, so he is trying so hard to help my enemies. I can't let this kid continue doing this. I have to win this quickly. That evening, Li Trung walked with Ven and Kit Kwai's group, saying as he walked that he believed with the help of the Zombie King, they could easily break through Shugwang City. Outwardly, Li Trung praised the guy for being capable, but inwardly he thought, this fool, I want to take you as my subordinate, but you want me to go deal with my big brother. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Tri Trung thought he would devour this entire group as a gift for his big brother. On the other side, two of Mephasim's subordinates said that Shugwang City sub-base was moving things as if they were evacuating. They did not know what those people wanted to do. Li Trung stood there and greeted everyone. Mephi King also politely greeted back. I have long heard of the Zombie King. Today, I finally have the opportunity to meet you. She cupped her hands in a fighting stance, wanting to have a match before dealing with Shugwang City to see the Zombie King's strength. But Zhe Trung replied succinctly, no need. Simply put, all of you must die today. Yi Trung's expression seemed unchanged, but it was filled with killing intent. With that, it immediately rushed towards Mepha Hung's group. Over here, Vin Kikwai was sweating bullets. The Zombie King was indeed ferocious. Luckily, Trun Lex had told him they were on the same side, so there was no need to be afraid. Mephasihing unleashed a move, creating a massive green gust of wind, and shouted for everyone to join in and destroy the Zombie King. The people behind responded, wanting to kill the zombie to get its crystal. Truly, ignorance is not afraid of guns. Vin Kikwai was a bit doubtful, wondering if Vi Trung could handle so many people. Seeing the Zombie King surrounded, Vin Kikwai immediately rushed in using his man-sword fusion technique. At least he had followed Tron Lekka's words to help the Zombie King deal with them. Ven Kit Kwai transformed into a sword and rushed towards Yi Trong, shouting, Your Majesty, take me and kill them, which startled Zhe Trung a bit. Holding the sword in his hand, Li Trung chuckled lightly. Haha, this is good stuff. The people on the other side began to gossip. No wonder the Zombie King wanted to kill us as soon as it arrived. It turns out Vin Kit Kwai surrendered. Mama Siheng reassured everyone. Don't panic, I will control the Zombie King. With that, she executed the 4 symbols wind, creating green gusts of wind that wrapped around her body as she charged towards Zai Trong. The remaining people also unleashed their attacks towards Dia Trunong. Lightning bolts, water vortexes, all attacked him head-on at the same time, making Yi Trung slightly flustered. Li Trang offered a bit of praise. To be able to control me for a short period of time, it seems I have underestimated you. Unfortunately, this is all you have got, as Li Trong roared, swinging the sword to resolve the crisis. At the same time, the sword Kai burst out, breaking the stalemate and rushing forward. Seeing Li Trung appear before him, Thech Ko Ding hurriedly trembled and begged, Your Majesty Zombie King, please spare my life. I have not made a move yet. Besides, I am your subordinate. Mai Fi Hung, standing beside him, was also extremely panicked. How could so many attacks have no effect at all? Zi Trung tapped Thech Kao Danga's head with the sword with a bunk and said, This useless thing can't do anything right. Truly a waste. With that, it turned to Mepsi Hung and asked if the previous wind was cast by her, letting Thech Ko Ding fall to the ground. In the blink of an eye, as Li Trong rushed towards Mepsi Hung, she could only panic. So fast, it seems Yi Trung had overestimated his opponent. I thought you were something. Turns out it is just rumors. It attacked those blocking its path along the way. Down below, Li Trong had defeated everyone. Even it had to run away when it encountered Trun Lex. Yet this group of people wanted to drag it to its death. How foolish. Trun Lex sat above and observed. As expected, this Li Trong is smart from a young age. Truly an opportunist. Thech Ko Dinching still had not given up. He unleashed his ultimate move to fight Yi Trong to the death. This time, he decided not to be polite with it anymore. Then he summoned a stone beast, a giant monster made of stone, that stood before Zi Trong. Its appearance caused dust to fill the air. Seeing that Thech Ko Dudung was a summoner, Trun Lekuk thought that he did not need to die so soon. This person could be useful. Thech Ko Ding shouted loudly, I will hold it back. Everyone, run. Thech Ko Ding used a gravity spell to hold Zai Trong in place, while Money Seeing, standing beside him, turned back and shouted for everyone to run for their lives. The group of stragglers behind scattered like a broken beehive. Zi Trong lamented that he almost got all of them. Trun Lef revealed himself and called out to Zai Trong. Seeing Tron Lef, Li Trong was overjoyed. Big brother, why are you here? Hearing the Zombie King call Tron Lesh big brother, Thech Ko Ding was somewhat shocked. It turned out the Zombie King was Trun Lekka's subordinate. Trunlef pointed towards Vin and Keat Kwai and told Da Trong that he was on their side. He was the one who had called Trunlefov over. Vin Keat Kwai transformed back from the sword into a person. Acting sycophantic, Trunlok walked towards Thich Kodang, patted his face lightly, and said, "You are really not bad. Follow me and practice summoning." Cao Ding was a bit scared. "Do you want to use me to summon a bug?" Skill card, slapping him across the face. Trunlef realized this person knew quite a lot. Carrying Thich Kodang, Trunlefy turned to Vin and Kit Kwai and said, "Follow Va Trung. I have other business, so I am going back to the base first." As soon as he returned to the base, Enrollment ran out from somewhere and shouted, "Master, something bad has happened." Trunlek stood there and listened to his disciple's report. Last night, while she was practicing and researching spatial cracks, she suddenly created a silver-white void gate. Trunlef threw Thich Kodang to his subordinates and followed Ingen Lin. As they walked, Ingen Lin said that the gate was connected to somewhere. And moreover, it could not be closed and was draining her special ability. In front of the master and disciple was a rather large blue void gate. Ingelling had tried to enter it, but unfortunately, she was knocked back out. Trunlek stood and watched. Even he did not understand this situation. Trunlek said, "Let master give it a try," and walked towards the void gate. He was immediately pushed back. The repulsive force was indeed very strong. Even Trunlefsy could not get through. He did not know where this gate led. Over here, Ingelin was overly exhausted. She probably could not hold on much longer. Trunlek turned and gave Enlin a blue crystal, telling her to replenish some of her ability first, then try to use all her strength to activate this void gate. Ingelin agreed with a yes and then sat down to absorb the crystal's energy. It took about 10 minutes for her to react. She immediately opened her eyes. Overjoyed, after following her master's method, she suddenly had a very magical feeling. It seemed that the gate led to the courtyard where Tron Lexi lived. Trunlef picked up a cup and threw it into the gate to see what would happen. Then he told Ingen Lin to stay and wait. He used Void Walk to return to the courtyard to observe. Indeed, it led to Tronleka's courtyard. This was similar to a spatial ability. But when he tried to enter, it created ability pressure on In and Line. He speculated, could it be because she was only level 10, so the spatial path she opened was not yet stable, and thus those with too much power could not enter. Trunlef contacted In and Line, telling her to throw more items through the gate in increasing order of level. 20 minutes later, Ingen Lin suddenly appeared through the gate. Unexpectedly, she herself could pass through that passage. Moreover, she felt that this success might be related to the distance. The first time she created the passage, it felt very far, but now after changing the location, she felt the distance had become very close. For Tron Lex, this spatial teleportation ability was quite useful. Once you get used to it, it will make the opponent die without knowing why they died. It seems this skill is not too difficult to control. Chapter 187. Trunlef tried this skill himself. He also created a new space gate. Indeed, it was quite similar to Void Walk and very easy to control. Suddenly, he realized this was the spatial transmission that the monsters in his previous life used to come here. Withdrawing his hand, he wondered what kind of existence was on the other side. What kind of existence could create a spatial path with an unknown distance between planets? Trunlex scratched his head. The more you know, the more trouble there is. Seeing this, Inglin was a bit curious and asked, "Master, is something wrong?" Trunlech patted Ingen Lin's head and said he was fine, praising Ingen Lin for being diligent. Tonight, he would ask Aminuki to make some delicious dishes for her. Ingelin happily thanked her master. Ingelin left happily. Trunlek watched his disciple and thought, just keep working hard, follow the will of heaven, and do your best. Even if you have not experienced it all, you are much stronger than in your previous life. On the beach, the eagles were talking to each other, surprised that the leader had so many sea beast subordinates. It was a good thing the sea beasts were on their side. In the air, Trunlef told the sea beasts to hurry and set off. He would wait for everyone at the destination. They all replied in unison, "Yes, leader." A while later, the three eagles had flown to the kangaroo continent. Below, some kangaroos looked up and saw them, then told each other, "It is the invaders." The kangaroos angrily looked up and told Trunlek's group to get lost. Trunlek looked at them and laughed. How interesting. The Law King stood up, about to jump down and deal with the kangaroos. But Trunlek stopped it. He wanted to play with them himself. Trunleka rushed down. He was already annoyed because the mastermind was still unknown, and this was a good place to vent. He shouted, "I won't bully you, let us have a one-on-one fight." The kangaroo roared, throwing a lightning punch towards Trunlex. Trunlex was a bit surprised. This speed and power are quite impressive. The two fists collided with great force. It turned out this kangaroo was king level. The punch knocked them both back. Trunlef raised his hand and waved, taunting the kangaroo with a confident look. The kangaroo king channeled power into its fist and shouted, "Behold my dog fist." Trunlef confidently dodged the blow and taunted, "Is that all you have got?" Kangaroo. He did not realize he had fallen for its feint. Its other hand threw an uppercut straight into Trunleka's face, sending him back. It was a bit painful. Trunlek was hit by a powerful and unexpected blow, spat out blood, and tumbled back several rounds. He did not expect this kangaroo to be so cunning. The kangaroo king jumped up. It wanted to take advantage of his weakness to deliver the finishing blow and take his life. Trunlek stood there, Wondering how to handle this, before Tron Lev could regain his composure, the Kangaroo King immediately unleashed countless punches at him. This forced him to put up a defensive stance. Continuous series of smack-smack sounds rang out. The Kangaroo King kept punching without any sign of stopping. The spectators outside had not seen Tron Lev at a disadvantage like this for a long time and were chattering away, some saying bullying my younger brother, some praising the kangaroo's strength, and some even giggling because it had been a while since they saw Tronondic suffer a loss like this. The kangaroo channeled power into its right hand again, preparing to unleash the dog fist towards Tron Lex. But the fist was a feint. The real attack was a tail whip. Tron Lefa recognized the repeated feint and kicked off the ground to retreat and dodge. Although he only dodged part of it, it still caused him great difficulty. Tron Lefa fell down angrily. It hurt a little, but losing face in front of his subordinates was more important. A look of distress appeared on Tron Lex's face. The kangaroo even dared to use sneak attacks, and its technique was so fast. Just then, he had an epiphany about time acceleration. He executed it, changing his own flow of time, using speed to crush the kangaroo. With that, he quickly rushed towards it to attack. In an instant, he appeared in front of it. He did not believe it could be faster than him this time, which startled it a bit. Trunless immediately gave the Kangaroo King a powerful punch, making it spit blood. Trunlefty continuously threw punches, returning the earlier blows. The kangaroo did not understand why his speed had suddenly increased so much. Trunlucka jumped up, raised his leg, and unleashed the Foshin Shadowless kick, aiming straight for the Kangaroo King. Hit by an extremely powerful kick, it could no longer see how Trunlef was attacking. That one blow sent it flying into a rock in extreme pain, spitting out blood. The kick had completely defeated the Kangaroo King. Accelerating 5 times also consumed 5 times his stamina and ability, so he was a bit tired. It stumbled to its feet, turned, and tried to run. Seeing this, Trunlucka shouted, "You coward, why run away just because you can't win?" With that, he pointed his finger in front of the Void Monarch. "What makes you think you can escape?" He used Void Exile to pull it back. He stepped on its back and asked, "Say it again. Who should get lost?" The kangaroo cried out in pain. I will get lost." Seemingly not satisfied, Trunlef threw another punch, knocking it into the air. While attacking, he thought to himself, "This improved time acceleration is very good, but the consumption is too great. In a situation like this, how can I get the ability to use time better?" An idea flashed in Trunlef's mind. He thought of trying the opposite operation to slow down the flow of time. Chapter 189. Trunlex pulled back his hand, preparing to punch. He just needed to reverse the time acceleration and slow down the time flow around the target. So while a minute passed in the real world, only a second would pass for the target, but he was startled and fell back. Why does it work in theory but not in practice? Trunlucka faltered. The kangaroo intended to attack his little brother, causing him to retreat into a defensive stance. Trunlucka shouted, "Don't even think about it." With that, he used the time reversal technique again. Green aura surrounded the Kangaroo King. It was panicked and confused. "Why have I become slower?" Trunlex thought to himself, "That was close. I almost became a eunuch." Trunlefik kicked the kangaroo straight in the privates, who told it to have designs on his little brother. Hit by an extremely powerful blow, the Kangaroo King thought its soul was leaving its body. Trunluck realized that no male creature can escape these fatal points. Trunluck approached menacingly and said, "I will give you 2 choices. 1. Follow me. Or 2. Get kicked to death by me." Trunluck waved his leg, frightening the kangaroo. It covered itself with its hands and quickly agreed to follow him. Heitzi approached and said, "Younger brother, you are too merciful. Why so lenient?" With that, her face became very serious, wanting to punish it a bit more, suggesting castration. This made Trunluck hastily stop her, while the kangaroo turned pale with fear and broke into a cold sweat upon hearing it. Turning to the kangaroo, he warned it, "My older sister is very brutal. If she gets mad, even I can't stop her. You would better be obedient. Honestly confess why your strength is so great." The kangaroo cried and said it was because he ate a piece of meat. Trunlef realized it was that mysterious meat again. Could this meat have fallen everywhere? The kangaroo added that the meat was very magical. 2 of its friends also ate it, but both exploded and died. Trunluck thought that if they exploded, it was possible the meat had not been fully digested and might still be inside their bodies. The kangaroo puffed out its chest. "Now only I am alive. I am the strongest." Trunluxi immediately jumped on its back and ordered it to take him to where its 2 friends were. 20 minutes later, they arrived. Seeing the pieces of meat, he realized it was the mysterious meat from the rumors. It had been 2 years, but this meat was still fresh. He picked up a piece of meat to bring back and ask Mvfan about it. A while later, Trunlex brought the meat back and asked Mfan what would happen if he ate it. Mfan explained that if he ate it, the harm would outweigh the benefits, but she did not know why. But she had a feeling this meat would be of great help to Hai Chi and the Law King's pups. The mention of pups startled Trunlex. The Law King turned to explain that it was busy before and did not tell him, but Ingen Lang and Tetma were both pregnant. It was officially a father. Trunluck's jaw dropped. It really knows how to get things done. Trunluck smiled and put his arm around the Law King, saying the pups would get a big gift when they were born. The meat was limited for now, so Haiti would be prioritized. The Law King also happily understood. Trunluck instructed Lai Shi that after all the members arrived, she would have to clean up and settle them in. He would go into seclusion to comprehend his abilities for half a month to a month. He wanted to be in peace and not be disturbed by anyone. Tron Lechi entered seclusion, thinking about measuring power, which was basically divided into attack and defense. For defense, he had Void Walk, the strongest on the server. As for attack, he had the Dimensional Ring, but its consumption was enormous. Now, to minimize consumption, he must use his special ability to trigger the body's spatial force, or in other words, use his own power to wield the power of heaven and earth. If he succeeded, his special ability amount would increase by at least 10 times. He hoped to achieve this through this seclusion. Outside, a group of Tron Lucky's people were scouting the situation on the island. There were mounts but no zombies, so it was a bit boring. Suddenly, they encountered a large tree, but the horses became disobedient. Something must be frightening them. Everyone asked the captain what to do next. The captain dismounted and looked at the tree. It must be 200 m tall. Moreover, there was something on the tree. It turned out to be the tree's fruit. Perhaps this tree had also mutated. The whole team should be on guard and not get any closer. They might not be a match for it. The captain suggested that since the tree could not run away, they should go back and report to Elder High or the leader to come and check. Suddenly, the whole group seemed mesmerized and walked towards the strange tree in front of them, and the captain could not stop them. This is bad. It turned out their minds were being enchanted. Even he was controlled for a moment. The entire group approached the tree one by one, and were wrapped up by its green tentacles. Carnivorous flowers suddenly appeared on the tree, swallowing the people in front of it. Fortunately, the captain snapped out of it for a moment. He realized something was wrong. It turned out this tree turned humans into food. It was too terrifying. He used his mental link to try and buy time to quickly report the situation back to the base. At the base, they had received the report from the captain of Squadra. Tuel told Min Lin that he had just heard a tragic scream. He was afraid the others had also perished. Min told to relay the message to everyone not to go near that tree. Tuel quickly obeyed and sent the message. Lin was a bit angry. Whatever that thing was, for eating so many people, she would definitely make it pay the price. Mulin relayed the information to Heights, but now that Tron Lechi was in seclusion, they were the only ones with significant strength left. Medifine ran over to stop them. You can't go out. If you go out, you will die. Ling was startled. Die? Is it that scary? Asa suggested she go by herself, but Medifine still stopped her. Asai is also not suitable for this trip. Ling was skeptical. Something will happen even if Heisi goes. After all, she was the second strongest expert in the base. Medifine insisted. Trust my judgment. Neither of you should go. Mumfine asserted that this matter must be handled by Tron Lech himself. Only he could solve it. Tron Lech was still in seclusion. Around him was a white circle with void cracks on it. Suddenly, he realized time seemed to have stopped, but it was not quite like that. It was a bit hard to understand, but he could feel the time around him had stopped running. Even a stronger attack could not touch his body or injure him. At this moment, he was speechless. This was an amazing ability. He wished there was an attack right now so he could test the skill. Suddenly, Malin called. Something has happened. He wondered what was so serious. Mobalin explained that while exploring, the members discovered a giant tree with a strange ability to swallow people. Mogul added that the situation was now very critical. It seemed even Haichi could not handle it. This made him worry. Even High Seat can't handle it. Could it be Emperor level? Mi-Fan said that only he could handle it. If that was the case, then there should be no danger to him. Tron Lafitte advised. Everyone, do not be hasty. I will go over there now and check the situation. Tron Luffy teleported in front of the tree. Looking at the members hanging from the tree, he wondered if they were still alive. Suddenly, a scent entered Tron Lekka's nose. It turned out to be a scent attack. He calmed himself. That was dangerous. I was almost lured by the scent. Tron Les unleashed a void attack towards the tree. He did not know what kind of fruit this was. He wanted to bring it back to examine. That one attack cut off 3 berries. The strange tree was probably being cut to pieces. This fruit was really fragrant. The smell was very alluring. A single void exile easily picked the fruit. After so much effort to bear fruit, only to have it picked, this tree was furious and launched an attack towards Tron Lex. For Tron Lex, this attack was nothing. He wondered, can't you only take hits? The tree's roots trembled slightly. Not stopping there, the ancient tree began to call down a series of lightning strikes towards Tron Lex. He panickedly dodged. A little slower and I would have been minced meat. So dangerous. With that, he used Void Walk, flying up to completely evade the lightning rain. Tron Luffy smiled. It attacks once, fails, then unleashes all its killing moves to attack again. I did not expect this tree to have dual dark and lightning abilities. A dense black lightning bolt continued to strike down. Looking at its current power, he realized it had probably just reached king level, with strength comparable to his own. On the tree, people were continuously crying for help. The flowers with their hideous teeth were heading towards everyone, wanting to eat them to increase their strength. After eating some people, its power was instantly restored. Truly demonic, Tron Lex saw his members being eaten and became furious. Grasping the void in his hand, he rushed up to attack the ancient tree. Tron Lekka shouted, "Who gave you permission to eat members of Shugwang City?" This time, the ancient tree's chances of survival were slim. Tron Lef flew up towards the ancient tree, using his ability to cut its roots to save people. But saving them one by one like this was a bit time-consuming. After everyone fell, he used Void Exile to transport them one by one through a void gate. Trun Left thought it would be faster to just deal with this tree directly, so he flew into the air and unleashed a dimensional ring to cut this tree in half. However, this ancient tree had some skill after all. The previous attack could not pierce its trunk. Suddenly, the ancient tree spoke. "You came here for these humans. I will release them. Can you stop?" It turned out it was trying to make peace with him. Trun Lek landed and nodded towards the ancient tree in acceptance. However, looking at the losses, they were quite heavy. The team of 200 was now just over 100. Shuguang City had never suffered such a great loss. Trun Lex thought to himself, "First, I will rescue and bring the members back to safety, then come back to deal with this tree later." With that, he ordered the members to return. Upon returning, Trun Lefei took out the fruits he picked from the ancient tree and asked Mev Fan what would happen if he ate them. Mi Fen's eyes lit up, her ears twitching. "This fruit has great benefits for you." Hearing that, Tranlac did not hold back anymore. He picked up a fruit, took a big bite, and chewed happily with a look of delight. This fruit seemed to be very sweet. After a few bites, he began to feel his crystal energy increasing. The crystal on his forehead glowed, reacting to the newly absorbed energy. Pink light emanated from the fruit. It turned out that eating this fruit had a similar effect to absorbing a crystal. If that was the case, he did not need to kill this tree for now. He could keep it to harvest from and deal with it later. Besides, he could let Mongam see if it could be improved. Tranlac turned back to the ancient tree. As soon as it saw him, it quickly tried to justify itself, saying that eating a few people in exchange for the fruits he took was fair, and it did not know why he had returned. Tranlac was furious. How was it fair when it had killed 96 of his people, calculating 1 fruit per person, and with his rule of tenfold repayment for offenses? It would have to compensate him with 960 fruits before he would spare it. Hearing such a large number, it immediately attacked him, striking and cursing him for being thick-skinned and shameless. Tranlac retreated slightly to dodge the blow and calmed it down, telling it not to get agitated. He could help it bear fruit faster. A bit skeptical, it asked back, "You want to help me find food?" Tranlac was startled. It seemed they were talking about 2 different things. He thought he could use time to speed up the fruiting process, but it actually bore fruit by eating people. Hearing this, he immediately took out a king tier zombie corpse from his space and told it to try eating it. Seeing this, it extended its roots to take the zombie corpse from Tranlac's hand. As it began to absorb it, it asked excitedly, "What did you feed me that contains such powerful energy?" Tranlac put his hands in his pockets and jumped back a bit to see how it would bear fruit. He would consider cooperating with it. However, it also needed time to digest, so he had to wait a day. Early the next morning, Tranlac returned. What greeted him was a large, round, freshly grown berry. Seeing him, the ancient tree immediately asked if he had more food like yesterday. It wanted to eat a lot more so that it could make the fruit higher grade. This greatly surprised Tranlac. Could it possibly produce a fruit equivalent to a king tier crystal? Hearing this, Tranlac took out another king tier zombie corpse and gave it to the ancient tree, telling it to eat while he stayed here to wait. On the morning of the 3rd day, another berry was born. This time, the fruit seemed very potent. Its quality appeared to have increased significantly. The ancient tree explained that this was its current limit and capability. It could not produce higher quality fruit at the moment. Tranlac leaped up and plucked the new fruit, causing the tree to cry out in pain. Holding the fruit, he could feel its powerful energy. The fruit produced this time was truly equivalent to a king tier crystal. Tranlac thought to himself that if he had this giant tree, he would not need to rely on other crystals. Just by absorbing these fruits, he could reach the emperor tier. The ancient tree looked down and asked if he had any more food. Tranlac took out a zombie corpse from the void and asked if it could produce a fruit of the same quality, if he provided it with a large quantity of low-energy humans. It replied that it could, but it would take much longer. Then, it extended several of its flowers to take the zombie corpse and absorb it. He realized that if he supplied this tree with enough corpses, after a certain period, it would produce 1 fruit equivalent to a king tier crystal. He immediately turned to strike a deal. He would provide it with countless corpses, and they would split the fruits 50-50 after they were ground. The tree eagerly agreed, even flattering him by saying that kind-hearted people like him were truly rare. Tranlac turned to return to the base. It was a pity that there were too few zombies on this continent. It would be better to send some members to the neighboring Gacha to check things out. Inside the base, Longvu's voice called out loudly for Fap Vong. Fap Vong sounded very urgent. It turned out Longvu had made the upgraded titanium alloy dog eyes that Fap Vong had mentioned last time. Fap Vong was delighted. "You have made the divine weapon for me. Let me see." Tranlac stood there, also a little curious. Fap Vong put on the divine weapon. Longvu explained that these glasses activate automatically. He just needed to use his skills frequently. Fap Vong jumped up to test his skill, firing a powerful bolt of golden lightning that caused his body to recoil slightly. Fap Vong gave his feedback. He felt the consumption of his special ability was reduced by half, and its power increased by 30%. Tranlac was a bit surprised. It increased by that much. Fap Vong looked up to the sky and continued to use his skill, but he could only use skills with low power. He could not produce anything slightly stronger. Longvu explained that, after all, these dog eyes were too small, and there was a limit to the amount of special ability they could absorb at one time. He added that to use a high-powered special ability, They would have to create a larger weapon, like a magic staff. Tran Lak thought that Phap Vong might not be used to holding a magic staff, so he suggested that Long Vu try making something like an iron arm. Long Vu nodded. That is a good idea, as long as I can create it. Changing the form is very easy. Phap Vong handed the dog eyes back to Long Vu. It seemed these titanium alloy dog eyes were not meant for him. Seeing that Long Vu was a rare talent, Tran Lak decided to give him a hand and handed him a large crystal, told him to go and absorb it. After he was done absorbing it, Tran Lak could try to see if he could quickly help Long Vu level up. While Long Vu was absorbing the energy, Tran Lak used time acceleration to help him shorten the absorption time. Only 5 minutes had passed, but to Long Vu, it felt like several days. He wondered how Tran Lak was able to do that. Tran Lak decided to tell him the secret of his time ability, since he would need to use it often in the future anyway. When he learned that Tran Lak had a time ability, Long Vu was somewhat astonished. He never expected such a time ability to exist. Tran Lak reminded him, "Don't get distracted, let us continue." Long Vu obeyed and continued to sit and absorb the energy from the crystal. Because the energy was quite immense, he had some difficulty absorbing it. When he was almost finished absorbing, Long Vu shouted loudly. It seemed they had successfully helped Long Vu shorten the time. Tran Lak went up to congratulate Long Vu on reaching the king tier and told him to go create the weapon for Phap Vong first, then research the space system weapon. Long Vu stood up and thanked Tran Lak. He told Tran Lak not to worry, as the armor also contained space system metal, and he would do his best to craft it for him. Tran Lak watched Long Vu walk away. He was the second person to ascend to the king tier. He wondered who would be next. Deep under the sea, 2 giant turtles met. It turned out the smaller one was the younger brother. The small turtle asked, "It has been a while. How did you get so big?" The large turtle replied, "That is because I have become a disciple of Lord Sea King. He saw my good performance and granted me divine power." The large turtle's face flushed red. The small turtle saw this and was terrified. "Is it that miraculous? Where is this Lord Sea King? Can you introduce me to him?" The large turtle laughed and replied, "At the end of the month, we will have a meeting with the Sea King. At that time, I will find an opportunity to recommend you to Lord Sea King." The small turtle thought to himself that his strength in the sea was quite weak. He needed to find a backer. When he met the Sea King at the end of the month, he would do whatever it took to become his disciple. Somewhere on the coast, several soldiers stood by and bowed their heads to the great prophet. He turned and asked them, "Has Lord Noble God returned?" The soldiers replied, "He has returned, sir." The great prophet then went to the shore to greet Lord Noble God and inform him that in 3 days, they would officially advance on Long Quoc. He made a special announcement to the Noble God. The Noble God nodded and said he would bring his men along at that time. The Noble God's forces numbered over 10,000. Although most were at level 5, their defense was very strong. He added that on the Long Quoc side, the leader of Dawn City might be at the king tier and could not be defeated. At that time, he might need the Noble God to take action as well. The Noble God was startled. "There is someone on land who can compete with me." The great prophet emphasized, "This battle cannot be lost. We must be cautious." The Noble God agreed to take action then. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell them to collect exquisite treasures. As he needed them, the great prophet bowed his head in obedience. The Noble God thought that it would be a perfect gift to present to Lord Sea King at a base in Ngaucho. Someone reported, "Leader Arthur, I have investigated thoroughly. This time, nearly 3,000 people from Long Quoc have invaded our Ngaucho." The person added, "They came by sea and are currently active in the coastal areas." Arthur was furious when he heard this. "The people of Long Quoc are insolent. How dare they kill my men? 12 knights, hear my command." He raised his hand to the sky and ordered, "Lead your entourages and immediately set out with me." Below, they roared in unison. Over here, Hao Nian, Hung Van Hu, and their group were sitting around a fire. Behind them was a huge pile of zombie corpses. This was the work Tran Lak had assigned them. If it was not enough, they were to kill more. One of them sensed that more than 3,000 foreigners had recently arrived with malicious intent. Hung Van Hu shouted, "Let them come. We are not afraid even if there are 30,000 of them." Hao Nian added, "All members, be on alert and prepare for battle." In the distance were the foreigners. Arthur raised his sword high and shouted, "People of Long Quoc, it is time for you to die." Riding on his horse, Arthur held a purple sword high in his hand as he advanced towards Hung Van Hu and her group. The brown-haired man reminded them, "This group's aura is extraordinary. Raise your guard and be careful." Van Hu confidently said, "You little brats, I will teach you how to behave." With that, she transformed into an extremely large and fierce brown bear and charged towards Arthur's group. Arthur swung his sword in a counter-attack, unleashing a slash of purple light and shouting, "You overestimate yourself." The dark sword energy struck Van Hu's abdomen hard, causing her to scream in pain. Her massive body slowly collapsed, blood spewing from her mouth. To everyone's astonishment, Van Hu fell to her knees, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Arthur, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. Hao Nian thought that even a king tier attack should not have been able to inflict so much damage on Hung Van Hu. Yet this person had injured her so quickly. The brown-haired man shouted, "It is a king tier. I can't believe a king tier has appeared on the Gaucho continent." Arthur laughed loudly. "Scared now? Are you?" With that, he swung his sword and struck again. Just one blow shattered the formation of Van Hu and Hao Nian's group. Team members were sent flying, crying out in pain. Arthur held his sword with a confident expression. "Too bad. It is too late." Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. It was Tran Lak. It seemed he had arrived just in time. Below, Van Hugh cried out. Big brother, I am being bullied. The others also shouted. Leader, Arthur looked up and asked, who are you? His expression was thoughtful. When on earth did this person arrive without him sensing a thing? Tranlac looked at the sword in his hand and saw that its color was exactly the same as the armor. Could this be the weapon from that set of armor? Van Hugh, standing beside him, said. Leader, this sword looks very powerful. Let us snatch it quickly. Tranlac thought, if the armor represents defense, then the weapon represents offense. Just how sharp can this sword be? Arthur angrily retorted. You want to take my sword? In your dreams, I will kill you. With that, he swung his sword towards Tranlac and unleashed his move. He unleashed his Dark Soul Sphere, a vortex of dark sword energy, straight towards Tranlac, who was in mid-air. Tranlac realized he was a Dark System special ability user with a very high opinion of himself. He raised his hand and cast Void Exile. With that, he grabbed Arthur through the void, exiled him, and threw him into his own attack to block it. Caught by surprise, Arthur was hit by his own powerful attack. He coughed up blood and screamed in pain. Then, Tranlac followed up with another blow, sending him tumbling to the ground. Surprised, he scrambled backwards, using his sword to prop himself up. Seeing Tranlac appear before him, all he could do was stammer and shout. Tranlac raised his hand to cast his special ability. Before striking, he said, your toy does not look bad. Give it to me. With a whoosh, the void severed Arthur's arm, causing him to scream in pain. The fierce bear attacked the useless trash. He had used his weapon to bully her before, so this time she wanted to fight him again. Tranlac had a feeling about the sword in his hand. He was certain this was the weapon from that set of armor. He just did not know what power this sword had or what strength it could bring him. This sword energy was similar to his own energy pulse, just with a much larger range and greater power. Just holding it was equivalent to automatically having a wide area of effect damaging ability. But this was a bit dull and did not match the toughness of the armor. Perhaps this weapon was not suitable for him. The man screamed, demanding his sword back, annoyed at being disturbed while thinking. Tranlac slashed him across the neck as a warning. This sword was very sharp. He would study it more when he got back. It was a good time to use the space storm he had just mastered. He began to cast the spell, causing a fierce wind to rise in the space. Watch me create countless air currents like spatial blades to annihilate all of you. A storm swept them all up inside. Tranlac left the remaining matters to his teammates. Take out the crystals and share them among yourselves. I will take the corpses back. This time, he had collected nearly 4,000 corpses in a short time. The giant tree would not be able to eat them all. Now, from the armor set, he had the helmet, armor, boots, and weapon. He looked at the equipment on the ground. It seemed like something was still missing. He asked me fam if there was any danger or risk of being controlled when wearing the armor, and she replied, no problem. Tranlac put on the armor, donned the helmet, and equipped the boots. Holding the sword in his hand and looking at his reflection, he looked incredibly majestic. But after putting it on, he did not feel any special energy at all. He tried again and again with all his might. He still felt nothing. Perhaps this helmet blocked the dark suppression. The armor was still a divine artifact. He would give it to Long Vu to study. In the end, he did not know what this world would become. If one day all zombies evolved to his level of strength, he did not know how he would face it. Although the population had decreased significantly, resources were still scarce. The strong preyed on the weak. Concentrating resources for a few to survive in the post-apocalyptic world left humanity with a smoldering fire. The great prophet turned to him and said, starting from Long Quoc, we will use Long Quoc's resources to nurture them. The two sat by the fire, talking. I heard the overlord of Long Quoc's Dawn City suddenly left. I do not know when they will be back. If we really encounter them, we will still have to ask the great prophet for help. He told him not to worry, that he had already invited the noble god. If that guy dared to show up, he would surely die. At that moment, someone ran over to report that a group of zombies was causing trouble and many of their team had been eaten. He was a bit angry. Just eliminate them. Do you need me to teach you? The young man reported again that among the zombies, there were over 1,000 level 8 beings. Their level 7 expert had his face half chewed off when he confronted them. Only then did the great prophet become alarmed. He ordered the army to assemble and crush them immediately. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the army's position, furious to find not a single zombie. At this point, the young man was confused, not knowing why the zombies had suddenly retreated and vanished completely. The great prophet just turned his head and left. He must have seen a ghost. In fact, in the distance, a zombie was laughing at them. These idiots. No rush, take it slow. Killing a few each day is enough. If I can't kill them all in 1 month, I will take 2. In a meeting room, Mukhong was meeting with everyone. She believed everyone had received news of the attacks by the foreigners and the brown bears. She hoped everyone would put aside their hatred and unite against them. Dawn City is taking too many elites away. Asking them for help now is useless. He has a coastal stronghold. I have sent people to contact him. Mukhong reassured them. Everyone, do not worry. My intuition tells me they will come again. I really won't let them go. But they are no longer on the mainland. And given the travel route, it will probably take a few days, which might not be in time. Everyone started murmuring and discussing anxiously. The cunning enemy was very fierce. After a few days, who knows how many more people would have died. Even if he came, what could one person do in such a large-scale battle? He could not possibly fight an entire army alone. Mukhong stood up resolutely. No matter what, we fight to the death and do not retreat. The foreigners in our long quok, the number of bases is not enough. They want to pull us in to join them. Initially, when the bases started elitizing level 4 and 5 members, no one needed us. They sat in disgust. Normally, when we were low level, they told us to fend for ourselves. Now they remember us. One person was stopped from joining because he was only level 4. But he was determined. It is fine to be cannon fodder. Long Kwok has no cowards. And so, everyone's morale was boosted. They wanted to do something valuable. Their patriotic spirit soared to a climax, a sense of national pride. The people of Long Kwok had never been defeated. On the side, Milapa Milin witnessed that spirit. When disaster strikes, there will always be people who step forward. Whether strong or weak, Milin believed that humanity has a dark side, but also a bright side. Before, she was like someone who only cared about the dark side. Tranlak let out a sigh. They fought to survive, while he fought to live better. There was a difference between him and them. It was simply a matter of having a full stomach, clean clothes, and wanting a bit of dignity. Tranlak would take action. In truth, he also hoped that more people could survive. Day later, the Great Prophet's army had advanced to a base area. A group of people blocked them. The army's target was not supplies. In Longquok, there is a term called raising poison, which means gathering several poisonous species together. The one that survives will be the strongest. The post-apocalyptic environment is constantly changing. Based on this rate of development, humanity might go extinct. The Great Prophet declared, they are the future poison species. What needs to be done now is to raise the poison, allowing the strongest to survive and quickly level up their strength, creating a truly elite group. Everyone in the crowd was convinced. Tranlak, observing from above, praised him. What big talk. The Great Prophet was surprised to see a girl who could fly like him, so she is also level 10. He ordered his army to advance. In front of Tranlak, no one could escape. He immediately used Void Exile. A spatial cage had locked him inside. Tranlak leaned on his hand to watch the show. He is right. We do need to concentrate resources. Thank you for the gift of resources. Now just watch quietly. The spatial cage tightened around him more and more. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape. Tranlak ordered his army to wipe them all out. That group of people was beaten into a pulp. Crying and screaming, a powerful force attacked them relentlessly. After that, she even used dark magic bullets, attacking to completely annihilate them. No wonder the Zombie King initially said that if it met Tranlak, it would have to tuck its tail and run. Now, it was not just Tranlak who was terrifying. This was no longer a battle between two teams, but a complete steamrolling. This was a one-sided fight. Phap Vong could not let Tranlak have all the spotlight and jumped into the battle. It used a lightning pillar to attack them. Cries for help echoed ceaselessly. No more fighting. We do not want to fight anymore. The Great Prophet screamed. Damn you. Tranlak, where is Lord Noble God? I beg you, please come and save us. The Great Prophet, trapped in the spatial cage, desperately wondered why Lord Noble God had not acted yet. Of course, it had already been waiting to flee. As it ran, it thought, these foolish humans can't even see what the situation is. I do not want to get involved in this terrifying mess. Tranlak would not let it escape so easily. He told his people to block it. A death ray shot straight towards it. It was a dangerous situation. If Mei Rong had not blocked it, that one blow would have killed it. Heiko was quite surprised by its resilience. Took such a powerful blow and still did not die. She continued to advance, using the light of annihilation. Beaten to that extent, it still brought the Sea King into it, saying he would protect it and if anything happened, he would avenge it by wiping everyone out. The moment she paused her attack, it thought, the Sea King's title is truly effective. Heiko asked Tranlak, is that your turtle? He replied, there are too many in the ocean. It might have been lazy, but I have never met it. Keep it here. After I am done with these people, I will question it thoroughly. Tranlak told it to retract its head and wait on the spot. If it dared to move, he would kill it. Even at this moment, it was still thinking that the Sea King's title had worked. An hour later, the Great Prophet broke free from the cage. His entire army had truly been annihilated. He collapsed to the ground. I should not have dealt with Long Kwok, but Tranlak thought it did not matter. Since you are here. In your next life, be more careful. Don't come to Long Kwok again. As he spoke, he attacked him straight in the head. Mukhong thanked him, but he humbly replied, this is also something I should do. Hearing cries for help, constantly yelling to be let go, she and Tranlak turned to look. It turned out to be Phap Vong, spinning that noble god around like a pinwheel. He gave up on Phap Vong and told him to bring it over. It was being extremely rude. You people are so bold. I am one of Lord Sea King's men. Yet you dare to laugh at me like this. Don't you want to live anymore? It warned them. In front of the Sea King, you all are nothing. He asked it. Have you ever met the Sea King? Hako pointed the tip of her sword at it. Then, a look of astonishment appeared on the faces of the noble god and Mukhong when they learned the truth. The one known as the Sea King was Tranlak. He kicked it in the face. Go back and ask your cousin if I am the Sea King or not. If I do not see you when I hold the Ocean Assembly, you are dead for sure. Mukhong could not help but be amazed. You are the Sea King. Do you really have dozens of king-tier subordinates? Tranlak was indeed the Sea King. As for dozens of king-tier subordinates, that was unclear. But soon, There certainly would be. With your abilities, is not solving the problem of post-apocalyptic survival too easy? Tranlac wants to survive the apocalypse more than any of you. Everything I do is to survive the apocalypse. Actually, I have something I need everyone's help with. He wanted to ask everyone to help find something. In return, he would provide 1 kilogram of rice per day. As for safety, there was no need to worry. He would send people to protect everyone. Everyone here agreed. They rushed over, wanting to do it. No one had to fight over it. A group of 100 people. Whoever found what he wanted could make any request of him. At the same time, each team member would receive 100 kilograms of pork. Whoever agrees, stand to the left. I will arrange for people from the sea. The moment he finished speaking, the entire crowd rushed to the left side. After a session of arranging things, that evening he called me Fam to return with him. He asked me Fam if she had reached the king tier yet. Around 8 p.m. I reached the king tier. She turned to look at Tranlac. There are 9 months and 16 days left. He pondered. This is the time the monster will appear. He sighed softly. I know. Although the time is shorter than I expected, it is acceptable. He asked further, any new abilities? Me Fam thought for a moment. It seems, but I am not entirely sure. I predict that in about 10 years, the end times will come. Suddenly, Me Fam said, okay, leaving him stunned and confused. I did not see anything. What did you do? Me Fam acted mysteriously again. It is not convenient to say now. Don't ask. You will find out later anyway. The next day at the Ocean Assembly, Lord Sea King had not yet arrived. Everyone was waiting to see him. Having heard he even possessed divine power, they looked up at the sky. Lord Sea King has arrived. Tranlac appeared, and everyone immediately bowed. Greetings, Lord Sea King. One came forward and knelt respectfully. Lord Sea King, I am your loyal servant. According to the statistics, a total of 126 sea clans are eligible to participate in the assembly, but only 112 have arrived so far. 14 are missing. He ordered them to record all who had not come. Anyone who does not come, I mean what I say, I will definitely kill them. These two were already mature sea creatures. Raising them further would not have much effect. Better to find an excuse to kill them. Greetings, Lord Sea King. I am willing to serve Lord Sea King. But there was one who did not kneel to greet him. He had never knelt before, so he was not used to it. Everyone immediately scolded him for his insolence. Clearly you do not respect Lord Sea King. They even wanted to teach him a lesson. Just in time, Tranlac secretly rejoiced. This was also a reason to kill him. A fish appeared. You bastards. What are you blabbering about? Then, seeing Tranlac, it got scared and tried to flee. He raised his hand and used Void Exile to stop it from escaping. Behold the divine power of Tranlac. It was thrown into the sky. Screaming. What have you done to me? He winked at Kung So Tai to coordinate with him. Use time stop. You are really in a hurry. If it is to put on a show, I will do my best. Before she could act, Haiko had already lunged towards the fish. The crowd below murmured, wondering why the fish did not dodge. It is because Lord Sea King used his divine power to suppress it. It is not that it does not want to run, but that it can't. Such mysterious and terrifying method. 2 years ago, he was the Sea King who descended with divine power, bestowing grace upon all sea clans, helping the chosen fish to evolve. If not for that, this fish would not exist now, but it used my divine power to increase its strength without knowing gratitude. Its death is not to be mourned. In fact, Tranlac was taking this opportunity to trick them. Everyone who heard it believed him completely. They would definitely obey and perform well. He praised them for their filial piety. He called Hong Dang. Report on the top 5 achievements of last month. It bowed its head and reported. 5 minutes later, they finished their report. At the end of the meeting, he let them follow him, and then he would bestow divine power upon them. The noble god wondered why its achievement was ranked first, yet it was not included. They thought to themselves, this kid is pretty bold, as expected of the cousin, daring to question the Sea King in front of everyone. Since it did not give him face like that, he would find an excuse to kill it when they got back. He said it had already ascended to the king tier, and leveling up required a lot of divine power. Its achievements were not yet enough. Continue to accumulate. When the time is ripe, I will bestow divine power upon you to rise above the king tier. Hearing this, it happily agreed. Haiko, beside him, also offered to follow him. This is my companion Pearl. It can enhance the ice system. Although losing it will greatly reduce my strength, I am willing to offer it to you. Tranlac shyly refused. Oh, how could I take your things, especially something so precious? She tried to persuade him again. I have no other gift to offer. So he accepted the pearl. He thought he would keep Boy Boy and Hong Dang as his handmaidens. The spy, Van Kate, reported new information. Dai Trang had just obtained a king tier crystal and told him to come quickly. The next assembly is in a month. I will inform you if anything comes up. With that, he used Void Walk to disappear. In a certain forest, Tranlac appeared and called for Dai Trang, asking him, did you just kill a king tier? Well done. He was also surprised that Tranlac had arrived just as he obtained a good crystal. He immediately thought, that brat Van Kiet Kwai must have snitched. I can't keep him around anymore. Defeated, he had no choice but to hand over the crystal. Tranlac was also confused as to why Dai Trang was being so cooperative today. In his heart, he was crying a river. He did not want to part with it either, but giving it to Tranlac was better than affecting their brotherly bond. He expressed that he owed his current success to his support, and this crystal must be offered to him. Understanding his subordinate's feelings, he could not disappoint him at this time. Tranlac let Daitrang keep the crystal until the monster appeared. Daitrang's subordinates probably included a dozen king tiers and about 2,000 level 8s and 9s. That was a fighting force not to be underestimated. This time, he came to visit Daitrang and also to tell him to save any high-level corpses he obtained in the future for him. He had a use for them. Daitrang accepted. If you need them, I have many subordinates. I can kill a few hundred for you. Tranlac refused. No need. If something else comes up later, I will let you know. Daitrang pointed and told him to take that brat Van Kiet Kwai away. Knowing that guy was a spy, he was looking for an excuse to get rid of him. That kid has hit on all my subordinates. I can't stand it anymore. Hearing that, Tranlac was astonished. He even hit on zombies. This guy's taste is really too much. Van Kiet Kwai clung to Tranlac's leg. He did not want to stay here anymore either, eating raw mutated meat every day. My life is worse than death. Tranlac was forced into a difficult situation and had to agree. Leaving that matter aside, let us go to Dawn City. As soon as Tranlac returned home, Mifan ran out to greet his return. She jumped onto him and sat down. What happened? Why are you so excited? It turned out she had good news and wanted him to go with her. She had a fated opportunity to give him. For Mifan to call it a fated opportunity, it must not be simple. I can't reveal it for now. Anyway, just follow my directions. Use Void Walk and follow me. The two of them jumped off the balcony and set off. Just like that, they arrived at the African continent. Alright, it is near here, but Tranlac could not see anything. Mifan said it was because his fate had not yet arrived. Be patient and wait here for a few days. This fated opportunity of yours is definitely dangerous. Let me send you back first. Be careful on your own. Tranlac was also curious about what could pose a threat to him. Mifan jumped through the portal and disappeared. Life is important. I should put on my precious armor set first. Hey, in the cave was a zombie with corpses lying around. It was a zombie that had far surpassed the king tier. In his previous life, Tranlac had only lived for 12 years and had only ever encountered king tier mutated beings. As for the emperor tier, let alone meeting one, he had never even heard of it. Just thinking about an emperor tier crystal was already mind-blowing. Mifan was truly amazing. That emperor tier zombie had sensed him long ago. It asked him, why do you keep staying behind me? Tranlac gave a friendly smile. Don't worry, I have no other intentions. I just want to have a little spar with you. It charged madly towards Tranlac, wanting to settle the score with someone who was tired of living and dared to spar with it. Indeed, the speed of an emperor tier was too fast. After retreating, he used Void Walk to jump high up. He skillfully combined the Void Walk and Dimensional Blade techniques to attack the emperor tier zombie. The technique landed, and he punched the zombie directly. The strange thing was that it did not even try to dodge. Tranlac paused for a moment. He was hit by his Dimensional Blade, and he was also injured by it. Trading blows was not a good idea. He had to find a more effective method. The zombie was also getting excited that he had dodged its attack. It could not believe its eyes. Could he be so fast that even its eyes could not detect him? Tranlac chuckled and told it to guess. In fact, Tranlac had used time slow and time acceleration, making it difficult for it to notice. It attacked him at full speed, but now in his eyes, it was moving as slowly as a turtle, not even as fast as a king tier. Let us see how you are going to fight. As it threw a punch at Tranlac, he easily dodged it. Tranlac even summoned a holy sword in his hand to counterattack it. Let us see who is going to die. How could a mere zombie like it kill him? It still could not believe the truth. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as the zombie wanted to chop him into 1,000 pieces, Tranlac cut off its arm. You are dead for sure. You dare to grab me with your arm. I will cripple you. Using time slow, time acceleration, and dimensional blade simultaneously. Although powerful, consumed too much energy. If he maintained this for much longer, he feared he would not be able to hold on. Tranlac held the holy sword and advanced towards it. A quick battle to a quick victory. The threat made it afraid. Didn't you just say you wanted to spar a little, to save its own life? The zombie admitted defeat, but Tranlac could not let this delicious prey escape. Letting it run away would be a waste of effort, would not it? It continued to beg him to spare its life. A clean sword stroke passed through the Emperor Tier zombie's head. That settled it. Then, he took the crystal from its body. It was indeed a good item. With this crystal, the time it would take to reach the Emperor Tier would be much faster than he had anticipated. Just a month later, there was a strange change in Tranlac's body. His whole body felt like it was breaking apart. The level up, along with the sudden surge of energy flow in his body, brought with it intense pain. The pain from every fiber of his being made Tranlac collapse to the ground in agony. Clutching his head, sweat soon drenched his body. The excruciating pain made him writhe on the ground. Finally, the pain ended. Tranlac lay exhausted on the ground. He panted, feeling the power within his body as he ascended to the Emperor Tier he had dreamed of. But why was leveling up always so painful? Was this really the correct way to level up? However, the pain of leveling up each time was slightly less than in his previous life. Could it be because in this life, his leveling up was entirely based on crystals, and also partly due to eating the fruits? No matter what, he had returned to his peak strength. Next, if he wanted to increase his strength further. Just as he thought of this, he shook his head in wariness. He decided to put it aside and not think about it for now. Taking things as they come, he should summon the sea creatures for a meeting first. Soon, the third sea creature assembly was held. They were all present, paying their respects to the Sea King. Tranlac had Hongdang report on the attendance situation of today's assembly. According to the report, there were currently 146 sea clans eligible to participate, with 138 present. 9 of them were the audacious ones who did not come last time and had been forcefully arrested. Hongdang had them brought up. It was afraid, Lord Sea King, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I will attend on time next time. Tranlac gently told someone to take it back. Confine it for 1 year. If it behaves after a year, release it. He thought to himself, when I want to borrow its crystal, it will also listen obediently. Of course, it is fine if they do not listen. The result is death anyway. Those sea creatures actually revere him. Additionally, Hongdang had something to report. He sat with his legs crossed on a chair, listening to her report. Today, among the sea tribes that did not show up, 2 were eaten by a sea serpent. She saw with her own eyes that the sea serpent was very powerful, likely a king level. Tranlac was furious. How could the sea creatures he worked so hard to raise be killed like this? Despicable. He would absolutely not forgive this act of slaughter. Tranlac immediately ordered his army of sea creatures to set out and find that sea serpent to settle the score. The sea serpent was slithering away under the sea, cursing inwardly. Damn it, damn it all. Just as it was about to go ashore, a divine hand suddenly appeared, swiftly grabbing it. The hand squeezed the sea serpent's neck tightly, causing it to struggle and cry out in pain. Then, a whirlpool suddenly appeared and pulled it in. Slowly, the water engulfed it and disappeared, leaving only a calm surface. 3 days later, the sea serpent still had not been found. The sea creatures were cursed as useless. Tranlac was extremely annoyed. The sea creatures were called useless. Hongdang knelt and reported, Your Majesty the Sea King, we did indeed seal off the area, but the great sea serpent has miraculously disappeared. Tranlac gritted his teeth. How could it just disappear like that? Hongdang cowed and begged, Please give us a little more time. We will definitely find it. He waved his hand decisively. Alive. I want to see the serpent. Dead. I want to see its corpse. Keep searching until you find it. Even if the sea serpent had fled ashore, his members should have easily discovered it, unless it found a cave and stayed inside without eating or drinking. Otherwise, it is just absurd. At this moment, Tranlac received news that the lower part of the armor had been found. He was surprised. I have pants now. He called the system to send him the location, then rushed over. The location was a farm on the Meicha continent. It was just as he thought. He could feel that this was the lost piece he had been searching for so long. He walked over, picked up the lower part of the armor, and pondered. Only the belt is missing for it to be a complete set. Besides defense, what other function does this lower part have? What is this horizontal line on the knee? It seems there are river-like patterns inside. What is this horizontal line on the knee? Besides defense, what other function does this lower part have? What is this horizontal line on the knee? It seems there are drawings inside formed by lines. Indeed. Just like the other parts, it can automatically adjust to the user's body. Tranlac threw a few kicks to see if there were any outstanding effects, kicking back and forth, here and there, yet there was no effect. Could it be that it only has a defensive function? Elsewhere, Daytrang was embracing a girl, listening to her flattery. The time for you to ascend to king level is not far off, surely no less than the city lord of the City of Light. How could he be a match for my big brother? However, should not you play your crystal trump card now? While he was thinking, someone appeared in the sky, spewing fire everywhere. The girl shouted for him to look. There is a king level up there. What perfect timing. I will use this crystal as a gift for my wife, and while she is happy, I will explain my situation with Big Brother Tranlac. Daytrang flew up to counterattack. How dare you cause trouble near my territory? He was only following the Sea King's orders to go ashore and find the sea serpent. Why was he so unlucky to run into another king level? Oh well, I will kill him first and then continue the search. I can also collect the crystal and offer it to His Majesty the Sea King. After dodging Tong Bao's attack, Daitrang wanted to counter. He charged towards Tong Bao, scorning him for trying to hurt him with such a weak move. Daitrang caught Tong Bao and punched him hard on the left cheek. Shouting die. Tong Bao could not dodge and had to take Daitrang's punch head-on. Daitrang punched Tong Bao with great force, sending him flying. His back slammed hard against a cliff, and he could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. After recovering a little, Tong Bao yelled at Daitrang's group, "You are a bunch of trash, only know how to gang up on people." Daitrang's underlings did not care, because they really were trash. They surrounded Tong Bao, laughing. "Weren't you pretty tough just now? Did our boss Daitrang beat you into a pulp? We will take care of you." Tong Bao was not scared. He continued to curse Daitrang's underlings and threatened to call for backup. "You guys just wait here and die." As soon as he finished speaking, he took another kick. This time, he was in so much pain he could barely breathe, lying flat on the ground. Daitrang saw that he had finally shut up. "You are about to die and you are still running your mouth." Just then, the sea creature brothers flew over. Seeing Tong Bao flattened on the ground, they rushed to ask what happened. Who hit him? Who did this? Daitrang stared blankly at the army behind Tong Bao. He could not believe his eyes. Since when were there so many king-level experts? There were many, but he was not too worried, because Daitrang had many underlings. He had the advantage in numbers, so he was not worried about what these 8 king levels could do to him. But the number did not stop at 8. It increased to 70. This was clearly an organized army of king levels. No matter how powerful Daitrang was, he could not be a match for so many king levels. He broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the king level army, and kept saying, "It is just a misunderstanding." Wait, I'm sorry. Big brothers. Big sisters, but Tongbao would not let it go so easily. Now that he had backup, he stepped forward and punched Daitrang straight in the right cheek. He shouted, "Didn't you want to gang up on me just now? Why are you scared now?" Ignoring the threats of the sea creatures, Daitrang was still lost in his own thoughts. Although he did not know if Tranlak's Emperor level could defeat so many king levels, Tranlak always had miraculous methods. If they could not win, he could at least help him escape with the crystal. Meanwhile, at Tranlak's base, he was sitting with Milap, checking on her current condition. At most, it would take Milap 5 months to reach Emperor level. Tranlak could not wait. He felt that was too long. Bakong sat beside them, looking at the young couple with its deep blue eyes, and suggested Tranlak use time acceleration. The first thing Tranlak worried about was whether using time acceleration would leave any side effects on Milap. Bakong analyzed for Tranlak that using crystals would cause problems, while using fruits would cause minor problems. But in a dangerous situation like this, minor problems are nothing. Hearing this, Tranlak hesitated and looked at Milap. Before he could finish speaking, Milap had already decided to level up because it was a rare chance for her to help Tranlak. Besides, it was just a minor problem. Any effects would be a matter for the future. Tranlak was both happy and felt sorry for Milap. He held her tightly and sighed that with a wife like Milap, he could not ask for anything more. Before they could exchange a few more sweet words, an urgent report came in. It was a message from Daitrang. He reported that he was in danger. The enemy was powerful, and Tranlak did not have to come if it was inconvenient. Tranlak was startled because Daitrang reported that the enemy could harm Tranlak. If that was the case, he had to go check it out. He was dying of curiosity. At Daitrang's base, a telepathic message told Daitrang to hold on. Tranlak would be there immediately. Hearing this, Daitrang was overjoyed by Tranlak's reliability. He silently vowed to trust him forever. Hearing that his big brother was coming, Daitrang puffed up his chest and started soloing the sea creatures again. His protector would be there soon. On the other side, the sea creatures, with their superior numbers, wanted to see who the unlucky person Daitrang called was. They even allowed Daitrang the chance to call for help, but they were afraid Daitrang would not get to use his chance. The person Daitrang called would probably be scared off by their large and powerful army. In the sky, a figure appeared before them using Void Walk. Daitrang turned around, looked at Tranlak, and shouted, "Big brother." The sea creatures were startled. They might not recognize anyone else, but they could not fail to recognize their sea king. Tranlak looked at the situation below and was also startled. He only now realized that Daitrang had stumbled into the sea king's temple, and both opposing sides were his subordinates. When the sea creatures saw Tranlak, they shouted in unison, "Greetings, Sea King." Daitrang, beside them, saw the king-level army that had been aggressively trying to kill him just moments ago. Now they were as meek as lambs. He could not believe it and looked at Tranlak. Why has my big brother become the Sea King? Tongbao pointed at Daitrang and asked what his relationship was with him. Tranlak stroked his chin, pondering. He was the Sea King now. Acting like brothers with Daitrang would be inappropriate. For now, he could only trick them to get through this quickly. Tranlak began to make up a story. Back when I was in the human world, I lived with Daitrang for a while. Wanting to end this quickly, Tranlak wanted them to apologize and let it go. Tongbao obediently humbled himself first. He called Daitrang brother, saying that meeting through a fight could also be a kind of fate. If Daitrang was still upset, he could hit him. Seeing Tongbao backing down, Daitrang felt too embarrassed not to let it go, since they would be on the same side in the future. Tranlak was getting annoyed. He knew he had wasted his time coming here, as he did not catch any king levels and was forced to act in a play. Daitrang glanced at his underlings and the girl behind him greeting Tranlak. They obediently shouted big brother. Daitrang looked towards his wife, thinking to himself that his grand plan to keep his secret was completely over. Though all of Daitrang's followers knelt to greet Tranlak, there was still some murmuring because Daitrang had to be saved by a human. However, they were all wary because Tranlak was too strong. None of them wanted to die, so they knelt before Tranlak. They might gossip about his human origins later, but with such a powerful being in front of them, they did not care if he was human or not. After dealing with the group at Daitrang's place, Tranlak returned to the City of Light base and used time acceleration to help Milap level up. However, continuous use would greatly harm Milap's spirit and stamina. He had to find a way to stabilize the accelerated time. This meant Tranlak would create a specific area where time flows very slowly. This place would be like a separate world with its own time zone. Anyone who entered could enjoy the slow passage of time in this area. Tranlak clenched his fists and took a deep breath, thinking, if only he could fuse the two energies of space and time. Milap saw Tranlak suddenly stop the time acceleration. Not understanding, she looked up at Tranlac with a puzzled expression, as if waiting for an explanation. But Tranlac said nothing. He just frowned and released a stream of dark green energy, forming a small vortex. After a while, a square box suddenly appeared inside the vortex, with a faint energy glowing within it. Just as the space took shape, Tranlac felt a metallic taste rise in his throat. He could not help but cough, spitting out some blood. To Milap's surprise, Milap went to support Tranlac, worriedly asking about his condition. Tranlac could not answer. He could only breathe with difficulty. Trying to suppress the pain, Milap told Tranlac to sit in a meditative posture so she could heal him, and Tranlac obediently sat down. Tranlac listened to his wife, closed his eyes, and took deep breaths. But he was still a little scared about what just happened because his crystal had almost shattered. After stabilizing his breathing and his crystal, some color returned to Tranlac's face. He asked Milap to get him 2 clocks. Although she did not know what Tranlac wanted to do, she still agreed and hurried off to get them for him. When Milap returned, the small square box had grown quite a bit. She was surprised but did not ask Tranlac. She just handed him the 2 clocks he needed and stood there watching. Tranlac took them, then approached the square box to conduct his experiment. Tranlac had actually succeeded in creating areas with different rates of time flow and could maintain them for a long time. Just now, Tranlac had tried going inside the box while Milap stayed outside. He saw that 20 minutes had passed inside the area, while only 7 minutes had passed outside. The time flow rate was about 3 to 1. Tranlac was truly overjoyed, although the price he paid was not small. In return, this place could operate on its own. Tranlac looked at the newly created space square and suddenly discovered another problem. How long could this area last? Tranlac told Bicom to call Heiko over to see him. He wanted to split this area in half, one for Milap and one for Heiko. But Bicom disagreed, because it was best to let Milap reach Emperor level before Heiko. Tranlac raised an eyebrow, looking at Bicom's innocent face. He did not understand why Bicom said that, why Milap had to reach Emperor level before Heiko. After wondering, he speculated, could it be that she is worried Heiko will still be affected by the mysterious meat after leveling up and go on a killing spree? Half a month later at the City of Light, Milap saw Heiko and happily told her she had reached Emperor level. Heiko was not happy and just coldly replied to Milap, "So what?" Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Tranlac saved the situation for his wife. He said that because Heiko's mind was affected by the mysterious meat, she had spent time researching ways to purify Heiko's killing intent. Milap added that now that she was Emperor level, her abilities had also changed and she could try to help Heiko. Heiko's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. She decided to give it a try to see what would change. Milap sat down opposite Heiko and happily agreed. Milap radiated her green energy and seriously reminded Heiko to relax and not resist her power. Heiko truly relaxed. Her eyes stared at Milap but seemed to be losing focus. The green light enveloped her, as if wanting to comfort and caress Heiko. After a while, Heiko's eyes seemed to be purified. Her bright purple pupils were gradually polished, no longer the murky purple they were before. Milap was exhausted. She said dejectedly that with her current ability, she could only suppress the killing intent. She worried that if she could not maintain the purification, Heiko would return to her original state. Seeing this situation, Tranlac became even more curious. If just the effect of a piece of meat could render an Emperor level's healing powerless, then who was the owner of that meat? Suddenly, Tranlac's eyes widened. He had a bold thought. The original owner of the armor might have been a dark-type ability user. Perhaps the death of the armor's owner caused the power in their body to spread throughout the world, and the sinister dark energy led to the birth of zombies. And after the armor's owner died, only zombies could absorb their energy. This could also explain why zombies do not need to absorb crystals but can still level up as usual, while survivors can level up by absorbing zombie crystals. It is equivalent to indirectly absorbing the energy of the armor's owner. So, then the crystal of this original owner must be very powerful. And perhaps the monsters appeared to find the armor and the crystal. After thinking it through, he mentally slapped himself and denied that possibility. Tranlac denied it because it was too terrifying. He regained his composure and prepared for the current urgent mission. The appearance of monsters. Tranlac looked at Milap and asked for the number of members who had reached level 10 in the City of Light. Milap hesitated and said 56, because she could not remember clearly. Tranlac thought the number of level 10s was too low. He told Milap to pass on a message. He was preparing for the level 10s to ascend to king level, and registration was voluntary. Milap saw that he was tense. She took his arm to comfort him. Everyone will surely register. But she was worried if the current number of crystals was enough. Tranlac understood and hugged her, telling her not to worry about the crystals. He could handle it. He just needed Milap to pass on the message. The stronger her ability, the heavier her responsibility. However, Tranlac also reminded her that since danger was approaching, reaching king level must be the top priority. If anyone cheated, Tranlac would kill them. As for the sea creatures, he sent a message that he wanted to hold a grand feast tomorrow. Milap obediently agreed to the task. Seeing her gentleness, Tranlac gently kissed his wife's lovely cheek and said she had worked hard. The situation was that Tranlac's sea creatures were fattened up, and it was time for them to perform. But it was not appropriate for Tranlac to act himself. He wanted to discuss something with Heiko. The next morning, on the beach, the sea creatures had gathered, waiting for their sea king. But when they saw him, his face was pale, his steps were unsteady, and they could not believe their eyes. They thought Tranlac seemed different today, a bit weakened. In a weakened state, Tranlac looked at the sea creatures he had raised and asked if they were truly loyal to him. The sea creatures were confused and did not know what to do. They proved their loyalty by saying that anyone who wanted to harm Tranlac would have to step over their dead bodies, that they would serve him for life, and that without him, they would not exist. Their loyalty was witnessed by the sun and moon, for Tranlac was their king, meaning they were his subjects. Outwardly, Tranlac still appeared weak, but inwardly he was smirking. Soon enough, I will know who is loyal. Tranlac slumped over, sweating profusely. He weakly said that a traitor had appeared among his servants. She had taken advantage of a critical moment to steal his divine power and divine artifact, and even wanted to hunt him down. That traitor would soon return. Tranlac entrusted the sea creatures to stop the traitor for him, before the sea creatures could understand what was happening. Still stunned, Tranlac told them to try and hold her off for an hour so he could recover his divine power and fight the traitor. She wore Tranlac's armor and attacked him without a moment's hesitation. Fully immersing herself in the script, the sea creature saw Heiko attacking Tranlac and could not believe someone dared to be so insolent. Not only that, they realized the armor and boots Heiko was wearing seemed very familiar, as if they had seen them somewhere before. Heiko looked at the sea creatures and threatened the timid ones. She only wanted to kill Tranlac alone. Anyone else who did not want the same fate should get lost. A fish could not stand its king being despised. It yelled at Heiko that she was too insolent to dare insult Tranlac, and she even wants to kill him. It called for everyone to charge forward, attack, and surround Heiko to give Tranlac time to recover his divine power. Each sea monster did its best to block Heiko, not letting her get half a step closer to Tranlac. They launched water dragon fists and water arrows, which Heiko had to desperately dodge. However, all their efforts to hit her were useless. She only needed to swing her sword once to deflect all their attacks. Heiko told them they seemed tired of living. At this point, the sea creatures began to panic. They truly believed she had stolen Tranlac's divine power. Otherwise, her defense could not be this good. She did not forget to praise how formidable Tranlac's divine artifact was. Heiko confidently stared at the sea creatures below, her amethyst eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty light. She told the sea creatures that she was just starting her counterattack. With just one slash from Heiko, the sea where the sea creatures were standing split in two. The sea creatures were sent flying into the sky. Unable to fight back, Tranlac looked at the current situation, scratching his head. It would not be good if he just stood here watching. It would not raise the excitement. Tranlac decided to charge forward and attack Heiko, but because he was feigning weakness, he flew at a very normal speed, with no attacking intent. Before he even got close, without even touching Heiko's sleeve, Tranlac pretended to be hit by a projectile fired by Heiko and was sent tumbling. Heiko watched Tranlac's act and had to struggle to hold back her laughter. If Tranlac wanted to put on a show, she would play along. Heiko summoned a dozen lightning bolts from the sky to attack Tranlac. The lightning ran along her sword, converging into a single beam that struck at Tranlac, leaving him no room to escape. But just as Tranlac was about to act a little more, a figure rushed into the lightning to block the blow for him. Regardless of their own life, Tranlac was also very surprised by this. He saw the figure of Hong Dang lying on top of him, taking a fatal blow. Her mouth was still shouting, "Do not harm the king," but no matter how many times she shouted, no matter how strong her ability was, Hong Dang could not escape Heiko's attack. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Coughing violently, Tranlac had to worriedly ask about her condition. At this point, Hong Dang had lost a lot of blood and was exhausted. She kept murmuring that she was loyal and could do her best. Tranlac watched with emotion. He had to admit that Hong Dang was a very good, very loyal person. Seeing such a scene, Heiko also had to act touched. She watched and clapped her hands in mock pity. Because even so, Heiko could not spare Tranlac. Heiko decided to use her final move. She summoned a dark barrier that surrounded a part of the sea. Inside the barrier, strangely shaped monsters emerged. Tranlac then added more fuel to the fire to motivate the sea creatures. "I am about to recover my divine power, so try to block Heiko. Her defense is formidable, but her power is limited. If we force a few of you to sacrifice, we can deal with her." The sea creatures were filled with renewed faith and strength. They charged towards the barrier, wanting to attack the minions Heiko had just summoned. As they went, they encouraged everyone to charge. "We can't break her armor, but we can pin Heiko down. We have to restrain her first." Heiko was speechless at this chaotic scene. Although this was a revenge drama directed by Tranlac, she still felt unhappy seeing the sea creatures in crisis. At this moment, on Boy Boy's side, they had stopped attacking. Hong Dang turned around and asked her what she was doing. The boy righteously stated that Tranlac was about to fall, and following him was a dead end. She just wanted to find a new backer. Although he had anticipated this, hearing it himself, Tranlac still felt a pang of disappointment and could only let out a sigh. He did not notice a turtle approaching him from behind. It grabbed Tranlac's clothes fiercely and told everyone around that it had captured him. The turtle was excited that it had captured Tranlac and shook its head back and forth. It did not care that Tranlac was also being shaken. Capturing Tranlac, having him in its mouth because of this, Hakwai could proudly tell its descendants about it. Tranlac endured it for the bigger picture, but his cold, sharp eyes said it all. Tranlac was so angry he felt like tearing this Hakwai to shreds. Before Tranlac could say anything, Ong Dang aggressively cursed Hakwai for daring to treat Tranlac like that. She launched a mental illusion attack at Hakwai. Hakwai was no match for Hong Dang. It took the full force of her attack, became dizzy, and let Tranlac go. He gave another point to Hong Dang for saving her master in a crisis. He had not been wrong to trust her. At this moment, a soft-shelled turtle came forward and stepped on Hakwai's head, calling Hakwai an ungrateful traitor. Tranlac had given Hakwai power, but it did not cherish it. Today, it would eliminate Hakwai on Tranlac's behalf. Just then, Toomba charged forward, wanting to attack Heiko for the glory of the Sea King. Heiko remembered what Tranlac had said. To test loyalty, you have to kill one or two. So, she would no longer hold back and would fight with all her might. Heiko flew high, using the annihilation light technique, striking towards Tong Bao, right at its heart. It caused Tong Bao so much pain he screamed. Then, Heiko watched Tong Bao fall to the ground without batting an eye. Tong Bao hit the ground hard, could only let out a scream, and then went limp. The sea creatures saw Hai Si kill the messenger and swarmed forward, wanting to fight her to the death. For the glory of the Sea King, they were determined to eliminate Hai Ai. Trun Lex curled his lip, not wanting to test them anymore. Because he had already figured out who was loyal and who was not, he put on a grim face and announced that his divine power had been restored. The sea creatures were surprised that Tron Lefa recovered faster than expected. Trun Lex slowly walked towards them, wanting to use this situation to make the loyal sea creatures even more loyal to him. Trun Lek looked up, reached his hand to the sky, and shouted for light. Suddenly, in the sky that was covered by gloomy darkness, a ray of light shone down. That light shone directly on the spot where Hytro was standing. Seeing this, the sea creatures were both surprised and overjoyed. Trunluch only had to ask for light, and there was light, a light that dispelled the darkness. They trusted Tronalek even more. Hike had not forgotten her role. Seeing Tronlefa ruin her plan, she got furious with him, asking what the hell he was doing. Trunleka did not want to waste time explaining. He flew up and aimed his annihilation divine power at Heike, delivering a fatal blow. Powerless, Ahithe grabbed her head and screamed. In reality, Trunluck was using Void Exile to safely teleport Hada back to headquarters without arousing suspicion. He covered his mouth and laughed gleefully because his act had succeeded. Afterward, he turned back to the sea creatures, who were overjoyed that he had recovered his divine power. They also respected him because even against a strong opponent, Tranlac easily defeated her, proving it was the power of a god. After the celebration, it was time for punishment. Boy and the other disloyal sea creatures knelt before Tranlac. They begged Tranlac to spare them just this once, promising they would not do it again. Tranlac was in no hurry. He made them kneel there and not move. Tranlac walked over to look at Tong Bao. Ong Dang confirmed to Tranlac that Tong Bao was dead. Tranlac did not believe it and wanted to see for himself if Tong Bao was really gone. Tong Bao lay there motionless, with no signs of life. The other sea creatures repeated Hong Dang's words. Tong Bao was definitely dead. Tranlac once again played the role of a good leader. He saw Tong Bao's loyalty and how he died to buy him time. Tranlac would, for his people, consume his divine power to revive Tong Bao. Tranlac acted as if he was making a great sacrifice for the sea creatures. They, of course, did not understand what Tranlac meant. They looked at each other blankly, not knowing if he was serious or joking. How could someone who was dead come back to life? Tranlac simply summoned a divine rebirth barrier that enveloped Tong Bao's body in a green light, the color of hope. After using his divine power, Tranlac opened his eyes. Indeed, a deep fatigue was etched in his eyes, making Tranlac look haggard. Tong Bao rubbed its head and woke up. It thought it was dead. Maybe it was in heaven. Tong Bao looked at Tranlac, because Tranlac trusted it. It was revived in perfect condition after death. Milap had now ascended to emperor level and could easily revive a king level. Tranlac thought proudly of his wife. When the sea creatures saw Tong Bao come back to life, they all went wild. One pushed another to get a better view of the miracle. They were proud to see Tranlac was so powerful. This also meant they no longer had to be afraid. Their decision to follow Tranlac was indeed the right one. From now on, these sea creatures would risk their lives for him without hesitation. Tranlac saw their spirit and was secretly pleased, because in the future, this army would likely be the most zealous in battle. Seeing Tong Bao revive, Ong Dang reminded Tranlac about Boy's group and how to deal with them. He coldly turned to look at her and uttered 2 words. Kill them. As soon as Tranlac finished speaking, the sea creatures swarmed in, tearing Boy and the traders apart. Despite their pleas, no one cared or showed mercy. After they had been tortured to death by the sea creatures, Tranlac pretended to be benevolent, opening a spatial rift to bury them. The sea creatures watched his benevolent act with pride. They said Tranlac did not need to be so kind to those traders. They deserved what they got. After everything was done, Tranlac dismissed the sea creatures. He thought to himself, killed 96 of them in one go, most of them king level. Suddenly, Tranlac realized there seemed to be a bug, because a king-level crystal can help a level 10 advance. After advancing, they will gain a king-level crystal, resulting in an extra king-level crystal. Furthermore, a level 10 corpse at the giant tree can never produce a high-quality fruit like a king-level corpse. So, what if it is an infinite loop bug? A voice message came to Tranlac. Do not let those level 10 natives live. He thought that if he operated this way, Tranlac could obtain quite a few king-level crystals, king-level corpses, and high-quality fruits. He moved to the large fruit tree. It happily greeted Tran Lak, shaking its massive trunk, cheering that cooperating with Tran Lak was the right decision. It would never lack high-grade food. He threw a few corpses at the tree and asked it, "You seem to be a dual ability user of dark and lightning. I am providing you with so many corpses. Why has not your strength changed?" The tree caught the corpses he threw and told Tran Lak that it could still feel its strength changing, but it seemed to be stuck somewhere and could not continue to level up. He fell silent, thinking he did not understand. Could it be that the tree's talent was limited, so it could not continue to grow to emperor level? The tree started to tell Tran Lak that last time he advanced 10 fruits. He should do the same this time so it could observe if there were any changes. He agreed because he had plenty of fruits anyway. Tran Lak also truly hoped the giant tree could reach emperor level, but Tran Lak was wondering who the next candidate for emperor level would be. 1 month later at the City of Light base, Tran Lak laughed heartily and happily announced to everyone that his innate ability, Void Walk, had finally broken through. Bakong heard this and was also happy for Tran Lak's breakthrough. It looked up at Tran Lak with its blue eyes and asked what the maximum distance was this time. He said smugly that on Blue Star, going anywhere was just a matter of moments. He felt he could even go directly to the moon and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Hearing he could go to the moon, Bakong cozied up to Tran Lak and begged him to take it to sea, because it had never been to the moon. Tran Lak was a bit embarrassed but still refused Bakong because bringing someone along would double the consumption of Void Walk, something he was not sure about, but he promised to take a few pictures for Bakong. Tran Lak pushed it away, although Bakong did not understand. It still agreed to the plan of him sending photos for it to see. That night, Tran Lak really went to the moon. However, he did not feel any discomfort up here. Tran Lak looked around and discovered that it seemed after reaching Emperor level, one no longer needed a spaceship. It directly solved the problems of extremely low temperatures and oxygen. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw a person hopping towards him. Tran Lak was not sure if it was a person, an alien, or something else. When the person got closer, he was so shocked his mouth fell open, because it was an astronaut. The person approached Tran Lak. He kept saying "ong" to him. Tran Lak was a bit panicked and kept backing away. He figured this person must be a foreigner. Although a bit flustered, Tran Lak still waved and said "E" to the astronaut, but the man spouted a stream of English, saying, "Thank God, I finally saw a living person." Having no other choice, Tran Lak had to give the astronaut a simultaneous translator specially made by Long Vu, while he took out a communication earpiece, also made by Long Vu, that could transmit in any environment. He spoke at length with Tran Lak, introducing himself as an astronaut from Dengta Nation who was abandoned on the moon. His name was Jill. When he arrived on the moon, he lost contact with Blue Star. Jill had been on the moon for 2.5 years, surviving by using supplies from the station. Then he asked Tran Lak how he got to the moon and about the situation on Blue Star. Tran Lak was a bit overwhelmed by how much Jill talked, but he calmly told him that Dengta Nation had disappeared and other countries were about to disappear as well. Suddenly, Jill said, "Could everything be related to what I saw?" Tran Lak was stunned. His eyes lit up, and he stood up straight and asked Jill what he had seen. Frowned and honestly recounted that when he first arrived on the moon, he saw 2 clusters of light, one black and one blue, flashing in space. Then, a terrible shockwave occurred, like a star spontaneously exploding, and the cluster of black light fell towards Blue Star. Hearing about the black light, Tran Lak's eyes widened as if he had discovered something. Tran Lak speculated that the black light might be the dark energy of the armor's original owner, because he had previously thought that the armor's original owner might have died at the hands of another and exploded into many pieces on Blue Star. He never expected it to be true, and the timing even matched, but Tran Lak said nothing to Jill, only asking his own question. The black light source exploded, so what about the blue light source? He frowned, trying to recall the event, but it was useless. He could not see clearly and could not remember because it had been 2 years. Jill only remembered that their speed was very fast. Tran Lak stroked his chin, thinking, the blue light seemed to be the color of the ice element, so the opponent of the armor's original owner might have been an ice-type ability user. After getting this useful information, he decided to leave. Before he left, Tran Lak left some supplies as a reward. Jill saw him about to leave and frantically tried to keep him there, but he quickly disappeared while Jill was still chasing after him, begging Tran Lak to stay. Tran Lak found it funny, thinking, I have a gentle wife at home. Why would I stay here? Welcoming Tran Lak's return was Phap Vong. It excitedly announced its promotion to Emperor level. Tran Lak was surprised by Phap Vong's speed. Entering the room, he saw Ngong Song sitting with Becom. Tran Lak could sense that Ngong Song had advanced to high-level king. Hearing him, she turned her head, made a V sign at Tran Lak, and smugly asked him, Am I amazing? Looking at Ngong Song, Tran Lak felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He remembered she was an ice type and had always been very special. She was the first person to advance to king level without pain. Her tears could turn into pearls, and she had restorative abilities. Could Ngong Song be that blue light source? Was she suffering from amnesia or just pretending? Ngong Song saw Tran Lak staring at her without saying anything, so she frowned and asked with concern, finding it absurd. He brushed aside his thoughts about Nanjing Sang, convincing himself that the armor's original owner had been killed 2 years ago and the blue light could not have left her completely unharmed. Perhaps she was just injured after taking that blue light, causing some part or item to drop. At that moment, Becom suddenly shrieked, its blue eyes staring intently outside. Worried about Becom, Trun Lechi asked what was wrong. Becom sniffed with its cat nose. It had suddenly sensed a crisis approaching, only half a month away. Hearing this, Trun Lex broke into a cold sweat. He looked at Becom's back and asked if it could sense the outcome of this crisis. Becom did not look at Trun Lex, only saying there were too many dangerous twists and turns, but the outcome could be considered a success. It did not know why. In some sense, it seemed like there was one failure. Trun Lex narrowed his eyes, pondering the word failure. Becom frowned worriedly, wondering why it felt that way. It was like success, but also not. The people and materials were fine, so why was it a failure? Furthermore, it could sense that the South Pole held an enormous secret, but the time was not yet right to investigate, and of course, it did not tell Trun Lex. Trun Lex looked at Becom grimly and asked if it could sense where the danger was coming from. Becom tried to pull information from its brain, predicting that these people might come from the corner of the forest southwest of Mai Cha. As for the specific time, Becom hesitated. Then it pointed in a direction, telling him it would be around 1 p.m. Half a month from now. Trunlef got the information and did not ask further. He was confident that with Becom's guidance, he could know the location and witness the monster's appearance firsthand. On another day, half a month later at 12:50 a.m., Trun Lexi appeared on a cliff as if waiting for something. He looked at the ground, his eyes unable to help but flash with excitement, waiting for what he expected to appear. Suddenly, a stream of blue light shot past in front of him. Trun Lex looked at the streak of light. He guessed the monster had passed through a spatial portal. Next, in the clear blue sky, an unusual light with many eye-catching colors appeared, and a horde of monsters of various shapes and sizes emerged, coming from another dimension through the portal to this world. Looking down from above, Trun Lex broke into a cold sweat. He saw the black mass below forming a horde of about 500 monsters. He continued to follow the horde. At that moment, he saw a gray octopus behind a large monster. He felt it looked a bit familiar. The more Trunlov looked, the more familiar it seemed. He was sure he had seen it before. The octopus stuck firmly to the back of the leader's neck. He guessed that this 8-legged creature might be a monster sent to be a spy on Lam Tin. Not only could it be the leader of the monster horde, but it also had glowing, special eyes. But looking closely, this monster had a whole eyeball pearl, so Tron Leffy really wanted to pluck it out for a look. Suddenly, some monsters started kneeling and crying loudly, all surrounding the squid-headed leader. Trunlas was confused by this scene. More than confused, he was surprised because these monsters had massacred so many lives on Lam Tun in his previous life. Yet now they were crying. Trunla speculated, could these monsters be crying for the original owner of the armor? If so, was his guess about the original owner exploding confirmed? The leader suddenly looked around in Tron Less's direction, searching for something, as if it could sense Tron Lechi's energy nearby. Seeing its action, Trunless was startled for a moment, thinking it had discovered him hiding there, but it only turned to look in his direction before turning away again. Trunluck felt relieved, thinking that a monster that had just descended was only king level and could not detect an emperor level like him. But that king level creature kept turning back and forth as if looking for an opening. Trunluck wondered if it could sense abnormal energy. Suddenly, the 8-legged creature summoned a purple crystal the size of a person. Below, the smaller monsters clasped their hands as if in prayer and gratitude. When Tronlex saw that crystal, he could not help but be surprised. What the hell is this? After that, they began to open their mouths and inhale the energy from the purple crystal. All the smaller monsters quickly broke through. 30 king-level monsters swiftly ascended to emperor level. Trunletz watched in horror. He did not know where the crystal they were absorbing came from. Could it be that the space system possessed spatial abilities? After that, the 8-legged creature began to chant a spell that Tronleshi did not understand. The spell sounded garbled as if it was trying to convey some meaning, but it just kept chanting while staring down below. However, Trunleka did not care. He rolled up his sleeves, wanting to capture one alive first and let Mundrime interrogate it. After completing their level up, the monsters split into small groups heading towards different continents. When they arrived, they would continue to split up and surge forward until all life was slaughtered and gone. He used Void Walk to get closer to the monsters. Trunlef calculated that he would follow them, wait for them to disperse, and then attack them individually. He could not tarnish his reputation as the old fox of the space system. Sneak attacks were a matter of course. Trunlek thought happily. He observed his surroundings, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but Trunlek saw that 13 of them were not moving. They remained standing still, surrounding the purple crystal from before. It turned out they were absorbing the crystal. They were so focused on sucking the energy from the purple crystal towards themselves that they did not even notice Tronlefafi wandering nearby. Seeing this scene gave him a bad feeling. Trenton Lefiv guessed they might want to level up beyond the Emperor level. He suddenly remembered his past life. At that time, although he had reached Emperor level, among the monsters, there was still one that made it impossible for Tron Lexi to escape or struggle. He was bewildered. Could they really become even stronger? His eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. Dejectedly, he flew up to a nearby tree, feeling down because he was still too weak, unable to fight 13 Emperor-level monsters at the same time. Not wanting to continue with negative thoughts, Trun and Lex decided to use Void Walk to follow the monsters that were trying to level up further, wait for them to split up, and then he would choose the right moment to strike. Trun Lex stayed with the monsters that were inhaling energy from the crystal on the African continent, while the remaining monsters all moved to another continent. On a new day, he sent a telepathic message to the Kwang City, ordering everyone to kill all the invading monsters. The one who received Tron Le's telepathic message was Fine Ving. He was currently facing a monster army so large it was nearly infinite, but he still smiled calmly, assuring his master that he would definitely guard their home carefully. The Fuppy Ving took the lead, followed by Hai Tie, Ningyi Jing Sing, Mv Lip, and the army of the Kwang City, advancing to attack the monsters. They wanted to kill them all, because invaders do not have the right to live, not a single one must be spared. At the same time, on Trunleg's side, the 8-legged creature announced to the other 12 that the bait they sent out had encountered the opponent. A rhombus-faced monster with a sweat-drenched face spoke up. If they are bait, then are not we also bait? If that person is already dead, then we must find the culprit. The rhombus-faced monster, seemingly fearless, continued to speak. Honestly, I also feel that I am just cannon fodder to test the culprit's strength, so my life is no different from bait. 8-legged creature yelled at the rhombus-faced monster not to speak nonsense. Hearing the leader shout, the rhombus-faced monster was startled, its pupils shrinking, its head covered in sweat as it apologized. It almost forgot that the ruby in the 8-legged creature's eye could transmit every real scene to the one above it. The leader paid it no more mind, turning away and ordering them to continue the operation as planned. They must retrieve the armor, the crystal, and find the culprit. Of course, that person would continue to send brethren to Lam Time for support. The other monsters heard this and nodded in acknowledgement. As for Fahap Vig, after a long period of fighting, he suddenly realized the number of monsters was too large and truly difficult to deal with when they split into small groups. The Fupig ordered everyone to quickly form an ambush circle. He would go and lure the monsters over. Muvalep heard this and acknowledged the order. Before leaving, she gave Ving a few more buffs and reminded him to be careful because this boost would only last for 5 minutes. She enveloped Ving in a green energy to increase his strength, speed, and recovery. After receiving the buffs from Evilite, he immediately rushed off. The Fupivang ran to attack the monsters with extremely high speed. The monsters were very surprised by Fifopthavao's speed when they saw him daringly approach, but what they cared about more was Fiop Dung's helmet. The monsters felt this helmet was very familiar. However, this helmet's color was different from the one they were looking for. If the color was not different, they would have been mistaken. A one-eyed monster saw Fapi Zong flying straight towards it and opened its mouth wide, wanting to gobble him up, but our boy, the dog, did not care and continued to charge lightning energy into his left fist. The monster thought it had Fop Vong in its grasp, but before it could even react, the Fuppy Ving had already punched it with unbelievable speed. The monster was certain this could not be the level of a king level. It guessed Fup Ving was probably an emperor level from Lamtine, but the monsters were not scared. They had numbers and also looked down on the creatures of Lamtine as stupid and weak, thinking he wanted to bully them just because he was emperor level. After that, more than 100 monsters surrounded Fop Faving to kill him. Although he was surrounded, the Fuppying confidently used his lightning punch against the monsters. Thikipi did not forget to scorn the monsters, saying their speed was slow, yet they wanted to surround him. Truly wishful thinking. He punched a monster in the cheek, wanting it to taste his great ultimate slap. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster's head twisted completely to one side, seemingly knocked out. Fuppy Vigging knew that hitting the monster would get him hit by Dark Kai. These monsters were tough and fleshy. Even with a Mimpleave's enhancement, it would be difficult to kill them with one punch. Thikipi decided to change his attack method. He summoned a deep pit of lightning in the sky right where the monsters were standing. Then, the lightning bolts from the sky seemed to use Fiapang as a conductor. He used that energy to release a bright bolt of lightning towards the monsters. The monsters were struck by that lightning storm. Some fainted, some were barely breathing, but they had one thing in common. They were all afraid of Phai Ving because he was too strong. They also discovered that Phai Zong was not a physical type but a lightning type. Only now did they feel how formidable Phai Vrong was. Our boy, the dog, looked at them through the visor of his helmet. The Fuppying really wanted to kill these monsters, but killing all of them was an impossible task. For the members of the Kwang City, the Fuppyving continued to unleash lightning bolts at the monsters, making them scream so loudly it shook the entire sky. The Fuppy Vinching suddenly discovered they were forming a circle, wanting to create a barrier to trap him. Figigi did not want the monsters to succeed, so of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. His main mission was still to lead these monsters into the ambush set by his brothers in the Kwang City. Figiging pretended to be scared and barked twice, because he learned from Tron Lessie that if you are going to lure someone, you must at least add a bit of acting skill. Behind Fop Vig, 49 different attacks were thrown by the monsters. Gravity techniques, blizzards, and heavenly lightning. Then came the sky-covering fire rain. Figigi really had to run for his life, all while pretending to beg the monsters to stop attacking. Figigi acted so weak because if he was not weak, how could he lure this bunch of idiots? While running, the monsters suddenly slammed on the brakes because they realized that there were natives in ambush below where they were heading. Ying turned back to look at the monsters. He spoke with both dissatisfaction and resignation, saying that it was probably too late for them to realize it now. The monsters whispered to each other that there were many king levels ambushing them. They wondered why the natives had so many king level people and were also very united. The monsters did not believe it, saying they had just arrived. So how could the people here know about their arrival? The monsters wanted to retreat first and wait for their master's reinforcements. But of course, it is easy to come but hard to leave. Inji Jingsing saw they intended to flee and immediately summoned ice to block their path. On this side was Injing Yasing, and on the other was Hai Si, who summoned energy to strike a monster's foolish head. The monsters were dizzy from seeing so many emperor levels. Hai Si summoned a giant hand and grabbed a monster's neck. She laughed maniacally. Today, she would give them a taste of death. One of the monsters could sense that there were still many more king levels approaching from behind. The monsters celebrated like children at a festival, because they thought these might be reinforcements sent by their master. Some of them cheered because they could be rescued from the Kwang City. But the truth was harsh. It was not reinforcements but Tron Lef's army of seafood, a well-trained king-level army. They eagerly rushed forward, wanting to achieve glory for Tron Lex, attacking the monsters while they still could not react. Looking at the number of people before them, the monsters knew they could not delay until reinforcements arrived anymore. They could only huddle together and cry and wail. One of them, with a strange brown shape, looked the most lucid. It suddenly wrote at the rest that if they had to die, they must drag the Lam Ting creatures down with them. Then, with a bang, it activated its self-destruct mode. It seemed this courageous act strongly influenced the other alien creatures. They immediately followed suit, one by one. They rushed forward and exploded together like heavy bombs. The dark key filled the sky, making the scene extremely chaotic. Suddenly, a sparkling green light flew in from nowhere. A familiar voice chanted a healing spell. It was the timely support of Mevi Lep. Her power was incredibly miraculous. It quickly healed the wounds before everyone's astonished eyes. She observed the situation and, seeing it had improved, waved her hand, gently reassuring everyone to advance with confidence, because as long as a single blow was not fatal, she could patch them up. In the African continent, Trenlek was also standing not far away, analyzing the situation. It seemed these monsters had split into small teams, so it would be easier for him to act. No sooner said than done. Trenlefy flew closer, above their heads, preparing to launch an attack. One of the monsters seemed to receive a signal from its distant comrades. It turned back to inform the rest that their team on the other continent had been heavily ambushed, and they needed to return to report to their superiors. The monsters became agitated. They could not understand how the people of Earth knew they were coming. There would not be an ambush here too. Would there? Thousands of related questions were raised, but if their master said to report back, they should return first. Suddenly, Trunlusk appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. He smirked cunningly and softly muttered the spell. Space storm. Immediately, a giant stream of blue light formed a large sphere, trapping the monsters inside. Ambushed unexpectedly. They were caught off guard. They were trapped neatly within his formation, suffering indescribable pain, but one among them remained calm and found a way to escape. It ordered them to raise a protective shield to charge out together. It turned out that method was effective. They successfully broke out. Together, they furiously charged towards him, hoping to eat him alive for revenge. Trunlussy just frowned at them. He decided to exile them back into the void, forcefully sending them back. The monster was horrified when it saw itself being sucked back and exclaimed in shock. As soon as that monster was inside, he focused his power to compress the space so that the frequency of attacks on the monsters would continue to increase. With no way to escape, Trunlex took the opportunity to act quickly before other monster reinforcements arrived in overwhelming numbers. 3 minutes later, this group of monsters had been shredded to a crisp by his ability, collapsing and falling unconscious. Trunlex stood with his hands on his hips. Looking around, he silently lamented that he had grown weaker, because fighting this small group of monsters had already consumed nearly half of his special ability, but he had to quickly return to base to check on the situation of his comrades. At the same time in Mei Cha, the high-level monsters were discussing their battle plan when the octopus-headed one suddenly announced in a panic that their subordinates, sent to the other continent, had been completely wiped out. He pondered thoughtfully. It was as if the people of Lam Tine had known they were coming for a long time, but another leader sitting beside him offered comfort. He argued that as long as they were wary of ambushes, the creatures of Lam Tin or Rainbow Star would still be weak and pathetic. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief for more than a few seconds, the octopus head shot up again. His face was visibly tense. The team in Africa had also been ambushed. His face darkened as he added. Moreover, it was a space system user who knows instant transmission. The monsters could no longer remain calm. They became agitated, urgently questioning how this divine space system skill could be controlled by a lowly Lamtine person when even beings as advanced as them did not know it. The leader muttered to himself as he paced around. He never expected that on this strange and remote planet, a rare genius who possessed the art of instant transmission would appear. A murderous glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Unfortunately, with such talent, he must be found and dealt with immediately, to prevent that person from obstructing his battle plans. The leader, after calculating the pros and cons, ordered all troops to gather and report back. When everyone had arrived, they would all go searching together. As for the Kwang City base, Trunlek was also holding a large-scale meeting, using his power to accelerate time. He coaxed everyone not to resist this power of his, but to concentrate their minds and focus on absorbing the king crystals of the defeated monsters. He raised his voice and issued a directive. They must quickly break through to king level, as many as possible, before the next wave of monsters arrived, and with a wave of Trunlek's hand, blue lightning bolts continuously shot out, seeping into every cell of the soldiers, causing terrifying transformations. They could not help but writhe and clutch their bodies as their energy was pushed to its peak, causing the number of people reaching king level to reach the hundreds. With no sign of stopping, Trunlek smiled, satisfied with the results. While he was still immersed in the sight before him, a subordinate suddenly rushed in to report that the guards on the coast had observed that the monsters had landed and were about to come this way. Trunlek nodded to show he understood. Then, he turned and ordered everyone to prepare for battle and get ready to engage the enemy. The number of monsters this time was likely very large. He had to contact the Zombie King's living dead army to join and help. At the same time, a few hundred meters from the city, the octopus had expressed his frustration for not bringing a laser cannon to fire a few shots and wipe out the entire Lamtine army. Another monster next to him clicked its tongue, saying how could they have predicted they would encounter a situation like this? Even if we did, a laser cannon would be ineffective against the existence of that individual. The red octopus nodded in agreement. He then ordered Zyke Van to launch the opening attack. Vivien rolled the single eye on his face, rubbing his hands together with delight at being able to handle these small fries. He just needed the remaining monsters to help him prevent that instant transmission space system genius from escaping to the heavens. The leader spoke up to boost his morale, saying that divine skill, though powerful, has terrifying energy consumption, and if the user's special ability is depleted, they are sure to die. Even for an emperor level, the number of uses is limited. Trunlek looked out from the city and observed, unable to help but feel confused. The monsters had stopped moving when they were only 5 miles away, or were they afraid of being ambushed like the smaller groups? Just then, Ely Trunning's voice rang out from behind, along with a noisy group of living dead following closely. Seeing them arrive, Trunlek's face gradually became wicked. According to his plan, this group of living dead was most suitable for the position of cannon fodder at the forefront, but to make them truly willing, he still had to use some tricks. First was to use his powerful strength to create the belief that he could protect them, and then to show off Mavi Lep's resurrection technique so they would not worry about medical aid. Not to mention, the Li Trong was the king of the zombies but also his subordinate. He helped him brainwash the living dead into thinking that charging into battle was just a drill. They were completely convinced, cheering in unison with great enthusiasm, wanting to perform well for their great big brother and bravely charging forward. Trunlek saw that these simple-minded living dead did not have a single shred of suspicion and was extremely pleased, unable to help but reveal a sly, wicked smile. That moment attracted the attention of a pretty female zombie, making her wary. She quietly asked Va Trong, but Zi Trong could only give a vague reply and told her to step back a bit. In any case, the situation was already very urgent. They had to be stubborn until the end, and so, under the leadership of the Zombie King, thousands of living dead swarmed out like ferocious beasts. Li Trong ran while biting his lip, believing that as a trusted subordinate, even if he died, Trunlek would certainly not abandon him. The monsters on this side were drawn by the noise, and when they turned to see the silhouettes of zombies, they all exclaimed how strange the lamb tin creatures looked, but they did not care. No matter what, they had to fight first, and so, with a zap, the living dead at the edge of the line took the full force of a lightning bolt from the sky, only managing to scream before turning to ash. The remaining zombies were terrified. They were confused, not knowing if this blood was real or fake. It looked too horrifying. However, their faith in their great big brother showed no sign of diminishing. They marveled, thinking the special effects of this play were top-notch and realistic. So after a short while, their spirits were lifted again, and they encouraged each other to continue charging forward to deal with the target in front of them. Trunlek had been observing from a distance all this time, silently admiring the formidable fighting power of the living dead. As soon as he saw a good opportunity, he ordered the members of the Kwang City to attack as well. Unexpectedly, just as the people of the Kwang City stepped out the gate, dark clouds swirled into large clusters above their heads, carrying the breath of death. Trunlek's eyes widened in horror. With one look, he knew it was a type of extremely poisonous rain with a high danger level. It seemed they had been counter-ambushed. Rain poured down on the army of the Kwang City. The rain water, containing a potent poison, seeped into their flesh and then spread throughout their bodies. After being exposed to it, from the king levels down to the lower levels, everyone felt nauseous and uncomfortable. They felt a tightness in their chests, their minds spun, and they lost all their strength. Some even vomited red blood but had no way to resist. Asif Vian saw these results and burst out into delighted laughter. He smugly believed that there was no antidote for his ability. Trunlek's face hardened. He could not let him be happy for too long. He immediately called Muv Lepa's name. She transformed into a feathered creature with glowing fur like an angel and appeared instantly. Wherever she flapped her wings, healing energy was released, simultaneously blowing away the poison cloud. The soldiers recovered their strength and no longer felt dizzy or nauseous. Hearing this, Malep smiled gently. She reassured the army to have faith and charge forward. She would always be behind them to support and eliminate any negative effects on them. Bisekivan witnessed the scene just now and was dumbfounded. In the past, no one had ever been able to cure his poison, yet now it was dispelled so easily. The leader became impatient. They truly had all kinds of talented people. He was about to order his subordinates to charge forward. Suddenly, his gaze focused on a more important object on the other side, the legendary divine armor he was searching for. All of his and his comrades' attention shifted to focus on Hai, who was wearing that familiar purple armor. He happily thought that the surface dwellers had helped him collect the armor. Coming here was truly not in vain. They quickly gave chase after she suddenly moved in another direction. Seeing this, Trunlef was satisfied. His lure the tiger from the mountain plan had worked, separating the monsters so he could easily deal with the king levels first, then gather his forces to deal with the emperor levels later. 10 minutes passed. Noticing that the person wearing the armor was always moving slowly within their sight, as if intentionally, the monsters finally realized her true purpose and that they had been lured. They grumbled and discussed using their trump card on Hai A, because she was only about emperor level and thus could not possibly unleash the full power of the armor. But the octopus head objected because that skill could not be used many times and had to be saved for the most crucial moment. He waved to his brothers, encouraging them that reinforcements would arrive. When that time came, it would not be too late to join forces and capture her. For now, they had to return and kill the other surface dwellers first. Returning to the battle at the Kwang City, Trunlef received a surprise attack from a fat monster with rows of sharp teeth. He then used the Void Exile technique, hitting the monster so hard that blood splattered like strawberry syrup. Then he calmly greeted another one that was also aggressively charging at him with sharp claws. Waiting until the second monster got close, Trunlef timed it perfectly and used teleportation to disappear. And so, it rushed forward by inertia, directly sinking its claws deep into its comrade with great force. Before the astonished eyes of both, the recent incident caused internal strife among the monsters. They roared and argued. Unaware that the Emperor-level monsters had returned just in time to witness Trunlef's technique, they could not help but angrily curse him for using a divine skill in such a way, saying it was nothing short of an insult. Seeing this, Trunlef clicked his tongue in annoyance. He did not expect them to return faster than planned. He had to use a sound wave to call Heisi back. The leader observed in silence. He estimated that the number of times he had used instant transmission was already too many. Even if he were an emperor level, he would not be able to last much longer. Thinking this, he decided to call his underlings to attack but requested they not rush to attack the one who knew how to use the space system teleportation. After all, when he exhausted his strength, it would be his doomsday. As for himself, he would now personally punish this meddlesome healing system user first. Malup on this side was engrossed in healing everyone, not vigilant of the danger rushing towards her from behind at a terrifying speed. Seeing this, Trunlef hurriedly frowned in alarm. He was actually using the sharp blades of origin to attack Malup first. If she was hit by this move, Malup would die. Without thinking any further, he used his teleportation ability, moving ETV, who was still dazed and confused, behind her as a human shield, successfully taking the full force of the attack for Malup. He screamed in pain as his entire body was directly split in two like a cleaved watermelon, causing Malup to jump and turn around. The leader was stunned by the swift turn of events. He bitterly realized that he had personally killed his own comrade because Trunlef had long since seen through his intentions, and had even counterattacked. Right at this moment, Haiti also just returned. She summoned the Dark Eye, and when she was ready, she signaled to him. The two of them combined to create another dimension. Multicolored, shimmering, and mystical. Then he pushed the Emperor-level monsters into the formation. They suddenly fell into a passive state and panicked. They were screaming their heads off, not understanding why he could use instant transmission so many times compared to what they knew. Teleporting them all in here was like releasing chickens back into the coop. The octopus-headed leader was indeed worthy of his title. He remained calm, reassured his two comrades, and then proposed a plan for all of them to combine their strength and forcibly break out of this area. However, Trunlef was one step ahead and shattered their intention. He used the void banishment technique to suck the entire group into a larger dimension, enveloped by strange purple and blue lights. The three high-level monsters, following the inertia of the suction force, felt their bodies and souls gradually become blurry. Echoing throughout the four corners of the illusionary realm was the voice of Trunlef, but perhaps that still was not enough. Ahaitiu and Trunlef added another technique to form a sturdy barrier, difficult to destroy from both the inside and outside. Like a heart-shaped prison, the monsters at this point truly exploded. They became confused and agitated by this heaven-defying skill level, and also became aware that their bodies had been slowed down countless times by the effects of another skill, so the battle had already tilted heavily against them. Pushed into a corner, the trump card that had been held back was finally officially revealed. The three Emperor-level monsters combined, transforming into their most terrifying monster form with a piercing scream, shattering the solid formation and escaping outside. To the horror of the army from the Kwang City, that fusion was colossal and aggressive, seeming to surpass the Emperor level, and it advanced to face Trunlef. It used its powerful aura in an attempt to overwhelm him. It was a type of monster that he had fundamentally never encountered before. Trunlef remained calm. He calculated that this type of monster must have paid a rather steep price for its power increase. But its weakness was probably that it could only exist for a short time, and could not maintain its state for long. Trunlef flew up to increase the distance. He rotated his hand to form a large clock circle aimed at the monster to attack, but its movements were much faster than his predictions, which surprised him. Even its strength was formidable. Trun Luffy gritted his teeth. If this continued, I too would be in real danger. He frantically activated time acceleration. However, that had no effect whatsoever on the fused monster. In fact, it became even more aggressive. Half a minute passed, and it still showed no signs of disappearing. It was still dancing, burning and hovering around, trying to get high C. This time, it was probably big trouble. If time acceleration had no effect, then it proved this monster was not like a temporary mutation. If he did not stop it, High T would die. Understanding this rule, Trun Lexi immediately waved his hand and used the void banishment technique to buy a little time against the fusion before it reached high IC. Then, he flew up high to observe the situation. He also needed to make some preparations to unleash his own trump card. Trun Lef leaned forward and flew off. He had thought of the next plan and told her to wait for him to bring reinforcements. High C nodded in agreement. Not long after, the monster appeared right behind her, faster than expected. With a shrill growl, the thick killing intent blew right against the back of her neck, making her shudder with fear. The octopus-headed leader on this side impatiently urged the giant monster to strike before Trun Leffy returned. It had to comply with his wish, continuously slashed its claws, creating terrifyingly large explosion, then laughed with delight as it aimed straight for High C. But it seemed to want to destroy everything around. She pursed her lips, thinking of a way, if she could not fight it head-on anymore. She could only rely on the speed of these boots to buy more time and wait for Tron Lex. That thought, a High T plunged forward, shooting off like a rocket. But she had not gone far before the monster was chasing her closely. He let out a stuffy laugh as if he had a blocked nose, mocking that she could not escape, and with one grab, she was caught in its palm like a toy doll, unable to struggle in any way. Agitated, Eiffel let out a stream of curses. She continuously used all the techniques she knew in hopes of escaping, but it was just a futile waste. In return, she received a contemptuous look from that rotten fusion. No matter how much of her ability and strength she used, or how she wielded her sword, the giant monster in front of her only saw her as a stupid, lowly lamb-ting creature. A moment later, after it was tired of toying with her, it was about to touch her with its sharp fingertip with further evil intentions when the leader of the Kwang City returned. He was carrying a king guest tied under his arm. He secretly sighed in relief, because if he had been a few seconds later, the divine armor might have fallen into the hands of another. Then he turned to S-Tight and pointed towards the tall monster, ordering her to quickly use her skill to deal with it. Kinjini Sex-Tight accepted, her eyes focused on the target, her hands touched together creating a dazzling golden light, and her mouth muttered the time freeze technique. Immediately, the ability took effect and the fusion froze as if sprayed with glue. Completely unable to move, the leader of the monster faction saw his trump card standing there frozen and anxiously shouted, telling it to attack, but the only response was its mindless. Unfeeling back, he was astonished. It was impossible for a mistake to happen at such a crucial moment, unless it was due to the impact of the newly arrived girl. It turned out this surface dweller had used a technique that made time stop. In the time system, only one in hundreds of millions of living beings possesses it. It is extremely rare. Thinking of this, something flashed in his mind. If they found out about this, reinforcements would arrive here at the fastest possible speed. Although he did not understand anything, he still carefully sent a signal to Nung Sudang and Jungmup EV to bring all the king levels over here to concentrate their forces and create a battle that promised to be explosive and fierce. For now, while waiting for them to arrive, and while the monsters had let down their guard, Trun Luck pulled his hands back to accumulate his special ability. It was his turn to take their lives. After Njung Xiang and the other king levels had fully assembled, Trun Luck ordered everyone to concentrate their attacks on the giant black monster. To open a path, he also attacked first. Aleph actually also knew how to use the Ring of Origin like the leader to shatter the monster's outer defense, but it seemed this move had no effect on this trump card. Tron Lex, not accepting defeat, pursed his lips and shot out a powerful green slash, thinking this time it would succeed. That slash directly split the monster's head in two, but it did not die, nor did it bleed. Instead, the two severed pieces slowly reconnected, regenerating the cells as they were before. Kinjini Six-Tight, beside him, covered her mouth and coughed. Looking exhausted, she was also reaching her limit. She asked the leader if he needed her to help further. He still did not dare to take his eyes off the mass of flesh that was regenerating itself. He nodded and told her to continue. A moment later, the monster let out a resounding roar to announce the completion of its regeneration process. Tight followed up by unleashing all her remaining skills, which was just enough to hold it for this time. Phoebe immediately ran to assist. He gathered lightning into a large ball in his hands, told her to move aside, and then threw it at the giant monster, creating a deafening, intense booming sound. But this skill of his did not have any effect on it. Tranlac was truly worried. At this rate, things were not looking good because of the level difference. The monster was probably much higher level than them, so their current abilities could not fundamentally injure it. It would be better to forcefully send it into deep space. After all, the deeper the space, the more terrifying the void. It is like a world of exile, so if you can't utilize the power of space, there is no way to get out. He decided to trap the monster inside it. Then, he sat cross-legged and asked everyone to hold it down and not let it escape. Then he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his mind to create large void rifts. The hollows of the rifts formed one after another, stacking on top of each other, becoming stronger and more stable. By the seventh hello, it was complete, possessing a terrifying gravitational pull. If one was not careful, they would be sucked in. Only then did Tranlac relax a little, his eyes firm with the determination to win as he executed the next step of his plan. He turned around just in time to see the monster bullying the Dharma King, who was yelping loudly. It opened its mouth wide to its ears, taunting the small dog. Tranlac's lips twitched, but when the monster let its guard down, he teleported behind it as fast as he could. Startling it, one kick sent that dark creature straight into the rift, which was waiting to swallow it whole. It fell straight into the other side of the void, only managing to let out a piercing scream before Tranlac slammed the rift shut with his own hands. Magic circle vanished, and the black entity went away with it. He finally let out a sigh of relief, unsure if the monster could ever return. But he had to reassure himself that if he could throw it out once, he could kick it out a second time. Tranlac had regained the power and composure of a leader. He told everyone to pull themselves together and focus all their strength on dealing with the Emperor-level monsters. The rest was just a matter of time. The entire army of Thongquang City roared and charged forward like a storm. The Dharma King enthusiastically led the charge with blinding thunderbolts. As soon as the monsters were herded together, the Dharma King gathered dark clouds into large, swirling, flashing clusters and aimed them straight down. On the other side, Noon used an ice storm to freeze all the monsters. They could only stand helplessly, at the mercy of the Blue Star soldiers who were now unleashing all their skills to quickly and cleanly eliminate them. Within just 3 hours, the battle's outcome was officially decided, with the victory leaning towards Thongquang City. Some rejoiced for being alive, while others mourned the deaths of their comrades and friends. Tranlac looked down from above at the scene before him, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Long also felt a bit of sorrow, remembering his past life where he was hunted by monsters and had to flee everywhere. The Dharma King appeared again, saying the leader of the other side was still alive but was now tied up like a chicken for Tranlac, as he had requested. He had it placed with another monster to be questioned separately, making it easier to determine the truth. He was secretly happy that in this life, he could wipe out the monsters and capture 2 Emperor-level ones alive. Arriving home, he still did not want to rest. He found Mongam and asked her to translate during the interrogation of the alien monster, which had now become a bit tense. It seemed it had underestimated the people of Blue Star too much, but it could only console itself that if it stalled for a little longer, reinforcements would arrive to save it. The interrogation began. Mungam's first question was, of course, about its identity. It turned out its name could be shortened to Bado, but Tranlac suddenly noticed something strange about its eye. Bado had a bad feeling. It growled a warning at him, thinking he was just using clever words to set a trap. Instantly, a crisp slap echoed from the contact between its face and his hand. His face darkened because the insolent prisoner dared to spout such twisted nonsense. Then, without giving it time to react, Tranlac forcibly pried the red stone from its eye. Bado screamed in pain as if trying to tear the sky apart, frightening a flock of passing birds away. After getting the gem, he held it, observing it closely, and demanded that it quickly reveal its function. With one eye now gone, it explained to Tranlac the stone's miraculous function of being able to see anywhere from a distance, with images and events transmitted back quickly. Then, it burst out laughing, saying that this also meant its clan already knew everything that had happened here. Tranlac was annoyed by that arrogant attitude. He swung his hand again and gave it a few more slaps to vent his anger, making it curse him silently in its heart. But he had to reconsider. Bado was just cannon fodder. Making things difficult for it was useless because in the next 3 days, the strongest of the monster clan would personally come here. Perhaps time stop was the most advanced technique at the moment that could not be dispelled. But that being's existence could only be held for a brief moment. It was impossible to resist. Tranlac was curious about how strong that being was and how their side divided power levels. Bado explained that the lowest were the subordinates at the Spirit King realm, and he himself was a Spirit Emperor. The black monster they summoned was a Spirit Monarch. Next would be the highest realm achievable through absorbing spirit energy, also known as the Self Realm. The more Bado spoke, the more excited he became. He smugly added that having enough spirit energy did not guarantee reaching the Self Realm, but the strongest of his clan was a Self. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Right now, on the entire Earth, there was not even a monarch-level being, let alone a Self, and in 3 days, a Self would descend. Tranlac racked his brain but could not find a way to stop it. Enraged, he punched Bodo's face and violently demanded their true purpose. Bodo suppressed the pain from the recent torture, breathing intermittently as he confessed. First was for the divine armor, second was to find their ancestor, who was the pillar and glory of the entire clan. But unexpectedly, he had died at some point, which reminded Tranlac of why the monsters had mourned. Their god of war ancestor had kicked the bucket, leaving his descendants without a strong pillar of support. Bado revealed that after the self level is the god level, which their ancestor had reached, but god level beings do not absorb crystals to level up, they must rely on comprehension, which is much more difficult. Then Bodo suddenly lowered his voice and smiled. He praised Tranlac for having the strangest talent among the space systems he had ever encountered. He would surely develop into a god-level being in the future. He looked at him, half believing, half doubting. Could he really? Tranlac returned to reality. He violently kicked the monster in front of him, enraging it. but it could not fight back. He demanded it quickly reveal who fought their ancestor back then. Bado struggled to shake his head, saying he did not have much information about that person, only that it was a god-level ice system user, but to be able to deal with their ancestor, that person must have also been severely injured. Tranlac pondered. Perhaps they had hidden on another planet to recover in secret after the battle, so they would be very hard to find. However, that also meant that the people of Blue Star truly had a god-level being at present. Bodo suddenly interjected, offering to cooperate with Tranlac to find that god-level being, but he cautiously asked back why he should cooperate with him. Just waiting for that, he eagerly spoke about the immense fortune of a god-level being, so if he agreed, they would share half the resources up to the demigod level with him. Tranlac could not help but mock him inwardly. If he had not remembered being killed by these monsters in his past life, he would have actually believed this offer, but Alak still pretended to be hesitant and think it over. Seeing him still wavering, Bado impatiently took out an Emperor-level space system crystal and offered it to him to curry favor. The leader of Thongquang City took the small stone and spun it among the Emperor-level group. Only he was a space system user, but when he descended, he suddenly had many crystals, as if he brought a spatial storage item with him. So he took the liberty of reaching into his clothes to search him. Finally finding the legendary space ring, Tranlac suddenly remembered the working principle of the divine armor. He immediately poured a bit of his ability into it, and as a result, the ring actually reacted. Seeing him know this secret operation, he could not help but stare in surprise. Tranlac fumbled with it and discovered a mountain of stuff. There were Emperor-level crystals and also 2 incomprehensible books to be studied later. Bado watched him constantly fiddling with it and felt a pang of anguish for the treasures he had hidden for so long. After examining it to his heart's content, Tranlac turned and told him to stay. As for himself, he would go home to think more carefully about the cooperation. He nodded in agreement, even taking the opportunity to add a few more tempting words. The moment Tranlac turned to leave, his expression immediately changed. His eyes hardened as he looked in his direction with hatred. Although he genuinely wanted to cooperate because it would benefit his side, once Tranlac was no longer useful, he would definitely chop him into pieces with his own hands. Back home, Mi Fame, now in human form, was leisurely pouring herself a full glass of water to enjoy. Tranlac, on the sofa opposite, was also talking a mile a minute, recounting what happened during Bado's interrogation. Then, she gave a long, lazy yawn, reassuring him not to worry about that amateur, which surprised him that she could downgrade an opponent from a tiger to a Hello Kitty. Gao giggled, telling him that the strongest one was coming here via spatial teleportation, but with such a long distance, something unexpected would likely happen. Tranlac furrowed his brows in confusion. Would spatial teleportation really have unexpected incidents? She calmly guaranteed her previous words, advising him to prioritize focusing on the injured god-level being instead. She half-jokingly said he did not even need to look for them, as they would eventually come to him. Tranlac quickly grabbed Mi Fam's shoulder, asking her not to kill the demigod-level monster on the other side, but to wait for the god-level being on this side to come and be the main force for their team. In response, she just gave him a disdainful look. How could that amateur be the main force? A Leoga then lectured, we always think that the god-level ice system being is severely injured, but what if their wounds are almost healed? He shivered. A perfect god-level being, if they really fought, he would be frozen or zapped to death instantly. Mi Fam added that he must kill that god-level being because she had no way to deal with him, so all hope rested heavily on his shoulders. Her cat eyes narrowed teasingly, threatening him that if he could not do as she said, he would be done for. The leader of Thongquang City was so scared by those words that he jumped to his feet. How could an emperor level like him jump 3 levels to kill a god? She had overestimated him. Tranlac clutched his head in panic, thinking Gao was not being sober at all when he and that god-level being were 3 whole realms apart, but she just shrugged nonchalantly, saying that killing a god-level being had nothing to do with strength, but whether he could make good use of his time-space ability. Hearing that, he was dumbfounded. He wanted to ask more, but Miolio suddenly did not want to say more and told him to go back to his room and figure it out himself. Tranlac had no choice but to obey, walking and pondering Mi Fam's unbelievable words. It seemed he had to gather his energy for a bit. Spatial means were not feasible, although he had many defensive skills. He definitely could not take down a god-level being. Tranlac ran his hand through his hair again, forcing himself to think of another way. He walked over to the desk in his bedroom, his hand unconsciously stroking a piece of paper, trying to list the time acceleration abilities he knew. But that was not enough. Summoning the time rift. Was he supposed to summon his future self to fight? Tranlac suddenly remembered that Bado had once said that with his talent, after reaching demigod, he would have a chance to become a god in the blink of an eye if he had enough resources. But for now, it would take about another 10 years to reach the demigod level. 10 years is not an impossible amount of time. But the important thing is he could only summon himself, not his future self. He simply did not know how. An hour passed, and the leader of Thongquang City was still fixated on trying to find a solution. But it seemed there was no progress because the only clue he had was a big fat 0. Tranlac held his forehead in frustration. Why did the heavy mission of being reborn to save humanity fall on his shoulders? And he vaguely wondered why he was reborn. Thinking about this, as if realizing something, he shot up and focused on remembering his past life. It seems he had dual time-space abilities, so he might have awakened the time ability without knowing it. Scene by scene from the past appeared clearly in his mind, returning to the moment he was lying in a makeshift grave, waiting to die. The past Tran Lak, with a disheveled appearance, held a rose to his chest and lay there crying about how his life was no longer useful, only knowing how to hide in solitude. It turned out that being good at hiding was not always a good thing. He cried out in agony, hoping someone would come, but reality was always harsh because there was no one left anywhere at that time. Tran Lak bitterly let the tears stream down. He yearned to return to the past to feel the breath of human life again, to taste more delicious food. The memory ended there. Tran Lak realized that his rebirth was his own doing. That meant he had mastered the art of turning back time 12 years to start his life over as he had always wished. The moon was high, and the surroundings were enveloped in the silent night when suddenly, Tran Lak's crisp ladder echoed under the eaves. He excitedly slammed his hand on the table. He had finally found a way to kill the god-level being. The upcoming great battle would definitely inflict heavy damage on that person. That was to use time reversal to send him back to the moment he was most severely injured. Even moving would be difficult, let alone fighting back. At that point, whether it was an ice system god or any other system, he would be easily captured by him, far away on another planet. One day before the event, Barrow, the son of the god-level monster ancestor, stood trembling before a large red metal block. He mumbled to himself about discovering the presence of the time system while searching for his father's armor. He anxiously moved closer to quickly contact that space system god, to bring him over there to get the time crystal and implant it in his own brain. Thoidu appeared just in time, mysteriously clad from head to toe. Seeing him arrive, the monster immediately began to flatter him. He asked him to take him to Blue Star. He cautiously asked him the reason for wanting to go there, expecting to be asked. Barrow put on a tearful performance, explaining that his father had died on a strange planet far from home, so he wanted to bring his remains home so he could rest in peace. Thoida nodded, understanding his feelings, but he warned that even when teleporting a demigod, the spatial passage technique could encounter some unstable situations. The risk was quite high and difficult to control, so he had to assure him of his courage to bear the consequences. Barrow resolutely agreed, not forgetting to flatter the great lord before him, saying that with him taking action, there would be no problems. So he pulled down his hood, revealing his fluffy blonde hair. His powerful red eyes looked straight down at him and he nodded in agreement, saying he would come to get him tomorrow. The next day, as scheduled, Thoida opened the spatial passage. A stream of fiery red power containing terrifying might surrounded him, making Barrow not dare to approach. He raised his hand high, and his ability gathered accordingly, forming a large black hole hovering in space. Possessing a frightening pull, he watched from a distance, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. So this was what a spatial passage looked like. Thoida had just finished, and was about to talk to the monster, when he suddenly heard Violet's voice, transmitted through telepathy. She told him she had found the answer he wanted. Without wasting any more time, Thoida quickly stood up to go to her place. Much to Barrow's confusion, he hurried away but did not forget to tell him that the spatial passage was complete, so he could use it. He had something to do and had to leave first. Skipping the inspection, not wanting to keep Violet waiting, Thoida pursed his lips. He reassured himself that spatial teleportation was always dangerous. If anything went wrong, it was because he rushed into it himself. He could not be blamed. Meanwhile, he was completely unaware of what he was about to face and tried to get this great lord to stay for a meal. But in the blink of an eye, the person who was just there had disappeared, leaving him frozen stiff in shock for a moment. Half an hour later, Violet, in a long, flowing purple dress, stood by a lake. The surrounding scenery suddenly became much more poetic when Thoida's voice rang out, shattering the tranquil picture. She smiled gently and turned her head. Thoida was now kneeling on one knee, hand on his chest, bowing his head respectfully. He understood the laws of nature and Violet's rare abilities very well. Anyone who brought disadvantage to her would pay a terrible price for some strange, inexplicable reason. Moreover, Violet did not die but only entered reincarnation. Even if she was injured, she would recover very quickly. Violet was pleased and reached out to pat his head. Thoida was aware that for years he had been like a lowly slave, doing so many things for her just to get a little intimacy in return. From that, he hoped she would see what his karma was so he could avoid danger. Then, he bowed even lower to receive the answer. Violet slowly read the result. It seems that in Thoida's future, a mortal enemy of the space system will appear from the void, and it is very likely that he will die at that person's hands. Thoida was startled upon hearing this, his head snapping up reflexively. He was going to die so willingly. He anxiously asked for more personal information about him but only received a shake of the head from Violet. She could not know the exact identity of that person, but based on her senses, he would soon get news about them. Thoida's face was grim as he thought. Then he slowly stood up. He would definitely do his best to track down news of his killer and strike him first, while he was still in the cradle, back at the Thuongquang city base. Mifen's voice announced the good news that she sensed the amateur demigod would be in danger during the unstable teleportation process throughout the corridor. Leo suddenly popped her head out and added that he was seriously injured when he descended here, so he was no longer a threat to him. Hearing this, Tran Lak's spirits were greatly lifted. He eagerly asked about the god-level being. It seems the god-level being is about to appear, but to deal with them, no matter what they say or do, he must wait for the right moment. Tran Lak tilted his head in confusion. What exactly was considered the right moment? Mifen also shrugged, indicating she did not know. but she emphasized once again that he must wait for the opportunity to arrive to be able to resist. Then he would naturally understand everything. He had no choice but to nod in agreement. So she excitedly took his arm and pulled him along to see the demigod's teleportation point first. The scene shifts again to a strange planet with no signs of life. A giant iceberg has ruled the center for generations. Inside that iceberg turned out to be the god-level ice system girl of the Blue Star people that everyone mentioned, who was recuperating. Her eyes suddenly snapped open. She sensed the energy of spatial teleportation approaching and boldly guessed that the descendants of that O'Brien fellow had come to find him. Ismond shattered the ice layer as easily as breaking jelly candy. She gave a faint smile, confident that she had personally blown him to dust. If it were not for his divine armor protecting him, he could not have injured her at all. She channeled her internal energy and soared into the sky. Her entire body carried a powerful, cold ability that was hard for anyone to overpower. Perhaps her wounds had almost completely recovered. Now, she decided to move to the place where the spatial teleportation energy was fluctuating to check it out first and collect the armor of the enemy defeated by her hands years ago. Tranlac and his pet cat had arrived at the teleportation point. He directly witnessed Barrow's flesh being chopped into pieces by the spatial energy like minced meat. The still warm pieces of flesh fell with a thud, a horrifying sight. Mifan calmly looked at the scene before her and wagged her tail. There was no need to worry about this amateur, but he was still in shock. He slowly approached to observe, silently marveling that this guy had traveled 1,000 miles through hardships only to offer his life in vain for the giant tree to have a full meal. Suddenly, a tall, imposing figure appeared right behind him, startling Tranlac. He worriedly wondered where she had come from, his eyes warily glancing over. It seemed this was the god-level being Miolio had mentioned. Facing that person, he felt like he was turning to jelly from fear, losing all thought of resistance, let alone action. The god-level ice system user only glanced at Tranlac for a moment before shifting her attention to the corpse next to him. The aura on him helped her identify him as a son of the O'Brien clan, and a demigod with a tragic end. She scanned her eyes around, judging that the tiny kid in the corner must be human. But no matter how strong a human was, they could not fight a demigod of this caliber. Suddenly, Mifan jumped out from nowhere, blocking Ismond's path and meowing in cat language, leaving Tranlac frozen stiff, unable to stop her. Miolio successfully caught the god's eye as desired. The moving runes on her body piqued her curiosity. She had never seen that type of rune before. It certainly was not a normal physical system, so she could not help but quickly pull out a book to look up information on the spot. Tranlac on this side was utterly confused, with a million questions. What was his Gao planning, scaring a god-level being into suddenly reading a book right after appearing? Meanwhile, Ismond had found that the runes on Mifan's body were actually from the extremely rare Fate system. She looked up and stared at Miolio, thinking that if she could keep this system user by her side for good luck and to avoid misfortune, it would be wonderful. So she beckoned Tranlac to come over. Tranlac was a bit nervous but still approached. He remembered Gao's advice that no matter what she said or did, he had to endure and go along with it. Ismond lightly touched her finger to his forehead, using brainwaves to coax him, expressing her desire to just use a skill to learn the human language. Then, the god turned to gently pat Mifan's head, inviting the little one to leave Blue Star and go with her to a promised land, which made the little one happily wave her paws. Tranlac's eyes widened in surprise. He did not expect Ismond's target to be Gao and not him. Leo laughed playfully, cutting off the emotional flow to avoid revealing the plan. She nodded in agreement immediately without a second thought. She was very clever and ran to hug the goddess's arm, fawning over her, not forgetting to jokingly tell Tranlac not to ruin her chance to marry into a rich family. But she could not let her have her way so quickly. Mifan pouted adorably. The little one begged the goddess to let her stay and play with her friends for a few days, saying it would not be too late to leave then. Faced with the cat's natural cuteness, she was charmed and smiled in agreement. Tranlac now understood his teammate's intention to some extent. He immediately took the opportunity to bow and invite the goddess to his base to have fun and enjoy herself while waiting for Mifan. Next, he had to wait for the so-called opportune moment. Arriving at Thuongquang City, all the lower-level gods performed a ritual to show their respect. Tranlac led the way, followed by Mifan and Ismond, who had her arm firmly around the little one's shoulder. When she arrived, she glanced around once and arrogantly ordered the leader to kick everyone out of the house because she was not used to living with others. She only wanted to be with a Leo Gao. He could only force a smile and agree to the unreasonable request. Tranlac went forward and asked everyone to quickly change rooms, and as for Bado, he handed him over to Mi Lin to be thrown into prison. The group shuffled out. When Nugong Song passed by Ismet, she caught her attention because she sensed a rather familiar aura. It turned out she had picked up and eaten an ice soul bead that had fallen from her. Tranlac looked on and nodded. No wonder Ngong Song was so different from everyone else. In the room, Tranlac carefully poured a cup of tea for the goddess, and took the opportunity to ask why their planet had become like this. She leisurely held the cat with one hand, leaned on the chair with the other, and replied that when she killed Old O'Brien, his blood, flesh, and dark power flooded Blue Star. She casually apologized for accidentally harming other lives on this planet. Tranlac looked at the person in front of him and could not help but feel dissatisfied with that careless attitude. Was she really sorry? But he should still prioritize getting more information. He was curious about the trigger for the war between Ismond and Old O'Brien. Hearing this mentioned, her hatred flared up, and her eyes glared as she cursed him to death. In the past, When she was still a demigod, that old man slaughtered countless lives on her home planet to experiment with dark abilities. She was the only one who escaped, so she harbored a desire for revenge, determined to kill him at all costs. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Speaking of which, she remembered that O'Brien's divine armor was with Tranlac. Because the armor had his aura, it would definitely be contaminated just by being near it. He looked at her warily. Isman then spread her hand with long, sharp nails threateningly towards him, demanding he hand over the armor. He could keep the sword as it did not suit her. Tranlac gritted his teeth in frustration. It was so hard for him to gather all of this. But if he refused now, all his efforts would be for nothing. Mifan noticed his hesitation and urged him to just give it to her. Tranlac understood that Ga already had a plan, so he could only close his eyes and trust her. He carefully handed the shining divine armor to the god in front of him. She smiled, satisfied with the cooperation of the leader of Thong Quang City. It also saved her the trouble of searching for it. After examining the armor, to avoid making Ga feel like she was pressuring Tranlac too much, she threw him a demigod-level fire system crystal. Since it was useless to her anyway, Tranlac took the crystal and could not help but ask the goddess for the secret to advancing to the god level, whether it was by absorbing crystals. But Isman denied it. Although the levels before demigod require time and accumulating crystals, advancing from demigod to god happens in the blink of an eye. The key to becoming a god lies in whether one can deeply comprehend their own attribute. She only said that much for her long speech and then waved her hand, implying he should leave, which annoyed Tranlac because this was clearly his house. Annoyed, he had no choice but to give the two of them some private space. As he left, he ran into a crowd of people standing around. Eavesdropping, Trunlufty wanted to tell them, but the charm ability of the highest class was very frightening, so he could not reveal any flaws in the plan before the time was right. He had to put his index finger to his lips and shush them, signaling it was a secret he could not tell. A short while later, night had fallen. As the leader of the army, Trunlut was patrolling with a flashlight when he saw a dark figure move, and he immediately turned to look, but he saw no one. He suspiciously shined his light around, but the result was the same, making him wonder if he was hallucinating. The small room at the end of the hall was Kongdra's Tight's room. Tuo Moment snuck in, sweetly asking the girl if she could sleep with her. After getting her permission, Tuo smiled brightly, hugged her blanket, and was about to get closer when suddenly, dark figure appeared right behind Sustite. The next second, a sharp, spear-like object pierced through her head, so fast and forcefully that she died before she could even gasp. In the bright moonlight, Tualo could see the weapon was a long, sharpened ice crystal. The culprit was the god-level guest from this morning, who was covering her mouth and glaring threateningly, making her tremble violently with fear. Tual also tried to find a way to escape. The trustworthy person who could save her now was their leader. Tranlac was still walking around the courtyard when he suddenly heard Ti-Ho's voice reporting Tight's death through telepathy. Without delay, he frantically rushed in that direction. Tranlac threw the door open and saw Dalal trembling and crying on the bed. Next to her was Kjugas Tight's body, which was quickly turning pale, and the cruel enemy was still calmly crossing her legs on the opposite chair as if waiting for him to arrive. Tranlac ran over to check directly. His face darkened with rage, but he tried to control himself before the goddess's harsh words. He comforted her spirit, saying he would definitely kill her for her and then resurrect her. Isman slowly stood up at this moment, using an arrogant tone to cover up her mistake, saying that the time system crystal was too precious, so she could only end the matter with a redundant apology. Then, she suddenly stretched out her hand towards him so fast he could not dodge, warning Tranlac not to let Mifan know about this. She lifted him up like a frog, threatening that if he disobeyed, everyone would have to die. He grabbed the arm squeezing his neck, trying to loosen it to gasp for some fresh oxygen, and then nodded in agreement to the deal with her. She flung Tranlac away, sending him flying and landing painfully. She curled her lip, blaming his weakness for allowing her to act and create this situation. After that, she did not stay quiet but went on to confide that she had witnessed her own family's destruction, so she understood the thirst for power very well. She even resorted to any means to obtain the power she desired, because only by grasping great power can one control their own destiny. Therefore, the bloodiest law of this universe is that the big fish eats the small fish, and it can never be changed. After speaking, the goddess turned and walked away. Tranlac bowed his head, his heart churning with explosive pain, but he had to pretend he understood. But it seemed she was not truly at ease and wanted to deal one last blow to his spirit. Isman said that the space system was indeed a bit special at lower levels, but when developed to the god level, it was just ordinary, so he should not do anything reckless or play any tricks on her. Seeing that Isman had left, Tilal broke down into sobs, hugging Stitite, not knowing what to do, and looked up at Tranlac with pleading eyes. He reached out and patted her head to calm her down. She must have been terribly shocked. Tranlac's face also became pensive. What she said just now was not wrong. Even he was the type of person who would do anything for power. Under the bright moonlight, the anger in him gradually subsided. Tranlac closed his eyes and felt the night breeze. If the strong rule, then let us see which of them is stronger. Out in the vast universe, a source of storm energy suddenly appeared. It combined from many different winds into a giant vortex. It then aimed straight for Blue Star and accelerated. The next day, the sun was high overhead, scorching the skin. Seeing Gao sitting on the porch all day sunbathing, Isman invited her to see something interesting. Ga curiously asked what it was, and saw her make a circle with her hands to activate the ability for her aircraft. From the high sky, a sleek black aircraft swooped and circled under the goddess's control, just like a remote-controlled plane, making Leo jump up and down in excitement. Seeing Gao so delighted, she immediately invited her to go play on it. Go nodded eagerly, so Isman cunningly took her hand to help her step up, because once up there, Leo could only stay with the goddess forever. Suddenly, a huge source of energy blew over, attracting the attention of the two. The goddess frowned and observed. It seemed to be storm system energy. Some natural energy sources that appear in the universe are commonly fire, thunder, and ice. But the appearance of this storm energy was so strange that even a god like Isman had never seen it before. Tranlac on this side was also watching the storm energy, feeling that its shape was similar to his time rift summon. Tranlac pursed his lips and thought, but if he were to compare, his time rift summon at that time was like a grain of rice, while the thing in front of him was like the bright moon in the vast night sky. If that was the case, he had figured out a way to borrow power from nature. This must be the universe's signal, giving him the opportune moment Gauss spoke of. Tranlac knew his own limits. He knew his current level was naturally no match for a god-level being. But if he borrowed the power of heaven and earth, it might be different. No sooner said than done. He flew straight into the center of the wind energy, hoping the miracle of an emperor-level killing a god-level would happen. The moment he flew into the eye of the storm, he was spotted by Isman and Mifan. The goddess found it very strange, not understanding why that kid suddenly flew into it. Once deep inside, he could feel its pull was quite strong, creating swirling vortexes of energy that surprised Tranlac because this power felt strangely familiar. But to reverse time, he needed to identify the correct target, so before he could accumulate power, he had to stop Isman first. From within the storm, he decided to use his time stop ability and shoot it straight down at the ice system god. He successfully made her unable to move, only able to wonder in confusion what was happening. Then, he gathered all his strength to create a giant sword from the power of time, because time is like a blade that can even cut down immortals. This sword blade contained the time reversal system. With his loud shout, it pierced through the god-level being, creating a historic scene. Isman's entire body seemed to rewind to the past after that blow. Her whole body was engulfed in flames, and she coughed up mouthfuls of fresh red blood. Her spirit was completely drained, with no strength left, causing her to panic and scream, asking Tranlac what he had done to her. The goddess could no longer stand firm and collapsed directly to the ground. The more she thought about it, the more she could not understand why the Obrian curse that was placed on her before her death had appeared again, when she had clearly removed it completely. Seeing his chance, Tranlac dodged to the side and ordered the ambushing Dharma King to attack. Thunder and lightning crashed down, along with countless bolts streaking across the sky, as she bore the brunt of each of its attacks. Taking the full force of these fiery explosions with no way to fight back, she could only regret not killing him sooner. The leader of Thong Quang City did not stop there. He waved his hand and ordered everyone to charge forward and finish her off while she was weakened. He slowly approached, looking down on the ice system demigod with contempt. He revealed that he himself was a dual ability user. If she dared to look down on his space system, then he would let her have a taste of his time system. Isma lay on the ground, bruised and weak, coughing dryly. She never expected that even at the end of her life, she would still be fighting against fate in vain. Perhaps this death was what a stubborn person like her deserved. The goddess sighed, closed her eyes, and took her last breath. Heiko flew in from nowhere, furiously plunging her sword into the god's head like skewering beef, all while cursing her for daring to bully her precious little brother. Once she was sure the person on the ground was completely limp, Heiko finally relaxed and happily announced to everyone that it was safe. Tranlac also took the opportunity, now that he had successfully mastered the art of time reversal, to help his sister fulfill her promise of regaining her youth. Hearing this, she happily agreed, readying herself to receive the miraculous power. Time reversal was once again summoned by Tranlac. If this was a rare opportunity, he might as well let her return to a time before she was 100 years old. And so, the circle of time manifested on Heiko's body, causing her to cry out in pain from the rapid changes within her. Just when it seemed to be over, wait a minute. Something seemed wrong, causing Tranlac's expression to change. Why was her body shrinking instead of just getting younger? And the speed was terrifyingly fast, beyond his control. He panicked. If the time reversal process continued any longer, he might just revert her back to her true form. Fortunately, the transformation process was complete. Although Heiko did not revert to her original true form, she had now become as small as a child. Startling everyone, even Tranlac was stunned, not understanding why this happened when he had clearly been very restrained with his power. However, Heiko did not seem to care much about it. On the contrary, she looked incredibly fascinated, examining her now tiny hands and feet. Knowing that he had not lied to her about this miraculous ability, Tranlac apologized to her, not expecting to have reversed her age to this extent. He considered using time acceleration to add some years back, but Heiko jumped up and hugged him tightly with a wide grin. She shook her head, signaling that it was fine since she would grow up in a few years anyway, and it was a good chance to experience childhood again. She opened her hand and smacked her lips with a hint of regret, as all her power had vanished with the time reversal. Seeing this, Tranlac comforted her, saying that in about half a year, she would be able to reach the emperor level anyway. Hearing that, Heiko became as innocent as a real child. She turned and smiled, saying that he would have to protect her from now on. A warm cloud filled his heart as he nodded in agreement. Just then, Mifan wagged her tail and walked over. She told Tranlac that she felt her own energy had suddenly increased quite a bit. Tranlac tilted his head in confusion. She had not absorbed any crystals. Then he looked around, and noticing Isma's corpse still on the ground, he could not help but suspect something. Could it be that Mifan's growth was related to witnessing the fate of others? Perhaps her power increased because she witnessed the life and death moment of a god. On the goddess's head, 2 sparkling black and blue crystals appeared. It turned out she was also a dual ability user of the ice and light systems. Tranlac held the 2 crystals in his hand, silently comparing them. This black one was probably the god-level dark crystal. He used his ability to open a spatial dimension and drop the 2 crystals in, wondering why she did not store the god-level crystals in a dimension but kept them on her person instead. But then he was suddenly shocked to find that he could not put the dark black crystal in, even though his spatial ability could contain everything except living things. Tranlac frowned and grabbed it, wondering if this thing could be alive. When My Lap's voice called out that she had successfully revived Kwang Sotiat, he thought for a moment, then decided to stuff the crystal into his jacket pocket. He hurriedly carried the mini version of Heiko inside to check on the situation, comforting the members first and researching later. A small party was held to celebrate the victory. The clinking of glasses was a cheerful sound as Tranlac raised his cup. The leader of the Kwang city represented everyone, reassuring them that since the god was dead, the remaining troubles were no longer frightening, and they should relax. After hearing this, everyone chatted and laughed boisterously, except for Mifan, who sat thoughtfully in a corner, observing, because she knew this was far from over. According to her premonition, there would be a total of 4 hardships to come. Monsters, a demigod, a god's descent, and a final trial that was still unclear. But she could see that the difficulty level increased with each one. The little girl sighed softly. Well, worrying now would not solve anything. It was better to enjoy these happy days first. It was best not to mention this final hardship and worry everyone, ruining the atmosphere. After the meal, Tranlac stretched and let out a long, lazy yawn. He decided to get back to the main issue. His spatial ability could not hold living things. So, was it because it lacked time? Tranlac opened his palm, levitating the blue crystal and muttering to himself that if he combined his time power with it, it might be more feasible. It was worth a try. So he sat down, closed his eyes, and focused his mind on combining the methods to create a time zone within his spatial dimension. A brilliant light moved violently under his control. Finally, they merged, creating a solid, constantly rotating cube that carried an immense, endless source of energy. Tranlac smiled with satisfaction. The result was more successful than he had hoped. So, this time, he took the 2 crystal fragments and brought them closer, his eyes wide with nervous anticipation as he tried again. The black and blue crystals were quickly and easily sucked in and stored, but to be absolutely sure of this combination's capability, he would go find a few small chickens. Since the 2 crystals could not be considered living things, as he was planning, the sound of loud crying calling his name rang out from outside, catching his attention. What could have happened to Van Keen Kwai to make him cry so miserably? Van Keen Kwai shamelessly burst through the door, crying and recounting how he had risked life and limb to achieve great merits for Tranlac. So now he had to help him with one request. To make the scene more pitiful, he rushed forward and hugged his leg, causing a commotion, begging Tranlac to help him get engaged to the van. Tranlac looked down, unable to suppress his disgust for this kind of behavior. His face was ice cold as he asked why he did not just let things happen naturally instead of asking him to arrange an engagement. Besides, it was hard to believe Thuvan would agree. Keen Kwai looked up with deceptively teary eyes and hastily explained that while Thuvan's current strength was great, she was currently bald. Since he himself was also a genius, they were surely a perfect match. Hearing this, Tranlac flew into a rage and berated him. That girl went bald during battle while protecting everyone and this useless van trash. Yet he was talking as if she were naturally ugly. Seeing the situation was not good, Keen Kwai hastily promised to treat the van well for the rest of his life, as long as Tranlac would make it happen. Tranlac thought for a moment, remembering that the space-time fusion he had just created still needed a living test subject. A wicked smile appeared on his face. This was a good opportunity to make a deal. This liar had no value at all right now, but instead of using chickens to test the ability, his big brother decided to use the one who had willingly offered himself up. He told Ivan to step inside. He looked at the large vortex with hesitation and fear, whispering to ask if there would be any problems. Annoyed by his cowardly slowness, Tranlac kicked him straight in. Saving his breath, Van Keen Kwai was suddenly trapped alone in another dimension. He panicked, banging on the barrier and screaming for his big brother to let him out. After a long time with no response, Ivan became even more frantic, running around and pounding on all four sides, begging to be released, but with a guinea pig delivered right to his doorstep. How could he just let him go? Tranlac's expression did not change as he slammed the ability's door shut. This would prevent noise pollution from him and also allow for convenient observation over the next few days. If he could endure it, he would be lucky to be alive. If he died, so be it. 3 days later, Keen Kwai was like a dried persimmon, lying limp and defeated, his mouth still ceaselessly mumbling and begging his noble big brother to let him out. with glistening, undried tears in the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, familiar vortex appeared in mid-air. It violently sucked Keen Kwai up and threw him out as he wished, leaving the poor guy still unable to process what was happening. When his spine hit the ground and the sunlight warmed his whole body, Avan cheered with joy at finally returning to his beloved real world. The sound of cracking knuckles brought him back to the dangerous reality. Several tall, imposing men surrounded him, interrogating him, believing he was the one trying to blackmail Tran Lak into arranging an engagement with Thu Van. To dare make such a request was to look down on them. And so, the group swarmed in and gave Van Keen Kwai a fierce beating, as all three of them were also pursuing the van. He cried and promised never to do it again under the watchful eye of Tran Lak from the upper floor. This time, it seemed the kid had been taught a lesson. Then, he turned and took out the space-time ability, which had shrunk to the size of his palm. If the space-time ability was this effective, he needed to hurry up and improve and expand it. If he ever encountered a danger he could not fight against, he could also bring many members along to escape. On the outskirts of the city, a strange sound was heard, as if something huge was moving. The uneasy leader of the Kwang City personally flew out to see what it was. It turned out to be the dual ability Great Tree he knew. Tran Lak was extremely surprised to find that it could actually leave its original position. He immediately flew ahead to block the tree's path, trying to find out the purpose of its haste, but he only succeeded in provoking its fury. The reason was none other than to find Tran Lak and hold him accountable, to get him to join the fight. It had previously given him many fruits, and he had promised to provide it with food after the battle was over, to replenish the fruits. But he still had not shown up, which made it nearly go mad with rage. Tran Lak chuckled and tried to make peace, gently explaining that something had come up recently, causing a delay. He made good on his promise by opening his space-time ability and taking out numerous large sacks. He would now compensate it with plenty of corpses for it to eat to its heart's content. Its hunger was so great that the tree shot out sturdy thorns, wrapped them around the bags of corpses, and devoured them greedily instead of continuing to argue with him. Tran Lak smiled with satisfaction. It was finally bearing fruit, and he was not going to leave any for it. The quality of this batch of food was truly top-notch, as evidenced by how quickly the great tree produced a large, plump fruit. Tran Lak put his hand behind his back, silently waiting for the right moment, and then immediately activated time freeze. The entire tree suddenly froze solid, unable to resist. He looked up at its soul essence high above and felt it was a pity that the tree itself gained no benefit from eating. And so, he climbed up the tree, picked that fruit to bring back for the members of Thu Kwang City to help them quickly increase their strength, then wickedly replaced it with an apple. Then, he gently flew down with his prize and carefully hid it. When he felt everything was in order, Tran Lak waved his hand to release the ability. Seeing this, Tran Lak gave a knowing smile. He suggested that the difference in taste might be due to the different monsters it was made from, while also reminding it that he had kept his promise to let it eat a fruit. The scene changes to the Bado clan's base. Two elders are discussing the disappearance of demigod Barrow on his way to the Blue Star without any communication signals. They also do not dare to voice strong opinions because the space-time channel was created by Lord Thoi to himself. CV reassured Selen to have more faith in his lordship's strength, that he would not die so easily if he ran into trouble. But a moment later, the purple-headed, three-eyed monster Selen was still being stubborn. He worriedly had a bad feeling that Barrow might have encountered that ice system god, and they needed to find Thoi to immediately to tell him the news about the time crystal. The other green-headed monster, who was Sevi, immediately and fiercely objected to that suggestion. If his lordship took action, the time crystal would no longer be theirs. Selen refused to give in. He tried to persuade him that only the time system crystal could best lure Thoi to at this moment, helping them find the demigod's whereabouts. Barrow was the strongest remaining member of the Bado clan. If anything happened to him, everything would be ruined. At this, Seven became somewhat panicked, his heart wavering violently. Seeing him become pensive, Selen was about to leave in frustration when he suddenly spoke up. It was true that the Bado clan could not afford to lose. He did not want to take the risk. Then he walked past the person in front of him, agreeing to go with Selen to find the Lord. At Thoida's palace, the three supreme gods, Loi Tiu, Hong Yu, and Isama, were present. Seeing him set up such a grand formation, they could not help but laugh, teasing him about his wealth. Yet nothing had happened for days. Thoida sat on his throne with a cold, unchanging expression. He put up the money, and the gods put up the effort. For every extra day they waited, he paid for that day. If he was not in a hurry, why should they be? Suddenly, a maid approached to inform Thoida that two elders from the Bado clan wished for a private audience. He frowned, thought for a moment, then ordered her to take them to the secret chamber to wait. In the dark, damp secret chamber, Celine summarized the entire story for Thoi to understand why their demigod had rushed to the Blue Star in such a hurry. He further revealed that to obtain the time crystal, one must first defeat a space system user from Earth on that planet. Celine's voice echoed throughout the vast room. According to current intelligence, that person is capable of void travel without any usage limit. A true genius. Thoida listened thoughtfully beside him. It was just as Violet had said. He only needed to stay put at home to hear news of the space system. Now, no matter how much of a genius he was, He would no longer have a chance to develop, because he would definitely kill him while he was still weak. Thinking this, he nodded slightly to show he understood, not forgetting to promise to repay the Bado clan after this was successful. Celine bowed low to thank him for the special favor. Thoida frowned and thought. The space passage he had created was still not 100% safe for transporting gods. The same went for a spaceship. It would take at least 2 months to arrive. The scene changes to the rooftop of the Kwang City. Tranlac has now been tipped off by Mifan that his crisis is not yet over. Specifically, in about 2 months, he will have to face an event even more terrifying than Isma, so he absolutely must not let his guard down. Tranlac bit his lip worriedly. There was no way he could advance to the god level in such a short period. But Mifan sat down beside him and patted his hand reassuringly. If he encountered it, he should just run away. That was the only option. Tranlac let out a long sigh to calm himself, then patted her head. Protecting his life seemed to be the most important thing, so he had to use this time to improve his dual space ability. After 57 days of traveling through space with light jumps, Thoita's massive spaceship had picked up information on the existence of the blue star, which was gradually becoming clear before their eyes. He pressed his hand against the window and looked over, his heart filled with a burning rage, cursing that Tranlac's time of death had come. As Thoita's spaceship drew closer to its target, Sai Mao, standing beside him, did a mental calculation. There were a total of 3 gods he had invited, plus several dozen demigods in the other cabin. She frowned in confusion. What was his purpose in coming here with such a grand display? Could it be that there was also a god on this resource-deprived planet? But he just shook his head and asked her to call everyone else over. He would tell the entire story that led to this war all at once. After everyone had gathered, Thoida calmly explained from beginning to end. He also expressed his desire to kill his enemy before he became a god. To kill him in the cradle. Sima cleverly suggested that since Thoida had found a rival, their conflict and hatred arose afterward. As they had never met before, why not try to be friends first? Hearing the word friends, the corners of his lips twitched in a sneer. Such ridiculous words did not exist in the universe. Besides, his side currently had 4 gods, with the added demigods wanting to kill Tranlac. Was not it as simple as a flick of the wrist to deal with Tranlac, who had yet to rise? Why bother pretending to be friends? He decisively turned his head away, waving his hand behind him, not wanting to say more, and directly gave the order to kill every living thing on the blue star. Even cats, dogs, and chicken eggs were to be crushed without mercy. Inside the Kwang City at that moment, a long line of people was filing into Tranlac's massive dimensional space to escape the danger. After things settled down, he would let everyone out again. The last person to enter the spatial dimension was Mifan. She smiled, saying she was counting on him, and reminded Tranlac to wear his armor before disappearing inside. The leader closed the door with peace of mind. He calmly sat down and circulated his internal energy, ready and waiting to see just how formidable this final danger would be. At the same time, in the skies of the blue star, Thoita's mighty army fleet had officially landed on the ground. He glanced around once, then ordered Sima to quickly find the target. Sema's snake eye scanned for miles, her long tongue tasting the air currents to find the person. According to their leader, the person on this blue star could only be at the king or emperor level, so she just needed to focus on finding all life forms that had reached this realm. She relied on her own heartbeat to sense the fluctuations of an emperor level, and very quickly, she found him. She was astonished to see Tranlac sitting cross-legged in meditation. Summoning energy, clad in the renowned divine armor, Sama paused her ability and quickly turned her head to warn Thoy to not to launch a sneak attack, because she saw him wearing O'Brien's armor, which would be extremely disadvantageous for his side. Thoida was also surprised to hear this, to be wearing divine armor for no reason, except for a few extremely paranoid individuals. He had never seen anyone wear it all the time. At that point, he basically guessed that this was predicted. Otherwise, why would he be so afraid of death? But it did not matter, with his own safety as the top priority. Thoida waved his hand and ordered the others to kill Tranlac. As he was the emperor, they would stand guard around the perimeter as a precaution. He had finally gotten closer to him. For their first meeting, Thoida carefully planned to prevent him from moving through space, so he would use a time lock on the surroundings, creating a thin, hard-to-escape membrane. Tranlac's eyes widened at that moment, feeling a violent shiver run down his spine. He quickly dodged to the side. If it were not for the armor blocking the pressure, he would have been a goner. Thoida glanced over contemptuously, trying to run. With a snap, he suddenly appeared right in front of him, stunning Tranlac. He realized this was space compression. The person who had come was actually a space system god. Knowing his own limits, he pursed his lips and decided that of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best option. However, a barrier had already been set up while he was not paying attention. Damn it. Now things were starting to get interesting. Tranlac tried to remain calm and study the membrane in front of him. Fortunately, he had encountered many barriers in his past life, so he now had some experience in breaking them. Thoida arrogantly walked up from behind. He extended his hand towards him, demanding he hand over the armor, and he would not make things difficult. Tranlac turned his head and looked at the guy in confusion. They did not even know each other, and he was already demanding he take off his clothes. But not wanting to waste time arguing, he quickly vanished like magic, leaving behind a few taunts calling him a pervert, which left him stunned. How could he have broken a god's spatial lock so easily? Thoida was indignant and roared in anger. This made no sense at all. He gritted his teeth, having directly witnessed Tranlac's ability and acknowledging him as a genius. But that made it all the more imperative to kill him so he could rest easy. His own life no longer under threat, he activated void travel, quickly leaving the first formation, only to have Thoi to stick close behind him, not letting up. And so, one man and one god chased each other amidst the cloud-covered mountains. Loi Tiu observed the strange scene below from high above and could not help but marvel. How did he manage to escape from Thoita's grasp so well? Just then, Tranlac ran towards him. He quickly notified the Emperor and waited for Thoita to appear. Thoita roared with determination. According to the plan, he and Loi Tiu would unleash their techniques together to cause a spatial collapse. Then, he would not be able to escape. And so, with a deafening boom, streams of red and purple lightning furiously shot out. They swirled with dusty mist, merging to create the most ferocious energy that blasted towards Tranlac. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. He could not dodge in time. That energy struck down from above his head with immense force. Tranlac curled up and screamed violently, feeling as if all his internal organs were being scrambled. But luckily, the divine armor activated a sturdy shield to protect him, successfully saving his life. But amidst the chaos, he quickly teleported to another location. Thoitu and Loi Tiu went to check. Loi Tiu was certain that after taking that hit, he was definitely dead. Thoitu, however, thought that since Tranlac had the cheat-like armor, he probably was not dead but was severely injured. The more he thought, the more pleased he became. A normal space system user could not possibly use void travel in a collapsing space environment. He excitedly pulled Loi Tiu along to capture Tranlac and give him a taste of a space slash. As it turned out, when the smoke cleared, there was no one in sight. It was unbelievable that he could use void travel in a collapsed space. Suddenly, Thoita heard Exama's voice transmitted through sound waves. It turned out she had sensed that he had run to a location near her. He was furious at being toyed with like a spinning top by a mere mortal. He turned and took his anger out on the goddess. How could he still have the energy to run 10,000 miles? Unless her senses were wrong. Sama frowned in annoyance. She was a god, after all. Furthermore, that sensing ability was a natural talent of their race, so it could not possibly be wrong. With such suspicion, did he still need her help to find him or not? Thoita gritted his teeth, suppressing the rage burning in his chest. He compromised with her, insisting she must find him, otherwise the consequences would be dire. The snake god stood on a towering peak, as she channeled her energy to activate her ability. She wondered about the background of that blue star native. How skilled was he to be able to escape the attack of two gods? It seemed this case was a bit tough to chew, and she was starting to regret it. But the money had been paid, so the job had to be done. Sama could only do her best to search everywhere. It did not take long before she discovered he was hiding in some corner surrounded by vast water. Tranlac was deep under the sea, meditating to restore his power and energy. He did not earn the title King of Hiding for nothing. He confidently challenged them to catch him before he ascended to the god level. Just as he finished his thought, Tranlac's eyes flew open as he felt a sense of unease. The feeling was so real that it urged him to quickly change his location. Then, with a sudden boom, the spot he had just left exploded with the destructive force of a B-52 bomb. Tranlac was terrified for a moment and could not help but curse out loud. At this moment, his face was drained of all color. He was lucky he moved fast, or he would have died a horrible death. But he was also puzzled as to how those demigods had found him here. He considered all possibilities. If they were that powerful, then he, Tranlac, would just hide on the moon. Far, far away, the trio of Thoitu, Sai Mao, and Loi Tiu were swimming towards the exact location Tranlac was supposed to be, as indicated by her. But strangely, there was no one there. Thoita's face was grim with disbelief. He could not believe that someone could survive against four gods working together. He demanded that Sima continue to expand her search to pinpoint his location. 2 hours passed, and he asked for an update, but the result was hopeless. She could not find him. Then, she explained that for her ability to fail to detect someone, there were only two possibilities. Either the person was constantly using void travel to evade detection, or the target had hidden in a deep spatial layer that was impossible to scan. Loi Tiu nodded and added that either case would consume a lot of energy. They could just keep chasing him at full speed until he ran out of power. But Thoita shook his head, saying there was no need for such trouble. His eyes glinted with a vicious light, a sinister smile on his face as he looked down at his hand, which was swirling with ability power. He decided to directly destroy this entire planet. No sooner said than done. Thoitu and the other demigods raised their hands high to combine their abilities, forming an orange-red sphere that blinded the entire sky. He suddenly realized he should have done this long ago instead of playing with him. He closed his eyes, focusing on pouring in as much energy as possible so that this explosion would turn him into dust forever. Looking at the spectacular scene before her, Sama became pensive. For some reason, she kept feeling a sense of unease but could not explain it. At this time on the distant moon, Tranlac noticed a dazzling light emanating from the blue star. Even though it was thousands of miles away, he could not sit still. Those god-level beings were definitely up to something disastrous again. He had to risk going back to see what was happening. Tranlac hid behind a large rock and observed. What was that space system demigod doing? It seemed he wanted to destroy the blue star. He realized this truth with horror. Thoita had now frantically accumulated energy into a giant, brightly glowing red sphere, poised and ready to be thrown. Tranlac gritted his teeth, absolutely refusing to let this happen. He rushed out from his hiding spot to block Thoita's path, his attitude firm and unyielding. His face changed. becoming frightened when he learned that Tranlac had actually hidden in space instead of some deep spatial layer. What on earth were the limits of his void travel? He still stood there proudly, his heart unwavering, as he shouted at Thoitu, calling him a spineless coward for trying to destroy his home instead of aiming for him. Those words happened to strike a chord with his own desires, making him smirk coldly. If you are tired of living, I will indulge you. Thoitu roared, die. His face looked terrifying, contorted with anger, but Tranlac was secretly smiling, thinking to himself that his taunting tactic had worked. Thoitu's attack was almost upon Tranlac. At that moment, he used void travel. The two spheres collided in mid-air, creating a deafening explosion. While Tranlac teleported right behind Thoitu, he thought to himself, good thing I managed to provoke him, making him throw those two power spheres. If he had destroyed Earth, it would have truly vanished. From behind, Tranlac continued to taunt him. If you are so great, then come and chase me, which made Thoitu even angrier. After that, Tranlac looped around in outer space, thinking, I have discovered that using void travel in space saves a lot of skill energy. I just need to run for a while and then hide to recover my abilities in time. Then I can run around him as much as I want. With that thought, Tranlac started to flee at high speed. Seeing this, Thoitu immediately gave chase. He spoke, I do not believe you can use void travel continuously, and thought to himself, when Tranlac's abilities are depleted, I will definitely settle the score with him for everything. 3 hours later in space, Tranlac was still continuously running and jumping, taunting Thoitu. Thoitu could only chase after him, unable to do anything. Thoitu thought to himself, 10 million miles already. This brat has been running back and forth in space for 10 million miles. Then he decided to speed up, determined to catch Tranlac. Tranlac, seeing Thoitu accelerate, exclaimed, his speed is getting faster and faster. As Thoitu was about to catch Tranlac, he thought to himself, God level is too terrifying, and then used void travel. Suddenly, something appeared. It was black and sucked Tranlac inside, causing Thoitu to miss again. Tranlac wondered, what is this? Why is the suction so strong? Thoitu was surprised when Tranlac was sucked in, while Tranlac was still in a panic, not knowing what to do. Thoitu thought, why is this happening? This is a rarely seen black hole. This black hole can suck in living objects and then transport them to any random place in the universe, which means this guy will escape. Damn it. How can this guy's luck be so good? Seeing Tranlac about to escape, Thoitu shouted, I won't accept this. I won't accept this. He pointed and ordered his 3 friends to follow him and carry out the plan to destroy Earth. Beside him, Sama saw this and spoke up. Thoitu, that is enough. Leave them a way out. Thoitu turned to look at her and asked, a way out? What do you mean? Sama immediately replied, before this newcomer arrived, we had no idea how to deal with this situation. Everyone has seen how formidable that kid is for 3 days. Moreover, he has a Bowen's armor and god-level potential. I think in just a few dozen more years, he will be able to become a god. Thoitu argued that void travel had no offensive power, so what if he became a god? Hearing this, Sama spoke up. Actually, it is very difficult for him to kill god-level beings like us, especially dual-ability gods like us, but killing anyone below god level would be extremely simple if he wanted to kill our clansmen and destroy our nests. Do you think he has a way? If he holds a grudge against us, we can never hope to live in peace. I do not want to live my whole life in worry and fear. You must think about the future of your clansman. You can't afford to make a mortal enemy of him. Then Sama turned to look at the other two. What about you guys? What is your choice? The god-level Hongyu also agreed with Sama's opinion. His precious daughter had just come of age, and he did not want her to suffer Tranlac's vicious methods in the future. Loi Qiu also agreed with this view. Tranlac was too difficult to deal with, and he was not an orphan. He could not gamble with the lives of his clan. Then they all advised Thoitu, destroying Earth won't cause him any harm. It is a waste of effort for nothing. It is best not to do it. They advised Thoitu to give them, his old friends, some face and let this matter go. But Thoitu gritted his teeth in anger. He thought, it is true, in the face of self-interest. What is friendship? Thoitu shouted, look at you all, scared of your own shadows. It is a disgrace to the god level. We just need to find the time system, learn how to stop time, and we can counter him. Deep down, Thoitu thought, isn't there a time system on Earth that can stop time? Then Thoitu returned to his spaceship. He decided that after he recovered his strength, he would return to Earth to find that time system person. He also said his goodbyes to his friends. It was best for those with different goals to part ways here. Seeing Thoitu's attitude, they had no choice but to accept it. It seemed this friendship could not continue. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Thoitu's favor was truly hard to swallow. Then the three of them lamented that without a spaceship, it would take them over a year to get home. In the vast expanse of the universe, Tranlac was transported by the black hole to some unknown place. As soon as he arrived, he felt dizzy and nauseous from being forcibly teleported by that small crystal. Then he looked at his armor. The armor was completely ruined by the mysterious teleportation power. He had to find a new set of armor quickly. Then, Tranlac looked around in confusion, wondering where this was. I suddenly disappeared. That god-level guy will definitely take his anger out on Earth. My home is surely gone. What should I do next? Do I have to wander this universe? Then he observed everything in the universe, looking at each planet one by one. Suddenly, in the distance, a blue planet appeared in his sight. Huh. There is a planet over there. Not bad. Then he used void travel. When he set foot on this new planet, he was surprised that a planet with such fresh air could still exist in the universe. The scenery was also very beautiful. He looked at a cave in the distance and saw that it was quite suitable for living. It was a pity that he had brought too many people with him, so they could not all stay there together. With that thought, he stopped and decided to let everyone rest here. Tranlac used his ability to let everyone out of his space. Today True was the first to ask about the current situation. Even Tiyun Tin and Mi Lap asked about the battle and Tranlac's condition. Tranlac thought to himself, to avoid shocking them, I should not tell them that Earth might have been destroyed. Then, he spoke up to reassure everyone. But due to some reasons, we can only temporarily leave Earth. Just think of it as a trip. This place will be our temporary stop. Hearing that, Tiyugutin agreed. Alright, leave the food to me. Then she jumped into the water. After a dive, she resurfaced in surprise, still holding a fish in her mouth. She wanted to invite Tranlac to eat. Tranlex thought to himself, it is a kind gesture, but who knows if that thing is poisonous or even edible. Suddenly, he heard a cat's meow and wondered where it was coming from, as it did not sound like Mevfi. Suddenly, the Dharma King caught something. He showed it to Tranlex. Tranlex looked at it and guessed it was probably a cat person. Indeed, it was a cat person. It could only meow, had the shape of a cat but also had hair. It looked pitiful. Tranlex thought to himself, that is right, this planet is a suitable place to live, so it is not strange for other creatures to reside here. Suddenly, Mimfim appeared out of nowhere and let out a meow. Seeing Mifadim, it immediately hid behind her, just meowing and crying. Mifam translated for Tranlef, saying that this cat person meant there were many of its kind in the nearby area, and it wanted him to take it home. Mfiem herself was surprised she could understand everything, wondering if she was a descendant of the cat people. Trunlek thought, could I have arrived on the legendary cat planet, and agreed to take the little cat person home. Suddenly, a strange sound arose, making everyone confused and wondering what it was. It sounded like there were a lot of them. A large horde of cats emerged from nowhere, causing Tranleka's group to think, whoa, that is majestic, but why are these cats' eyes so full of hatred when they look at us? Mvfiem, on behalf of the group, asked why they hated them. The cat people surrounding them were all angry. Have you been reformed or brainwashed? They capture and humiliate us, and you still ask why we hate them. Then they listed a series of atrocities. After hearing the cat people's story, Mifum's face also showed anger. Meanwhile, Trunalex wondered what on earth they were talking about and why Mifiem was not translating for him. Then, Mifum's fur suddenly bristled in anger. Unforgivable. I can't believe they dare to treat us cat people like this. From now on, do not be afraid. I am here. I will protect everyone. Seeing this, Trunlex thought to himself, does Mimifime really think she is a cat person now? Trunlex was about to speak up to signal Mifam when he suddenly noticed something. A group of flying creatures was approaching them. Surprising him, he estimated that these creatures were probably at level 10 strength. They had sinister faces and a menacing aura. Who are you? And where are you from? This is one of Lord Digdam's planets. The cats here are all the property of Lord E. Tufkam. This is not a place you are allowed to be. Trunlek looked at them and thought, so this is a breeding ground for cat people. The group continued to threaten. We warn you, Lord Amigakim is a great demigod. If he decides to punish you, you won't be able to bear it. But Tronlefi calmly replied, alright, we will stay for a while longer and then leave. However, they did not agree. They forced him to leave immediately. He wanted to leave too. But where would he go? Float aimlessly in space. Then he flew towards the one who had just spoken, his face extremely displeased. Was I being too polite? He swung his arm, slapping him across the face so hard his eyes went wide. Trying to save face for you, were not I? Then he ordered his subordinates to kill all of Mavitakheim's lackeys. Hearing his command, his subordinates flew over and quickly killed the newcomers, causing a tremor so strong that even the birds fled. Seeing this, the surrounding cat people praised him. So strong. So amazing. They believed Tronovlev was a guardian god sent down from the heavens for them. Mevifiem turned back and told them, we will stay here temporarily, but rest assured, as long as we are here, we will absolutely not let anyone bully you. Half a year later, Trunles was still in the process of cultivation. He thought, it has been half a year, and I have finally reached a crucial point. He realized there was a violently shaking stream of energy in his head. He was trying to endure it, because if he succeeded, leveling up from demigod to god would be just a blink of an eye away. After that, he felt his dual abilities split into two, each becoming an independent power. The stream of power in his head suddenly burst out, causing him to let out a groan. That power also dispersed into the air and shot up into the sky, making Tronlex scream uncontrollably. Everyone around who saw this scene felt an immense pressure from this power and guessed that Trana had just broken through to a new level, possibly the god level. Down below, Mimifime also witnessed this. She said, he really does level up by witnessing the fate of others. She could feel that she was still a long way from reaching her full potential. Half an hour later, Trunles was dazed within the stream of power. Is this a rule that belongs to me? Then he saw footsteps in his mind and wondered, What does this image mean? It represents a running path, mocking me for running away from becoming a god. Then he realized the rules seemed to be telling him that on this path of void walk, he had completed 85%. This made him even more puzzled. What? I have only understood this much about void walk. After successfully leveling up, Trunluffy landed on the ground. Perhaps I will have to wait until I can teleport anywhere in the universe with a single thought to be considered complete. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he thought to himself, next, I still have to cultivate the time system. I must make the most of my time. Mufam saw him land and immediately ran to hug him in congratulations. The people around also congratulated him, because with a god-level protector, they could now live in peace without worry. Then he looked at Mufam and wondered why there were runes on her body, even though she clearly has not reached the god level yet. Moreover, what is with that color? Could it be changing according to Mufam's emotions? An evil thought appeared in his mind. If I punch her and make her cry, will the runes on her body turn black? Suddenly, there was an announcement that a very weak person was approaching the very culprit who massacred the cat people. Hearing this, Mevifim got excited. Trunlust will definitely give him 100 slaps. Trunlek thought, that demigod Amitigem. He sure picked the right time to show up, but suddenly Mevifim shouted, oh no, this is bad. That weakling seems to have seen the light from Trunleka's ascension to godhood. He feels he can't beat you, so he is running away, but Trunlufsi comforted her. Don't worry, he won't escape. Then Trunlufsi used Void Walk. He appeared behind in Nechkam. Since you are already here, what is the rush to leave? This startled Amitm. He turned around, trembling, wondering why Trunlef was here. The very first moment he sensed danger, he had already fled, not even landing on the cat planet. Trunlef used Void Axis to trap, forcing him to come along. Moonliti empeminicked and cried for help. Using telepathy, Lord Hongyu, save me. I have encountered someone who just ascended to godhood. I beg you to save me. You must hurry. Hongyu received the message and thought, no new god has been born in the universe for over 100 years. Who is this newly ascended god? Then Hongyu told Indechim not to panic. Just say my name. As soon as he hears my name, Trunlex will definitely have to show me some respect. In about 10 minutes, Hongyu will arrive. Just find a way to stall for time for now. On the cat planet, Mulitm stood before Trunlex, trembling as he spoke. Greetings, my lord. I did not know you were here. If I have offended you in any way, I will certainly apologize. Then he introduced himself as a follower of Lord Hongyu, asking if Trunlef could spare him this time out of respect for Lord Hongyu. Trunlek thought, who the hell is Hongyu? Never heard of him. Then he said, although your attitude is very good, Lady Methefcm said she wants me to give you 100 slaps, not one less, count them yourself. With that, he raised his hand and began slapping Akaim repeatedly. Amihidakam cried his eyes out, when Trunlek saw he was not counting. He threatened to start over from the beginning, causing him to hastily count. 1, 2, 3, 4. By the 100th slap, Mulitm's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he was spitting blood. After finishing, Trunlek shook his tired hand and asked who Hongyu was, demanding an explanation from Ushinesham. Mitidakin obediently replied that Lord Hongyu was an Earth system god who had ascended over 30,000 years ago. Trunlek thought, so that is it, but it does not matter. There is no one I am afraid to offend anyway. The urgent task now is to ask about the whereabouts of space system gods. Then Trunlechi asked Meshkham, so, do you know how many space system gods there are? Before Mitatim could answer, a flash of light shot past behind Trunlex. The figure landed on the ground, making Mitakim rejoice inwardly. Big brother is here. Seeing that it was Trunlex, Hongyu was shocked. Even a rocket is not this fast. This kid is too unnatural. It has only been a short while. How could he have already ascended to godhood? Then Trunluffy pointed at Hongyu and exclaimed, damn it. So it is you. Seeing Trunlek, Hongyu broke out in a sweat, his face filled with panic. Then, he bolted, thinking to himself, I have to tell the others about this quickly. Seeing Hongyu flee, Trunleki launched an attack. Hey, where do you think you are going? Seeing Trunleki's attack, Hongyu summoned an earth shield to block it. Then, Hongyu calmly thought, right now, this kid is too angry to think straight. If I let him vent his anger, maybe he will calm down and talk to me. So he withdrew his earth shield, thinking, even if I can block it, I should not. I will act a little pathetic to gain his sympathy. After all, I am God. A few hits won't hurt. An explosion went off behind Hongyu, causing him to scream. Mutiem watched and wondered, how can this be? Someone who just ascended to godhood is beating Hongyu so badly he can't even fight back. But was that attack really that scary? Seeing Hongyu's condition, Trunluffy stopped and wondered, am I that strong? This god is too weak. Even someone like me, who ran away from becoming a god, can intimidate him. While dodging Trunleka's attacks, Hongyu shouted, stop fighting. Brother, let us talk things over. Actually, I have some good news for you. Besides, you have just ascended to godhood, so I am sure there are many things you do not understand yet. I can answer any questions you have. Hearing this made Trunleka pause. What good news? Could it be that besides you, Everyone else has met with a fatal accident. He ordered Musiagam to go stand guard a short distance away. Muthi Dhem had no choice but to obey. Hong Yu told Tronlexi that the To wanted to destroy Tronlek, home planet, as an act of venting his frustration. But Hong Yu's group had stopped him. Hearing this, Tronlek thought, so Earth is still there, my home is still there. Hong Yu continued his story, saying that he and his friends did all this because they felt Tronlekpasi would definitely become a god in the future. It was not necessary to make an enemy of him. And moreover, they wanted to use this incident to resolve their grudge with him. So the time system god's name is the To. Trunles now knew who his enemy was. He agreed to forgive Hong Yu's group of 3, but the T was absolutely unforgivable. Trunlech asked Hong Yu why the Tu was looking for him. Hong Yu asked Trunlech not to make things difficult for him. He knew and wanted to tell him, but he could not. Hong Yu thought to himself, if I say it, it is the same as dragging T Lalan into this. People who offend Lord T Lalan never have a good ending. Trunlech wondered, could there be someone behind the scenes giving the Toto orders? Someone you can't afford to offend? Hong Yu replied, yes, but that is not entirely correct. Hong Yu added that the person behind the scenes had absolutely no intention of targeting Tronles. At most, they only mentioned matters related to him. The T-Dodi, on the other hand, had a muddled mind and caused trouble on his own. Therefore, Hong Yu advised Tronlexi to identify the right target. Don't dig up the roots and end up offending someone else. Hearing this, Trunlech silently thought, the person behind the scenes sounds like a formidable figure. In short, Hong Yu could not say any more about this matter. Trunlech would have to ask the Tide himself. Hearing this, Trunlech agreed, but he also had a question. Is there a realm higher than the god level? Hong Yu took out a cloak, spread it on the ground, and asked Trunlexi to sit down so they could talk slowly. He told Trunlexi that he was over 35,000 years old and had been a god for over 30,000 years, and he had never heard of a level higher than god. Then Hong Yu poured Trunlexi a glass of water and said, you have just ascended to godhood. I think you probably only have one rule right now. If your other abilities also gain rules, you will achieve a second rule. Gaining more rules is the most important factor in evaluating a god's level, but it is not absolute. Then he asked, how far have you gotten with your void walk? Trunlech replied, 85%. Hearing this, Hong Yu gave him a thumbs up. Excellent. Reaching 100% is enough to ascend to godhood. He also remarked, Trunlexi is not an attack type. No matter how thoroughly you master void walk, it won't increase your attack power. But that is fine. Each attribute has countless different types of power. Hong Yu advised him to delve deep into the spatial layer to sense the various types of spatial powers within, master them well, and sooner or later, you can comprehend the rules of space. This surprised Trunlech, so it is possible to sense different types of spatial powers. Doesn't that mean I still have a lot to learn? In a wide, quiet courtyard, the conversation between Trunlech and the three-eyed god continued. He was wondering if anyone with dual abilities could become a god. The three-eyed god replied, of course, but the number is quite small. Trunlech also wanted to know more about the two, wondering how many rules he had comprehended. The three-eyed god explained that Thati was someone who had comprehended 2 rules, attack and movement, which had allowed him to earn a lot of money. Therefore, thanks to his wealth, his connections are truly extensive. Trunlech sneered, so my longtime opponent is just a delivery guy. The three-eyed god explained that each system has its own use and benefits for people. He revealed that Thee had hired the 3 of them for 1 million purple crystals, with an additional 2 million upon success. Hearing about this strange item, Trunlech pulled a purple gem from his pocket that he also had, and the three-eyed god confirmed that it was indeed a purple crystal. He chuckled to himself because he had quite a few in his space. He still wondered what these purple crystals were used for. The god gave an example. A cat would cost half a purple crystal, while a cat girl would have a different price. A cat-eared girl costs up to 10,000 purple crystals. He revealed with sparkling eyes. Trunlech immediately recalled that the entire vast cat planet was only worth a few tens of thousands of purple crystals. He then specifically revealed ways to counter his void walk ability, saying there were at least 2 methods currently. Trunlech was curious. The god continued to explain that both the time system and the spirit system have ways to counter Trunlech's space system. Furthermore, the strongest gods today can command 6 or even 8 rules with dual abilities. Trunlech was also surprised by these individuals. Among them, the one who commands the rule of causality is the strongest. Even if they die, they can be miraculously resurrected. Mentioning this rule, Trunlech immediately thought of the little girl Mev Phuem, but her current ability was too low, seemingly unable to even affect a god. Suddenly, the three-eyed god opened a book, inside which were 2.8 million purple crystals, offered as an apology to Trunlech. After hearing this, Trunlech felt the amount was a bit small. After all, given his status and position, it was not much. Hearing that Trunlech wanted more, the three-eyed god became anxious. He quickly grabbed Trunlech's arm, his face pleading for him to accept the purple crystals. Seeing his sincerity, Trunlech agreed. The three-eyed god then gave Trunlech some advice for after entering the god level. Don't be reckless. His sincere words seemed trustworthy. After giving his advice, he bid farewell to Trunlech and left. Trunlech was happy because thanks to the three-eyed god, he had gained a lot of information. He also said goodbye to the three-eyed god. The sky was turning to dusk, with pink clouds drifting by. At this moment, Trunless was approaching Mev Fiam. He recalled the three-eyed god's words about the rule of fate and worried that if others found out, it would cause trouble for a Mev Fam. Trunluck advised a Mev Frime that it would be best not to let others see the runes on her body. Mifam was surprised but did not ask many questions, simply feeling she should agree with Trunless. Then he asked Megafam what would be the best course of action for his future, as he was worried that Thuf 2 was still hunting him. Moreover, he did not have the strength to fight back if confronted right now. What he needed most at the moment was to buy new equipment. After hearing Tronleka's confession, Memifiem winked and asked, "But for you, is not running away what you are best at?" He seemed to pay no mind to Demevfem's words. But then it suddenly dawned on him that he could go to a store and get things for free. After talking with Mivvesem, it seemed Tronalek had made a decision for himself. He planned to set off for another planet to find suitable equipment. After hearing what Tronlek said, Memifiem leaped up and hugged him, expressing her wish to follow him so he would have company. Seeing her sincerity, he had no choice but to agree to her request. Mivigums was overjoyed and had a feeling that Tronlek would get the item he needed. 2 months later, out in space, Trunless was still flying through the cosmos, heading towards the Happy Planet. This was one of only 2 level 9 civilizations and a very famous shopping destination in this universe. The cities here were bustling, melting pot for countless races from across the universe. As long as you had money, you could buy anything here. Trunlek's group was strolling down the street, and the beautiful women with him seemed very surprised by the things on this strange new planet. Mfeem asked Tronlekshi where he planned to go first. Trunlek was planning to go straight to the Daxia shopping district. He pointed directly at the tallest tower in the distance and promised the beauties that whatever they liked, he would buy it. Hearing this, the whole group was overjoyed and ecstatic. After a short ride on the planet's transportation, the group arrived at Hohen Van Doon. Trunlek's group was sitting in a magnificent dining room. Trunlex was holding the menu, ordering for everyone. He seemed very generous in treating them. Seeing Tronlek's group order so much food, the nearby waiter was quite astonished and asked for confirmation if what he heard was correct. Trunluffy directly tossed him a VIP card. The waiter immediately took the order and went to prepare the food. After a while, only empty plates remained on the table. All the food had been devoured by Tronlek's group. Everyone found the dishes delicious. After they finished eating, seeing that Tronlek's group was so wealthy, the waiter immediately handed him an invitation to a private auction. This auction had quite a few items that caught Tronlek's eye. The waiter enthusiastically invited Tronles, hoping he would participate. Looking at the items on the list, things like defensive helmets and armor, they were all things he needed. Tronlek smiled and looked at Mifuzim, remembering her earlier words. It was really lucky he brought her along. Tronlahak asked the waiter if those items had arrived yet. The waiter calculated that the auction was in about 2 days, so these rare items were probably still in transit. He planned to make his move and take them when these precious items arrived. Just as planned, 2 days later, Tronlex, having disguised himself, stood in front of a mirror to look at his new appearance. He had put the others into his ability space. He planned to take the items and then flee, but to move around freely, he needed a new identity after his disguise. He took the name View Lee, at the luxurious auction house, on the brightly lit stage. The host was beginning his introduction. In the middle of the stage was a large cloth covering the item inside. Suddenly, the host lifted it, revealing a girl trapped inside. She had a graceful, slender figure. Seeing this, Trunlukik immediately thought of the legendary flower fairies. The bracelet she was wearing was the item used to bind her. After removing the cover, the host began to introduce the girl as an emperor-level flower fairy from the Zai Lep tribe. Not only that, but she could also maintain her beauty for 2,000 years. As he spoke, he cracked a whip towards the girl. The scent of her body spread throughout the audience. He announced her starting price was 100,000 purple crystals. After the host's announcement, the whole audience was in an uproar. Many people coveted the girl's beauty. Trunlufsies just shook his head at the fate of the week. Bids rang out one after another, and the girl's price was gradually pushed higher, from 100,000 to 150,000, until it reached 380,000 before the bidding stopped. The host was extremely happy with this price and quickly closed the bidding, congratulating the person who had just bid 380,000. Looking at the pitiful girl on stage, Trunlex shook his head, thinking there were many pitiful people, and he could not save them all. Not letting the room quiet down, the auctioneer brought out the next item, a purple flower emitting a dense energy. It turned out to be an Emperor-level Ascension grass, a medicinal ingredient that helps the user gain Emperor-level potential. The starting price for this item was 300,000. Although this flower was no longer useful to Tronlef, he had many followers, and this flower was very suitable for some of them. Thinking he should give them a small gift, Trunlesi immediately bid 650,000, ending the interest of others to easily acquire the flower. Next on stage was a helmet capable of resisting spiritual attacks, effective against demigods and partially against gods. This was exactly one of the items Trunluck absolutely had to get. Most importantly, this item was priced at up to 8 million purple crystals, an astronomical figure for many people. The entire hall fell silent after hearing this price. However, despite the price, many people still quietly placed their bids. Gradually, the item's price rose to 1 million. then 1.1 million. Watching the lively auction atmosphere, Trunlef secretly rejoiced. Let the clams fight. The fisherman reaps the benefits. The bidding became more and more intense with each shout. The price was raised to 1.2 million. When suddenly, the power went out in the entire hall. Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The host quickly reassured everyone, saying it was probably just a temporary problem with the power line. A moment later, the power came back on, the stage became lively again, and the host continued his unfinished program. As he was calling the bid, he glanced at the item. Suddenly, he jumped in shock because the thing inside the glass case had completely vanished without a trace. The entire audience descended into chaos, not understanding how the item being auctioned could disappear. At this moment, Trunless had already used Void Walk to return to his seat. He rejoiced inwardly for having taken it so easily without anyone knowing. After half an hour of searching, the item was still not found. The whole room was in an uproar, but the people sitting here were all important figures, making it difficult to search them. Gradually, loud, annoyed voices from the audience poured in. Although the host was very annoyed, he still had to continue his auction. He quickly turned around, apologized, and swiftly brought up the next auction item, called the chew fruit. This item was carefully and gently carried onto the stage by a staff member. It seemed this type of fruit was very rare. Without keeping everyone waiting, the host immediately introduced that this fruit could increase a person's lifespan by 10,000 years. Trunluffy smiled. He had only come here for the helmet, but this fruit was also very rare, and he did not want to miss it. He figured that since the helmet was just stolen, everyone must be on high alert. He had to think of a different method to steal it. He suddenly decided to use Void Walk again. After all, his current identity was View Lee. Even if he was seen, no one would know who he was. Many people were annoyed and did not want to hear the introduction, wanting the host to start the bidding. The host stood on stage, worried that this item would suffer the same fate as the last one. Just as he was about to announce the price, he screamed loudly. Just as he had feared, the chew fruit in the glass case had once again disappeared unexpectedly. Without a sound, the entire hall was shaken, not expecting an item to disappear so quickly right before their eyes. Trunleft was already back in his seat, enjoying the show. Very quickly, an investigation team arrived to analyze the situation. This item was a living thing, so they had a high chance of finding the culprit. A member of the investigation team began to walk through the audience, wanting to search everyone to find the one who stole the chew fruit. Suddenly, a staff member came to Trunluffy's seat and asked to inspect him. Trunluffy smiled, because unlike others' spaces, his space could store living things without being detected. He happily let the man inspect him. After a while, the investigators regrouped but still found no trace of the chew fruit. The audience began to get loud and annoyed. One person in the audience was extremely furious. He could not swallow this anger. He revealed that he had been waiting for the chew fruit for years, because his lifespan was about to run out. Without this chew fruit, he would die. This three-eyed customer demanded that the auction team find the chew fruit for him. Trunlex thought to himself, this guy has been saving money for years. I wonder how much he has. He suddenly had an idea. If this guy died, his fortune would belong to him. Although he was a lightning system god, Trunles was confident enough to take him down. He remembered the lesson from before. Power is everything, and one should not shy away from any means to achieve it. A member of the investigation team stepped forward to calm him down, saying the chew fruit was truly gone. But the three-eyed man only had 1 year of life left. He could not wait any longer. Hearing this, Trunles could not help but rejoice inwardly, having already thought of an easy way to eliminate him without much effort. At this point, the auction house suggested the three-eyed man try his luck elsewhere and offered to compensate him with 100,000 as travel expenses. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the man suddenly accepted the compensation decisively. Then he turned and left. Trunlef thought that this might very well be a trap that the guy had deliberately set. But now, he had disguised himself with a different identity. He felt that even if it was a trap, it was still worth a try. After all, this was a juicy piece of bait. As the three-eyed man walked down the hallway, a piece of paper suddenly floated down in front of him. He looked at the paper in his hand and froze for a moment. It turned out the paper contained information about the whereabouts of the chew fruit he was looking for, and invited him to meet at a location on a nearby planet for a transaction. Hearing about the chew fruit's location, the man scrambled to the meeting point mentioned in the letter at top speed. Watching the three-eyed man go, Trunlex slowly stepped out from nearby. He smiled to himself, watching his prey fall into his trap on a deserted planet. As arranged in the letter, Trunluffy met the three-eyed man. As soon as they met, the man immediately asked about the whereabouts of the chew fruit. He happily revealed that the chew fruit was in his friend's hands and was on its way here. In reality, this was just a stalling tactic Trunlex came up with to see if the man had any traps. Hearing this, the three-eyed man's face showed clear anticipation, as if the chew fruit was his everything. He did not forget to threaten to self-destruct and take Trunlexy with him if he dared to trick him. Seeing this, Trunlef reassured him and began to bargain, demanding 5 million purple crystals, a number that made the three-eyed man flinch. But that price was too high, especially for stolen goods. The man bargained down to 4 million. Seeing him get angry, Trunlef accepted that price. But this man was also an old fox who had lived for a long time. He found the transaction a bit suspicious and suggested bringing in some accomplices. But Trunlesi knew better than to agree to such a request. Ignoring Trunlex's words, the three-eyed man still contacted his accomplice. But it turned out his accomplice was the very person who had been hunting Tron Lek all this time. The Tidodi. Hearing this name, Tron Lek could not help but look a bit grim. The three-eyed man revealed the current transaction location for the Tiu to check out. Tron Lek thought, "This is no different from leading the enemy right to my doorstep." The three-eyed man had originally called his accomplice to ensure the safety of the transaction. But who would have thought his friend was Tron Lek, his mortal enemy? Therefore, he decided to send this guy to his grave. He used his time acceleration skill. Seeing his opponent act so quickly, the three-eyed man did not just stand there waiting to die. He summoned a sky full of lightning, powerful bolts of lightning, carrying world-destroying power, shot towards Tron Lek. He used his Void Walk skill to dodge all of the man's attacks. Seeing that his attacks could not hit his opponent, the three-eyed man grew angrier, unleashing even more lightning bolts at Tron Lek. He shot forward like an arrow, attacking Tron Lek despite knowing he was a space system god. As the three-eyed man got closer, pushing bolts of lightning with his hands, Tron Lek realized this guy was a dark lightning user, the same system as the Dharma King. He calmly dealt with the sky full of dense lightning. Tron Lek thought that the Dharma King was already a demigod. If he could absorb the rules of this three-eyed man, it would be a huge boost to his power. The attacks were continuous and powerful, but with his Void Walk skill, Tron Lek dodged them all with ease. The more he fought, the more it did not make sense. The three-eyed man did not think the space was collapsing, yet the man before him could still use Void Walk. While the three-eyed man was pondering, Tron Lek continued to accelerate time, causing his lifespan to deplete even faster. Realizing this, the three-eyed man knew he was no match for Tron Lek and turned to flee. But how could Tron Lek let such a juicy prey escape right before his eyes? He used the Void Axis skill, forcing the man to turn back around, suddenly finding his body out of control and even turning back to face Tron Lek. The three-eyed man broke out in a cold sweat, seeing that he was about to be captured by Tron Lek. He struggled and tried to say some last words to get Tron Lek to spare him. But how could he know that Tron Lek had wanted him dead for a long time? How could he be spared so easily? Seeing that the person before him was determined to take his life, the three-eyed man roared in anger. As a god who commanded the rule of lightning, how could he be bullied by some brat? Within a radius of several miles, huge bolts of lightning exploded, looking like a sea of intertwined lightning from a distance. Tron Lek looked at the man's technique and calculated a countermeasure that would allow him to dodge while preventing the man from taking the opportunity to escape. After a moment of analysis, Tron Lek decided to face the raging sea of lightning head-on. Seeing Tron Lek dare to directly confront his attack, the man felt his body become unstable as he unleashed the lightning. His lifespan was draining much faster than he had initially anticipated. Seeing the lightning begin to weaken, the three-eyed man did not have much strength left. Tron Lek then unleashed a double-time acceleration technique. Despite so many powerful attacks, Tron Lek seemed completely unharmed. The three-eyed man began to feel afraid and switched to threatening self-destruction if Tron Lek pushed him to a dead end. As time passed, the three-eyed man felt his lifespan dwindling and the energy in his body depleting. Even his most confident ability, taking his opponent down with him, could no longer be used. At this point, Tron Lek pushed the rule of time to its limit and slowly advanced towards the three-eyed man. During this time, the man could only cry out at his fate, blaming Tron Lek for being unable to buy the Chu fruit. When they were just a few steps apart, the three-eyed man pulled out a card. This seemed to be his last trump card. Tron Lek was a bit surprised, wondering what this man was going to do with a purple crystal card. The three-eyed man held the card high, and white smoke began to rise from it. It seemed he wanted to destroy this purple crystal card. Seeing this, Tron Lek quickly rushed forward to grab the card, trying to prevent the three-eyed man from destroying it, because it contained a huge amount of purple crystals, which were very important to Tron Lek right now. Seeing Tron Lek holding the broken card, the three-eyed man laughed loudly because Tron Lek's wish would not be granted. Once the card was broken, it could no longer be used. Contrary to his expectation that his opponent would be distressed and sad that his efforts were in vain, Tron Lek seemed very calm. Looking at the card in his hand, he said he just needed to turn back time to 1 minute before the card was destroyed. Hearing this, the three-eyed man was stunned. Before the man's disbelieving eyes, Tron Lek waved his hand, and the card returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened to it. Looking at the new card in Tron Lek's hand, the three-eyed man fell into despair. This was the last card he could play. He collapsed to the ground in pain and despair. His lifespan was almost extinguished. He was not resigned to dying so soon, but the outcome was already decided. There was nothing more he could do. Watching his opponent slowly fade away, Tron Lek could not help but feel relieved and let out a sigh. Fearing that something might happen if he delayed, he raised his hand, and a strong beam of light shot out. Tron Lek wanted to erase all traces of the recent battle, leaving behind an empty patch of land. He then quickly left this troublesome place at his fastest speed. A moment later, a blond man flew to the place where Tron Lek had just fought. He looked all around but could not find any trace of his companion. It turned out this man was the Tita, the one who had been hunting Tron Lek all this time. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His face turned angry. It seemed there were traces left behind by the person he had been pursuing for so long. On the Happy Planet, the level 9 planet that had just held the auction, inside a display room, a transaction was taking place between a young man and a waiter. It seemed the young man wanted to buy something. It turned out this person was Tron Lek, who had returned after collecting his spoils of war. After hearing about the items he wanted to buy, the seller froze, not believing his ears. Because the quantity of things he wanted to buy was too large, he hurriedly took out a towel to wipe his sweat, and not trusting his ears, he wanted to ask again just to be sure. Tranlac looked at the servant, who seemed as if he had never seen anyone buy such a large quantity. He asked Tranlac about his spaceship, because only a spaceship could carry that much. Tranlac was in a bind because he did not have a spaceship, and he could not reveal his spatial ability. In a moment of desperation, he remembered that one of the spaces Itty Man gave him contained a spaceship, and he planned to contact Hong Yu to modify it. He used the card containing purple crystals he had just robbed from the three-eyed guy to pay. The servant bowed respectfully and took it. On a distant planet called Hong Yu, the three-eyed god was communicating with Tranlac using a long-range device. He was asking about the cost of repairing the spaceship, and also inquiring about the whereabouts of a light system god-level being. Tranlac willingly offered 50 million purple crystals if this three-eyed guy could help him. Hearing this amount, the three-eyed guy was stunned. It felt like 50 million was just a small number to Tranlac. Back in the luxurious room, after buying the large quantity of items, Tranlac was brought here and treated like a VIP. The servant discussed the transportation of goods and hiring people from other planets. After that, the servant contacted an interplanetary transporter to discuss this order. After a successful discussion, the servant turned to report back to Tranlac. But unexpectedly, the incoming transporter was related to Tranlac's mortal enemy, and that guy had even learned Thita's true transmission. Hearing this, Tranlac was also stunned. It is a small world indeed. He had just killed Thita's friend, and now his disciple was here. About 10 minutes later, the servant led a tall man to introduce to Tranlac. This was the man he had just contacted for the delivery job. Tranlac calmly inquired about the transportation price. This guy hurriedly quoted a price of 10 trips, at 50,000 purple crystals each. The servant standing beside him was wide-eyed because this guy was being too greedy. Hearing the price quote, Tranlac thought to himself that the transportation cost was even greater than the cost of the items. But despite this thought, he still decided to swipe the card and agree to the transaction. The transporter was also stunned. This was the first time he had seen someone agree to a price on the first go without any negotiation. While he was still surprised, Tranlac was already plotting a scheme to take care of this guy. After receiving the money, the transporter began to channel his magical power. During this time, Tranlac also wanted to learn more about this standard teleportation before making a move on this guy. He revealed that every transporter must be familiar with spatial coordinates, so that when a customer provides a location's coordinates, they will know the exact direction and distance to create a spatial path. Hearing the transporter's explanation, Tranlac seemed to understand many things. Or perhaps it was because he had been taught how to distinguish coordinates and directions between planets before. He secretly compared void walk and spatial transportation. Although they were of the same system, they were two different branches. Tranlac thought about comprehending the second rule through transportation. After 4 hours of non-stop pig transportation, the transporter was exhausted. He guaranteed Tranlac that the transportation would be completed in 3 days. Hearing him say that, Tranlac also wanted to test his strength. He wanted to directly replace him as the transporter. Upon hearing this, the transporter was startled and stunned. Without giving him time to think, Tranlac began to chant, and rings of light shot out from his hand. He must have learned a few tricks after watching the guy perform for 4 hours. Seeing the light ring grow larger, the transporter was startled to realize that his client was also one of them. After completing the teleportation portal, to everyone's amazement, Tranlac ordered the servant to quickly bring the pigs and put them in for him to test his newly learned skill. Seeing each pig being thrown into the portal created by Tranlac, the transporter felt the need to offer a warning. This kind of transportation is not simple at all. One small mistake and all the items will be lost. This matter should still be left for him to handle. Hearing this, Tranlac looked annoyed, his sharp eyes glaring at the other guy. The transporter immediately trembled and explained that Tranlac had already paid to hire him. But if Tranlac did it himself, he still would not get a refund, so he needed to be aware of that. Tranlac seemed to want to lure the transporter into his trap. He continued to threaten loudly. The transporter reminded him that everything here requires rules. Break the rules, and even a god must die. Seeing that his plan did not seem to be working on the guy in front of him, Tranlac was thinking of how to respond. The transporter did not forget to remind him that he was Theta's disciple, and Tranlac should not mess with him. On the outside, Tranlac pretended to be afraid of Theta and said he would let the transporter return to his planet. Hearing this, the transporter bowed and prepared to leave. Watching the transporters retreating back, Tranlac planned to complete the transportation of the items himself before dealing with this guy. He could not help but feel smug about the skill he had just learned in a short time. Suddenly, Tranlac sensed something flying towards him from space. He thought that the second law had arrived after he learned that new skill. Outside, people looked at the multicolored beam of light rushing towards the item shop. Someone predicted that it was probably caused by the transporter Tranlac had hired. The commotion here was quite large and had attracted the attention of 2 god-level guards of this planet, who flew towards Tranlac's location. These 2 were the white-haired owl and the golden-haired antelope. Both were god-level and flew here thinking the transporter was about to become a god. They were still discussing that there was about to be a good show to watch because of the internal conflict between the two and his disciple. But in front of them was another stranger. At this moment, Tranlac was enveloped in light, absorbing a new rule. When the golden-haired antelope saw Tranlac like this, he immediately realized that this person was comprehending a new rule, not that a new god was being born. Notably, this rule was spatial teleportation. After absorbing the light of the rule, Tranlac felt that his mastery of the spatial teleportation rule was at 33%. It was a bit low, but for him right now, it was enough to dominate. In a distant corner, the transporter also saw the commotion and had quietly returned. He was surprised by Tranlac's comprehension. He even felt like he was dreaming because that young man had just asked him about the knowledge. And who would have thought that after a few minutes, he had comprehended this rule? He hurriedly took out his communication device. He had to report this matter to his master. The item on the other side. Theta's face darkened when he heard that someone else had also comprehended the spatial teleportation rule, which could potentially affect his business. How could he not be annoyed? Theta wanted to know the identity of this newcomer. To see what he looked like, the transporter immediately took a picture of Tranlac and sent it to him. Looking at the image of the person in front of him, it was a small world indeed. Theta never expected that the person he had been searching high and low for was at his disciple's place. Theta still could not quite believe the truth. In his memory, Tranlac only knew Void Walk, so how could he now use spatial teleportation to become a god? Theta could not help but feel annoyed because his rival now possessed two spatial rules. He angrily slammed the table, throwing away the communication stone. His anger must have reached its peak now because his enemy had learned the skill he was most proficient at. In one of his rooms, Theta was dejectedly sitting in one spot, his hand tightly gripping the communication stone. He remembered the words Tula Lan had reminded him of. Even if he sat still, he would still be a mortal enemy of Tranlac. Theta's disciple suddenly asked for his master's opinion on whether to deal with Tranlac, because in the future, Tranlac could very well affect their business. Hearing this, it seemed Theta had already envisioned a scenario in his mind where Tranlac would steal his job. If things were left as they were, it would not be good. He thought of a way to ask for Tula Lan's help. Theta instructed his disciple not to act rashly for the time being to avoid getting killed. After finishing absorbing the rule, Tranlac gradually descended to the ground. The two planet guards approached to congratulate Tranlac. They wanted to get acquainted with this new master of spatial teleportation. Seeing this, Tranlac also warmly approached to greet the two of them. The silver-haired old praised Tranlac, saying his future would be bright. The silver-haired guy then took out an item from his pocket, a light system demigod crystal, as a meeting gift to get acquainted with Tranlac. Tranlac immediately thought this gift was very suitable for Milak, and he happily accepted it. It was the golden-haired lion's turn. He warmly gifted Tranlac a house on this planet. This generosity made Tranlac very happy. After receiving the gifts, Tranlac also felt embarrassed by the gifts the two had just given him, so he invited them to stay for a meal in the luxurious room, at the dining table where the two people Tranlac had just met that afternoon. The silver-haired owl intended to remind Tranlac that now that he had grasped the rule of spatial movement, he should be wary of Theta too. The one sitting next to him also chimed in because this competition was very strong. Moreover, Theta possessed two rules and had a very wide network of connections. Tranlac could very well be assassinated. The one sitting next to him also chimed in rhythmically with his companion. Tranlac raised his glass to thank the two for their kind reminder, but in his mind, he had already secretly planned how to deal with the two. He silently told himself that Void Walk was his biggest support now. The three of them raised their glasses and chatted happily, until late at night. When the moon was high, the silver-haired and golden-haired guys bid farewell to Tranlac together. After seeing the two of them off, Tranlac seemed to sense something. He turned around and looked at an object in the glass case behind him. It was a sack. Curious, Tranlac gradually approached to examine the sack. The seller saw this and hurriedly ran over to introduce that this was their treasure. The seller explained to Tranlac the history of this item. It was a snakeskin bag made from the skin of the mother of 10,000 snakes, with the function of holding living things, being fireproof and waterproof. He slowly took a leather bag out of the glass cabinet to show Tranlux. Once a living thing is put inside this item, it cannot escape. Tranlux already had a plan for this item. He intended to use it to capture the two's disciple. He immediately asked for its price. The shop owner quoted a price of 1 million purple crystals. Hearing this, Tranlux raised an eyebrow, as the price was too expensive for a mere bag. The seller quickly explained that because the base material was already very expensive, plus labor and other ingredients, that price was as reasonable as possible. Tranlux asked about the whereabouts of the mother of 10,000 snakes. The seller revealed it was a god-level beast, so its shed skin was extremely valuable. After hearing this, Tranlux felt a chill and broke into a sweat. A god-level being would stop at nothing for money. He immediately thought it might be the serpent matriarch he once knew. After a moment of hesitation, Tranlux decided to buy the leather bag. He took out his familiar card to pay. After the purchase, Tranlux went outside and used his communicator to ask his companions about the current whereabouts of the two's disciple. In a place quite far from Tranlux, at the private residence of the two's disciple, he was muttering to himself, furious that a nobody could easily learn the law he had long dreamed of but had yet to achieve. He slammed the table in anger, planning to eliminate Tranlux. but he was unaware that something was gradually approaching from behind him. Suddenly, a super large bag from above enveloped the guy's head. The guy was surprised and still did not understand what was happening. Without giving the guy much time to think, the bag Tranlac had just bought had completely covered him, giving him no chance to resist. Tranlac appeared next to the sack that had just caught the guy. Inside the bag, the transporter still did not know who had captured him so unexpectedly. Hearing that, Tranlac immediately gave him a slap. After hitting him, he found that this leather bag was very elastic, so he gave the guy another good beating. After that, Tranlac, along with the leather bag, used Void Walk, planning to leave this place. Arriving at a strange place, he opened the bag for Theta's disciple and threw him out at a certain height. He flew out of the bag and fell face first onto the ground. Tranlac felt very satisfied beating this guy up like this. As soon as he was out of the bag, this guy unleashed a bunch of threats, pleas, and begs for his life, but before he could finish speaking, Tranlac had already beaten him up relentlessly. Not even giving him a chance to see the light of day, he continued to threaten that if he was killed, the other party would face big problems. But it seemed the other party gave him no chance. A barrage of blows and he stopped breathing. After quickly dealing with Theta's disciple, Tranlac took out his purple crystal card to see how much he had gained this time. Seeing that there was only a single purple spirit in the card, Tranlac looked at the transporter, who was already dead beside him, and could not help but sigh, because he had heard that transporters had a lot of money. He suddenly remembered that this guy was also a space system demigod, so it was very likely that he had hidden his good stuff in his spatial ability. Using his knowledge and understanding, Tranlac began to search this guy's body, checking if there was anything on his skin. Suddenly, he felt something, and he squeezed it with his hand, crushing it. Many items and resources that the guy had accumulated his entire life flew out in front of Tranlac. He found the guy's purple crystal card, sinister smile of joy on his face, wondering how much money this guy had hidden in here. Looking at the number on the card, Tranlac's eyes almost popped out. This guy had over 52 million purple crystals. This time, Tranlac was really rich. While rejoicing over finding a sum of money, something on the side caught Tranlac's attention. He saw a notebook recording the comprehension of the spatial rule that this guy had been studying all this time. While Tranlac was taking inventory of his spoils and studying the space book that the guy had left behind, a notification sound suddenly came through. It turned out to be the two planet guards contacting him to mention some important matter, and at the same time, they had a business deal they wanted to introduce to Tranlac. After hearing this, Tranlac was a bit surprised, wondering what kind of business deal this guy was looking for him for. The golden-headed lion explained that although they were planet guards, they could not deal with god-level opponents, so this plan had set up many teleportation arrays to facilitate reinforcements between places. Before, Theta charged 500,000 for each teleportation, which was too high, so they wanted to offer this deal to Tranlac for only 200,000, which would be beneficial for both sides. Tranlac silently calculated that just 110 arrays would get him 2 million purple crystals, but he had just robbed and gotten over 50 million in just a few minutes. If those two knew about this thought of Tranlac's, they would probably be so angry they would cough up blood. After a moment of calculating the pros and cons, Tranlac would have to be a fool to agree to this business deal. He enthusiastically refused and made an excuse to go meet another friend to end the conversation. At the place of the two planet guards, they were stunned, not understanding why Tranlac would refuse such a big business deal. This was what they wanted to give Tranlac to directly compete with Thai-2. In outer space, Tranlac was calculating the position of the planet Hongyu. He wanted to build a spaceship and contact the light system god, but he calculated that if he used flight, it would take more than 3 months. But luckily, he had the newly learned spatial teleportation skill, so moving would only take a few days. On another side, Theta was talking to a girl who was sitting and fishing. He admitted his failure. After hearing this, the girl's face tensed up as she looked at Theta with sharp eyes. She wanted Theta to tell her everything that had happened recently. Theta respectfully bowed his head and began to recount every event in detail. After half an hour of non-stop talking, Theta knelt down and begged the girl for help because his opponent was progressing too quickly. The girl calmly continued to fish, figuring that someone must have helped that guy escape this prophecy. She stood up, her spirit very excited. She whispered to herself about what she had just thought of, ignoring the bewildered Theta kneeling beside her. Not understanding what was happening, she decided to help Theta, but more than that, she wanted to confront the one who held the law of fate. After hearing this, Theta was overjoyed. He asked if that was the case. Then he needed the girl to predict when the opponent would die. The girl's face darkened, and she told Theta to go back and wait. Although he received an answer that was not very satisfactory, Theta was still very happy and trusted in the great power of Tulalan, the holder of the law of causality. He believed that Tranlac would find it difficult to escape this person's calculations. After Theta left, Tulalan suddenly acted strangely. She realized something. Suddenly, she suffered an internal injury and vomited blood. It seemed she was suffering a backlash from her own calculation magic. This backlash caused her considerable internal injuries. She realized that the space rule also had its special points. She cursed in frustration. She suspected that the space system was no less powerful than fate, but she had already made her move. She cursed in frustration. She suspected that the space system was no less powerful than fate, but she had already made her move. She was very confident in her own causality ability. In a quiet room, Hon-Ni was sitting when suddenly a subordinate came in to report that a person named Tranlac had come to see him. He was surprised because, according to his memory, He only knew that Tranlac had void walk and should not have been able to get to his place so quickly. He shot up, instructed his subordinate to quickly invite Tranlac in, and at the same time called for another person named Tiu Li to come and meet him on a nearby mountain. Tranlac was admiring Hong Ni's residence, quiet and peaceful space. He felt admiration for such a beautiful scene. In the courtyard, Hong Ni was quickly coming out to welcome Tranlac. He politely and respectfully poured tea for Tranlac. Another person entered. It seemed this person was Hong Ni's child. This person's name was Hong Li, Hong Ni's daughter, whom he had called to meet Tranlac. Hong Ni wanted to introduce his daughter to Tranlac, but looking at Hong Li's appearance, Tranlac shook his head in disgust, suggesting she was better for someone else. On their first meeting, Tranlac immediately took out a card containing 1 million purple crystals and gave it to Hong Ni's daughter as a first meeting gift. Hong Li was overjoyed and accepted this precious gift. After the greetings, the two got down to business. Hong Ni revealed that if he wanted to modify the spaceship, finding Sama would get him a discount, but a god-level light system being was very hard to find. He suddenly thought that Sama might know. He planned to contact her to ask. After contacting Sama, she heard about Tranlac's purpose, and then she confidently said she could handle this matter. Hearing this, Tranlac could not help but be overjoyed. He noticed that her planet was also nearby, and he intended to go there immediately. Hong Ni calculated that if he used flight, it would take about 10 days to get there, but Tranlac smiled, saying he only needed the coordinates of Sama's planet. Hong Ni still thought Tranlac would take him there using void walk. After all, he was a god-level being, so carrying him would be very tiring. Without any more words, Tranlac began to use his newly learned skill, and rings of light appeared. Seeing Tranlac perform his new skill, Hong Ni could not help but be amazed because, in just a few months, Tranlac had learned a new rule. Hong Ni thought back. Tranlac had become a god in 4 years and had comprehended the second rule in 5 years. He knelt down, planning to acknowledge Tranlac as his big brother. Because this progress was too fast, Tranlac was the first person he had seen level up so quickly. He also felt envious of Tranlac's speed of development. Tranlac revealed that it would take some time to set up the portal, and he wanted Hong Ni to tell him more information about Sama. Hong Ni slowly explained that Sama's name was Bachtrine, and the place she lived was in the Snake Clan's territory, which had a lot of delicious food and beautiful women. Before having a god, Sama's planet was like the cat planet, just food on others' plates. But luckily, Sama's talent emerged, causing the entire clan to pool their resources to nurture her. In the end, Sama also became a god, and the snake planet entered a new era. She took care of the planet and became the mother of 10,000 snakes. She is also a person of integrity. She uses the money she earns to nurture new talents of the snake clan. That is why she needs money so much and accepted Thaita's request. But when Theta was about to destroy Tranlac's planet, Sama also stood up to stop it. After hearing Hong Ni's story, Tranlac felt that he seemed to owe Tranlac a favor. He decided to help her a little to build a better relationship. After about an hour of creating the portal, Tranlac finally completed this skill. He invited Hong Ni to go with him to the snake planet. On Sama's planet, there was a bustling atmosphere with happy conversations everywhere. Tranlac and Hong Ni finally arrived here. The two looked around. Just as the rumors said, there were many beautiful women here. Hong Ni even offered to get him a few beauties. Tranlac waved his hand, proudly saying he was a good man and did not need them even if offered. Hearing this, Hong Ni smiled and played along. The two of them walked into Xima's residence. Instead of contacting her through a servant, Hong Ni directly called out loudly for Xima to come out and greet her guests. This method also gave Tranlac a new perspective on Hong Ni. He also felt embarrassed that this guy dared to use words that could easily be misunderstood. In front of the two was the legendary Sama. She stepped out to welcome them. She remembered that the two had just contacted her, and in just a moment, they had arrived. Hong Ni then explained that this small distance was nothing. Tranlac had many more things that would surprise her even more. Sama sincerely clasped her hands and apologized to Tranlac for what she had done before. She was only forced by life circumstances to do so. Tranlac also happily accepted this apology. No fight. No friendship. Moreover, he also thanked her because, thanks to her, his homeland still existed. After a round of pleasantries, the three of them sat down at the table to talk business. Hong Ni revealed that Tranlac had mastered 2 rules, which was why he arrived here so quickly. Hearing this, Sama also expressed her admiration for Tranlac. In the future, it seemed possible that he could master more than 7 rules. She suddenly remembered something. Sama stood up and went to get an item she wanted to introduce to Tranlac and the other. About 10 minutes later, Sama hurriedly returned. It turned out the thing she went to get was the seed of the world tree, which had the effect of cleaning all pollution. Hong Ni was also surprised because Sama brought out an item worth 30 million as a gift, as she was famous for being frugal and loving money as much as her life. Sama continued to explain about this seed. After it grows into a tree, it can bear many fruits with various functions, helping Tranlac's homeland develop more and more. Not only that, this tree can also act as a protective shield. A mature tree can reach the demigod level. Tranlac was also surprised as he looked at the bright green seed in his hand. Sama said that what she just said was a bit of an exaggeration, but she had a way to clean Tranlac's planet. He just needed to take her to it. Tranlac was very happy about this. He took out his purple crystal card, intending to pay Xima, but she was very generous and said that the seed was just a meeting and reconciliation gift. After handing over the seed, Sama planned to hold a banquet for Tranlac and was going to send Hong Ni back to his place. Hong Ni did not expect this woman to turn on him so quickly. That evening, after everything was done, Samo offered to call a few people to take care of Tranlac. Afraid that Tranlac would refuse, she added that they were all demigods and had very good potential. In the future, they could take care of and run errands for Tranlac very well, without letting Tranlac react. The 4 girls, Thu, Lan, Dong, and Chuck, were introduced one by one. Tranlac was surprised, flustered. He was afraid that Milak, who was still in his spatial ability, could see everything here. Seeing how enthusiastic Ma was, already bringing up 4 girls like that, he quickly jumped away, not daring to accept this kind intention. Tranlac saw the guests off as fast as the wind, which made Sama think that he did not like these 4 girls, and that his standards must be even higher. The two went into the room to talk. Sama raised her glass first, and Tranlac quickly responded. He breathed a sigh of relief for having just escaped a disaster. Meanwhile, in Tranlac's spatial ability, Mifun was holding an item and sniffing it because it smelled so good. She even thought she was about to be eaten. Suddenly, she sensed something being pulled out from within Tranlac. She looked around cautiously. Mifun sensed that a new invisible thread had been connected. Someone must be trying to change Tranlac's destiny. She knew that Tranlac was facing 2 very formidable people. If he faced them head-on, Tranlac would surely not be able to cope. But she immediately regained her confidence, smugly thinking that with her here, what enemy was there to fear? She planned to use a stalling tactic. She would now leave it to Milak to break this conversation. The next morning, Honu came to report that his spaceship had been repaired. He just needed to confirm his identity to restrict others from using it. Tranlac was overjoyed. This solved his transportation problem. Suddenly, in his spatial ability, Mifan's voice was heard, wanting to come out. She kept screaming, demanding Tranlac let her out. He thought to himself that she had never had this kind of personality before. The two argued in the space. Tranlac was afraid she would expose his spatial ability, but Mifan assured him that as long as he let her out, everything would be fine. While Tranlac was having a mental conversation with Mifan in his spatial ability. Outside, Sama saw him standing frozen and thought something was wrong with him. Tranlac hurriedly explained that he had just woken up, so his mind was still not clear. He would go wash his face and then come to see the spaceship. After making an excuse to go out, Tranlac found a secluded spot and brought the beauties out of his spatial ability. He thought it was something important. But when he heard that Mifan only wanted to come out because it was too boring in the space, Tranlac was at a loss for words. Looking at the group of beauties in front of him, Tranlac introduced them one by one. Seeing so many beauties suddenly appear, Sama and Honu were also frozen in place. After letting Milak's group out, Tranlac suggested going to see the new spaceship after it was repaired, but suddenly Mifan suggested going to the Happy Planet to play for a few days. She insisted that Tranlac take her there because there was a lot of delicious food there. Tranlac also did not understand why she was suddenly like this. He simply thought that she was up to her old tricks again. He could only give in and agree. He planned to use spatial teleportation to get there quickly. But Mifan wanted to travel by spaceship. Tranlac explained that going by spaceship would take several months, but Mifan insisted on going by spaceship. But Tranlac did not know that all of this was Mifan's deliberate attempt to help him stall for time against the dangerous enemy who had not yet revealed himself. In the end, Tranlac had to yield to his beauty. A month later, the spaceship was taking off into outer space. At this point, Tranlac seemed to understand something. Mifan rarely caused trouble without reason. But this time she wanted to sit on a spaceship for a month. There must be a special reason. He planned to go and ask her clearly. Before Tranlac could say anything, Mifan covered his mouth, telling him not to ask anything and just listen to her. Suddenly, a strong beam of light approached, chasing after Tranlac's spaceship. This beam of light directly slammed into Tranlac, sending him flying before he could even react. He did not even have time to see clearly what had hit him. He was pinned to the wall by the strange object. Below, the two, Samo and the other, were wondering what was causing such a loud noise. Looking at the strange object that had just hit Tranlac, Samo could not help but wonder. But even Tranlac did not know what this thing was or how it had flown here. Fortunately, among the group, the knowledgeable Hongyu recognized it at a glance as Jama metal. Tranlac had never heard of this type before. Samo explained that this is a type of metal with incredibly good defensive capabilities, very suitable for making armor. Not only that, this stone is very valuable. Samo and Hongyu were extremely envious of Tranlac's good fortune, but he did not see it that way. He felt that this was Mifan's purpose in wanting him to take the spaceship this time. After 2 months of roaming in the universe, Tranlac's spaceship finally arrived at the Happy Planet. The group landed and began to walk around. Seeing advertisements plastered everywhere could not help but make everyone curious. Looking closely, it turned out to be a new game on this Happy Planet. He looked at the lines of text guiding how to play the new and unique game, Divine Vestige 3. After reading the rules for a while, Mifan expressed that she really wanted to play this game. Tranlac even saw that this game could help in comprehending rules. The group seemed very excited. The advertisement looked so real that Sama and Hongyu also wanted to join. The whole group went to find a place to play this game, but the price seemed too expensive. After buying it, the group planned to find a hotel to rest first. In the hotel room, Tranlac's group could not contain their curiosity and wanted to try it right away. Everyone began to sit in their positions. Tranlac also participated. After sitting down, he closed his eyes to feel it. His consciousness was transported to a strange place. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he felt it was just like the real thing. Tranlac was curious whether he could use his skills like he could outside. Unable to hold back, Tranlac directly used Void Walk, but an error warning image appeared. It turned out that to use it, you had to top up. Tranlac was at a loss. Everywhere required payment. Luckily, he had a lot of money. Tranlac used Void Walk to explore the surrounding environment. He felt that this 100% realistic simulated environment was a great help for comprehending skills, especially when he wanted to understand the various types of spatial rules more deeply. A voice from the system chimed in, reminding Tranlac that he should pay attention to the skill books in the game, check if there were any suitable for him, and buy them to use, helping him increase his combat power in the most optimal way. Tranlac entered a cave. As he walked, he focused on sensing that this place was truly very suitable for entering many different spatial layers, while also concentrating on perceiving the transformations of space. He sat down in a corner of the cave and began to mentally systematize all the types of spatial power rules he had comprehended up to this point, with the desire to arrange them logically in his head. Spatial power is divided into 3 major categories, including functional, defensive, and offensive powers, with each major category being further divisible into many smaller branches with distinct applications. Tranlac thought to himself that the Void Walk he possessed could be considered the best defensive ability at present, but what he lacked now was a powerful attack method to deal with strong opponents. Outside the game, Dharma King Tramchu commented that this game provided a much better learning experience than comprehending it in the real world. But Mifan did not feel happy at all after achieving the die 1,000 times for the first time achievement. Mifan felt frustrated being bullied by a group of people just because they had topped up more money than her in the game, making her think that she also needed to top up more money to be able to fight them and win. Mifan planned to borrow money from Tranlac to top up in the game, but when she looked for him, she found that Tranlac was still in the game and showed no signs of wanting to leave. In the game, Tranlac was frantically comprehending the law of time to increase his own strength, because he believed that even if he comprehended many more spatial laws, when he met peak god-level masters, he could only escape with his life. Suddenly, strange power invaded Tranlac's head, causing him pain and making him wonder what this power was, whether it was a form of the law of time. As he was pondering this, Mifan's call came from outside, reminding him about borrowing money to top up in the game. 5 minutes later, Tranlac stepped out of the game and told everyone that during this time, they should focus on practicing their skills more. At the same time, he ordered everyone to prepare to welcome the members from the cat planet, and then return to Earth. Tranlac's rocket flew as fast as the wind towards Earth. In just a moment, the blue planet appeared before everyone's eyes, bringing them a sense of familiarity and safety. Tranlac bent down and asked Milan what she was so focused on watching. Milan replied that she was studying the books left by Uttoman, which contained important records related to the certification of a great god. She added that although she did not fully understand those records, she also wanted to suggest that when a person understands 100% of a branch of a law, there will be a qualitative change, and they will receive a reward from the law itself. Tranlac asked again to make sure he had not misheard, that the law of space could grant him a very large gift if he completely comprehended it. In his heart, Tranlac calculated that his Void Walk had reached level 97, his spatial transportation skill had also reached level 74, and if he just worked a little harder, he would have a chance to receive the Great God certification. After finishing their conversation, Tranlac calmly walked out of Milan's room and said goodbye to her, saying that he would continue to go cultivate to perfect his remaining skills. Throughout the process of comprehending combat abilities in the game, Tranlac had accidentally learned the spatial defense skill, but to him, this skill was not very useful in actual combat. Tranlac thought to himself that Void Walk was already the best defensive skill he had, as it allowed him to escape from dangerous situations instead of having to stand and defend directly. The three-eyed god hurriedly ran to find Tranlac and reported that he should quickly look outside the spaceship, because the power of the law they were waiting for had come very close. Upon hearing this, Tranlac silently calculated that it could help Milan or the Dharma King, the two who were at the demigod level, ascend to the god level with the appearance of the law. However, the law of space did not go to anyone else but flew straight into Tranlac's heart without any hesitation, causing everyone around to be unable to react to this unexpected situation. Even Tranlac himself was extremely surprised and shocked to see the law of space choose him and not someone else, which gave him more motivation to continue his journey of comprehension. Tranlac sat cross-legged and began to absorb the law that had just rushed into his body. He thought to himself that this law was probably a type of spatial defense. Even though he wished for a more powerful offensive law, the three-eyed god sat outside observing, exclaiming how quickly the third law had come to Tranlac. He decided from now on to call Tranlac Big Brother, while Sama standing beside him also silently decided that she needed to stick closely to Tranlac. At the same time, Tranlac was still feeling annoyed in his heart, because the law he did not want had come to him. He wondered if it was possible to switch to a different law to supplement his own offensive capabilities. 10 minutes later, Tranlac had finished absorbing the law, but he was distressed to discover that this law was indeed spatial defense. The three-eyed god and Sama stood by, not understanding why their leader was not happy. The three-eyed god asked Tranlac if comprehending the third law was not a good thing, and why he was not as pleased as he should be. Tranlac looked up at the three-eyed god sadly, and said that he knew him well enough to understand. He already had the law of instant movement. spatial transport, and now defense, but none of them were offensive. Though Tranlac had comprehended 3 powerful laws, none of them were offensive laws, which made him feel lacking. He sat and lamented this disappointment to his 2 friends. Then, Tranlac dejectedly said that perhaps he was the god-level being with the 3 most useless laws ever, which made him feel insecure and frustrated with his current achievements. Hearing this, Sama was so angry her eyes nearly popped out. She said that if she could become a god-level being with the 3 weakest laws like Tranlac, she would be content. Because not even the weakest law would look her way. The 3-eyed god was also floored upon hearing that, because Tranlac was not even proud of such a great achievement, while others wished for just a small fraction of what he had. A few months later, their group's spaceship landed back on Earth, a planet that had undergone many changes since Tranlac left to begin his journey of comprehending laws. Tranlac stepped off the spaceship with Sima, thinking to himself that before leaving Earth, he was just an ordinary person with no laws. But now that he had become god-level, he realized the world was polluted by dark laws. Before Tranlac's eyes was a layer of black fog covering everything. These dark laws were the cause of the pollution on Earth, infiltrating every corner and changing everything. Tranlac told Sama, who was beside him, that he had seen the main cause of the pollution, and Sama understood immediately, saying she had a way to solve this problem. Sama revealed her true form as a giant white serpent, flew into the air, and opened her mouth to devour the entire toxic black fog covering the Earth, hoping to purify the air and stop the dark laws from spreading further. This was not easy, as devouring dark laws into her body could disrupt Sama's own process of comprehending laws. But she continued because she wanted to build a good relationship with Tranlac. Despite all the risks, standing nearby, the 3-eyed god told Tranlac that Sama's method was to suck all the dark laws into her own body, causing her to endure immense pain and face many unforeseeable dangers in the future. Hearing this, Tranlac asked the 3-eyed god what consequences this would have for Sama, and whether she could continue to comprehend other laws after devouring so many dark laws. The 3-eyed god replied that Sama would suffer tremendously and, moreover, for the next several hundred years, she would not be able to comprehend any other laws because she needed a long time to digest the dark laws. Hearing this, Tranlac replied that he would definitely remember Sama's kindness and sacrifice, which made him feel even more responsible for protecting her in future battles. Elsewhere, Thoitu was listening to a subordinate report that the 3rd Prince of the Vonixi Empire had issued a notice to purchase time system crystals to increase his power. The notice stated that the 3rd Prince was looking for any means to collect crystals related to the law of time, one of the key factors to help him increase his strength and power. Thoitu gave a faint smile and said that it was a strange coincidence, because not long ago, the Beta clan had revealed to him that on Earth there was a native who held the secret of time suspension, and that person was Tranlac. He planned to report this to the 3rd Prince, believing that he would have a way to deal with Tranlac, who held important information about the time system. The 3rd Prince not only held high rank and authority but also possessed 6 powerful laws, which made Thoitu confident that this time Tranlac would face an unavoidable consequence and would have to taste the law of karma. Thoitu created a spatial gate in front of him, thinking to himself that Tranlac would never hand over the time system, so he decided to proactively inform the 3rd Prince about this matter. He believed that with the 3rd Prince's personality, he would certainly not pass up the chance to act against Tranlac, especially knowing that Tranlac possessed something the 3rd Prince greatly coveted. After saying that, Thoitu stepped through the spatial gate he had just created, calculating the next step in his plan. A moment later, Thoitu arrived at the grand and magnificent palace of the 3rd Prince, where he would deliver this important news in exchange for a reward. The 3rd Prince listened to Thoitu's report with an interested expression, especially when he learned that Tranlac possessed a time system crystal, one of the most powerful laws. He promised that if he could obtain this time system crystal, Thoitu would receive an extremely handsome reward, worthy of his contribution. After Thoitu left, the 3rd Prince sat alone in the room, thinking that without this intelligence, he truly would not have known that Tranlac had managed to possess 2 powerful laws in just 5 years. He could not help but feel curious and ordered his subordinate, based on the description of Tranlac's appearance that Thoitu had provided, to immediately issue an emergency notice. Anyone who saw Tranlac on planet Vonsa must immediately bring him to the 3rd Prince. At the same time, he also sent 2 powerful god-level beings to Earth to find and deal with Tranlac. Standing outside the palace, Thoitu smiled with satisfaction at his plan of borrowing a knife to kill someone, sighing to himself that the power of the law of karma was truly terrifying and unexpectedly effective. Meanwhile, on Earth, Sima had finished eliminating the source of the dark laws that were polluting the environment, and the next steps to clean up the remnants would be simple. In her heart, Sama hoped that Tranlac would recognize her efforts and sacrifice and protect this planet after she passed away. That was what she desired most. Tranlac then instructed Mangam to lead the members of the nature system to release their abilities together to accelerate the growth of the world tree, which could save the Earth. Soma then gave Tranlac a detailed record on how to nurture the world tree, predicting that with constant effort, the tree could reach the demigod level in about 20 more years. After that, he did not forget to try and coax Tranlac into becoming his son-in-law, saying it would be fine even if he just took his daughter as a concubine. But Tranlac pretended not to hear and ignored him. Sama also said she could not stay, as she needed to return to urge the children in her clan to cultivate. Tranlac decided that after he came out of seclusion, he would go find everyone to meet up and have fun together. Mifan appeared behind Tranlac at this moment. She gently called him to one side for a private talk, her tone more serious than usual. She said that they also needed to leave this place soon. Tranlac did not understand why they had to leave Earth when he was preparing to go into secluded cultivation. Mifan replied that it was because someone was hunting him, and he could not just live temporarily like this while the enemy was getting closer. They needed to find a safer place. Tranlac objected, saying that his staying on Earth was not living temporarily, but that he was developing and building the foundation for his future strength. But Mifan remained firm and disagreed. She said that Tranlac must leave because danger was approaching very quickly and he could not face it so subjectively. Only then did Tranlac become more serious, asking Mifan who was looking for him, and who this enemy was that made her so worried. Mifan replied that she only knew it was an extremely powerful god-level being. And moreover, he knew the exact coordinates of Earth, which meant they had no more time to stay here. She also sensed that there was someone behind it all, controlling everything from the shadows, and their ultimate goal was to kill Tranlac without hesitation. Therefore, she said, Tranlac now had only two choices before him. One was to leave Earth and go to another place to live temporarily for 100 years, or to join the fray. Mifan slowly said that she had a way to temporarily keep Earth out of the vortex of fate by hiding it for about 100 years. But after that time, she would not be able to use this skill anymore. If Tranlac chose the first option, he would be safe for 100 years, but a great danger would befall Earth immediately after this period, unless he had the ability to protect it by then. The second option Mifan offered was to join the fray. Although she could not clearly perceive all the developments, she was sure of her intuition that this would bring great benefits to Tranlac in the future. She also added that recently it had become increasingly difficult for her to perceive Tranlac's destiny, which surprised Tranlac and made him worry about this change. But Mifan dismissed this worry and explained that she just could not clearly perceive his entire destiny. But if there was danger, she could still sense it and inform him in time. After hearing this explanation, Tranlac felt somewhat more at ease. He continued to ask what specific benefits he would gain if he chose to join the battle that could help him overcome the immediate difficulties. Mifan smiled and replied that that was correct. If Tranlac chose the option to join the fray, he would reap great and important benefits in the process. Hearing this, Tranlac no longer hesitated. He turned around and immediately decided to choose option 2, declaring decisively that he would not stay here any longer but would join the battle. Standing behind him, Mifan thought to herself that destiny was something that never stopped changing. She had not expected Tranlac to so quickly comprehend the third law. This had exceeded her predictions and plans. In Mifan's heart, Tranlac had now become someone she could no longer fully grasp. But she also felt at ease because everything was still proceeding in the positive direction she had hoped for. After that, Tranlac turned to ask Hong Nihiu and Sama why Thoda had come to Earth to cause trouble. And now there was even someone behind Thoda who also wanted to bother him. Both Hong Nihiu and Sama appeared hesitant and avoided this question, because they knew that if they revealed the truth, they would face terrible and unavoidable disasters. Hong Nihiu advised Tranlac that he should not try to find out the identity of the person behind it all, because even if he had comprehended all the laws, he should not confront that person. This statement greatly astonished Tranlac. Tranlac felt extremely curious about who the opponent was to make both Hong Nihiu and Sama so scared that they dared not reveal anything related to him. But both of them continued to remain silent. While Tranlac was still thinking about this, suddenly someone called his name from a distance. It was Daithu. He approached and reproached Tranlac for bringing everyone along but leaving him behind. Daithu said that Tranlac was truly heartless for not thinking of him. But as soon as he saw the world tree seed in Tranlac's hand, he felt a powerful suppression from its bloodline that left him speechless. Hong Nihiu, standing nearby, immediately realized that this was a great opportunity for him to show his loyalty to Tranlac. Quickly ran to Daithu's side and asked in a mocking tone who Daithu was yelling at so fiercely. Tranlac also approached Daithu and asked when he had become heartless, wanting to clear up the misunderstanding between them. Daithu angrily pointed at the world tree seed and said that it was the proof of Tranlac's heartlessness. He accused him of getting a new toy, the world tree seed, and no longer liking his old one. Not stopping there, Daithu also demanded that Tranlac quickly give him the enemy's corpse to eat so he could bear sweet fruit. Then they would split the rewards, half each. But Tranlac bluntly declared that their partnership had officially ended long ago. Daithu shouted in anger, saying he knew all along that Tranlac had found a new favorite and forgotten him. He had thought they could live together harmoniously and happily for a long time. Feeling betrayed, Daithu decided to risk his life against Tranlac. He immediately used his ultimate vine wrapping technique to attack him with all the strength he had. Seeing Daithu's attack, Tranlac thought to himself that he must be joking, because at his current god level, how could such a simple move be dangerous? He continued to wonder who Daithu thought he could scare with this move, then quickly decided to raise his hand and launch a powerful counterattack that changed everything. Instantly, An extremely powerful stream of energy shot from Tranlak's hand and struck Daethu's trunk, splitting him in two without any resistance. Daethu's death was incredibly swift. As Daethu's tree fell on the spot, Tranlak said without hesitation that he should not blame him for being so ruthless, because it was all his own doing. After defeating Daethu, Tranlak quickly returned to his original thoughts. In his heart, he still felt that being forced by others to leave was something he did not want. With that said, Tranlak decisively turned and stepped into the already open spatial gate. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell the remaining people that if anyone wanted to follow him, they should go now, and if anyone wanted to stay, they should try to build their home well. Not long after stepping through the gate, Tranlak quickly set foot on the Happy Planet, a place where he had once had many memories. A familiar feeling quickly washed over him. As he walked down the street, Tranlak could not help but think to himself that it was unexpected how quickly things had happened. It felt like just recently, and now he was back on this planet with so many old memories still intact. While walking, Tranlak's gaze was suddenly drawn to a large notice board, which was broadcasting information that the Von Psi Empire was planning to purchase a time system crystal at an astonishingly attractive price. The price the Von Psi Empire offered for the time system crystal was 2 billion purple crystals, plus a hereditary count title and a tree of longevity, which left Tranlak stunned. Hearing that enormous price shocked Tranlak deeply, because in his entire life, he had never seen or possessed such a large amount of money. It was something completely beyond his expectations. While Tranlak was still pondering what he had just read, his communication device suddenly signaled an incoming call. The caller was none other than Richard, which surprised him even more. Tranlak answered the call and immediately asked why Richard knew he had just arrived on the Happy Planet so quickly, which made him curious about the speed of information. Richard laughed and told Tranlak to wait a little longer, because he and Sentai were on their way to meet him right now. They would be at his location in just a moment, so he should not go anywhere. Hearing Richard's voice, Tranlak realized that something important must be happening. Richard also reminded him to stay put and not move, to wait for them to arrive so they could discuss things together. Not long after, Richard and Sentai arrived at Tranlak's location. They quickly informed him that the third prince had invited him for a meeting, and they would provide the coordinates, so he could go there himself. Upon hearing the mention of the third prince, Tranlak immediately remembered Mifam's earlier warning that an extremely powerful god-level being was searching for him, and he began to suspect that person was the third prince. Tranlak turned to ask Richard why the third prince was looking for him since he did not know him at all, wondering if it had something to do with his power. He was still very suspicious. Richard explained that the third prince might have taken notice of Tranlak's special abilities, and that was why he went to the trouble of inviting him for a meeting. Otherwise, he would not have bothered. After hearing this and thinking for a moment, Tranlak decided he would go meet the third prince to see what the real reason for seeking him out was, and whether there was any mystery behind it. When Tranlak stepped into the third prince's castle, just after passing through the spatial gate, a servant was already waiting there to receive him. This person behaved very politely and invited him inside. The servant told Tranlak that the third prince had been waiting for him for a long time and was very eager to meet him to talk in person. Then the servant invited him to follow into the main room. When they met, the third prince showed himself to be a very well-mannered person. He addressed Tranlak as a brother and immediately ordered a servant to pour enlightenment tea, a very special type of tea, for him to drink. According to the third prince, this enlightenment tea was very beneficial for comprehending laws. It could help the drinker enhance their understanding of the laws of the universe without difficulty. However, Tranlak secretly wondered if this tea was poisoned, so he tactfully declined to drink it and instead directly asked the third prince the reason he wanted to see him. Not wanting to drag things out, the third prince got straight to the point. He said that he knew Tranlak was in possession of a time system crystal, and he very much hoped that he could give it to him. Hearing this, Tranlak knew that he could not hide the crystal any longer, but he decided not to tell the truth and made an excuse that he had already implanted the time system crystal into his body. Tranlak explained that by implanting this crystal into his body, he could freely use his time system abilities without worrying about anyone finding out, which helped him control his power better. The third prince heard this, but he was not discouraged. On the contrary, he came up with a strange idea that even if Tranlak had implanted the crystal into his body, there was still a way to get it out, which greatly surprised Tranlak. Immediately after, Tranlak smiled and gestured his refusal, knowing how to joke about opening his skull. It was too dangerous. He thought to himself that in this life, he would only open other people's skulls, not let anyone do that to him. The third prince, thinking Tranlak was afraid of death, spoke up to reassure him. "It is fine. I have specialists here. It will only take a moment. It will be very quick." But Tranlak resolutely refused because he also wanted to use the time system crystal and had no intention of selling it. Advising the third prince to keep looking, the third prince arrogantly said, "Brother Tran, your answer puts me in a very difficult position." Tranlak wondered what he meant by difficult. Then he stood up, angrily kicked the table. "If it is difficult, then do not do it. That is it." Tranlak decided to leave, not wanting to get entangled with this third prince. Seeing this, the third prince flew into a rage. "A god-level being with 2 laws dares to push tables and kick chairs in front of me. You do not want to live anymore," he threatened. "If you had listened to me, I was originally going to leave you a way out. Now, it seems that is not possible. He stood up menacingly. I have never met a human as foolish as you. Tranlac lifted his foot and kicked the chair and table again, his tone defiant. Well, now you have. Suddenly, he noticed the two maids behind him were trembling with fear. He thought these two maids did not look too bad. Maybe he should pack them up and take them away later. The third prince was furious. Streaks of energy representing the laws he possessed appeared around him. It has been a long time since anyone dared to be so insolent in front of me. He angrily flew towards Tranlac, determined to get his time system crystal. Tranlac, however, thought to himself, 6 laws. I can't win in a direct fight, but I can make this third prince scram. Then he raised his hand and used void banishment towards the third prince. Void exile sent the third prince to another place, leaving him bewildered and wondering where he was. How did he do this? How is this possible? The third prince cursed. Tranlex, you bastard, then shot back towards his palace. While the third prince was away, Tranlekik took out a bag. Now that no one was there to bother him, he turned to the 2 handmaidens, frightening them even more. He tried to reassure them, telling them not to be afraid, but then he grabbed one and put her in the bag. The other one could only scream for help. Then, he grabbed the remaining one and put her in the bag as well. You two are sisters, you can share the experience together inside. Just as he put both handmaidens in the bag, the third prince returned. He had underestimated Tranlux. Seeing his troublesome appearance, Tranluf used Void Exile again to make him disappear. The third prince was furious but could do nothing as Tranlef toyed with him, sending him away to another place. Afterwards, Tranlef looked around the palace, thinking that this third prince's status was very high, so the items on display must not be cheap. He then decided to pack up everything in the third prince's palace and take it with him. He looted everything, from the music box to the tea caddy, even the paintings on the walls, and packed it all away, rubbed his head, feeling. Good heavens. Taking these one by one takes a lot of effort. I was really short-sighted just now. Then he used his void ability to directly pack up the third prince's entire house and take it all away. The third prince's house was lifted up by Tranlac, along with the earth and rocks, and pulled into his space. The third prince returned just in time to see this scene, and he was enraged. He ordered Tranlac to stop immediately, but Tranlac paid him no mind, making his face even more furious. Tranlac turned back and stuck out his tongue at him. Your original words put me in a very difficult position. Then, he continued to use void banishment, making the third prince disappear once more. The third prince was sent to another place by Tranlac. He thought to himself, damn it, this time I will strike directly. Then he turned around and flew back to his palace. However, when he arrived, he wondered, where's my house? He looked around, called for his 2 maids, but received no reply, and wondered, where's my purple eagle mount? Seeing that nothing was left, he was so overcome with rage that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The third prince was so angry he vomited blood, his heart even more determined to kill Tranlac. Tranlac slung the big sack over his shoulder, whistling as he walked. Although this free shopping trip was very enjoyable, but he is a big shot in the Vosai Empire. I am afraid it won't be long before there is a universe-wide warrant for my arrest. But then he whistled again nonchalantly. But a rogue like me, who am I afraid of? I would like to see who dares to come and catch me. Day later, on the happy planet, an emergency announcement rang out. The palace of the third prince of the Loi Tai Empire has been stolen. It is known that the culprit relied on spatial power. Not only did he steal a large amount of herbs, including the treasure blood fusion herb, the culprit also destroyed the third prince's palace and cruelly murdered the maids. The culprit's methods are heinous, his actions shameless, striking fear into others. The Empire's guards have issued an S-class arrest warrant for the culprit. Below is the information on the culprit. After hearing the announcement, Tranlac thought to himself, you call that theft? I clearly robbed him right in front of his eyes. Who are you looking down on? The announcement appeared before the entire empire, detailing Tranlac's identity, along with his face. Tranlac, male. Age unknown, space system powers, currently possesses 2 laws. They are void walk and spatial teleportation. Extremely skilled at escaping but extremely weak in attack power. The third prince has offered a reward. Whoever captures the villain Tranlac will be rewarded with 2 billion purple crystals. Tranlac heard this and thought, with so much money, I am tempted to turn myself into him. As soon as the announcement ended, the people around Tranlac all stared at him. Heavens, the cis-class wanted criminal is walking on the street. Everyone, follow me. Let us go catch him. Are you blinded by money? That is a god-level being with 2 laws. That is right. A king level like you should not even think about catching a god level. Tranlac saw the fearful expressions on the faces of those around him and thought, if I can't be someone loved by everyone, then being a demon lord that everyone fears is not so bad either. He stopped by a stall owner's shop and ordered, give me one of each kind. The owner of the stall was startled and scared. She stuttered, I do not dare sell to you. You are a bad person. If I do business with you, my shop will be shut down. Hearing this, Tranlac asked, so if I do not pay, it won't count as selling, right? Which annoyed the owner. Then Tranlac said, I am here for a dine and dash meal. Hurry up and make it. If you do not dare, I will deal with you. He raised his hand to his neck, making a gesture as if he would execute her. Half an hour later, the owner had served a table full of all the dishes. Tranlac praised, "The shrimp here is really delicious, both crispy and fragrant." He glanced at the owner, who was holding her head, her eyes about to cry. So pitiful. I really can't bring myself to bully someone like this. Then, he threw a few crystals into the owner's hand, surprising her. Then he walked out of the shop, leaving behind a compliment. Not bad skills. The owner watched Tranlac's retreating figure and thought, I have worked for 10 years and still have not earned a single purple crystal. Gave me 5 of them. Besides, paying for a meal means he is not a bad person. He is clearly a very good person. Tranlac walked out of the shop, looking at the crowd surrounding it. I have eaten and drunk my fill here, but no one has come to catch me. With this kind of efficiency, they want to catch me. Lazy bums. He used his void ability, deciding to go see Thoitu. Far away on a mountaintop, a figure in a black cloak greeted the third prince. Wondering why the third prince had sought him out, the third prince turned his head and asked, Hak Lin, how are your injuries? This man in black was a god-level expert who possessed 3 dark laws and 1 curse law. Hak Lin reported, the accident half a month ago was truly terrifying. If you had not acted in time, I would have certainly lost my life. Now, thanks to you, I have fully recovered. The third prince patted Hak Lin's shoulder. It is good that you have recovered. I sought you out this time because I have something I need your help with. On planet Thoitu at dusk, the place was full of green trees and castles. Tranlac shouted loudly, Thoitu, get your ass out here for me. Just thinking that all the recent troubles he had encountered were caused by Thoitu made Tranlac angry again. Although Tranlac could not beat Thoitu now, fighting a match to vent his anger would be good. An old woman opened the door, her face grumpy, and shouted, which blind fool dares to make such a racket in front of the master's door? He looked at the scale of Thoitu's house, as expected of an elf clan. This group of servants is all very good looking. I might as well pack them all up and take them back to marry off to the single members. The old butler looked at Tranlac in surprise, wondering why he was here. He was clearly the wanted thief. Tranlac shouted loudly, where's Thoitu? Tell him to come out and see me. The old female butler heard this and immediately apologized to Tranlac. She reported that Thoitu had gone out 4 hours ago. If Tranlac had business, he could wait for Thoitu to return. Hearing this, Tranlac felt it was quite a coincidence, so he decided to go inside and wait, but in his heart, he thought, I will grab some stuff while I am at it. Upon entering Thoitu's house, he felt it was much sparser than he had imagined. Could it be that Thoitu carries all his valuables with him? His bad habits flared up. He condensed energy in his hands, things that Thoitu does not value. Tranlac values even less, so he decided to destroy this place. On the other side, Thoitu was having his family move things. He ordered his family, try to finish building the palace for the third prince quickly. Everyone can also get their wages earlier than planned. Move a little more gently. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. He looked at his communication device, wondering why there was a sudden warning sound. When he opened the surveillance monitor, he was surprised to see Tranlac destroying his home. This made Thoitu angry, but there was nothing he could do. After all, if Tranlac dared to destroy the third prince's home, what was his? He decided to complain to the third prince and also report Tranlac's location to him. Then he used his communication device to contact the third prince directly. Your Highness the third prince, Tranlac is at my house right now, and what is more, he is destroying my house. The third prince heard Thoitu's report and learned that Tranlac had found his way to Thoitu's house. He also told Hak Lin. Hak Lin heard this and became angry. This kid is too lawless. Hak Lin decided to go teach Tranlac a lesson. The third prince stopped him, advising Hak Lin not to be hasty, as he was looking for suitable henchmen. Once he had gathered enough people, he would show Tranlac what is what, but Hak Lin could not bear it any longer. Hak Lin arrogantly said, so what if Tranlac knows spatial teleportation? As long as Lin successfully ambushes him, plus the rule of curses, he won't have a chance to defeat Tranlac. Hearing this, the third prince also felt it was reasonable. Even if Hak Lin could not kill Tranlac, as long as Tranlac was hit by Hak Lin's curse, it would cause him considerable damage. He agreed to let Hak Lin fight Tranlac, but still reminded him to prioritize safety. With the third prince's permission, Hak Lin quickly flew away. After destroying Thoitu's house, Tranlac thought about his plan. He had to find a metal-type god-level being to make armor to enhance his self-protection. But before that, he should still examine the items he had stolen. A voice suddenly came from inside the bag, crying, hoo-hoo, let us out. Tranlac immediately opened the bag and released the 2 maids. These were the 2 maids who were beside the third prince, so they must know a lot about the third prince's belongings. Tranlac looked at the 2 maids kindly. Don't be angry with me, I remember you too. One is named Nam Nam, and the other is Man Man. Right, one of the 2 spoke up and scolded Tranlac. Don't you want to live anymore? We belong to the third prince, and you dare to kidnap us. The other one also chimed in. Tranlac looked at the 2 and said, I was able to rob his entire house in front of him. So do you think I would be scared? He showed the 2 this class wanted poster for him. See, the third prince says you are already dead. You being alive means he loses face. So even if you were rescued, he would kill you anyway. Understand? Hearing this, the 2 burst into tears. It turned out they had been abandoned by the third prince. Tranlac looked at the two and asked if they would be willing to follow him. With Tranlac's ability to protect them, they would have no problems. However, they were still hesitating, not knowing what to do. Tranlac gave them time to think, but before that, they needed to help him with something. Then he took out the strange treasure stolen from the third prince's palace. The item in this brocade box is surely not ordinary. And he asked the two of them, "Do you know what it is and what its effects are?" Looking at the glowing green object in the box, blood fusion herb, "You managed to steal this too," they replied to Tranlac. "We heard the third prince say that this thing can help fuse implanted crystals and assist in fusing abilities." Hearing the 4 words fuse abilities made Tranlac think, when my space and time abilities fuse together, won't this be useful? Then he asked the two how to use it. However, they did not know how to use it either. Then they pointed to another thing, that is enlightenment tea. This is a type of tea that helps in comprehending laws. When the third prince wanted to drink it, he would always have us brew it. Coincidentally, Tranlac had all the tea-making tools and hot water. He wanted them to brew it once for him to see. 20 minutes later, he was still waiting, watching the two brew tea, wondering why their technique was so poor, hoping they could speed it up a bit. One of them used both hands to present a cup of tea to Tranlac, along with the words, "Relax your mind when drinking the tea." Tranlac held the steaming cup of tea, brought it to his lips to drink, his eyes closed as if he was greatly enjoying it. As soon as he finished a sip of tea, he felt it was miraculous. This thing can really help me enter a state of clarity, increasing my ability to comprehend. Then, he closed his eyes to feel the effects of the cup of tea. If I were to comprehend a law in this state. Suddenly, a strange feeling made him stop. A strange energy appeared. This, Tranlac guessed, is the 4th law really coming. A stream of green energy enveloped Tranlac. Tranlac entered a state of cultivation, surprising the two people below. What puzzled Tranlac was why this time it was another spatial defense law, and not some kind of attack. This made Tranlac start to feel bewildered. The two people below wondered. Didn't they say Tranlac took 5 years to comprehend 2 laws? Why is it 4 now? The other person also did not know how to answer, but she felt that if Tranlac continued like this, sooner or later he would comprehend all the spatial laws. The two maids discussed with each other that serving someone was still serving in the end. They decided to follow Tranlac to live a decent life, because if they went back, they would only have a dead end. Tranlac finished comprehending the 4th law. He landed on the ground. The two respectfully congratulated him. It seemed they had thought it through and were ready to follow Tranlac with peace of mind. Seeing the two stammering, unable to speak, Tranlac asked them to brew him another cup of tea. Then he asked where this enlightenment tea came from. The maid named Nam Nam recounted, "I heard it is from some great nature system god-level master, plucked from a divine tree that he dedicated himself to cultivating." Hearing this, Tranlac thought, maybe I can take that whole tree. Then he wondered who had the skill to grow a divine tree. However, the third prince's 2 maids knew nothing about this. Hearing that, Tranlac decided to find out for himself. Such a good thing, I can't drink it alone. When Milap and the others reach a crucial point of comprehension, I will let them try it too. In the ability space, Milap was cultivating. She had just broken through a level. Mi-Fan, outside, saw this and asked, "Milap, have you advanced to the demigod level?" "Right, that is right," Milap replied. Then, a Mi-Fan offered a red fruit, feeling it would be very beneficial for Mevalap, and told her to eat it. The red fruit in Mi-Fan's hand seemed to have a consciousness. Thinking, am I finally being eaten? That is fine. I no longer have to live in constant fear. Please. Release me. Seeing this, Mevalap took the red fruit, put it in her mouth, and bit down. The fruit cooperated by releasing a fragrant aroma. Trunless was suddenly stunned. He realized that within the space, Mevalap had ascended to the demigod level. Seeing this, he quickly opened his ability space to find Mevalap, surprising the two people outside. They wondered how Trunless could go inside, as they thought no living beings could be kept in the space. As soon as he entered, Trunli asked, "Mvlap, do you feel like you have ascended to demigod level?" Mevalap replied that she originally thought she could ascend to the god level using the revival technique. But unfortunately, it did not happen. Mivifane, from the outside, said, "Becoming a god is not that easy. Do you think everyone can be like you? Besides, take a guess, is it possible Mevalap also has a special attribute?" "Listen," she said, "Mevalap does not know any attacks. Only healing, but her effectiveness is better than others." Mummy Lin, who was beside them, also guessed, could what Mvlap possesses be the law of life? Hearing this, Mvlap, who was holding Tronleka's hand, was also surprised. Mugaline continued to open a book and research. She found in the book left by Itman that there were records related to the law of life, stating it is a mutation of the light element. Within the light element, there exists an even purer mutation known as the life element. After this element ascends to godhood, its user can possess the fabled rules of life, granting them unparalleled healing abilities. Even if the subject has only a single drop of blood left, they can be brought back from the brink of death. However, this type of law cannot be obtained through effort. It can only be innate. Hearing this, Trunlex thought to himself, could Milep be a mutation of the light element, the life element? Trunleka trusted Mepha's judgment. If she said so, then Mumlep must be of the life element. Then, Trun Lekka thought about his invincible future. Once Lepi becomes a god, he would not even fear death. Suddenly, Muvfin asked, Tron Lex, have you figured out how to use time freeze yet? Trun Lef confirmed that he had mastered how to freeze time. Hearing this, Muvlep praised him but reminded Tron Lefse that he could not reveal this ability for the time being. She had a premonition that in about a month, an extremely important item similar to the Sar fruit would appear. It is something that increases longevity but is more effective than the Sar fruit. Mivyi said this, and he guessed that Mivlep's ascension required something with a massive amount of life force. Then Mevifin said, in any case, this item is not just beneficial for Mavlop, but it also has a great indirect effect on you. If you reveal your time freezing ability now, it will be very difficult to obtain it again. Hearing this, Trunlef replied, yes. I understand. Trunlak stepped out of his ability space and instructed the two maids. Wait a moment, after we finish tea, we will enter the space. If there is nothing else, you can start packing up. Hearing that they would enter the space made them stunned. Trunlef reassured them. Don't worry, my space is not like other space systems. You all. He was in the middle of speaking when he realized someone was coming. Two streaks of light flashed in the sky, about to rush toward him. When the two figures landed, he wondered to himself, these two are both god level. I wonder how many laws they possess. The two guys, one named Yu Chufki Luck and the other Kim Shro, came here because Tron Les was a wanted criminal. Hearing this, Trun Lek thought, I can't believe these two idiots also want the ability to shatter space. But I am not scared at all. They used their skills, attacking Tron Life, and laughed arrogantly. Haha, the space is shattered. A space element user like him can't do anything now. The 2 billion is as good as ours. Luck has come, and nothing can stop it. Their words angered Tron Alex. He threatened, don't say I did not give you a chance. If you leave now, you still can. Otherwise, your homes will cease to exist. The bald one remained arrogant. You do not have a chance. Today, I will send you to the afterlife. He and his accomplice were very smug. He does not even know where my house is. How could you possibly know? The other one chimed in, don't believe him. This guy is probably scared, which is why he is making such a strange threat. Trun Lekka raised 2 fingers, his eyes filled with rage. For those who do not know when to back down. Then he flicked his fingers at the two, sending them away. Later, I will confiscate both of your houses, just to make you happy. Then he said to the 2 maids, I remember when I confiscated the 3rd prince's house. I obtained a book containing information on all god-level individuals. Help me translate the files on these 2 guys. The 2 maids held hands and agreed. One of them spoke up. Young master, you are a wanted man. After all, your real face is too easy to recognize. I am very skilled at disguise. To avoid further trouble, would you like me to? Hearing this, Trun Lek immediately agreed. The other maid was still searching for information on the 2 men from before. Half an hour later, the maid finally finished disguising Tron Les. Trun felt he was very handsome now, and that others would absolutely not be able to recognize him. The other maid then reported the specific details on the 2 men from before, adding one more thing. It would be impossible for Tron Lefef to evade the manhunt just by changing his face. Because importantly, the planet has dozens of satellites constantly scanning. These satellites not only scan faces but can also determine a person's level. A god-level being like you will find it very difficult to avoid this kind of detection. Hearing this, Trun Lex comforted them. Don't worry. He then patted both of their heads and said that he would turn their own plan against them. In any case, the wanted poster only says I have 2 laws, void walk and spatial teleportation, but I can freely reveal my 2 defensive laws. After that, he decided that confiscating the 2 god-level individuals' houses was not urgent. He needed to make a trip to planet Nadon first. He saw that the 2 maids were tired, so he first let them enter his ability space to rest. He intended to open a spatial passage to planet Nadon, but doing so would too easily reveal his identity. Therefore, he had no choice but to spend a little more time traveling there by spaceship. Half a month later, at planet Nadon, a spaceship was entering its orbit. Upon setting foot here, the first place Tron Lech went to was the registration desk for custom armor. There were many god-level individuals lining up to register, which made him feel that Nadon's business was doing quite well. Afterward, Tron Lech guessed that Nadon must have some kind of masterpiece on display somewhere. He would just take it after signing up. Suddenly, a person with green hair walked up to greet Tron Lex. Brother, you look very unfamiliar. I have never seen you before. Not knowing if the other person had good or bad intentions, Trun Lek said sarcastically, what a coincidence. I have never seen you before either. You are not that Trun Lek fellow in disguise. Are you? This left the green-haired man speechless. Hearing the name Tron Lex, many people turned around and searched frantically. Tron Lex. Did Tron Leffy come? Where is he? Then, looking back at the two's conversation, they felt, that is not Tron Leash. Is not that just Little Sixth? I remember Little Sixth was already lining up here when Tron Lech became a wanted man. That is right. I got excited for nothing. Big brother, you can't say things like that. It could get someone killed. Don't get me in trouble, the green-haired man said in a panic. Meanwhile, Tron Lex, in his disguise, laughed slyly. I was just joking, you are so timid. Then he thought, look at me, the actual guy, being so confident and arrogant. The green-haired man then said, brother, I saw that you were unfamiliar and figured you were a newly ascended god level. I wanted to befriend you. After all, one more friend is one more opportunity. Then he and Tron Lek shook hands. He introduced himself as Teki Shati Han, but because he was the sixth in his family, acquaintances all called him Lulases. Tron Lotz also made up a fake name for himself, introducing himself as Vin Lin Kwai. Seeing the green-haired man's enthusiasm, Tron Lek thought, befriending me? Tron Lex will indeed give you another opportunity, an opportunity to die. Tron Lekik inquired further. Luo Las, how long have you been waiting in line here? When will you be able to get your armor? Seeing this, Lulas enthusiastically replied, if you are lucky, a dozen years or so. If you are unlucky, it might not be your turn even after several decades. On my home planet, I am a boss admired by thousands, but now I can only wait obediently here. Then Lo Luxi lamented. Moreover, this armor is too expensive. I had a hard time selling a female disciple from my sect. Only then did I save up enough money to buy the lowest grade armor. When Tron Lessie heard this, his jaw dropped. What? You even sold a female disciple from your sect? Hearing this, Lulike said confidently, if the old ancestor does not get stronger, how can he protect the other disciples? They were all willing, which left Trun Lek speechless. Does Master Nadon have any armor in stock? Money is not an issue, Trun Li asked. Hearing this, Lulisie's eyes lit up. Money is not an issue. Big brother, do you have some way of making money? Let me tag along. Then he hugged Tron Lek his leg. Begging, if I can earn 100,000 a year, you are my biological brother. 200,000 a year, your business is my business. 500,000 a year, you are the very reason I was born. 1 million a year. Anyone who wants to mess with you will have to step over my dead body. Trun Lek said again, my method is very dangerous. Someone as timid as you won't be able to do it. But the other guy kept begging. Brother. For money, you can tell me to do anything, but whether you have money or not, it is not very useful here. Last year, Thuda also came here. Lul Lok saw with his own eyes that Thuda spent a large sum but still had to wait 10 years to get the armor. As for ready-made stock, Nadon sells them as he makes them, so there is no available stock. Hearing this, Trun Lek felt it was very troublesome. An evil thought popped into his head. Maybe I should just kidnap this metal element god level Nadon and have him make armor exclusively for me. I will only let him go when he has made 10,000 sets. Then he asked, how many laws does Master Nadon have? Lulas guessed it was probably 3, and that his personality was always grumpy. Trun Lex was disheartened. He has 3 laws. Even if I managed to capture him, I would not be able to hold him. Then, he remembered his block of Rama metal. It was already on hand, so he would only need Nadon to reshape it, which would surely be faster. Suddenly, Lulustis slapped his forehead as he remembered. If Trun Lefsi is willing to pay a high price for armor, it is not like there is no chance. I remember the Von Sai Empire is about to hold the Purple Crystal Auction. Hearing about the Purple Crystal Auction, Tron Lef guessed there would be many good items there. Lulas also agreed with Tron Lek's idea because this Purple Crystal Auction only happens once every 1,000 years, so the Empire will bring out a lot of good items. There might even be armor. Hearing this, Trun Leffi planned to acquire all the items in the auction. He wondered, could this be the opportunity Mev Fan spoke of? At a forge in Nadon City, everyone was standing around watching a blacksmith. The blacksmith continuously hammered a metal plate on an anvil, while the people around him watched intently. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Old ancestor, it is a call from Boss Carolyn. Please answer it. The blacksmith cursed. Damn it. Then he snapped, shouting into the communication device. What are you rushing me for? Because of this armor set for you. My workers and I have not had a good night's sleep in over 100 years. We have not even been able to drink to our heart's content. And you are still rushing me. Do you think rushing will make things go faster? The person on the other end replied calmly. Just be patient a little longer. I am not calling to rush you, just to ask about the progress. Hearing that, the blacksmith threw a tantrum. I am telling you, I am not doing it anymore. Find someone else if you want. The person on the other end just calmly said his name. Nadon, but Nadon retorted. Carolyn, how many times have you called to rush me? I have always been patient. Now, all that is left is one helmet. And you want to use your old tricks to hypnotize me into speeding up, do not you? Then he got angry again. I did not say anything. So you thought I really would not dare to do anything? Right, I am telling you, whatever you say is useless. I said I am not doing it, and I mean it. He angrily smashed the communication device. Then cursed. Bad luck. After that, he picked up a wine jug and drank. Lamenting, I do not want to drag this terrible job on for another day. I will just drink until I do not know night from day anymore. Then he staggered outside. Drunk, I am going for a walk. Get all those god-level individuals out of here. When the god-level individuals saw Nadon walking down the street, they exclaimed, oh my god, it is Master Nadund. Master Nadund. Hello, I have admired you for a long time. Master Nadund. You look just like my father. But Nadund, in his drunken stupor, said whimsically, Get the hell out of my sight, all of you. For 1,000 years, I'm not taking any more orders. Go wherever you want. Just do not stand here and be an eyesore. This scene was witnessed by Tronlesh. He thought Na-dun was a calm and experienced weaponsmith, but he turned out to be a fierce old man. An old man with a gray beard spoke up. Master, I have been here for 30 years. It is almost my turn. And now you say you are not working anymore. That is not very fair. Na-dun angrily smashed something. I said I am not working. What are you complaining about? Do you want to be put on the wanted list? Then Na-dun ordered, men, take his information and report it to the Empire. Blacklist him so he can never find work for the rest of his life. This made the gray-bearded old man panic. Master, please do not. I was just... Na-dun ignored his words and continued walking. Only the talentless wait here. A bunch of useless bums with no money and no power. I said I am taking a break. Does anyone have a problem with that? Tronlex, watching from the side, thought. It seems the hot temper and arrogance of the dwarven race is truly passed down from generation to generation. Na-dun angrily stomped into his house. Tronlex quickly followed him. Master Na-dun. Wait, this seemed to make the old Na-dun even angrier. However, as soon as he reached the gate, he was stopped by the guards. Stop, this is a work area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. Tronlex could only shout from outside. I have a block of metal. Seeing that the block of metal could not persuade Na-dun, Tronlex switched tactics. Master, I also have some fine wine. Would you like to try some? This was the wine Tronlex had plundered from the third prince. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Then Na-dun turned around. Fine wine. What kind of fine wine could a piece of trash like you possibly have? But when he caught the scent of the wine, Na-dun was shocked. This is Chenghuosu. Na-dun quickly snatched the wine from Tronlex's hand. Seeing this, Tronlex quickly said, I still have a lot more. Master Na-dun, shall we go inside and drink? The fine wine seemed to hold a great allure for Na-dun, so he invited Tronlex into his house. At this point, Tronlex followed Na-dun inside. As they walked, he made his request. He had a block of Rama metal and wanted to ask Na-dun to help him forge it into a suit of armor, but Na-dun reacted. Are your ears broken? Are you deaf? While drinking the wine, Na-dun said, I just said outside that I am not working for 1,500 years. Didn't you understand? Tronlex continued to offer him more wine. Na-dun told Tronlex not to think that bringing out a few jugs of wine would make him work for him. Tronlex thought Na-dun changed his mind really fast, even faster than he could. Then Na-dun asked Tronlex, how much Chenghuosu do you have? Tronlex still had a lot, as long as Master Na-dun was willing to help. What Tronlex would pay him would certainly not be just a few jugs of wine. He also had 30 million purple crystals, as a fee for Na-dun's hard work. Hearing 30 million purple crystals, Na-dun was shocked. Tronlex confirmed to Na-dun once more that he had 30 million purple crystals. Then, Na-dun looked him straight in the face. He spat out one word, scram, implying he would not take Tronlex's order. This brat thinks 30 million purple crystals can make me work when I am in a bad mood. Then he looked at the speechless Tronlex and laughed. He. Seeing his arrogant laugh, Tronlex became angry. Give him an inch and he takes a mile. Huh. Tronlex had never had to suffer such a loss. Na-dun, swaying from drunkenness, called Tronlex a fool, which made Tronlex even angrier. Looking at Na-dun's state, he guessed the man was completely drunk, so Tronlex pretended to be polite and offered Na-dun more wine. Na-dun felt that Tronlex was incredibly thick-skinned. He had scolded him so much, yet he still would not leave. Tronlex said sincerely, Master, I really need that armor. Without it, I will die. He continued to plead with Na-dun. Master, please help me. Meanwhile, his hand was rubbing his ring. Na-dun was still staggering from being drunk. Impossible. I want to rest. Tronlex took the ring off his finger. He said. All right then. Then he walked out of the room. Then I won't disturb Master Na-dun anymore. Please get some rest. Na-dun leaned against a chair and shooed Tronlex away. Na-dun's two servants ran over to help him into the room and said respectfully, Old ancestor, we will wait outside the door. Drunk, Na-dun lay down. Oblivious to the world, he ordered his subordinates to all leave. As Na-dun lay on the ground, he reached out to touch his other hand, and found it bare. This shocked him sober. Huh. Where's my spatial ring? When he woke up, the spatial ring on his hand was gone. All of his assets, including the armor made for Carolyn and his fine wine, were all stored inside it. And now the ring was gone. It turned out this was Tronlex's doing. Na-dun was furious. Was it that kid? Then Na-dun ran out and immediately questioned his subordinates. You all, stop. Did anyone see the kid who just brought me in here? Who is he? Na-dun shouted. Damn it. He stole my ring. The people around were shocked. Huh. Did I hear that right? Na-dun's ring was stolen by someone. If there was anyone here who knew him best, it was probably Lulas. Na-dun pointed at Lulas and questioned him. Where is he? Lulas answered honestly and fearfully. I do not know. I only know his name is Vin Lin Kuai. Hearing the name Vian Lin Kuai, Na-dun stomped his feet and cursed the heavens. Well done. Well done. Vin Lin Kuai. Vin Lin Kuai. You are not human. Vin Lin Kuai. May your sons be born without butts. May you not die a peaceful death. Lulas could only cover his head and endure Na-dun's curses. Crying silently. No wonder Vin Lin Kuai had so much money. This method is too cruel. On planet Koilak, a person was giving orders to the guards. Everyone, you have worked hard guarding this place. Has anyone recently been found causing trouble on the planet? The guards replied. Commander Enbeck, according to regulations, why must you trouble yourself to come here personally for such small matters? Rest assured, with us on guard, no one will dare to cause trouble. Commander Enbeck's daughter's birthday is coming up. We brothers all want to express our well wishes. With that, they all presented gifts to Ambeck. Ambeck politely declined. There is no need. It is not easy for you all to earn this money. Suddenly, there was an announcement. Report. Report. An unidentified god-level individual has entered the planet. For now, there is no information on that person. Hearing this, everyone raised their guard. Unidentified. Could it be the bastard on the wanted poster? Commander Ambeck, I will go check it out. Hearing that, Ambeck also wanted to go see what the newly arrived god level intended to do. Since he was already here, in the Van Doan dining hall, many delicious dishes were laid out on the table. I can't believe it was this easy. Trunlek was enjoying his meal and thinking. Trunkenlecky ate and thought, and I even managed to find a few parts of the armor set. Then he thought about the pink armor. Although I do not know what grade those armor parts are, the color is truly. How can a man like me wear a pink suit of armor? Then he continued to pick up a piece of cake and eat. Luckily, there are still some god-level pills in the ring to quickly restore my god-level ability. As for the armor, he would see if there was any suitable paint to repaint it a different color later. Suddenly, Ambeck approached to question Tronles. Excuse me for bothering you. You have probably heard that a criminal specializing in the space element has appeared recently. To avoid any misunderstandings, may I scan your laws? Hearing this, Trunlex was annoyed that even a peaceful meal was being interrupted. He replied, wait until I finish eating, then you can scan. I am not in the mood right now. Because of this, Ambeck became suspicious of Tronlex's identity and requested that he come with him. Trunlucky angrily cursed at Ambeck. So annoying. Then, in his mind, he proceeded to use void banishment. Ambeck suddenly disappeared in front of everyone, causing them to panic. Where did the commander go? Did he do that? What did he do? Trunlek waved his hand. Everyone. Be quiet, all of you. Scram. Trunlek sat down at the dining table. They are all god level. Yet they are so dedicated to their jobs they would risk their lives. I really do not understand what they are thinking. Maybe I should just pack up this entire dining hall and take it with me. That way, I will have food to eat anytime, anywhere in the future. Half an hour later, the entire restaurant was collected into Tronlech's space. When Enbeck returned, he was shocked. This is the most famous restaurant on planet Koilak, and it was just robbed like that. How audacious. He dares to do anything. He then used his communication device to contact the third prince directly. Your Highness, the third prince, Trunlefi from the wanted list has just appeared on planet Koilak. Please send reinforcements quickly. Hearing that Tronlechi had appeared, the third prince thought this was a good time to pass this information to Heftix's line. After receiving the information from Enbeck, he used his communication device to contact Heftlin directly. When Hexilin heard the news about Tronles, he also said he was near planet Koilak. It seemed Hexlin's luck was very good. Hopefully, we can catch Tronlechi this time. The prince offered to help Fexlin use the teleportation array, with the cost billed to him. Afie of Lin promised he would bring good news back to the third prince and was determined to go capture Tronlex. After ending the call, the third prince thought that FD Line definitely could not kill Tronlex, but he could at least injure him, as long as I seize the opportunity while he is injured to deliver a fatal blow. He dialed a number. At this time, I must contact Marshal Uncle Sejong. He is a master who holds 7 spatial laws. He will definitely have a way to deal with this. On a cloud peak, the space element god-level Van Sussing was cultivating when a maid came to inform him. She brought a communication device, saying it was a call from the third prince. This made Sestiung wonder. What could he possibly want to call me about? On the other end of the line, the third prince said it had been a while, so he was calling to check on his health. The kind of talk you would expect from a newliad. Siding was blunt. If you have something to say it quickly. I am comprehending a law. The third prince got to the point and asked if he had comprehended the 8th law. Void walk, yet. Sedigan replied that he was stuck somewhere and still had not grasped it. He asked if he still had any enlightenment tea over there, as it could increase the chances of comprehending a law. The third prince was furious but did not dare to say that all his enlightenment tea had been stolen. He only dared to say that he was out of tea, but he did mention that Trunlesh was a space element genius. Within 5 years of becoming a god, he had comprehended void walk and spatial teleportation, and he also had a time element crystal. Hearing this, Sedinejing was a little surprised that there was such a powerful newcomer. He proposed killing Tronlex. He would take the time crystal, while the space crystal containing void walk would belong to Sudang, which would also benefit his comprehension. Sisting smiled. This is a good deal, beneficial for both of us. He immediately agreed. The third prince asked when Estudong would arrive. Diding replied that he would come after the purple level auction, or if they had a confirmed location for Tronlex. They could let him know and he would go over first. He added a reminder to stay safe until they met. He also said he had called 2 more people to ensure Tronlek would be eliminated. Siding jumped down and said, I also heard that the Delaman Empire discovered that the rule of destruction is leaking out from the Dark Universe. Is that true? The third prince recounted that X-Line was the first to discover it. Even though he was wearing armor when he went in, he almost lost his life. That place is now guarded by the Delman Empire. It might contain the lost law of destruction. Mentioning Tronton Leish, Siding felt a bit of regret. Such a good space element seedling. If possible, I would only need to grasp the Void Walk law. Then I would keep him alive and protect him. In the ability space, after taking an entire restaurant, Trunlek stood and reassured the staff that he was not a bad person, and that working for him would mean a tenfold salary increase. The wealthy Tronlechi flaunted his money, promising they would definitely not be treated unfairly. He even promised they would be released in less than 100 years. There were too many temptations. The chefs below heard the benefits and their eyes lit up. All they could think about now was money. It did not matter where they worked. Looking at the girl kneeling on the ground, Trunlek said, "I remember you. You are the owner of the restaurant. Name Bipinging K. Right? How did an emperor level like you become a restaurant owner? What is your real identity?" "It is run by several owners together. I am just the unloved daughter of one of them. I am usually in charge of managing the restaurant and mixing various drinks." Trunlex thought he had captured the right person. He leaned down and asked, "Do you know how to mix the Hupuedo drink?" She quickly answered yes. Trunlek asked further, "Then do you know about enlightenment tea?" This question made her a bit flustered. He moved closer and asked relentlessly, "Who grows that?" She replied, "I heard it is grown by a great master named Long Kim of the nature element." Not stopping there, Trunlek asked again, "Where does he live?" Muniki was surprised. Why is he so excited? Is he going to rob someone? Trunlek looked at Butchmankai with sparkling eyes. She said fearfully that her father probably knew about this, and suggested that he release her so she could go ask for him. Trunlefek said seriously, "Munki, do not make excuses to escape. Call him now and ask." She agreed with tears in her eyes. But 10 minutes later, despite calling many times, her father still would not pick up. Muniki was worried and fidgety. Trunlek saw that she really was not loved by her father, so he gave up. Besides, even if he managed to get information, it would arouse suspicion. It would not be good if Long Kim became guarded or moved away. Vifine suddenly appeared and said he did not need to stay in the space all day. He should go out and get some fresh air. But now, as soon as he arrived on any important planet, he would be discovered. He wanted to go to the auction first and then go have fun. Miffin insisted that he go outside. Trunlek thought there must be a reason, so he agreed with her. The mischievous cat girl reminded him to be careful as he might get hurt, but said it would be better to get hurt a little, as it would make it easier for the fish to take the bait. The more she spoke, the more confused he felt. Mumfin pushed him out and said to just do as she said. Standing among the vast planets, he was unsure where to go. Perhaps he should visit Richard and Sentai. On planet Koilak, Trunluffy cheerfully waved to them and said, "Hey guys, long time no see." They were surprised that this kid dared to appear here so openly in broad daylight. She said he should be hiding instead of walking so brazenly on the main street. It is not very appropriate, is it? But Tronlex said he just wanted to check on them and had no ill intentions. She continued that since they were guards here, if he appeared like this, they would be forced to take action against him. Trunlek felt that made sense, so he suggested the three of them fight a match. He would let them go, and that way, they would both have an excuse to tell their superiors. Suddenly, an uninvited guest arrived. He had anticipated that Tron Lesh would come to this planet, so he had been waiting. He pointed his sword straight at him and said, "Last time, I let you escape, but this time, you won't get away even if you grow wings." Trunlef quickly sensed another person ambushing him from behind, but he had to follow Mevfan's words and let himself get injured, as it would be beneficial for him. He tried to clench his fist as the person rushed towards him. In the end, a sword pierced through his chest, and fresh blood spurted out. Even though he was prepared, he was still a bit startled by this. He knelt down, clutching the wound, and gritted his teeth, thinking, "It has been a long time since I have been injured. It really hurts." And Beck asked the person who just stabbed him why he was here. "Is your wound healed yet?" Tronlex, with some fresh blood still on his lips, overheard the conversation and deduced that this Hefklin had been severely injured. In that case, he could use time reversal to deal with him. He also understood Mevda Fen's intention in wanting him to get injured. Even if he used this move in an unpopulated area, no one would find out. Suddenly, he pretended to spit out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. He clutched his stomach and loudly cursed him for being so despicable as to stab him in the back. In his mind, he was celebrating. "Come on, take the bait." Oxlin actually believed that he had successfully ambushed Tronles, without any suspicion. He thought that he could now take his life. Trunlek endured the pain, sweat dripping down his face, and took out 3 yellow pills from his chest. At a glance, they looked like medicinal pills. Aflin recognized them at a glance as origin recovery pills. He asked him where he got them, wondering if he stole them from the third prince. Uklin continued to cheer in his heart. He thought he must be seriously injured. Otherwise, why would he take 3 pills at once? Trunles pretended to swallow them. He gave a slight, triumphant smile. He knew he had taken the bait. As long as they chased after him, the plan would succeed. In a flash, Trunlef leaped up and disappeared, and Back watched him go and sincerely praised his ability to stay alive. He commented that even the strongest expert would have a hard time catching this guy. Heflin snorted contemptuously and said, "So what if he knows Void Walk?" Both of them also launched into the air. Eflin's law was still inside him. As long as Tron Lake had not gone far, he would find him no matter where he hid, and Back added that he would help, and the two would join forces to eliminate Tronlex. Huck said annoyedly that he should stay away from him because Mbak had no ability to conceal himself. If Trunlufade discovered him, it would only help him run faster. Although reluctant, Mbak had to step back and watch Hexlion go, only able to wish him good luck. On a deserted planet, Ling was closing in on Tronlus. His breathing was a bit ragged now. After all, even if he was pretending to be stabbed, the blood was real. Ling could even hear his ragged breaths. He guessed that Tronov was about to run out of his ability. Finally, he landed. Seeing this, he smiled smugly and said, "You have nowhere else to run." There was no one here but the two of them. Trunluf finally revealed his true demeanor. He asked him, "I heard you were seriously injured recently." Hearing the question, he began to feel uneasy. Annoyed, he asked, "What are you laughing at?" and quickly rushed over with his sword. Shouting, "Die!" Countless skulls flew around in front of Tronlex. Looking very sinister and bizarre, he quickly moved behind him, smiled, and said, "The one who should die is you." Then, he immediately used time reversal. This guy came at just the right time for Tronlefis to test his new power. But of course, it would take a little time. Afleen turned around and asked, "You can still use Void Walk, so why did not you keep running?" He waved his hand, and a cluster of purple-black light in the shape of a human face appeared behind him. Looking very terrifying, he mockingly asked, "Where did all your confidence go?" He said in a scornful tone, "What a pity, you are about to die." Trunlucket had been standing still like a statue the whole time. He could not believe he dared to show off such an attack in front of him. Trunlef gently placed his two hands in front of his chest. And immediately, a protective shield surrounded him. Ukaleen could not believe his eyes. "You have defensive laws too. Not just one, but two." He began to get scared and asked, "Weren't you supposed to only have 2 laws? Now you suddenly have 4. Eflin silently cursed the third prince. In 2 years, it was not that he had comprehended 2 laws, but 4. That guy had made a disastrous mistake. Trunlex challenged him, asking, "Are you surprised? Are you happy?" Uxilin started to tremble, although he did not want to admit it. He knew that right now, he could not defeat him on his own. He wondered to himself, "What kind of monster are you?" The cowardly Hexilin knew his own limits, so he decided to flee and report back to the third prince to let him figure out a way to deal with this. But Trunlef gave a bright smile. He raised his hand, and a small blue circle appeared in his palm. Trunluck had asked him, "Did I say you could run?" Void banishment was unleashed, and Hexilin was caught off guard, unable to react in time. He only now realized that this time, even if he wanted to run, it would not be a simple matter. He began to feel that things were much harder than he had imagined. Knowing he could not escape, he turned around with bloodshot eyes and asked, "Do you really think I can't take your life?" Trunlef cheerfully gave the brightest smile he could and asked, "Then why were you running? Come on, take my life." Oxylin felt strange because it seemed his depleted ability was constantly recovering, but he thought, "Whatever, it is a good thing for me anyway," and did not pay it any more mind. Flynn launched himself into the air, saying, "Let us see how tough you can talk." Trunlef remained calm and stood right there. When the distance was just a little more, he suddenly stopped, unable to move. Huxlin was surprised by this and was a bit flustered. Trunlef smiled and crossed his arms, observing his time reversal was starting to take effect. Huxlin cried out in pain. He slowly knelt down, not knowing what trick this guy was playing on him now. He only felt waves of pain slowly creeping in. Trunluck's face darkened as he challenged him. "Guess what I did?" His face at that moment became cruel and sinister. Flynn felt his old wounds tearing open from inside his body. He glared and clutched his chest. "Aren't these the wounds from half a month ago? How have they returned to their original state now?" He still did not understand what the problem was. Oxylin said with difficulty, "The third prince once told me you have a space-time crystal. How could you have mastered the flow of time in such a short period?" Trunluck put his hands in his pockets and smiled brightly, praising him. "You are pretty smart." Oxylin suddenly shouted as if hundreds of flames were burning around his body. He bent over and screamed continuously. Trunluck suddenly closed his eyes. He felt a miraculous sensation running through his body. Then he remembered, and said happily, "This must be comprehension. That strange feeling just now must be the feeling of me comprehending time reversal." Tranlack calculated that he had to quickly eliminate Hatlane to buy time to enter a state of comprehending the law of time. While Hatlane was now in so much pain that he was sprawled on the ground, he squatted down beside him. Hatlane was enveloped by something strange, like fire, but it only hurt him. Tranlack quickly removed Hatlin's spatial ring, not wanting such a good item to be destroyed by that terrifying thing. Half a minute later, Hatlin was no longer breathing. Tranlack wondered if this was the law of fire or lightning, but he had seen both before, and they were not this terrifying. He finally had a god-level dark crystal. Tranlack held the stone, observing it carefully, and could not help but feel satisfied. As soon as he returned, Tranlack ordered Mammon and Namnam to make him tea. Both of them respectfully obeyed the young master's command. He needed to calm his mind, so he sat down cross-legged in a meditative posture. Tea was brought quickly. He began to focus on comprehending the spiritual light that had appeared earlier. Inside his mind was a vast, starry sky. A stream of blue power was moving around. Tranlack reached out, trying to grasp it. An hour later, Thanks to this comprehension, his energy consumption for reversing time was reduced by 5%. He was feeling great, but soon, Tranlak sighed. Even with special energy, this was the extent of it. The time until he became a god was still very far away. 2 hours later, the third prince furiously tried to contact Hak Lin, but there was no response. He kept asking if Hak Lin could hear him, but no one answered. The third prince was genuinely worried. 2 days had passed with no sign of Hak Lin, and he had no idea where the man was. The third prince had countless questions, but no one could answer them regarding Hak Lin's disappearance. The last time Hak Lin contacted him was when he was with Inbek. The third prince decided to contact Inbek to ask about the situation, but Inbek said that Hak Lin had called him a hindrance and sent him away, so he did not know anything either. The third prince grew more anxious, gave a brief reply, and hung up with a headache. He held his forehead, reassuring himself that Hak Lin must have just entered a forbidden zone and could not be contacted. He did not believe Tranlak alone could deal with Hak Lin in the ability space. Mi Fan, Mi Lak, and Tranlak were talking when suddenly a loud bark startled him. Sound came from Phap Vong. Everyone looked over and saw that the dog was ascending to demigod. Tranlak was sad because it could not become a god directly. Since leaving Earth, it had not had a chance to fight. Like a caged dog, he sighed inwardly. Suddenly, the image of a certain mutant beast appeared in his mind, and an idea sparked. He remembered that the mammoth's lightning power was equivalent to Phap Vong's. Tranlak quickly gave its crystal to the dog, telling it to absorb it quickly as it would help with its ascension. Phap Vong obeyed. Suddenly, his powers began to leak from his body, entering a blue circle, which confused him. Tranlak followed where his powers had disappeared and suddenly witnessed a scene that left him dumbfounded. 4 to 5 youths with green and red hair were ganging up on one person. These were the laws, intending to join forces against the law of lightning. Tranlak's face was pale, still unable to calm down. He just stood there, frozen, watching them. So this was the reason Phap Vong could not become a god. All the laws were restricted outside the ability space and could not enter. He then called Phap Vong over and told it to go outside quickly. Suddenly, something with a sinister laugh rushed towards Phap Vong. It said, "I am here." The dog, just like Tranlak earlier, was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Immediately, Phap Vong was struck repeatedly by lightning, getting battered and scorched. Tranlak was thrilled as he waited. Phap Vong was surrounded by lightning, looking like lightning itself. 13 minutes later, Phap Vong finally became a god. Its face also took on a much more human-like form. Tranlak happily embraced it. He said he would ask Mong Kai's cooking class to make some delicious dishes to celebrate Phap Vong becoming a god. This was truly a joyous occasion for everyone. While they were eating happily, Phap Vong suddenly said it had something it had thought through carefully but needed Tranlak's permission. He asked what it was. Phap Vong said it wanted to go out and experience the world on its own for a while, which surprised Tranlak a little. It continued to persuade him, saying that his enemies were getting stronger and even if he let it out, it would not be a match for them. It did not want to be a burden to him. So was it supposed to hide for its entire life and be of no help to its master? Tranlak was conflicted by this proposal, but since it had put it that way, could he stubbornly keep it in the space? Tranlak looked at Mi Fan, who was happily munching on fish. He wondered if Phap Vong would be in danger if it went out. Could Mi Fan predict it? Seeing him like this, Phap Vong said, "This is my decision." "Why are you looking at her?" Phap Vong said firmly. "I believe fate is in our own hands. This is my choice. No one can stop me." Tranlak was very surprised to hear the dog reason like this for the first time. It bowed its head and continued to reassure him, saying that no one knew their relationship yet, so he should not worry about it, and I won't be as lawless as you, so it will be fine. Tranlak fumbled, saying he would let the dog go as it wished, but it had to wear this. Then he fumbled to get the item. It seemed that after knowing each other for so long, this was the first time he had seen Phap Vong so serious and determined, which surprised him, but Phap Vong pushed the item back towards him and refused to take it. It said, "You can owe me, but I can't owe you too much." Tranlak agreed, but he still had not snapped out of his stunned state. The little dog from before had grown up so much. Tranlak hugged Phap Vong tightly one last time, reminding it to be careful and stay safe. It grunted, showing it understood. Nodan yelled and contacted Caroline. "Why are you calling me?" Caroline replied, "I just wanted to ask about my iron armor." Nodan answered, "I already told you, my armor storage ring was stolen by a bastard named Van Line Kwai." Caroline was speechless. On the other end, Caroline was floating, her face blank with confusion. She only heard the other side add, "If you are so capable, go find that thief yourself. In any case, do not call and bother me again." The girl was still stunned when someone approached from behind and called her name. She quickly turned around and realized it was Ejin. He continued, "Every time the enlightenment tea needs to be picked, you always come here very early." Then, he pointed to a person in yellow and introduced him. "That is Yuri, my adopted son from Earth." He also did not forget to introduce Caroline to Yuri. This 18-year-old girl has mental-type powers. Among mental-type gods, she is definitely in the top 3. The girl was startled and wondered. Adopted son. This person looks exactly like Uncle Ejin's son. He entrusted Yuri to her. Yuri is also a mental type. If you have time, teach the boy a little. In 2 months, when the tea tree grows new leaves, I will give you a larger share. The girl quickly apologized and refused. Currently, she was in no mood to teach anyone and told the old man to find someone else. The old man was curious about what was wrong. Caroline crossed her arms, sighed, and replied, because that idiot Not-Ung had his storage ring stolen by someone. Not-Ung got robbed. The old man exclaimed in surprise. What chaotic times. I heard the third prince's home was also robbed by someone named Tranlak. Hearing the name Tranlak, Yuri, who was standing beside them, flinched slightly. Yuri wondered, could it be leader Tranlak from Kwangthan City? Back when I was on Earth, I interacted with him a few times before. I can't believe he is causing trouble among the stars. It turned out Caroline also knew about this, that Tranlak possesses spatial teleportation and void walk, making him very good at escaping. From a distance, a loud voice called out, Lord Egan, I have finally found you. The old man recognized him as a retainer of the Vonsai Empire. They had once discussed the Enlightenment tea. The retainer added, you see, I have brought the person here for you. The old man looked at the person next to him and exclaimed, could he be? Everyone, especially Yuri, was startled. The person next to the retainer looked exactly like him. It turned out the old man had previously asked the Vonsai Empire for help in finding his son. The retainer added, unfortunately, your son has passed away, but he managed to leave behind his bloodline this young man before you, named Erwin. The old man walked over, took his hands, and exclaimed, my boy, I have finally found you. Yuri felt uneasy. His adoptive father's own flesh and blood had shown up. For him, this was not good news at all. A month later, Trunluk sat at the dining table and asked Butch Minkey if there was any fire cloud steak left. Monkey, beside him, apologized, saying the fire cloud steak was all gone. Trunlucky turned and said, it is fine. I can just buy some more. Who is your supplier? Monkey replied that this ingredient was not easy to import, but she knew a steak shop. Their specialty is fire cloud steak. It is the same shop that used to compete with her and even called her an illegitimate child. While eating, Tranlak asked where it was. She replied, on Planet Pleasure. My Van Don eateries are not simple. She thought to herself, with Tranlak's appearance, all I need is persistence. If my shop is gone, then you all can forget about opening yours. Sometime later, under a starry night sky with a crescent moon somewhere, inside a restaurant, Ambak was celebrating his daughter Alice's birthday. The family of 3 was eating happily, and the little girl was greatly enjoying the fire cloud steak. Suddenly, a loud shout startled Ambak. Where is your manager? The voice sounded somewhat familiar to him. Indeed, it was familiar. It was Tranlak. He wondered why Tranlak, who was being hunted by Hat Lin, would appear here. Tranlak stood in the middle of the restaurant and shouted, get your manager out here now. An employee there recognized him as the wanted criminal. Tranlak calmly asked, I do not care if you are the manager or not. Do you know where your steak is? The employee panicked and yelled, Lord Ambak, help me. Ambak's face turned purple. Who asked him to draw Tranlak's attention over here? Meanwhile, Tranlak recognized Ambak as the benefactor who told him that Hatline was injured. Tranlak looked at Ambak and smiled warmly. My benefactor is here. It would not be right if I did not thank you. He walked up to Ambak, raised his hand, and said, Hi, Lord Ambak. Making him a bit flustered, the employee behind Ambak cried, Lord Ambak, capture him quickly. Ambak's face twisted. If he could capture Tranlak, he would not need anyone to tell him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were in a room. Tranlak sat on a chair and let go of Ambak. He did not expect to meet him here. Back at the restaurant, the employee was startled and panicked. They were just here, and in a flash, they were gone. How bizarre, Tranlak asked. I heard you have been looking for me lately. He replied, you are a robber. Isn't it normal for me to look for you? Ambak added, if you leave now, I will pretend I did not see you. Tranlak raised his voice. That is not enough. I want you to pretend you do not see me every time you see me from now on. Can you do that? Ambak agreed and sat down opposite Tranlak. Outside, there was a loud shout. Wanted criminal Tranlak, you are surrounded. Surrender now. A few people rushed in and saw the scene, thinking to themselves, what is this situation? A mouse befriending a cat. Looking back at the people behind him, Tranlak said to Ambak, show your sincerity. He immediately told them to leave quickly. The group did not understand what was happening. To them, the wanted criminal was right in front of them. How could they just leave so easily? Ambak slammed the table and shouted, didn't you understand what I said? Seeing his reaction, the group hurriedly turned and left. Tranlak laughed loudly. What a good brother. Thank you. Ambak, I have fulfilled your request. Can you leave now? Tranlak was still messing around. I have not eaten yet. What kind of host kicks out a guest before they have eaten? Ambak's wife and child beside them were also a bit startled. Tranlak took the plate of fire cloud steak from Alice, making the little girl cry loudly and point at him, calling him a bad guy. Tranlak laughed shamelessly, saying he was doing it for her own good, afraid she would get fat. He was truly bullying a child. Ambak asked again, you have eaten. What do you really want? And where is Hak Lin? Tranlak recounted that after Hak Lin chased him, a black hole appeared, so he threw him in and never saw him again. Ainbak guessed it might be a spatial passage like the Dark Star Path. No wonder I could not contact him. Tranlak asked one last question before leaving. He wanted to know where Ejin's house was and how long until the next enlightenment tea harvest. Ainbak guessed what Comrade Tranlak wanted. He advised him not to go. Currently, the third prince wanted to capture him. If he robbed Ejin's house, besides the Empire, other powerful figures who knew Ejin would also hunt him down. Tranlak asserted, "That is not something you need to worry about. Just give me the address, but do not even think about tricking me. Robbing anyone's house is just a matter of spatial teleportation for me." Ainbak whispered Ejin's address into his ear and added that the enlightenment tea would be ready in about a month. Tranlak smirked to himself. Ejin, prepare plenty of enlightenment tea and wait for me. He turned to leave but did not forget to wave thanks to Ainbak, inviting the family to continue their meal while he had to go to the kitchen. Down in the kitchen, Tranlak displayed his ransacking skills, looting everything in sight, much to the fear of the chefs. Hosting a large bag of goods, Tranlak said he would not take things for free and placed a credit card on the table. The card had no password, so they could scan it to get paid. He did not forget to tell them to make a new dish for Ainbak's family. Tranlak went out to the main hall, intending to ask Ainbak something else, but the table was empty. They were probably scared off by him. Tranlak muttered, "Ainbak has 5 laws, yet he is so scared he avoids me." That year, Tranlak walked with his hands in his pockets, feeling unrivaled. Without an opponent, Tranlak returned and sat opposite Mifan. Although he had the information and could steal it, the enlightenment tea would not mature without Ejin's care. Mifan told him to forget about it and reminded him of the auction in 10 days. Mifan moved closer and said he needed to focus his spirit for the auction. She had a feeling something important was there. And moreover, there was also a Grand God certificate. Tranlak was both surprised and skeptical. Mifan had a feeling he would be inspired by someone else, a person who was also a spatial type. So when you meet this person, do not run away immediately, or you will miss the chance to learn. Tranlak wondered, a spatial type master, if I do not run, won't it be too dangerous? Mifan asserted that with the 4 laws Tranlak possessed, no one could kill him in a short amount of time. Tranlak grinned slyly in agreement. Mifan added that the auction was being held in the capital of the Von C star system and that he needed to quickly go through immigration procedures on the artificial planet. In the eastern part of the imperial capital, at the processing area, Tranlat had disguised himself under the name Koduk to go through immigration. The processing officer wondered why he could not find any information. He looked up and asked what his type was. Tranlak slyly said that after ascending to god level on his homeworld, he had been in seclusion for 5,000 years before coming out and was a spatial type. The officer adjusted his glasses and looked at Tranlak. Hearing spatial type, he wanted to scan his laws. Tranlak happily agreed. 2 streams of blue light appeared around him, detecting 2 defensive laws. He concluded this was not the thief who robbed the third prince's house and asked his purpose for coming. Tranlak replied that he was attending the auction to broaden his knowledge and befriend some god-level individuals. The screening officer nodded. You are approved. This entry badge is your ed. Remember to wear it when you are out. With that, he handed him a badge and added a warning. Absolutely no trouble-making in the imperial capital, and no fighting. Tranlak smiled, took the badge, and pinned it to his chest. I am a very reasonable person. The auction venue in the imperial capital was a complex of grand and majestic Western-style buildings, with a large fountain in the central courtyard. Tranlak walked up and asked an employee for an auction catalog. He opened it to see what good items were available. Listed inside were 100 origin recovery pills and spirit recovery pills, 20 sets of armor and various weapons, including comprehension notes on laws from masters, 30 god-level crystals, a pound of enlightenment tea, and a fire spirit. The fire spirit, a divine object containing the universe's fire, could allow a fire-type god to ascend to a higher level and enjoy longevity. Its spirit and physical form are like a god with one law, but it cannot receive the law's recognition. He recalled Mifan's words about something similar to the vermilion fruit that could increase longevity, but was much more effective. Tranlak wondered if this was what Mifan was talking about. However, this auction would not wait until the end to deliver items. Successful bidders would receive their items immediately. Tranlak could steal a few items, but doing so would throw the auction into chaos, and he would not be able to steal much. But he also could not wait until after the auction to rob everyone one by one. He wanted everything from this auction. What to do now was a real headache. In the Vonsi Imperial Palace, 2 elders stood before the third prince. They stood there and instructed him that it was the third prince's turn to be in charge of this purple crystal auction. This is the first time you are organizing it, so there must be no mistakes. The third prince bowed and said he would definitely prepare everything thoroughly and not let any trouble occur. The 2 elders praised his talent but said that to become the great emperor, he also needed ability. This was his chance to prove his ability. An elder handed him a spatial ring containing some of the auction items. The other items that could not fit inside were kept in a secret chamber. They instructed him to transport the items to the auction site without any errors. Just as the third prince put on the ring, a voice called out, "Third brother, can you even handle this?" It was the second prince, mocking him for having his own home robbed. "I really doubt your ability to organize this auction. If you can't do it, let me." Third prince explained, "That bold thief only succeeded because I was not home." The second prince laughed and said, Why is it that the rumor I heard was that he robbed your house right in front of you? The second prince continued laughing. If it is in front of you, it is not robbing, it is looting. Right, the dignified third prince of the empire letting someone loot his things right in front of him is truly laughable, the third prince angrily retorted. Nonsense. How could someone with only 2 laws rob me to my face? You believe such a rumor? What do you use your brain for? The first prince arrived, laughing and chiming in. Whether it is a rumor or not, the fact is your house was robbed. The second prince readily agreed. Eldest brother is absolutely right. The first prince continued. This purple crystal auction concerns the empire's dignity. The eldest princess of the Delaman Empire will also be attending. Third brother is still young and may not be able to handle it. How about you hand the responsibility over to me? In the middle of the majestic royal chamber, the 3 princes were fighting for the right to host the auction. The third prince was determined. As long as I am here, I won't let anything happen. The second prince added fuel to the fire. What if the items are lost? At this point, the third prince stated firmly, if the items are lost, I will be lost with them. This auction promises to be very exciting. As Tranlak walked down the hallway, he heard people discussing room rental prices. 10,000 purple crystals for one night here is too expensive. But many people were still willing to pay that price to make friends and expand their connections. Tranlak thought to himself, 10,000 a night. And they can't afford it. These gods are so poor. He went to the reception and only dared to rent the lowest grade room. Although he could afford a better one, he was trying to be modest. In the hallway, Tranlak saw a group of people gathered together. Someone was asking, Mint Rabbit, how much can a 50-tail package of enlightenment tea be auctioned for? It turned out they were all surrounding Mint Rabbit. He answered the crowd, based on my experience hosting the last auction, 50 tails of enlightenment tea is worth about 50 to 100 million, depending on the mood of the big shots. Hearing this, Tranlak looked over, wondering if this Mint Rabbit was the promised auction host. Someone next to the rabbit asked if he knew who was in charge of this auction. He replied that the third prince was in charge this time. Hearing this, Tranlak thought, what a small world for enemies. He was meeting the third prince again. The man boosted. The first prince and I have a good relationship. If the first prince were in charge, I would definitely be the host. Unfortunately, it is not the first prince this time. While talking, he hinted that he was hungry, but everyone around him immediately dispersed without a single person inviting him. Not a shred of respect for their elders, which really angered him. Tranlak stood there thinking, those people are poor, but I have nothing but money. What is one meal? Tranlak approached Mint Rabbit and said, Big brother, come with me, I will treat you to a meal for 10 days. The man immediately stood up and laughed. Generous young man, let us go. The two of them went to a table. Tranlak took the menu, picked 3 items to skip, and ordered everything else. Truly the style of a rich person, having met someone as generous as him. Mint Rabbit suggested that if he wanted to know the price of any item, he could just ask, and he would answer everything. Tranlak shrewdly said they would talk about that later and brought out 2 jugs of wine first. Half an hour later, with the wine loosening their tongues, Tranlak slyly asked, the security at the auction must be very strict. Mint Rabbit revealed that the host would carry a storage ring, and the rest that could not fit would be put on a vehicle. Tranlak sat there and deduced, so the third prince will carry a storage ring, while living items will be transported by vehicle. The rabbit had not finished. The items will be brought in an hour beforehand through the back door. The third prince will patrol once. At this, Tranlak raised his wine and continued to flatter him. At the entrance to the imperial capital, the third prince met his uncle. So Doom, as soon as they met, he asked, have you heard any news about that Tranlak? The third prince replied that Tranlak had recently appeared on Planet Pleasure, where he had threatened and backed. The third prince was quite confident and laughed. The imperial capital's security is tight, and it is a special time with the auction approaching. I do not think Tranlak can possibly sneak in. So Dong nodded, waiting for the third prince to pinpoint Tranlak's specific location. He would go with him. He was very curious to know why Tranlak could use Void Walk. So Dong's guard, Thuayant Quian, standing behind him, heard this and said, Tranlak was right in front of Nbach, who did not dare to capture him. What a useless guy. If it were me, I would beat him until he pissed his pants. So Dong glanced at him and said, don't be too arrogant. Do you think you can catch and beat him? Thuayant Quian laughed and replied, the third prince has invited the great elder Thaluan, who has the ability to freeze time. He continued, when the time comes, we just need to use time freeze on Tranlak, and won't he be at my mercy? So Dong pondered, with Thaluan here, it will be difficult for Tranlak to escape this calamity. Just as the third prince confirmed that this was the case, a large shadow fell over him from above. It was the spaceship of the Delaman Empire, an enormous purple spaceship landing in the courtyard. The third prince knelt before the spaceship's door and respectfully welcomed the esteemed eldest princess, Her Highness Afra. The eldest princess emerged, looking somewhat arrogant and unapproachable. Looking at the third prince, she said, we meet again. Li Sen. The eldest princess walked over and asked the third prince if he had ever heard of someone named the Lightning Law King. He had heard of a monarch, but never a Lightning Law King. He thought the Lightning Law King had offended the eldest princess, but in reality, it had offended her friend in the third divine realm. Seeing its extremely high talent, she was a bit interested. The eldest princess looked back and added, if you have not heard of him, he probably has not become a god yet. The third prince respectfully said he would try his best to find the Lightning Law King and would inform her when he found him. At the auction hall that day, Tranlac chose a strategic position near a window with a clear view down below. Below, a large vehicle was being escorted by two smaller red cars. The vehicle carrying the auction items had probably arrived. Knowing this operation was dangerous, Tranlac put on extra armor to protect himself and prepared to make his move. After getting everything ready, he set off, using void teleportation to begin his operation. A void displacement allowed Tranlac to approach the auction items. With just a snap of his fingers, a series of void waves appeared all around, quickly rummaging through the pile. His eyes lit up when he got the goods. Truly a professional thief. Recognizing the familiar anomaly, the third prince immediately notified the Luan that Tranlac had arrived. The man in the car behind received the notification and immediately took action. Tranlac suddenly felt his body slow down, as if something was affecting him. Behind him, the faint image of an old man was casting a time spell on him. It was Elder the Loon. In the air, Tranlac looked down at the third prince and waved his hand, beckoning him over. Seeing that Tranlac was completely unharmed, he was a little startled. Tranlac continued to use void displacement, closing in on the third prince with a sigh. This scene was so familiar. At that moment, another time freeze attack was launched. Behind Tranlac, So Dong appeared. Indeed, Tranlac was not simple in his eyes. Tranlac suddenly realized that a god with multiple laws had come to interfere with his work. He immediately launched a void displacement behind him. While the time freeze was still in effect, Tranlac moved gently and effortlessly took the spatial ring containing the auction items. Tranlac shouted, "You put a bounty on me across the universe. But do you have the strength to fight me?" With that, he slapped the third prince so hard he spun around and coughed up blood. He thought to himself, it is over now. The news of the third prince being slapped in the street will spread everywhere quickly. Tranlac looked over with some suspicion, thinking, did this person use Void Walk to return? So he must be the one me fan mentioned, the spatial type god who could inspire me. The third prince's face was swollen like a cutting board. Tranlac looked around. There were too many gods here, which was a bit dangerous. If he did not leave now, it would be hard to escape. Thinking this, he activated Void Walk. Tranlac wanted to escape first and then observe the situation from hiding, but with Van So Dong in front of him, it would not be easy to achieve his goal. The third prince recovered his senses. This was a complete disaster. He had lost the items and his dignity in front of so many people. Using Void Walk, Tranlac appeared far away in the sky. He let out a slight sigh, thinking he was safe this time. But in an instant, Van So Dong appeared behind him, startling Tranlac. Van So Dong reached out to grab Tranlac. He wondered how this guy could catch up so quickly. Tranlac continued to use Void Walk to move, wanting to see how long he could keep up the chase. But no matter how he moved, the man followed him step for step. He did not know how he was doing it. Tranlac suspected he might have been marked. He immediately stopped, turned around, and asked, "How are you able to pinpoint my location?" Van So Dong smiled, his face full of confidence. "I heard you mastered 2 laws in 5 years, a rare talent. But unfortunately, you are still too green to escape from my grasp." Tranlac found his tone too arrogant. He could use Void Walk without limits, so he guessed that the man was locating him through some element in space that needed to be verified. Tranlac continued to move. Van So Dong kept following, saying as he went, "I told you, you can't escape." As Tranlac moved, he looked back, and it seemed he had figured something out. Every time he moved, he left behind some sort of trajectory, a trace in the air, so he was following that trajectory to track his every move. But strangely, there was nothing behind him. Tranlac gradually understood the problem. No wonder his Void Walk was being countered repeatedly. This must be the reason. Immediately, Tranlac stopped. Seeing this, Van So Dong smugly said, "Giving up already?" Feeling discouraged. "Keep going," Tranlac laughed. "I stopped to specifically thank you. Thank you for teaching me." Van So Dong was bewildered, not knowing what he had taught him. Void Walk sent Tranlac soaring high. Van So Dong was shocked, wondering why there were no spatial traces this time. As Tranlac was floating in mid-air, a notification suddenly arrived. Void Walk comprehension level has reached 100%. He looked up at the sky as a series of blue void streaks appeared. His Grand God certificate had arrived. Surrounding Tranlac were images of spatial laws, perhaps appearing like this for his convenience. Seeing that scene, Van So Dong exclaimed, "That is the Grand God certificate." Van So Dong stood there with 1,000 questions. It turned out that erasing the trajectory traces in space was the final bottleneck to getting the Grand God certificate. He was just taunting him, yet Tranlac actually learned from it. The third prince's group finally caught up, and they were all astonished by Tranlac's Grand God certificate. The third prince was furious. On what basis could he receive that? The third prince blamed himself, although a time crystal was rare and hard to find. With his status, if he had been a bit more persistent, he could have gotten one from some low-level life form. Why did he have to take it from Tranlac? He recalled that it was because Theta told him Tranlac had a time-type crystal that he went after him. This time, he was screwed over by that Thaitu. The man in black behind the eldest princess whispered to her, "Later, when this is all over, you must try to recruit him at any cost." The eldest princess nodded. Tranlac was still floating there. The crowd below received a notification. Space is bestowing a Grand God certificate. "Everyone here, please understand." The notification continued. Tranlac, From this moment on, you will gain an additional 1 million years of lifespan. At the same time, this spatial rule will grant you a spirit of space. Its effects are as follows. First, it will greatly reduce ability consumption when using spatial abilities. Second, its ability reserves will substitute for your own ability consumption while also increasing your ability recovery speed. Third, it will increase your harmony with all types of spatial power, reducing the difficulty of comprehending rules. Tranlac saw that this was indeed a good thing, but it could not directly increase his combat ability, nor could it enhance his mental and physical strength. Below, people were discussing, 1 million years of lifespan is amazing, but the important thing is the spirit of space. Having it increases one's combat power by a level. Furthermore, achieving mastery in other laws will no longer be difficult. The third prince realized the problem. Tranlac's future achievements would definitely surpass his, but he had no way to crush him first. His plan, pointing at Tranlac. He shouted. Tranlac used time freeze to steal all the auction items. He has no respect for the imperial capital. He intended to use this to make the imperial capital deal with Tranlac. Tranlac laughed and said, "My benefactor, His Highness the Third Prince, is here too. Speaking of which, it is thanks to your enlightenment tea that I was able to break through so quickly." This made him even more furious, unable to maintain his composure. The third prince rushed forward to fight Tranlac, but suddenly a voice rang out, telling him to stop. Almost instantly, he was frozen solid right in front of Tranlac, which startled him. Tranlac was extremely curious and wary, wondering who could have acted so quickly. It turned out to be the Great Emperor, Loi Tak. He never expected this matter to alarm the Great Emperor himself. He was the last bloodline in the royal family with such talent and had lived for over 2 million years. Tranlac and the Great Emperor locked eyes. He was wary. This was the Great Emperor of the Von Sai Empire, an ice type. He was a bit tense, wondering if the man had the ability to kill him. The Great Emperor looked at the third prince and thought, he is finished. His spirit has been shattered by this person named Tranlac. Even with high talent, it will be very difficult for him to advance further. The Great Emperor raised his hand and declared, from this day forward, Li Sen's status as a prince is revoked. The block of ice shattered. The Great Emperor added, make him a commoner. Confiscate Li Sen's prince token and prince armor. The black-robed attendant respectfully said, Your Majesty, Li Sen's ring was already stolen by Tranlac. Loi Tat-Duk announced that he was aware of the grudge between him and Li Sen, and that Li Sen had started it. Although you have caused a disturbance in the empire, I am willing to let bygones be bygones and cancel the arrest warrant for Tranlac. The Great Emperor added, the empire's principle is that all things return to one. I can treat this as if nothing happened. At the same time, I agree to grant you the position of steward. Will you join the empire? Tranlac was surprised. Not only was he not angry, but he also wanted to recruit him. Truly a calculating Great Emperor. Tranlac seemed indifferent. He did not lack money. He could get treasures himself. Trying to recruit him with a mere steward position was clearly an unfavorable trade. Thinking of a way to politely refuse, Tranlac told the Great Emperor that his words had surprised him and that he needed more time to think. He accepted and even allowed him to take 2 more treasures from the auction items. Think it over carefully. With that, the Great Emperor disappeared, leaving Tranlac still pondering. This guy's speed is too fast. I wonder what his true strength is. Tranlac realized the light the Great Emperor emitted was light type, meaning he was also a dual ability user. The crowd in front gathered around Luffy-Tron, wanting him to hand over the auction items he held. Some needed the Chuakuo, others the armor or the fire spirit, all offering a favor in exchange. But how could he easily give back what he had worked so hard to obtain with his own strength? Trunlef raised his hand and refused them all. He understood their desire for these items, as well as the Great Emperor's proposal, but used the excuse of needing a quiet place to think in order to leave. Trunluka turned to meet with Virnes Sadong privately, thanking him for helping him supplement the flaws in his void walk, then signaled for a private meeting, hoping he would understand his intention. 20 minutes later on another planet, as soon as they arrived, Avunsadunung wondered why Trunahut had deliberately left a trail to meet him privately. Trunlukak acted respectfully, clasping his hands to show gratitude for the earlier guidance and asking for his esteemed name. Probably thinking about Mevfen's instructions, he did not hide his name, Venisadine. Trunlucky added that since he had just reached the god level, his foundation was insufficient, so he hoped he could give him some pointers. Money talks. So Trunlef took out a purple card containing 1 billion purple crystals as a tuition fee. He waved his hand, saying not to call him master. Being the master of a troublemaker like him would get him beaten to death the moment he stepped outside. Trunles was slightly disappointed, but Viancie Deng added that while he did not want to be called master, he could still teach him. Hearing this, Trunles was overjoyed and asked if it was true. He wanted Trunalex to teach him Void Walk, and Trunlexi agreed. This was a mutually beneficial cooperation. Even if Trunli did not teach him, he could probably learn it himself. Venin Sedang added that among the 8 space-related laws, Void Walk was the only one he had not mastered. If one masters all 8 rules of the space system, gathering them all can lead to a qualitative change. Trun Lutz understood that mastering all the rules would result in a reward. Sadian confirmed this but said it could not compare to the Great God's certification. He told him to take out the crystal magic robe from the pile of auction items. This item can record some images for you to enter into those images. In a moment, when I start speaking, You should channel your psionic energy into the crystal magic robe to start recording. He began by saying, Void Walk is your strength, so I won't lose face. I will start by explaining the 2 types of defensive rules. 3 hours later, Trun Lex was sitting there cultivating the 2 aforementioned defensive rules, with Venus Siding standing beside him, observing. In just 3 hours, Trun Leg's 2 defensive rules had increased by 20 points. Siding said the next part would be about spatial support. This relates to dimensions and sequence. The problem lies within space, he said, then used his finger to create a purple dimension in front of them. His space was divided into 7 dimensions, meaning that even if Trun Lechi entered, he would not be able to find anything hidden inside. Once this rule is comprehended, one's spatial psionic energy will also become incredibly solid. Looking inside Vian Sidung's dimension, it was like a multi-layered maze. It felt like if you went in, you would definitely not find a way out. Currently, comparing their spatial psionic energy, Trun Lex was like a small bungalow while Van Siding's was like a skyscraper, a world of difference. Trun Lef raised his hand to suggest that he wanted to hear about the attack rules next. Van Siding agreed, stating that there are 3 types of attack rules: dimensional space, burial space, and piercing space. Moreover, he had a way to grasp the attack rules very quickly. As he spoke, he created a massive golden sword in his hand. Seeing this, Trunlef quickly asked what the method was. Vensting replied succinctly, take a hit. In other words, stand still and take the blow without resisting. While he takes the hit, he would transfer the attack rule into his body. There is nothing better than having the rule linger inside him. That method would help Trunlefi comprehend it faster. Trunles was wary. This might be a good method. But what if he stood still and Dajing took the opportunity to kill him? He immediately turned and requested Sesi Dung to demonstrate it for him first. Sizding agreed, holding the sword with both hands. He demonstrated while explaining, spatial power is much stronger than other elements, its weakness being that it is hard to defend against in advance. Just as he finished speaking, a dimensional blade suddenly stabbed at Tron Lexia from behind, terrifying him. He further explained that this was not purely dimensional power, but also combined with spatial support power. He had released this dimensional blade into other spatial layers. It was because Tron Les was not focused and had not mastered spatial support that he was not vigilant. By the time the blade appeared, it was too late. Trunlef gradually understood that although attack support did not have offensive capabilities, it was truly very useful. Sidine demonstrated his ultimate move for Tronlek, called Sky Shattering Quake. This move combined 3 types of space rules. However, he could not cause too much of a disturbance because others would notice, so the skill was still a bit small. Although it was transparent and could not be seen, Trun Lex could still feel a terrifying power generating from Stinging's hand. He held the dimensional sword and slashed a sky-shattering quake strike down to the ground. Even though it was suppressed, the attack was still very frightening. If he had used his full power, who knows what the result would have been. Seeing such power, Trunlef really wanted to learn it and told Setting to use all 3 attack rules and strike him with each one consecutively. He did not forget to ask him to go easy, otherwise he was afraid he would be seriously injured. Sisting raised his sword and slashed down. Trunlek stood still to take the hit. Since Mifan did not give a warning, it meant it was fine. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He had to be brave this time. Purple void strike headed towards Trunlex. A green defensive space circle surrounded him. Sisding wondered why he was using a defense, as it would only make him strike harder. Trunlex scratched his head, saying it was just a natural reaction, and told him to continue, but he did it again, making Viensing purple with rage. Trunlek quickly explained that it was not intentional. Sisding's attacks rained down continuously, and Trunlek could only stand still and endure. After a while, Siding asked how he felt. Although it was a bit painful, he could still endure more, so he told him to continue with the next rule. After a round of beatings, Trunlef had experienced enough pain. Siding stopped and said that was everything he knew, and he had taught it all to him. Now it was Trunleka's turn to teach him. He used Void Walk, not forgetting to tell Sesdekshing to try and feel it. Half an hour later, Siding felt he understood a little of the basic concept, but Tronlexi had already moved on to the advanced level. The knowledge was too vast, and he no longer understood anything. This made Tronlek a bit flustered, not knowing what to do now. Feeling a little guilty, Trunlex turned to Sesdedong and offered to continue teaching him. But he said there was no need. His mind was a mess right now and he needed some quiet time. Trunlex sat beside him, taking this time to train and begin comprehending the rules. Trunleka closed his eyes. He thought about how everyone exists within space and decided to start by comprehending the spatial support rule first. Half a day later, Siding looked annoyed, scratching his head. Void Walk was indeed not simple. Perhaps he would think about it later when he had time. As he was thinking about the time spent comprehending, he noticed Trun left beside him. The difference in aptitude was indeed huge. The young man in front of him made him feel quite inferior. The more he studied, the less he understood, while on the other side, Trunlef had comprehended another rule in less than a day. A stream of blue spatial aura emerged from within Tronlex. Then this aura enveloped Tronlex, and he suddenly felt something touching him. Opening his eyes, he saw it was the spatial support rule. Being disturbed seemed to make Tronleshi a bit grumpy, but the rule indicated there would not be a next time. As this was a one-time occurrence, Vince Dessing sat there, still unable to believe that Trunless had comprehended 5 rules in just 6 years. Trunless was quite confident that, given time, comprehending all of them was inevitable. Szding realized that if given enough time, it would be no problem for him to surpass the great emperor like Yi at Eek. Taking the opportunity, Trunleffy curiously asked what kind of personality A was. Then Xing began to recount the story. About 8 years ago, a god-level individual possessed a divine herb but did not hand it over to the higher-ups. When Liki Hetier received the news, he dispatched dozens of starships to that god-level's home planet. The entire home planet and other inhabited planets in its system were destroyed. All of them perished. Another innocent god-level individual was implicated. Truly, when an emperor rages, rivers of blood flow and mountains of corpses pile up. Trunlech wondered why such a cold-blooded person was so lenient just now, especially after his actions were a direct slap in the face to the Vansi Empire. Perhaps the enfeoffment was meant to make him settle down, then find an opportunity to ambush and kill him. Trunlech asked about the great emperor's strength, but Xiding did not know the details, only that he had not had a worthy opponent for many years. According to his observations, the great emperor definitely had at least 12 rules, which greatly surprised Trunlech since the space system only has 8 rules. Xiding explained that it was because he had dual psionic abilities, and the number of rules could even be as high as 13 or 14. Truly a bit frightening. He revealed that he himself also had 8 rules, 7 from the space system and 1 from the physical system. Trunlech was curious about which body part Xiding had awakened physically. Such a secret would never be revealed. Trunlech was quite the sly one, even thinking that part was his golden eggs, which is a bit perverted. I have taught you everything I can. Xiding said his farewell, not forgetting to remind Trunlech to never speak of what happened today. Trunlech nodded in agreement and even sarcastically mentioned repaying kindness with enmity. Xiding felt a slight headache. It was too late for regrets. However, he stated that if they met again, they would act like strangers, but if forced to fight, he would leave him a way out. Trunlech was about to say that he would also show mercy, but Xiding clapped him on the shoulder and laughed loudly. You do not even have a single attack rule and you want to fight. He really knew how to joke. Trunlech's pride was wounded, and he was fuming but could do nothing because he was absolutely right. Xiding clasped his hands behind his back, looked at Trunlech, and said, "Well, I'm off." Trunlech wondered why he was hopping around instead of just leaving. It turned out Xiding was practicing Void Walk. It was truly comical. It turned out he had forgotten how to use Void Walk. Xiding covered his face with one hand in embarrassment while creating a purple void gate with the other to leave. Trunlech stood there thinking that mastering the attack rules was now only a matter of time. Once he mastered the dimensional rule, that guy Thitu would definitely die by his hand. Trunlech considered that the Enlightenment tea was almost ready for harvest. He might as well go to Ejin's planet first to prepare, but he was debating whether to take all the leaves or uproot the entire tree. Using Void Walk, a short time later, Trunlech arrived on planet Ejin. Before him was a vast tea hill. Trunlech landed. Luckily, he had mastered spatial support, so he could stay in a deeper layer of space. Unless a god-level space system user was present, no one could sense the spatial fluctuations and detect him. Looking at the tea hill with so many plants, he did not know which one was the Enlightenment tree. Maybe he should go back and ask Ambets what it looked like. Suddenly, on the other side, a flower emitting a faint light caught Trunlech's attention, startling him a bit. It stood out among the surrounding flowers. Its appearance alone was very special. This flower was definitely not ordinary. Trunlech was captivated by the flower's uniqueness and just stood there staring at it. After staring at the flower for a long time, Trunlech suddenly snapped out of it as if he had realized something. It turned out this flower possessed the power to accelerate time. Just by looking at it for a few moments, he had lost over 500 years of his lifespan. As Trunlech wondered why this was happening, Mimli Fan spoke up, "I have a feeling this petal will be of great use soon. You should pick one of its petals." Midifin peeked out and added, "Absolutely do not take the whole flower. Just one petal is enough. Be careful when picking it. Do not damage the flower, or the consequences will be severe." Trunlech agreed but was a bit worried. Since Miga Fane had said so, what is losing 100 years of lifespan? He had to pick it. Trunlech used his void skill to approach the flower and reached out to pick it. A wave of pressure made him grunt. He gently plucked a single petal just as Mav Fan had instructed. He finally got it. Trunlech pushed off and retreated. He was near it for only 4-5 seconds but had already lost over 100,000 years of his lifespan. Trunlech turned back and asked Mai Fan what this flower did. It replied that it did not know either, but it could temporarily grant him immunity to time-based powers. Trunlech also felt a connection to this flower. But there was no way to take the whole thing with him now, so he had to find the Enlightenment tree first. While wandering through the garden looking for the Enlightenment tree, he was suddenly startled by a sign in front of him. Before him was a tall tree, and at its base were 3 words. Enlightenment tree. He had been searching for so long, and it was right in front of him. It seemed to be the right one. The tree emitted a faint fragrance. Trunlech circled the tree, wondering how Ejin could possibly not know about a thief like him showing up. Why were there no defenses? There was even a sign, as if afraid he would not find it. While he was admiring the tree, a figure inside the house was looking out with a cunning smile. It was Caroline. She observed Trunlech and whispered, "He is here." Trun Lef noticed something was wrong and wondered how that girl could detect him when he was deep within a spatial layer. Trun Lef quickly teleported away. He did not know how the girl detected him, but continuing to operate here was definitely not safe. Arriving at another location in the garden, he guessed that this part of Egan's property seemed to have the most stable environment. Perhaps the Enlightenment tea tree was somewhere nearby. Looking at the tree on the left, he noticed its leaves looked somewhat similar to the leaves on the Enlightenment tea tree. He moved closer to observe it, his face beaming with joy. The shape, the fragrance. This feeling, it was exactly like the Enlightenment tea. Thinking this, he reached out and plucked the leaves continuously, showing no signs of stopping. A moment later, holding a box full of leaves, Trun Lef laughed happily. With this many, it is enough to drink for half a year. Looking back into the box, he was shocked to see only a few scattered leaves left. He wondered, hey, where's my Enlightenment tea? Trun Lef threw the box on the ground. Could it be that he had unconsciously fallen into an illusion set up by a mental type user? Thinking about the girl from before, he was certain there was a skilled mental type user here. Could it be her? Trun Lex scratched his head. He was only stealing a little, yet they set up an entire illusion to guard against it. From a distance, a voice echoed, Yuri, carry it faster. Even faster. In front of Trun Lechi was a young man carrying 2 buckets. He wondered why Yuri was here. Seeing Yuri in front of him, just as he was thinking of grabbing someone to ask about the situation, what a coincidence. In the blink of an eye, Trun Lef kicked Yuri's butt, pushing him into a space gate. 20 minutes later, Trun Lef learned that Yuri had accepted Egan as his adoptive father. Life sure changes fast. Yuri complained, what adoptive father? It is not trustworthy at all. Since he found View and he treats me worse than an animal. Yuri hugged Trun Lef's leg and cried. Trun Lex. Big bro, please have mercy and save me. If this continues, I will really become a pig for Egan to slaughter. Trun Lech patted his shoulder reassuringly. People from Earth are all family. How dare he bully you? Big bro will help you get revenge. Yuri was moved and thanked his big bro. Despite crying, Yuri was quite clear-headed. He knew that with Trun Lex, you could not get anything without offering some benefit or contribution. Yuri eagerly said, Big bro, do not you want to find the Enlightenment tea tree? I know how to enter the illusion safely. Let me lead you there. Trun Lefef happily nodded. Yuri was quite cunning. If Egan discovered he led Trun Les in, the outcome would surely be bad. It was better to act first and pin the blame on Viewen. After all, the two of them looked alike. They just needed to swap clothes. Viewen was sleeping under a tree. Trun Leffe used Void Walk to take Yuri to the garden. He pointed to a distant tree and said, that is the Enlightenment tea tree. He had observed before that it could grow very well without any cultivation. In a blink, Trun Lussie appeared at the tree. He used his strength to uproot it completely, thinking that having an inside man made things much smoother. Before leaving, Yuri suggested that Trun Lef go with him to see Viewen. He wanted to tamper with his memories to make him take the blame. Trun Lek was surprised. You even know such a powerful skill like memory tampering? Yuri smiled lightly and replied, tampering with the memories of a useless guy like him is as easy as flipping my hand. Trun Lek agreed and took Yuri to the tree where Viewen was sleeping. He rushed forward with a knife. Trun Lex, behind him, was startled, not yet understanding what was happening. Then, with a thud, Yuri delivered a powerful punch to Viewen's stomach, causing blood to spurt out. Trun Letz was stunned. What are you doing? Didn't you say you were just going to tamper with his memories? Why did you kill him? Trun Lef had only come to steal things, not to murder anyone. Yuri turned and said, no, you are the one who killed Viewen, leaving the body there as the soul departed. Trun Lek was furious. Damn it, this guy wants to ruin my reputation. Yuri explained that without Viewen, he would be the only son. If you help me take the blame, I can continue to be your inside man. How about it? Trun Lek temporarily accepted, telling Yuri to be a good and proper mole. Egan's place had many good things, and dealing with this guy was not urgent. Trun Lech asked about the glowing flower. He replied that it was a spider lily, which had existed in the Vansi Empire for a very long time. It was cultivated Egan's place, and no one dared to approach it. As for its effects, he did not know. Trun Lech patted his shoulder and said, I am giving you your first mission. Find out the secret of this flower. Report anything important to me immediately. And do not forget about Mev Fan. Trun Lech put Viewen's body into a void gate. If Yuri did not do a good job, he would bring Viewen back to life to kill him, leaving him standing there obediently. Trun Lussie immediately disappeared. Half an hour later, Egan knelt and cried, my Enlightenment tea tree. My descendant. Yuri was by his side, sycophantically telling him not to be too heartbroken, as his health was more important. In the Vansi Empire, a secret meeting was being held in the grand hall of a magnificent castle. Lao Sen was kneeling before the great emperor. He asked him, do you know where you went wrong? He hesitated, and the great emperor added, your mistake was hiding Trun Lef's true strength for the sake of your own pride. Holding his scepter, he tapped it and added, if you had spoken up then so the empire could join forces, Trun Lech would have been dead long ago. Li Sen added, I did not know he was that strong. I truly thought I could eliminate him on my own. The great emperor asked his court, what do you all think we should do about Trun Lex? Below, there was a claimer. For the empire's honor, Trun Lech absolutely could not be spared. But his void walk was too unpredictable and could not be controlled. Time stop was also ineffective. It was truly difficult to catch him. The second prince deemed the elder's plan impossible because finding a master with time powers would take a long time. The first prince wondered, Stang has spatial teleportation. How could he be late? The second prince replied, perhaps, but where is Vian Dung? Hasn't he also suddenly gone missing? While being scolded, Lo Sen's communicator suddenly beeped behind him. The voice on the other end said, Third prince, we have arrived at the coordinates Thyte provided. But there is nothing here. Ask him again if this is really Tron Lekka's hometown. The great emperor asked him, you sent people to Tron Lekka's home planet. Lo Sen replied, yes, they departed several months ago. I just did not expect them to arrive only now. The great emperor mused, as a person. He must have worries. Perhaps his hometown is his weak point. The great emperor Lukitachijashi thought the best way now was to simultaneously dispatch many people to Tron Lekka's home planet to find his weaknesses while also continuing to move against Tron Leprosy to kill him. As everyone was discussing how to deal with Tron Lex, someone ran in to report. He reported to the great emperor that the mermaid queen Olivia seemed to be reaching the end of her lifespan. This sudden news surprised the great emperor a little. He added, according to a reliable source, she still has not found a successor with a sufficiently pure bloodline. What a pity. The great emperor raised his hand and ordered, continue to monitor Olivia's situation. Also, pass down my command. From now on, everyone is to search for the missing Vias dying. In Tron Lex Pionic space, he was repeatedly hitting the tree. Let me tell you, this is my territory. If you want to live, you have to listen to me. Will you produce enlightenment tea for me or not? The tree obediently replied, I will produce it. Okay. Indeed, force is the best way to negotiate. Tron Lek demanded 10 kilograms a day. The tree cried, I can't do that. It negotiated with Tron Lessie that it could produce 30 kilograms first, and then 50 kilograms per month after that, which was its absolute limit. He agreed to do it that way. A fame came to announce that mine had just ascended to demigod. This was great news. Trunhan Lo ordered someone to inform Buckman K that they would hold a party tonight to celebrate. There's one more piece of good news. It added. Right now, use spatial teleportation and head straight west. Mivifan had a feeling a great opportunity was waiting for him. Hearing this, Trun Lek left immediately. On an island called Bangholi, someone stood before a castle, instructing, after I leave, none of you should panic. I have a few good friends. They will take care of the mermaid tribe in my place. It turned out this was the mermaid queen, Olivia. She possessed 8 ice system laws and 2 lightning system laws. Lukiti also owed her a favor, so in times of danger, the mermaid tribe could also seek help from the Von Sai Empire. However, if Luki Hetier could not wait for the spider lily to bloom to extend his lifespan, he would not live much longer either. Her attendant cried, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Perhaps if we wait a little longer, we can find a suitable successor to the throne. She knew all too well it was not that easy for the succession to take place between 2 mermaids. They must have similar talented bloodlines. She had started preparing 100,000 years ago, but still had not found a suitable person. The attendant was praying to fate to send a suitable person, willing to sacrifice 100,000 years of her lifespan in exchange. When a ball of light appeared in the sky, it turned out to be In Gingseng, who was falling down, crying and silently cursing Tron Lech as a rotten bastard. 3 minutes earlier in Tron Lech's space, Mi Fan said that a great opportunity was waiting for him here, but he could not get too close, so he told Ninjing Sing to go down from here. Mem Fan added, Don't say you know Tron Lex. If anyone asked, just say you were thrown down by a bad guy. Looking at the height, Ninjing Sing was a little scared. Tron Lex, who was beside her, kicked In Ying Singu down. No wonder she was cursing him as a scumbag. In Jing fell towards the castle where everyone was gathered, screaming at the top of her lungs. As she fell, In Sing kept blaming Tron Lef for playing dirty, suddenly and unexpectedly kicking her out like this. Seeing. Olivia happily told her attendant to bring the girl over. Her aura made her realize something. Ninging was also surprised, wondering where this place was that had so many of her kind. Queen Olivia looked at Ningya Sing joyfully. Her bloodline is even purer than mine. Peak Emperor level ice system. Just a little more and she can reach demigod. This is the perfect choice for a successor. The heavens are protecting the mermaid clan. The queen approached, placed her hand on Ninjung Xing's cheek, and asked, Young lady, why did you appear here? She widened her eyes and replied, My name is Inding Sing. I was thrown down by a bad guy. The queen comforted her, Don't be afraid. My child, we are not bad people. I will protect you. With that, the queen brought Ninging Sung forward and declared, It is her. Ning Sing will be my successor. Someone beside her tried to dissuade her. Your Majesty, would not it be better to investigate a little more thoroughly? She added, The timing of Nginu Singing's appearance is too strange. Could there be a problem? But the queen dismissed it, saying, There is no need. There is no more time. Suddenly missing the crybaby girl, Trun Lucca felt a bit empty, but Mevi Fine added that this was also good for Eng Ziying. It had a feeling that after Neging Sung, Mummy Lin, and Malip all became gods, it would be its turn. Trun Lucca did not expect that Mev Fan's ascension required others to become gods first. Holding a fish, Mumli Fan sensed that Fa Pizong would soon be in danger. Trun Lucca worriedly asked what would happen. Mum Fine replied that it was the type with significant danger but also great rewards. With its current ability, it could not know the specifics, not even whether he would survive. Tron left it did not know what to do. With Fifi Deving's personality, he definitely would not turn back. Mivine said, "You can leave him a reminder, inform him of the situation, but the choice should still be left for Fa Fang to decide for himself." The Delaman Empire, a vast city leaning against a giant mountain. Fu Ving sighed and asked the crown princess, "How on earth did you find me in reality?" She replied that it was with the help of a friend. Congratulations on becoming a god level with 2 rules. At the same time, she did not forget to welcome him to the Delaman Empire. From the castle, a voice called out, "Sister, you are back." The crown princess introduced them to each other. It turned out this was a D8, her younger brother. Buffuppi Viging immediately asked about her brother's strength. The crown princess replied, "My younger brother is an outstanding genius in our family. He possesses 3 rules." Buffuppi Ving wondered. Afra has 7 physical system rules, so why is her brother considered a genius with only 3 rules? Unless she is like Haish, another type who dotes on her younger brother. The crown princess said to Phi Pvung, "Your lightning is very powerful. I wonder if my brother would like to spar with you a bit." He replied coolly that he was not interested and did not want to waste energy. "If there is nothing else, I am heading back to the palace first." The crown princess quickly apologized, saying he was dedicated to his training. In the palace of the Delaman Empire, a ZT was cultivating. His time stop had reached a critical level, but the time rule still had not come to him. He felt something was wrong. A Zio Fu approached the boy. He had just returned from the rule of destruction to see how his grandson was cultivating. He stood up and asked how things were over there. He replied, "The central location is a bottomless abyss that I found dangerous. However, the rule of destruction is nothing. You are our hope, the time system." He wondered, "My wind system skills have reached godhood, but the time rule remains the same. With no progress, perhaps special talents require trials. The prince has always been heavily protected, and no one knows you have the time system, so the rule has not arrived." A ZT worried, "Do I still have to go through a calamity? What if I can't withstand it and die?" Tila Lan has the ability of prophecy, so I plan to go ask her." Before leaving, he told his grandson, "Don't worry and cultivate here. I will go and investigate the situation for you." On planet Lilan, a fishing bobber on the water's surface was moving slightly. It turned out Lilan was fishing. Moreover, Thitu was beside her. Elo Fu had just arrived and greeted the two of them. Lilan turned and said, "Zio Fu, I have been waiting for you for a long time." It turned out he was the second karma she had initially drawn in, waiting for me. "Could it be that you already predicted I would come to seek your opinion on a ZTC's tribulation?" She replied, "That is right, and I can give you the answer." She answered, "His tribulation is Tron Lex." Aziofu wondered why Lex Tron was his grandson's tribulation. Just after Afra returned, she had also mentioned this person's name to him. Tila Lan said he would find out after he returned. Hearing this, Eofu also turned and took his leave. Lilan was scheming, watching Ziofu leave. She thought that even if his rules were stronger than hers, he was still subject to her arrangements. 7 parts karma, 3 parts deception. These 2 karmic paths are about to intertwine. Lilan was pleased. The 2 great empires were about to join forces. She would witness with her own eyes how Tron Lutras would meet his doom. At the arena of the Delaman Empire, a sparring match was taking place. Fuppi Viging was being held by the neck and lifted off the ground by someone with 4 rules. But Fuppi Ving realized that fighting head-on was not the way. He was no match for him at all. On the side, Crown Princess Afra was a bit worried. She had followed Fuppi Ving's request to find him a powerful opponent, but it seemed he was a bit outmatched. She shouted for Fuppi Ving to give up and admit defeat. Fuppi Ving's face was full of determination. He refused to admit defeat. He then grabbed his opponent's wrist tightly. After that, he used his psionic energy, and a series of purple lightning bolts appeared around them. "You can't escape." Lightning swap. That one swap helped Hvep escape his opponent's grasp and fly into the air, with a bolt of purple lightning taking his place. The crown princess witnessed what just happened and was extremely surprised, exclaiming, "Fuppi Vung, you are amazing." A Fuppi Viking returned to Afra. "I only escaped. It does not count as a win," but to her, that was already very impressive. Moreover, he seemed to have a talent for escaping. Hearing this, Fuppi Ving thought of Tron Lex. Perhaps he had been influenced by him. The crown princess suggested, "You have incredible talent. Would you like to find the #1 lightning system teacher? Could also help you improve." Fuppi asked in surprise. "Who is it?" The crown princess happily replied, "That would be my grandfather, Eofu." Inside the castle, Aziofu said to Phi Pizung, "I heard you are a genius. Try to demonstrate your rules. Let us see how far you have comprehended the lightning rules." Eofu unleashed his psionic energy. This is the dream lightning law, creating countless purple lightning bolts behind him. Then, from the purple lightning bolts, many figures of Eofu appeared, making Fop Ving exclaim in awe. It was so powerful he could not distinguish which was the real Eofu. He continued to demonstrate the Wrath Lightning rule. A mental attack. A series of purple bolts in front of him terrified Fop Ving. A series of purple lightning bolts appeared behind Fop Ving. Eofu continued, "This is the rushing lightning rule. Only by mastering it and integrating it with other rules can our lightning system's attacks be truly as fast as a flash," leaving others no time to react. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple lightning struck Fop Ving's back. Eofu instructed, "That is enough for now. Take your time to practice. Come back to me in a year. I will decide whether to continue guiding you based on your level of comprehension. As night fell, the Fuppy Ving was thinking, it has been many days since I reported my safety to Tron Lek. I should log into the game and check. As soon as he logged into the game, he received a danger warning message from My Fine. Opening the message, the words Fippy V, you will be in danger appeared. The Fuppy Ving thought to himself, thanks for letting me know, but I am not going anywhere. My progress here is faster. What is a little danger? When my strength is clearly improved, that is when the assassin will return. The Fuppy Ying smiled. Just wait. When the time comes and you give the order to provide a spatial passage, I will be the most fearsome assassin, the fastest assassin. Tron Lelupin opened Vepinga's message with a slight frown. As expected, he refused to return. Well, he would let him choose. Trun Lucca slowly logged out of the game. He thought that for Fapi Venga's sake, he would not cause trouble for the Delaman Empire in the future. Trun Lucca was floating in space. The urgent task now was to train his dimensional power and comprehend the dimensional rule. He remembered that in Lo Sen's files, there was mention of a god level named Asetthai who was very suitable for him to spar with and train. Trun Lefty traveled to Sethai's home, planet Sunen. According to Lo Sen's files, this god level individual often appeared in this area. A while later, Trun Lek stood before a house, seeing a father playing with his 2 children. He asked, "Hey, are you Sikathi?" The father's jaw dropped in surprise. "Based on your appearance, are not you Tron Lakes, the wanted criminal?" Trun Lek admitted it right away. "That is right, it is me, come with me." Then he grabbed him by the collar, making the man ask in panic, "What do you want?" Trun Luffy used Void Walk to take the father away, to the horror of his 2 children. Later, on an uninhabited planet, a ball of fire was rushing forward at a terrifying speed. Sekthi asked, "Why did you find me? I have not offended you in any way." Trun Lukif smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I just want to spar with you a little." Without letting Seithi prepare, Trun Luffy drew a dimensional sword and slashed down, startling him. "Let us talk this out." He thought that being attacked by a master with 4 rules like this, he would die very quickly. Right, Sethithi quickly raised his hands in panic. "Oh my god, please stop and listen to me first." Trun Lek thought, "This is strange, why am not making any progress no matter how I use my dimensional power?" He recalled Sextinga's words that comprehending any rule is related to one's personality. At that time, Vavin Sading had also added, "Cowardly people easily comprehend defensive rules, while brave people easily comprehend attack rules. Therefore, you must change your personality to become stronger in order to easily obtain the attack rules." You might not believe this, but emotions actually play a huge role in determining which type of rule you comprehend. Hearing this, Trunles was indeed a bit confused and did not understand. Venisidine continued to explain, "When you are terrified, you will easily comprehend life-saving skills. When you are at the peak of your anger, you will comprehend attack rules. In short, when your emotions reach an extreme, you will enter a special state." Avin suggested, "If you can't comprehend the attack rules, you could try putting yourself in a state of extreme rage by having a life or death battle with someone like Li Sen." Trun Lux only knew that hitting his head like that was like torturing himself. Thinking back now, those words did make sense, but he did not know how to enter a state of extreme fury. He did not know what kind of situation to create to make himself furious. As for Fahap Vig, it was no longer here. Trun Lef closed his eyes in contemplation, thinking of a way to comprehend the law of attack, which made Siekthi a little confused. Opening his eyes, he thought to himself, "You are the one who killed Fahap Viung, right?" Sikafithi was startled. What was this resentment? Why was he looking at him with those intimidating eyes? Was this really just a sparring match? Then, the dimensional blade swung again, this time seeming to have more killing intent. While Sifithi was still in shock, Trun Leka shouted, "Die, you son of a bitch," and unleashed a powerful strike down on Sika's thigh's head. Sikithi was terrified. "Oh my god! He is trying to take my life." The blade created a huge explosion, with dust and rocks flying everywhere. It felt like that blow could destroy everything. Trun Lexa hovered in the air. Below, Sifi was protected by a yellow circle. Trunlush wondered why it did not break, perhaps without the power of laws. No matter how strong a dimensional power is, it has its limits. Suddenly, Trun Letz was startled. "Oh my god! It is this effective." A law appeared behind him and rushed forward. There is a saying that once someone is sacrificed, the main character's strength will greatly increase. 4 small figures appeared around Tron Lux, jumping and cheering. "The master is here. His attacks have gotten stronger." On the other side, Sikifithi was stunned. Did he just comprehend a law by hitting me? And was not he rumored to have 4 laws? How did it become 6 in the blink of an eye? Sikifithi turned to sneak away. How could someone like him with 2 laws fight against 6? It was better to leave quickly. Trunlutz opened his eyes and used Void Exile to pull him back. "Don't run. You helped me comprehend the law of attack. I have not even thanked you properly yet." Sikifithi clasped his hands and begged, "No need for thanks. Please let me go." Trunlef replied, "Don't be so sad. Actually, besides sparing, I sought you out for something good." After Fop Viening left home, its puppies were also restless. This time, I chose to come to the dog-headed planet to help them find mates. Trun Lucca put his arm around his shoulder and asked, "Are you interested in interspecies breeding with me? We can fly together." Sifi, still in a daze, wondered. Interspecies breeding, On the mermaid planet, a beautiful castle stood on an ice island. The queen's figure was slowly fading. She looked at Nging Sing and said, "My child, I hope that after you become strong, you can help our races continue on." After speaking, the queen's entire figure merged into Megane Sunga's body. She thought, although I have only known her for a day, this act of self-sacrifice to pass on her power to the next generation is so heartwarming. After the fusion was complete, Nging Ascending was immediately promoted to a demigod. The mermaids beside her exclaimed that Mandrasing was able to comprehend 100% of the queen's laws. Whether she could become a god depended on her comprehension ability. That is right, Nging Sing might become a god soon. Over here, a merman was plotting. Ngijing Sing will definitely become the next mermaid queen, and I am the only male mermaid. I just need to find a chance with Ngnaji Sung, and I will rise to the top. A series of blue ice crystals surrounded Nung Sung, and a piece of mystic ice shot down from above. Everyone was shocked. It is the mystic ice law. I can't believe Minking Sing has become a god. Meanwhile, while everyone was eating together, Mimali suddenly sensed something. Malipi asked, "What is wrong?" Mavafine replied, "It is good news. Ngijing Sing has become a god, and my abilities have also become much stronger." With that, Mamifine stood up and said, "You all eat first. I am going to test my abilities a bit." Malene thought to herself, so Ming Zingi has become a god too. Now that Nining Sing had become a god, Mamafine's abilities had increased significantly. She could create something out of nothing. She thought she would create a wonder for Tron Lex to conveniently comprehend laws. It was perfect timing since Tron Lex had no way to comprehend the law of time. She would try to see if she could create a time law area for him. With that, she closed her eyes and began. Pink light membranes appeared around Mai Fan. Although changing some things required using her destiny ability, for Tron Lex, it was all worth it. She opened her eyes wide with excitement. About 20 minutes later, Mum Fane was done. Based on the known conditions, she created a time vortex that accelerated time in the south. Trun Lukik saw Mev Fan come out and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Why did you go back to your room after only a few bites?" Mevafine replied, "Tron Lux, go south immediately. I have prepared a surprise for you." Trun Lake wondered what kind of surprise it was. Mimfine answered, "It is an accelerated time vortex. It won't last long, so you should go now." In the universe before Tron Lest was now an enormous vortex. This must be the accelerated time vortex Mufan mentioned. Trunlef remembered that recently, only this area had accelerated time, and now Muvifin had created one just like it. Trunlef reached out and touched the vortex. He could not believe this was a time acceleration zone with a flow rate of about 30,000 times. It was immense as soon as he stepped inside. He thought, this is truly a pleasant surprise. 2 days later, on a spaceship in the void, Caroline was thinking, I worked so hard to arrive a month early, and in the end, I got nothing. She checked her hand. She had not managed to get any enlightenment tea. That Trunlutzi was so hateful. Looking out the spaceship's door, she was startled. What is this white light? She spotted a figure inside the ring of light. It turned out to be Tronenlex. Why was he still inside? And looking like he was in the middle of comprehending something, Caroline placed a mental imprint. She thought to herself, heaven is really on my side. This imprint will help me lock on to Tronlex. Tronlex was startled and opened his eyes. He felt like something was there. In a flash, Caroline appeared in front of Tronlex and called out affectionately, Brother Tronlex, which startled him a bit. The girl acted cute on the outside. What a coincidence. I can't believe I ran into you here. But inside, she thought, he has been marked with my mental imprint. When the time comes, I can sell him to whoever. Trunlef looked her over and complimented, so smooth and sweet. He thought to himself, I wonder if she has anything good on her. Caroline held up her empty hands and said, Brother Tronlech, what are you looking at my hands for? You know time freeze, so how would I dare to wear any spatial rings? The girl then hugged Tronlef's arm. Acting cute. Right now, all the enlightenment tea is with you. Right, even the enlightenment tree. Could you give me 2 kilograms of enlightenment tea? Trunlich said, sure, which made her happy. Of course, who could refuse an adorable little girl like me? Trunles was suddenly taken aback. Wait, why am I letting a stranger hug my arm? After saying that, he used void walk to step back. This Lolita is a bit dangerous. She was surprised. My hypnosis power suddenly failed. But he only has 4 laws. How did he see through my hypnosis technique? Meanwhile, Trun-Lek thought, the mental system is truly formidable. I remember she has 6 laws. Should I fight her to practice my skills? Caroline stood there, not forgetting to ask for 2 kilograms of enlightenment tea. Trun-Lef crossed his arms and replied, that is something I risked my life to steal. Just because you ask for it, I have to give it to you. Caroline thought, could it be about that asterisk? She acted shyly. If it is what Brother Tron-Lechi wants, then of course it is possible, making Tron-Lexi's jaw drop in amazement. What kind of nonsense are you thinking? With that, Trunlush unleashed a void attack towards Caroline. Caroline recognized it as the dimensional blade, but she did not bother to dodge. Standing still. Suddenly, the dimensional blade flew back towards Tronlux. She stood there and said, I am surprised you were able to comprehend the dimensional law. While parrying the blow, Trunluxi praised his opponent. So skilled. Your mental power can actually control my attack and turn it back on me. Trunluka did not stop. continuing his assault, while she stood there and asked, "So, you now have 5 laws." Trunlech launched 5-dimensional blades at Caroline, but she remained calm. Suddenly, streams of orange-yellow light appeared around her, neutralizing everything. She said, "It is all useless." Her appearance began to change, no longer looking like a Lolita. She added, "No matter how you attack, it is all useless against me." A scythe appeared in her hand, pointed at Trunlech. "If you think you can fight me one-on-one, then I will grant your wish." Pink armor. Trunlech remembered the armor he stole from Nevedon. It could not be Caroline's. Could it? Caroline swung her scythe, and a black and red area of light appeared behind her. Then she shouted, "Take this." Trunlech continuously used Void Walk to dodge. Caroline said, "Don't waste your energy dodging. I have already placed a mental imprint on you. As long as I want, I can lock onto you no matter where you are." She continued to attack Trunlech relentlessly. Trunlech raised his hand and cast Time Freeze, causing Caroline to suddenly stop in mid-air. He thought, "You think I can't handle a little girl like you?" Caroline thought, "How dare you use such a dirty trick on me?" Trunlech moved forward and snatched the scythe from her hand. Then, he slapped her across the jaw and said, "I have been too easy on you, have not I?" He kicked her again. "Get out of my sight. You really do not know how to appreciate beauty." The blow hurt a little. Caroline started to negotiate. "I can't do anything to you, and you can't do anything to me. Let us make a deal. Give me 5 kilograms of enlightenment tea, and I will help you remove the imprint." Trunlech's face was serious. "Since when do I yield to threats from others?" Suddenly, the scythe in Trunlech's hand became a bit unruly. 2 strange eyes appeared on the blade. Caroline's voice echoed again. "Trunlech, do you really think that just because you stole it, it is yours? If it is in my hands, of course it is mine." Trunlech created a void portal and threw the scythe into it. Unless it has the strength of 3 laws, it can never escape. Seeing his action, she was a bit panicked. What kind of ability does Trunlech have? Fear began to show on Caroline's face. "He can actually control my scythe, making me lose my connection to it." Trunlech raised his hand. "Don't be angry yet. I want that armor of yours too." Trunlech flew towards her and shouted, "Say goodbye to your armor." Trunlech's spatial portal flashed past and took the armor right off Caroline's body, leaving her stunned. She angrily shouted, "How can you act so recklessly? You are using your spatial ability so frivolously." Trunlech put on a shameless face and asked, "That pink dress you are wearing seems to be a decent defensive item too, right?" Then, with just a snap of his fingers, he took the clothes right off Caroline, leaving her completely naked. An energy source enveloped Caroline as she angrily screamed Trunlech's name. Trunlech just laughed triumphantly and ran off. "Got the stuff? So goodbye." At this moment, in the Azio Futem Palace, the great emperor of the Vunsai Empire arrived. The old man came out to welcome Ludivides. "My friend, you have finally arrived. I heard you detected the aura of the law of destruction." He admitted, "Yes, that is right. That Heki Lin went into the aftershock created by the explosion of the law of destruction and almost did not make it out. So I went there, but I have already dealt with those aftershocks. The center is a bottomless abyss. If I am not mistaken, the law of destruction is in there. Of course, I have not lived long enough, so I won't risk checking it. So I am asking, since Li Hetiachi is here, do you want to give it a try?" He knew just from the name that this was something he could not touch. He immediately wanted to conspire to trick that greedy Trunlech into going in first. Even Luki Heki did not dare to go down. So how could he? The old man also wanted to see Trunlech die with his own eyes. Otherwise he would not be at ease. Luki Tiviki agreed, but it was a pity that Trunlech's location was not easy to pinpoint at all. Upon receiving the news, he informed the old man that Caroline had placed a mental imprint on Trunlech's body, and now they could locate Trunlech at any time. He was like a fish in water as he smiled at the old man. "It seems heaven is really on my side." The old man was also eager to contact Caroline. She cried as she recounted how that lecherous and greedy Trunlech had stripped her naked and stolen all her belongings. She willingly provided his location and also asked the two of them to help her retrieve her stolen items. With Caroline's timely intel, locating Trunlech was no longer difficult. Moreover, Caroline said he was lecherous and greedy. Haha, Tethagika already had a plan. The old man also proposed sending Trunlech a tempting bait. Perhaps they could easily kill Trunlech without even needing to mobilize their troops. The person Luki Achichi chose to seduce him this time was the stunningly beautiful Lady Jaina. Xena possessed 6 laws. The old man willingly provided his bloodthirsty red poison for her. He was very satisfied. Zelina's poison combined with my bloodthirsty poison is double the danger. The old man was also very confident in this poison. He did not believe it could not poison Trunlech to death. 3 days later, at Trunlech's location, he was sitting and practicing time reversal. The energy ring gradually disappeared, and Trunlech had successfully comprehended the skill of time reversal. It was not a waste of 3 sleepless days and nights. With great effort, he successfully used time reversal to erase Caroline's mental imprint. This success was a historic breakthrough for his time power. He truly was a genius. Suddenly, Trunlech heard crying from somewhere in the distance. A girl was bowing her head and crying incessantly. To be more precise, it was Iena. Sent by Luki Tiagi, She continued to act pitiful. Trun Lex was quite curious why there was a woman here. Is she injured? Xena turned around, startled, and asked, who is coming? Based on her aura, he could tell she was god tier. Her appearance here made him suspicious because it was a bit strange. Zelina shouted again, stay back, don't come over here. She was about to use a new seduction trick. If you come any closer, I will. Before she could finish, Trun Lex said oh, turned around, and left. Xena was stunned. He really left, or was the intel wrong? This Trun Lexi does not seem like a lecher. Trun Leca walked away, whistling and singing. If at first you do not succeed, try again. Xena continued with plan B, pretending to recognize him. Oh, I recognize you. You are Trun Lex. She tried to look pitiful and ask for help. I know you are very powerful. Please save me. Can you help me? Without being asked, she began her story. She was injured by a god-tier person with 2 laws. He stole her husband, leaving her in this state. She begged that as long as he helped her rescue her husband, she would do anything he asked, even serve him for 10,000 years. Seeing her sincere act, he knew right away this was a conspiracy. He pointed directly at her face. As expected, you have bad intentions. You want to lure me into rescuing your lover, so you can ambush me. Right? Ina's jaw dropped in disbelief. No way. How are you so smart? I did not even think that far. I just wanted to use my beauty to seduce you. His exposure left her speechless. She had failed. He was not an extreme lecher, yet she still played dumb. Offering, Trun Leffen can do whatever he wants to me. I won't resist. If he was satisfied, he would continue. He fired off a series of questions about her husband. What race, age, attributes, and rank is he? How many minutes does he last? The barrage of questions left Jiana speechless. She thought, what kind of terrifying words are these? Trun Lex smirked. She could not answer his questions. With this level of intelligence, do not even think about deceiving Trun Lex. You fool. Her face darkened. She, the peerless poison mistress, had killed countless people. How could she let him humiliate her like this? Now this was a real transformation, from a pitiful girl into a vicious demon. Trun Leff glanced at her. Just a moment ago, she was a stunning beauty, and now she is a monster. Fortunately, Trun Lex's good man attribute kicked in at the right time. Otherwise, the thought alone was nauseating. Disgusting spiders shot out from Xena's mouth. She screamed viciously. Trun Lex, die. Those 3 spiders transformed into 3 giant monsters right in front of him. Trun Leffick stood there observing calmly and even realized, she created so many venomous creatures. It seems she is a summoner. Trun Lex summoned and put on his armor, smiling with interest. But I am the Void Monarch, best at dealing with summoners. We are natural enemies. The thing he was aiming for now was her armor. It was definitely a good item. Zelina also ordered her legion of venomous creatures to advance. Zelina looked on in confusion as her armor vanished inexplicably. She screamed and covered her breasts. With such a large-scale legion of venomous creatures, his teleportation was not simple. Trun Lek looked at his fingers and thought of a plan. Trun Lek kindly teleported Xena on a trip to another planet. She screamed at him not to come near her. Trun Lef reassured her, don't be afraid. I will show you a big treasure. A stream of purple energy was unleashed by Xena. This was the dissolving law technique. How could such a trivial matter trouble this talented man? He used time freeze. Then, he slashed his sword directly at Xena. Her body heated up and started to smoke, her face constantly sweating, looking very distressed. He looked at her with some surprise. If it were a normal god tier, they would be dead by now. It seems she is quite strong. No matter. If once is not enough, I will do it multiple times until she is dead. Xena raised one hand high, pouring all her power into the poison cloud technique. A rain of poison fell on Trunlef's, but the attack range was useless against him. Trunlucka's skills were too much of a counter to hers. He suggested they change to another location to play. Having lost, she called for help. Xena called out, Brother Sting, stop hiding and come save me. Hearing the familiar name Brother Sting, could it be that Venituvung was nearby? Did Veni Sting bring Gayana to kill him? He thought again, Ven Sting has absolutely no reason to kill me. It must be that Li Dechi Saning ordered him to bring Aina to use the honey trap plot, and he could not refuse. Aina shouted louder and louder, Brother Sting, where are you? Save me. He thought to himself, why are you calling? Vamin Sedang is my master. He won't show up. She begged him to stop fighting, willing to serve him for 10,000 years. He replied bluntly, do you want me to cheat? To drive a wedge between me and Meedlap? You truly deserve to die. Look at yourself, you reek of filth. All the plants and flowers around here are dead. Don't they have lives? Today, Trunless would act on behalf of heaven, raising his sword to kill Xena. She refused to accept it and stubbornly retorted that she would not let him live. She would take him down with her, not letting this brat mumble any more nonsense. Trun Lek sent her to see the King of Hell, a self-destructing divine soul, but Mifan did not warn me of any danger, so it should be fine if I do not dodge. Sometimes, if you do not push yourself, you do not know your own potential. Besides, If he got injured, he could use time reversal to recover. Another massive explosion erupted, blinding Tron. However, Tron was completely unharmed. Whoa. This armor is really tough. Even after that, it was not penetrated by the poison. If that is the case, then I will use this armor to practice time reversal. Zena's head, which was all that remained after the explosion, rolled to Tron's feet. What a good person, still wanting to contribute even before death. 2 days later, Tron did not fall for the honey trap. While they were fighting, Tron used Void Walk, and Zena gave chase. Veni Siding could not keep up, so he did not know what happened afterwards. But it was likely Zena did not make it. The old man told him to stand down. Regardless of whether the old man's and Tetiki's judgment was wrong or Zena revealed a flaw, they could not send anyone else. They would use his plan to make Tron come on his own. Tivintiak asked what he had. The source of this whole mess with Tron is Thetu. Tethigi agreed. It was because Thetu wanted to use Lei Sen's hand to kill Tron that led to today's situation. But ever since Tk stripped Al Sen of his status as the third prince, his whereabouts have been unknown. It was also because the old man agreed to shelter him, hiding him in the Delaman Empire. He now just realized that Tron was at the old man's place. It was a good plan. To Tron Thikiti was the best possible bait. In the ability space, a letter was sent to Tron inviting him to help them explore the abyss of the Law of Destruction. In return, besides publicly announcing the news of the Law of Destruction, they had prepared 3 gifts for him. One was Theeteed, the second was 300 million purple crystals, and the third was a space system magic staff made from rare space magic stones, which would significantly increase the power of a space system god tier. Reading these conditions, Tron was a bit tempted. It was truly an alluring gift. He asked Nemenfen for her opinion on this matter, whether he would encounter any danger. Methian said he could go. It would be fine, but she also reminded him, last time I told you Fufupfung was about to face danger. I feel that danger is approaching. Moreover, I do not know if Fupi Vetching being in the Delaman Empire has anything to do with this. After hearing this, Tron decided he must go there right now. The scene changes to the training grounds of the Delaman Empire. A battle reaches climax. Fiipi used the law of Mystic Thunder, creating lightning bolts to attack his opponent. He landed and laughed heartily. Awesome. Afra came over and praised him. I did not expect Fopo Ving to grasp the law of Mystic Thunder so quickly. You are truly a genius. He asked why she was here. My father won't stop talking about wanting to take you as his disciple. But right now there is a chance to earn merit. I want you to contribute your strength, and it will be easier for me to speak on your behalf later. He eagerly asked what it was. Afra informed him of 2 things. Her father had invited Tron for help, and he had agreed to come tomorrow. Phoebe was secretly delighted. I am about to see Big Dog. It did not stop there, she added. Actually, my father wants to make a move on Tron. Her words made the feuding freeze. He wondered to himself, where do these people get the confidence to deal with Big Dog? He also asked about the plan. From what he knew, Big Dog had not offended them in any way, so why did they want to attack him? Afra told him not to worry. They had their own ways of dealing with him. When the time comes, he just needed to follow her instructions and strike Tron at the right moment. Outwardly, he smiled and agreed happily. But inside, the Fuppy Ving was planning how to find a moment to escape. The next day, in the Delaman Empire, before the Palace of the Bottomless Abyss. Hasn't he never left the Imperial Palace? Why is he here today too? Fuppy V had been in the Delaman Empire for so long but still did not know what attributes a had. He was truly mysterious. Could he be the weapon to deal with the Master? They walked to a deep pit, inside which was a mysterious vortex leading to a deep space. Someone reported that he had arrived and was watching them from the other side of the deep space. Afra quietly called to him, wait a moment. When he is pinned down, attack him immediately. The Fuppy Ving understood. But why did they have to deal with him? Because he is a threat to the Empire, threat to the Delaman Empire. The Fuppy Ving was a bit helpless. Are these people unreasonable? Big Dog has never been here, so how can he threaten the Delaman Empire? Are these people unreasonable? Big Dog has never been here, so how could he threaten her empire? He thought that since they dared to set up an ambush like this, they must have some formidable trick up their sleeves. So he had to warn him. He absolutely could not let him fall into this trap. Fafipi Yang suddenly turned and slapped Afra across the face. Only by doing this could he make things more chaotic and send the clearest signal to his master. Big Dog. She turned in confusion and called out to Fa Pavang. But he had already shouted, it is an ambush. There is an ambush here. The old man rushed towards him and blamed him. You brat, how dare you ruin my good plan? At this moment, Fafipiying was about to be sucked into the abyss by its gravitational pull. Fafipiying fell straight into the deep space. The day I return to this world, you will all die. Just like that, the Fuppidige disappeared from this world before everyone's eyes. On Fuppiminki's side, balls of lightning suddenly appeared and surrounded him. This energy enveloped his entire body but did not harm him at all. A moment later, the Fuppy Viking fell to the ground, in quite a bit of pain. So I have finally arrived here. Let us see if I can fly out. Fee Ving tried to fly up and escape, but something appeared. What is this situation? Am I going to be trapped here until I die? A voice rang out. Stop struggling. As long as you pass my test, you can get out. He was bewildered, not knowing who was speaking. It told him again not to resist, to obediently receive its information. and he would know everything. Something flew and hit him in the face. It seemed like some images were entering his brain. The voice echoed again. I was born to destroy. I am the destroyer. I am wrath. The will of destruction will never fade. I will return again. A strange laugh echoed throughout the cave. The law of destruction. Am about to return. So it turned out that no one had been able to comprehend the law of destruction until now, because this being wanted to destroy the world and was paralyzed and put into a deep sleep by the other laws working together. The voice echoed again. I am a very special law, dependent on other laws. The two things fuse together. As long as you pass my test, my power will belong to you alone. Only the will is indestructible. The only thing that can destroy your will is yourself. Destruction is also rebirth. If you can withstand it, you will be reborn. If you can't, I will wait for another destined person. Pain began to invade Fu Vega's body. Fu Yin gritted his teeth and endured the pain, his mind screaming, my child. My wife, I told you. None of you will live. The resentful voice of that thing caused him endless pain. Fu used his own will to remind himself, I am the dog assassin. Big dog, wait for me. I just need to hold on a little longer to get used to the pain. He tried to calm himself like that. Fu Yin could not bear it anymore, knelt on the ground, and shouted, can you increase the frequency? I am about to get out. Meanwhile, in a spatial layer, Trun Lek and Mao Fan were watching Fop Vong. He spoke up, asking why he could not sense Fivahag at all. Could it be that he has disappeared into some special spatial layer? Mi Fan told him to rest assured because she did not feel that Fop Viding was in danger. Min Fin continued, although his life is not in danger, I am afraid he will have to endure a lot of suffering. Trun Lex was relieved, as long as he is okay. That is good. As for the one who pushed Fop Vong down with his own hands, he paused for a moment, continued, I will deal with him personally. He had never backed down when one of his own was bullied. Trun Lek quickly flew over to check and discovered dimensional power on this man. He was standing there, looking at something. He was secretly happy. I thought the plan had failed, but I did not expect him to show up on his own. Just as he finished his thought, he launched an attack. The old man dodged in time and broke the attack, then said contemptuously, what poor talent. After that, he turned to look at the person next to him. D4. D4 quickly responded. The old man lifted D4 up and instructed. Later, at the right moment, act quickly and do not hesitate. This person replied like a soulless corpse. I understand. That raggedy old man put his hands out and combined his laws with his inner energy. The long-haired blonde also stepped forward, wanting to help his big brother. He laughed wickedly. Tron Lex, do not blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for choosing the hard way. D4 froze time, making Tron Lex stand still. Seeing him motionless, he cheered happily. All right, old man, I did it. I froze him. Everyone, now's your chance. His eyes were completely white, but you could still see that a D4 was very excited. The raggedy old man took the opportunity to gather spiritual energy into his fist and rushed forward to take Trenleka's life. Suddenly, a stream of yellow light appeared on Tronlex's hand, shaped like a tiny silk ribbon. The long-haired blonde recognized it as soon as he saw it. This aura is the spider lily. He was surprised, and his movements stiffened slightly. He did not understand why a D4's time freeze was so easily nullified. Trunlef looked at him and smiled faintly. Then he rushed to a D4's side. The raggedy old man still did not understand how he could have dodged his attack. This is beyond the laws. He should have been standing still, grabbed by the scruff of the neck by Tronlexit and lifted like a little rabbit. A D4 tried to remain calm. His urgent mission now was to escape his control. He tried the time freeze method again and quickly broke free from Tronlexit's control. He let go, giving him a chance to escape. He did not expect him to freeze his own time to escape from his grasp. This guy seemed quite smart. Tronles was surprised by the new discovery. He never knew time freeze could be used like that. He silently thanked the guy, but this was still a futile struggle. Today, he had decided to take a D4 with him, and no one could stop him. As he thought this, he flew quickly towards him. The raggedy old man still felt very proud that his grandson had escaped from someone so strong. He raised his hand, and lightning struck. This was the old man's furious thunder technique. Purple lightning bolts appeared, small at first, then growing as large as spider webs. A normal person would surely be terrified. Trunlef was surrounded by lightning. He thought to himself, this stubborn old man is truly terrifying. The blonde man used his dazzling light power to help the old man. Trunlef understood that they wanted to use the moment he was dodging to take a D4 away. He rushed up, dodging 4 lightning bolts at once that were striking at him. Don't even dream of taking away the person I want to capture. The lightning attack was indeed very powerful, destroying everything in its path. But it was fine. He could use time reversal to fix it later. It seemed he had met a tough opponent. Trunlef was struggling a bit, just using the power of space. He could not defeat them. He could only use the power of time as well. I heard these guys are very old. Let us see how they handle my time acceleration, he thought, then cast his spell. The blonde man saw him start to act and immediately realized what he wanted to do. He shouted, are you trying to use the power of the spider lily to accelerate time? Then he flew up and said, your level of acceleration is completely useless against me. Tronlex did not know if he was bluffing or had some powerful treasure that could block his time power. He observed his opponent carefully. They faced each other. He challenged him. You are a good-for-nothing who only knows how to jump around. If you have the guts, stand in front of me and fight a proper battle. Trunlech also arrogantly shouted back, telling him to come and fight if he had the guts. Very quickly, a beam of light from the blonde man passed through him. Trunlech stood there and took the hit. He felt and evaluated the sensation like a judge, showing no signs of fear or panic. The blonde was surprised that he did not dodge at all, his jaw dropping in astonishment. But very quickly, he launched another attack, stronger than the last, towards Trunlech. He still stood there, analyzing it. If he was not mistaken, this power of his was a combination of space and time. He still stood there without dodging. It was not because he was overconfident, but because it was unnecessary to dodge. Trunlech gave a wicked smile. For some reason, he was now fluctuating in the atmosphere. Trunlech comfortably enjoyed this feeling. Meanwhile, the blonde man wondered why he was clearly standing in front of him, yet he could not hit him. The old man also wondered, is this an illusion clone skill? In a flash, Trunlech was in front of the raggedy old man. He asked, "Didn't you just say I only know how to run? The moment you saw me, you quickly attacked with your claws." But he still stood there motionlessly, arms crossed. Watching him struggle to attack, Trunlech said, "Now I am not running, just standing still like this. What can you do?" The old man stubbornly continued to attack in vain. It turned out that when A4 attacked earlier, he had inadvertently given him a hint that he could also use the power of space and time on himself. He smiled inwardly, satisfied. After these two skills were combined, they could create a hidden subspace within the body. Unless an attack could penetrate time, it could not injure him. The old man attacked repeatedly, but he remained unharmed. Angrily, he said, "You damn brat, if you are so good, come out and fight me head-on." Trunlech crossed his arms and mocked, "These two old men. I do not know how many years they have lived to talk like this to a young man of only 20. Truly shameless." Then he snapped his fingers. Both of them screamed at the same time and then disappeared. After dealing with the two troublesome old men, he immediately rushed forward. Earlier, he could not do anything to this kid when he froze his own time to escape, but now, dealing with him was much easier. Just as Trunlech predicted, facing his space-time power, D4 could not use his old trick anymore. The time-freezing power was quickly eliminated. Trunlech continued to hold Zetech, lifting him up and cheerfully telling him to behave, or he would smash his head. Z angrily bared his fangs and struggled with all his might, but it was useless. EGT cried and begged him not to kill him, saying that whatever he wanted, he would tell his grandfather to give it to him, as his grandfather loved him very much. Finding his crying annoying, Trunlech quickly threw him into a time-space vortex. He thought time abilities were truly a hassle. He could not kill this guy here in a short amount of time, so he would take him somewhere else to kill him. Serves him right for provoking him. Trunlech turned and saw that the T was still tied up here. He immediately used his axe to make those people disappear. The T was astonished by this. Trunlech quickly ran to his side. He cheerfully grabbed the T's collar and said, "My old friend, we meet again." Seeing Trunlech again, the T looked at him in terror, as if he were seeing a ghost, and stammered for him to let go. At the same time, the two old men flew over. The white-haired old man saw him and shouted loudly. Hearing his name called unexpectedly, Trunlech turned his head and smiled. He grabbed the tea and then politely said, "Thank you for the gift. I will be leaving now," while waving goodbye to the two old men in a friendly manner. Seeing his grandson captured, the white-haired old man screamed that he would not get away with it, but Trunlech did not care about his words and just disappeared. He took the Gati to a desert, and upon arrival, fiercely threw him down. He fearfully said it was all to Lalanne's doing. She was the one who told him to kill him. Trunlech seriously asked who T. Lalanne was and why she wanted him harmed. The T said T. Lalanne was a wicked woman who enjoyed turning others into her pawns. She is the legendary causality system user and was a god even before the T became one. He continued that he relied on spatial teleportation to reach the god level. Although his strength was not great, he did not want to be dependent on others. So when he learned about T. Lalanne, he quickly brought her lavish gifts. T. Lalanne had never met anyone before but agreed to meet him. At that time, the T thought this was the beginning of his good fortune. But only later did he realize it was the start of his nightmare. He had backing in a wide network of connections. So every day was very good. He knew of her ability, so he often begged to know his future causality, and she said that in the future, he would be harmed at the hands of Trunlech. Just then, the Bai family also sent news, so he believed it without a shred of doubt. He personally brought the god form of the Ba family to Earth. He did not know how Trunlech had managed to withstand the god form before, but he was afraid that after he grew stronger, he would seek revenge. So he had to strike first. As he told the story, tears welled up in his eyes. The T raised his tear-streaked face to look at Trunlech and sincerely said, "I am about to die. Can you tell me, given my personality, if you knew I sent the time-traveling god form to you, would you have dealt with me?" Trunlech bluntly said he was wrong. He would not have done that. On the contrary, he should be thanking him. He continued, saying that the Bai god form had become a weakling after leaving the spatial passage. He had easily defeated him and taken the crystal. After that, he collapsed on the ground in despair, wailing and throwing a tantrum like a child. Finding him noisy, Trunlech directly kicked him and asked how strong that T. Lalanne was. The Tegan said she was very weak, to the point that a single slap from him could end her life. He sat up, wiped his tears, and continued, "But she can be resurrected." At most, it takes a few decades for her to come back to life again, and anyone who harms Tila Lan will suffer a very tragic death. Even if you send someone else to harm her, the person who gave the order will suffer the same fate. Trun Lek silently wondered if there was no way to break this ability. The T also told him that the Tamthan Vanarg and Adiofa wanting to harm him was all orchestrated by Tila Lan. Trun Lek was furious. He finally understood. It turned out she had been the mastermind all along. He pointed at the T and asked what would happen if he went to take down that woman. He continued, "You hate Tila Lan, do not you? Then just go deal with her, inflict as much suffering on her as the hatred you feel." The T was startled to hear this. The Thug clenched his fists in hatred and resolutely said, "Fine. I am not going to live much longer anyway. What is there to be afraid of?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "No! You can't let the T do it." Trun Lek was surprised. She emerged from the teleportation vortex and explained, "If you harm her now, the one who will suffer the backlash is you." Tron Lex, but Tila Lan can still be revived. After you become a god, the backlash will be much lighter. Don't rush. Amiya Fiam has a feeling that you will be able to suppress that wicked girl. Trun Lek looked at the smiling Mai Fam and suddenly remembered. She was fate. How could she be weaker than causality? Hearing her words, his heart calmed down a bit. He took his anger out on the two. Trun Lek kicked him into the space vortex, saying, "Just stay in there quietly. I will deal with Tila Lan myself later. If you dare cause trouble again, I will destroy you directly." Then he reached his hand into the vortex and fumbled around. ZZ was directly pulled out. He was startled, tears still on his face. Unexpectedly, Trun Lef gave him a slap, causing him to cry out in alarm. After being slapped, he cried miserably, begging Trun Lef to spare his life and promising to tell his grandfather not to harm him. From now on, the Delaman Empire would never bother him again. He did not expect him to wail so pathetically. Trun Lek silently lamented that this child's mentality was too weak. He raised his hand again, preparing to strike. Nishi panicked and raised 2 fingers to the sky, begging, swearing, and pleading in every way possible, crying even louder as he spoke, but the blow still fell mercilessly. As Ji fearfully covered his face to endure it, Mivifen stopped him in time. She said she felt it would be better not to take his life now. But if I spare him, what about revenge for fucked up Sung being kicked into the abyss? He still had no intention of giving up, but Mivifen continued to offer beneficial reasons for him to spare Etdea. Besides, Phoebe Vegan's life was not in danger anyway. Trunla finally listened to her and retracted his magic power. Ishiti was still cowering with his eyes shut, unable to harm him to vent his anger for Fopavig. He fiercely kicked the brat hard in the butt, then told him to scram and tell Azio Few that this was all Tila Lan's doing. Watching ZT scramble away, his heart burned with frustration. He asked M. if I can't kill Tila directly, will it be okay if I just get a little revenge? This guy really can't stand not getting an eye for an eye. Mimlady said if it were anyone else, there would be a problem, but as long as he did not endanger her life or injure her too severely, it would be fine. Satisfied, he clapped his hands together and told Mi Fan to go to the bathroom, prepare some waste, and then they would go meet Tila Lan together. In a simple thatched hut, Tila Lan was sitting and fishing. She secretly calculated that the causality she had created for Tron Lex had reached a critical stage. She was thinking that Tron Lex must be a time-space user. Otherwise she would not have suffered such a heavy backlash when she initially created causality for him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from under the water. Damned fate. You must die too. No one can stand above me. The loud shout startled Leland, causing her to jump to her feet. This was the T's voice. The woman sensed that she had been betrayed. But how dare he? Moreover, Leland could feel that Thuff too seemed to have arrived. Trunluck appeared, hovering in the sky. T. Leland shouted that she knew Thutti had told this despicable person everything. She asked, "Are you that eager to assassinate me?" T. Lang continued in a challenging tone, saying that Trun Lest was just a coward. She was standing right here for him to deal with as he pleased. If he did not have the guts, he should scram. Trun Luck thought she was indeed very courageous, even daring to challenge him to harm her so she could suffer the backlash. Trund Lek said she could rest assured because he had no intention of coming here to harm her, and had never even thought about it. After all, taking her life would be too easy for her. After speaking, Trun Lef raised his hand. A large pile of waste was thrown all at once towards Tilan Lan. Standing below, she panicked as soon as she realized what was being thrown at her. After all, she was a girl. Who could stand such a disgusting pile of things? Tilan Lan screamed loudly, shut her eyes, and ran blindly. But who was Tron Laksh? How could he let her escape so easily? The rain of waste poured straight down onto Tilan Lan's head. She seemed to be frozen in shock, not knowing how to escape. Trun Lex said this was the reason he had traveled such a long way, just to help her with some fertilizer. Lan cursed furiously, but Tron Lexi just cheerfully acted as if he heard nothing. He shamelessly asked, "You want more? Right? Then I will grant your wish." With that, the waste continued to pour down on her. A wave of nausea hit Lan, and she could not help but vomit. After getting his revenge on Lan, Trunluff happily returned home. He was ecstatic. Playing like this was more interesting than taking her life. As soon as he returned, Milik anxiously reported some bad news. It turned out the snake mother had been captured. The Von Sai Empire had released a video. Miluf hurriedly showed it to him. Trun Lex snatched it in alarm. The snake mother was tied up and brutally beaten. In the video, she said to Trun Li, "They are doing this to force your hand." He watched the video tensely, recalling the great sacrifices she had made for him and everyone here. He knew this was a trap for him, but he could not ignore her being in danger. Moreover, the snake mother was in this predicament because of him. He immediately teleported through space. Muvie Fine was surprised that he had rushed off as soon as he heard the news. Without considering the danger or asking her if he should go, Trun Leffy firmly replied, "There is no need, because if I do not go this time, my heart will not be at peace." Muvie Fame predicted that the success rate this time was 98%. So, it seems this time is really dangerous, Trun Lek thought. He arrived very quickly. "Luki Yexi, I am here." As soon as he appeared, he was eager to demand the person. So Trun Luffy really did come. He was surprised, thinking he had no feelings for that girl. The king stood up and said, "Now that you are here, it will be difficult to keep your life." Trun Lufflev remained calm and analyzed that there was no deep-seated grudge between him and the empire that was too difficult to resolve. At most, he had only bullied Luki Tainan a little. Trun Luk pointed his sword at the king and said, "Release the snake mother now, and from now on, we owe each other nothing." He smiled warmly and agreed, saying he did not want to be enemies with him either. The snake mother was in the center of the imperial capital. He could go directly and bring her back. The citizens asked their great emperor if he was just going to let him go so easily. Trunlev also felt that things were too simple, and his heart was a little uneasy. But he could not just stand there doubting forever. He turned his back to leave, but before going, he warned that if he dared to play any tricks, he would bury his entire Vonsai empire. The king smiled sinisterly. He thought, "Be arrogant while you can, because very soon, the fatal trap hidden on the snake mother's body will ensure you won't be arrogant for much longer." At the center of the imperial capital, the snake mother was tied to an iron pillar thicker than a house column. She had been beaten until she was covered in injuries. One of them ordered the soldiers not to move and to just let him take the snake mother. When the snake mother saw him arrive, she could not hold back her tears and asked, "Should I be grateful or regretful for having a friend like you?" Trun Lef gave a pained, bitter smile, not forgetting to say, "I am sorry for getting you involved." But the snake mother also wondered why that great emperor would let Tronluckercy take her away so easily. Just as she was thinking, a yellow spider lily flower unexpectedly radiated from the snake mother's body. Something was surrounding Tronlex. He was surprised, not knowing what it was. He suddenly understood and turned to look at the king. "Luki Yexi, I will remember this grudge." He was also smiling and observing him. But right now, the important thing is to get out of here first. Then, Trunluckov hugged the snake mother and flew up, on an uninhabited planet. Trunletha collapsed to the ground. He did not know if this method could accelerate the time of the spider lily. Seeing him like this, the snake mother stood to one side. Unable to help but worry, she anxiously asked, "What is wrong?" But Trunlesi held up his hand, signaling, "Don't disturb me, I want to be quiet." Trunlex sat cross-legged and began to meditate. For him, this was a crisis, but also an opportunity. Once he conquered the spider lily, he would become the god of time. The voice of Mephian echoed in his ear, telling him to open his spatial ability so Molest could help him. Mumfinian had arrived to assist. Molovely's ability could be used to extend life, so it could be used to help Tronlef resist. Mevifin quickly gave instructions. Mumlef quickly agreed and raised her hands to begin using her ability. Her hands and Tronlek is intertwined, and a stream of green light began to radiate and flow into his body. The snake mother stood to one side, worried. She hoped that the couple could withstand this ordeal. There was not a sound around them. Everyone was silently and intently observing the two of them, while also standing by to protect them. But it seemed something in the sky was secretly watching them. At the Vonsi Imperial Palace, a man ran up to report to his great emperor that according to the life detector, Trunluck was on planet Edom 126. Upon hearing this, he immediately issued an order to summon the nearby god-level beings, so that everyone could go with him to take Tronle's life. The crowd below shouted in unison, "Yes, sir! It seems this man wants to hunt him to the ends of the earth." Sidang, standing next to the great emperor, thought to himself that he never expected the emperor to use the spider lily to deal with him. He wondered what the situation was now. He was the only seed and also the hope of the entire space system. Luki Atieki ordered the person next to him to build a space portal to take him there, but Sididanu knew that if he went, Trunluck's chances of survival would be very slim. Damn it. For the future of the space system, I can't betray my own people. He did not know what he was plotting, but very quickly, a sinister smile appeared. The portal was ready, and he invited the great emperor to enter. Today, he would be a brave man for once. The great emperor's men entered. Sistine deliberately walked slowly. Watching, it turned out he had deliberately set the space portal to the wrong direction to buy time for Tronlesi to escape. While they were distracted, he quickly escaped from that space. Senza has betrayed them. From today on, Sidine will have to wander the universe, but he seems very satisfied with his decision. Meanwhile, the great emperor did not know where he had gone. He angrily asked, "Where is VNCD?" But he had slipped away long ago. The emperor was furious to the point of grinding his teeth, thinking, "You dare play tricks on me, Venisidine. You are really something." Feeling betrayed, He angrily took out a triangular object and contacted someone called Adolf for help, as he had a very urgent matter, his face filled with frustration as he spoke. Over here, Z saw that his grandfather was tense and ran over to ask about the situation. His grandfather sighed sadly and said, "Isn't it all because of the trouble Tron left caused?" But then he remembered ZT telling him that he had grasped the power of time. What did that mean? Nishi said it was not like time acceleration, it was time stasis. The old man with the beard was overjoyed, because if he could master how to reverse time in the future, their entire family could become immortal. But for now, the immediate task was for the two of them to go find Tron Lek and send him on his way. With that, the old man went ahead to lead the way. Half an hour later, two spaceships arrived at the location where Tron Levin was supposed to be. One person ordered the other, who was piloting, to use the Star Sparrow cannon. They were not to harm the god-level being, but the orders from above were just to create a disturbance. From a distance, Mum Lin's group had already detected the appearance of the strangers. Xamu was about to stand up to deal with them, but Malin was one step ahead. Since she was injured, Molo alone could handle it neatly. She flew up and shot fire, setting their spaceship ablaze. Inside, a warning was immediately issued that someone was attacking. Very quickly, both spaceships were brought down by Malin's fire, crashing to the ground. Still not satisfied, she continued to use her power to make everything explode. Simu stood to one side, watching worriedly. Mifine reassured her, saying that Mivlin was a god now, so these small matters could be resolved by her in a few minutes. Suddenly, Mfine was startled. She was furious with herself for speaking too soon. That ice cream lover wanted to cause trouble again, forcing the use of causality power. But no, on this side, Malas was still treating Tronless. The two of them had been sitting there for some time. An hour later, Momolas was exhausted, her face covered in sweat. Her ability had been completely depleted, but she still persevered. For Tron Lex, she could sacrifice her lifespan for him. After that, Milov closed her eyes and continued. At this moment, Tron Leek opened his eyes. He said, "You do not need to do that, I am fine now," and then pulled his hand away from Meleki's. But she held his hand tightly and said cheerfully, "It is a rare chance that I can help you for once. Just let me try my best this one time." Tron Lef's expression turned angry. That damned great emperor. If he did not avenge this, he truly would not be Tron Lex. Very quickly, Milovi slowly grew older, and wrinkles began to appear on her face. Tron Lex was heartbroken and wanted to stop her, but he could not. Suddenly, Mifon saw something appear in the sky. She cheerfully exclaimed, "Look, that is the rule of life." When Tron Lex saw that thing, he was overjoyed. It was She was ascending to the god level. The wrinkles on her face quickly disappeared, and her hair turned back to black. But surprisingly, Mivolin's body changed a little. Tron Lex asked with suspicion. She happily explained, "I have been with you for a long time and have witnessed the fall and rise of many god-level beings. The time is now ripe." Mevafane was still smiling brightly, saying that her rule of fate, theoretically speaking, was also about to arrive. Miluka's hair had grown longer, and her body was fuller. The transformation was complete, but she seemed to have matured now. Mevafane called out to Tronlex. He worriedly ran to his little cat and asked how Mevafan was. She whispered, "You slow down the transformation of the time rule a bit, and I will summon the complete time rule to let it transform you. What do you think?" Tronlek was surprised, as he had not thought of this method. "Is it like getting a great god certification with lots of rewards?" he asked curiously. Mivine said, "Not really, it just makes the transformation a bit faster." Suddenly, a red beam of light appeared, surprising Tronlech. The tiny kid with a clock on his head sassily said he was doing her a favor this time, but warned Mifiem beforehand that the reward for comprehending the law of time reversal would not be much. Mifiem thought, "I have finally become a god. It is time to deal with that annoying karma wench." Meanwhile, Tronlek was absorbing new power. At Laland's residence, she roared in disbelief, wondering how this could possibly be happening to her. The skin on her face began to wrinkle and age, but she correctly sensed that the god of fate had been born. Tila Land dragged her old, tired body and lay on the ground. Panting, she screamed resentfully, "I refuse to accept this. After everything I have done, how could you still become a god? Fate being above karma is just a rumor. I will not lose to you. I can still turn the tables." At this moment, Tila Land looked just like an old witch. Suddenly, something descended upon her, and she panicked, not knowing what it was. Very quickly, the laws were stripped from Laland's body. She now looked even older than before. She cried and begged them not to take her laws. But it was useless. She wept as she watched everything she owned gradually disappear, powerless to do anything but continuously admit she was wrong and plead. But it was all for naught. Mifane cheerfully propped herself up and said, "That annoying girl wants to fight me." Tronles was still not finished. Mifane told him, "I have to hide first, because after all, I am the god of fate, but I do not possess the rule of fate." Tronlex still did not understand what she meant and asked again, but Mifine lazily said, "I can't explain it in just a sentence or two. You just finished transforming the rule." Then she quickly entered the vortex and disappeared. An hour later, Tronlek was now exhausted. After all, it had been a long time. Finally, the two crystals could merge together. 3 balls of light swirled around him. Oh no, This thing startled Tron and Lex. He shouted helplessly, I became the god of time and no one even congratulated me, and now I am being struck by lightning. Tron-Lek lay exhausted on the ground, not wanting to believe this anymore, but he could feel a special kind of power flowing through his body. He immediately closed his eyes to feel it. Looking at his face, it seemed that letting them merge was not an easy task. But suddenly, this process was halted. There was a portion left that could no longer be merged. Tron-Lek also felt puzzled, panicked, wondering if it was because their levels of comprehension were not compatible. He was sad. Just as he sat up, someone came to bother him. Tron-Lex, your end has come. The G pointed at his face and listed a series of things he had done to him. He boasted that he had now become the god of time and gloated upon seeing him tormented by the spider lily into such a miserable state. Ziji thought that Tron-Legacy was definitely not his opponent now. The old man looked at him and felt that something was not right, because the effect of the spider lily was to accelerate time. But why was he so heavily injured now? But looking at this miserable state, he probably has not completely become the god of time. Lukitika's plan can be considered a success. The GD hurriedly told his grandfather to let him handle Tron-Lex himself. As adults are usually more cautious, he said that both of them, grandfather and grandson, should attack at the same time. If they dragged it out, he was afraid there would be problems. He asked ZT, did I let you go back just so you could come back for revenge? Seeing him like that, the grandfather and grandson stared at him with wide open mouths and eyes. But it was just as Mi-Fan had said, letting him go would have its uses. Just when he needed to comprehend time stasis, he brought a god-level time crystal right to him. Tron-Lef gave a faint smile, unable to bear it any longer. Z rushed forward, eager to take his life. He was confident because he had now become the god of time. Then, he immediately pointed his hand at Tron-Lek's face to freeze time. Seeing him standing still, the old man seized the good opportunity, condensed his spiritual power, and charged forward. But just as he got close, Tron-Lek smiled cheerfully and said, I was just tricking you. Then he used a void axe, which startled the old man for a moment. But before he could say anything, he was made to disappear by him. The ZT also became flustered by what was happening before him. At this moment, he decided to finish off this ungrateful Tush. Tron-Lef raised his hand, and a bright green circle wrapped around him. He cheerfully beckoned with his hand, and he immediately flew over. Oh! This time crystal is truly tempting. A hand slapped down, and ZD immediately spat out blood. He asked him, do you have any last words? He resorted to his old trick of covering his face and crying, admitting that he had been a bit too loud earlier. He begged him for forgiveness and made the same promise that from now on, he would not attack him again. Very quickly, the old man returned. He realized that he was not controlled by Z-Ted at all and loudly asked, Tron-Lex, has your time-space become god level? The old man was still stubborn and did not want to believe that he had become the god of time-space. He then ordered Z to fight back, but at this moment, he could only cry and say that he could not do it. Tron-Lefty smiled, since you have returned so quickly, I will give you the chance to watch me send off your grandson. Then, time froze, causing him to stand still. The old man was startled, not understanding why Tron-Lex also knew how to use time stasis. He just stared wide-eyed. But still, no one answered his question. Very quickly, his expression changed. The target would start with this Z. It was also a good opportunity to test his time-space ability. He swung his hand, and a flash of light like a sword gleamed. This only had time to dodge unconsciously. Unable to fight back, a vortex surrounded his hand. But this surprised Tron-Lex. It is gone. How can that be? This also made him confused and bewildered. ZD collapsed to the ground, crying and holding his missing arm. He writhed and begged his grandfather to save him. Tron-Lef felt that this time-space ability was indeed powerful, but he still did not know how to use it. He was lost in thought. What the hell? Tron-Lex only had time to brace himself for a moment before he was sneak attacked. Because it was so sudden, he could not avoid it. The old man had broken free from the time stasis and immediately used this method to take his grandson away. He fell to the ground, watching the backs of the two as they left. It seemed that the old man was also very formidable. The time stasis could only hold him for a short while. He could not let them off so easily. He smiled cruelly and asked, where do you two think you are going? Then he launched a void axe. ZT was quickly captured. He started crying again. This guy was good for nothing but crying. Forced to kneel at Tron-Lex's feet, Z once again begged, promising to spare him this time, that he would not dare do it again. Tron-Lex was too bored with this game of his. He said, you said the same thing last time. Without many words, Tron-Le's sword stabbed down on his hand, causing Ki to scream in pain. This time, he understood more about how to use the time-space ability. It was because he had done it incorrectly before that only one of ZT's arms had disappeared. He pressed his hand harder into the ground. He screamed in pain, begging him to spare him. Tron-Lek was still analyzing and drawing conclusions from testing his power on this kid. So basically, even if he screamed louder, he would not pay any attention. Alright, I will spare you so you can depart quickly. The tip of the sword touched the top of ZT's head. He thought to himself, I never expected the day I become a god would also be the day my soul leaves my body like this. The long sword continued to plunge deep into his head, quickly reaching halfway. Taking Yiati's life was as easy as flipping his hand for Tron-Lex. He did not even stand properly while taking his life. Finally, DT's crystal was in his hands. Trunluckx took out the 2 blue crystals and happily collected them. The old man had returned by now and saw his grandson lying collapsed on the ground. He cried out in despair. His good grandson, who had just become a god not long ago, a rare occurrence in history, was now murdered like this. He cried while shouting Trunluck's name. The old man's expression became lifeless and enraged. It was clear that his grandson was his greatest hope. Overcome with anger, the old man roared that he wanted to take his life. Then, he quickly gathered his power, which became denser due to his rage. Trunluckx found it interesting. So this old man was a dual system user, lightning and darkness. No wonder he had some skill. The old man charged forward, saying, Trunluckx, die. He held his sword in a defensive stance and contemptuously said, You think you alone can take my life. However, it was true that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. He had 15 converged rules, not easy to deal with. Both of them kicked off and flew into the air. The lightning crackling around the old man grew more and more intense. He roared his name again. Trunluckx lost his balance and was sent flying. Perhaps today it would be a death match between him and this old man, a ZEF, but that was fine. This would be beneficial for his space and time powers. But first, he had to absorb Zlytich's crystal to see if he could master time stasis. He gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. Aziofi angrily unleashed even stronger attacks. He could not believe he could keep dodging like this. A continuous barrage of lightning strikes was unleashed, the lightning spreading out chaotically, making Trunluckx feel bewildered. He is truly a stubborn old man. He patiently looked for a way to break through. Finally, he decided to counterattack. The dimensional blade was unleashed, and thousands of powerful green blades rushed towards Aziof. He raised his hands to the sky and shouted loudly. He quickly buried Trunluckx's attacks. Still not willing to lose, the old man unleashed another lightning strike. The rule of mystic lightning, striking down repeatedly. Aziofi began to use a cloning technique. 1. Then 2. Then many clones were created. Trunluckx thought to himself, Does this old man think that having more people will give him a higher chance of hitting me? He laughed contemptuously, saying the old man was truly knave. Trunluck's eyes had now become sharp and dangerous. Trunluckx struck back, creating a loud explosion. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Aziofa covered his face to shield himself. He was surprised by his power. He thought to himself, What should I do to be able to hit Trunluckx? He continued to swing his sword. Although his attacks hitting him were like cutting through air, Trunluckx believed that if he shaved enough, he could grind him into dust. But this training partner was too good, giving him many opportunities to test his new power. Although the battle was difficult, it was also very interesting. The battle lasted for half an hour when suddenly a red light enveloped Trunluckx. The situation unfolded unexpectedly, causing him some surprise. It turned out that at this very moment, the rule of burial had appeared. Aziofi was also very surprised by the event before him. Actually, it is good. In this state, I can avoid all attacks and also rest and regain some strength. Trunluckx secretly calculated. Aziofa also had his own thoughts. So what if you comprehend the rule of burial? Lukitigati is on his way. When your rule transformation ends, your end will also come. Out of nowhere, dark purple cloud flew over from the sky. It was not another rule, but Trunluckx felt that this thing did not seem to be his. The old man was overjoyed. This was the rule of the origin of darkness. In his state of extreme rage, he finally broke through. He laughed happily and thanked Trunluckx. Aziofa roared, saying this was his 8th rule. Although it would not be much help in dealing with him, it could help him receive many lifespan rewards from the rule of darkness. Trunluckx smiled and asked, What are you so proud of? Don't forget, time is supreme. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to use his spiritual power. He waved his hand lightly. Origin of darkness. Go back to where you came from. Aziofa was shocked that he had used time reversal. The old man was furious, unable to believe what he was seeing. Trunluckx playfully crossed his hands in front of his chest and taunted. Why are not you laughing anymore? Go on. Laugh. Suddenly, everything was engulfed in darkness. This was the complete rule of darkness. Only now did Trunluckx become terrified, his hair standing on end. This old man was truly bullying someone younger. A voice from the darkness echoed. You dare to reverse time on a rules descent. Trunluckx began to feel worried. The rule of darkness was truly terrifying. His abilities were no longer usable. The voice continued to echo. You broke the rules, so disaster is unavoidable. My dear love quickly interjected, saying, I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again next time. But the warning voice kept repeating. He could not believe he had disrupted this old man's rule transformation, even though he had backed down and apologized. The voice kept hounding him, demanding he pay some price. Losing all patience, Trunluckx shouted, So we are not going to give each other any face, are we? He pointed to the sky defiantly and said he was not afraid of that thing. At worst, they would just have a fight. At this point, there was no turning back, so he had to continue fighting. Trunluckx began to summon his power. He gritted his teeth, thinking that when he was still on Earth, he had called upon Lulish from his past life. But now, he could only rely on the help of his future self. After all, he was a god now, so his future self would definitely be better than his present self. He struggled with all his might against his fate. I must live, I can do it, Trunluckx roared, concentrating all his power. Finally, he succeeded in opening a path of light. He joyfully awaited the appearance of his future self, but the one who stepped out of time was a depressed young man, with a disheveled beard, looking like he was not very skilled. Please do not be my past self, Suddenly, seeing this guy made him feel uneasy. The disheveled Tronto walked out, looking utterly dejected and lacking vitality. As soon as it saw the person who arrived, the voice immediately agreed to let him go. But only this once. Trunlek was excited and laughed to himself. It is scared. Suddenly, he coughed violently. This summoning not only consumed all his energy, but also caused the place where the crystals were fusing to crack, far exceeding his limits. The disheveled Trunlek snapped his fingers lightly, and the darkness immediately retreated, splitting heaven and earth. Finally, the darkness completely vanished, returning the clear blue sky. Trunlek marveled to himself, I never thought my future self would be so powerful. With just a snap of his fingers, the origin of darkness retreated. After that, the disheveled Trunlek also vanished. He was surprised that he left so abruptly. But unexpectedly, he himself also disappeared. Azeofeti was surprised, not understanding what was happening, and could only stand there staring blankly. He was brought to a strange planet, but the surrounding trees were lush and green, looking very pristine. Trunlek was confused, not knowing where he had been taken. Menfen appeared and said, no matter where we are, at least you are safe. Otherwise, in the current situation, waiting for Likiajihe to arrive and fight alongside that old man, you would not have had a good ending. Emelifen said the time was ripe, and it was time for us to go and bring Engine Sang back. Trunlef agreed to everything she said. On that other planet, Azeofeth was still standing there dumbfounded. He still did not know where Trunlef had gone, and the rule of Dark Waterfall seemed to no longer exist. Luki Tivik asked his old brother, where is Trunlech? Azeof angrily yelled at Likiadiash, saying it was because he had insisted on using the spider lily on Trunlex, which not only failed to kill him but also caused him to evolve into a god. He did not want to believe what he was hearing from his old brother anymore. The old man said that the two of them did not have much time left to live. If they wanted to recover, they would need the tears of the mermaid queen. Luki Tatiaki knew that it was the best divine item at the moment, but he only had 3 drops left. He took out 3 sparkling, pearl-like orbs and announced that he had heard the mermaid queen had been born. Azeofofi said saving their lives was the most important thing, and they should go and invite her over immediately. Trunlek stepped out of the time-space. Before he could even fully step out, he heard the sound of Enging Yanseng hugging a pillow, crying and demanding tomato beef stew. This little girl was homesick and wanted to go home. The more she spoke, the louder Enging Yanseng wailed. He immediately kicked her in the butt. Enging Yanseng angrily turned around and shouted, "Who is it? Who dares to provoke me at a time like this?" Seeing Trunlek, she immediately shouted and pointed her finger. "It is you, tomato beef stew." He was speechless. "You stupid fish. My name is Trunlek." Trunlek pinched Engin Singh's cheek affectionately and said, "It seems your time here was not very happy. You have gotten much thinner." The mermaid took the opportunity to cry even more pathetically, tears streaming down her face, continuously demanding tomato beef stew. Her tears fell and turned into large, round pearls. Trunlek picked them up and observed them carefully, not forgetting to say, "I have already told the chef to make food for you. It will be served shortly." Now that Ngong Song has ascended to godhood, I wonder if her tears have become any more effective. A servant knocked on the door and told Ngong Song that people from the Vonsai Empire had arrived, saying they were under the emperor's orders to invite her for a visit. The maid opened the door and saw Tranlak standing there while their queen was crying on the bed, so she thought he had bullied her, making their queen cry out of grievance. He said he would wait for her to get stronger to continue protecting the merfolk. Then the two of them said goodbye to them. The maid angrily stomped her foot and shouted for people to come, wanting to quickly report to the emperor. A month later, Loi Takduk's subordinates had found Van Sodong's hiding place to hunt him down. He could not believe that after having a friendship for tens of thousands of years, this guy was now sent to capture him. The man shouted, asking if he still had the right to call him a friend. Van Sodong had offended the emperor, but it was he who got implicated. He heavily condemned him and complained about his suffering, saying that after Sodong ran away, Loi Takduk took his anger out on him with beatings and torture. He could not believe the emperor was so cruel. His friend continued to curse him relentlessly. At such a critical moment, this Sodong guy had screwed Loi Takduk over like that, so of course he was furious. But right now, besides apologizing, Van Sodong had no other choice. He had been too hasty back then. But the other guy quickly and cheerfully whispered to him that now Sodong had made it big. Loi Takduk wanted him to ask him for a favor. Sodong was surprised, wondering how he had made it big. The cunning Herman recounted that Tranlak's power had somehow skyrocketed, beating him into submission. So, he had sent him to find Sodong, wanting him to be the one to mediate a truce, adding that only he had the prestige to do so. Herman said Tranlak is Van Sodong's disciple. With a disciple causing such a sensation, someone like him could get successful just by sitting around. Sodong thought that Tranlak had indeed been poisoned by the red spider lily back then. He even thought he would not survive. He suddenly realized that for his power to skyrocket like that, the only possibility was that Tranlak had become a god. He was so surprised he could not help but exclaim that it was truly insane. He thought proudly of Tranlak. Becoming a god of time and space was something he had never heard of, and he was strong enough to make Loi Takduk sue for peace. For someone like that to call Sodong master was too great an honor for him. He happily slapped Herman, thanking him for the news. Overjoyed, he lost control and made his friend spit blood. but seeking a truce would depend on whether this disciple of his agreed. At the Vansi imperial palace, the court officials were buzzing with discussion. They did not expect that in just half a year, Tran Lak had become so strong that no one in the entire empire could do anything to him. But luckily, this time Tran Lak had initiated contact with the emperor. They all hoped to turn war into peace, as the common people always suffer the most in a fight. Soon, Tran Lak appeared, hovering in the air. He saw the third prince tied up and kneeling on the ground, and he began to mock him. Tran Lak covered his mouth, joking with him. The furious third prince could only express his anger through his eyes. Meeting Tran Lak was the mistake of his lifetime. But ultimately, it was still his own fault. Loy Tak Duk approached him and said sincerely that he knew the third prince alone was not enough to appease his anger, and that he had also dealt with the one pulling the strings, Tulalan. So, should not the conflict between them also? Before the emperor could finish, Tran Lak cut him off with a laugh, asking, "Is that it?" He replied that Tran Lak could take anyone's life he wanted, without beating around the bush. He said he wanted the emperor's life. Loy Tak Duk said that if Tran Lak wanted his life today, he would give it to him, but if he were to die, he would take a secret with him to the grave. Tran Lak wondered what secret that could be. Loy Tak Duk turned, flew up, and told him to follow. Tran Lak warned him not to try any tricks. At the Green Continent homeland, they both looked down from above as he told him to take a good look at that place. Then, Loy Tak Duk held out his hands and used fire to burn the place. He said this desert was not created by him. But who was it that had to bear the punishment? Loy Tak Duk said that nature does not care who the culprit is. Everyone must face its retribution. Just like with his homeland, it was clearly caused by someone else. But the unlucky ones were him and his people. Tran Lak was still unclear about what he was trying to say. He said he guessed that if the destruction of nature continued to increase, it would affect the entire universe. So, what would that punishment be? Tran Lak realized Loy Tak Duk was talking about the laws. He said that is right. Whether it is nature or the source of the laws, once something is destroyed, everyone must be punished. This is also the reason why he and a Daofu have never had a large-scale conflict, especially before the source of the laws. Living beings are also a type of natural resource. It won't punish all living beings, but all sources of destruction will be annihilated. Loy Tak Duk slowly explained. Loy Tak Duk smiled and said that he must guarantee that he and the God of Fate would absolutely not take action against the two empires again. He spoke to him in a very sincere tone. Previously, O'Brien and Eat Man's fight caused your homeland to be destroyed. He asked if he really wanted to cause war to break out everywhere because of his own battle, becoming the very person he hated most. Tran Lak gave a mischievous smile. This guy seems capable, even bringing up moral issues to constrain me. He told him that he was not a noble person, but he could promise not to touch the two nations for 100 years. He said that, but in reality, he also needed time to slowly explore his time-space abilities. Tran Lak made this promise because later, when he had grasped all the laws, it would not be too late to strike. After the negotiation, they returned to the main topic. Today, Tran Lak was still determined to take his life. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger at Loy Tak Duk and began to accelerate time-space. But he was already mentally prepared to face this, so he had no intention of fighting back. He absolutely could not let fate continue to help him. Besides, he had calculated that only when he was dead would the things he had prepared beforehand be effective. It is unknown what plot he had hatched, but Loy Tak Duk crushed something purple in his hand to give a signal. He immediately aged rapidly, his skin sagging and wrinkling. Loy Tak Duk thought to himself, worthy of the name time-space, it is truly powerful. Something that looked very fast and heavy fell from the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust. A Daofu and Loy Tak Duk's men had arrived, but it was too late. He was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Tak Duk, a subordinate, told the old man not to be too grief-stricken, as he had not intended to live on anyway, but his emperor had told him to pass on a message, that he had already dealt with fate. A Daofu was surprised. Take action against the god of fate. Could it be as he thought? The old man finally understood why Loy Tak Duk had insisted on going to talk to Tran Lak alone and did not let him come along. It turned out he was afraid his old brother would also be dragged into this vortex of fate and be punished along with him. A Daofu silently grieved and blamed him. On a distant planet, the people of the Von Sai Empire were begging the god of fate not to harm them. After all, this was a war between gods, and humans also very much wanted to live. Loy Tak Duk, its subordinate, stood above, preparing to act. It turned out that before his last breath, he had secretly calculated all of this. No wonder he said he had dealt with fate. The subordinate gave the order to begin. It looked like bombs. Those things were dropped on the people of his empire. He wanted to frame fate to make his subjects misunderstand it. Only when they are filled with resentment can the origin of fate be summoned, and they would be the ones to profit from the conflict, eliminating that poisonous thorn of fate. Soon, living beings everywhere were wailing with resentment. They cried and lamented, not understanding what they had done wrong to deserve this suffering. At the Green Continent estate, something appeared in the sky. It introduced itself as the origin of fate. Trunlef wondered why the origin of fate was black. The black aura declared that those with malicious intent towards fate would not be forgiven. All around, voices echoed. The great calamity has arrived. Lightning struck down frantically. A Ziofi looked up, making a judgment. The origin of fate's slaughter of those who broke the rules and murdered others had begun. He understood that under the origin of the law, they were nothing more than ants. The old man became frightened and moved away from Lucky Atiaki's body. He was now truly afraid of being implicated. Mifra began to feel pain and fear. She could sense the origin of fate had arrived. But none of this was her doing. The origin of fate told Tranlac to hand over Mifan for it to judge her. Tranlac wanted to see what judgment it would pass on Mifan. And then he would find a way to deal with it. Tranlac led Mifan out by the hand. She was frightened, her eyes still teary. Mifan told him to say something fair for her. She clearly did not cause any of this, so why was she being held accountable? Tranlac had already used his power to create a protective circle around them. The origin of fate began to declare its judgment, saying that she did not cause it. But she was the reason for it. The god of fate should not exist. The malice from those with ill will towards fate was all directed at her. And according to the judgment, it would retract Mifan's power of fate. This was the most merciful judgment for her. Mifan clasped her hands together, trembling in fear. Tranlac could not stand seeing his person being oppressed like this. He shouted a warning at it. Worried that he would get into trouble, Mifan stopped him, saying she did not need this power anyway. Mifan extracted all her power herself and returned it to that thing. It dared to bully his Mifan. He kept trying to rush forward while she held him back, but Tranlac had learned a truth from its words. The origin of darkness had not yet been destroyed. It was just in a deep sleep. Just as he thought, it had not truly disappeared. He angrily guessed that this origin could not be destroyed. Seeing Mifan still sad and crying, Tranlac tried to console her, saying if she liked, he could just create another one for her later. But Mifan kept crying, sobbing that without the power of fate, she could no longer help Tranlac. Finally, unable to hold back, the cat girl, with tears streaming down her face, said she did not want to be like Ngwangsong, becoming a useless freeloader who only knows how to eat. She was afraid that if she was not useful, Tranlac would not like her anymore and would treat her like a stray. He said that in the beginning, before Mifan's power of fate was revealed. He still liked her and often held her. Whether she had the power of fate or not, he still cherished this little cat. Tranlac patted her head and continued, saying that before, when she had the power of fate and held everything in her hands, she spoke mysteriously and was quite intimidating. It is better now. She cries when she is sad and laughs when she is happy. He felt this was more like a real girl. Touched, Mifan pouted and said, "Hug me." He happily picked her up, just like when she used to be a cat, letting Mifan sit on his shoulders. Our boy Lack thought to himself that as long as it was her, she could always ride on his neck no matter what. But being naturally worried, Mifan asked what they should do next, as Loitak Duck had used a finishing move to prevent fate from helping Tranlac anymore. But he just casually said he did not know and that she should ask someone else. As soon as they returned, everyone immediately gathered for a meeting. Tranlac briefly explained the situation, saying that for Mifan's safety, he could not pursue a Dao Fu to the end. Mifan said that Lang Bak had not felt like home for a long time, so they should move back to Earth. Tranlac immediately agreed, because returning now was very simple, and it would also give everyone time to calm down. On the spaceship, they were on their way home, and the scenery looked more and more like it did in their memories. Even better. Looking around, there were no zombies or mutated creatures. Tranlac figured the other members must have eliminated them all. Standing in front of a tall building was a statue of him smiling, with the words Earth's Hero. Tranlac carved below. He looked at it and felt embarrassed. On the bustling street, a girl was cheerfully selling fried chicken. In a research institute, people were actively taking notes on what phenomena occur when body temperature and humidity increase. The fat guy with purple hair stood above, instructing everyone that even though it was safe, they still had to be wary of zombies, as they could still eat people at any time. Having been away for a long time, Tranlac felt a bit awkward upon his return. He scratched his head, smiled, and told everyone he was back, thinking to himself that things had changed. But this was still home. He wished this happy time could last forever, that he would not have to fight the two great empires, and that he could let go of his hatred. At the villa, Tranlac sat at the center of the dining table as everyone held a celebratory feast to mark their reunion. He smiled happily, but his mind was still thinking that since things had come to this, he could not stop.